Lin You traversed into a fantastical realm, yet due to the incompatibility of his soul, he became a powerless being devoid of any cultivation. Awakening the super cultivation system, he discovered that by completing tasks, he could attain a critical acceleration in his training. In the Mo Yun star domain, within the ancestral hall of the Lin family, a group of elders wore expressions as bitter as gourds, casting glances at the reticent Lin You. The eldest elder, Lin Tao, erupted in a tirade, his face contorted with fury, wishing fervently to punish this unworthy descendant. Alas, Lin You whimpered, "Elder, I never anticipated losing my cultivation. Can you blame me for this?" He spoke like an aggrieved spouse, feeling utterly helpless. Though his body belonged to this world, his soul did not. Who could have fathomed the intricacies of cultivation? After painstakingly deciphering the labyrinthine methods of training, he found himself, overnight, transformed from a genius at the pinnacle of the three flowers gathering to a mere mundane, unable to even enter the realm of body refinement. However, as the heir of the family, he managed to conceal his plight for 6 months without arousing suspicion. Yet now, with the upcoming talented disciples competition nearing, the clan had come to assess his progress in cultivation. Lin Tao's frustration reached a boiling point, his anger palpable. "Do you dare to argue?" he fumed. "Your cultivation is your own responsibility. Should I bear the blame? By the heavens, drag him away and give him 30 lashes. No, make it 300. At this, the other elders hastily interjected. "Elder, that would be cruel. 300 lashes would be beyond Lin Yu's endurance. Indeed, Elder, he might not survive such punishment. After all, he is the last hope of our Lin family. We must find a way." Lin Tao's fury intensified. "Find a way?" he retorted. "What possible way could there be? With only 3 days until the talented disciples competition, do you expect me to conjure his cultivation from thin air?" Upon hearing the mention of the competition, the elders' spirits deflated. It was a matter of life and death for the Lin family. Lin You had been their sole beacon of hope, and now, sighs resonated throughout the hall, their gazes toward Lin You laden with unspoken sorrow. Beep. Detected that the host is in a low point, awakening the super cultivation system. Cultivating for 1 day is equivalent to 100 days of others' training. Complete tasks to receive critical cultivation time. Newbie task issued. Regain the support of the Lin family. Task reward. Critical roulette X1 critical duration. 3 days. As the system prompt echoed in his mind, Lin You couldn't help but clench his fists. "Didn't I say so? Traversing without a system? Do you know how I have endured these past 6 months?" Tears streamed down Lin Yu's face, his heart brimming with frustration. Those days of putting on a facade of having cultivation were irrevocably lost. With the prospect of critical cultivation, he thought, "I am indeed a genius." Observing Lin Yu's tears, the elders couldn't help but sigh, pitying the poor lad. After a lengthy silence, one elder finally spoke. "Lin Yu did not wish to lose his cultivation. Perhaps someone has acted against him unbeknownst to us. The Lin family. We might need to develop in a lower star domain. Ultimately, this is our negligence." The other elders, faces etched with sympathy, could only nod in agreement. After all, Lin Yu was the last hope of the Lin family. The star domains were divided into 9 levels, upper, middle, and lower tiers. The hierarchy was formidable, akin to the 3 brothers of the blue star. The upper tier governed the heavens, reaping the rewards of all realms. The middle tier could seize the treasures of their domain and gather the fruits of the world. The lowest tier was virtually akin to servitude, where no resources could be accessed and no one was permitted to breach the martial immortal realm. Violators would face suppression from the Chongqing family. The Lin family had emerged from the mundane realm of the 9-tiered star domain, bearing heavy burdens and dedicating themselves to the family's well-being, elevating the once inconsequential Lin family from the 9th to the 7th tier. It is crucial to understand that the disparity in cultivation resources between tiers is staggering, not to mention the intricate web of connections and years of effort invested. Should they falter again, the Lin family might never return to the 7th tier. Furthermore, the path of cultivation becomes increasingly arduous as offspring are born. By the time the Lin family stabilizes, the elders, due to their elevated cultivation, may find it nearly impossible to conceive. Only Lin You remained, a remnant of his father, the former family head, who had passed before him, and his mother, who had died shortly after giving birth. As the others resigned themselves to the prospect of descending to the lower tier, Lin You spoke up, his eyes ablaze with determination, fists clenched. 3 days. Grant me 3 days. What nonsense is this talented disciples competition? I shall handle it. Please, esteemed elders, trust me once more. Silence was his only answer. The elders, powerful in their own right, wore expressions of varied emotions, yet all bore a hint of sympathy. Lin You gazed at them, questioning, "Elders, what is this?" Suddenly, Elder Lin Tao burst into tears, pounding his chest in despair, wishing to shatter the void itself. Lin Yin, I have wronged you. Your only son, under my care, has fallen into madness, proclaiming he can resolve the talented disciples' competition in 3 days. As he spoke, Lin Tao raised his palm inward, ready to end his own life. Thankfully, the others reacted swiftly and stopped him. Lin Yu's lips twitched involuntarily. Elder, I have not gone mad. The second elder, Lin Tianshui, also chimed in, his face contorted with worry. Foolish child, speaking such nonsense amidst your cultivation. It's all right, dear one. The elder was merely upset. We do not blame you. Take care of yourself, and while you lack cultivation, strive to bear us more offspring. The Lin family still has hope for a fresh start. The other elders nodded in agreement, as if conveying that Lin Yu's only task was to become a progenitor. Lin Yu, filled with urgency, exclaimed, No, you must believe me. I can truly resolve this in 3 days. The second elder, Lin Tianshui, pointed emphatically, and suddenly a pill materialized in the air. Come forth. Do you not see that the young master is in a daze? To ascend 5 realms in just 3 days, from body refinement to the 3 flowers gathering. I possess a clear heart and true spirit pill. Let the young master consume it. As the words fell, several shadowy figures emerged from the void, clad in black, silent as shadows. They seized the pill and forcibly placed it into Lin Yu's mouth. My lord, forgive us. Lin Yu protested, wait. But it was too late. The pill had entered his body. Beep. Newbie gift package detected. Would you like to open it? Open it quickly. What have you been doing all this time? Critical roulette X1 critical duration, 1 day. Initial reward, body refinement realm, first stage. Suddenly, an explosive sound erupted from within Lin Yu. An invisible wave of energy surged forth from his body. He had entered the body refinement realm, acquiring critical acceleration. Chapter 2. Achieving a 200,000-fold cultivation speed. Subtle changes were instantly captured. The Grand Elder Lin Tao, who was on the verge of despair, halted his actions, casting a puzzled glance at Lin Yu. If he was not mistaken, this lad had just, in a fleeting moment, transformed from an inconspicuous mortal into a body-refining practitioner. The act of breaking through itself was not alarming. However, the rapidity of this breakthrough was utterly astonishing. The customary procedure would entail finding a secluded place to meditate thoroughly, followed by the guidance of an elder before a breakthrough could be achieved. Lin Tao scrutinized Lin Yu with suspicion. Did you just break through? Lin Yu nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Indeed, I have. Goodness! Exclaimed a voice. The other elders turned their heads in unison, their gazes fixated on Lin Yu. He truly has broken through. What a jest! Failing one stratagem, another arises. Lin Yu scratched his head and mysteriously declared, Actually, I have a secret that I have kept from all of you. The elders inquired, What secret? Lin Yu spread his arms wide. In truth, I am a genius, a true prodigy whose single day of cultivation equates to another's 100 days. I have not lost my cultivation. It was intentional. As his words resonated, the room fell into an eerie silence, punctuated only by the sound of heavy breathing. The second elder, Lin Tianshui, furrowed his brow, as if a realization dawned upon him. Are you implying that you chose to reconstruct your foundation? Lin Yu fervently nodded. He was relieved to find a way out of the predicament. The so-called reconstruction of the foundation involves dissipating all cultivation to begin anew. This method renders breakthroughs more arduous, yet it fortifies combat prowess within the same realm. Bravo. Young man, I knew I was right about you. How could the sole descendant of the Lin family be a fool? Lin Tianshui exclaimed, laughing heartily with his hands on his hips. The expressions of the other elders relaxed considerably. That is splendid. What a relief. You nearly frightened me to death. Alas, it seems my aphrodisiac powder will go unused. I had hoped to see you produce several offspring. I have just contacted a young lady from the Zhao family of the 7th-star domain, and she agreed to join us. What now? What now? What nonsense? Let her go. The sole heir of the Lin family cannot be a mere son-in-law. Lin Tao gradually released his grip, his furrowed brow smoothing out. In a swift motion, he approached Lin Yu and affectionately grasped his shoulder. Well done, young man. I always knew you were capable of what others could not. Lin Yu interjected, Hold on. My friend, did I consent to this? Arrange my future with the Zhao girl. How attractive is she? Who is it that called me a waste just moments ago? You all want to treat me like a stud. The change of face is astonishing. Ah, the seasoned veterans are indeed thick-skinned. Lin Yu mused, rubbing his nose. Lin Tao bellowed with laughter. Ding. Regained the support of the Lin family. Mission accomplished. Reward. Critical hit roulette X1. The system notification echoed. A colorful roulette, visible only to Lin Yu, appeared before him. The wheel bore 6 segments. X2, X5, X10, X20, X50, X100. Should he land on X2, then a day's cultivation for Lin Yu would equate to 200 days of effort. If I draw X100, how wonderful. Yet, before Lin You could spin the wheel, the joyful atmosphere among the elders was abruptly extinguished. Lin Tao suddenly seemed to recall something and remarked, while Lin Yu's choice to reform his foundation is commendable, time is limited. Even if he trains day and night, he can only hope to reach the opening Yuan realm at most. That young man from the Yi family is already on the brink of breaking through to the 5 Qi Chao Yuan realm. We should prepare for the possibility of losing our status as a 6th-tier family. His words landed like a heavy hammer upon their hearts, plunging everyone into silence. This grand competition among the prodigies of the Mayan Star domain was organized by the upper-tier families, featuring not only local talents, but also formidable contenders from the lower 3 tiers. As one of the 6 great families, the Lin family was obliged to participate in this competition. In previous years, due to Lin Yu's youth and the absence of other direct descendants, the family had adopted a stance of surrendering their prospects. If the Lin family failed to secure the lead this time, they risked being demoted and stripped of their 6th-tier status. Isn't at just the 5 Qi Chao Yuan realm? I can handle that. It's no big deal, Lin Yu exclaimed, brimming with confidence, now equipped with 2 critical wheels that guaranteed a minimum of 400 times the training speed. What is there to fear? After his declaration, he hastened towards the secret chamber, leaving behind a single remark. Tao Go, I need all the training resources you can muster. Lin Tao sighed in resignation but quickly regained his composure. Yes, Tao Go. As he watched Lin Yu's retreating figure, he summoned the Shadow Guard. Provide the young master with whatever resources he requires in the coming days, regardless of the cost. The Shadow Guard departed promptly, leaving the hall filled with the remaining elders. Lin Tao clasped his hands behind his back, his gaze cast toward the heavens, his tone heavy with concern. If we lose our 6th-tier status, we must not act impulsively. Yu'er is still in his growth phase. Our duty is to conserve our strength, awaiting the day he leads the Lin family back to the 6th tier. Moreover, the rumors of that genius within the Mayan Star domain are indeed true. Lin Tianshui, startled, hurried to Lin Tao's side. Big brother, are you joking? Could the combination of supreme bone and heavy eyes truly manifest in a 6th-tier domain? Lin Tao shook his head. When have I ever jested? This time, that prodigy will also participate. Do you really believe Yu'er can surpass such a monster in just 3 short days? As his words hung in the air, a suffocating silence enveloped the hall. The elders sighed collectively, their hearts bracing for departure. A dozen towering figures turned in unison, their gazes fixed upon the meditative silhouette within the secret chamber. Inside, Lin Yu eagerly activated the wheel. Let the games begin. The white pointer spun rapidly before gradually slowing down, passing through the X2, X5, and X10 segments. Lin Yu couldn't help but clench his fists. Slow down. Just a bit slower. Only the multipliers of 20, 50, and 100 remained. No matter which he drew, it would be advantageous. Please, don't let it slip away. As if sensing Lin Yu's fervent desire, the pointer gradually came to a halt on the X20 square, nearly brushing against the edge of X50. Alas, if only it had reached 50-fold. Ding. Gained 2,000 times cultivation speed. Lin Yu took a deep breath. No worries. I still possess a critical hit roulette. Onward. For the second time, Lin Yu's luck soared. The pointer settled at X100. Good heavens. This is soaring to the heavens. Ding. Gained 2,000,000 times cultivation speed. Upon hearing the system notification, Lin Yu couldn't help but break into a dance within the secret chamber, humming a Michael Jackson tune. Jasi, avoid the lightning. Dodge. Dodge. With a fluid moonwalk, he dazzled. Such a cultivation speed. Even a mere swine could thrive among those prodigies. Although the 2 critical hits did not overlap, with the 200,000 times lasting only a day and the subsequent 2 days at 2,000 times, this was still an astounding 200,000 times. Let's seize the moment, brothers. As the euphoric dance concluded, Lin Yu immediately immersed himself in his cultivation. Outside the secret chamber, the imposing figures could not suppress their twitching faces. Yu'er, what was he just doing? Oh no, he seems to have lost his way. I misjudged him. This lad appears to have some mental issues. I must urgently contact the Zhao family maiden. It's not too late. Bring me the aphrodisiac. Deliver it during the wedding. Chapter 3. Breakthrough, breakthrough, yet more breakthroughs. A group of venerable elders pounded their chests in exasperation, lamenting their misjudgment. Just as they pondered how to arrange Lin Yu's future, a feeble yet distinct wave of energy emanated from the secret chamber. Though faint as dust, the influential figures who had elevated the Lin family from a 9th tier to a 6th tier clan discerned it with clarity. Heavens, it seems this lad has made a breakthrough? One elder questioned uncertainly. Where did you learn such nonsense? Let me see. Another elder's eyes sparkled with a faint starlight. By heavens, he truly has broken through. How is this possible? He entered the secret chamber for less than 10 minutes, right? What a jest. Hearing this, Lin Tianshui forcefully pushed aside the other elders. His aura vast as the ocean, gradually probing into the secret chamber. Only the second elder Lin Tianshui and the grand elder Lin Tao possessed the highest cultivation in the family. Their investigation would surely yield accurate results. What is the situation, second brother? I'm frantic. This lad wouldn't he encounter any issues, would he? I fear he may be overly eager and harm his foundation. A breakthrough cannot be so reckless. At the very least, someone should be safeguarding him. The elders clamored with questions. Yet, the more Lin Tianshui observed, the more silent he became, standing in place, lost in thought. Lin Tao approached, gazing at his brother, and solemnly asked, "What is it? Did that boy overextend himself in a bid to prove something to us?" Lin Tianshui shook his head. He inhaled deeply, sensing an unspeakable terror. He has already reached the third level of body refinement. Boom. The entire assembly was thrown into uproar. Could my probing be an error? No. I have already reached the true Dan realm. How could I not see through such a minor body refinement? The elder, who had previously been speaking, suddenly realized midway through his words. Second brother, do you mean that Yuer has just once again broken through? Lin Tianshui nodded. Upon receiving confirmation, the assembly of prominent figures was momentarily rendered speechless. What astonishing speed and cultivation. Although he had just embarked on the body refinement stage, how much time had elapsed while they exchanged a few sentences? A minute? No, not even a minute. Let me take a look. Lin Tao, feeling uneasy, decided to investigate once more. Inside the secret chamber, the spirit stones, piled high like mountains, were visibly vanishing, transforming into a torrent of spiritual energy that surged into Lin Yu's body. The energy circulated from the Baihui acupoint, completing hundreds of circuits in the blink of an eye. Lin Yu seemed to have activated a super acceleration. While an ordinary person would require a quarter of an hour to complete a single circuit, he needed less than a second. Another 10 seconds passed. Boom. The aura within him erupted once more. Body refinement stage, 4th level. He had achieved it. Yet Lin Yu did not cease his relentless consumption of spirit stones, and his cultivation continued to soar. Outside the chamber, the grand elder Lin Tao's face twitched uncontrollably. Just as he prepared to convey a message urging Lin Yu to slow down, he found that another breakthrough had occurred. What was going on? When did cultivation take such a path? What about the protection of the Tao? What of the comprehension of the heart? Moreover, there were no signs of his foundation wavering. It was as if he were a mere alchemical vessel, consuming resources and breaking through at will. After a considerable pause, Lin Tao reluctantly accepted this reality. He turned to his worried brothers and said, "Actually, I think Yuer is indeed a genius, huh?" Lin Tianshui inquired. "What do you mean, elder brother?" Lin Tao pointed toward the secret chamber. "He has broken through again." Upon hearing this, numerous powerful consciousnesses reached out. What the hell? Body refinement stage, 5th level? Are you kidding me? At this rate, are you telling me 3 days? What is next? Are you planning to dominate the myriad realms? Was there even a total of 3 minutes that had passed? I suddenly feel that the girl from the Zhao family is truly unworthy of our Lin family's prodigy. Well said. Let that amorous potion be reserved for the elder brother. You know, I have always believed in Yuer. Going into a frenzy? That is impossible. I once encountered a genius in another universe who claimed it would take 30 years for a turn of fortune. The assembly of elders changed expressions at lightning speed. Hearing that the amorous potion would be reserved for himself, Lin Tao's lips twitched as he dismissively waved away the crowd. Off you go. Attend to your own matters. I will keep an eye on Yuer. 6th brother, you should prepare that amorous potion for yourself, lest your wife come to me in the middle of the night to complain. The 6th elder was dumbfounded. Elder brother, you? Lin Tao replied. She asked me to help you refine a return to origin great restoration pill, so stop thinking nonsense. The crowd erupted in laughter. The 6th elder's face turned red, and he kept muttering something under his breath. This is not pretense. It's exhaustion, for the family's sake. Can the family's merit be called weak? This is a manifestation of profound cultivation. Just then, Lin Yu's voice echoed from within the secret chamber. Tao Gu, I need resources for cultivation. Lin Tao waved his hand. A multitude of shadowy figures emerged from the void, and an abundance of spirit stones and rare treasures flooded into the secret chamber. Lin Yu's cultivation was growing at an astonishing pace. However, he soon discerned a troubling issue. Despite being able to circulate dozens of cycles in less than a second, his progress in cultivation was significantly slower than he remembered. The term limited talent sprang to his mind. The speed at which he absorbed this spiritual energy would have propelled the original host directly into the realm of martial immortals. Yet Lin Yu felt as if he were but a diminutive cup, capable of holding only a fraction of the vast ocean of energy around him. Fortunately, his rate of digestion was sufficiently rapid, one cup after another. Was it because he did not belong to this world? Thus, his soul could not harmonize with the heavens and earth, and he was forced to rely on his physical foundation to barely absorb the energy. Lin You furrowed his brow but soon cast his concerns aside. With a cultivation speed of 200,000 times, he thought, I care not whether I can harmonize with the universe. While others use a barrel, I shall absorb hundreds of cups in a second and still advance. The talent gathering conference? It was time for him to shine. In the 6th layer of body refinement, he broke through to the 7th layer. For the next 3 days, Lin You was either breaking through or on the path to doing so, soaring from the body refinement realm to the opening origin realm, and subsequently achieving the innate realm. After shattering through 3 major realms, his speed gradually slowed down, though this was only in comparison to his initial pace. With the double critical hit bonus, Lin Yu's 200,000 times cultivation time amounted to merely 1 day, followed by 2 days of 2,000 times acceleration. In the grand hall of the heavenly Dao Vingyu, 5 figures hovered in the air, their presence as formidable as dragons, exuding an aura like the ocean. One man, resembling a fierce dragon, spoke with an air of arrogance. Gentlemen, are you prepared to cast the Lin family back into the lower star domains? Another burst into laughter, his voice resounding throughout the cosmos. It is about time. A mere insect crawling up from the 9th tier of the mundane dares to stand on equal footing with our families. I have heard that the Lin family's only heir is a waste. He doesn't even possess the cultivation of the body refinement realm. As his words fell, another figure with dual heads expressed great delight. Oh, even if he can cultivate, what of it? I, the Qin of the Yi family, have already obtained the fruit of the Dao from 3 7th tier star domains. My cultivation is towering, and my foundation is profound. Even I had to retreat back in my day. With the dual-headed figure's call, a young man stepped forward, standing outside the hall, respectfully bowing to the 5 figures above. Rest assured, uncles, I have broken through to the 5 Qi Chao Yuan realm. That mere Lin You can be suppressed with a mere gesture. Within the dimly lit hall, the 5 figures hovered in the air, exuding an overwhelming pressure with every movement. These were the other 5 families, sharing the same prominence as the Lin family. The talent gathering conference was about to commence. What are your thoughts, esteemed gentlemen? A towering figure spoke, his voice echoing throughout the universe. What can be done? This talent gathering conference will be his downfall. Another dual-headed figure chimed in, indeed. A wretched insect, having crawled from the 9th rank star domain, dares to aspire to stand alongside our 6 illustrious families. It is time for them to recognize their inferiority. An elder clad in robes nodded in agreement. Upon finishing his statement, he waved his hand. Outside the grand hall, a young man with striking features and an imposing presence entered. He first bowed deeply to the 5 towering figures seated at the top. I am Yi Fan, a humble descendant. It is an honor to meet all esteemed elders. As his words settled, the robed elder stroked his beard, expressing satisfaction. Indeed, you have reached the pinnacle of the 5 Qi returning origin realm. Such cultivation, even among numerous prodigies, is truly exceptional. Do you understand why I have summoned you here, Fana? Yi Fan respectfully nodded. Elder, I comprehend. I have come to suppress that waste from the Lin family. The elder acknowledged with a nod. As long as you are aware, the Lin family are outsiders and have no right to equate themselves with us. Were it not for the Celestial Longevity Clan's prodigy assembly, they would have been desperately struggling, still mired in the 9th rank star domain. Yet, they now share in the spoils of the Tianlu star domain. Such dross should rightfully remain perpetual servants. The assembly responded in unison, excellent. Meanwhile, Lin Yu's aura continued to surge, accelerating at a rate of 200,000 times. An invisible wave of energy emanated from him, akin to the rushing currents of the Yellow River and the tumultuous tides of the great rivers. Within mere breaths, he traversed realms that would seem unfathomable to an ordinary person. Each level appeared to be within reach as he diligently controlled the energy within his body. First layer of opening source, second layer of opening source. Several uncles exchanged glances. Again, he has broken through? In the dimly lit grand hall, final instructions were being conveyed. Resources within a star domain are limited. The more families that exist, the less each individual receives. The other 5 prominent families have been entrenched in the Tianlu star domain for millennia, while the Lin family ascended from the 9th rank star domain. Had it not been for adhering to the Celestial Longevity Clan's principle of promoting the top prodigy, they would have long since united to suppress the Lin family. Regrettably, the members of the Lin family not only possess high cultivation talent, but also fight with reckless abandon. In earlier attempts, they sought to strike first. But ultimately, with the sacrifice of 7 brothers from the Lin family, they managed to withstand the siege from the 5 great families. For many years, the Lin family has refrained from participating in the Prodigy Grand Competition. This is their final opportunity. Should they fail to secure first place, they will descend back to the 9th rank star domain. With the Qilin son of the Yi family taking the field, success should be within grasp. This time, it matters not whether victory is attained. Your sole objective is to ensure the Lin family is eliminated early. The dual figures spoke solemnly. Yi Fan replied respectfully, I understand. Esteemed elders. With unwavering confidence, Yi Fan declared, I have already heard that Lin You has lost his cultivation. Even if he were at his peak, with my current strength, I could easily subdue him with a mere gesture. The assembly nodded in agreement. Immediately after, they seemed to recall something. What of the prodigy with the supreme bone and dual eyes? A rare silence enveloped the hall. At last, the elder in the Taoist robe spoke. Let him be. If I am not mistaken, this young man has already caught the attention of the Chongqing family. This grand competition for prodigies is merely his first step into the limelight. It does not conflict with our interests. If he triumphs, it would be splendid, but if he does not, it is of no concern to us. In the myriad realms, there exist countless seventh-tier star regions akin to the Tianluo star domain, numbering in the tens of thousands. Only when a disciple from the family claims first place or secures a position in the top 10 for 3 consecutive years and reaches the requisite cultivation level, can the entire family ascend to a higher tier star region. Should their ranking be neither high nor low, the family's status remains unchanged. However, if they rank at the bottom for 3 successive times, their family level will be demoted. For the 5 esteemed families, seizing the first place amidst tens of thousands of prodigies from the same star region, as well as fierce competitors from lower-tier regions, is an arduous task. Yet, achieving a moderate score to maintain the family's standing is relatively attainable. 3 days later, the grand competition for prodigies arrived, as anticipated. Lin You emerged from the secluded chamber, appearing disheveled, his body smeared with a black, viscous substance, exuding an odor reminiscent of having just crawled from a cesspit. This was the byproduct of impurities expelled after rigorous training. Upon seeing Lin You, the 8 notable figures hurried forward, their expressions filled with concern as they examined him closely, lifting his arms and scrutinizing his eyes, fearful that he had succumbed to madness. Lin Tao checked Lin Yu's pulse, his face grave. The breath is steady, without signs of chaos. Yet, why can I not discern your cultivation level? Upon hearing this, everyone immediately turned their heads toward Lin You, who chuckled knowingly. He understood the reason. His system had concealed his cultivation, and unless he chose to reveal it, no one could perceive it. Lin Tao inquired, What level have you reached? Lin You scratched his head. I'm not sure. The crowd was bewildered. Not sure? Lin You nodded honestly. I've just been breaking through continuously. I don't even know what my current level is, but I estimate I should be able to overpower those prodigies. At this declaration, silence fell over the assembly. The second elder, Lin Dong, spoke earnestly. Do not underestimate the heroes of the world. There are tens of thousands of geniuses from other star regions participating in this competition. You have rapidly advanced due to your rebirth of the Tao Foundation. But be wary of arrogance. Lin You gazed at his uncle's grave expressions, a realization dawning upon him. Indeed, as someone who traversed realms, how could he afford to be complacent? In the vast expanse of the universe, geniuses are as plentiful as cattle, and his own abilities might be insufficient. With this thought, Lin You nodded deeply. I understand, second uncle. Seeing Lin You heed their advice, the others nodded in satisfaction. Go take a bath and tidy yourself up. Do not tarnish the Lin family's reputation. Whether you come first or not is of little consequence. Lin You felt profoundly touched. This family was truly remarkable. At least it wasn't a hellish script of life and death upon my arrival, he silently vowed. I must ensure that we progress together. Lin You slipped into the bathroom to cleanse his body, though a tinge of doubt lingered in his heart regarding the low cultivation level of the true Dan realm. Chapter 7. Worthless Delicacies? Lin You, I did not imply that. Yi Fan, undeterred, declared fiercely, We shall meet in the blood slaughter land. The crowd dispersed. In the void, a representative from the Chongqing family presided over the entire Genius Conference. The first phase was exceedingly straightforward. Due to the excessive number of participants, a free-for-all combat format was adopted. 1,000 spiritual orbs were scattered throughout the arena. After 3 incense sticks had burned, those who possessed orbs would advance to the next round. As this individual spoke of the Chongqing family, the atmosphere within the Lin family grew noticeably somber. Clearly, the uncles were dissatisfied with Lin Yu's recent performance. In their eyes, venturing into the world should rely on one's fists, facing challenges head-on. Lin You had the safety net of their support, yet he appeared somewhat timid, inadvertently tarnishing the family's reputation. Though unspoken, their expressions betrayed their feelings. However, Lin You was the family's sole heir, fighting on behalf of the Lin family, and they ultimately felt a sense of compassion. Ding. Mission released. Obtain the spiritual orb to advance to the next round. Mission reward. Critical hit roulette X1. Valid duration. 3 days. Upon hearing the system notification, Lin You coughed, sensing the peculiar atmosphere. He clenched his fists. Uncles, remain calm. I assure you, 3 days is more than sufficient to accomplish this. The crowd fell into silence. Yi Fan's peak cultivation in the 5 Qi returning to Origin Realm had already left them feeling somewhat powerless, even if you were cultivated at an astonishing pace. Achieving the 5 Qi returning to Origin Realm in 3 days was an impossibility. The second elder, Lin Dong, affectionately ruffled his hair. We believe in you. However, I must tell you that failure is not to be feared. Survival is what matters. We will handle the rest. Even if it means returning to the 9th tier star domain, we will spare no effort in nurturing you. Everyone nodded in agreement. Lin You felt tears welling up in his eyes. How touching. Who says the world of fantasy lacks compassion and is quick to slaughter entire families? This family is truly remarkable. I would gladly live another life to return here. Lin Tao also opened his mouth to offer comfort. As long as you are happy. That is enough. Soon, beams of light illuminated the surroundings. Lin You found himself ascending steps that materialized from thin air, leading him into the blood slaughter land. Yet, the expressions of his uncles seemed oddly strained, as if they were filled with concern. For a moment, Lin Yu's heart sank. Could it be that Yi Fan's cultivation still surpassed his own? Damn, he truly is a genius of the Yi family, a designated prodigy. Even these esteemed individuals worry for my well-being. What should I do? I'm feeling anxious, assistance required. As Lin Yu landed, the scent of blood assaulted him. The entire blood slaughter land was drenched in crimson, resembling an impenetrable fog, sticky and pungent. In the blood slaughter land, 1,000 glimmering spirit orbs lay in wait, eager for the contest of every talented individual. A glance reveals a multitude, numbering beyond count. At least 20 to 30,000 prodigies are gathered here. The notion of a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Such aspirations would surely lead to a shattered skull. Lin You, what an unexpected twist of fate. Yi Fan's voice echoed from afar, his face adorned with a triumphant and sinister grin, his hands raised high in sheer delight. Fortune favors me. We have fortuitously landed in the same spot. I was concerned you might flee, wasting my precious time in the pursuit of the spirit orbs. Lin You swallowed hard. An expert has arrived. He instinctively took 2 steps back. Are you frightened? Yi Fan spoke softly, an imposing pressure emanating from within him, stirring the heavens above. Even the other prodigies present retreated in trepidation. Such formidable prowess. With such strength, the spirit orbs are undoubtedly his to claim. May the flames of the city gate not engulf this mere fish in the pond. Outside, the hearts of the Lin family members rose to their throats. What absurd matchmaking is this, to collide so abruptly? Surely, the Yi family must have orchestrated this trap. This is disastrous. What will become of you? Should we force our way in and rescue him? Are you seeking death? This is a formation set by the Chongqing family. A reckless charge would lead to the obliteration of the entire Lin clan. The other 5 great families reveled in laughter, mocking the Lin family. Oh dear, the Lin family's sole heir is doomed. Hush, do not speak so. What if he is a hidden master? I'm dying of laughter. If he were a master, I'd be born in a pigsty? Lin Tao's complexion turned ashen. His fists clenched tightly, a palpable killing intent nearly materializing around him. He glanced back at his brothers. If Lin Yu were to perish here, they would ensure the Yi family pays dearly. Within the arena, the space surrounding Yi Fan and Lin Yu had long been vacated, as the other prodigies, fearful of being caught in the crossfire, provided ample room for the two. Yi Fan reveled in the moment, clenching his fists and feeling the surge of power within. This is dignity, a strength that instills fear. Lin Yu, both you and your Lin family shall perish. Then, Yi Fan raised one hand, summoning flames to the heavens. The energy within his palm erupted with a thunderous force. An endless, towering power converging from the firmament. In an instant, a colossal fireball, akin to a star, materialized in his grasp. Yi Fan stood high above, as if a deity descended. His voice resonated throughout the blood slaughter land. Lin You, this technique is called Heaven's Incineration. It has been crafted specifically for you, destined to consume everything you hold dear, eliminating the need to collect your remains. Die. In a heartbeat, the immense fireball descended, sealing off the heavens and the earth. Lin Yu had no means of escape. At this moment, he could only fight. Gritting his teeth, he raised his hand and delivered a straightforward punch, devoid of any mystical arts or techniques. It was as if a mundane martial artist had struck. Just as the other prodigies deemed this unfortunate soul doomed, suddenly, that punch erupted. Boom. The star-like fireball extinguished. Without even making contact with Lin Yu's fist, the mere force of his punch extinguished the flames. Then, one could see a figure soaring backward like a kite, hurtling away at a speed akin to a 100-meter dash. With a single blow, Yi Fan lost his front teeth. At that moment, a dull ache pervaded his internal organs. Struggling to rise, he violently spat out a mouthful of blood, his pupils dilating in disbelief. He roared in fury. his hands frantically pounding the ground. What kind of absurdity is this? How could it be? How could I possibly be unable to withstand even one of his punches? Yi Fan looked up, meeting Lin Yu's seemingly harmless visage. An exceedingly ludicrous thought flashed through his mind. True Dan realm? At 18 years old? Surely this is a joke. Has he somehow cheated? I have utilized the cultivation resources of the 5 great families, engaging in the circulation of the cosmos since my mother's womb. Just 3 days ago, he was a waste. Now he claims to be in the true Dan realm? Impossible. Yi Fan laughed maniacally, as if deranged. Absolutely impossible. Before he could voice his disbelief, Lin You raised his hand and delivered a slap. The sound echoed plainly, yet it carried an unspeakable terror. With that one strike, Yi Fan's skull was shattered. It was only at that moment that Lin You finally comprehended his own strength. He took a deep breath. Who was that waste just now who dared to speak? Chapter 8. Is the Lin family considering an alliance? The execution was swift and unadorned, instantly causing the minds of the thousands present to enter a state of paralysis. The moment Yi Fan revealed his cultivation level, all eyes converged upon him. The reason was simple. This was a competition for prodigies restricted to those under 20. Achieving the pinnacle of the 5 Qi Chaoyuan at such a young age placed him among the elite tier of prodigies. Yet, this remarkable figure was annihilated by a single move. What an absurd cosmic jest. The Yi family, along with the other 4 great families, collectively fell into a stupor. The old man in the Taoist robe had his pupils dilate rapidly, rubbing his eyes in disbelief, hoping he was mistaken. But no matter how intently he scrutinized, Yi Fan lay there like a lifeless dog, his shattered skull oozing blood. Fanner, the old Taoist cried out in agony. My Yi family's prodigy, prepared for this competition for over a decade, has perished just like that? How can this be? That boy is truly a being of the true Dan realm. With those words, the other 4 great families were instantly taken aback. The 2-headed specter stood as if petrified, struggling to articulate their thoughts. True Dan realm? An 18-year-old in the true Dan realm? Impossible. Even among the Chongqing family, few can achieve such heights at this age. As this realization dawned upon him, a cold sweat broke out on his back. This is bad. I of the Liu family. Just as his words trailed off, they witnessed 4 audacious and domineering figures forcibly pushing aside the other prodigies in the blood-soaked arena, rushing headlong towards Lin You. He charged with an audacity akin to that of a predator fixated on its prey. The figure of the 2-headed man outside was in a frenzy, jumping anxiously as he expended every ounce of his strength to bellow, "Don't go." He has already reached the true Dan realm. No, yet. The grand formation had sealed off all spiritual perceptions. Within the blood slaughter domain, for beings of the 5 Qi towards Yuan realm encircled Lin You. Lu Neng, with a hefty blade slung over his shoulder, wore a broad smile. The Lin family is at an end. He exclaimed. Where is brother Yi Fan? Why hasn't he arrived yet? No matter, we can proceed with our attack regardless. As he lifted his gaze, poised to strike, he caught sight of the frantically gesturing ancestor through the formation. Just as he pondered this, a flying fist hurtled towards him. Upon sensing this formidable aura, Liu Sandao's pupils dilated in sheer terror. I can't block this. How is this possible? Damn it, is it really the true Dan realm? With a resounding thud, a solitary punch obliterated his very essence. The other 2 finally recognized the gravity of the situation. From the corner of their eyes, they saw what appeared to be a headless corpse resembling Yi Fan. Yet, it was far too late. One punch each, devoid of any capacity for resistance. They were annihilated on the spot. Thud. Outside the blood slaughter domain, the ancestors of the 5 major families collapsed in unison. The young masters they had painstakingly nurtured had perished just like that, without even a semblance of resistance. Is this truly defying the heavens? Who claimed he lacked cultivation? This brat is merely 18. His prowess is soaring, and he can compete in the young talents grand competition? I must report this. Lin You has been possessed by their ancestor. It is utterly impossible. The companions of the Supreme Bone were now in a state of panic, an 18-year-old emerging as a true Dan realm cultivator. Everyone was taken aback, marveling at Lin Yu's age and cultivation. Such a being should not even grace the young talents grand competition in a 7th-tier star domain. The Chongqing family might be more fitting. At this moment, the members of the Lin family were all grinning from ear to ear. You is incredible. No wonder he didn't allow us to check his cultivation. He must have been hiding it. Who says the Lin family lacks an emperor? You is destined to be the next. Shoo. Be discreet. We wouldn't want to cause the other old fellows to choke on their anger. It's just the true Dan realm. It's merely a drop in the ocean. The crowd chorused. The expressions of the remaining 5 families looked as though they had just consumed something vile. In this battle, regardless of victory or defeat, they had suffered a complete and utter defeat. Their most promising young talent had met his demise. As long as the Lin family persevered, with the prodigious Lin You among them, Their downfall was merely a matter of time. Lin Dong laughed heartily. A fine young man, indeed. What a relief. Big brother? Even you have misjudged at times. Who just claimed that you was undoubtedly doomed? Lin Tao awkwardly rubbed his nose, feeling a bit of shame wash over him. However, an old hand is still an old hand. He could turn on a dime. He flicked his sleeve, declaring, in truth, I had already discerned you were cultivation level. I was merely feigning suspense. As soon as he finished speaking, his brothers exposed him. Come on, big brother, you nearly cried out when you encountered Yi Fan. Indeed. I hereby announce, the stallion plan is officially cancelled. What about the aphrodisiac? Let's save it for big brother. The elder in the Taoist robe was overwhelmed with rage. Rising to his feet, he trembled as he leaned upon his cane. I report, the Lin family has deliberately orchestrated a scheme, altering the matching mechanism. This is what brought my Yi family's young man to the same place as him. Yet, in the next moment, a boundless fury resonated from the heavens above. An envoy dispatched by the Chongqing family struck the elder with such force that he fell to the ground, grievously injured. What nonsense are you spouting? Are you questioning the authority of the Chongqing family? Shortly thereafter, the envoy descended gracefully upon a cloud, casting a disdainful glance at the Yi family members before turning to the Lin family with a beaming smile. Friend Lin, does the Lin family have any intentions of accepting a son-in-law? I am an elder of the Zhuge clan from the Chongqing family, and we have a young lady of our lineage awaiting marriage. With Lin Yu's talents, he would be a perfect fit for our family. The moment these words were uttered, the other 5 great families fell into a state of panic, internally chanting, do not agree, do not agree. I beseech you, for if the Lin family acquiesced, they would surely ascend to a third-tier family status, and the other 5 families, harboring enmity towards them, would undoubtedly face annihilation. The most pressing concern remained, what of the Chongqing family's dignity? How could you demean yourself by seeking a son-in-law from a lower-tier star domain? The brothers silently turned their gazes toward Lin Tao, the eldest in the family, knowing that such a decision rested upon his shoulders. It would be most advantageous to ally with the Chongqing family, yet even if that were not possible, the Lin family had no tradition of relying on others. Lin Tao cleared his throat, caught in a dilemma due to the Chongqing family's reputation. Refusal seemed unwise, yet acceptance was equally undesirable. The notion of becoming a son-in-law weighed heavily upon him. Once one entered the grand family, they often became a mere bystander to their own lineage. The thought of Lin You being beholden to the whims of his future in-laws troubled him deeply. There is no need for restraint, the Zhuge envoy remarked. Seemingly aware of Lin Tao's concerns, Lin Tao nodded slightly, declining. This matter may not be appropriate. Lin You is still too young to receive such an honor. All eyes turned toward the Lin family, anticipating that they would express gratitude and swiftly acquiesce to such an opportunity. However, to their astonishment, the refusal came forth. What madness is this? This is a member of the Chongqing family, one of the top-tier star domains, wielding immense power. Were they truly out of their minds? If the Lin family nodded in agreement, they could escape the clutches of a lower-tier family and become a pillar of the third tier. The Zhuge envoy paused for a brief moment before nodding deeply. Very well. Since the Lin family is unwilling, we shall not impose. It appears that fate has not yet aligned. In a realm of bloodshed, Lin You remained unaware of the marriage proposal he narrowly escaped. At that moment, he was scanning his surroundings, searching for suitable targets to seize. With a total of 1,000 spiritual orbs and tens of thousands of prodigies, the competition had reached a fever pitch. Aside from a few who had secured their orbs with ease, the remainder were embroiled in a frenzied scramble. Lin You focused his gaze on the nearest spiritual orb, where over 30 prodigies from different star domains unleashed their techniques, battling with a fervor that shattered the very fabric of the void. The treasures and divine abilities were being liberated as if they were free. Lin You pondered, determined not to falter in this round. Returning empty-handed was not an option. Most importantly, this was the inaugural battle of his awakening system, and he could not afford to be humiliated. Resolving himself, Lin You prepared to blend into the fray among the prodigies, seeking an opportunity to seize the spiritual orb. As he lifted his leg to advance, the 30-odd prodigies vying for the orb seemed to have noticed him well in advance, immediately halting their efforts and respectfully standing aside. Their formations more precise than sentinels. What are you all doing? Are you plotting to besiege me? Lin You exclaimed in shock, adopting a defensive posture. Besiege? Come on. Have you ever seen ants attempt to attack an elephant? Our strongest among us has only reached the 3rd flower-gathering peak, and none have even touched the 5th level of the Qi returning realm. How could we possibly besiege someone at the True Dan realm? Would we be marching to our demise? Look at me. A massive figure, akin to a small mountain, forced a smile onto his face. Lin You was momentarily bewildered, scrutinizing the individual with suspicion. Was there some deception at play? The others were as obedient as kittens, with one proclaiming, You are the true genius. I concede. Please, don't strike me. I do not wish to be eliminated. Can't you see the big brother doesn't want to move? Hurry, hand over the spiritual orb. Another chimed in. Yes, that makes sense. Big brother, once you obtain the orb, you can't attack us anymore. Their nonsensical chatter left Lin Yu's head spinning. Before he could grasp the situation, he noticed the spiritual orb gliding toward him, propelled by the crowd's encouragement. He raised his hand to catch it, staring uncertainly at the orb's vibrant hues. Was there a trap within? Did they intend to deceive him? As he voiced his thoughts, everyone shuddered. The burly man quickly clarified. Big brother, it's a misunderstanding. We would never dare to harm you. This orb is a tribute to you. The others nodded vigorously, like chicks pecking at rice. They had witnessed the previous battle in its entirety, where 5 prodigies of the Qi returning realm could not land a single blow against this individual. What value did they possess? He was undoubtedly a candidate for the top 10. It would be wiser to focus their efforts on the spiritual orb than to provoke someone so formidable. Presenting an orb to this godlike figure would ensure his withdrawal from the fight, a splendid outcome that would prevent disruption among their own ranks. Lin You placed the spiritual orb into his bosom, still feeling uneasy. Everything seemed too convenient. You all claim to be geniuses. Why should I trust such goodwill? You must have ulterior motives. With that, he assumed a combat stance. Come at me. I can take it. In the background, one could vaguely hear the sound of the crowd's blood being spat out. What kind of paranoia was this? They were offering him the orb, and yet he insisted on attacking them. What do you want? Must we endure a beating first? The burly man was nearly in tears. Having been the one to present the orb, he fell to his knees with a thud. Brother, please take a rest, and do not disturb our humble sparring. You have already reached the true Dan realm. What can I possibly use to compete with you? I sincerely implore you. The burly man bowed fervently. The other prodigies also knelt in unison, eager to send this formidable figure on his way. A boss has emerged from the novice village. How shall we proceed? The road is impeccably clean. They lack any stones to throw. A true Dan cultivator, even from a less reputable family, could easily serve as an elder. You, at merely 18, have come to the prodigy tournament. Is this not a blatant dimensional crushing? I promised my mother before I departed that I would secure a place among the top 1,000. Brother, grant me this opportunity. Please accept my divine abilities. The burly man wept openly, nearly recounting the hardships of his impoverished childhood. The other geniuses shared his sentiment, torn between the desire to leave and the fear of repercussions. How could they depart without the esteemed figure's consent? Yet, they could not linger, as the incense burned ever shorter, nearing its end. They would all be eliminated. At that moment, they were consumed with anxiety. Words escaped them, and they simply bowed fervently, crying out, Great One, accept my divine abilities. Do not torment us. The end is nigh. I beseech you, go wherever you please. Lin Yu's face twitched uncontrollably as he witnessed the talented individuals from other star realms weeping. He felt a pang of sympathy. The scene before him grew increasingly bizarre, leaving the formidable figures outside the blood slaughter grounds utterly bewildered. In an emptied space, over 30 prodigies bowed incessantly, akin to mortals worshipping a deity. A seemingly foolish individual stood in their midst, creating an astonishingly surreal tableau. All present were left speechless in astonishment. What was happening? Did that fellow perhaps employ some dark sorcery? Were they beseeching for mercy? Who was this individual? Possibly the prodigious one with supreme bone and dual pupils? One esteemed figure noticed his own disciple among the kneeling geniuses and seethed with rage. What is the meaning of this? How can my clan's disciple exhibit such lack of backbone? If one cannot prevail, then one must not kneel and beg for mercy. Within the arena, Lin You held the spirit pearl, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. The crowd sighed in relief and resumed their quest for other spirit pearls. A quarter of an hour later, as the 3 incense sticks extinguished, all who had acquired spirit pearls advanced to the next round. Lin You was also lifted by the heavenly path, returning to the Lin family's ranks. Yet, discussions about him had already soared to great heights. The esteemed figure who previously disparaged his disciple's lack of ambition now looked upon his breathless disciple with a face full of satisfaction. Excellent. Though some time was lost, they still managed to seize a spirit pearl. Very well. The disciple wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his eyes shining with the joy of surviving a calamity. Phew. It was a close call. The esteemed figure inquired, What do you mean by close? Close to death. The esteemed figure expressed his dissatisfaction with the disciple's earlier actions. Xiaozhang, it's not that I criticize you. There are countless heroes in the world. It is normal to be unable to prevail. But how could you disgrace our Zhang family by kneeling and begging for mercy? That is utterly pathetic. Return and contemplate your actions for 30 days upon the wall of reflection. Xiaozhang raised his head, gazing at his superior as if he were a fool. Must there be punishment even after seizing the spiritual pearl? His superior replied with an air of inevitability. Otherwise, what do you expect? You have utterly disgraced the old Zhang family. Now, tell me, why did you kneel? Xiao Zhang responded. They are truly of the true Dan realm. At this, his superior's voice cracked, akin to a cat startled in fury. What nonsense is this? True Dan realm? Xiao Zhang, splendid work. As the saying goes, those who comprehend the times are the true heroes. At such a young age, you can both seize and let go. I have high hopes for your future. Chapter 10. Anxiety, yet the need to cultivate. Lin You was surrounded by numerous uncles, embraced from both sides. A near miss with a stubbly face almost marred his own. What a lad, possessing some skill indeed. With a single move, you dispatched those unfortunate souls, avenging our Lin family's honor. Delightful. Your sixth uncle has no valuable treasures. But this aphrodisiac powder is yours. Do not hesitate. Before Lin You could comprehend the situation, a jade vial was thrust into his hand, releasing a faint fragrance. Aphrodisiac powder? Lin You, bewildered, looked up. Sixth uncle, I am still young. This seems inappropriate. His sixth uncle, unabashed, pushed the vial back toward him. You young one. You do not understand. This item can prove invaluable in critical moments. Just fear the silver spear and candle. They may not withstand. Your elder brother frequently comes to me for this. It is highly effective. Lin You awkwardly glanced at the grand elder, Lin Tao, whose cheeks flushed crimson, clearing his throat vigorously. Old sixth. What is it, elder brother? Lin Tao retorted, exposing my secrets. Are you seeking a beating? The two ancient gentlemen, collectively several thousand years old, began to chase each other in the void, much to the delight of the Lin family, all celebrating Lin Yu's achievements. With the strength of the true Dan realm, he might just claim the first place in the grand tournament of talents. At that time, the Lin family could finally break free from the constraints of the lower three clans. Only after returning to the Lin residence and closing the door did they speak sincerely. You have indeed brought us immense surprise, you are. Lin Tao's face radiated kindness as he affectionately ruffled Lin Yu's hair. This is what I ought to do, after all. I am also a part of the Lin family. Lin Yu smiled brightly. However, Lin Tao's tone shifted. I must still offer you a word of caution. In this grand tournament of talents, there is a genius possessing a once-in-a-million-year supreme bone and the dual-eye symbol of a sage. If you truly wish to seize the first place, he will surely be your formidable rival. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's heart sank. What? The chosen one? Supreme bone and dual eye? How familiar, too familiar. It pertains to a certain tale from my previous life, written by a red-haired elder. Is it not the supreme bone and dual eye? Most crucially, that legendary emperor of the wasteland only commenced with the supreme bone. Did he not possess the dual eye combined? Tao Ge, is he truly formidable? Lin Yu shrank back, feeling the weight of being targeted by such a fated individual, a protagonist of the narrative. It could only lead to misfortune for someone like him, a mere mortal who traversed through time relying on a system. He could easily be crushed. Lin Tao nodded deeply. Not just formidable. It is so formidable that it defies description. Consider the vastness of the entire seventh star domain. Even a cosmos like Tianlu boasts thousands of entities. That individual has undoubtedly caught the eye of significant figures, and if I am not mistaken, after this grand competition, he shall be wed into the Chongqing family. In the past million years of the seventh star domain, never has there been such a prodigious talent. In the future, it is not inconceivable that he may be revered as a patriarch. Lin Yu, upon hearing this, became increasingly anxious. Such an impressive figure would undoubtedly engage in battles beyond his level. With his current cultivation at the true Dan realm, he would surely be nothing more than fodder for experience points. After the confrontation, he might even find himself exclaiming, "My destiny is dictated by me, not by heaven." Ding. Mission issued. Attain first place on the Prodigy rankings. Mission reward, critical hit roulette X2. Effective duration, 7 days. Failure penalty, death. As Lin Yu contemplated how to extricate himself from this predicament, the system notification chimed. Good heavens, system brother, are you intent on pushing me to my limits? This mission explicitly detailed the punishment, leaving no room for refusal. Tears welled in Lin Yu's eyes. Woo-woo, brother Tao, I can manage this. I will certainly prevail. Lin Tao patted his shoulder. I won't pressure you, all right? Lin Yu wiped his tears. The death penalty loomed over him like a sharp sword, allowing no refusal. I won't be pressured, brother Tao. I truly can do this. For the Lin family, I am willing to endure anything. Lin Tao, witnessing this, felt immense joy. A true son indeed. Regardless of what that supreme bone with dual pupils entails, let's go for it. The crowd nodded in agreement. They had all faced similar trials. Fear nothing. At that moment, their gazes towards Lin Yu were filled with pride. No doubt, he is a child of the Lin family, possessing great spirit. Lin Yu felt tears threaten to spill. Do you not understand the weight of being a child of destiny? There has only been one in a million years. With a supreme bone and dual pupils, such an extraordinary combination, how can one fathom what the opponent possesses? Clearly, a player with a cheat code. With only a day's rest before the second round, Lin You dared not waste a moment. He hastily concocted an excuse and retreated to a secluded chamber to cultivate. Brother Tao, I require abundant resources for my training. I want it all. Not an issue, replied Lin Tao. Within the chamber, Lin used luck sword. The colorful roulette once again landed on 100-fold acceleration. Ding. Acquired 10,000 times cultivation speed. Limited time, 3 days. He could not afford to delay even a fraction, determined to avoid being eliminated. Cultivation. I must cultivate. Meanwhile, in the blood slaughter domain, within a grand and imposing hall, a youth with eyes shimmering like stars, flecked with hints of thunder, sat upon a bronze throne. His aura surged like an ocean, creating disturbances in the void with each breath. With a mere lift of his hand, a vast power manifested behind him, exuding an oppressive force that seemed to stem from his very soul, an aura befitting a ruler of bloodlines. With a sudden crash, his wine cup shattered. Rising to his feet, his gaze burned with madness. What did you say? I, Qin Feng, am not the sole candidate of the Qin family? Is my uncle jesting with me? The elder of the Qin family trembles with trepidation, faced with this prodigy, who has emerged once in a million years. Even as an elder, he dares not exhibit the slightest defiance. Young Master Feng, it is indeed true. I witnessed the messenger of Zhuge visiting the Lin family, inquiring if the young Master Lin You would be willing to marry into the Qin family. Boom. A tremendous pressure manifested. Qin Feng, in a fit of rage, shattered the bronze throne with a single strike. How dare Lin You compete for my brilliance? In this 7th tier of the universe, who can stand against me? This is intolerable. The elder of the Qin family bowed his head, not daring to utter a word. Qin Feng is not only the genius of the Qin family, but also holds the future of the clan in his hands. It can be said that within the entire Qin family, no one is more significant than he, including himself. Lin You may have broken through to the true Dan realm, which is why the messenger of Zhuge sought him out. Qin Feng scoffed. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, but he quickly regained his peacock-like pride. What of the true Dan realm? At this age, it's merely the first level of the true Dan realm at best, likely achieved through the forced use of medicinal aids. The aerial pavilion would crumble at a mere touch. Even if I were to fight beyond my level, I would not be inferior to him in the slightest. The elder of the Qin family nodded repeatedly. This young master possesses everything: talent, appearance, and character. He is undoubtedly the perfect candidate. However, he has one flaw. His ambition is somewhat limited. He believes he is the most formidable in the heavens and earth, allowing no one else to shine, even slightly. The Qin family has its own talents, but under the brilliance of Qin Feng, none can emerge from the shadows. Even to be mentioned in the same breath as him would be considered an affront. A flicker of inscrutable light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. He rose, gazing towards the heavens. Rest assured, uncle, I shall personally demonstrate how erroneous the decision of the Zhuge messenger truly is. Lin You will be obliterated without a doubt. Chapter 11. Do not keep staring at me. The next day, a draw was held among 1,000 participants. Pairs were formed for the arena competition, with victors advancing to the top 500. Lin You, sporting dark circles under his eyes, stood amidst the crowd of the Lin family. It was not due to fatigue. At his current cultivation level, he required no sleep. Rather, it was the immense psychological pressure weighing upon him. What should he do to avoid being treated like a mere wild beast? Soul-drenched, he implored, tell me, accelerating it 10,000 times. Lin Yu's cultivation had become even more formidable than the day before. Previously, Lin Tao could sense his strength to some extent. This time, there was not the slightest trace. Did you not rest well yesterday? Why are the dark circles so pronounced? Lin Tao inquired with concern. Tao Gu, I am fine, Lin Yu replied, shaking his head, his troubles unspoken. Well, Lin Tao nodded. As long as you are well, we believe in you. Our Lin Family Ascendant son is not merely a name. A humble 9th-tier family has come this far through an indomitable spirit. Do you believe in me, my dear brother? Do you know what became of the last individual endowed with the supreme bone? The heavenly emperor, who ruled the ages with an iron fist. Such a title is indeed formidable. Precisely. Brother Tao speaks the truth. Is he not a genius adored by all, a rare prodigy that appears once in a million years? Is he not a candidate already coveted by the Qin family? An unparalleled master in his realm, capable of overcoming opponents of higher levels with the ease of quenching thirst? Brother Tao, I assure you I am fine. The members of the Lin family? The second elder, Lin Dong, turned his head in bewilderment. Young man, what nonsense are you spouting? You're merely raising other spirits while diminishing your own. Lin Yu forced a smile onto his face. If you're so capable, why don't you take the stage? The drawing of lots concluded swiftly. Lin Yu's opponent was a genius from an unrecognized family, a mere 1 in 500 chance. Yet he did not suffer too much misfortune as he was drawn against Qin Feng. He let out a sigh of relief. As long as he did not encounter him immediately, he could still cultivate. Faintly, Lin Yu sensed a gaze filled with malice. Following the line of sight, he saw a towering youth surrounded by a constellation of admirers. The young man was fixedly staring at him. At the moment their eyes met, the figure approached. The sheer force of his presence left the onlookers dumbfounded. This was not merely a disparity in cultivation levels, it was an overwhelming sensation. As if standing before him made one feel inherently diminished. Lin Yu understood. This was the oppressive aura stemming from the supreme bone within his opponent. Unmatched within the same realm. You are Lin Yu? Qin Feng grinned, his demeanor exuding unshakable confidence. I have heard that the Chongqing family wishes to recruit you. You appear to possess considerable talent? Lin Yu shook his head vigorously. That is not the case, my friend. I know nothing of the Chongqing family. Stepping closer, Qin Feng clenched his fist. You speak in denial. A true man must stand by his words. Just yesterday, the Zhuge emissary sought you out at the Lin family. Yet you refused to admit it. Do you hold me, Qin Feng, in contempt? Lin Yu's heart sank. What madness is this? This has nothing to do with disrespect. Moreover, when did the Chongqing family come to seek me? I am utterly oblivious. He cast a bewildered glance at Brother Tao. Lin Tao scratched his nose, recalling that they indeed visited yesterday, but had forgotten to inform him. Lin Yu, look. Qin Feng pointed with one hand. It is the demeanor of a senior. One who dares to take responsibility. Lin Yu, I concede. Attaining the true Dan realm at the tender age of 18, regardless of the circumstances. You are indeed worthy to stand against me, Qin Feng. Let us determine our fates in the grand competition of the talented. Lin Yu internally roared in protest. What lunacy? Where does this delusion of grandeur come from? Are we in a film together? When did I ever seek to be your rival? Brother. Actually Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively, a supremely proud expression on his face. No need to say more. I understand. The world of geniuses is a solitary one. At such great heights, there is no warmth. The humble realms of the 7 stars cannot accommodate prodigies like us. You must yearn for a thrilling battle. I comprehend it all. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with intensity as he tightly clenched his fists. Let us settle this once and for all. Only the victor is worthy of joining the Chongqing family. Lin Yu responded, my friend, I know a few excellent neurologists here on Blue Star. Would you like their contact? Brother, it's a misunderstanding. Entirely a misunderstanding. We are strangers, and there's no need for animosity between us. You shine in your brilliance. While I shall diligently focus on my cultivation. Lin Yu spoke earnestly, unwilling to easily provoke a confrontation with the chosen one. Who could predict if one day the other would plummet into despair or face near-fatal injury? Might they encounter an ancient mentor emerging from a ring or an extraordinary opportunity, rising to unimaginable heights, proclaiming, what was once in the east shifts to the west in 30 years. Wouldn't that spell doom for him? Remaining low-key, Qin Feng lifted his chin and pointed at Lin Yu with conviction. I admire your character. Yet, I can perceive the fierce ambition burning within you, akin to an unquenchable fire. It resonates with the essence of genius. I understand. You understand nothing. Lin Yu nearly cursed in frustration. You feign disinterest in opposing me. Yet you are secretly observing, seeking the opportune moment. Victory is paramount. After all, the path of genius allows no room for failure. Qin Feng's aura began to surge, escalating in waves of power. In the blink of an eye, he reached the 6th level of the 5 Qi towards Origin Realm. However, his presence surpassed that of Yi Fan at the 9th level by several magnitudes. Indeed, it was almost more formidable than that of an average true Dan realm expert. As his might erupted, both the Lin and Qin factions grew tense, wary of an imminent clash. Lin Yu, Qin Feng bellowed. Let us engage. I know that someone of your caliber yearns for a worthy opponent, just as I do. How dare you? Just as Lin Yu found himself in a dilemma. The voice of the Zhuge envoy resonated through the void. In the next battle, in the Tianluo star domain, Lin Yu. In the Mayun star domain, Ma Tian. Lin Yu exhaled a sigh of relief. He coughed lightly and pointed towards the arena. I shall commence now. The greater good must prevail. Farewell. With that, the divine steps beneath his feet illuminated, leading him towards the arena. Hey, you scoundrel. How can you reject the challenge of another genius? It is utterly unethical. Qin Feng fumed, but in the next moment, he found himself frozen in place. For Lin Yu had already returned, and the genius from the Mayun star domain, also at the 6th level of the 5 Qi towards Origin Realm, lay sprawled on the ground like a defeated dog. By the looks of it, he would likely take 3 to 5 years to recover. Qin Feng's face twitched, his aura dissipating as he stood in stunned silence. What nonsense is this? Did it truly take just 1 minute? What level has this fellow attained? He was among the top 1,000 geniuses, though there may be some disparity between us. It is inconceivable that one could defeat him in a mere minute. Reining in his aura, Qin Feng stepped forward, grasping Lin Yu's arm, and spoke earnestly. Brother, I suddenly feel we certainly need not rush into battle. Chapter 12. Such a blow to one's spirit. Feeling the warmth emanating from his palm, Lin You appeared somewhat befuddled. How could it be that in just a minute, this prodigy had undergone such a transformation? What does it mean? Qin Feng stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. However, the members of the Lin family were well aware of the situation. Lin Tao burst into hearty laughter. What he means is that he cannot defeat you now and must return to contemplate his strategy. Qin Feng's face flushed crimson. The dignity of a genius forbade him from yielding. But this fellow was indeed too formidable. To subdue that genius from the Mo Yin star would require at least 5 minutes of effort on his part. Yet this Lin Yu accomplished it in under a minute. Was he not 5 times stronger than himself? With this thought, Qin Feng clenched his fists. Truly, he was someone favored by the Chongqing family, undeniably powerful. Lin Yu, do not bask in your triumph too soon. Though you currently surpass me greatly, I cultivate at an astonishing pace. If we meet in the finals, I shall reach the 9th layer of the 5 Qi Chaoyuan realm. At that time, you shall certainly be no match for me. Having uttered these words, Qin Feng did not linger for a second longer, leaving with the members of the Qin family in a hasty retreat, inwardly cursing his fate. Who was this prodigy that had emerged? That seamless display of power was nothing short of overwhelming. At the very least, he possessed the cultivation of the 3rd layer of the true Dan realm. 18 years old. How absurd. I have been absorbing the essence of heaven and earth since birth, cultivating at a rate several times faster than ordinary individuals, and yet I have been outpaced. Indeed, there are realms beyond realms. With this in mind, Qin Feng swiftly concluded his own battles, advancing to the next round, and began his seclusion for cultivation. Lin You, I shall make you understand why the term genius exists. It is due to my cultivation speed, which far exceeds that of ordinary folk. Within the Lin family, you are impressive, Lin Tao exclaimed, giving a thumbs up, his face brimming with pride. Initially, it seemed there was no hope for the Lin family this time, but unexpectedly, within 3 days, Lin You had ascended from an ordinary individual to the true Dan realm. It was simply unbelievable. Elder 8 smugly declared, what did I tell you? I have believed in you since he was young. Elder 6 immediately interjected, come now, wasn't it you who initiated the breeding plan? Elder 8 was momentarily at a loss for words, meekly replying, who could have known? When there was no cultivation, it was simply to ensure the continuation of the lineage. Otherwise, once one achieves a high level of cultivation, procreation becomes impossible. Elder 2, Lin Dong, shot a disapproving glare at the two, his gaze towards Lin Yu brimming with pride. My Lin family's Qilin child is not inferior to anyone, talented with supreme bones and heavy pupils. Even the greatest geniuses today are left in awe. Do enlighten your uncles. What is your current cultivation level? Lin Yu steadied himself, not wishing to waste a single second. He yearned to resume his training without delay, for that genius awaited his vengeance. Every second wasted increased the risk of falling behind. Second uncle, it's not high, perhaps the 4th layer of the true Dan realm. No time for discussion. I must hasten to cultivate. With that, Lin Yu plunged into the secret chamber, embarking on a frenzied training regimen at an accelerated pace of 10,000 times. Lin Tao looked on with a countenance full of satisfaction. Youth is indeed a splendid phase, brimming with vigor. When innate talent cannot be distinctly measured, diligence becomes the sole determining factor. At such a tender age, Yu possesses the wisdom to comprehend this truth. I find solace in this realization, feeling as though I have honored the spirit of his father in the afterlife. The elders nodded in unison, marveling at the remarkable surprise Lin Yu has afforded them this time. A 6th-tier family, perhaps it is truly on the horizon. After a moment of reflection, the elders seemed to awaken from their reverie. The 8th elder let out a piercing scream, his voice filled with incredulity. What did Yu just say regarding his cultivation level? The 6th elder, still trying to grasp the situation, innocently responded, it's the 4th level of true Dan realm. Old 8, what is wrong with you? As his words hung in the air, an eerie silence enveloped the hall. The 4th level of true Dan realm? Is Yu defying the heavens? Across the entire 7th-tier universe, in the span of millennia, has anyone ever witnessed an 18-year-old at the 4th level of true Dan realm? Lin Dong, bewildered, stammered as his fingers trembled. Engulfed in the atmosphere of Lin Yu advancing to the next stage and bringing glory to the Lin family. They had overlooked the fact that Lin Yu had achieved yet another breakthrough. What a cosmic jest. Hadn't Yu just recently broken through to the true Dan realm? Lin Tao, equally perplexed, incredulously slapped his forehead, feeling as though everything was but a dream. In just one day, he had transcended 3 minor realms. Frozen in place, Lin Tao cast a desperate glance at his brothers, seeking a different answer from them to affirm that he had not lost his wits. Yet, as he surveyed the room, he realized that his brothers appeared even more bewildered than he. The eighth elder hesitantly spoke. I believe I was only at the innate realm at 18. The sixth elder instinctively mocked. With your talent, reaching the innate realm is quite normal. The eighth elder turned his head stiffly. And what was your cultivation level at 18? The sixth elder replied, 3 flowers gathering at the apex. Boom. The collective astonishment within everyone erupted once more. The gap between 3 flowers gathering at the apex and true Dan realm is vast, almost unfathomable. Immediately, the gazes of the assembly turned towards Lin Dong, the most gifted among the Lin brothers, who was their last hope for understanding the extraordinary nature of Lin Yu's achievements. Second brother, what about you? Lin Dong replied. I am at the first level of 5 Qi returning to origin. Compared to you, I am hardly worthy of mention. The grand elder, Lin Tao, quickly sensed that something was amiss. A grave expression crossed his face. This is troubling. Such a breakthrough for Yuer may jeopardize his foundation. I must investigate further. At the very least, I must ensure his path is safeguarded. The others nodded in agreement. Elder brother, please hurry. In an instant, Lin Tao darted to the hidden chamber and pushed the door open. The others craned their necks, eagerly watching. 2 minutes later, Lin Tao emerged cautiously, closing the chamber door behind him with a smile of feigned humility, muttering, Good, good, good. You focus on your cultivation, I shall not disturb you. With a resounding thud, the door closed. Elder brother, what transpired? Is Yuer's foundation solid? Lin Tao wore an expression of utter despair upon his face. He turned his head stiffly to gaze at his companions, mechanically uttering, I have no idea. I haven't checked yet. In a swift motion, he consumed the spirit stone before him. Then, addressing me as Tao Gu, he snatched away the storage bag from my waist. Lin Tao tilted his body, revealing that the storage bag had long vanished. The others inquired, and then? How did you manage to escape? Lin Tao shrugged. I have no clue. It just seemed like he didn't need my protection. He simply tore away the storage bag and broke through, seemingly easier than drinking water. What on earth? Another breakthrough. This is absurd. The crowd collectively spat blood in disbelief, casting their final glances at the second brother, Lin Dong. A breakthrough is indeed a positive development, but the speed at which it occurred shattered their understanding. Fearful that Lin Yu might falter, they urged, second brother, why not take another look? To which Lin Dong fervently shook his head, retreating into a corner. Not going. I'd rather die. I was a prominent figure in my time. This is utterly demoralizing. Chapter 13. The Numerical Behemoth. In the following 2 days, the competition among prodigies advanced at an astonishing pace. Lin Yu, apart from effortlessly annihilating his opponents on stage, retreated to a secluded chamber for meditation. Meanwhile, in the bloodslaughter grounds, a legend surrounding a numerical behemoth quietly emerged. Its terror was beyond description, characterized solely by an overwhelming mastery of realms. Each movement, seemingly juvenile, vividly illustrated the concept of one force conquering 10 techniques. Regardless of the caliber of prodigy or their diligent efforts, this being crushed all in its path solely with the prowess of the true Dan realm. Thus, Lin Yu effortlessly progressed to the finals, where only another terrifying anomaly remained, Qin Feng. Unlike Lin Yu, his mastery of techniques was divine, rendering him invincible among equals. His ability to engage in battles beyond his level was equally extraordinary. Techniques honed just the day prior were flawlessly executed the next. The prodigy facing him, having merely unleashed a single divine technique, was immediately pierced by those fearsome eyes. Not only did they discern every flaw with uncanny precision, but they could also replicate the technique one-to-one, often surpassing the original caster in strength. His aura was as profound as the ocean, and each battle resonated with the thunderous crack of bones, the ultimate dominance of supreme bones. At this point, all participating prodigies were left defenseless. They could no longer maintain any semblance of youthful composure or gentlemanly grace, erupting in curses. What the hell? Who told me how to fight? You think this is a game? I've just stepped onto the stage, only to be crushed by a true Dan realm's might. Did I utter a word? Can anyone comprehend my helplessness? 18 years old, at the true Dan realm. I've never encountered such a freakish talent in generations. Is this the prodigy tournament? Or some monstrous farce? Another wave of frustration emerged among those who faced Qin Feng. What about me? I've dedicated 20 years to mastering an extraordinary technique. Under the guidance of ancestors and mighty beings, I barely raised a hand before being pierced through by that monstrous entity. He wields his skills with even greater finesse than I do. What? Was he born of my stepmother? I am, after all, a prodigy ranked among the stellar domains. Who among my family understands this? I cannot play, not even a little. Faced with these two behemoths, the prodigy seethes with anger while the esteemed elder feels a profound shame. Such helplessness, An overwhelming sense of defeat, akin to dedicating oneself to mastering Wing Chun. Believing oneself invincible upon emerging, only to find the opponent brandishing an RPG rocket launcher. It is not a matter of insufficient effort. Rather, we exist on entirely different planes. The Trisolarians mercilessly thrashed the primitive beings. As the envoy Zhuge announces the final showdown, in the Tianluo stellar domain, Lin You, and in the Poxing stellar domain, Qin Feng slowly ascend the divine staircase, stepping toward the solitary arena, under the watchful eyes of the multitude. The anticipation is palpable. One can hardly wait for these two monsters to engage, for the sooner one falls, the better. Their existence casts me as naught but a waste. Is the 5-Qi returning to origin realm so feeble? My great ancestor did not possess such cultivation in his prime. Meanwhile, the members of the Lin and Qin families grow tense. Lin Tao finds his palms damp with cold sweat. The titles of Supreme Bone and Heavy Eye resonate too loudly. Even knowing that Yuer's cultivation is formidable, he cannot quell his worry. Such caliber of genius cannot be measured by ordinary standards. The Qin family members also grit their teeth, resolute not to falter. If they lose, it would imply that Qin Feng is inferior to Lin You. How would the Chongqing family regard this? Would they choose a failure? This battle concerns the fate of their lineage. What should have been a straightforward contest now presents an unsettling anomaly. Where did this monstrous talent of the Lin family emerge from? On the arena, barriers descend layer upon layer. The envoy Zhuge seems to anticipate an extraordinary clash between the two. Even the originally isolated formations are reinforced multiple times. Contrary to expectations, the two do not engage immediately. Instead, they occupy opposite corners of the stage, their expressions grave as if bearing the weight of 100,000 mountains upon their shoulders. Lin You swallows hard, murmuring internally, why does he not make a move? I am filled with dread. It is said that the Heavy Eye can perceive all flaws. If he remains passive, I too dare not act. Should I reveal even the slightest opening, I would surely be eliminated. On the other side, Qin Feng's countenance is even more somber. Minutes of standoff draw a bead of cold sweat from his brow. His eyes, veined with blood, betray the strain of concentration. To what realm has this individual ascended? Despite my breakthrough to the 9th level of the 5-Qi returning to origin, I cannot fathom him in the least. What a monstrous talent. The two are unable to discern each other's strengths or weaknesses, neither daring to strike first. Lin Yu's thoughts are simple, do not reveal any flaws. And there remains a chance of victory. Meanwhile, Qin Feng believes that if the Heavy Eye cannot penetrate the depths of the opponent, this individual must harbor some hidden secrets, rendering him even more hesitant to act impulsively. The spectators are left bewildered, with a young disciple querying, what are they doing? Could someone explain why these two anomalies are gazing deeply into each other's eyes in the arena? Why has the battle not yet commenced? The rain is imminent. I must return home to gather the laundry. Meanwhile, the older individuals appear to be lost in contemplation. If my intuition serves me correctly, they have already engaged in combat. What? There seems to be no conflict at all, not a trace of energy fluctuation. The elderly man with grizzled hair stroked his beard thoughtfully. He declared confidently, this is a realm beyond ordinary comprehension. A clash between celestial beings. The crowd gasped in astonishment. A clash between celestial beings? What does that mean? The old man continued. It may appear that they are not fighting, but in the realm of the mind, they have exchanged blows countless times. He gestured towards Qin Feng. Observe the child from the Qin family. His eyes are bloodshot, clearly indicating that his dual pupils are being pushed to their limits. The cold sweat trickling down his forehead signifies his disadvantage in this mental arena. Upon hearing his words, the onlookers turned to see the details of Qin Feng. He resembled a wounded beast, his body taut and poised for a formidable confrontation. Alarmed, the Qin family members rushed to inquire, what of Lin You? Is he unharmed? The old man adjusted his beard. Not quite. While Lin You appears unscathed, he is under immense pressure. Pay attention to his fingers. The crowd looked again. Noting Lin Yu's fingers were rigid, unable to bend, as if he had been petrified by a binding spell. Who holds the advantage? The old man pondered. At present, it appears Lin You has a slight edge. After all, the cultivation of the true Dan realm is beyond the grasp of ordinary people. The disparity between the true Dan realm and the 5-Qi returning to origin realm is even greater than that between the latter and the innate realm. The Qin family members felt as though the ground had crumbled beneath them. The invincible legend, a genius seldom seen in a million years, was he destined to fall here? The Longevity family's hopes were dashed. Chapter 14, A Flicker of Anxiety. In the arena, Qin Feng was taut with tension. Compared to Lin You, he bore a heavier burden. So calm. Is this your intention? Do you deem me, Qin Feng, unworthy of engaging with you? Standing there so composed while relinquishing the initiative to me? Those experienced in battle understand the significant advantage of striking first. Beads of sweat, resembling pearls, slid down Qin Feng's forehead as he gasped for breath, as if he had just endured a fierce battle. His dual pupils were already veined with blood. No matter how he looked, he could not discern Lin Yu's true state. He roared, "I am the genius of all realms. I carry the hopes and future of the Qin family upon my shoulders. So calm. I have 1,000 reasons not to lose." "Lin You," Qin Feng bellowed, his aura surging dramatically, ascending to the pinnacle of the 9 heavens of the 5 Qi, returning to origin realm. He showed no signs of halting. "I acknowledge you. I cannot afford to lose." Qin Feng screamed, and at that moment, his cultivation surged, breaking through to the true Dan realm. After the feat, Qin Feng threw his head back and howled to the heavens, his eyes gleaming with triumph. "I have succeeded. In just 3 days, I ascended from the 6th realm of the Qi gathering stage directly to the true Dan realm. I have achieved this. How could the title of genius be marred in any way?" Lin Yu's heart sank. What the hell? A breakthrough in the midst of battle? The destined one? Ridiculous. Must it be so exaggerated? I have yet to do anything, and yet you appear as if on the brink of death. Panic surged within him. Could a cultivator at the 9th level of the true Dan realm truly be slain without regard for rank? Lin Yu swallowed hard. Yet, Qin Feng had already advanced toward him, exuding an overwhelming presence that caused the very void to tremble. Even the onlookers from the Lin family couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. A breakthrough in the heat of battle. Such terrifying talent. Qin Feng clenched his jaw. "Lin You, only I shall emerge victorious in the end." He struck with ferocity, stirring the heavenly and earthly spiritual essence. In an instant, the myriad ultimate techniques of countless prodigies manifested in his grasp. An immense surge of spiritual energy was drawn into his being, as if a whale was swallowing its prey. The very fabric of reality began to shatter. "This is a technique of my own creation, named Devouring Heaven. Gathering the essence of 100 schools, through my double-pupiled eyes, I extract its quintessence. Lin You, to stand against someone like you is an honor. However, the title of prodigy shall rest solely upon my shoulders." With a thunderous roar, the supreme bone within Qin Feng unleashed a sound akin to a dragon-esque cry. The power of his technique surged inexplicably, shaking the heavens and the earth. Echoing through the ages, all present were left in awe at this extraordinary phenomenon. Even the envoy from Zhuge displayed a look of astonishment, unable to resist offering praise. "A person like this is seen once in a million years." The Qin family rejoiced wholeheartedly. "My son, Qin Feng, possesses the bearing of an emperor. A breakthrough amidst battle. Mastering the ultimate techniques of 100 schools. Who among his peers can contend? Splendid, splendid, splendid." The other geniuses, witnessing this spectacle, were filled with despair. A singular thought consumed their minds. If Feng exists, then what purpose do I serve? To share an era with Qin Feng is destined to be a lament. With such prowess, it seems that even a 6th-level true Dan cultivator would not stand a chance. Indeed, does the mechanism of fate favor him even more? Alas, Lin You, at 18, has reached a realm seldom seen throughout history, but what a pity. A prodigy encounters another prodigy. One wonders whether to rejoice or to mourn. Everyone believed the battle between the two would reach its conclusion. Yet, in the next moment, all were left dumbfounded. In the arena, Lin You involuntarily took a step back, retreating until there was no escape left. Finally, he unleashed his very first divine ability, the Lin Family's foundational martial art, the Tongbei Fist. Its power somewhat limited, primarily used to temper the bones and refine the body. With a resounding crash, a brilliant light erupted in the arena. A tremendous explosion reverberated through the void, shattering the prohibitive formations. Waves of energy rippled outward. Then, a figure shot forth like a kite with its strings severed. No, more accurately, like a sandbag thrown into the air, he hurtled outwards. Qin Feng had fallen. One strike, and he was vanquished. Dust billowed across the arena as Qin Feng lay amidst the ruins like a lifeless dog, his eyes vacant, his body twitching erratically, a symbol of grievous injury. Teetering on the brink of death, he could rise once more, but it was no longer necessary. In the recent confrontation, he was starkly made aware of the disparity between himself and Lin You. Merely at the level of rudimentary martial arts, he was rendered utterly defenseless. If the opponent were to unleash their formidable powers, Qin Feng dared not to imagine the possibility of being obliterated on the spot. The blood tears flowed from his proud twin pupils, and his supreme bone lamented in sorrow. He murmured, "9th level of the true Dan realm, I have been utterly defeated." What? 9th level of the true Dan realm? At just 18, heaven above, is this even humanly possible? Countless prodigies were driven to madness and despair, their voices hoarse from disbelief as they gazed at the unyielding figure in the arena. An 18-year-old at the 9th level of the true Dan realm. Am I truly born of a stepmother? Why? Even the extraordinary supreme bone and twin pupils could not shake him in the slightest. If Qin Feng had managed a breakthrough at the critical moment, it might have ignited a flicker of hope for them. Yet, the next step was the true fire-refining spirit realm, represented by the elder Lin You, which extinguished any semblance of fighting spirit within them. Even the mere act of looking up at him became a luxury. To witness the figure from afar was enough to affirm their own genius. The older generation was utterly devastated. What kind of cosmic joke was this? I reached the true Dan realm at 300 years of age, and you tell me he is advancing to the true fire-refining spirit realm? Unbelievable. I report. Lin You cannot possibly be 18. He must be concealing his age. I also report, he has surely been possessed by an ancient monster. It is impossible, absolutely impossible. Even Zhuge the envoy regarded Lin You with a gaze laden with profound incredulity. A talent that shakes the ancient and modern worlds? No words can encapsulate the brilliance of this youth. At an equal standing, at 18, even within the Chongqing family, it is unlikely that such a prodigy could arise. Approaching Lin You cautiously, he scrutinized closely, confirming that the latter had not been possessed. It was indeed true. He was 18. He then announced to the crowd, Lin You, 18 years old, champion of the Grand Prodigy Tournament. As the dust settled, the Qin family members collapsed to the ground. Yet, they bore no hatred towards Lin You. For such feelings were inconceivable. Qin Feng had proven himself formidable. He had merely encountered Lin You. Feng had performed admirably. However, Lin You was simply too fearsome. We concede. In stark contrast to the astonishment that enveloped the crowd, the other 5 great families of the Tianluo star domain had already shrunk into the corners. Too fearful to even lift their heads to gaze upon the figure on the stage, Lin You would annihilate them. The long-standing grievances between the Lin family and the 5 great families would be irrevocably resolved by this prodigy's future. Ha! Within the celestial realms, the laughter of Lin family uncles reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Yet, no one felt resentment. Only deep envy and helplessness prevailed. You're amazing, you are. Our Lin family sons ought to be just like this. Chapter 15. Are you all right? Lin You gasped for breath. A joyous expression illuminating his face, as if he had survived a calamity. What a thrill. Is this the sensation of crushing a genius? It is absolutely exhilarating. I love it. Before the battle commenced, he was on the verge of being terrified by Qin Feng's reputation, fearing he might become a mere footnote in history. Yet, even a genius could not resist the allure of numerical prowess. With formidable mastery in his left hand and high cultivation in his right, what could you possibly contend with me? However, it must be said that Qin Feng had crossed 8 minor realms in succession, enduring his own strike without succumbing. Such strength, if this is not monstrous, then what is? But the victor had been determined. A radiant smile graced Lin Yu's face as he approached Qin Feng, crouching down to politely extend his right hand. Brother, you are truly remarkable, Lin You said earnestly. He had no desire to forge enmity with a superlative genius. Noticing Qin Feng's puzzled expression, Lin Yu pulled him up. Really, 8 realms. The fact that you could contend with me to this extent, I envy your talent. With that, the grand formation dissipated, and Lin Yu's words echoed in the ears of the crowd. Faintly, it seemed they heard the sound of Qin Feng spitting blood. Pain etched across his face, he felt his temper flare, and a mouthful of blood erupted uncontrollably. Gritting his teeth, Qin Feng retorted, Are you insulting me? A loss is a loss. I shall return another day. There is no need for such theatrics. Seeing the misunderstanding, Lin Yu quickly waved his hand, exclaiming anxiously, That is not what I meant. Please, don't come again. We have no need for hostility. You shall remain the only genius of the 7th star domain. A thought flickered through the minds of the onlookers. Do you want shrimp when you can have pork heart? You, at the same age as others, yet advanced by 8 minor realms. After winning, you still claim others are geniuses. What is the meaning of this? Are you stirring the pot? The first genius of the 7th star domain? And what of you, O Lin family, who shall henceforth be relegated to the 6th tier? It was clear that this sentiment was not limited to the crowd. Even Qin Feng harbored similar thoughts. He forcefully shook off Lin Yu's arm. You scoundrel. I shall remember you. This is the first time in my life I have lost to someone else. But Lin Yu, don't rejoice too soon. One day, I shall repay this humiliation in full. With that, Qin Feng turned to leave, yet it was evident to the keen observer that his aura was wavering. Even his recently attained true Dan realm began to flicker uncertainly, showing signs of decline. Was his Dao heart fracturing? The members of the Qin family rushed forward to stabilize Qin Feng's foundation, their faces paling significantly. A loss was not to be feared. The path of a cultivator was inherently one of defiance against destiny. If the Dao heart shattered, what future could one speak of? Fenger, a loss is just a loss. It is not your fault. We must blame the opponent for being too monstrous. Indeed, Qin Feng, you remain the future of our Qin family. At worst, you shall be the second brightest star. Exactly. Lin You is merely a fraction stronger than you. One elder expressed dissatisfaction, saying, "Pa, do you even know how to comfort someone?" As others stepped aside, the elder's expression was conflicted, and after a pause, he finally said, "Feng, let us return and rest. I cannot speak in sincere words." With that, the absence of comfort only exacerbated Qin Feng's already precarious state, and in an instant, his cultivation plummeted to the 5 Qi, returning to Origin Realm. In the midst of a tumultuous descent, the atmosphere around him erupted like a shattered vessel, with spiritual energy surging forth uncontrollably. It was only upon reaching the pinnacle of the 3 flowers that Qin Feng finally steadied himself. He turned, blood tears streaming from his eyes, and the fury that once filled his gaze towards Lin You had dissipated, leaving behind an unsettling tranquility, as still as stagnant water. In that moment, his extraordinary dual pupils slowly coalesced into brilliance. Then, it transformed into a radiant starry light, the eye of the celestial wheel. With a resounding force, Qin Feng declared with solemnity, "Lin You, I shall remember you. This is not about vengeance. In all the realms of heaven and earth, only I shall inscribe the legends." Upon uttering these words, Qin Feng's aura began to retract, growing increasingly ancient and weighty. He left them with a message: "Next time, I shall personally cleanse the shame of today." The members of the Qin family were left bewildered, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. The eye of the celestial wheel. Such a phenomenon transcended even the dual pupils. If the dual pupils were a rarity seen once in a million years, then the talent of the eye of the celestial wheel was exceedingly rare across all realms. Was it a blessing in disguise? Lin You, too, was in a state of confusion. What was happening? Hadn't he done anything at all? Is this what it means to be the child of destiny? Even comforting him for a moment could awaken such power? It seemed he had unwittingly become a mere experience for others. Upon witnessing Qin Feng's awakening, some in the Qin family immediately suggested he reclaim his honor. "Shouldn't you wash away today's disgrace, Feng?" Qin Feng remained silent, hastening his pace forward. Through his spiritual consciousness, he communicated, "It's still not enough to defeat them. We must retreat." The Qin family members were perplexed. "But what of the bold words you just spoke?" Qin Feng replied, "That was merely for show, with so many people present. Do I not have my pride?" Their spirits, which had briefly lifted, fell once more. They had hoped that his awakening would lead to a significant victory. But this young man had not changed at all. Once the crowd dispersed, the emissary from Zhuge approached, his expression radiant as he stepped forth from the void and landed in the Lin family's territory. "Congratulations. The Lin family's prodigy has claimed the top position in the Great Talent Competition. According to our customs, you are now elevated to a 6th-tier family. Esteemed friend, here is the token of the Eternal Life family. You may choose a star domain to settle in." The emissary drew forth a magnificent token from his waist, emblazoned with the characters for Zhuge. Its penmanship pierced the heavens, and merely gazing upon it allowed one to feel the authority of the Eternal Life family. Lin Tao momentarily stood in astonishment, but soon his face broke into a wide smile. "Thank you, Elder Zhuge. We are deeply grateful." He grasped the token, feeling an unprecedented sense of elation. A 6th-tier family, a 3rd-tier status. They had shed the shackles of being 3rd-tier servants. This was an achievement that the 28 brothers of the Lin family had fought valiantly for, but failed to accomplish. Today, it had come to fruition, thanks to Lin You. The Lin family members possessed extraordinary talents. Had they not been suppressed by the 3rd-tier star domain, the Eternal Life family would not have restricted them. Long ago, they would have already shattered the barriers of martial arts and ascended to immortality. How could they have endured the bullying from the 5 great families of the Tianluo star domain over the years? Not just Lin Tao, but even the 2nd elder, Lin Dong, and the other brothers were moved to tears. "Brother, we have succeeded. From now on, the Lin family shall no longer be servants." "Good, good, good." Someone exclaimed repeatedly, echoing the joy. The joy was palpable. A true man, born of heaven and earth, might yet see the Lin family ascend to become the next illustrious lineage. In an instant, the auras of the elders erupted around them. The suppressed realms yearned for liberation at that moment. The envoy of Zhuge smiled and waved his hand, releasing a torrent of spiritual energy that restrained the cultivator's powers. "My fellow Taoists have remained dormant for too long. I understand your excitement, but we are, after all, in the 7-star domain. If you seek to break through, it would be wise to wait until your promotion." Lin Tao nodded repeatedly, offering an awkward smile. "What you say is true. We have lost our composure. By the decree of the Chongqing family, no cultivator may break through to the martial immortal realm in the lower 3-star domains." The envoy of Zhuge nodded, steadying himself. He then spoke with a smile, "Lin Family's Lin You, have you truly no intention of marrying into my Zhuge clan?" Chapter 16, Conspiracy. Upon the mention of past matters, Lin Tao found himself in a difficult position. After all, the Zhuge family was a Chongqing lineage. Although Lin Tao was reluctant in his heart, he feared the animosity it might provoke. Fortunately, Lin You returned swiftly. Lin Tao stepped forward, grasping his shoulder. Young man, a monumental opportunity has fallen upon you. Will you accept it? Lin Yu looked at his uncle in bewilderment. An opportunity? How can I trust that? What good could possibly come to the Lin family? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yu shook his head firmly. No way. I would never do it. Lin Tao, exasperated, gave him a light slap. Turning back, he spoke apologetically. Envoy Zhuge, I apologize. My nephew is quite unruly and truly unworthy to be the son-in-law of the Zhuge family. Lin Yu interjected. Uncle, what did you just say? Wait. Lin Tao shot him a warning glance. Oh no. My future wife. Marrying into the Chongqing family for support? My pristine girlfriend? What the heck? Just as Lin Yu was about to voice his thoughts, he caught sight of the amiable expressions of his uncles. Goodness. It seemed this matter was not within his control. The envoy of Zhuge observed with amusement, waving his hand. No matter. It was merely a casual inquiry. I wish you all, my fellow Taoists, a swift breakthrough. With that, the envoy turned and departed. In the Tianluo Star Domain, within the Grand Hall, the 5 prominent families, Yi, Li, Wang, Wei, and Zhang, gathered together. An elder clad in Taoist robes leaned on his cane, his expression grave. I shall refrain from lengthy discourse. The Lin family has risen drastically, ascending to a 6th-tier family. It is time for us to settle our long-standing grievances, lest the Lin family, upon breaking through to the martial immortal realm, seek retribution against us. The two-headed divine figure nodded, emanating a formidable pressure. Indeed, we share a blood feud with the Lin family. Let us not forget that 8 elders of the Lin family perished at our hands. Rather than wait for their vengeance, it is prudent to strike first. As his words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the hall. The notion of taking action became a consensus among the assembly. Yet, the question of who would strike first held immense significance. The Lin family was not to be trifled with. The first family to engage would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Upon witnessing the scene, the elder in the Taoist robe was the first to speak, his cane striking the ground with a resounding thud. Esteemed friends, there is no need for concern. The Lin family currently has only their 8 brothers capable of combat, all residing at the pinnacle of the celestial realm. My Yi family is willing to take the lead and will dispatch 4 practitioners of the celestial realm. Among the 5 great families, the enmity between the Yi and Lin families runs the deepest. If we are to settle accounts, the first family to be addressed must undoubtedly be the Yi family. The elder, confident in his knowledge, observed as the other families expressed their intent to also send 3 practitioners of the celestial realm. Excellent. With 16 celestial realm practitioners, the Lin family, regardless of their prowess, shall not be our match. Everyone, return and prepare swiftly. In 3 days, we shall cleanse the Lin family. The assembly nodded in agreement and departed. This time, they truly mobilized all their forces. As venerable families of the Tianluo Star Domain, unlike the Lin family, their strong practitioners of the celestial realm were primarily from the previous generation. For this impending conflict, they would need to rouse them from their seclusion, and with some planning, 3 days would suffice. At the Lin family estate, Lin You sat in a chair, his ears filled with the praises of his uncles, each boasting more than the last. They raised their cups high, drinking deeply, seemingly intent on releasing decades of pent-up frustration. In the center of the grand hall stood 18 tablets, each bearing the names of the other 18 brothers. You lot, you are indeed unfortunate. I have always said that you is the hope of the Lin family, our prodigy. Drink, drink. You cannot envision the future of the Lin family. Lin Tao, with a flushed face and thick neck, could not contain his tears. He stumbled, cradling a wine jar, pouring a full bowl for each name on the tablets. The Lin family shall not cease here. The dreams you left unfulfilled will be carried on by us brothers, and you are. With a mighty shout, Lin Tao urged everyone to drink. The assembly raised their cups in a toast. Lin You observed the scene, a wave of emotion washing over him. Though he was not of this world, nor truly a member of the Lin family, he felt a stirring of sentiment in this moment. Ding! Mission accomplished. Reward, critical hit roulette x2. Critical hit duration, 3 days. Achievement unlocked, striking down the contemporary talents. Reward, Huangdi Sword Classic, Heavenly Grade. What? There are additional rewards? Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat. The unlocking of the achievement was entirely unexpected. The Heavenly Grade technique, belonging to the highest echelon of all techniques, could directly influence the outcome of battles based on its superiority at the same cultivation level. To his knowledge, the entire Lin family possessed only one Earth Grade technique. What a delightful surprise. Lin Yu rejoiced internally. After concocting a plausible excuse, he hurriedly retreated into the secret chamber. The colorful roulette began to spin slowly. Lin Yu held his breath, silently fixated on the wheel. 100 times. Autumn pear syrup. The silver-gray pointer initially meandered across the wheel, casually circling a few times before drifting past the X2 option. As its speed gradually diminished, Lin You waved his hands fervently. Not X5, not X5. Please, no. Ding. Achieve 500 times the cultivation speed. The pointer steadily landed in the 5 times speed zone. Lin You rolled his eyes in exasperation, but quickly adjusted his mindset. It's fine. One cannot always be extraordinarily lucky. I still have a critical hit roulette. Just one word. Let's do this. Lin You gesticulated excitedly. He activated the critical hit roulette for the second time. If it can stack, then what is there to fear? X20 ding. Acquired cultivation speed of 10,000 times. Alright. I accept it. After all, I have nothing else to do. 10,000 times it is. Immediately, Lin You began to cultivate the Yellow Emperor Sword Classic. It was the same as before. His comprehension was terribly poor. Progress was slow, akin to squeezing toothpaste. However, under the acceleration of 10,000 times, even toothpaste could be squeezed out rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he had already grasped the basics. But Lin You was not satisfied with merely that. He continued to meditate in seclusion, striving to perfect the Yellow Emperor Sword Classic within 3 days and simultaneously break through to the true fire refining spirit realm. Proficiency: Yellow Emperor Sword Classic 50-100. Proficiency: Yellow Emperor Sword Classic 60-100. Proficiency. Outside the Great Hall, the once inebriated crowd had unknowingly ceased their revelry. Their gazes converged, all directed towards the depths of the secret chamber, where a figure sat cross-legged in meditation. Elder 8 was moved, lamenting, "You are so understanding. It pains my heart." Elder 6 sighed heavily. "It is our inadequacy that has placed such burdens upon a child." Even the typically stern Lin Tao clenched his cup tightly. Crack. The bronze vessel was crushed in his grip. Lin Tao gritted his teeth. "Brothers, we can no longer assist you or further. The only thing we can do is provide him with cultivation resources. The blood feud of the Lin family must come to an end. Prepare to take action." Chapter 17, The Annihilation War. 2 days slipped by in an instant. Proficiency: Yellow Emperor Sword Classic 80100. Proficiency: Yellow Emperor Sword Classic 81100. Proficiency. Lin You was still in seclusion, engrossed in his cultivation. Suddenly, a notification sounded in his mind. Mission issued: Annihilation War. Mission reward: Super Critical Hit Roulette X2. Critical hit duration: 1 day. Note: the Super Roulette has a minimum of 100 times acceleration. Lin You was left bewildered. What was happening? Annihilation? Whose clan was to be annihilated? The Lin family? Don't joke. We haven't even ascended to the 6-star domain yet. However, this super critical hit roulette was undeniably tempting. With a minimum of 100 times acceleration, the maximum must be heavenly. As he pondered this, a smile crept across Lin Yu's face. He was already envisioning himself soaring through the skies, unfettered in his desires. He was on the cusp of a breakthrough to the true fire refining spirit realm. Charge! Lin Yu shouted, his internal spiritual energy reaching its threshold. The true fire refining spirit realm was the first step into becoming a martial immortal. By refining the spirit, once the opportunity arose, he could directly break into the martial immortal realm. Boom! A formidable wave of energy erupted from his body. In the next moment, a muffled explosion resonated from within Lin Yu. Soon, his breath began to plummet dramatically. A diminutive figure, identical to him, erupted within. At the moment of its emergence, the little being began to pulsate as if in a nurturing embrace. Lin Yu's aura gradually ascended. He had attained the true fire of divine refinement. Clenching his fist, he gently unleashed a punch. The void shattered inch by inch, resonating with a deep, thunderous echo, a testament to his immense strength. If he were to confront Qin Feng now, he could likely vanquish him without a single strike, merely through the weight of his presence. Feeling the power coursing through his palm, Lin Yu couldn't help but marvel. Just as he was about to share his elation, he was struck with astonishment. Aside from the unrelated servants, not a single uncle was present in the Lin household. Tao Gu, where are you all? Lin Yu's heart sank. Recalling the earlier task issued by the system, he began to sense impending doom. Could it be that while he was in seclusion, the Lin family had been annihilated? He swallowed hard, and his consciousness extended slowly. However, after searching the entire Lin estate, he found no trace of them. Oh dear, uncle, you have met a tragic end. Who has taken your lives? Come to me in my dreams tonight, and I shall avenge you. Tears welled up in Lin Yu's eyes. In just 2 short days, the once harmonious family had vanished into thin air. Was this the destiny dictated by the system? I do not wish for such a cataclysmic beginning, Lin Yu lamented. The next moment, 8 figures burst into the courtyard from outside, each clad in blood-stained garments, gasping for breath, their auras exceedingly unstable. Before Lin You could inquire further, Lin Tao swung a slap at him. You little brat, what nonsense are you babbling? Has your cultivation muddled your mind? From afar, we could hear your lamentations. Lin You winced, clutching the back of his head. You all aren't dead? Smack. The second elder, Lin Dong, followed suit with a slap. Is it so hard to hope for something good? Then, as Lin You stood bewildered, each member tossed a storage bag towards him. Upon opening it, he found it brimming with spirit stones and various heavenly treasures. If taken out, they could likely cultivate several practitioners of the true elixir realm. The spirit stones piled high, more numerous than pebbles by the roadside, appeared almost worthless. What is happening? Tao Gu, what have you all been up to? Lin You asked, perplexed. A triumphant smile spread across Lin Tao's face as he gave a thumbs up. We struck while they were unprepared, launching a direct assault on the Li family. Those bastards were planning a surprise attack on us tomorrow. We decided to eliminate one today, reducing their numbers for tomorrow. What the hell? Lin Yu's face twitched. So all these treasures were plundered from their enemies? A clan extermination war? What the hell? The eighth elder chuckled, revealing a mouth full of yellowed teeth. Blood feuds and deep-seated hatred must be avenged in due time. Those old bastards probably have no idea that we have been watching them closely. You. The largest portion in the storage bag is from your eighth uncle. The sixth elder protested. Do not listen to his nonsense. Mine is clearly the largest. Taken from his storage bag. You must clearly understand that sixth uncle is truly the best for you. Wait, who is eighth master? How dare you take advantage of me? Old eight. In an instant, the two began to clash in the void. Their confrontation intense as if they were truly fighting for their lives. The eighth elder bellowed. I told you, where on earth has that damned rainbow fruit vanished to? You think you can just take my storage bag? Do you consider yourself a thief? The sixth elder's face flushed red, defiantly stating, what is mine is yours. Can one call it theft if it belongs to oneself? The void shattered inch by inch as their battle escalated. Suddenly, the heavens darkened. Lin You believed they had ignited genuine flames, hastily attempting to mediate. Uncles, please cease. There is plenty to go around. More than Brother Tao has. Is that not sufficient? In the next moment, a figure shot forth. The eighth elder sank into the ground, coughing up blood, his aura dwindling to the brink of collapse. What is happening? We are all brothers. Sixth brother, do you possess no sense of restraint? Lin Tao scolded. But soon after, they heard the faint voice of the eighth elder. It is them. Quickly, support sixth brother. The grand formation isolates our perception. They have come prepared. A chill ran through the hearts of those present upon hearing this. The second elder, Lin Dong, waved his sleeve, and the mist of the heavens was instantaneously dispelled, revealing a figure within the red square formation. For practitioners of the martial Tao's profound realm were besieging the sixth elder. Sixth brother, Lin Kai? Hurry, save him. Lin Tao led 5 other elders straight toward the heavens. Yet before they could approach, for figures in the void obstructed their path. Their auras were as decayed as an ancient tomb, visibly aged. Accompanying them were the heads of the 4 great families, totaling 12 practitioners of the martial Tao's profound realm within the grand formation. The old man in the Tao robe smiled coldly. Dear friends, you seem quite anxious. Have you encountered some trouble? We are in the same domain. Lending a hand is not out of the question. The dual-headed shadow blocked their retreat. What need is there for idle chatter? The Lin family shall be utterly annihilated today. Inside the grand formation, the sixth elder, beset by 4 practitioners of the martial Tao's profound realm, found himself at a disadvantage. Even if the Lin family possessed formidable strength, they could not withstand 4 against 1 in the same realm. Lin Tao clenched his fists, blood seeping from his palms. Without a word, he shouted, Kill. Let the heavens tremble with our wrath. If you seek to eradicate the Lin family, then in your next life. Lin Tao was the first to charge forth, clashing with the 3 opponents. At this moment, the 6th elder was surrounded, and with each passing second, the peril escalated. The 8th elder had lost his combat capability, forcing the Lin family to fight with 6 against 8. Elder brother, I shall aid you. The 2nd elder, Lin Dong, bellowed, breaking free from his entanglement. Do not mind me. Save Lin Kai. Lin Tao turned, scolding in anger. For a moment, despite being outnumbered, they did not falter. The old man in the Tao robe suddenly spewed forth a mouthful of essence blood, his once mighty aura climbing anew. Hold them. Once the battle within the grand formation concludes, it shall be the end of the Lin family. Chapter 18. The Sword Classic of the Yellow Emperor, Sword 1, Punish the Heavens. Lin You stood within the confines of the residence, witnessing the bloodshed in the void as the 6th elder struggled under the weight of despair. Several uncles fought like madmen, desperately attempting to break through the encirclement to rescue their brothers. Yet they were resolutely hindered by the members of the 4 great clans. Clenching his fists, Lin You pondered whether this battle truly belonged to him. The realm of martial arts was profound, and with one more step, He could ascend to the level of a martial immortal. Perhaps he should flee? Such thoughts coursed through Lin Yu's mind. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the 8th elder struggling to rise. His body lay in tatters, akin to stagnant water in a muddy alley, visibly grievously injured. The stark whiteness of his exposed bones was apparent on his chest. The 8th elder roared, blood gushing from his wounds, repeatedly attempting to stand and rally his spirit. Yet he resembled a deflated balloon, unable to rise. Lin Yu could not help but clench his fists tighter, his aura beginning to surge gradually. In that moment, memories of the Lin family flickered before his eyes like a revolving lantern. In the clan extermination battle, I killed you all, Lin Yu murmured. He stepped forward. Approaching the 8th elder, a warm current surged from his palm, staving off the deterioration of the 8th elder's body. You, Lin Yu? The 8th elder looked up in astonishment. Leave first. The Lin family has us old fellows to hold the fort. It's all right. Lin Yu scoffed. Stop talking nonsense, 8th master. If they free their hands, it will be a siege. If you all perish, what is the point of me surviving? With that, Lin Yu lightly tapped his toes, stepping toward the void. True fire refining spirit. Victory in the realm of martial arts was not guaranteed. This was the battle of a genius transcending realms. What does that kid intend to do? Seeking death? In the void, the robed elder entangled with the Lin family noticed Lin Yu, almost forgetting this little bastard. Ranked first on the talents list. If he was not eradicated now, he could become a significant threat in the future. The two-headed shadow squinted, each of its strikes generating bizarre fluctuations. I will go kill him. You all hold him off. The two-headed figure forcefully broke free from the 4th elder's entanglement. In an instant, panic spread among the Lin family. Even the Grand Elder Lin Tao, who was fighting 3 opponents, roared in anger. Quick, savior, he must not die. The 2nd elder, Lin Dong, was deeply ensnared, attempting repeatedly to break free but being repelled each time. In a moment of desperation, he spat out a mouthful of vital blood. Little did they know, the members of the 4 great clans were in perfect sync, seemingly intent on severing the future of the Lin family entirely. Similarly, they spewed forth vital blood, forcibly enhancing their combat power. No, you were a run. Go. Boy, have you muddled your brain in your training? Who the hell told you to come here? We old fellows have our own plans. The uncles, unable to extricate themselves, could only shout in anger. As the two-headed figure was about to collide with Lin Yu, Lin Tao bellowed, 8th elder, lying there doing nothing. Get up. You or must not die. The 8th elder was frantic with anxiety. Yet he stood there, unable to utter a single word. Before Lin Yu departed, he had forcibly placed a restriction upon him using his cultivation. In his current shattered form, he could not stir even a fraction. At the edge of the starry domain, several figures gazed into the distance. The Zhuge envoy, with arms crossed, witnessed the unfolding events. One among them inquired, the Lin family has just claimed victory in the grand tournament. Should we intervene? The Zhuge envoy shook his head. Has the Chongqing family ever concerned itself with such trivial matters? The Lin family's fate is theirs to resolve. Another asked, what of Lin Yu? He is a promising talent. No less than Qin Feng. It would be a pity for him to perish. The envoy continued to shake his head. His choices are his own and concern us not. Aside from the Chongqing family, no one has ever slain a master of the martial realm at the tender age of 18. What a pity for Lin Yu. At the Lin family estate, Lin Yu had already reached the battlefield's edge, stepping through the void. The two-headed specter traversed the skies, its speed escalating. Oh, the champion of the grand tournament? If I kill you, those old geezers will surely be infuriated, huh? Lin Yu remained silent. A swirl of mysterious yellow sword energy coalescing in his palm. What? Do you still wish to confront me? The martial realm is not something a mere insect like you can comprehend. The two-headed specter sneered, performing a hand gesture, causing another severed head to suddenly open its eyes. Die! A thunderous scream erupted, shattering the void around the dual-headed figure. In a moment of desperation, the Lin family members found themselves in utter disarray, embroiled in a fierce struggle with no escape. Shouts of fury filled the air as they fought valiantly to rescue one another. Yet, in the next instant, they beheld Lin Yu, unflinching, charging forward. Clang! Yellow Emperor Sword Classic 100100. Yellow Emperor Sword Classic. Heaven's Judgment. With a single strike, the heavens dimmed. The boundless clouds were torn asunder in an instant, a colossal sword, akin to a celestial object, materializing in the void. Before the sound waves could approach, they were utterly obliterated by the sword energy. The two-headed specter's pupils dilated in panic. No, it's impossible. True fire refinement realm. How could it be so soon? The sword resonated through the air, piercing the two-headed specter instantly. He looked down at the gaping wound in his chest. Heavenly level technique, how could it be? In an instant, the sword energy detonated within him, annihilating his very soul. Boom. Time seemed to freeze at that moment as all gazes turned in disbelief towards Lin You. With another strike, a martial realm practitioner was slain before the Grand Elder Lin Tao. A second strike. A third. For consecutive slaughters. In the true fire refinement realm, he had vanquished 4 masters of the martial realm. No. The old man in the Taoist robe bellowed in frustration. Why? How can a mere 7th-tier family possess a heavenly-level technique? 18 years old. The true fire refinement realm. How is this possible? With the 4 martial realm masters slain, the pressure on Lin Tao and the others diminished drastically. In an instant, they shattered the encirclement surrounding Elder Lu. 1 against 4 was not necessarily a losing battle. 7 against 8. The advantage lies with us. Run. Quickly. Those who can escape, do so. The furious shout reverberated through the air, causing the crowd to scatter like frightened birds. The tides of battle had shifted. Kill. Leave no one alive. The blood feud of the Lin family would be avenged today. Lin Tao took the lead, swiftly pinning the Zhang family patriarch to the ground, with the advantage of numbers lost. This group could no longer contend with the elders of the Lin family. Their annihilation was merely a matter of time. Lin You fell from the void, caught by the 8th elder, who was desperately breaking free from his bindings. You truly are impressive, the 8th elder stammered, momentarily forgetting that he had been restrained by Lin You. Unable to suppress his admiration, he raised his thumb, his eyes sparkling with indescribable joy. Having lived for more than half a lifetime, he had never encountered such a prodigy. Incredible. Where did you learn this term? Impressive? Lin You replied weakly, drained after unleashing several swords that had exhausted his internal energy. The 8th elder sheepishly scratched his head. You often shout this during your seclusion, so I figured it must be a compliment, right? Chapter 19. A sword that calms the heavens. The morale had crumbled. The once balanced scales of combat were utterly shattered. The Lin family had transformed into the harbinger of a one-sided massacre. Within mere moments, the uncles had returned to the grand residence, carrying several blood-soaked heads. Those scoundrels fled quite swiftly, leaving some unfinished business. Lin scolded angrily. The recent pursuit had nearly eradicated the living forces of the 5 great families. However, those who had survived to this day were seasoned veterans with formidable skills. After a tumultuous chase, the old Taoist had indeed managed to escape. Nevertheless, the Lin family was unrelenting. To guard against any future threats, they executed all cultivators above the true Dan realm from the 5 families, sparing only their wives and children, an act of final mercy. They returned with a wealth of resources sufficient to sustain the Lin family for decades without worry. Lin Tao laughed heartily, his clothes stained with blood, revealing wounds that exposed bone. I, the Lin family's Qilin child, am remarkable, truly extraordinary. To slay a master of the martial arts profound realm with the true fire refinement realm, there is no second in all the realms. The elders nodded in agreement. It was only at this moment that they truly grasped the magnitude of Lin Yu's talent. You, my son, what level of technique was that sword you wielded earlier? We have never witnessed such prowess, inquired the 2nd elder, Lin Dong, as he approached to assist the 8th elder in healing his injuries. The Yellow Emperor Sword Classic. Lin Yu replied, his complexion pale, speaking truthfully. The Yellow Emperor Sword Classic? Does it possess a grade? Lin Dong furrowed his brow, seemingly piecing together the puzzle. Yes. It is of heaven grade, Lin Yu replied with a grin. As his words echoed through the hall, silence enveloped the crowd, the air thick with tension. Even the faintest sounds of hurried breaths could be discerned. The gravity of their expressions was even more intense than that of the preceding battle. Lin Tao's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. What nonsense is this? Heaven grade? Come on. When did our Lin family ever possess a technique of that caliber? I doubt even a 6th-tier family could claim one. Lin Yu did not linger on the matter. With a single hand gesture, he signaled. The profound techniques of the Huangdi Sword Classic surged into Tao Ji's being, overwhelming him with an influx of memories. Before anyone else could speak, he pointed out several key aspects. Elders began to stutter, their lifetimes filled with experiences, yet they stood bewildered at this moment. What on earth? This truly is a celestial-level technique. What a farce in the star domain. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Celestial-level techniques are one thing. But how have you mastered it to such perfection? You're merely 18, are you not? This is absurd. An immense torrent of memories flooded the minds of the onlookers. The well-versed uncle discerned Lin Yu's cultivation level at a glance. Tao Gu, with a stiff neck, slowly approached Lin Yu, forcefully grasping his neck, his eyes wide with disbelief. Impossible. Let me see if you've been possessed. Even with the Lin family's talent, such a prodigy should not exist. Lin Yu winced in pain. Tao Gu, stop it. I'm a genius. I possess the supreme bone and the reincarnation eye, which grants me exceptional advantages. Is it so odd that I cultivate a bit faster? The crowd responded in unison, their expressions oddly synchronized. A bit faster? Do you truly believe that? How long has it been? Are you intending to dominate the realms? Ding. Mission accomplished. Reward. Supercritical Strike Wheel X1. After multiple confirmations that Lin You had not been possessed, the Lin family finally settled down to discuss their relocation plans. Outside the Tianluo star domain, the Zhuge envoy and his entourage were enveloped in a profound silence, not uttering a word, merely bowing their heads. Suddenly, the usually composed Zhuge envoy lifted his gaze towards his companions. What if I forcibly abduct this Lin You and take him as a son-in-law into the Zhuge family? The followers were utterly horrified, quickly exclaiming, "My lord, please reconsider. We must not tarnish the dignity of the Chongqing family. If this were to leak, we would be the subject of ridicule." The Zhuge envoy, in a huff, retorted, "Am I asking for your opinion?" He fell silent, seemingly sulking as he took a few steps forward. Suddenly, he turned back again. "What if I disguise myself? Then no one would know I belong to the Zhuge family." The crowd urged, "My lord, it's better to let this thought go. There is still Qin Feng. He too is a genius." The Zhuge envoy was so consumed by thoughts of Lin You that he didn't register their words. "Qin Feng? Who is that? Is he the one Lin You defeated in a single move? How distasteful." In the background, one could faintly hear the sound of the crowd collectively spitting blood. The Supreme Bone and the Reincarnation Eye. No, it has now become the combination of the Supreme Bone and the Celestial Wheel Eye. Can this even be subjected to disdain? Are they still alive? Truly, the comparison between individuals can be infuriating. Where do these prodigies emerge from? Today's events spread like wildfire, echoing throughout the realms. Soon, the name Lin You resonated across the vast multiverse. At merely 18 years of age, he had reached the true fire refinement realm, defeating those at the martial Dao profound level with ease and securing first place in the celestial prodigy competition. His formidable reputation echoed through the heavens and earth. Meanwhile, within the Qin family, Qin Feng, in deep seclusion, felt a tumultuous surge of energy around him. Following a significant defeat, his composure had ironically grown more resolute. A tremendous wave of energy erupted. In less than half a month, he had managed to break through to the True Dan realm, ascending further to the 6th level of the True Dan realm. With the combination of the Supreme Bone and the Celestial Wheel Eye, Qin Feng was confident he could hold his own against even the average practitioner of the True Fire Refinement realm. "Lin You, I have emerged from seclusion. I will seek you out again. I hope you do not disappoint me." Qin Feng clenched his fists, feeling the strength born from his diligent training. He kicked open the door of his hidden chamber, ready to announce his momentous breakthrough to the others. However, he was met with the hurried arrival of the family patriarch. After a brief moment, Qin Feng found himself retreating into a corner, overwhelmed by the news of recent events. His heart ached with injustice. Had it not been for his pride, he would have sought solace in his mother's embrace, weeping bitterly. In frustration, he yanked at the grass roots beneath him, tearing them apart, muttering to himself, "Why, Lin You, how dare you bully me? I have been training diligently. You claim to be in the true fire refinement realm? And you've slain those at the martial Dao profound level? I'm done. Damn it. What infuriates me the most is that messenger from Zhuge. I am a super genius in my own right. What does it mean that you find me lacking compared to Lin You? As if I were born of a lesser lineage. If you wish to find a freak, go seek Lin You. Why come to me?" Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, Qin Feng stood up, his fists clenched with vengeance akin to that of a son avenging his father. "How dare those scoundrels lay hands on Lin You? If Lin You were to perish, would I not be forever branded on the pillar of shame, unable to rise again? The Qin family shall swiftly eliminate the Yi family in the Tianluo star domain." Chapter 20. The 6th rank family. Following the fierce battle, the Lin family took a brief respite before relocating en masse. Though it sounded grand, in truth, only 8 elders and Lin You constituted the core of the family. The Lin family had no collateral branches and lacked long-term retainers or stewards. The original attendants, after receiving adequate compensation, were sent back to their respective homes. Within the 6th rank star domain, there were distinctions of status. The Lin family chose a moderately situated star domain to establish their roots. Firstly, this would prevent encounters with overly powerful families, avoiding a repeat of past hardships. After all, the notion of outsiders dividing the spoils is unappealing to anyone. Secondly, the Lin family was ascending from a lower 3rd rank star domain. Several of my uncles have been suppressing their cultivation for quite some time, and none have yet managed to transcend into the realm of martial immortals. It is prudent to remain low-key and bide our time. In the dreaming star domain, the Lin family is firmly established, simultaneously recruiting servants while strategizing on how to engage with the other 3 prominent families in the area. Have you truly reached the true fire refinement stage? Perhaps it would be wise to settle your marriage arrangements. After all, you are already 18. It is the age to start a family. In the grand hall, Lin Tao sat at the head, gripping his teacup with a solemn expression. As cultivators progress, The challenge of begetting offspring increases significantly. The true fire refinement stage is still within reach, but time is of the essence. Lin You felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Has it only been a short while, and they are already pressing for marriage? Am I truly so old at 18? Tao Gu, there's no need to rush into marriage. Lin You chuckled, attempting to deflect the conversation. How can there be no urgency? The second elder, Lin Dong, exclaimed, slapping his thigh. You are the sole heir of the Lin family. Should we not be concerned about our lineage? If you wait until you reach the martial mysticism or martial immortal stages, it may be too late to conceive. We, your brothers, are eagerly anticipating holding our grandchildren. The eighth elder nodded in agreement. I have previously contacted a young lady from the Zhao family of the 8th star domain. If she does not meet your approval, I shall arrange for others, he added. We have even prepared an aphrodisiac for you. Under the relentless pressure from his relatives, Lin You felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Good heavens, this pressure is far greater than facing 10 prodigies in combat. Should I decline? It may hurt my uncle's feelings. After all, I am the only heir of the Lin family. If I do not reproduce, can I rely on these uncles, who have lived for thousands of years, to do so? Yet, if I do not refuse, given my current rate of progress, finding a suitable partner may soon become a challenge. In no time, our worlds may diverge. How does one navigate marriage in such circumstances? Uncles, let me think it over. Lin You stammered. That makes sense. The sixth elder chimed in, the first to side with Lin You. What does a man have to fear without a wife? It's merely about having children. Tomorrow, I will visit the star-picking tower to find you a dozen suitable ladies. Rest assured, they can certainly bear you a multitude of offspring. Upon hearing this, Lin You felt his heart sink once again. The star-picking tower? A brothel? Do they truly consider me a stallion? Goodness, is there no decency in this world? Nonsense. I believe the Zhao family's daughter is quite suitable. After all, she hails from a prominent family, even if our backgrounds do not perfectly align. I have heard that she possesses extraordinary talent. At just 16, she has already reached the 5 Qi returning to origin stage, and she is certain to break through to the martial immortal realm in the future. The second elder, Lin Dong, spoke earnestly. Upon hearing this, the uncles nodded in agreement. Indeed, while she may not surpass you, her talent is admirable enough to be considered a match. Excellent. I shall proceed to the Zhao family to present our betrothal gifts. The eighth elder stood up, ready to depart. Lin Yu's head felt heavy. Wait. I haven't even agreed yet. Why the rush, one and all? He thumped his thigh, adopting a rogue demeanor as he slumped back in his chair. You may marry her if you wish, but I will not. Silence enveloped the grand hall as everyone fell mute. Lin You looked up in confusion. Could it be that my assertiveness has inadvertently wounded the hearts of my uncles? Yet, in the next moment, the sound of furious roars emanated from the transmission jade slip in the hands of Elder Ba. Lin You, you are an utter scoundrel. When did Zhao Ling become someone so unwanted that she must chase after you? Just wait. One day I shall come to settle the score. The words were crystal clear to all present. Lin You smacked his forehead and rolled his eyes. He gazed at Elder Ba with exasperation. Your efficiency is truly remarkable. Just moments after I speak, you've already contacted someone. Haven't you just made me a target for hostility? The crowd exchanged glances, stifling laughter, their eyes brimming with amusement as they looked at Lin You. You've really brought this upon yourself. Now, if they come knocking, there's neither a way to retaliate nor to argue back. It's simply a matter of being in a predicament. Lin Tao quietly raised his teacup, refraining from mentioning the matter of childbirth, and earnestly advised, never offend a woman. If someone hears your words, they will surely feel insulted. He sipped his tea, spitting out some leaves. What a nuisance. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Elder Ba hesitantly closed the transmission jade slip to the Zhao family. Just then, a knock resounded at the door. Bang, bang, bang. The group exchanged wary glances. The visitor seemed unfriendly. Elder Ba stepped forward and opened the door, revealing 3 middle-aged men, all appearing to be in their 40s. The foremost man, dressed in elegant attire, bore a scholarly demeanor. He inclined his head slightly. You must be the Lin family from the 7th star domain? I am Su Ming, pleased to meet you. The Su family, the foremost clan of the Dreaming Lake star domain. On the surface, the Su family cohabited the star domain with 2 other prominent families. However, in reality, the Su family's strength surpassed that of the other 2 combined. So it was the head of the Su family. Please come in. Lin Tao was the first to welcome them. A strong dragon does not suppress a local snake. The Lin family had just ascended to the 6th star domain and lacked any martial immortal practitioners. They were far from being a strong dragon. Hence they must treat their guests with utmost respect. Greetings, head of the Lin family. Su Ming smiled and nodded as he entered. You flatter me. You have already transcended to the martial immortal realm, where true capability prevails. Lin Tao lowered his stance. I have merely relied on fortune. In the lower 3rd tier star domain, I was suppressed by the Chongqing family, unable to break through to the martial immortal realm. Had I been born into a ninth-tier family, I might not have fared better than the Lin family. Su Ming shook his head and walked slowly towards the main hall. As his words settled, a heaviness enveloped the hearts of those present. A show of force? It seemed he had said nothing overtly threatening. Yet his every gesture exuded the superiority of the Su family. With each mention of the lower third-tier and ninth-tier star domains, it was clear he was stating, I am fully aware of your circumstances. Lin Tao forced a smile, first pouring a cup of tea for his guest. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Esteemed head of the Su family? Su Ming lifted the teacup and took a delicate sip. I wish to discuss the allocation of resources with you all. Lin Tao's heart stirred. He was eager to hear more. As the crowd awaited the next words, Su Ming suddenly turned to Lin You. Is this the Lin You? The first of the distinguished competition? Such a young lad. Chapter 21, Threat. In the end, Su Ming casually remarked, the future is promising. This statement left everyone perplexed, completely unaware of its meaning. However, Lin Tao discerned its implication. The future may hold promise, but what if there is no future? Lin Tao offered a bland courtesy, a faint chill flickering in his gaze. The lower third-tier star domain was merely a stroke of luck. It would be better for the head of the Su family to speak plainly. Su Ming nodded in agreement. The display of authority had already made its impact. Let me be direct. With the emergence of a new family in the Dreaming Lake star domain, the resources, naturally, must be divided. Although we are aware that the Lin family was appointed by the Zhuge family, the rules must be articulated clearly. Elder Lin Dong furrowed his brow, inquiring, what rules? We have never heard of any. Su Ming acknowledged this. It is understandable that you have not heard, as it is your first time entering a sixth-tier star domain. Within the Dreaming Lake star domain, there are a total of 8 places for spiritual stone mines and spiritual herb gardens. The Su family occupies half, while the other 2 families share the remaining half. These cultivation resources have been managed by our 3 prominent families for a long time, with countless investments in effort and manpower. To think you would arrive and expect to take a share is perhaps inappropriate. Upon hearing this, the members of the Lin family frowned, finally addressing the crux of the matter. However, spiritual stone mines are naturally occurring, unless one were to completely excavate them at once. They will regenerate over time. Claims of labor and resources are mere excuses. According to the rules of the Chongqing family, it is customary for the families within the star domain to share equally. Lin Tao, maintaining his patience, stated, it is indeed inappropriate for us to take without giving. Just as he finished speaking, Elder 8 could no longer restrain himself. Elder brother, Lin Tao shot him a glare and then slowly proposed, how about this? For 3 years, we will not take any share of the spiritual herbs or minerals, and we will even send people to manage them. How does that sound? By relinquishing 3 years of profits, he hoped to settle the matter. Su Ming smiled and nodded, acknowledging Lin Tao's sound reasoning. Lin Tao waved his hand. It is only right. Suddenly, Su Ming shifted his tone. Yet, I still find this arrangement unsatisfactory. Lin Tao frowned, looking at the refined, middle-aged man before him. What is unsatisfactory about it? Su Ming raised a finger. A millennium. For 1,000 years, the Lin family shall not partake in the benefits. After 1,000 years, the Lin family will become the 4th prominent family in the Dreaming Lake star domain. Boom. As the words echoed, the elders could no longer remain seated and rose from their chairs. The resources of a 6th-tier star domain are incredibly precious. The annual yield of rare materials and spiritual stones amounts to astronomical figures. To relinquish 3 years of benefits is already the limit. At present, the entire Lin family, including the elders who need to break through to the martial immortal realm, and Yuer, who is in a critical stage of cultivation, must not fall behind other prodigies without resource support within 10 years. Nonsense. Does the rule of your Su family hold more weight than that of the Chongqing family? 3 years have already reached their limit. A millennium? I fear that by then, my Lin family may be worse off than the lowest of the low. The crowd was filled with righteous indignation. Some individuals directly produced the token of the Zhuge family, a decree from the Chongqing clan. The Zhuge family has summoned us. Do you dare to plot in the shadows? Lin Tao gestured for everyone to remain calm, yet the anger in his eyes was barely contained. Master Su, a millennium is rather excessive, isn't it? Su Ming smiled and shook his head, gesturing towards the representatives of the other 2 great families behind him. I am not singling you out. It applies to everyone. Ask them if they wish to abide by the rules of my Su family. Standing behind Su Ming like mere servants, the heads of the Wei and Zhou families wore cold smiles. A millennium is already a concession to you. The Chongqing clan? Do you truly believe the Zhuge family has the leisure to meddle in your affairs? You seek a decree? Our 2 families possess one as well. Would you care to take it back with you? Instantly, the atmosphere in the hall became palpably tense. Everyone understood the truth of that statement. The Chongqing clan only concerns itself with your ascension, What happens thereafter is none of their business. The law of the jungle prevails. Lin Tao clenched his fists tightly, taking a deep breath. Currently, among the other three families, there were likely more than one or two martial immortals. Between the realms of star domains, there exists an insurmountable chasm, not to mention the existence above the martial immortal level, which the Lin family is far from capable of contending with. This is precisely why the family's ascension is so arduous. Before you can recuperate and surge ahead, you are already being devoured by the opposition. The difference between the lower third and the middle third may seem like merely a level apart, yet it is far greater than the distinction between 7th and 9th tier families. Among the 7th and 9th tiers, the most formidable are merely those in the martial path of profound mystery. With the Chongqing clan's suppression, no one can break through to the martial immortal realm. However, the divide between the 7th and 6th tiers is a vast chasm. The constraints imposed by the Chongqing clan on the middle third merely prevent breakthroughs to the Chongqing realm. Lin Tao understood all too well. Yet relinquishing resources for a millennium was simply unacceptable for the entire Lin family. Moreover, Yu'er was in dire need of cultivation resources at this time. What if we refuse? Do the Su family dare to forcibly eradicate the Lin family? Su Ming smiled with a somewhat sinister expression, raising his teacup and drinking it all in one go. What are you saying, my friend? How could my Su family act in such a manner? However, if one day masked bandits or individuals from other star domains were to strike, I cannot guarantee anything. Masked bandits? Nonsense. It was merely a change of identity to act, with no way to find fault on the surface. A wretch who crawled up from a 9th tier star domain, having reached this point without gratitude, and an ant without even reaching the martial immortal realm dares to haggle. The head of the Wei family scoffed repeatedly. The uncles of the Lin family could no longer restrain their fists, eager to fight back. Lin You observed this with a heavy heart, fully aware of Tao Ji's frustration. The situation is overpowering. There is no solution. If we do not acquiesce today, it may well lead to our annihilation tomorrow. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Lin You immediately raised his head and stepped forward, firmly grasping Brother Tao's clenched fist. As long as everyone could break through to the martial immortal realm and obtain the blessed land, who needed additional cultivation resources. Very well, a millennium it shall be. The Lin family has consented. As his words fell, the members of the Lin family were taken aback. This is absurd. Yu'er, come back. There is no need for you to involve yourself in this matter. One elder exclaimed. Indeed, we will devise a way to secure the cultivation resources. Another chimed in. You are merely 18. You cannot allow yourself to be delayed. Lin Tao also raised his head, a flicker of appreciation in his eyes, yet he stubbornly shook his head. Perceiving Lin Yu's understanding of the family's predicament. Foolish boy, the Lin family does not require your sacrifice. I will find a solution. Lin Yu, feeling somewhat helpless, shrugged. Brother Tao, such words are rather dull. We must be pragmatic. After all, a millennium is but a fleeting moment. If we are to live, we might as well endure for several thousand, or even tens of thousands of years. I am a member of the Lin family, and I shall take charge. Su Ming looked at Lin Yu with a hint of surprise. You possess quite the discernment. Young man, I hold great expectations for your future. Very well. It shall be a millennium. Chapter 22. Breakthrough. Hurry to break through. Upon finishing his statement, Su Ming did not wait for the Lin family to respond further and departed. Lin Yu, being the young master of the Lin family, carried a weight to his words. Only after Su Ming and his companions had left did the Lin family members express their regrets. A millennium, Yu'er, you have acted too impulsively. We could simply confront them. When has the Lin family ever shied away from a challenge? One elder proclaimed. Indeed, heroes seize the moment. Yu'er, you should not have agreed to this. Lin Yu shrugged. What alternative was there? Should we truly engage in conflict? Let us broaden our perspective. The Lin family's journey thus far has not been for the sake of prideful disputes. A glimmer of pride appeared in Lin Tao's eyes. The child had matured. With such a mindset, he felt secure in trusting the Lin family to him. Yet simultaneously, a trace of sorrow emerged in Lin Tao's gaze. At a loss for words, he reached out and grasped Lin Yu's shoulder. My child, I have wronged you. But rest assured, even if we must tighten our belts, we will provide you with all the necessary cultivation resources. Lin Yu looked on, slightly puzzled. Brother Tao, what is the situation? Did we not previously acquire a substantial amount from the 5 great families? Surely we do not need to be in such a pitiable state. Lin Tao shook his head, speaking earnestly. You, my boy, do not comprehend the burdens of maintaining a household. In times of surplus, it may suffice. However, now that all 8 of us elders must break through to the martial immortal realm, and we must also support your cultivation, the resources will quickly dwindle. Lin Yu's eyes brightened with realization. Breakthrough. You all must hasten your breakthroughs. The sooner, the better. The second elder, Lin Dong, waved his sleeves decisively, rejecting the notion. Nonsense. If all 8 of us were to break through to the martial immortal realm, how many cultivation resources would that consume? What about you? Lin Yu's heart was filled with impatience, yearning to reveal the secrets of the system. He angrily smote his thigh. Uncles, you must heed my words. Quickly break through to the martial immortal realm. The elders shook their heads in dissent, even beginning to deliberate alternative strategies. Ultimately, they decided that 4 of them would advance their realms first, while the remaining 4 would wait for a millennium. All surplus cultivation resources would be bestowed upon Yuer. Standing aside, Lin Yu felt utterly sidelined, his lips twitching uncontrollably. You plan to break through in 1,000 years? Will I even have a chance to play then? Left with no choice, Lin Yu finally confessed. Actually, I have deceived you all. At this declaration, everyone turned their heads in unison. I knew it. You must be unable to endure this indignity. Speak, when do you plan to take action? Your 8th uncle stands with you. The other elders rolled up their sleeves. Ready for a fight? Lin Yu stumbled slightly. That's not what I meant. What I intend to convey is that my rapid progress in cultivation is not without reason. Lin Tao scrutinized him with suspicion and asked gravely, what reason? Lin Yu raised his hand, and the Yellow Emperor Sword Classic materialized in his palm. With a grave expression, he spoke enigmatically. I have received the true teachings from a powerful being. Within it lie countless cultivation resources. That is why my progress is so swift. Boom. Everyone was left dumbfounded. Upon seeing the heavenly level technique in Lin Yu's hand, they suddenly recalled. Indeed, where did this prodigious youth acquire such a celestial technique? No wonder Yuer is so extraordinary. It is indeed remarkable that he reached the true fire-refining god realm at merely 18. It turns out he has resources hidden away. What level of being is this? Martial immortal realm or martial god realm? Lin Yu looked at them, steeling himself even higher. The second elder, Lin Dong, was also bewildered. Higher? Could it truly be the true immortal realm? To reassure them for a smooth breakthrough, Lin Yu had to declare, higher, much higher. This time, even Lin Tao could no longer remain composed. He hastily raised his hand to impose restrictions upon the entire Lin family. A legacy stronger than that of a true immortal realm being? Could it have already reached the true god realm? Yuer must not speak recklessly. Such fortune could transform the entire Lin family. With a resounding slap, Lin Yu placed the heavenly level technique onto the table as if it were of no consequence. Do not inquire further. It is certainly beyond your imagination. The pressing matter at hand is to swiftly break through to the martial immortal realm. As long as we remain stagnant, we shall be bullied. Once we possess strength, what have we to fear from the likes of the Su family? The elders gazed at the heavenly level technique on the table, their hearts ablaze with fervor, their pulses racing. The power of a heavenly level technique was enough to drive a third-tier family to madness. Lin Yu's ability to slay opponents of the martial Dao profound realm was indeed reliant on this formidable divine power. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the future of the Lin family rested upon this. Lin Tao struggled to shift his gaze from the technique. You may keep this technique for yourself. There exists an unwritten rule in the cultivation world. One's own opportunities should be retained for oneself, even among beloved friends and family. Sharing is not customary. Like a solitary egg, which, if possessed by just one individual in the entire world, holds immeasurable worth. Yet, when it is ubiquitous, it loses its value. Lin Yu nonchalantly remarked, you should all strive to break through. The cultivation technique is intended for everyone. The second elder, Lin Dong, appeared somewhat uneasy, his gaze towards the celestial grade technique aflame with desire. Nevertheless, he fought to suppress his inner turmoil. You, my dear, this is inappropriate. A celestial grade technique would be wasted on us old fellows. Lin Yu, incensed, feigned an intention to tear apart the Yellow Emperor's sword classic. You are reluctant to cultivate. Are you? Your perspectives are so narrow. I am acting in the interests of the Lin family. If you will not stand against the Su family, shall I send an 18-year-old child to do so? Very well. If you refuse to cultivate and break through, I cannot argue with you. I shall rip this technique apart right now. In an instant, all 8 elders sprang into action. Within the blink of an eye, 8 frail arms firmly restrained Lin Yu. What happened to your indifference? You even resorted to crossing the void. Fine, we shall cultivate. Haha, young one, I admire your audacity. This is indeed a celestial grade technique. All right, I shall acquiesce this once. We will all break through. Lin Tao's face was adorned with smiles. Who does not desire a celestial grade technique? Even a dog would pause to gaze upon it. Lin Yu is right. We, these old bones, lack ambition. Are we to let him face the Su family alone? Once we possess strength, what do rules matter? Fists speak louder. With Lin Tao leading the charge, the group finally aligned their intentions. Lin Yu's heart raced with 1,000 thoughts of disbelief. What is the point of modesty? Very well. With your words, I feel at ease. Esteemed uncles, I shall now commence my cultivation. The others nodded in agreement. However, before Lin You could enter the secluded chamber to meditate, an aura surged skyward behind him. Tao Gu. Martial Immortal Realm. Lin You, bewildered, turned to find Tao Ge's earnest smile. The latter was holding the Yellow Emperor's Sword Classic, having just flipped through a few pages. He scratched his head, looking rather sheepish. I suppressed it for too long and accidentally broke through. Accidentally? Lin Yu's mind roared. What about the path of protection? What about the comprehension of the heart? What about meditating in seclusion? You simply break through at will. You are a genius. Before he could voice his thoughts, his second uncle Lin Dong also broke through. In an instant, the void shattered. Another martial immortal emerged. What the hell? At that moment, Lin Yu's gaze mirrored how they once looked at him. Freak. Chapter 23, Volume 5, 000 times Cultivation. This was Lin Yu's first direct encounter with the extraordinary talents of his uncles, who constantly lamented their aging bones, claiming their capabilities had waned. Yet in the blink of an eye, they broke through to the martial immortal realm. Alright, I can understand the suppression of cultivation for too long. But how in the world does your breakthrough feel like I am using cheats? Lin You slammed the door of the secluded chamber shut, a competitive spirit igniting within him. Let us see who is more formidable. The colorful wheel of the clan extermination battle began to spin. The 6 boxes, X100, X200, X500, X1000, X5000, X10,000, remain unchanged. Yet the multipliers have surged to remarkable heights. A minimum guarantee of 100 times. Lin Yu's throat felt parched, and his eyes were transfixed. He initiated the spin. The colorful wheel began to rotate slowly. The silver needle glided past the 100 times mark. After a complete rotation and a third, the needle's speed gradually diminished. Lin Yu clenched his fists. No minimum guarantee. Please, no minimum. His gaze remained fixed on the 6 boxes. This speed surely indicated it was the final lap. Skimming by one after another, the silver needle decisively passed the 100 times zone and then smoothly swept past the 200 times position, ultimately settling firmly in the 500 times interval. A flicker of disappointment crossed Lin Yu's mind, but he quickly composed himself. It was standard fare. Not every attempt could yield a grand prize. I still have another wheel. The second wheel was set in motion. Half a minute later, Lin Yu stood rigid in place. A grand minimum guarantee. 100 times. He nearly spat out a mouthful of blood in disbelief. What the hell? This is a colorful wheel. You grant me a grand minimum? Brother, speak up. Lin Yu's heart was in turmoil. Ding. Acquired 5,000,000 times cultivation speed. Limited time 1 day. System, don't get carried away. I'm retracting this. Lin Yu cleared his throat awkwardly and rubbed his hands together. Brother, I was just joking. Look at you, why so serious? Lin Yu sat cross-legged and began to circulate his cultivation. In less than a second, under the acceleration of 5 million times, the spiritual energy coursed through his body, completing thousands of cycles. The overwhelming impact nearly rendered Lin Yu unconscious. Wow, such ferocious speed. Unfortunately, it lasts only a day. If only it could be like this every day. What of the longevity clan? Mere toys. Lin Yu dared not delay, promptly immersing himself in cultivation. Before he could even make a breakthrough, an array of powerful auras emanated from outside the secret chamber. With his divine sense extended, he discovered that all 8 of his uncles had broken through to the martial immortal realm. A massive quantity of spirit stones visibly withered, transforming into ordinary stones. The might of his uncles grew increasingly formidable. The second elder, Lin Dong, astonishingly broke through 6 realms, ascending straight to the 6th level of martial immortal. What a joke. Lin Yu's mind roared in disbelief. Who possesses the system, you or I? Witnessing his uncles continually breaking through, Lin Yu hastily sat down to meditate. However, without the enhancement of cultivation resources, he could only absorb the scattered spiritual energy from the surroundings. Though the 6th tier star domain's environment was somewhat better than that of the 7th tier, with a denser concentration of spiritual energy in the air, it still paled in comparison to spirit stones and rare materials. Moreover, his cultivation aptitude was woefully inadequate. Thus, the effects of the 5 million times acceleration turned out to be similar to that of 1 million times. Yet even so, Lin Yu's aura surged at a visibly rapid pace. Above the Lin family in the Dream Bow Star domain, a vortex of spiritual energy emerged, reminiscent of a whale's voracious consumption. With astonishing speed, they burrowed into the hidden chamber. Within the Su family, Wei and Zhua, the heads of 2 families who had previously accompanied Su Ming to establish authority at the Lin family, were also present. They gazed up at the heavens, sensing the rising aura emanating from the Lin family. Indeed, the Lin family possessed considerable depth. They had only just arrived in the 6th tier star domain and were already making breakthroughs. Clearly, Those who could ascend from the 9th-tier star domain were not insignificant characters. Su Ming furrowed his brows, observing for a moment before shaking his head with a faint smile. Merely a martial immortal. The path of cultivation is exceedingly long. Without the support of resources, no matter how gifted they may be, how far can they truly progress? The two family heads exchanged glances, promptly agreeing. What the Su family head said was indeed true. A millennium. This might very well be their final moment of glory. Once 1,000 years have passed, the Lin family will surely be at our mercy. Upon finishing, a hint of bitterness flashed in their eyes. They too had once traversed such a path. The Su family was not as simple as it appeared. It had significant backing. From the outset, it had been a 6th-tier family. However, the Wei and Zhou families had, like the Lin family, ascended from the 7th-tier star domain. 1,000 years had rendered them unable to lift their heads high. Once the proud scions of their clans, they had now become indistinguishable from the masses. Only by relying on the talents of the next generation could they hope to alter this dynamic. Yet, the pent-up frustration within them found an outlet with the arrival of the Lin family. The frog at the bottom of the well, mistaking a mere feather for a command. Did they truly believe that possessing the eternal family token would grant them peace of mind? Naive. The head of the Wei family scoffed. You speak wisely, my friend. Who does not know that the entire Dreaming Lake Star domain is dictated by the Su family? 1,000 years is indeed a bargain for them. The head of the Zhou family chimed in, feigning hesitation. The thought of the Lin family's prodigy still cultivating filled him with discontent. Su family head. Lin You of the Lin family has indeed secured first place in the Prodigy Grand Competition. It is said that he has even defeated aberrations such as the Supreme Bone and the Heavy Pupil. If we allow this to go unchecked, what could transpire? Su Ming raised his head, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Such aberrations indeed warrant our attention. Oh, what insights does the Zhou family head possess? In my view, it is essential to provide some care for the younger generation, as their path of cultivation is fraught with difficulties. Moreover, a millennium without resources would undeniably make their lives exceedingly arduous. The heads of the Wei and Zhou families silently cursed under their breath. They were eager for the other to perish on the spot, yet here they were, putting on a facade of civility. It was clear that they were being asked to undertake tasks that would offend others. Yet, under the eaves of another, one must bow their head. Just as Su Ming had noted, what if they were to disguise themselves as robbers and storm into your home, wreaking havoc? What recourse would you have? The head of the Wei family pinched his nose, forcing himself to say, then let the talented youth engage in a friendly sparring session. Mutual learning can foster collective advancement. After all, it is normal for the young to occasionally lose their composure in battle. The head of the Zhou family nodded solemnly. What you say resonates profoundly. We also have two 18-year-olds in our clan. They should have reached the 6th level of the true fire refining spirit realm by now. It is time for them to witness the talents of the outside world. Su Ming, upon hearing this, felt quite pleased. He extended his hand and casually tapped twice in the air. You may exert your efforts. Half of the Lin family's resources accumulated over a millennium shall be yours. The two were overjoyed upon hearing this. After much toil, was this not what they had awaited? Indeed, indeed. We shall undoubtedly dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly. Lin You, a fledgling who had just broken through to the true fire-refining spirit realm, could hardly be a match for the offspring of our two families. Chapter 24. The child has suffered. Within the grand hall of the Lin family, the elders exuded vitality and radiance. After years of suppressing their realms, the moment of breakthrough left them feeling invigorated. Old 8, you are falling behind. I am already at the 4th level of martial immortal, while you remain at the 3rd. Teased the 6th elder, basking in his triumph. You've only cultivated a few more years than I have, so what is there to boast about? Old 8 retorted, his irritation palpable. Given time, I shall surpass you. In just half a day, this fellow had already mocked him 20 times. Had it not been for the fact that he was born a few years earlier, the superiority of their cultivation would still be in question. The others watched the sibling rivalry with amusement. The 2nd elder, Lin Dong, sighed, I truly envy you all. You can compete at the 4th level of martial immortal, while I stand alone at the 9th level. Even my elder brother is not as formidable as I. The crowd chimed in, one day, breaking through 9 realms. As a poet, I am at your service. They were all aware of his extraordinary talent, but such levels of prowess seemed almost preposterous. Lin Tao also emerged from the hall. He cleared his throat, inadvertently revealing his own cultivation level. What on earth, elder brother? How have you also reached the 9th level of martial immortal? Is there no room for others to thrive? Old 8 lamented dramatically. He had anticipated that with his accumulated experience, he would not be the lowest among them upon breaking through to the martial immortal realm. However, it turned out that each of his brothers was more exceptional than the last. The most infuriating was 6th brother, who was just marginally stronger yet flaunted it incessantly. Lin Tao raised his hand and gestured for calm. Let us keep a low profile. I do not wish for my considerable strength to attract undue attention. His humble words elicited eye rolls from his brothers. Can we now challenge the Su family? Someone inquired, unable to contain their excitement now that everyone had made breakthroughs. Lin Tao pondered for a moment before ultimately shaking his head. No, we cannot. While being a figure of prominence in the martial immortal realm may suffice under normal circumstances, the Su family possesses deep roots. Last night, I attempted to conduct a covert probe, but before my consciousness could even penetrate the Su family estate, I was met with an overwhelming pressure that shattered my efforts. The brothers were taken aback. Lin Tao, already at the 9th level of martial immortal, could only be overshadowed by those at the martial god realm or even the true immortal realm. It seemed that the Lin family would indeed need to practice restraint for a while longer. We have suppressed our realms for thousands of years and have yet to reach our limits. The second elder, Lin Dong, spoke solemnly, urging his brothers to remain patient. Practice restraint? How can we, when we have lacked cultivation resources for 1,000 years? Old 8 retorted indignantly. We are all of a certain age. Can we still aspire to the Tao of longevity? But what of your? This situation has nearly depleted all our cultivation resources. In my opinion, if it comes to that, I shall confront him head on, even if it means shattering a few of his teeth. The 6th elder, in a fit of annoyance, delivered 2 sharp blows to the back of the 8th elder's head. Confront? Confront. All you know is to act recklessly. It sounds noble when you say it. We may perish, but what about you? Do you intend to abandon him? The 8th elder, grimacing in pain and rubbing the back of his head, plopped down on the ground. Then what do you suggest we do? Offer a plan. The 6th elder found himself at a loss for words. He had no better ideas. He merely felt that a head-on confrontation was not the answer. Only a fool would resort to such tactics. The hall fell into an unusual silence. People are made of iron, and meals are made of steel. Missing a meal brings about great distress. This adage holds true among cultivators as well. Without the support of cultivation resources, the Lin family would soon face downfall. Ultimately, it was the steadfast Lin Tao who stepped forward. He gazed at his brothers and spoke solemnly. I can venture out to undertake some tasks in the star domain. This way, I can contribute to the family, ensuring that Yuer's cultivation resources are not neglected. Upon hearing this, the 8th elder eagerly replied, Brother, I will accompany you for mutual support. The crowd echoed in agreement, expressing their desire to join him. Lin Tao rebuked them, exclaiming, Nonsense. If everyone goes out, what will happen to Yuer? This matter is settled. The 2nd elder, Lin Dong, wore a troubled expression and said, Brother, perhaps we should discuss this further. Tasks in the star domain are far too perilous. Star domain tasks are assignments issued by various forces or individuals within the myriad realms. The process is straightforward. Take the payment, fulfill the task. For the most part, families manage to handle simple tasks without needing to seek outside help. However, the majority of tasks issued are extremely dangerous. They involve traversing the void to eliminate enemies or entering treacherous lairs to uncover secrets and seize treasures. Mercenary groups that survive on such endeavors rarely endure until the end. Lin Tao, showcasing his authority as the eldest brother, waved his sleeve decisively. This matter is settled. The Lin family cannot afford to halt. Lin Dong wished to persuade him further, but was silenced by Lin Tao's sharp retort. Be quiet. The atmosphere in the hall was profoundly somber. Everyone understood that the eldest brother was compelled to tread a perilous path for the family's survival. Suddenly, a head peeked through the hall's entrance. Uncles, what are you discussing? Lin You inquired, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Lin Tao's expression froze. Ah, it is Yuer. Has he emerged from seclusion so soon? Regrettably, as he spoke, Lin Tao realized he had erred. Without cultivation resources, what else could he possibly do? Simply sit in silence. Yesterday, while observing Yuer during his training, Lin Tao had noticed that the Lin family was amassing spiritual energy, showing no signs of absorbing spirit stones or rare materials. This was Yuer's well-intentioned deception, designed to encourage them to strive for breakthroughs. Upon this realization, Lin Tao felt an even deeper sense of guilt, believing he had wronged this soul progeny. The others, equally aware of the situation, fell silent. Yes, I made a small breakthrough, so I emerged from seclusion, Lin You affirmed with a nod, smiling as he entered the hall. As they witnessed his facade of resilience, the others felt a greater pang of sorrow, wishing they could all venture out to undertake tasks and alleviate their sense of indebtedness. Devoid of training resources, what results could one possibly achieve in merely one day? It is merely to alleviate their concerns. Lin Tao wore a forced smile as he gestured for Lin You to step forward. Yuer, we have said nothing just now. It was merely casual chatter. Have you encountered any difficulties in your training recently? Feel free to share with Brother Tao. If there is anything I possess, it is an abundance of resources. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent once more. They were acutely aware of how few threads were left in their elder brother's undergarments, let alone any surplus resources. Me? I have no difficulties at all. Food is delightful and sleep is blissful, Lin You replied, puzzled by the expressions of those around him. He continued, eager to announce his good news. I have come bearing a colossal piece of news for everyone. Lin Dong sighed. Child, is it about your inheritance? Lin You nodded vigorously. Yes. It concerns the inheritance. Lin Dong felt a pang of discomfort. It seemed Lin You was bearing too much for one so young. Despite lacking resources for his own training, he felt compelled to comfort these old fellows. Good child, you have endured much, he said, but the next moment, his expression froze. Upon witnessing the secret realm space conjured by Lin You, he exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. What on earth is this? A paradise? Are you jesting with your brother Dong? Chapter 25, A Paradise. As they gazed upon the palm-sized ethereal space in Lin Yu's hand, the crowd's eyes widened in disbelief. If presented externally, it would likely be mistaken for a mirror. However, the uncles present had lived for millennia and possessed sufficient knowledge to discern that this was an entrance to a paradise, albeit manipulated by Lin You to appear so diminutive. If released in its entirety, it could easily encompass half a star domain. Lin Tao's tongue stumbled as he tremulously reached out to grasp the paradise. The moment his consciousness delved within, he was instantly startled. You are such a formidable and spiritually rich paradise. Where did you procure this? Moreover, it can be carried with you. This revelation left everyone astounded. There are two types of paradises. One is fixed in a void space, unable to be transported yet rich in resources, while the other can be carried, albeit devoid of the support of heaven and earth, typically serving only as a shelter. Yet, the paradise in Lin Yu's possession was not only portable, but also brimming with training resources. Let me take a look, just a glimpse. Elder 8 could no longer contain himself and hurried forward to grasp the paradise. As soon as his consciousness penetrated within, he could not help but yell. By heavens! The spiritual energy within is so abundant it could freeze solid. My goodness, it surpasses the total of what we previously gathered from the 5 great families combined. The other elders were immediately stirred. What was most lacking in the Lin family at present? Precisely those damned training resources. In an instant, they clustered around the palm-sized paradise like excited groundhogs, their heads huddled together. What is happening here? Can you see clearly? Let me take a peek. Elder Lin was utterly stunned, initially believing that Lin Yu was merely offering them words of comfort. To his astonishment, the young man indeed possessed a hidden trump card. Relying on his formidable cultivation, he forcefully pushed aside the crowd and seized the cave paradise into his grasp. The powerful fluctuations of his divine consciousness swept across the entire small world in an instant. Before long, Lin Dong's fingers began to tremble imperceptibly, and even his eyebrows could not help but rise in astonishment. Brother, this cave paradise is extraordinary. Lin Tao, a seasoned veteran, cleared his throat, slightly taken aback. It's reasonable for you to inherit such a powerful legacy and possess a cave paradise. It's not something I haven't seen before. Your reaction is quite exaggerated. Lin Dong shook his head vigorously, unable to articulate a complete thought. He persistently urged his elder brother to take the cave paradise. Brother, you haven't grasped its significance. Take another look. Lin Tao, with an air of nonchalance, waved his sleeve dismissively, refusing to accept it. What is there to misunderstand? Have I never encountered a cave paradise before? You all simply lack experience. Unlike me, I am well versed in such matters. With a sigh, Lin Dong forcefully pried open his brother's palm and placed the cave paradise within. Stop with the trivialities. Just look. Seeing the earnestness in his younger brother's demeanor, Lin Tao reluctantly took another look, despite having inspected it once already. This time, the revelation was astonishing. As his divine consciousness delved within, he savored the nuances. Wait, something is amiss, very amiss. The flow of time has been altered. Lin Tao gasped in shock, nearly dropping the cave paradise. The other elders swiftly extended their hands to catch it. What did you just say, brother? I didn't quite catch that. Altered time flow? Don't jest. Such a treasure is likely unheard of even within the Chongqing family. Lin Tao's chest heaved with excitement, his eyes filled with disbelief. He once again took the cave paradise from the hands of others. As his divine consciousness entered, it felt akin to a solitary drop in the vast ocean. Upon closer examination, the discrepancies with the outside world became glaringly apparent. Tenfold speed. What a jest! Having confirmed the flow rate, Lin Tao could no longer contain his excitement. He raised his hand, setting up restrictions around the Lin family estate to ensure that not a whisper would escape. With lingering concern, he turned to Lin Dong. Younger brother, we must add another layer of restriction. The value of this treasure likely surpasses even that of heavenly grade techniques. If word of this tenfold speed were to get out, the entire myriad realms would go into a frenzy. Observing the expressions of those around him, Lin You felt a sense of satisfaction. With the support of the tenfold acceleration and cultivation resources, his uncles had the potential to ascend to greater heights. Uncles, to be candid, this treasure is of no use to me. It is intended for your benefit, Lin You stated casually. The system had clearly indicated that he could not enter the cave paradise himself. Moreover, with a mere tenfold acceleration, it paled in comparison to the system's initial speed of 100 times. There was no need for such trivialities. What a ridiculous notion. Lin Tao immediately rejected the idea. The cave paradise was incredibly precious, and such portable treasures were exceedingly rare. Once the resources within were exhausted, they would be gone. So it was only fitting to reserve it for Lin Yu's cultivation. The few of us old-timers merely need to absorb the essence of the starry realms. Utilizing the blessed land is nothing short of wasteful. The second elder, Lin Dong, nodded fervently in agreement. Indeed, this is your own opportunity, and there is no need to share it with us. Best to keep it for yourself. In contrast to the concern of the two uncles, the eighth elder displayed a more carefree demeanor. He waved his hand dismissively, exclaiming, I say, you two are overly concerned. Does Yuer appear to be someone who lacks understanding? Surely, he wishes for us to cultivate swiftly, enabling the Lin family to escape their plight sooner. Otherwise, when will Yuer break through to the martial immortal realm? The sixth elder swiftly smacked him on the forehead. You and your incessant chatter, always the voice of reason. After a millennium, without cultivation resources, should we not conserve? What is left for you? Are you hoping to use the blessed land to surpass me? The eighth elder, incensed, immediately engaged the sixth elder in a scuffle. Yet, despite the banter, the allure of the tenfold accelerated blessed land was irresistible to any cultivator. Lin Yu was acutely aware of this reality. He scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and confessed, Actually, I possess something even better. You all should keep cultivating. The Lin family cannot simply wait for me alone to resolve our issues. With the prior sharing of the heavenly grade cultivation method, everyone was more receptive to his words and now regarded him with curiosity. Yuer, do you truly have other resources? Lin Yu nodded repeatedly. He genuinely wished to enjoy the fruits of victory with someone to shield him. Why exert effort when he could simply enjoy the benefits? Ideally, his uncles would lead the Lin family to become an eternal lineage, allowing him to bask in the glory as the young master. Hearing this, the others reluctantly accepted his proposal. Just as they were engrossed in their newfound treasures, the eighth elder suddenly seemed to recall something. Wait a moment. Something feels amiss. The sixth elder snatched the item from his hands, bemused. What seems off? The eighth elder lost his playful spirit and stared blankly at Lin Yu. If I recall correctly, Isn't the blessed land considered a small world? The sixth elder scoffed, seizing the opportunity to tease. What nonsense are you spouting, old eight? If it isn't a small world, what is it? Your wife? The eighth elder appeared increasingly bewildered, his pupils gradually constricting. He gazed at Lin Yu, his expression stiffening, as if he had been petrified, mouth agape. But how can Yuer bear a small world without reaching the martial immortal realm? Chapter 26. I will outperform you all. As soon as the eighth elder finished speaking, the others seemed to awaken from a slumber. Indeed, to bear a blessed land requires the cultivation of the martial immortal realm. Otherwise, before one could even grasp it, the power of a small world would completely shatter their physical form. How had Yuer just managed to hold it? Realizing he could no longer conceal the truth, Lin Yu scratched his head awkwardly. Well, you see, I have made a slight breakthrough. Just a little bit. In an instant, the eighth elder's expression twitched, as if struck by a stroke, clutching his heart, unable to utter a word. What did you just say? Just a little bit? 2 days ago, did you not just transcend into the realm of true fire refinement? 18 minor realms, 2 significant chasms. Do you refer to this as merely a trifle? Elder Lin Dong hurriedly stepped forward, his disbelief palpable as he grasped Lin Yu's wrist. A warm surge of spiritual energy coursed through his arm with fervor. With Lin Yu's consent, his cultivation was instantly laid bare. Mere seconds later, Elder Lin Dong trembled and released his grip, collapsing into a chair. His eyes filled with a profound despair. He pointed at Lin Yu and gazed at his elder brother, his tongue faltering. It truly has been achieved. Yuer has genuinely entered the realm of martial immortals. At this proclamation, Lin Yu seemed to hear the sound of countless hearts breaking. The once silent uncles, who had long suppressed their own cultivation, now clutched their chests in agony. It was unbearable. To break through 2 major realms in a single day, was this even human? Where were they to place their faces, those who had lived for millennia? Elder Lin Tao, the most composed among them, cleared his throat. Yuo, how did you accomplish this? Surely, cultivation must have been arduous. One must balance effort with rest. Lin Tao attempted to converse. hoping that if Lin You merely nodded and expressed a few grievances about the difficulties of cultivation, he could attribute it all to an unprecedented inheritance. This would provide some solace to the hearts of his brothers. After all, they had fought their way up from the 9th star domain. Even if they could not reach the prodigious level of Qin Feng, surely Lin You could be called one in a million? It was utterly disheartening. Lin You, however, seemed oblivious to Tao's intent. He responded, bewildered, painful? I feel no pain at all. Cultivation is swift and incredibly simple. Elder Lin Tao barely managed to suppress a cough, nearly choking on his tea. Nonsense. What of your state of mind? Does a breakthrough rely solely on the absorption of spiritual energy? Do you think we, the old ones, have lived for millennia in vain? Lin You fell silent. Yet, he truly wished to say, merely absorbing spiritual energy is sufficient. The notion of a state of mind and comprehension is non-existent. If there were a bottleneck, it would certainly be due to insufficient absorption of spiritual energy. If one were to absorb energy at a rate exponentially greater than others, even a pig could attain enlightenment through cultivation. It's akin to a grand door standing before one. You may find it immovable, necessitating a key. This key is opportunity and enlightenment. However, should one resort to a hammer, the outcome becomes uncertain. One strike may not suffice. Then strike 100 times, 1,000 times, and forcefully break down the door. Lin You coughed, internally reflecting, I must not appear too extraordinary, lest I arouse suspicion. He nodded. Brother Tao is correct. I have indeed encountered some difficulties. Only then did Elder Lin Tao, satisfied, take another sip of tea. Now, that is more like it. While the inheritance of great powers is undoubtedly vital, personal cultivation is equally indispensable. Pray tell, what difficulties have you faced? Lin You replied earnestly, I am progressing too slowly. At that moment, Elder Lin Tao could no longer contain himself, spitting tea all over Elder 8. He truly felt the urge to give Lin You a few punches to enlighten him on the beauty of blooming flowers. 2 major realms in a single day, and you dare to claim your progress is slow? What a jest. Lin You looked utterly innocent. He spoke the truth. His soul was incompatible with the heavens and the earth. If it were Qin Feng, under 5 million times acceleration, he would probably dominate all realms within a month. In comparison, was his own cultivation speed truly that slow? Brother Tao, do you have any solutions? I am serious. Lin You blinked innocently. Shut your mouth. Lin Tao retorted angrily. What difficulties do you speak of regarding numerical anomalies? All right. Lin You obediently stood aside. The other elders were at their wits' end, each clutching their heads in despair. Brother, don't ask. I am suffering inside. Indeed, brother. You has no difficulties. It is I who am in distress. Damn it. I need to conduct a bloodline verification. I refuse to accept this. I might be born of a stepmother. Brothers, please be honest. Are we truly family? Why is our talent so disparate? In contrast to the other brothers' turmoil, the 6th elder was much more vivacious. He felt elated that Lin You was so powerful. Of course. Most importantly, he playfully draped an arm over the 8th elder's shoulder. Old 8, you are falling behind. As cultivation is about to surpass yours. In the path of cultivation, the capable take precedence. Next time we meet, remember to address him as Brother You. The 8th elder, incensed, retaliated with a shoulder throw, and they began to wrestle. Shut up. You shut your mouth, you scoundrel. In less than 3 minutes, the 8th elder dove into the blessed land, muttering, Old 8. Old 8, I must cultivate. I will outdo all of you. Next time we meet, you shall call me Elder 8. Laughter erupted among the crowd, and the atmosphere within the Lin family became lively. With the support of the blessed land, they would no longer be constrained by cultivation resources. It wouldn't be long before the Su family could no longer threaten them. Meanwhile, another genius was fervently cultivating. In a secret chamber, Qin Feng's eyes were bloodshot, and his veins throbbed visibly. Sweat pooled beneath him, making him appear as disheveled as a vagabond. A heavy knocking echoed through the door. Who is it? Qin Feng's voice was hoarse. It is I, Feng. The person you were looking for has been found and is now in the main hall. Came the voice of the head of the Qin family from outside. Qin Feng gradually restrained his aura and opened the secret door. Upon seeing him, the head of the Qin family felt a pang of heartache. His son possessed an unparalleled talent, one that was rare throughout the ages. Yet, he had never shown such diligence in his cultivation before. While others may be unaware, he was all too clear. Since losing to Lin You in the last grand competition of prodigies, Qin Feng had remained in seclusion within the chamber. Though his cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds, he appeared increasingly haggard. The combination of the supreme bone and the celestial wheel eyes should have made him an unstoppable force among his peers. Yet he had been forced into such a predicament. Fenger, the head of the Qin family, said, his tone heavy, it is best to balance cultivation with rest. One must never allow the birth of inner demons. Qin Feng clenched his fists, shaking slightly. Divine light erupted from his body. Rest assured, I will not give rise to inner demons. The humiliation I once endured, I shall reclaim with my own hands. The head of the Qin family narrowed his eyes, surveying Qin Feng in disbelief. Is this the true fire-refining divine realm? The grand contest of talents has passed in the blink of an eye. A satisfied smile adorned Qin Feng's face as he reveled in the astonished expressions of those around him. For him, cultivation was akin to plucking fruit from a tree. With effort, everything could be achieved. This included Lin You, whose reputation as the third in the world was merely average. Little did Lin You anticipate that Qin Feng had already caught up to him. In their impending confrontation, he would not accept defeat. Let us proceed to confront that insufferable fellow. Within the grand hall of the Qin family, an old man clad in a Taoist robe, having fled from the Yi family, looked bewilderedly at the gathered crowd. He could not comprehend when he had offended any of them. He had merely sought refuge in a distant star domain to recuperate and find allies for revenge, yet inexplicably, he found himself surrounded by a group of martial artists at the profound level. Before he could grasp the situation, he was met with a brutal beating. Soon, a figure strode into the hall. The old man recognized him immediately. Qin Feng, when have I ever clashed with your Yi family? Why have you brought me here? Qin Feng scoffed. You claim no animosity towards me? Then why do you seek to kill Lin You? The old man stood dumbfounded, struggling to articulate his thoughts. What do you mean? Kill Lin You? Aren't you his rival? What does it have to do with you if I decide to slay him? As he raised his head to inquire further, a long sword descended upon him with overwhelming force, one that even a profound martial artist could not withstand. Qin Feng's cold words served as his final decree. By killing Lin You, you are sealing your own fate. You aim to harm me, knowing that I shall undoubtedly become the most resplendent being across the myriad realms. Therefore, you wish to nail me to the pillar of shame. With Lin Yu's demise, I shall forever bear this humiliation. The onlookers from the Qin family could only curse in disbelief. What twisted logic was this? Where did such a fool emerge from? With a swift motion, the blade pierced through flesh, and blood gushed forth as a head soared into the sky. The Taoist elder met his end. Chapter 27, A Genius? I defeat geniuses. In the Dream Pool star domain, within the star-picking tower, several affluent youths were inebriated, joyously toasting one another. Among them, a young man was the center of attention, surrounded by beautiful women. He drunkenly lifted his cup. Zhuo, my brother, come, let us drink another. After this, we shall seek out that Lin family lad for a friendly spar. The burly man seated across from him held a girl with one arm while raising his other hand. Clink. The cups met before being drained. Zhuo Bufan waved his hand, swaying as he stood. Way enough. If we drink any more, we shall truly be intoxicated. Our families have entrusted us with responsibilities. We must remain vigilant. Wei Yu raised an eyebrow, unfazed. A mere fellow from a lower-tier star domain? Even if I were to drink myself into a stupor, I could handle him with ease. There is no need for concern, my brother. Both of us have made rapid progress in our cultivation and have already surpassed the profound level. That insignificant ant specializing in true fire refinement is of no consequence. Zhuo Bufan's face revealed a hint of worry. Unlike Wei Yu, the Zhuo family has spent a shorter time in the Dream Harbor star domain, and their foundation is considerably more fragile. According to the elders, this is the intention of the Su family. He dared not show even the slightest negligence. To be able to drink with Wei Yu is already a significant favor extended. Were it not for the desire to share the burden of risk, he would not have done so. We cannot indulge in drinking. Let us go swiftly and return promptly. After teaching that Lin Yu a lesson and breaking his hands and feet, we can then indulge in a hearty drink. On my invitation, my brother may drink as he pleases. Zhuo Bufan repeatedly gestured to stop, restraining the spirit wine that Wei Yu was about to bring to his lips. This beverage is unlike those in the mortal realm. It contains an abundance of celestial energies, and even cultivators may become disoriented after consuming it. Pathetic. Wei Yu cursed, shaking himself upright, and seizing Zhuo Bufan by the collar. You said we would come back afterward. You are treating. Zhuo Bufan nodded vigorously. Absolutely, most certainly. Under the cloak of night, Zhuo Bufan urged the hesitant Wei Yu toward the Lin family estate. Before long, they arrived at the grand residence of the Lin family. He glanced back toward the Zhuo family direction, and as expected, the elders were observing them. There was no fear of the Lin family exploiting their size. With a loud thud, they knocked on the door. After a considerable wait, the door finally opened to reveal Lin You, whose dark circles under his eyes were more pronounced than a panda's. He had been interrupted from his training by the sudden knocking. Amidst the rewards from the family's critical hit wheel, he was filled with pent-up frustration, ever since the appearance of the blessed land. His uncles had all secluded themselves for cultivation, leaving him alone to defend the home and train outside. To make matters worse, his luck had plummeted. Both of his critical hit wheels yielded nothing but the lowest rewards. With a mere 400 times cultivation speed, given his current martial realm cultivation, He had accomplished nothing in 3 days. Who are you? Lin You asked irately. Wei family, Wei You. Have your useless family send him out to meet his demise. I've come for him. Wei You replied nonchalantly, reeking of alcohol. Bang. There are no useless ones here except for those at the door. You've come to the wrong place. Lin You said curtly, slamming the door shut. Outside, the two remained stunned, still processing the rejection. Wei You, already intoxicated, shook Zhuo Bufan's shoulders vigorously. Brother, what did he mean just now? I didn't understand. Zhuo Bufan, a simple-minded cultivator, was equally perplexed. I don't know. Wei You belched, waving his hand dismissively. No matter. I'll inquire again. Bang. They knocked a second time. Lin You opened the door within 3 seconds, his anger palpable. What do you want? Speak quickly. Wei You, barely able to stand, asked. What did you mean by saying there are no useless ones here except at the door? Lin You looked at the disheveled figure before him, feeling an overwhelming sense of exasperation. Not even understanding insults, and yet seeking trouble? Zhuo Bufan, visibly impatient, interjected. Stop beating around the bush. Just tell me where Lin You is. I am Lin You. And you are? Wei You lifted his gaze, scrutinizing Lin You from head to toe. Suddenly, he extended his hand. Excellent. You are the one I seek. I have heard that the Lin family has been rather audacious of late, garnering the favor of the Chongqing family and making strides in the Dreaming Star domain. You must be Lin You, correct? Come, let us engage in a friendly spar. I wish to ascertain the true weight of the first-place prodigy in the grand competition. Zhuo Bufan, following closely behind, eagerly echoed his sentiments, fearing that Lin You might refuse to engage. If that were to happen, they would not dare to invade the Lin family. Indeed, aren't you quite impressive? We are all young. Engaging in a few exchanges is only natural, is it not? I shall not bully you. Although I am well-versed in martial arts, I shall only compete with you at the level of true fire refining the divine realm. Such a crude provocation made Lin You roll his eyes in exasperation. However, given that the Lin family was currently at a disadvantage and had just obtained a fortuitous opportunity, he wished to avoid any unforeseen incidents. Thus, he directly rejected the two troublemakers. I will not fight. I cannot defeat you. Is there anything else? If not, kindly return home to rest. With a resounding thud, the door closed for the second time. Zhuo Bufan and Wei You, their drunkenness somewhat dispelled, exchanged glances. How could this fellow deviate from the expected script? When young talents come seeking a duel, it is customary to establish a victor. Is he truly backing down? Zhuo Bufan, bewildered, remarked, Brother, can we return and report that Lin You is back down? Wei You, belching, waved his hand dismissively. How could that be? We came here to severely undermine Lin You, to extinguish the Lin family's hopes. He thinks he can just slip away with a mere admission of defeat? What a joke. Unease flickered in Zhuo Bufan's eyes. Although no blows had been exchanged, Lin Yu's aura had subtly conveyed a sense of danger. There was no other reason. It was simply a raw perception of killing intent. Lin Yu regarded them with a gaze that seemed to suggest he viewed them as fools. Could it be a ruse? After all, Lin Yu is the prodigy of the grand competition. What if he is deliberately luring us into a trap? Wei Yu cursed under his breath, yet publicly maintained. A prodigy? I thrive on defeating prodigies. With the Su family backing us, what is there to fear? Even if Lin Yu is exceptionally gifted, can he truly make a breakthrough to the martial immortal realm in just a few days? The mere realm of true fire refining the divine is something we can easily handle. Zhuo Bufan nodded in agreement. The door was knocked upon for the third time, while Wei Yu raised his voice in a loud challenge. Pathetic coward. Are you not a man? Today, you must acknowledge that the Lin family is comprised of cowards. If you do, perhaps my grandfather will show you mercy. Come out and fight. I will only use one hand. Chapter 28. Come out and fight. The words echoed into silence, receiving no response. Wei Yu, seething with rage, as a genius of a sixth-tier family, had never been subjected to such disdain. The most crucial aspect was that the Su family had specifically tasked them with this mission, and failure would mean dire consequences for them. Pathetic. Come out and face me in battle. If you have any semblance of courage, do not cower. Wei Yu, incensed, stamped his feet, employing every tactic to provoke Lin Yu. Standing beside him, Zhuo Bufan timely added fuel to the fire. Yet, an inexplicable sense of strangeness lingered in his heart. Not willing to open the door, are we? Today, I shall force my way into your residence. Fueled by alcohol, Wei Yu prepared to storm the Lin family estate. He had just begun to unleash his aura when, before he could make a move, a figure soared into the sky from within the Lin household. With a single stroke of the sword, it seemed as if the very heavens were torn asunder, the clouds parting in two, and the blade's radiance illuminated the long night. In an instant, Zhuo Bufan witnessed a shadow darting past him, leaving no time for reaction. No chance to retaliate. Wei Yu lay sprawled 100 feet away, lifeless and unaware of his fate. Such formidable cultivation and terrifying pressure. Could it be a martial immortal? An absurd thought flickered in Zhuo Bufon's mind. Impossible. How long had Lin You descended from the lower star domains? Even if he were a prodigy, attaining the martial immortal realm so swiftly was inconceivable. It must be the Lin family, the elders of the Lin family intervening. He shook his head vigorously, attempting to dispel the chaotic thoughts from his mind. Turning to glance in the direction of the Zhuo family, he mustered his courage and shouted, "What kind of skill is it for the Lin family to bully the weak? We are of the same generation as Lin You, merely sparring. And you resort to such vicious measures. You have gone too far. If you truly possess skill, then let the three families engage in a fair battle." With a creak, the grand door of the Lin family slowly opened. A disheveled figure emerged from within. Upon recognizing Lin You, Zhuo Bufan quickly remarked, "You still have the audacity to show yourself instead of hiding behind your family's elders?" Lin Yu's eyes brimmed with irritation. 2 prior encounters had already left him speechless. Now, he simply wished for a tranquil moment to cultivate, waiting for his uncles to achieve breakthroughs in their cultivation before he could face the Su family with any semblance of authority. "It was I who acted. Do you not wish to spar? Then let us begin." Lin Yu's gaze was as calm as an ancient well. If he could, he would cleave this individual in two with a single stroke. Zhuo Bufan was momentarily taken aback by his words, then retorted angrily, "Nonsense. It was clearly a martial immortal who struck just now. How could it be you? You boast without a shred of evidence." Lin You, disinterested in further banter, demanded, "Will you fight or not? Be swift." Zhuo Bufan assumed a fighting stance, confidence radiating from his eyes. As long as the elders of the Lin family refrained from intervening, he could easily handle this opponent. "Fight? Why would I not? Today, I shall seek justice for Brother Wei. As for your older family members, do not even think about sneaking an attack." Zhuo Bufan's aura began to rise steadily, soon reaching the first level of the martial Tao's profound realm. He glanced back at the Zhuo family, confirming through his spiritual sense that someone was watching from behind, which allowed him to fully relax. A mere waste of the true fire-refining spirit realm. With one hand, he could easily subdue him. With a fierce shout, Zhuo Bufan declared, "It is only natural for accidents to occur in a duel among the youth. But fear not, I shall not take your life. At most, I shall break your hands and feet." In the next moment, Zhuo Bufan summoned all his spiritual energy and unleashed a punch, its force akin to thunder, heavy as 10,000 mountains. In his eyes, Zhuo Bufan exuded an air of arrogance, as if he could already envision the scene of Lin You spitting blood. Yet, his expression soon froze in place, for he encountered a force that gathered all the spiritual energy within him, a punch that could only be described as the mightiest. At that moment, it felt as though he had met an invisible barrier, unable to shake Lin You even the slightest. After all, he was a master of the martial arts, a pinnacle practitioner. What a farce! Zhuo Bufan's pupils gradually widened, as absurd thoughts surged through his mind once more. Suddenly, an indescribable force emanated from in front of him. His gaze gradually cleared. Maka Baka Wari, true martial immortal. But he no longer had the opportunity to voice his thoughts. Boom! A figure shot forth, severing the tendons. The two seemed like a pair of celestial beings buried together. Zhuo Bufan lay motionless beside Wei Yu, as if lifeless. Damn it! On the other side of the Dreaming Star domain, a furious roar erupted from the direction of the Wei family, accompanied by a powerful aura that soared into the sky. An elder from the Wei family glared with wide eyes. Having witnessed Wei Yu's grave injury earlier, he had already been unable to contain himself. Had it not been for the continued presence of the Zhuo family child, he would have acted long ago to avoid being seen as bullying the weak by the Lin family. Now, upon witnessing Zhuo Bufan also severely injured, he could no longer hold back. The elder, with hair as white as snow and appearing to be over 60, swiftly moved to stand before Wei Yu and Zhuo Bufan, his chest heaving with rage. "Fellow Taoist, what has happened?" A member of the Zhuo family hastened to approach. "Severed. His meridians are utterly destroyed. Even if healed, he would be rendered useless." The elder from the Wei family trembled with fury. "What?" The elder from the Zhuo family gasped in shock, crouching down to inspect before rising again. "How dare you, Lin You? Is your Lin family seeking death?" In response to their accusations, Lin You merely smiled lightly, retorting with disdain, "Is it permissible for the officials to set fire while the commoners cannot even light a lamp? Young people, it's only natural to sustain some injuries during sparring. I did not take their lives. Lo and behold, their hands and feet are still intact." His words left the two elders speechless. Unless they chose to confront the Lin family directly, risking a life-and-death struggle, they had no choice but to swallow their anger. However, both families were merely in it for their own gain, clearly unwilling to risk their lives for the Su family. Lin Yu shrugged. "Is there anything else? If not, take them back to heal. Who knows? They might even break through to martial immortal realm in the future. If you must blame someone, blame your sons for being useless." unable to withstand even a single blow. In Lin Yu's heart, he harbored no fondness for the three families residing within the dreaming star domain. With that, he moved to close the door. The elders from both families appeared as though they had tasted something foul. Would they truly resort to violence? They had heard that the Lin family was but a solitary scion. To bully the weak and sever another's legacy, the Lin family would undoubtedly retaliate, leaving them powerless against the Su family. It was likely that their descendants would bear the shame. Yet, refraining from action meant enduring this silent indignity. Just as Lin Yu was about to shut the door, suddenly, two powerful auras surged from the Wei and Zhua families, soaring into the skies. Lin Yu, you have harmed my brother, and do you intend to simply walk away unscathed? One individual possesses striking features, with arched brows and starry eyes, adorned in a flowing blue and white robe, exuding an unmistakable air of authority. The other is robust in stature, with a countenance that bears a resemblance to the distinguished Zhua family. Lin Yu halted in his motion of closing the door. The principal figures had arrived. Chapter 29. The Young Master? A Plaything. What issues arise from the sparring of youth? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, his words rendering the two men speechless. Wei Feng, the young master of the Wei family, tightened his grip on the long sword, its tip aimed directly at Lin Yu. Very well. Youth sparring is permissible. Though I am a few years your senior, I am still one of the young. Dare you engage in battle with me? The young master of the Zhua family echoed similar sentiments. I am 22 this year. I hold an advantage over you in age. Yet if you possess true skill, prove it to us. Should I be defeated, I shall have no further complaints. Both gazed disdainfully at Lin Yu's brother, who lay unconscious upon the ground. To lose so utterly, without any means of retaliation, was a disgrace. Lin Yu crossed his arms, tauntingly stating, if the young cannot best the older, then what of the elder? Will they come to challenge the ancient? Impudent. Mind your demeanor. Wei Feng rebuked fiercely. Enough with the trivialities. Will you fight or not? If you lack the courage, kneel and call me grandfather. We shall not pursue the matter of your violence. The Zhua family young master quickly interjected, fearful that Lin Yu would simply walk away. Should that occur, they would find themselves utterly powerless. Lin Yu's gaze darkened as it fell upon the four individuals nearby. This matter would not be so easily resolved. Ding. Task issued. Strike down the peerless talents of your generation. Task requirements. Defeat 100 talented individuals from the 16 star domains. Task rewards. Colorful critical hit roulette X2. Task reward. Aptitude enhancement elixir X1. Note, the aptitude enhancement elixir can forge a spiritual root for the host. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Yu felt a jolt of excitement. The colorful critical hit roulette? The one with a guaranteed 100-fold reward? Most importantly, the aptitude enhancement elixir. Could it be that his sluggish cultivation speed might finally be salvaged? If he were to acquire a spiritual root, even without various enhancements, the foundational 100-fold advantage would ensure he would not lag behind others. Excellent. With this revelation, Lin Yu found no reason to refuse. He raised his gaze to the young masters of the Zhua and Wei families. Very well. Since you insist on challenging me, I shall oblige you in a few exchanges. At his words, both Wei Feng and the Zhua family young master wore triumphant smiles. Indeed, the tactic of provocation proved effective, as it always does. What young soul could endure the humiliation of being disrespected in such a manner? The Zhua family young master stepped forward first, his prowess at the peak of the 9th level of martial arts, undeniably evident. Their previous encounter had been so swift that they had no knowledge of Lin Yu's true strength, believing instead that his two younger brothers had simply been incapacitated by a single strike due to intoxication. I admire your courage, the Zhua family young master declared, his gaze condescending, as if he were the sovereign of both heaven and earth. A spirited youth, indeed, he nodded, enunciating each word deliberately, dreaming of the star domain. For how many years now? I have only had 2 adversaries. I hope you will not disappoint me. Lin Yu casually picked his nose and said, hurry up. It's getting late, and you should go home to rest. Arrogance. Do you even realize who you are speaking to? The young master of the Zhua family rebuked. Are you not human? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, unfazed. Merely a peak practitioner of the martial path, he could easily handle the situation now. The young master of the Zhua family grew even angrier, his aura steadily rising, standing at the pinnacle of the martial path. One more step, and he would ascend to the realm of martial immortals. Do not claim I am bullying you. Even the ancestors of the Zhua family acknowledged that my talents surpassed those of the champion from the previous grand competition. I began my training at 3, broke through to the opening realm at 5, achieved innate abilities by 6, and now, at 22, I am poised to enter the realm of martial immortals. In the vast expanse of the heavens and worlds, I am indeed a top-tier existence. Lin Yu smirked. The opponent's claims were not without merit. At such an age and level of cultivation, he truly was a prodigy, especially as the heir of a sixth-tier family, nurtured with great effort. Of course, this was only true until he encountered someone like himself with extraordinary advantages or a fated child like Qin Feng. In the arena, the young master of the Zhou family stood with great vigor, while Wei Feng beside him nodded in mild surprise. The two elders were exceedingly pleased. Indeed, the young master of the Zhou family lived up to his reputation. With such talent, he might very well step into the realm of true divinity in the future. Praised an elder from the Wei family. The elder of the Zhou family laughed heartily, waving his hand dismissively, stating that when compared to the young master of the Wei family, they still fell slightly short. However, dealing with an arrogant young upstart should suffice. Meanwhile, within the Su family mansion, Su Ming raised his teacup, gazing into the distance. The pale expressions of Zhuo Bufan and Wei Yu had drawn his frown. He had intended to confront the two families later, but seeing their young masters take action reassured him. The Lin family is nothing. They have no idea what they are up against. An elder from the Su family concurred. The head of the family is wise. Leveraging these two will not only teach the Lin family a lesson, but also spare the Su family from direct confrontation. A clever strategy. With the young masters of both families personally involved, victory is surely at hand. Humph. A lowly individual from a lesser star domain dares to stand on equal footing with us. How laughable. Indeed, had it not been for the Longxing family's reputation, they would have been eradicated long ago. In the depths of the Mengbua star domain, the Lin family remained eerily quiet. Elder 8 remarked, "It seems someone is looking for trouble outside." Lin Tao replied, "It matters not. Yuer can handle it." Elder 6 added, "Indeed, Yuer's cultivation has surpassed ours." Faced with Zhuo Bufan's incessant boasting, Lin Yu helplessly covered his forehead. "Enough already. Just throw a few punches. At this rate, you'll start recounting tales from when you wore shorts as a child. Why do you always have to show off when it comes to fighting? Aren't you afraid of losing and being humiliated?" Provoked by Lin Yu's taunts, the young master of the Zhuo family could no longer restrain himself. He lifted his arms, slowly gathering his strength. "You shall pay for the words you have spoken today." Sun Will Fist. In an instant, the arena erupted. The young master of the Zhuo family was enveloped in a surging aura of vitality, a formidable presence that coalesced into a tangible form around him. Subsequently, this vitality seemed to respond to an unseen summons, gradually boiling over his skin. In no time, it transformed into two radiant orbs of golden light, dazzling like the sun, converging upon his fists. "Die!" The young master of the Zhuo family bellowed. With a single punch, the heavens trembled and the earth quaked, carrying an unstoppable momentum as if to utterly crush Lin Yu. What an overwhelmingly powerful blow. The young master of the Zhuo family had evidently reached an advanced stage in his cultivation. A fully mastered earthly-level technique could easily contend with an ordinary martial immortal. The elder of the Wei family expressed his admiration. As if a great edifice were on the brink of collapse, Lin Yu remained unfazed, his gaze fixed on the approaching fist. His fingertips stirred playfully. A sharp sword intent erupted from his palm. "So formidable. I too possess a sword. Come and witness." The Huang Di Sword Classic, Sword 1. Heaven's Judgment. Chapter 30. What is wrong with my rapid cultivation? A single strike shattered the firmament. The sword energy seemed to invoke the wrath of the heavens. Even before the force of the punch could make contact, it was shredded by the fierce sword intent. The young master of the Zhuo family was struck back, blood spurting from his mouth, his pupils dilating in disbelief as if witnessing the unfathomable. "Elder, save me." Before the two elders could react, Wei Feng, who stood nearby, charged forward. Upon witnessing his action, the elder of the Wei family immediately halted, grasping the arm of the Zhuo family elder, who was prepared to assist. No need to intervene. Wei Feng has already broken through to the martial immortal realm. The Zhuo family elder was taken aback. What? The martial immortal realm? The piercing sword intent continued its relentless advance towards the young master of the Zhuo family. Wei Feng roared, "Step aside, I shall take this." He raised both hands high, his martial immortal prowess unmistakable. "You little brat." Before he could finish his words, he was sent flying by a single sword strike, collapsing to the ground alongside the young master of the Zhuo family. What a farce. This blow left not only Wei Feng in a state of shock, but even the two elders, who had initially felt assured, were left dumbfounded. Was the martial immortal realm not a match? The elder of the Wei family hurried to assist, only to find that Wei Feng had succumbed to unconsciousness, his internal organs afflicted by the fierce sword intent, exacerbating his injuries. In a moment of urgency, the elder attempted to intervene. But as soon as his spiritual energy penetrated Wei Feng's body, his palm was torn, leaving a gaping wound. In desperation, he sought to forcibly eradicate the residual power. Yet that sword's lingering might seemed divine, directly creating a bloody hole in his palm. The elder of the Wei family cried out in pain. finally grasping the terrifying nature of Lin You. His complexion turned ashen, sweat pouring from his brow as he gazed at Lin You with a fear akin to witnessing a monstrous flood. Martial Immortal Realm. Heavenly level technique. This aura had been cultivated to perfection. How could this be possible? How long had the Lin family entered the 6th tier star domain? 3 days? Or 5? In an instant, the elder of the Wei family envisioned the impending doom of his clan. Today, under immense pressure from the Su family, they had come to trouble Lin You. Yet this youth, at merely 18, had already broken through to the martial immortal realm. Such talent, now forged into enmity. The Wei family was in grave peril. Lin You disdainfully snorted. After all, I am the champion of the heavenly talent competition. Is it not normal for my cultivation to progress swiftly? If you are unconvinced, then come at me. In an instant, the elder of the Wei family was overwhelmed with fury, spurting a mouthful of old blood. It was not merely a defeat for the Wei family. He sensed from Lin Yu's formidable prowess that even if he were to intervene personally, defeat would be the only outcome. He was merely at the 4th level of martial immortal, with mediocre talent. In ordinary circumstances, he could rely on his superior cultivation to contend with average opponents. Yet, against Lin You, who wielded a heavenly level technique brought to perfection, he might not even withstand a single strike. The elder of the Zhou family was equally flustered. Friend, what is happening? The Wei elder wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and struggled to rise. Retreat. We must leave at once. If we delay any longer, those 2 youngsters will not survive. The Zhou elder was taken aback. Is it truly that dire? The Wei elder, filled with rage, retorted, what do you think? Can't you see that even I am unable to disperse the sword energy within them? This fellow has cultivated a heavenly level technique and has already achieved perfection in the martial immortal realm. Not even a martial god would be able to handle this without great effort. Upon hearing this, the Zhou elder's complexion turned ashen. Gazing at the unconscious young master on the ground, he appeared as if his soul had been snatched away. An 18-year-old in the martial immortal realm? A perfected heavenly level technique? Is this even possible? A typical cultivator, after a lifetime of effort, might only manage to perfect an earthly level technique, which would already signify exceptional talent. As cultivation progresses, the comparison lies in the foundation. If a peak true immortal were to face a nascent true god, a perfected earthly level technique could indeed overcome a true god utilizing a profound level technique. A heavenly level technique could obliterate opponents of a higher tier. He is only 18. Could my friend have misjudged? How could the Lin family possess a heavenly level technique? And even if they did, how could Lin You have perfected it? The Zhou elder found it inconceivable, unable to accept such a reality. The Lin family has one heavenly level technique, and so does the Su family. What of their own? Would they not face dire consequences? If you ask me, who shall I ask? Enough with the nonsense. We must leave immediately. The Wei elder snapped, no longer caring to confront Lin You. He scooped up the unconscious Wei Feng and Wei Yu, rushing towards the Wei family's direction. Zhou Bufan, witnessing this, found himself engulfed in conflict. Among the 3 families, the Zhou family held the lowest status. If today's endeavor failed, they would undoubtedly be the first to face accountability, perhaps even losing their cultivation resources. The thought sent his expression into a tumult of changes. He could not fathom how an 18-year-old could ascend to the martial immortal realm and perfect a heavenly level technique. Fear surged within him. The Zhou elder crouched down, preparing to depart, when suddenly, he sprang to his feet, pointing decisively. The 4th level of martial immortal was undeniable. Die! The Zhou elder shouted angrily, intending to strike Lin You forcefully. Yet, in the next moment, a beam of sword light soared into the sky. Lin You brought his fingers together and softly uttered, Sword 2. Soul Suppression. Boom. This sword strike is far more formidable than the previous one. The piercing sword energy resembles a howling cold wind, cleaving the pitch-black sky in twain. The intention of the sword traverses the vast expanse. Upon landing, it instills a terror that sends shivers through the very soul. 3 heads ascend to the heavens. The 3 members of the Zhou family perish on the spot. At this moment, within the Su family's grand hall, those who were sipping tea all erupted in astonishment. What the hell? Has this young man gone mad? Does he truly dare to commit murder? Unafraid of the Zhou family's retaliation, Su Ming's expression turned gravely serious. An 18-year-old martial sage? How terrifying. The elders below whispered among themselves. Where on earth did this prodigy emerge from? To slay a 4th-tier martial sage at such a young age? Could he be an agent sent by the Chongqing family? Wait. I previously reviewed the records of the 7-star domain's elite competition. What has transpired? Speak quickly. A genius has emerged from the 7-star domain. A combination of supreme bone and dual pupils, a rarity seen once in a million years. How did Lin You secure the first place? Could it be that this prodigy did not take action? No, that prodigy was defeated in a single exchange by Lin You. Boom. the hall reverberated once more. Every mind buzzed with the implications. The lower star domain may be lesser, but the talent is undeniable. The supreme bone and dual pupils. Each alone could contend for the position of heir within the Chongqing family, let alone existing in a single individual. Such talent is rarely seen throughout history. That Lin You was able to defeat him in one encounter. What a cosmic jest. Su Ming, who had remained silent, upon hearing this, snapped. The teacup in his palm was crushed to dust, tea cascading through his fingers. Could this young man be a descendant of the Lin family from the Chongqing clan? Just as he grappled with this realization, at the far reaches of the dreamboat star domain, the Zhou family erupted with fury. A powerful aura surged skyward, shaking the heavens. Lin family, are you courting death? Chapter 31, in full bloom. The one who struck was Zhuo Qingxian, the head of the Zhou family. His voice echoed through the skies, his murderous intent almost palpable. Even before his figure was visible, a tremendous spiritual pressure bore down, nearly suffocating Lin You. A martial god. Almost simultaneously, witnessing the Zhou family's intervention, the head of the Wei family, who had accompanied Su Ming, also made his move. Lin Yu's prowess was too monstrous. Since a grudge had been formed, he must be eradicated before he could grow. A single finger descended, piercing light traversing the entirety of the dreamboat star domain. The vast void was shattered, the tip aimed directly at Lin You of the Lin family. In that critical moment, within the Lin family estate, two powerful auras surged into the sky. Impudence! How dare you disrespect us? Do you truly believe that every member of the Lin family is easy prey? Lin Tao's voice resonated from within the estate. Before he even made his appearance, a presence akin to Lin Yu's imperial sword cannon descended, shattering the finger's light on the spot. Yet, the sword energy continued unabated, charging toward the Wei family ancestral home. Boom! The void exploded. Wei Yi of the Wei family let out a muffled groan, followed by a voice of disbelief. A martial god. On the other side. Before Zhuo Qingshuan's form could even touch the ground, he was struck across the void by the second elder, Lin Dong, who moved with blinding speed. Blood splattered onto the ground. When Zhuo Qingxian reappeared, a gruesome wound was starkly visible on his chest. He glared at Lin Dong with eyes wide open in disbelief. Gritting his teeth, yet he dared not engage again. The outcome of that blow had already been determined. In the realm of celestial-level techniques, he and his companion were no match for the two elders of the Lin family. Another martial deity. How could this be possible? How long has the Lin family been in the 6th-tier star domain? All members martial immortals? And two martial deities as well? What a joke. The scene of the four combatants engaged in battle was witnessed by all. From the direction of the Su family, the previously calm and whispering crowd now stood up in astonishment. It was miraculous, unprecedented. How had the Lin family achieved this? Two martial deity practitioners. And it had only been a short time. Had they been hiding their strength all along? This is bad. If the Lin family truly has backing, we may have gravely misjudged them. Su Ming could no longer contain himself. The previously unperturbed gaze of his was now filled with an unshakable astonishment. He rose and fixed his eyes on the heavens, as if trying to see through the entire Lin family. How could a family that had climbed from the lower star domain ascend to the martial immortal realm so swiftly? Normally, it would take a century at the very least. This was the foundation upon which the Su family had dared to exert pressure on them. But with two martial deities, the battlefield would be irrevocably altered. Without the ancestors' emergence, it would be a matter of life and death. Lin family, Su Ming muttered incessantly, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Within the dreaming bow star domain, Lin Tao's voice resonated through the heavens, commanding authority without anger, akin to a thunderous bell. Are the two families intent on a bitter feud with the Lin family? The thunderous rebuke sent chills down Zhuo Qingxian and Wei Yi's spines, cold sweat streaming down their foreheads. The cultivation level of a martial deity was beyond their control. Any engagement with such a being would necessitate absolute annihilation, otherwise. If they managed to escape, the entire family would live in fear, as no one knew when the martial deity would strike again. Yet, aside from each family having one ancestor in seclusion, there were no other practitioners surpassing the martial deity level. Such ancestors should not be awakened lightly, except in dire circumstances, as they needed to be preserved for confronting the Su family. You threaten us, Wei Yi retorted through gritted teeth, his voice filled with malice. Yet he dared not take a step forward. Threaten? I am merely conveying the stance of the Lin family, Lin Tao declared with conviction, unperturbed. An individual who had led his family from the 9th-tier star domain was not one to be trifled with. All strategies had already been meticulously devised. The youthful generation's sparring is of no concern to you. If conflict is desired, I, along with the entire Lin family, shall accompany you to the end. Let us see who perishes first. Wei Yi, chastised in such a manner, felt utterly humiliated. Beside him, Zhuo Chengxian stepped forward, blocking Wei Yi's path. He clasped his hands respectfully towards Lin Dong and Lin Tao, saying, "Esteemed friends, you are absolutely right. We have acted recklessly. It is inappropriate for us to interfere in the sparring of the younger generation." Lin Dong snorted coldly, showing no mercy. "Since you are aware, why don't you leave at once? Do you expect me to keep you here for a late-night snack?" Zhuo Chengxian nodded repeatedly. "We shall take our leave immediately." Wei Yi, standing aside, ground his teeth in frustration. Despite the resentment boiling within him, he dared not engage in a blood feud with the Lin family at this moment. The Lin family had risen. It would not be long before they reclaimed the resources accumulated over a millennium of cultivation. The two departed in a disgraced manner, leaving the members of the Lin family feeling exhilarated. "Well done, big brother. What happened to their arrogance from a few days ago? Ha ha ha, this is delightful. It won't be long before we confront the Su family head-on, once we have digested our suppressed insights over the years." Indeed, the Lin family is on the verge of entering its prime. Everyone felt a sense of relief, having been stifled for too long. Lin Yu blinked his large eyes, standing in the great hall, gazing at his uncles. According to protocol, he should receive some praise, for he had triumphed even over the two young masters of a sixth-tier family. Yet, his uncles seemed oblivious, engrossed in their own conversations. Seeing them prepare to retreat into their mystical realm for cultivation, Lin Yu grew anxious. Hey, what about me? Don't just praise Tao Go. Am I not impressive?" The eighth elder turned his head, dismissively waving his hand. "What is there to praise? This isn't your first time. You're just a minor young master, not even comparable to Qin Feng." The sixth elder nodded in agreement, wrapping an arm around the eighth elder's shoulder. "Old eight, you've finally spoken some truth. I too feel that Yuer has been a bit too proud lately. He wouldn't even ask us for help when dealing with minor characters before. It's just a trivial matter for someone as gifted as you." Lin Yu stared blankly at his uncles, only to find them wearing expressions of indifference, as if accustomed to such behavior. He couldn't help but twitch his mouth in frustration. "Are you all unwilling to even acknowledge my emotional value? What happened to being the sole heir of the Lin family? The Qilin child? Hey, he is a young master of a sixth-tier family." The second elder, Lin Dong, approached and patted Lin Yu on the shoulder. "Kid." Lin Yu looked up, his eyes filled with anticipation, but Lin Dong continued with a complaint. "Next time, don't waste time with him. Just defeat him in one move, all right? I'm not interested in listening to nonsense. I'm off to cultivate. It's pointless." Lin Yu. Before long, all 8 uncles entered the mystical realm, leaving Lin Yu standing alone, feeling adrift in the wind. In Chapter 32, The Celestial Inspector. Within the Su family estate, Wei Yi and Zhuo Chengxian stood respectfully in the hall. "My lord, as you have seen, it is not that we are unwilling to lend our strength. It is simply that the Lin family possesses too many prodigies. They have barely entered the 6th-tier star domain, yet all have broken through to the martial immortal realm. There are even those at the martial god level among them. We are truly powerless to contend." Zhuo Qingshuan's expression was grim as he hesitantly spoke. The two had come to the Su family to lodge a complaint. The situation was orchestrated by them, and now that trouble had arisen, it would undoubtedly fall upon the Su family to provide a remedy. Compared to the Zhuo family, the losses incurred by the Wei family were far more severe. Not only had their young master suffered a complete severance of his meridians, reducing him to a state of vulnerability, but he had also sustained hidden injuries that rendered him partially incapacitated. Without 3 to 5 years of diligent recovery, his condition may never improve. At that moment, blood still lingered at the corner of his mouth, his face a mask of indignation. Lin Yu must not be spared. At such a tender age, he had already reached the realm of martial immortality, capable of crossing boundaries to vanquish his foes. With such prodigious talent, it would not be long before he disrupted the entire Dreamboat star domain. Wei Yi ground his teeth in frustration, his aura diminished to its nadir. His words bore a hint of exaggeration, yet they undeniably highlighted Lin Yu's terrifying prowess. What does it mean to be an 18-year-old martial immortal? They had never witnessed such a monstrous talent in their lifetimes. The elders of the Su family remained silent, their gazes collectively shifting to Su Ming, who occupied the seat of authority. The fate of the Su family rested solely in his hands. With his eyes cast downward, Su Ming seemed lost in contemplation as he gently swirled the tea in his cup, causing the liquid to ripple. "Oh, how do you propose we proceed?" Su Ming's voice was soft as he addressed the 2 men before him. A ruthless glint flickered in Wei Yi's eyes as he coldly declared, "Eliminate them. Eradicate the root of the problem. While the Lin family is still reeling from their recent upheaval, we must strike together. With only 2 martial gods, they pose no real threat." Su Ming nodded and turned his gaze to Zhuo Chengxian. "And you?" Zhuo Chengxian cleared his throat, subtly glancing at Wei Yi beside him. Although his own family had suffered grievous losses, including the slaying of their young master, the Wei family's young master, Wei Yi, was virtually irreplaceable within their clan. his position unassailable. In contrast, the Zhou family's young master had several potential successors. If one were to perish, it would merely mean supporting another. It was preferable to risking a complete rupture with the Lin family, for the Zhou family lacked such substantial resources. Furthermore, with the Wei family severely wounded, it presented an opportune moment for the Zhou family to rise. With this in mind, Zhou Chengxian clasped his hands and said, "I believe this course of action is unwise." Wei Yi, incredulous, whirled around and seized Zhou Chengxian by the collar. "What nonsense are you spouting? Your Zhou family members have also been slain. Are you suggesting we simply let this go?" Zhou Chengxian raised a hand gently, revealing a formidable pressure that sent the injured Wei Yi tumbling. With an indifferent tone, he remarked, "The Zhou family can withstand both gains and losses. If one seeks trouble and meets their demise, there is nothing to be said. Moreover, the Lin family possesses two martial gods. A desperate struggle could leave our family utterly devastated. Are you willing to go? As for the Zhou family, we shall not take the lead." At his words, the crowd gasped in astonishment, unable to fathom Zhou Chengshuan's withdrawal from confronting the Lin family. Yet, it did not take long for Wei Yi to regain his composure. His complexion shifted between shades of green and white as realization dawned upon him. "Do you believe that my Wei family lacks successors? Are you attempting to use this to your advantage?" Zhou Chengxian ignored him, stubbornly turning his head away. "My friend, I never uttered such words. Furthermore, the decision to fight or not is not ours to make. It ultimately rests in the hands of the Su family patriarch." In an instant, Wei Yi's mind was flooded with an overwhelming torrent of information. The young master Wei Feng, whom the Wei family had painstakingly nurtured, had fallen, after 3,000 years? No, at most 300. Once they aged, the next generation would be ruthlessly suppressed by the Zhou family. Infuriated, Wei Yi clenched his fists. This behavior was akin to stabbing him in the back. Just then, Su Ming, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. With a gentle tap of his fingertip, he delivered a decisive statement. "Let us postpone this matter." Those words left Wei Yi momentarily stunned, and even the members of the Su family were puzzled. Postpone? Postpone what? Su Ming cast a languid glance at Wei Yi. "Not satisfied? You are free to seek trouble with the Lin family. I shan't impede you." Upon hearing this, Wei Yi's expression shifted dramatically. How could he pit the Wei family against the Lin family? It was utterly impossible. If that were to happen, the Wei family would be utterly annihilated in no time. "Leave," Su Ming said softly. With that single phrase, despite the bitterness in his heart, Wei Yi dared not show an ounce of defiance. The Su family had the backing of a fifth-tier clan, far beyond his capacity to offend. After the two departed, the elders of the Su family finally spoke up. "Head of the family, why do we not intervene with the Lin family? After all, the Wei and Zhou families are working for us, and it is disheartening." "Indeed, head, with the combined strength of our three families, eliminating the Lin family should be a trivial matter." Su Ming raised his hand to signal for silence, indicating for everyone to calm down. Once tranquility was restored, he spoke with composure. "I suspect the Lin family is not as simple as it appears. Consider this. How could a mere ant from a 9th-tier star domain possibly produce a martial deity in such a short time? The only explanation is that the Lin family has someone backing them." A hush fell over the room as everyone fell into contemplation. The eldest elder of the Su family spoke gravely. "Could it be that branch of the Lin family?" Su Ming's gaze swept across the room, uncertain but undaunted. "If we offend the Chongqing family, my Su family would be finished. Rather than taking risks, it is wiser to wait. I have already informed the Heavenly Patrol Envoy that the Lin family is waging war against the 5 great families in the 7th-tier star domain, nearly exterminating the opposing side. Such matters will certainly attract the attention of the Heavenly Patrol Envoy. At that time, we can hold the Lin family accountable. If they have backing, it will become clear." The assembly fell into deep thought, nodding in agreement. Their gazes toward Su Ming brimmed with admiration. Truly, the head of the Su family is remarkable. His wisdom is astonishing. The Heavenly Patrol Envoy represents the Chongqing family, and once a prominent family is targeted, there is no room for evasion. Should the Lin family indeed have support, it will inevitably be revealed. If not, the reckoning can wait. The head is wise. In the celestial star domain, a young girl traversed the void, clutching a glowing jade slip in her hand. Clad in a fiery red gown, her skin was as delicate as sheep's fat, and her exquisite features resembled those of a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. A sword hung gracefully at her waist as she fervently examined the glowing jade slip. With her hands on her hips, she pouted, her fists clenched in indignation. "That wretched Lin You. Cursed Lin You. Just wait until I find you. You shall see how I deal with you. Dare you disdain me? I shall certainly unleash a storm upon you." The ethereal energy gradually infused into the jade tablet, which emitted a brilliant radiance, floating in the void and guiding her path. Soon, Zhao Ling'er fixed her gaze upon a specific location. Humph. Found it. With a delicate tap of her toes, she summoned her cultivation once more and traversed the void. It was not long before she had completely departed. In the emptiness, two figures emerged. One bore shifty eyes, sly as a jackal. Boss, we have confirmation. She possesses only the cultivation of true fire refining spirit. We can make our move. The man beside him crossed his arms, lecherous eyes fixated on the direction Zhao Linger had taken. What a fine specimen. Let me have a taste. Chapter 33. Is your father Wang Gang? Draped in a crimson gown, Zhao Linger followed the guidance of the jade tablet. Soon, she beheld a solitary star domain seemingly enveloped in mist. Dreaming port, the Lin family resides here. Zhao Linger clenched her delicate fists, excitement coursing through her at the thought of confronting that scoundrel. Why should she, a dignified young lady, endure such indignities, though not from a prominent family? In terms of beauty, physique, and talent, she was confident she could rival anyone. At 16, she had reached the true fire refining spirit realm. Could one find a second like her in the 8th tier star domain? The more she pondered, the angrier she became, raising her long, elegant leg to step into the domain. Yet, just as she began to move, she halted abruptly. Frowning, she silently grasped the sword at her waist. Who goes there? Show yourself. As her words echoed, two figures slowly emerged from the void. The leading man, clad in finery, elegantly fanned himself with a feathered fan. He was unmistakably a scion of a prestigious family. He licked his lips, a smile dancing in his eyes. How astute you are. Even before we act, you have detected us. May I inquire the name of such a beautiful lady, and from whence you hail? I am Zhao Linger of the Zhao family. The man raised an eyebrow in surprise. The Zhao family? I have not heard of them in this vicinity. Zhao Linger tightened her grip on her sword. It is only natural that you have not. For I am not of the 6th tier star domain. With a gentle smile, he nodded and further inquired, is that a family of longevity? Zhao Linger shook her head, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. The man's smile widened. If it is not an esteemed family, then it must be a lowly one. Linger, dear lady. Since we seem to click, why not find a place to share a drink? A wave of revulsion washed over Zhao Linger. The lecherous glint in his eyes was nearly unmasked, especially after he discerned her origins from a lesser star domain. Click. Nonsense. She stepped back 2 paces, turning to leave. That is unnecessary. I have matters to attend to. Farewell. Yet, a man with a sharp visage obstructed the path, letting out a cold snort. How audacious. Does he truly believe himself to be made of gold? It is a privilege for you to catch the eye of the young master. Whether you wish to go or not, you shall come. Zhao Linger felt her breath becoming increasingly labored. What do you intend to do? Come any closer, and I shall not hesitate to act ruthlessly. As her words fell, Feng Yutao laughed heartily, showing no concern whatsoever. Instead, the excitement in his eyes intensified. A spirited one. I find it delightful. However, based on your cultivation in the true fire refining spirit realm, I fear you are still far from my level. Boom. Feng Yutao abruptly unfurled his feather fan, revealing his cultivation in the martial immortal realm without a doubt. A tremendous pressure surged forth, rendering Zhao Linger's very breath a luxury. The absolute suppression of 2 realms left her without any means of resistance. Zhao Linger's face turned ashen. She understood all too well what this meant. She attempted to draw her sword, but found herself utterly immobile. How dare you? If you persist in this manner, I shall inform the celestial inspectors. Yet, Feng Yutao, unfazed, sneered as he replied, the celestial inspectors? Spare me. The starry expanse is vast, after your demise. No one will know. How could the ants of a lowly family comprehend the renown of the Phoenix Manor, even if discovered? Do you think the celestial inspectors would side with you? With that, he reached out with a single hand, intending to seize Zhao Linger and whisk her away. But just at that moment, a disheveled figure appeared in the void. Hey. In broad daylight, have you no shame? The figure waved a hand lightly, severing Feng Yutao's extending spiritual energy. Mind your own business. Are you seeking death? Feng Yutao raised his hand to strike, aiming to seize the initiative. The figure before him appeared several years younger, and possessing a cultivation in the martial realm was already commendable. With his martial immortal realm, he could easily suppress them. However, unexpectedly, Lin You pointed with 2 fingers, unleashing a sharp sword energy that instantly severed Feng Yutao's right arm. The sudden turn of events startled the sharp-faced man watching from the side. He angrily shouted, "How dare you? Do you know who you?" Yet before he could finish, he was decapitated by a single sword strike. Vivid crimson blood sprayed from his neck. Excuse me? What did you say? I can't hear you. Hello? Are you still there? Lin You placed a hand to his ear, feigning inquiry. Feng Yutao knelt upon the ground, clutching his severed arm. His face a mask of indescribable horror. Sweat, as large as beans, streamed down his forehead in a frenzied cascade. His entire visage turned pale from the excruciating pain. Yet what terrified him more was the cultivation of the figure before him. An unfamiliar face, astonishingly youthful, yet possessing the prowess of the martial immortal realm. And it had the audacity to sever the arm of someone at the 4th level of the martial immortal realm. How is this possible, you wretch? Seeing his loyal servant slain, he let out a pained howl. Who are you to thwart the noble endeavors of the Phoenix Manor? Do you wish for your entire lineage to be extinguished? Do you know who I am? Lin You casually tapped his ear and remarked. I couldn't care less who you are. If I can't stand you, I'll deal with you sooner or later. What's the difference? Feng Yutao gritted his teeth, his mind spiraling into confusion. Who on earth is this person? Not even the Phoenix Manor dares to provoke him. In the entire 6th-level star domain, with its 48 stars, those capable of suppressing the Phoenix Manor could be counted on one hand. This individual certainly does not belong among them. A flicker of panic crossed Feng Yutao's eyes. He genuinely feared that this lunatic might slay him here. You may not know who I am, but you must have heard of my father's name. If you offend him, do you think you'll live to see another day? Lin You glanced at him, scoffing. Oh, so you're a big shot. Is your father Wang Gang? Feng Yutao was momentarily taken aback, instinctively asking, who is Wang Gang? Never mind. Just a slip of the tongue. Lin You cleared his throat. He had originally been cultivating at home, but the 400-fold speed of his training brought him no substantial progress. Thus, he simultaneously practiced while using his spiritual sense to observe the entire Dream Bow star domain, preventing the other 3 families from acting recklessly. However, he never anticipated that instead of confronting a desperate situation, he would witness someone attempting something untoward. Moreover, it was a beautiful woman. The notion of a hero rescuing a damsel was simply intolerable. My father is the master of the Phoenix Manor. If you dare to kill me, you will never see the sun rise again. Feng Yutao played his final card, fully prepared to fight to the death. Who would have thought that Lin Yu's eyes would light up at those words? Excitedly rubbing his hands, he exclaimed, the Phoenix Manor must have quite the influence, right? Chapter 34. Hurry and gather people. Gazing at Lin Yu's gleaming eyes, Feng Yutao couldn't help but shiver. What do you intend to do? Lin Yu chuckled mischievously. The system task required him to defeat the prodigies from the nearby 16 star domains. The grand tournament of prodigies in the 6th-level star domain was still years away. To accomplish his task, he couldn't possibly challenge each family one by one. If he did, he would likely end up in a dire situation. Instead, why not find someone influential and summon them all at once? Do you wish to live? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, threateningly. Don't do anything reckless. My father is the master of the Phoenix Manor. Feng Yutao hurriedly protested. Smack. A crisp sound of a slap echoed. Lin Yu disdainfully shook his hand. Stop with the nonsense. I'm simply asking if you want to survive. Your father being Wang Gang is of no consequence. Feng Yutao covered his face with his remaining arm, tears brimming in his eyes. This was far too humiliating. As the young master of the Phoenix Manor, he had never endured such indignities. Who was this reckless youth, and did he have any notion of the Phoenix Manor's prestige? Moreover, who on earth was Wang Gang? I want to live. Feng Yutao nearly shouted this declaration in anger. Why not say so earlier? I'll grant you a chance. According to the rules of the martial world, if you beg for mercy, I won't kill you. Return and rally the prodigies of the 16-star domains. You can bring them to seek vengeance against me at any time. If I perish at your hands, the elders of my clan will have no objections. Lin Yu replied coolly. Are you serious? Can I leave? Feng Yutao expressed disbelief. This condition is akin to a death sentence. The 16-star domains. What does that even signify? Do not be deceived by the fact that this is merely a 6th-tier star domain. It is teeming with hidden talents. Many formidable figures from various families have yet to reveal themselves, biding their time for the next grand competition of prodigies. It is then that they will truly shine. Take his Phoenix Mountain Manor as an example. Nominally, he is the young master, yet in truth, it is his elder brother who is being nurtured. Though they are of similar age, there exists a significant disparity in their realms. Not to mention some families have ambiguous connections with higher-tier star domains. Seriously, begone. Lin Yu delivered a kick, sending him flying, but he etched the opponent's appearance firmly in his memory. In broad daylight, he dared to forcefully abduct a maiden. He must be dealt with. However, for now, there remains some utility in this encounter. Ignoring his injuries, Feng Yutao crawled away hastily. Before departing, he maliciously inquired, "Dare you leave your name?" Without lifting his gaze, Lin Yu replied, "Dreaming Star Domain, Lin Family, Lin You. I shall await your return." Feng Yutao turned and departed, committing that name to memory. Should he perish at their hands, the elders of his clan would undoubtedly have no second thoughts. Arrogance. Did he truly believe that an ordinary 6th-tier family could be compared to the Phoenix Mountain Manor? As Feng Yutao left, Lin You also prepared to depart. Having already played the role of the hero saving the damsel in distress, he felt the need to bask in his moment of glory. Turning around, he flashed a charming, Sunny smile and tousled his messy bangs. Miss, are you all right? Lin Yu's smile was warm and perfectly measured, just as he anticipated a grateful response. Even preparing to politely decline any offers of gratitude, suddenly, the sound of a sword unsheathing pierced the air. A jolt of alarm surged within Lin Yu. He saw Zhao Linger swiftly draw her sword from her waist and aim it directly at him. What on earth is happening? Lin Yu dodged in haste. Have you lost your mind? I just saved you. It's too soon for such ingratitude. Zhao Linger's face flushed crimson like a ripe apple as she swung her sword while berating him. Rogue, beast, scoundrel. Lin Yu, interpreting her actions as a misunderstanding, refrained from causing her real harm, opting instead to evade her attacks. What are you doing? I'm not in league with him. Can't you see that? Zhao Linger, deaf to his words, continued her relentless assault. Even if she could not land a blow, she attacked with fervor. Rogue, beast, scoundrel, you insult me. Do you know who I am? Zhao Linger of the Zhao family? I have vowed to deal with you. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu felt a sudden chill. The Zhao family, Zhao Lingu? That name sounded vaguely familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Suddenly, he recalled the Eighth Master and the infamous breeding plan. Oh no, the real deal has come knocking. Lin Yu cried out as he soared towards the dreaming star domain. The Eighth Master has led me astray. Across the vast expanse of star domains, Feng Yutao's complexion turned ashen, not daring to linger for a moment as he fled into the distance. Suddenly, a figure blocked his path. Who goes there? Feng Yutao's heart raced, believing it was Lin Yu returning to exact vengeance. He braced himself for a confrontation. Do not panic. My dear nephew, it is I. A refined middle-aged man emerged from the void. Uncle Su? Feng Yutao steadied himself, recognizing the figure before him, and felt a wave of relief wash over him. The Fenghuang Mountain Manor shared a cordial relationship with the Su family, which was one of the few families backed by a powerful lineage. Uncle, let us discuss matters another time. I am still injured and likely unable to engage in conversation. Feng Yutao spoke with difficulty. My dear nephew, I am fully aware of the events that have transpired, Su Ming replied, waving his hand. Pure spiritual energy flowed from him, aiding in the healing of Feng Yutao's internal wounds. You witnessed everything? Feng Yutao furrowed his brow, questioning why assistance had not been rendered. That Lin Yu nearly took my life. Faced with the inquiry, Su Ming's expression darkened momentarily, but he soon sighed. It is not that I did not wish to help, but rather that I dared not intervene. The Lin family likely has formidable backing, and it would be exceedingly difficult for me to contend against them alone. Feng Yutao, hearing this, was filled with confusion and pressed for clarification. What do you mean? Su Ming went on to recount the events surrounding the Lin family during this period, along with his conjectures regarding their affiliations. As Feng Yutao listened, his alarm grew, and he shivered at the mention of the Lin family's possible connection to the Chongqing clan. The Chongqing clan, a titan among the myriad realms. Not even the Phoenix Mountain Manor, nor a coalition of 10 sixth-tier families, could hope to challenge them. Feng Yutao stepped forward, grasping Su Ming's wrist. Is this truly the case, uncle? Is the Lin family genuinely connected to the Chongqing clan? Su Ming nodded. It cannot be definitively confirmed yet, but it is highly likely. Otherwise, there would be no reason for the Lin family, having just entered the 6th-tier realm, to suddenly possess 2 martial god-level cultivators. Feng Yutao instinctively took a couple of steps back, a chill surging from his feet to the crown of his head. No wonder Lin Yu spoke of elders in the clan and the Chongqing clan. He clenched his teeth, feeling an overwhelming hatred, yet unable to summon a thought of revenge at that moment. At that juncture, Su Ming suddenly said, to be candid, my Su family is in a state of enmity with the Lin family. If you seek vengeance, I have a plan. It all depends on your courage. Feng Yutao's gaze sharpened as he looked up, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Uncle, do share your thoughts. Let us discuss further after you speak. Chapter 35, The Celestial Tree. After the man departed, Su Ming stood suspended in the void, his gaze fixed upon the direction of the Lin family. An elder of the Su family praised him. Master, your foresight is indeed commendable. This is a twofold strategy. Now the Lin family must act, whether they wish to or not. Su Ming's eyes remained as calm as a tranquil well. It is but a minor stratagem. Feng Yutao, being sheltered and pampered, will undoubtedly struggle to endure the pressure. Upon his return, whether he incites the prodigies of the 16th star domain to confront Lin Yu or leverages the influence of the Phoenix Mountain Manor against the Lin family, it will be of great benefit to us without any detriment. No matter how powerful Lin Yu may be, he cannot possibly survive against the prodigies of the 16th star domain, let alone the true formidable figures who have yet to reveal themselves. The elder of the Su family nodded in agreement, then inquired, what if the Lin family truly is a branch of the Chongqing clan? Su Ming waved his hand calmly, stating, the law does not hold the multitude accountable. When peers engage in combat, could it be that the Chongqing family can truly suppress the 6th star domain? At that time, if the Lin family indeed has connections, we can easily extricate ourselves with the help of the celestial inspectors. If there are no connections, he let out a cold snort. If the Lin family lacks a powerful backing, their fate is but annihilation. Feng Yutao's only hope for vengeance lay in rallying the talents from the 16-star domains to join forces. Otherwise, he was fated to suffer this silent grievance. Moreover, Su Ming had astutely recognized Feng Yutao's propensity for revenge due to his pampered upbringing. Thus, he incited him to retaliate against Lin You under the guise of peer rivalry. In the Lin residence, Lin You, in a state of panic, dashed toward the courtyard. Behind him, Zhao Linger, her face flushed, brandished her sword, shouting, "Stop! Just stop! You cannot possibly defeat me. What are you doing? I do not bully women, but if you keep provoking me, I will retaliate." Lin You swiftly turned to face her, issuing a warning. "Do you truly believe yourself invincible? After half an hour of pursuit, you are still not satisfied? Come on. Do you think I, Zhao Linger, am afraid of you? Just because you have trained for 2 more years than I have?" With her neck arched defiantly, Zhao Linger appeared somewhat adorable despite her irritation. Lin You, exasperated, thought to himself, is she truly pretending? She has barely trained for 3 months. Does she expect to surpass me as if it were a mere whim? Yet, he had to concede that Zhao Linger's talent was indeed remarkable. At 16, she had already reached the true fire refinement realm, whereas Qin Feng, the so-called genius of a millennium, had only attained the true Dan realm when he battled him. "Don't come any closer. I will truly strike." Lin You retreated a couple of steps, his aura gradually revealing itself. Upon sensing his seriousness, Zhao Linger blinked back tears of grievance. At that moment, the commotion roused the cultivators in the secluded sanctuary. "What is happening? Is it daylight? Must we abandon our training?" The dissatisfied voice of the 8th elder echoed from within. "Oh, a young lady. What is this? Has the lad finally awakened to the responsibilities of his future?" The 8th elder's figure suddenly appeared in the courtyard, followed by several uncles who also materialized before them. Upon seeing Zhao Linger for the first time, they all craned their necks in surprise. "Goodness, what a charming girl. I like her. No misunderstanding. I mean, I like her for you. Indeed, with such beauty and talent, she is absolutely worthy." Even Lin Tao could not help but gasp in awe. He scrutinized Lin You, raising an eyebrow. "Where did you manage to woo this girl? Do not tell me you forcibly brought her home. A stallion may be a stallion, but one must not be overly forceful." Lin Yu retorted, "What are you talking about? Tao, this girl is here to kill me." The crowd fell silent for a moment, then erupted into laughter. "Do not jest. This young lady is at the true fire refinement realm. How could she possibly engage with you? I suspect Ewer is adopting a rogue charming approach. As the saying goes, men are not loved unless they are bad." "Wait a moment. Did you say she is 16 and already at the true fire refinement?" The 2nd elder, Lin, gazed at Zhao Linger with sparkling eyes and suddenly inquired, "My dear, have we met before?" Upon hearing this, tears cascaded down Zhao Linger's cheeks, as if she had suffered a grave injustice. "Zhao family, Zhao Linger, greetings to all the esteemed uncles." In an instant, the Lin family was enveloped in a profound silence. The Zhao family, the same one that the 8th master had contacted previously, was now remembered with a mix of astonishment and dismay. Furthermore, it was crucial to note that although the Zhao family was merely a family of the 8th rank, they shared a long-standing friendship with the Lin family. In the past, during their time in the 8th rank star domain, they had relied heavily on each other as support. It could be said that without the Zhao family's kindness back then, the Lin family of today would not exist. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Lin Tao stepped forward swiftly, seizing Lin Yu by the ear. "You scoundrel, bullying a young lady. Apologize at once." Lin Yu, bewildered, responded, "Brother Tao, am I to apologize while being pursued?" The 2nd elder and the 8th elder hastily approached, brandishing their fists as if they were preparing to strike. The other elders also began to brandish weapons, creating an atmosphere as if the Lin family were under attack. Lin Yu's mind went blank, utterly confused by the unfolding situation. He then heard Brother Tao whisper, "The Zhao family's past kindness is immeasurable. How can you mistreat them? Be clever about this." The 2nd elder and the 8th elder exchanged knowing glances. Reluctantly, Lin Yu admitted, "Miss Zhao, I was in the wrong." Upon witnessing this, Zhao Linger's previously sorrowful demeanor vanished, replaced by a smirk as she crossed her arms triumphantly. "Now, tell me, where did you err?" Lin Yu stammered. "I was wrong in every way. Dear lady, please retract your magical prowess." As tears fell, 8 summoned beasts materialized. Who could withstand such a spectacle? The most pressing issue was that fighting was not an option, and they would certainly be outmatched. After enduring a farcical lesson, Lin Yu was finally released. Zhao Linger chuckled and moved to the heart of the matter. She produced a sprig of spiritual grass from her pocket. "Esteemed uncles, I have come to return a favor. Many years ago, when the Lin family departed, they left behind a heart of heaven bamboo. Now, after all these years, I come on my father's behalf to return to you a sapling of the tree of heaven. Lin Tao looked on in astonishment as a small sapling appeared in Zhao Ling'er's hand. Though diminutive, it radiated an unimaginable aura of spiritual energy. A mere whiff refreshed his spirit. The tree of heaven? It cannot be accepted. Lin Tao quickly waved his hand. My past gesture was merely to repay the Zhao family's kindness. This tree of heaven is the foundation of our family. It is incomparable to the heart of heaven bamboo. It cannot be accepted. Zhao Ling'er seemed to have anticipated his response. Without hesitation, she placed the sapling into Lin Tao's hands. Please take it, uncle. It is my father's will. He insists that a small kindness should be repaid with great gratitude. The heart of heaven bamboo saved his life, allowing the Zhao family to endure. Now, after a millennium of nurturing, it has finally grown into a sapling of the tree of heaven, rightfully returning to its original owner. My father also mentioned that if you refuse to accept it, it would imply a denial of our long-standing friendship. With these words, Lin Tao was rendered speechless. As the situation has reached this point, there remains no room for refusal. Moreover, the heavenly tree is exceedingly rare, comparable to the highest-tier cultivation techniques. Should it flourish into a grand tree, its mere presence would bestow an abundance of spiritual energy upon the entire clan, far surpassing the utility of countless cultivation resources. Thus, I shall accept it. We have not forgotten the kindness of the Zhao family, Lin Tao said solemnly as he gently took the sapling of the heavenly tree. At that moment, Lin You, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Wait, the heavenly tree sapling? Let me have a look. Chapter 36, Accelerated Catalysis. Lin Yu's voice resonated, prompting Tao Ge to instinctively hand the sapling to him. Presently, Yu'er holds significant weight within the Lin family. Meanwhile, Zhao Ling'er could not help but roll her eyes. Scoundrel. Rogue. Besides having commendable cultivation talent, what else is there to be proud of? Such low character, daring to reject me. Now that I bring the heavenly tree sapling. He changes his tone instantly. I won't give it to you, Zhao Ling'er thought to herself, though she certainly could not voice it aloud. She pouted, unable to shake off her youthful indignation. What is the matter? Does the esteemed young Master Lin have some expertise in nurturing rare treasures? This heavenly tree sapling requires daily watering with spiritual water and takes 3,000 years to bloom. After 10,000 years, it may grow into a small tree. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. 3,000 years to bloom. Then this thing is not worth it. Zhao Ling'er, infuriated, stamped her foot and clenched her delicate fists. What do you know? Blooming in 3,000 years increases spiritual energy by 20%. In the future, your Lin family could benefit from its blessings for generations. After 10,000 years, the energy boost could reach 50%. If the Lin family remains strong, who knows how high the clan could ascend? Lin Yu rubbed his nose. That may be true, but it's simply too long. With this thought, Lin Yu could not help but raise an eyebrow. If his own cultivation technique could accelerate his training, could carrying this sapling enhance the process as well? Immediately, Lin Yu began to channel his spiritual energy, enveloping the sapling tightly, preparing to refine it through his understanding of the technique to achieve a catalyzing effect. However, just as he lifted his hand, everyone gasped in alarm. Elder 8 rushed forward to intervene. You cannot act recklessly. This is the sapling of the heavenly tree. Refining it may bring temporary pleasure, but in the long run, nurturing it is the proper path. Elder 2, Lin Dong, nodded fervently in agreement, fearing Lin Yu might impulsively refine the sapling. While it could enhance his cultivation, the sapling would be destroyed in the process. Zhao Ling'er could not suppress her exclamation. This treasure was something even the Zhao family was reluctant to waste. She had pleaded with her father countless times, yet he had refused to allow her to refine it. If it were to be ruined like this, she could not fathom how long it would ache her heart. Scoundrel, you must release the sapling at once. This is a precious treasure that would be fought over fiercely outside. Seeing the concern on everyone's faces, Lin Yu scratched his nose. I have no intention of refining it. Why are you all so flustered? Elder 6 chuckled, putting his arm around Elder 8's shoulders. I knew it. Old 8, why the hurry? You isn't one to misjudge people. Is he? Elder 8 replied. Just now, you were the most exuberant. Lin Yu gently lifted his palm and stated, 3,000 years is too long. I only strive for the present moment. I shall attempt to accelerate the growth of the Tongtian sapling. Upon hearing this, everyone was left in stunned silence. Accelerate the growth of the sapling? How is that possible? That sapling is more precious than heavenly level techniques. In the myriad realms, such rare treasures are neither abundant nor scarce. However, they all share a commonality. The more precious they are, the greater the time cost involved. Over the years, no one has ever been known to hasten its growth. Otherwise, with an abundance of rare materials, their value would surely diminish. Lin Tao furrowed his brow. Even with his vast experience, he found this notion utterly implausible. Yet, unwilling to dampen Lin Yu's enthusiasm, he reluctantly conceded, since Yu wishes to try, then let him try. However, be cautious not to harm the foundation of the Tongtian tree. With the elder's support, the others ceased their objections. Even Zhao Linger refrained from saying much, considering it had already been gifted to the Lin family. Thank you, Brother Tao. Lin Yu chuckled. Vital energy, like fine threads, penetrated the sapling's form. He then began to circulate his essence in a rhythmic manner around the sapling. The tree, stimulated, lazily stretched its branches. In an instant, everyone was taken aback. Is this for real? Are we jesting? Such occurrences have never been witnessed in the myriad realms. Wait. Something feels off. Zhao Linger held her breath, eagerly watching the Tongtian sapling. Lin Yu remained utterly focused, continually directing his vital energy within. Yet, there was an oddity he couldn't quite pinpoint. Soon enough, the sapling appeared to swell visibly, as if it had consumed abundant nourishment. Under normal circumstances, it would take 5 to 10 years before any sign of growth. Lin Tao's pupils dilated as he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. If this continues, the Lin family is destined to soar to great heights. But in the next moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The Tongtian sapling began to tremble violently, its leaves gradually turning yellow. Soon, they drooped listlessly, resembling withered flowers that quickly turned black and shriveled. This is bad. Something's wrong. Lin Tao's heart sank, fearing the sapling might be destroyed. Suddenly, he heard Lin Yu's urgent voice. Tao, wait. It's not the sapling that's at fault. I've miscalculated the direction. Miscalculated the direction? What does that mean? Before anyone could react, they saw Lin Yu swiftly draw the Tongtian sapling into his palm. His immense vital energy surged like true fire, enveloping the sapling in an instant. What are you doing? Are you really planning to refine the sapling? Zhao Linger puffed up her cheeks in frustration. With a heart full of reluctance, she could only mutter a few complaints. The uncles shared a silent anguish. After all, Yu was the Lin family's sole hope. If it were to be refined, so be it. What could they say? If blame were to be placed, it would be on the Lin family for lacking such fortune. But just then the sapling of the celestial tree swiftly burrowed into Lin Yu's body, merging with him in an instant. Refinement. Lin Yu let out a cold snort as the sapling entered him, his bloodlines roaring like a true dragon, infusing him with an overwhelming aura. Yet, he was not finished. With a flick of his palm, the sapling that had been refined into his body astonishingly reappeared, plunging directly into the nearby muddy ground. This sapling, which traditionally required 3,000 years to blossom, was growing at a visibly frenzied pace. At this rate, it would not take 3,000 years, perhaps even 30 years would be too long before it bore fruit. What on earth is happening? Yu, did you not refine it? Brother Tao's heart surged like a boiling sea, unable to contain his curiosity, even with his extensive experience. He found himself unable to restrain his excitement upon witnessing the sapling's growth rate. Just a moment ago, there had been a slight misunderstanding. Now, everything seemed clear. 3,000 years to bloom. 10,000 years to become a tree? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow and extended a finger. Within a month, I shall transform it into a great tree. It turned out that Lin Yu had discovered that while he could use the system's acceleration abilities to catalyze the sapling was not human. The cycle of the heavens was simply too much for it to endure. Instead, it would backfire, leading to its collapse. Thus, Lin Yu directly sealed the sapling within his body, uniting it with himself. Moreover, he no longer employed the cycle of the heavens to catalyze it. Rather, he allowed it to enjoy the system's accelerated cultivation just as he did, without distinction. Consequently, regardless of how many times Lin Yu unleashed critical strikes, the celestial sapling would passively benefit from this enhancement. If he were to achieve several million times the acceleration in a month, it would be completed in no time. This method, however, was exclusive to Lin Yu. Only he possessed the speed of spiritual energy circulation within his body, ensuring that with each cycle, the sapling would be nourished. As the sapling grew increasingly verdant, the onlookers' eyes widened in astonishment. This was truly extraordinary. What cosmic jest was this? The Lin family was destined to defy the heavens. Chapter 37. The Prodigies of the 16-Star Domains. An unreal sense of illusion pervaded the Lin family estate. Everyone's minds felt as though they had been struck by a heavy hammer, leaving them dizzy. The catalysis of the celestial tree sapling rivaled heavenly-level techniques. It was utterly unfathomable. Even the illustrious Brother Tao could not help but clutch his heart, fearing that he might faint at any moment. For the Lin family, nothing was more significant than this. Aside from Lin Yu, what is the most crucial element in the path of cultivation? It is, without a doubt, resources. With the celestial tree and the blessed land, the Lin family would soar like the sun at noon. Lin Tao could already envision the family's future. A mature celestial tree, once cultivated, would be enough to elevate the Lin family to the status of a fourth-tier clan. What am I to do with all of this? Brother Tao exclaimed excitedly, tears streaming down his face. You have sacrificed so much for the Lin family. In my old age, instead of enjoying wealth and honor with you, I have inadvertently placed all burdens upon your shoulders. In the grand contest of the celestial prodigies, within this paradise of opportunity, all that has transpired, the towering celestial tree, has been achieved through your endeavors. A flicker of shame glimmered in Lin Tao's eyes. To him, this all should have been his gift to Lin You, rather than a case of him relying on the elder while the elder depended on the younger. Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively, saying, Brother Tao, there's no need for such formalities. We are family, it's of no consequence. Elder Ba, hands on his hips, laughed heartily, relishing the moment. There has never been a time more exhilarating than this. What of the Su family? Soon, Elder Ba shall elucidate matters clearly. He then cast a playful glance at Zhao Linger, who had been rendered speechless. Young lady, it was I who facilitated your father's involvement. Have you considered this union once more? If we are to be family, the celestial tree shall be accommodating, he jested, having enjoyed a hearty meal. Elder Ba turned his attention to Lin Yu's matrimonial prospects. Zhao Linger, her cheeks flushed from embarrassment, protested, Uncle, what are you implying? She faltered mid-sentence, initially intending to express their incompatibility, but found herself too shy to articulate it. An 18-year-old martial celestial, heir to a sixth-tier family, with the ability to accelerate the growth of the celestial tree, any single attribute would be prodigious enough. To claim they were ill-suited would imply that she was unworthy of him. Elder Ba, unabashed, declared, No worries, I understand. It is no small feat for you to have traveled so far. Stay with the Lin family for a few days. Young people should nurture their feelings. In due time, Lin Yu can escort you back, it's settled. Zhao Linger was about to refuse, yet was swiftly pulled into an empty room by the second elder, Lin Dong. What a coincidence, there's a vacant room here. Isn't it fortuitous? Let us finalize this. Our families have been close for years, and it would be remiss for you to leave so soon. Your father would think we have turned our backs on you. Stay for a few days to give your uncle some face. Under such relentless pressure, Zhao Linger found herself unable to resist and reluctantly acquiesced. Although she had not intended to pursue a relationship with Lin Yu, subtle changes began to take root within her. This fellow was not quite the scoundrel she had envisioned. At least he was kind to his family. Just then, Elder Bob bellowed in dismay, standing beside a pile of luggage. Who has cast my belongings outside? The sixth elder swiftly smacked him on the forehead and firmly covered his mouth. Fear not, Linger. You can stay comfortably. Your eighth uncle is quite robust. It matters not. The room is spotless. I assure you he has never occupied it. Elder Boss struggled in vain, producing muffled sounds of discontent. How could he, as a younger generation's guest, have his room commandeered and his belongings discarded? Hearing this, the second elder, Lin Dong, discreetly gave the sixth elder a thumbs up. Zhao Linger, blushing profusely, hurried into the room. In the courtyard, only the uncles remained. Lin Yu, observing their mischievous expressions, felt an overwhelming sense of dread. It seems the arrangements for marriage were indeed underway, yet another breeding plan. Silently exasperated, he turned and retreated to his room. Just as he closed the door, he heard the boisterous exclamations of his uncles outside. Oh dear, our Lin family is about to welcome a daughter. Do not speak nonsense. The girl has not agreed yet. Did not Lao Ba contact her father previously? Why hasn't she consented? Now, we must reach out once more. This young lady possesses extraordinary beauty and talent, truly a perfect match for Yuer. What could Yuer have possibly done in his past life to deserve such fortune? She has not agreed. What are you rambling about? I speak of his capabilities, his exceptional prowess in the realm of cultivation. I, an uneducated man, can only express it in 2 words. Remarkable. I concur, it is indeed remarkable. A day later, on the outskirts of the dreaming star domain, figures stood tall in the void. Their demeanor haughty, surveying everything as if they were deities. An aura unique to cultivators emanated from each individual, rendering them imposing. Among them stood Feng Yutao, his right arm fully healed. He clenched his fist, his eyes blazing with anger. Esteemed guests, you are already aware of the events that transpired. That Lin Yu has acted with reckless audacity, claiming that none in the same realm can rival him, even disregarding our Phoenix Mountain manor. We have come today to take his life. As his words fell, another young man stepped forward, scoffing. Brother, what can I say? You, in the 4th layer of the martial immortal realm, cannot even defeat a newcomer to the realm? And you have even lost an arm. Feng Yutao's expression soured as he retorted. Lin Yu is extraordinarily formidable. He cannot be judged by ordinary standards. Previously, in the 7th star domain, he secured 1st place in the Young Heroes competition. He must not be underestimated. Unperturbed, the young man dismissed him. What of a mere low-tier star domain? What does being first in the young heroes competition signify? Even I surpassed their ancestors by 1,000-fold. Just wait and see. With us here, Lin You is undoubtedly doomed today. Feng Yutao was rendered speechless by the illogical reasoning of his counterpart. The low-tier star domain forbids breakthroughs to the martial immortal realm. You cannot claim to be stronger than their ancestors. But who is the first in the young heroes competition? Such a person is comparable to one's own ancestors from days of yore. Which family in the 6-star domain did not ascend through such means? Yet, Feng Yutao was disinclined to explain. After all, he had come for revenge. Ideally, Lin You would incite the collective wrath of the group. Then they could all strike together. And a chaotic flurry of blades would bring Lin You to his demise. Regardless of any backing he might possess, it would be of no use. What you say holds merit. Then let us set off. The group of young masters laughed heartily, treating the journey to the Dreaming Star domain as a mere spring outing. Entirely dismissing Lin You, they had already investigated the Lin family prior to their arrival, an insignificant insect newly ascended to the 6th tier, with only 2 martial god realm members. They were hardly worth consideration. Even across the entire 6-star domain, they ranked among the weakest. Meanwhile, at the other end of the 6-star domain, a handsome young man, filled with excitement, clenched his fists tightly, racing towards the Dreaming Star domain. I am coming to find you. Hold your ground. Chapter 38, The Dragon's Cave. In the Lin family, Lin You sat cross-legged on the ground, fixated on the small sapling before him. With a cultivation speed 400 times faster, he found himself making hardly any progress at all. In his mind, a singular thought consumed him. When would that young noble seek vengeance upon him? Completing the task would yield 2 vibrant critical strike wheels, and, most importantly, the precious potion for enhancing one's innate qualities. He felt an urgent sense of anxiety. Suddenly, a multitude of radiant figures streaked across the sky. Lin You instinctively looked up to see a throng of silhouettes racing toward the Lin family estate. Leading them was the very individual whose arm he had severed the other day. They have arrived. Finally, they are here. Lin You, overwhelmed with emotion, rubbed his hands together in excitement, tears streaming down his face. He stepped forward into the void, readying himself before they could utter a word. Do not speak. I comprehend your intent. Rest assured, in this contest among peers, the elders of the clan will not intervene. Will it be a duel or a brawl? The choice is yours. The crowd of over 100 stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered by the audacity of the figure before them. Fortunately, Feng Yutao stepped forward, bowing to the assembly. This is the illustrious Lin You, the champion of the Celestial Talent Competition, who boldly claims he can single-handedly contend against 16-star realms. Before he could finish, Lin You interrupted. Enough? It is all me. Let us commence. The onlookers were left in utter bewilderment. What was happening? According to the usual protocol, faced with such overwhelming numbers, he should have fled or attempted to reason with them. Yet, he appeared even more exhilarated than they were. Was there a hidden agenda? Feng Yutao was equally perplexed, casting wary glances around him. After confirming there were no ambushes, he inquired, Lin You, what do you mean by this? Lin You, with an air of nonchalance, spread his hands and replied, Are you not here to engage in battle? Feng Yutao was momentarily speechless, contemplating the implications. So be it. Let us proceed. Lin You assumed a fighting stance, seemingly prepared to take on 100 adversaries. Witnessing this, the young man who had previously conversed with Feng Yutao stepped forward first, his demeanor radiating an unmistakable arrogance. Even at a glance, he exuded an aura of superiority, a result of a life lived in luxury. With a derisive smile, he slowly raised his hand, his fingertips shimmering with starlight. You are Lin You? Do you fear your own boastful tongue? Do you truly believe you possess the qualification to withstand a collective assault? Have you heard of the Dragon's Lair, Yang Yi? Since the commencement of my cultivation, I have never tasted defeat. As his words settled, the crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. No wonder he seemed vaguely familiar. He was a disciple from the Dragon's Lair. What is the Dragon's Lair, you ask? It is a notable entity within the 6th-tier star realm, renowned for its formidable body refinement prowess, capable of transcending multiple realms in combat. Furthermore, Yang Yi is the chief disciple of the Dragon's Lair, reputed to have vanquished a practitioner at the 6th level of the martial immortal realm 5 years prior. Within the Lin family residence, the family members emerged. Yet they were met with Lin Yu's mental command to refrain from intervening. At this moment, they could only spectate and prevent any unforeseen incidents. However, Zhao Linger appeared flustered and quickly exclaimed, Uncles, we cannot allow Lin You to confront Yang Yi. Yang Yi has already attained the true form of the Flood Dragon. His physical prowess alone could slay practitioners of the same realm, not to mention his supernatural abilities. The 8th elder looked on in astonishment. How did you know that? Zhao Linger inquired, raising the jade slip in her hand. I conducted a thorough investigation prior to our arrival. in the entire 6th class star domain. Aside from those who remain hidden, nearly all the notable figures are documented within. Yang Ye's strength ranks among the top 10 of the prodigies in the 6th class star domain. Moreover, he is a few years older than Lin You, with a higher realm. This is an utterly unfair battle. The members of the Lin family fell silent upon hearing this. They wished to dissuade Yor, yet found themselves at a loss for words. This was due to prior communications, which had made it abundantly clear that under no circumstances were they to interfere in this confrontation. In the Su family's Grand Hall, Su Mingyun, calm and composed, brewed another pot of strong tea. He poured a cup for Wei Yi and another for Zhuo Chengxian. Why the haste, my friend? If Lin You were to perish, the Lin family would have no chance of redemption. Wei Yi accepted the tea, nodding repeatedly. The Su family's strategies are profound. I find myself at a loss in comparison. Zhuo Chengxian added his own flattery, a brilliant plan. If the Lin family dares to act rashly to protect Lin You, we can seize the opportunity to strike at them under the guise of a larger force overpowering a smaller one. Excellent. A subtle smile played upon Su Mingyun's lips. Clearly pleased with this scheme, he raised his teacup and remarked softly, to take on 100? Does one truly believe oneself to be the heir of an immortal family, remaining hidden from the world? Even among these prodigies, I would have exercised considerable caution in my time. The Lin family, even if they are a hidden dragon, they must remain coiled. Chapter 39, Too Abnormal. In the void above, the battle was on the verge of erupting. Yang Yi from the dragon's cave let out a cold laugh, his figure slowly ascending into the heavens. He spread his arms wide, resembling a deity descending. At 18 years old, in the martial immortal realm, you indeed possess some skill. Yet, this is merely the beginning. I shall make you aware of what it means to be overwhelmed by innate talent. The young master of the dragon's cave shall be the foremost among them. As his words fell, he raised one hand, setting the heavens ablaze, an inexhaustible force of blood energy coalescing around him. A dense aura of malevolence transformed into a serpentine dragon. This technique was the pinnacle of earth-level cultivation. After a decade of cultivation, I have finally achieved perfection. To perish at my hands will be the greatest honor of your life. Boom. The resounding roar of the dragon echoed, shaking the very air and causing the ears of all present to tremble. Every genius in attendance widened their eyes in astonishment. A perfected earth-level technique. Yang Yi truly is a prodigy. Good heavens, my ancestor never managed to perfect a single earth-level technique in his lifetime. This Yang Yi is likely to rival those truly formidable individuals. With overwhelming techniques and superior realms, it was inconceivable that Lin You could triumph in any regard. Zhao Linger could not help but hold her breath. A perfected earth-level technique was more than sufficient to support combat against higher levels. Furthermore, Yang Ye's cultivation had already reached the 6th layer of the martial immortal realm. He likely had few rivals within the realm. Lin You, be cautious. A perfected earth-level technique must not be confronted head-on. You must evade its sharpness. Hearing the praises around him, Lin Yu's heart began to race. With only a perfected heaven-level technique at his disposal, would he truly be unable to compete? After all, his opponent's cultivation was superior to his own. The martial arts technique merely lacked a single tier. Lin You took a deep breath. At this critical juncture, he could no longer evade. Without fulfilling the system's tasks, how could he enhance his aptitude? Immediately, Lin You curved his fingers slightly and bellowed, "Sword, arise." Since achieving perfection in the Yellow Emperor's sword technique, he had never truly wielded a sword, relying instead on his fingers as a blade. The opponent was too formidable. He had to give his all. With a commanding shout, several long swords within the Lin family estate soared uncontrollably into the air. Regardless of their quality, they all flew towards Lin You. In an instant, the azure dragon roared. Lin You steeled himself, shouting, 6 swords, unite. Sword 1, Heavenly Realms. Sword 2, Soul's Repose. Sword 3, Sword 4, Sword 5, Sword 6, Stupa. The Yellow Emperor's sword technique comprised 9 swords. Unleashing 6 at once was already Lin Yu's limit. Layer upon layer, the might was astonishing. Beneath one sword, the heavens and earth began to tremble. The howling sword edge resembled a wrathful sky, exuding an unspeakable terror. A tremor from the soul spread from the depths of every heart. A heavenly grade technique. A perfected heavenly grade technique. This thought echoed in everyone's minds. In the next moment, 6 streams of sword energy converged, colliding head-on with the dragon in the void. Upon contact, the dragon emitted a strained whimper, and then shattered like cotton candy. One sword tore through the void, utterly obliterating Yang Yi. Blood mist erupted. Everyone stood petrified, as if turned to stone. Countless prodigies, who had just been gesturing grandly, found their expressions frozen in place. It was a fatal blow. Yang Yi had been slain by a single sword. What kind of sword technique is this? Even as an observer, it sent shivers through my very soul. A heavenly grade technique. What a jest. Isn't this merely a spar among the youth? How did a monster like this intrude? Who has ever seen an 18-year-old mastering a heavenly grade technique to perfection? Mother, I want to go home. Yang Yi, until his demise, never comprehended where he had faltered. He merely felt an overwhelmingly powerful sword energy crushing him. He was utterly powerless to retaliate, even lacking the time to utilize the life-preserving talisman provided by his clan. Feng Yutao couldn't help but shudder, staring at Lin You as if he were a monster, his heart already wrought with tumultuous waves. Yang Yi, a 6th-tier martial immortal from the Dragon's Cave, had been instantaneously defeated. How could he have not exerted his full strength? No, this is impossible. Feng Yutao dared not meet Lin Yu's gaze, lowering his head and trembling like a leaf in the wind. Yet soon, a fierce glint emerged in his eyes. Lin Yu was terrifying. Having offended him today, the entire Phoenix Mountain Manor would face calamity. He must be eliminated. Feng Yutao lifted his head, declaring sharply, Lin Yu, how dare you disregard the Dragon's Cave? Is there no law remaining? Fellow comrades, join me in vanquishing this aberration once and for all. With that, Feng Yutao charged forward, aiming to rally the others for an assault. As he had barely taken a single step, an overwhelming sword intent brushed past him. He suddenly felt a chill in his abdomen. Looking down, he noticed an unexpected gaping wound had appeared. This strike not only obliterated him, but also annihilated several prodigies behind him in one fell swoop. Lin You, how dare you? Feng Yutao collapsed to the ground, blood gushing uncontrollably. His eyes brimmed with regret and resentment. The young master of the Phoenix Mountain Manor felt he should not meet his demise here. Yet, the only response to his lament was the swift stroke of a sword. With a swift motion, his head fell. Hello? Are you still there? Lin You inquired, placing a hand to his ear. Yet, the decapitated body could offer no reply. A palpable wave of terror surged through the gathering. Though it was not truly 1 against 100, it had utterly extinguished the courage of those present. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. These were no mere prodigies. They were likely even more formidable than their family elders. Please, don't kill me. I have nothing to do with this. Lin You. Grievances have their sources. I was merely here to observe. Yes, Lin You, spare me. I can give you anything you desire. Spiritual stones, rare treasures. Uncertain who initiated it. A chorus of prodigies bowed their heads in unison, employing every ounce of their charm to salvage their lives. These privileged figures from 6th-tier families now resembled stray dogs, wagging their tails in desperate supplication. Lin You, sword in hand, remarked indifferently, so you concede? Everyone nodded vigorously, like chicks pecking at grain. I concede, Great One. I prostrate myself before you. Please, spare my life. I have 300,000 spiritual stones. Let us be friends, brother. From this day forth, you are my sworn brother. And I will heed your every command, even if it means traversing mountains of blades or seas of fire. Lin You nodded in satisfaction, his complexion somewhat pale, graciously accepting their offerings. Ding. Mission accomplished. Reward. Colorful critical hit roulette X2. Reward. Aptitude transformation potion X1 woohoo. The moment Lin You heard the system's notification, he could not restrain a cheer. Meanwhile, the Lin family and the entire Dreaming Lake Star domain were plunged into a profound silence. It was unclear who let out an expletive, the voice echoing throughout. Damn, is this even human? How monstrous. Chapter 40, The Unsung Genius. The speaker was none other than Wei. He was seated in the Su family mansion, sipping tea. Having assumed that the collective assault by over 100 individuals against Lin Yu would undoubtedly result in his demise. However, to his astonishment, they all surrendered within moments. Furious, Wei slammed his palm against the wooden table, causing it to rattle. What a joke. Do these fools dare to call themselves geniuses? Buffoons, brazenly foolish. A mere first-level martial immortal has them cowering in defeat. Unable to witness Lin Yu's failure, Wei could not help but curse, entirely forgetting that his own young master had been slain in a single blow. After all, Lin Yu had executed at least 6 strikes, while he had barely managed 1. Su Ming's expression was equally grim, filled with despair as his carefully laid plans crumbled before his eyes. If blame is to be assigned, let it be directed at his overestimation of their aspirations. What was anticipated to be a fierce contest among the talented has unexpectedly devolved into a one-sided rout. The armor has been cast aside in retreat. Fortunately, this scheme was designed with contingencies in mind. Su Ming squinted, his gaze directed towards an unseen point in the void, as if he were awaiting something. Within the Lin family, Lin Yu's mind was consumed by visions of a vibrant crit multiplier, a minimum of 100-fold acceleration. 2. And the aptitude enhancement potion, an absolute ascension. He could hardly bear to wait. How long had it been? Activate. This time, fortune smiled upon him far more favorably than before. The colorful crit multiplier resulted in one 500-fold and another 1,000-fold. Although he had yet to strike the elusive 10,000-fold jackpot, Lin You felt immense satisfaction. Under the stacking effects, ding, acquired 50,000,000,000-fold cultivation acceleration. Crit duration, 1 day, boom. At the moment he heard the system notification, Lin Yu's scalp tingled with exhilaration. 50 million times, coupled with the aptitude enhancement potion. How could one possibly withstand such power? I can achieve immortality in a single day. At this moment, Lin Yu's thoughts were singularly focused. Cultivation, cultivation, relentless cultivation. The passive growth of the sapling surged as if in a frenzy. In just a few breaths, it had expanded several folds. This remarkable scene left the members of the Lin family in stunned silence. Zhao Linger widened her eyes in disbelief. What is happening? How is this sapling growing larger? Am I hallucinating? Wait. Lin You, what was that heavenly level technique of yours? A cascade of astonishment struck Zhao Linger like a hammer. Each revelation enough to upend her understanding of reality. In her current state of urgency, she struggled to articulate her thoughts coherently. She gazed at the sapling, which the Zhao family had nurtured for decades without any sign of progress, her mind clouded with confusion. Despite her father's daily watering with spiritual essence, it had taken years to merely sprout a bud. How could it now resemble a mischievous spirit, frolicking with abandon? Moreover, why did the sapling continuously lean toward Lin You? It was almost enchanting. I have stated before, a millennium is too long. I only strive for the present. The sapling will grow into a grand tree within a single day. Lin You chuckled, abandoning the confines of the secret chamber to sit in meditation right where he stood. He swallowed the aptitude potion, and the flow of spiritual energy within him accelerated to a pace nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. His aura began to surge wildly. The spiritual energy that had previously trickled in like a snail began to flow normally following the enhancement. Though it remained gradual, compared to before, it was now more than doubled. Lin You had likely attained the aptitude of an ordinary cultivator, even at the lowest tier. But with that super acceleration, what a marvel! Zhao Linger clutched her head, feeling as if the world had gone mad. A lunatic, a freak. In her more than a decade of life, she had never witnessed anyone cause a sapling to grow in a single day. If this were the case, the myriad realms would surely descend into chaos. Yet the palpable reality brooks no doubt from her. The members of the Lin family exchanged glances, the elder Lin Tao and second elder Lin Dong locking eyes, each perceiving the clarity within the other's gaze, a naivete reminiscent of sweet confectionaries. Millennia of experience felt trivial in this moment. Lin Dong inquired, "Brother, what is happening?" Lin Tao shook his head, "Do not ask me. I am equally perplexed." The eighth elder, unfazed, waved his hand dismissively. "Whatever. In a word, your is magnificent. We have grown accustomed to this. Is there anything this lad cannot handle? Right, brothers?" The crowd nodded enthusiastically. Even the sixth elder unusually refrained from dissent. Lin Tao surveyed the assembly, only to find their eyes glazed over, as if caught in a helpless daze while walking down the street, confronted by an oncoming calamity. Acceptance was their only recourse. Was there truly a second choice? He swallowed hard, his gaze fixed on the precious sapling of the celestial tree, which, like a cunning enchantress, rubbed against Lin You, blooming and bearing fruit at an astonishing pace, heading towards maturity. Lin Tao's words caught in his throat, unable to escape. "It's nothing. I have grown accustomed to it." The crowd nodded in satisfaction, affirming the notion of familiarity. Yet above in the void, the group of prodigies did not depart. Instead, they remained, furtively glancing back towards a certain direction, seemingly awaiting something. In less than a quarter of an hour, thunderous voices resonated across the dreaming Bow Star domain. "Presumptuous! Who dares harm my brother from the Phoenix Mountain Manor? Are you seeking death? In this 9 heavens and 10 earths, there shall be no refuge for you." A figure appeared as if teleporting, stepping into the star domain in an instant, adorned in radiant garments embroidered with phoenixes, exuding an indescribable air of nobility. Instantly, his identity was apparent. The formidable figure of the Phoenix Mountain Manor, hidden from the world. He had come as a secret weapon prepared for the next grand contest of prodigies. Boom, boom. A series of sonic booms echoed as another figure, resembling a bull and covered in dragon tattoos, made his entrance. "Who is responsible for the death of the disciples from the Dragon Pool Cave? Step forth and face your demise." The atmosphere thickened once more. The prodigies who had initially intended to flee now dared not even breathe, gazing up at the figures in the void. Each one possessed the strength to claim victory in the grand contest of prodigies, a true paragon of excellence, unrivaled in their realm. Within the Su family, Su Ming bore a faint smile, softly declaring, "Now we approach the main event. Regardless of victory or defeat, the Lin family must reveal their trump card. Today will determine the fate of longevity." Wei Yi and Zhui Chengxian exchanged looks of astonishment at the emergence of the prodigies, as if encountering Su Ming for the first time, shuddering involuntarily. What profound intentions! What a grand scheme! Should Lin You falter, the Lin family would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Lin Yuing would be locked in a relentless struggle with forces such as Phoenix Mountain Manor and Yulong Cave. Regardless of the outcome, the Lin family would face total ruin. At this juncture, a striking figure broke through the clouds, akin to a sword piercing the heavens. With a single step, he exuded an indescribable terror that instilled primal fear in the souls of onlookers. He stood before the Lin family's estate, specifically in front of Lin You. His aura surged with an intensity that could challenge the heavens, his eyes swirling with a misty glow. His bones resonated with a dragon's roar. Thankfully, I arrived just in time. Lin You, focus on your cultivation. This time, I am here to assist you. I have but one request. Let us engage in battle once more. Chapter 41. This is my little brother. Upon the sudden appearance of Qin Feng, Lin You was momentarily taken aback. However, upon reflection, it seemed entirely logical. This boy, reminiscent of one afflicted with a youthful delusion, had previously made bold proclamations. It was likely he had returned to fight for his reputation as a genius. What brings you here? Lin You replied nonchalantly. My affairs are none of your concern. Enough chatter, Qin Feng retorted, not bothering to turn around. In this world, you alone can be my rival. Until I defeat you, I shall not allow you to lose to anyone else. Therefore, I will fight on your behalf. Lin You rolled his eyes, fully anticipating this brat's antics. Has the Qin family reached the 6th-tier star domain? Lin You inquired. Indeed, Qin Feng nodded, though he showed no desire to continue the conversation. However, Lin You could easily deduce the truth. It was evident that the Chongqing family had taken notice of him, elevating the Qin family in the process. After all, how could the Qin family ascend to the 6th-tier star domain when he had claimed first place in the last genius competition? Is living off other success so enjoyable? Lin You smirked, teasingly. Do not speak nonsense. Can the achievements of a genius be dismissed as living off others? This is simply a case of a wise bird choosing its perch. A man of virtue born in this world would never rely on others. Qin Feng's face flushed with embarrassment, his pride refusing to be tarnished. If he were to lose face now, he could never hold his head high before Lin You again. Furthermore, his actions were merely pragmatic. What reliance on others? With his presence, the Qin family would inevitably rise to prominence alongside the Chongqing family. All right. You are the wise bird. You are the genius, Lin You replied dismissively. In the void above, several reclusive prodigies, witnessing the casual banter between the two, erupted in fury. They bellowed at Qin Feng. Who do you think you are? Do you dare obstruct us from Phoenix Mountain Manor? Are you tired of living? The figure from Yulong Cave narrowed his eyes, his murderous intent unabashed. I give you 3 breaths' time to remove yourself from my sight. Otherwise, you shall perish. Boom. As the words fell, the 2 reclusive prodigies unleashed their formidable auras. Martial Immortal, 9th Heaven. Pinnacle. Such overwhelming pressure left one gasping for breath. How infuriating. How could they possess such strength when they all practiced the same? Tisk, having incited the wrath of these 2 formidable prodigies, not only would Lin You face doom, but this meddlesome fool would also meet his end. The other young talents in the void wore expressions of delight, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Completely oblivious to the recent display of pitiful desperation, Lin You could not help but frown upon sensing their presence. Truly, they were monstrous beings. In their 20s, they had already attained the 9th heaven of martial immortality, truly terrifying. If I were to confront them, perhaps only by unleashing 9 swords simultaneously could I hope for victory. Even if I were to succeed, it would be a Pyrrhic victory, given the staggering chasm of cultivation that lay between us. Yet, to Qin Feng, fear was a foreign concept. He boldly advanced, his laughter resonating through the heavens. Excellent. Before I engage in battle with my lifelong adversary, it is only fitting to warm up against you. You seek Lin Yu's life? Allow me to measure your worth. With a resounding boom, a golden radiance enveloped Qin Feng's form, the oppressive aura of his supreme bone unmistakable. Most astonishingly, he had achieved the 6th heaven of martial immortality. Such terror. He raised one hand high, as if a radiant sun gracing the sky, and unleashed the ultimate technique he had once wielded, swallowing the heavens. Compared to the past, this display of power had grown incomprehensibly fierce. You mere ants dare to challenge Lin You? Should you, by some stroke of luck, emerge victorious, would I not be forever doomed to languish? Qin Feng spoke coldly, his gray-white eyes as frigid as the depths of winter. Before the battle commenced, the 2 prodigies from Phoenix Mountain Manor and the Dragon Soaring Cave were already drenched in sweat, struggling to breathe under the inexplicable pressure emanating from the depths of their souls. Damn it, who are you? Why do you stand up for the insignificant Lin You? In the entire 6-star region, Who does not know the esteemed names of Phoenix Mountain Manor and the Dragon Soaring Cave? Is it worth it? Lin You sat cross-legged, his eyes barely slitted open. My goodness. Truly a child of destiny. His progress is astonishingly rapid. Fortunately, I have my own advantages. Otherwise, I could never compete. In such a short span, he has ascended from the True Dan realm to the martial immortal realm. Lin You curled his lip. He is my little brother, at least for now. In midair. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's face twitched, yet his fighting spirit burned fiercely within. After a moment, he acquiesced, stating, Indeed, I am his little brother. But tomorrow, that may not hold true. At this declaration, everyone was left dumbfounded, their minds echoing a singular thought. Ridiculous. Can a younger brother truly surpass his elder brother? The two prodigies from Phoenix Mountain Manor and the Dragon Soaring Cave felt their hearts pounding like thunder. Could it be that Lin You was indeed so fearsome? Damn. Who brought me here for a fight? Just as this thought crossed their minds, Qin Feng disdainfully interjected, You old man, stop dragging your feet like a coward. With that, he unleashed a strike, swallowing the heavens. In an instant, he gathered the essence of countless techniques into a single formidable move, unleashed from the palm of his hand with a might that rivaled Lin Yu's celestial-grade martial arts. As this strike fell, the void erupted with a deafening roar, as if burdened beyond its capacity. The two prodigies from Phoenix Mountain Manor and the Dragon Soaring Cave felt as if they were facing an insurmountable mountain, and they simultaneously spewed forth a mouthful of vital blood. Exhausting all his strength, he howled towards the heavens, his meridians shattered, yet still rendered powerless. An overwhelming force. A complete and utter annihilation. Everything appeared riddled with flaws, utterly pathetic. With a single move, his soul was extinguished. Qin Feng clapped his hands and disdainfully remarked, Is this it? You wish to contend with Lin You? I couldn't even match him. Have you considered your own capabilities? A mere toy. As his voice fell, an eerie silence enveloped the arena. The eyes of all the prodigies widened in disbelief. What did I just witness? The two extraordinary beings failed to withstand even a single strike. What on earth is this monstrous apparition? Wait, he claimed he couldn't defeat Lin You. Could it be? I concede. I truly concede. Lin You, my divine brother, we share the same bloodline, albeit from different mothers. No, I seem to recall a legend about numerical monsters and ultimate beings. Within the Su family estate, a series of shattering sounds echoed. The once calm crowd rose to their feet, their eyes filled with incredulity. How could a being of such caliber be vanquished so effortlessly? Even among the fourth-tier families, they would hold a significant position. Just like that, they perished? Wei Yi and Zhuo Qingxuan's minds went blank. Lin You neither killed nor engaged in combat. Had the scheme truly fallen flat? This unfortunate soul bore the brunt of vengeance. Su Ming's teeth spewed forth, his features contorted in disbelief. The usually refined gentleman uttered an expletive for the first time in his life. Damn, is this even possible? Chapter 42, The Infatuated Fool. As the battle concluded, Qin Feng scampered over to Lin You, brimming with self-satisfaction. So what do you think? Were you frightened by my prowess? I have you under my thumb. I prepared extensively for this fight. Victory is assured. Lin You felt a twitch in his eyelid. After some time apart, this fellow had grown terrifyingly formidable. His self-created technique, born from his dual pupils, rivaled even the Huangdi sword classic. Coupled with the suppression of his cultivation, his supreme bone structure and all-seeing celestial eyes, realization dawned upon Lin You with a jolt. Indeed, this was the child of destiny. He coughed dismissively. Well, it was rather mediocre. Surprisingly, Qin Feng did not take offense. Instead, he nodded earnestly, acknowledging the vast potential for improvement. He had indeed slacked off during his previous training. The members of the Lin family twitched at the corners of their mouths. Slacking off? Weren't you just at the True Dan realm, my friend? Then, like a devoted follower, Qin Feng stood beside Lin You, vowing to protect him. I know you are a true prodigy, unlike those pretentious young masters. Only an opponent of your caliber can pique my interest. They may annoy you with trivial matters, but fear not, I shall handle it. I want to take advantage of you. Once you finish your training, we shall duel again. Upon hearing this, the other prodigies could not help but roll their eyes. Pretentious young masters. Who exactly are you referring to? And what is your level? Even the unparalleled prodigies falter before you. Why are you standing guard like a bodyguard now? What has become of the dignity of a genius? A sycophant. Just then, the entire sixth-star domain trembled. In the northwest sky, flames illuminated half of the void. At the southeastern end, a dragon roared mightily. Before anyone even appeared, those furious roars echoed through the heavens and the earth. Who dares to slay a disciple of the Phoenix Mountain Manor? I shall ensure your soul is extinguished. Who dares to trespass upon the dragon's cave in the sixth-star domain? Swiftly, two tokens shot forth from the void, carrying a formidable presence. The onlookers instinctively retreated. moving 100 miles away. Everyone understood that these tokens represented the authority of the Phoenix Mountain Manor and the Dragon's Cave. They were undeniably the sovereigns of the 6th star domain. Within the Su family estate, the previously disheartened crowd regained their spirits. Su Ming instantly stood up, filled with hope. That fellow was now allied with the Lin family. Perhaps the Phoenix Mountain Manor and the Dragon's Cave would redirect their wrath towards them. Wei Yi clenched his fists tightly. Lin Yu's talent had already left him shaken and sleepless. If he could not eliminate him, the good days for the Wei family would come to an end. Kill him. Let them perish. The members of the Lin family, upon seeing the tokens, immediately prepared for battle, adopting a posture befitting a formidable enemy. Lin Tao decisively issued commands. 8th brother, take Yuer and Linger away. The rest, follow me to confront them. Boom. Powerful auras surged from the Lin family, soaring into the sky. Just as the two sides were about to clash, Qin Feng suddenly stepped forward. Uncles, do not panic. I have stated that no one is to disturb Lin Yu's cultivation. He then raised his hand and flung forth a cyan blue token. Remarkably, without employing any cultivation, the token seemed to carry immense power, hurtling directly towards the tokens of the Phoenix Mountain Manor and the Dragon's Cave. Humph, who dares to? In an instant, the cyan blue token tore through the void. Upon colliding with the tokens of the two dominant powers, it shattered them into fragments. Yet, the token showed no signs of stopping. It directly plunged into the heavens. Racing towards the distance, the void returned to tranquility. Before long, two elderly figures emerged, wearing obsequious smiles as they reverently presented the token. Ah, look at this. It's as if the flood has washed away the Dragon King's temple. A family does not recognize its own. Young brother, fellow Taoist. There has been a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. The elder of the Phoenix Mountain Manor smiled warmly, devoid of any trace of anger. Bending at a 90-degree angle to respectfully return the cyan blue token to Qin Feng's hand. The master of the Dragon's Cave nodded vigorously beside him, helplessly rubbing his hands like a child. Fellow Taoist, I am aware of this matter. The responsibility lies with my Dragon's Cave. It is our failure to educate properly that has caused this offense to you. You have executed a splendid deed, truly marvelous. The elder of the Phoenix Mountain Manor nodded in agreement like a chick pecking at rice. The crowd? Su Ming felt as though his worldview had been utterly shattered. With a resounding slap, he shattered the Wang Wali table beneath him. His voice hoarse with indignation. What nonsense is this? Do you possess no dignity? What of the majesty of the 6th-tier domain's giants? What of the wrath of the Yulong Cave? The members of the Su family were thrown into disarray. They had never witnessed Su Ming in such a state. For as long as they could remember, decisions within the Su family had been dictated by Su Ming himself, whose wisdom and strategies had always instilled confidence in them. Yet, in the span of a single day, this composed patriarch, who had deftly managed the Su family for centuries, had been breached not once, but twice. In contrast to Su Ming, Wei Yi felt an even greater turmoil within. He had no understanding of strategies. All he comprehended was that the one who commanded respect from both Yulong Cave and Phoenix Mountain Villa was a force to be reckoned with. Should he dare to assist the Lin family, the Wei family would find themselves at an impasse, perhaps even shunned throughout the entire 6th-tier domain. The Lin family members could not suppress their astonishment. While others may not have perceived it clearly, they had distinctly recognized that the Azure token belonged to the Chongqing clan. The Zhuge family. Good gracious. The allure of soft power is undeniable. Qin Feng toyed with the token, barely lifting his eyelids. Is everything resolved? Do I still need to obliterate your souls? The elder of Phoenix Mountain Villa waved his hands repeatedly, insisting, my friend, you jest. You jest. The expression on the Yulong Cave Master's face was more sorrowful than that of weeping. Internally, he had scolded his own genius countless times. What a blind fool. Provoking the likes of the Zhuge family. What caliber of existence are they? Even if Yulong Cave were to be annihilated, none would dare utter a word in retaliation. Heaven forbid we slay their genius. Even in his demise, we would have to stifle our grievances. Friend, no, brother. You are my true brother. Please disregard my previous words. Look, this person has been slain. The anger has been vented. Just let this matter pass. The Yulong Cave master pleaded, his fear upon seeing the Zhuge family token palpable. Qin Feng nodded, very well. I can choose not to pursue this matter. The two prominent figures released a sigh of relief. However, Qin Feng's voice rang out once more, as he pointed at Lin You, who was meditating beside him. But you have left me quite displeased. My elder brother is in the midst of his cultivation. Who permitted you to disturb him? Apologize to my elder brother. Chapter 43, An Apology? As soon as the words left his lips, it was evident that everyone was rendered speechless. The two leaders from Yulong Cave and Phoenix Mountain Villa were particularly taken aback. An apology? The elder of Phoenix Mountain Villa's lips twitched uncontrollably, his chest heaving violently as he struggled to contain an overwhelming fury. My successor has been slain. 2 of them, no less. I came here seeking vengeance, and now you demand that I apologize? Have I lived over 10,000 years only to be stripped of my dignity? The Yulong cave master stood beside him, equally at a loss for words, unable to articulate a response. Is it permissible to bully like this? Can the Chongqing clan act with impunity? Even a cornered rabbit will bite. What kind of logic is this? Yet, to his surprise, upon witnessing their prolonged silence, Qin Feng sighed. Very well, if you refuse to apologize, I shall have a thorough conversation with them regarding the Phoenix Mountain Villa and the Dragon Pool Cave. Qin Feng remarked, diligently inscribing the 2 names in the air, as he grasped the azure blue token once more. The next moment saw the leader of the Dragon Pool Cave and the elder of the Phoenix Mountain Villa kneeling before Lin You, fervently apologizing. My apologies, young sir. It is our fault. It is entirely my fault. I beseech you, show mercy and spare us, the Phoenix Mountain Villa. The leader of the Dragon Pool Cave was even more dramatic, slapping himself on both sides of his face, nearly causing the onlookers to swoon. Indeed, brother. We recognize our mistakes. Please, be magnanimous. Spare us our lives. Lin You lifted his gaze and regarded the 2 with a keen eye. It was truly his first encounter with the awe-inspiring authority of the Chongqing family. Merely a token had compelled 2 titans of the 6th-tier star domain to kneel and beg for mercy. It was utterly astonishing. Lin You cleared his throat and proclaimed with a commanding air, what exactly did you err in? The elder of the Phoenix Mountain Villa and the leader of the Dragon Pool Cave were momentarily flabbergasted. They exchanged bewildered glances. Indeed, what had they wronged in? Retribution for murder was a matter of course. Should they not seek justice for their slain disciple? If word got out, how could they continue to exist in the 6th-tier star domain? What indeed was their transgression? The elder of the Phoenix Mountain Villa was at a loss, his mind in disarray, unable to formulate a response. Meanwhile, the leader of the Dragon Pool Cave reacted with greater alacrity. He quickly interjected. My error lies in disturbing your cultivation. You, dear brother, possess unparalleled talent. How could I dare to waste your precious training time? My rebellious disciple deserves no mercy. I take full responsibility for this matter. I am willing to self-impose a fine of 1 million spirit stones to expedite your breakthrough. The crowd gasped in disbelief, astonished by such an unexpected perspective. They had never encountered such a person in this world. The Lin family members stood in a state of shock. Brother Tao, in particular, was rendered speechless by the rapid turn of events, unable to react in time. The murderous intent he had just conjured had yet to dissipate when he received an exceedingly heavy storage bag. Upon opening it, he exclaimed in astonishment, my goodness! The spirit stones are piled higher than a mountain. Lin You nodded in satisfaction. Very well, I forgive you. He then coughed lightly. Qin Feng, you forgive him as well, don't you? Without even glancing at the storage bag, Qin Feng replied nonchalantly, if you say you forgive him, then I shall as well. With those words, the leader of the Dragon Pool Cave finally breathed a sigh of relief, collapsing to the ground as if all his strength had been drained. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow, only to discover that his back was soaked through. He had narrowly escaped death. Surviving the encounter with the Chongqing family was indeed a miracle. Having learned from this experience, the elder of the Phoenix Mountain Villa hurriedly followed suit. Yet, being somewhat slow-witted and unable to humble himself easily, he ultimately managed to produce 2 million spirit stones to attain Lin You and Qin Feng's forgiveness. The 2 departed, feeling a weight lifted from their shoulders, leaving the Dreaming Lake star domain in a dejected manner. Not a single word of vengeance dared to cross their lips. All they wished was to return home, forbidding their disciples from approaching the Dreaming Lake star domain ever again. At the Su family's estate, Wei Yi's pupils were dull, utterly disenchanted by the demeanor of the 2 supreme figures before him. Though the origins of Lin Yu's subordinate remained a mystery, one thing was abundantly clear. The sky was falling, and the Wei family was in peril. Within the Dreaming Star domain, the other talents who had initially come seeking trouble, upon witnessing the capitulation of the 2 great figures, began to contemplate a discreet retreat. However, just as they made their move, a muffled groan escaped Lin Yu's throat. One individual, quick to react, immediately unfastened their storage bag. Lord Lin, a small token of goodwill, let us become friends. I have matters to attend to at home, so I shall take my leave. I will visit you again. Lin You cast a glance at the 200,000 spirit stones. Very well, after all. It isn't the ancestor. A morsel is still sustenance. Well spoken. Next, the first to offer money nearly vanished at supersonic speed upon hearing this. In the blink of an eye, he had completely disappeared. The others trembled, their fingers quivering in fear. Extortion. Brazen, unabashed extortion. Yet, the most critical point was, there was no recourse. Both great figures had been compelled to part with their riches. What other backing could they possibly present? Fighting. The prodigies hidden from the world had been vanquished in a single blow. Setting aside Lin Yu's prowess, his subordinate alone was a veritable beast. Such strength was far beyond what a 6th-tier star domain genius ought to possess. Brother, this is mine. I too have something. A small token, though I haven't brought much. I will send more later. I lack spirit stones. Can I offer spiritual herbs or medicines in exchange? Indifferent to their overtures, Lin You did not lift his gaze. He merely instructed them to present their offerings to the various uncles present. Whether it sufficed was entirely dependent on his mood. A throng of haughty geniuses scrambled forward, anxious not to be last. The 8th master, ever the character, had settled onto a stool at the door, proclaiming loudly, the first offers 100,000, the second, 150,000, and so forth. No upper limit. Uffed. Lin You seemed to hear the sound of their blood boiling over. Yet, true to their genius status, they quickly devised a plan. To avoid being the last, they promptly handed their storage bags to others. In an instant, a long queue formed before each of them. Sister-in-law, please accept this. Tell brother that I am Zhang San, and I admire him greatly. Sister-in-law, my younger brother is not articulate. Here is a youth-retaining pill valued at 300,000 spirit stones. Please take it. Zhao Linger felt her cheeks flush, utterly flustered by the incessant calls of sister-in-law. Gazing at the heavy spirit stones in her palm, it felt as though she were in a dream. A shy smile graced her lips as she furtively glanced at Lin You, who sat cross-legged in meditation, her voice barely above a whisper. I am not a sister-in-law. Yet, it seemed that no one heard her. They continued to shove items into her hands. Zhao Ling's eyes began to glaze over. So many spirit stones could sustain the Zhao family's cultivation for decades without any effort. All because of a single utterance from Lin You. People were clamoring to shove things into her hands. What secrets did this man truly hold? Finally, once everyone had departed, Qin Feng stood resolutely in place like a paragon of virtue, steadfastly guarding Lin You. No matter how the members of the Lin family implored him, he merely repeated one phrase. It's fine. I can handle it. Once Lin You completes his cultivation, I shall reclaim the title of the foremost prodigy. Chapter 44. A Gamble. Seeing that their persuasion had faltered, the members of the Lin family ceased their attempts, each one wearing a smile as they clutched their storage bags. Goodness, with so many spirit stones, who needs additional resources for cultivation? A millennium? I could grant him another millennium. The 8th elder beamed with uncontainable joy. With the Lin family now possessing a blessed land and the sapling of a celestial tree to enhance their spiritual energy, coupled with several million spirit stones, they could easily indulge for quite some time without concern. The grand elder, Lin Tao, also wore a broad smile, gazing fondly at the figure seated in meditation. During this period, Lin You had brought them an abundance of surprises. Our Lin family's child has truly matured. At that moment, Zhao Linger approached, cradling a pile of storage bags. Uncle, these were given to us earlier. I am returning them to you. Though a lingering blush adorned her cheeks, her moral compass prevented her from succumbing to greed, and she returned the enticing storage bags. Before anyone else could speak, Lin You directly stated, you bestowed upon the Lin family a sapling of the celestial tree. You may keep these spirit stones. The uncles exchanged glances, sensing an opportunity. Elder Lin Dong promptly chimed in, indeed, Linger, please accept them. You traveled quite a distance to the Lin family, and we have yet to properly host you. Should your father inquire, we would not want him to think us lacking in courtesy. Consider this modest offering of cultivation resources a token of our gratitude for your visit. Zhao Linger waved her hands in a flustered manner. No, this is far too precious. While the celestial tree sapling was indeed remarkable, they had merely provided a non-blooming seedling. The true cultivation would fall upon the Lin family. Such a generous gift was unwarranted. These spirit stones must be worth several million. Her sincerity was palpable. The disparity between the 6th and 8th star domains was vast, with resources being exceedingly limited. 300 million spirit stones could sustain the Zhao family for an extended period, potentially elevating the entire clan's standing. Elder Lin Dong waved his hand dismissively. Enough, my dear. There is no need for such formality with your uncle. Take it. No refusals. If your father objects, let him come and return it himself. With that, he consolidated the storage bags into one and thrust it into Zhao Linger's hands. This is inappropriate, uncle, Zhao Linger murmured, her voice barely above a whisper, feeling rather bashful. Yet, having reached this point, she found no room for refusal. Meanwhile, Qin Feng observed silently, his expression devoid of emotion. Though he was the principal architect of this bountiful acquisition, the Qin family had no need for such offerings. As the prospective son-in-law of the Zhuge family, he could procure as many cultivation resources as he desired. Qin Feng's mind was singularly focused on one thought: to surpass Lin You, to claim the title of the best. How much longer will you take? Lin You replied nonchalantly, one day, perhaps. If you cannot wait, feel free to depart. We may face off another time. Very well. I shall await your return. As seconds ticked by, Lin Yu's aura began to soar dramatically. Due to the system's restrictions, the crowd remained utterly oblivious. Within Lin Yu's body, the sapling of the celestial tree was growing at an astonishing rate. Ding! Task released. Crush the child of destiny. Defend the title of genius. Task reward. Jade Forest Twin Dragon Armor X1. Task reward. Time Flow Potion X1. Task reward. Colorful Critical Hit Roulette X1 at the Su family estate. Wei Yi paced back and forth in the hall, as restless as an ant on a hot skillet. An indescribable sense of helplessness enveloped him. To fight? The Wei and Lin families were locked in a deadly feud, not to mention the elusive backing involved. Yet to refrain from combat? With enmity reaching this level, he had no choice. He could only hope that the Lin family would spare the lives of their kin in the future. Such an outcome was utterly unacceptable. Wei Yi unconsciously clenched his fists and turned to the figure seated at the head of the table. Master of the Su family, you must devise a plan. The Lin family is gaining power and is likely to ascend rapidly. Soon, the entire Dreamboat star field will fall under their dominion. A flicker of annoyance crossed Su Ming's eyes. Known for his strategic foresight, he had been thwarted multiple times within the span of just 3 days, which only fueled his ire. Are you instructing me on how to act? With a swift motion, Su Ming tapped his fingertip, unleashing a force far beyond the martial god realm, piercing Wei Yi's arm. Mind your tone. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to eliminate you before dealing with the Lin family. Wei Yi grunted in pain as blood gushed from his right arm. Struggling to stem the flow, his face turned as pale as parchment. It was only at this moment that he recalled the formidable nature of the Su family head. With no option left, he resolved to tread a singular path to the end. New grudges and old debts would be settled. Gritting his teeth, he said, Master Su, I have overstepped. Please, guide me. Regardless, the Wei family will stand united with the Su family. A smirk of amusement appeared on Su Ming's lips. Indeed, a dog must occasionally be taught a lesson by its master. Otherwise, it may dare to bare its teeth at you. Seeing Wei Yi's loyalty, Su Ming nodded in satisfaction. Rest assured, I have a backup plan. The crowd exchanged glances. Another backup? There seems to be an abundance. Wei Yi quickly added, what can I do? Please, Master Su. Be explicit. Su Ming took a sip of tea, only to find his cup empty. He replied nonchalantly, the celestial inspectors are on their way. I have already informed the higher-ups. You will personally receive them and explain the situation. When the time comes, we shall cut through the chaos swiftly. Su Ming beckoned Wei Yi closer to whisper, their conversation inaudible to the others. All they could see was Wei Yi nodding repeatedly, his eyes flickering with shock and seriousness. Finally, with a deep bow, he assured, rest easy. This matter rests upon my shoulders. The Wei family had no path of retreat left. In unity, they thrived. In adversity, they fell. Su Ming acknowledged with a sound of agreement as Wei Yi turned to leave the Su family's great hall. Observing this, Zhuo Chengxian also clasped his fists and departed, though he secretly smirked, mumbling to himself as he watched Wei Yi's retreating figure. What schemes is that old fellow concocting this time? The rise of the Zhuo family is as certain as the sun rising in the east. Regardless of how others may struggle, even in the worst-case scenario, one can still benefit from their endeavors. I must find a way to inform the Lin family. Zhuo Chengxian clicked his tongue. Recently, the Zhuo family has selected a new young master whose talents are not inferior to the previous one, but rather stronger. Meanwhile, the Wei family, after losing Wei Yi, has yet to discover another promising talent. If this persists, the Zhuo family will undoubtedly surpass them. Moreover, Zhuo Chengxian has long been strategizing. Previously, when various prodigies rushed to offer spirit stones, he had already infiltrated their ranks, quietly presenting a substantial sum to the Lin family, while leaving behind messages of goodwill. The more Zhuo Chengxian contemplated, the more pleased he became. Unable to restrain himself from clenching his fists, he has wagered on the Su family, while I shall stake my hopes on Lin You, the young master. It matters not. Chapter 45, The Black and Red Robe. Lin family. Time flowed silently. Under the acceleration of 50 million times, Lin Yu's cultivation surged like a tidal wave. Even having reached the martial immortal realm, he continued to ascend at a visible pace, from the first level of the martial immortal realm to the mid-stage, then to the pinnacle, and finally to the second level. After consuming a potion to enhance his aptitude, Lin Yu distinctly felt the flow of spiritual energy within him become smooth, banishing the previously obstructive sensations. Half a day passed quietly. Qin Feng stood rigidly like a wooden post, his eyelids not even fluttering as he adjusted his entire being to the optimal state, fearing he might miss the confrontation with Lin You. This time, not only would I utilize the Zhuge family's cultivation resources to break through to the 6th level of the martial immortal realm, but I would also elevate my self-created technique. the devouring sky, to perfection, coupled with the supreme bone that enhances physical prowess and the celestial eye that perceives all things. I must reclaim my honor from the defeat in the talent competition. The more Qin Feng thought, the more exhilarated he became, his fists clenching involuntarily. His aura fluctuated restlessly. In the entire martial immortal realm, who could stand as my equal? Zhao Ling'er, with nothing to occupy her, was brought into the cave paradise by Lin Tao and others. The moment she stepped inside, her eyes widened in disbelief. This cave paradise. The Lin family possesses such fortuitous circumstances. Zhao Ling'er gasped, her heartbeat quickening. A complete cave paradise is worth as much as a celestial tree. It not only offers vast cultivation resources, but can also serve as a refuge in times of calamity. Within the cave paradise, what can be carried is already of the utmost quality. Yet, this Lin family not only possesses such resources, but also abundant supplies. How could this be possible? Elder 8 chuckled, casually plucking a handful of spiritual herbs from the ground. My dear girl, do not be overly excited. The cave paradise is nothing remarkable. What is truly impressive lies beyond. Zhao Ling'er looked up in confusion, asking, is this not remarkable? Elder 8 nodded knowingly and nonchalantly pulled out a piece of ordinary grass from his storage pouch. Instantly, the grass began to grow at an astonishing rate, visibly altering the flow of time. How is this possible? Zhao Ling'er gasped in astonishment, unable to fathom the events unfolding before her. Elder 8 chuckled, affirming, indeed. With a tenfold acceleration, 1 day of cultivation here is equivalent to 10 days in the outside world. As his words resonated, Zhao Ling'er's pupils began to glaze over. Having only arrived at the Lin family for less than a day, she was already overwhelmed by a series of revelations. First, there was Lin You's miraculous ability to accelerate the growth of the celestial tree saplings. Now, she discovered that the Lin family possessed not only a complete paradise of cultivation, but also a tenfold enhancement. No wonder the Lin family soared to prominence. Becoming a 6th-tier family, Zhao Ling'er murmured to herself, recognizing that such an opportunity could alter the fate of any family. Elder 2, Lin Dong, revealed a smile, clicking his tongue in appreciation. His gaze pierced through the celestial realm, landing on Lin You, who was cultivating outside. The Lin family's ascension to a 6th-tier family was not solely reliant on their paradise. Zhao Ling'er lifted her head, following his gaze. Within the courtyard, the figure seated in meditation exuded an air of transcendence, creating an aura of mystery. For a moment, she felt an inscrutable essence emanating from him. Though she seemed to sense something, she still inquired, what is the reason? Lin Dong laughed heartily, pride radiating from his demeanor. Of course, it's because of you. This paradise was also bestowed upon us by him. Moreover, he even mentioned that he would not utilize it himself, leaving it for us to enjoy, so as not to waste the resources within this small paradise. Boom. Lin Dong's words struck Zhao Ling'er like a thunderclap, leaving her utterly astounded. She pondered deeply, realizing that if she possessed such a paradise, she would never be so generous. Not even with family could she extend such kindness. In the unwritten rules among cultivators, opportunities belonged solely to the individual who discovered them. Sharing was not an option. Seeing the moment ripe for revelation, Lin Dong leaned closer and whispered, in fact, your Zhao family could also have this opportunity. Zhao Ling'er, still enveloped in confusion, instinctively responded, ah? What do you mean, uncle? Lin Dong teased, pointing at the figure in the courtyard. If you have the fate with you, then we would be one family. This paradise belongs to the celestial tree. It's all settled. In an instant, Zhao Ling'er's cheeks flushed crimson. At merely 16 years of age, she had never encountered such matters before. The notion of marriage had never crossed her mind. Overwhelmed with shyness, she stammered, what are you saying, uncle? You and I are just ordinary friends. The several uncles exchanged knowing glances. All right, ordinary friends. No problem. Shall we have your ordinary friend escort you home? Zhao Ling'er's face burned with embarrassment. Just as she felt overwhelmed, Lin Tao finally spoke up, clearing his throat. You lot. Stop being so improper, go away. After dismissing a few brothers, Lin Tao turned to Zhao Ling'er with a gentle tone. Fate cannot be forced, and I understand that. However, Ling'er, in terms of talent, appearance, and ambition, my Yu'er is second to none. If you two share this bond, the Zhao family may benefit from it as well. I would not joke about this. I see a fiery ambition burning in Yu'er's eyes. The Lin family has never set its sights on merely becoming a 6th-tier family. In the pursuit of eternal life, that is the endeavor we must undertake. Lin Tao's words struck Zhao Ling'er like a heavy hammer upon her heart. Even with her exceptional talents, she had never contemplated such matters. The Lin family, rulers of countless realms. Could this individual truly lead the Lin family to such heights? If so, would she not become the empress? Bah, bah. Zhao Ling'er fervently shook her head, casting aside the convoluted thoughts. Yet her gaze could not help but linger on that youthful figure. within the vast expanse of the celestial domains. A solitary figure clad in a black and red robe strode forth, his countenance etched with an aura of coldness and lethal intent. He traversed the world alone, exuding an air of supreme sovereignty. Wherever he tread, all present bowed in deference, seeking his favor, for his garments symbolized power and authority. The Celestial Inspector, the sharpest blade wielded by the Lin family, a harbinger of both majesty and demise. The man appeared to be driven by a singular purpose, advancing steadily in a particular direction, his form occasionally vanishing into the void. Suddenly, he halted, casting his gaze toward a secluded corner of the starry domain, which lay silent and still. Drawing forth the long sword at his waist, its blade as frigid as winter's chill, he struck with lethal precision. In the blink of an eye, a figure emerged, drenched in blood. "Who are you? How dare you spy in the shadows?" The newcomer was Wei Yi, who, despite the wound upon his chest, hurriedly bowed. "I am Wei Yi, head of the Wei family in the Dreaming Sea Star domain. I have come to greet the Celestial Inspector upon hearing of your impending arrival." Chapter 46, A Clash with the Chosen One. Dai Wenjiao narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Wei Yi with an aura of danger surrounding him. His voice, though soft, bore the weight of a mountain. "How did you know I was coming?" Wei Yi let out a muffled groan, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as his pupils expanded in terror. Such formidable cultivation. The mere hint of his aura nearly overwhelmed him. Not daring to withhold information, Wei Yi clasped his hands in reverence. "It was the Su family. The head of the Su family informed me of your visit to the Dreaming Sea Star domain." Dai Wenjiao's gaze remained impassive as he acknowledged this with a slight nod, dissipating the oppressive aura. Unbeknownst to him, Wei Yi was already drenched in sweat. Dai Wenjiao took a step forward, traversing the void, and commanded, "Speak. What is the situation?" Hearing this, Wei Yi finally exhaled in relief, recognizing that his words had been validated. He quickly followed, bowing respectfully. "Currently, the Lin family has shown signs of rising prominence. Lin You has already entered the martial immortal realm at the age of 18. Moreover, the entire Lin family has surpassed the martial immortal realm, with their two leaders reaching the martial god realm. If this continues, it will surely lead to great peril. The head of the Su family wishes to leverage your name to eliminate the Lin family." At this point, a cold smile crept upon Wei Yi's lips, as though he could already envision the downfall of the Lin family. He continued, "When the time comes, should the Celestial Inspector take action, our three families will strike together. Amidst the chaos, even if the Lin family has backing, it will be impossible to uncover the truth." As his words hung in the air, Dai Wenjiao abruptly halted. He turned, his gaze icy. "What did you just say?" Wei Yi was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by the meaning of the words. Instinctively, he replied, "As long as you act, my lord." "Weaken." A resounding slap echoed, causing Wei Yi to spit blood on the spot. Dai Wenjiao coldly remarked, "Do you take me, the Celestial Inspector, for a fool? The Eternal Family has decreed that no one is permitted to commit arbitrary slaughter, especially not a Celestial Inspector. Do you wish to bring about my demise?" Cold sweat broke out on Wei Yi's forehead, and he dared not breathe heavily. At this moment, he could only repeatedly apologize. "My lord, spare my life. I meant no such thing." After administering a lesson, Dai Wenjiao continued, "The Lin family has instigated a genocide within the 7th star domain, slaughtering 5 clans. By law, they deserve punishment. I am merely executing my duty as per the Eternal Family's decree. The Lin family stubbornly refuses to comply, leaving me no choice but to act. Do you understand?" Wei Yi swallowed hard, finally grasping Dai Wenjiao's intent. "I understand, my lord. I comprehend." Within the Dreaming Lake Star domain, at a staggering acceleration of 50 million times, Lin You had completed his cultivation. Rising to his feet, he felt invigorated, as if imbued with infinite strength. His cultivation was now celestial. Should he engage in battle again, that so-called prodigy would likely be unable to withstand even a single blow. Lin You clenched his fist in exhilaration. Most importantly, the celestial sapling had fully matured. Its branches flourished, while the trunk was half a meter thick. Due to the process of refinement, the celestial tree felt particularly dear to him. Not only could it enhance the spiritual energy within the Lin family, but it could also be wielded in hand, capable of shattering mountains. As he stood, Qin Feng, who had been waiting nearby, immediately inquired, "Is it over?" Lin You nodded affirmatively. "Yes." Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng spread his arms wide, adopting a stance akin to a descending tiger. "Let us begin, Lin You. Today's battle will determine our standings. I shall not take your life." Lin You smirked, fully reassured upon confirming that his opponent was still at the 6th heaven of martial immortals. "This is merely a toy, isn't it? Must we absolutely fight?" Lin You shrugged. "Absolutely." Qin Feng nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us engage." The two stepped into the void, the battle imminent. Members of the Lin family emerged from their residences, Witnessing the unfolding spectacle, Qin Feng struck first, vanishing from his spot with a single step. The air reverberated with sonic booms as the two exchanged dozens of blows in the blink of an eye. Well done, Lin You. You are indeed my only worthy opponent. Qin Feng's voice rang out with excitement amidst the void. Such prowess, such exhilarating combat. I acknowledge you. Cease your shouting. With that time, we could finish this sooner. Lin You retorted. Qin Feng laughed heartily, reveling in the thrill of battle. He raised his hand, and the devouring sky reappeared. This move, I have practiced countless times. All for this day. I must admit, I have never exerted myself so for anyone else in my life. The title of genius, I will reclaim it with my own hands. Devouring the sky and pursuing the sun. Boom. In an instant, a fireball of 100 zhong, seemingly empowered by some mysterious force, transformed from deep crimson to a dark purple. The searing flames threatened to consume the very void itself. Wherever he went, even the light seemed to retreat. The onlookers from the Lin family could not help but gasp in astonishment. Goodness, this Qin lad is indeed extraordinary, capable of creating such a technique. It's no wonder he narrowly lost to Yuer, a true genius, formidable indeed. With such talent, he is surely destined for longevity. Initially, Zhao Linger watched the fierce battle, her palms damp with cold sweat. However, upon hearing the crowd's remarks, her mind was instantly flooded with confusion. What is going on? Are they praising Lin You or Qin Feng? That is a heavenly level technique. Aren't they at all concerned? To her surprise, the Lin family members merely cast her a glance. Elder 8 shrugged nonchalantly, saying, "Worry about what? Will you lose? Don't be ridiculous." Everyone nodded in agreement, exuding an air of certainty in victory. Zhao Linger was utterly baffled by their confidence. At this moment, she could only gaze into the depths of the void. But in the next instant, the sound of swords resonated like a howling wind. A long sword, imperceptible to the naked eye, pierced the heavens in an instant, accompanied by dark purple flames. 9 swords emerged simultaneously, and at that moment, light was stripped away. Damn it! Why? Qin Feng's voice was hoarse as he watched the sword hurtling toward him. Unable to move an inch, he desperately urged the supreme bone within him, only to hear it emit a reluctant low moan. Within his celestial eyes, he could not perceive a single flaw in the sword. What a joke! The long sword halted mere inches from his forehead. Lin You gently curled his fingers, causing the sword's intent to dissipate immediately. Ding! Mission completed. Mission reward: Jade Lin Twin Dragon Armor X1. Mission reward: Time Flow Potion X1. Mission reward: Colorful Critical Hit Roulette X1. I actually lost. Qin Feng spoke in a daze, never having anticipated such a scenario. Countless sleepless nights, pouring his heart and soul into this, only to be crushed in the end. He raised his head, confusion and disbelief swirling in his eyes. How did this guy reach the 9th heaven of martial immortals? Chapter 47. In terms of crime, one must be punished. Qin Feng helplessly cradled his head, crouching in a corner like a beaten dog. He could not comprehend how this individual trained. Clearly, he had exerted himself to the utmost, abstaining from food and rest, doing everything within his power. Hardworking, serious, diligent. Yet, in the end, he still could not surpass Lin You, despite his prodigious talent that even the Chongqing family envied. Why? Damn it, you are nothing but a scoundrel. Qin Feng roared skyward, venting his pent-up frustration. For a moment, he even began to doubt the so-called supreme bone and celestial eyes, questioning whether they were merely a burden. Qin Feng clenched his fists, tears of dissatisfaction streaming from his eyes. This was not weakness, but sheer frustration, he murmured to himself, as if asking and conversing with his own thoughts. Damn it, what must I do to truly defeat Lin You just once? He lacks the supreme bone and the celestial eyes. It appears to be identical to a roadside spectacle, yet possesses an extraordinary strength. How can this be? Just then, the Lin family could no longer bear to watch. What a fine young man, and yet his spirit has been shattered by others. Someone ought to comfort him quickly. One cannot blame him. After all, Yuer is simply too formidable, and he is merely at a disadvantage. Even being second is commendable. Alas, what a blessing it is to have friends with whom one can grow together throughout life. Qin Feng possesses decent talent, barely capable of serving as a sparring partner for Yuer. The members of the Lin family spoke without any pretense, and their words were clearly heard by Qin Feng, who couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Is this meant to console me? A bunch of old scoundrels. Being second means being the ultimate loser. With my supreme bone and celestial wheel eye, I am to serve as a mere practice partner? Am I a whetstone? As he wallowed in his frustration, the entire dreamboat star domain suddenly plunged into darkness. The heavens seemed to be draped with a shroud, devoid of light, sun, or moon. Only an oppressive silence and a murky hue filled the vast expanse. Such a cosmic phenomenon startled everyone. Lin You stared in disbelief at the corner where Qin Feng stood. unable to restrain his expletives. What the hell? Is this some sort of cheat? Just because I lost once, he awakens again? At this rate, am I destined to become a mere experience fodder? Lin You felt utterly speechless. The first time he defeated Qin Feng, the latter evolved from double pupils to a celestial wheel eye. What would this be? The supreme celestial bone of the myriad realms, an invincible path? Damn. The fortune of the destined child. It is truly enviable. Before even having the chance to leap off a cliff and encounter an old man, he immediately gains opportunities. If I lacked a system, I would probably be reduced to nothing but dust. The members of the Lin family were equally befuddled. However, Lin Tao soon sensed something amiss. He glanced at Qin Feng. No, it was not the Qin family child that triggered this cosmic phenomenon. It was an outsider. Lin Tao raised his gaze towards the heavens. The crowd followed his gaze, where a figure flickered in and out of visibility, though not entirely discernible. One could still catch a glimpse of a dark crimson aura surrounding him. What an overwhelming sense of oppression. His cultivation likely far surpasses that of a martial god. Just as the Lin family was in a state of confusion, a voice resonated from beyond the heavens. The celestial inspector has arrived. Do not delay in your greetings. Wei Yi appeared in the void, his gaze filled with authority and confidence. Shortly thereafter, the figure clad in a black and red robe, Dai Wenjiao, slowly emerged. The celestial inspector. The Lin family stood frozen in place. The Longxing family enforcer, the most lethal blade. Wherever they tread, there exists only brutality and slaughter. Not only are they incredibly powerful, but they also embody the face of the Longxing family to the outside world. Merely the sight of this black and red garment is enough to compel all to bow in submission. The elders of the Lin family exchanged glances, each perceiving the confusion in the other's eyes. Why has the celestial inspector come to the dreamboat star domain? Yet, upon seeing Wei Yi, they instantly understood that the visitor bore ill intentions. As the piercing gaze of the other party swept over the Lin family like a blade, Brother Tao was the first to respond. He stepped forward, rising into the void, and politely clasped his hands in greeting. I am Lin Tao of the Lin family. How may I serve you, esteemed envoy of the Celestial Patrol? The crowd breathed a sigh of relief as the elder brother advanced. The Lin family's survival to this day was solely due to Lin Tao's adept management. With millennia of experience, he had always handled matters with utmost finesse. Dai Wenjiao then spoke, his eyes radiating a chilling coldness. Are you a member of the Lin family? Lin Tao, perplexed, nodded in affirmation. Yes, but I am unaware. Suddenly, an explosive force far exceeding that of a martial god erupted, and Lin Tao was sent flying, his body hurtling through the air like an arrow released from a taut bowstring. Dai Wenjiao's indifferent voice echoed in the void, resonating within the hearts of every member of the Lin family. The Lin family has unlawfully slaughtered innocents within the 7th star domain, annihilating 5 clans. For this crime, they shall be punished. The abrupt turn of events left everyone in shock. The elders rushed forward to assess Lin Tao's condition, only to discover he was gravely injured. On the brink of death, Lin Yu's heart tightened in alarm. What was happening? The conflict with the 5 major families in the 7th star domain had occurred ages ago. Why were old grievances being resurrected now? Moreover, even during that annihilating battle, the Lin family had merely retaliated in self-defense, sparing their wives and children. They had not committed genocide. However, Lin Yu quickly realized the gravity of the situation as he glanced at Wei Yi beside Dai Wenjiao, who wore an expression of unrestrained delight. The second elder, Lin Dong, was the first to regain his composure, despite the fury boiling within him. He had no choice but to suppress it. Dai Wenjiao's strength was overwhelmingly terrifying. Even if the entire Lin family united, they would not stand a chance against him. Furthermore, Yuer was still young. They could not allow their anger to dictate their actions. With great effort, he restrained his murderous intent and clasped his hands in a bow. Esteemed envoy, there must be some misunderstanding. In the battle within the 7th star domain, it was the 5 major families who initiated the assault, seeking to obliterate the Lin family. We were merely forced to retaliate and did not eradicate them completely. I implore you to see reason. Dai Wenjiao raised his gaze, elongating his tone as he drawled, Oh, are you implying that I, Dai Wenjiao, have wrongfully accused you? Wei Yi immediately interjected with a fierce reprimand. You are audacious. Do you dare question the fairness of the envoy? Or challenge the authority of the Chongqing family? The blatant facts lie before you, and yet you still wish to argue. Lin Dong clenched his teeth. At this juncture, how could he not recognize that this was a conspiracy against the Lin family? Yet, the situation was beyond his control, leaving him no choice but to bow his head. He reiterated, since you are already aware of that battle, why not investigate further? The Lin family bears no guilt. Family blood feuds cannot simply be ignored. Chapter 48. The Celestial Might of the Chongqing Family. A sinister smile crept across Dai Wenjiao's lips. Before he could speak, Wei Yi's voice rang out sharply, impudent. The elder proclaimed that the Lin family was wrong, and thus, the Lin family was deemed to be in the wrong. How dare you argue back? That blatant loss of life, was it not caused by the Lin family? Was it a case of suicide? Lin Dong, upon hearing this, was inclined to counter the accusation, yet he was halted by Lin You. He lifted his gaze to the proud figure in the void above. So you are resolutely intent on causing trouble for the Lin family? Dai Wenjiao sneered. Do not overestimate your own significance. You are but a mere ant. I represent the Chongqing family in this world, conducting affairs with impartiality. Do you dare to challenge the celestial authority? Lin Yu could not help but shake his head, softly speaking as if to himself, impartiality? I wonder whose interests you are serving and for whom you act. The Wei family? No, they are not worthy. It must be the Su family. Upon hearing this, Dai Wenjiao's pupils constricted sharply. Impudence. Are you questioning the integrity of the Chongqing family? Lin Yu showed no sign of fear, retorting, do not repeatedly invoke the name of the Chongqing family. One might think you are their ancestral figure. A sycophant is merely a sycophant. If you choose to debase yourself, do not erect a facade of virtue. Today, the Lin family stands here. If you wish to strike or kill, come forth. Dai Wenjiao scoffed repeatedly, evidently infuriated. As a celestial inspector, a designated figure of the Chongqing family, he had never been so openly provoked. He was about to strike when he noticed a blue-green token flying towards him. Dai Wenjiao extended his hand to catch it securely. The moment he discerned the inscription, he could not help but shudder. The Zhuge family. One of the Chongqing family. How could this be? He turned to the shadow in the corner. May I inquire who you are? Qin Feng's brow was laden with impatience. He had already grasped the situation. What a farce, this celestial inspector, a mere bully. In contrast, he preferred the Lin family. Most importantly, Lin You must not perish, otherwise. Even if he were to conquer the myriad realms, people would only say, back in the day, he could not defeat Lin You. He would be forever marked with shame. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively. Enough. You need not concern yourself with my identity. Do you recognize the words on the token? Go cool off elsewhere. I am quite vexed. The members of the Lin family looked at Qin Feng, utterly astonished by his chivalrous intervention. With the Zhuge family token in hand, perhaps the opponent would indeed withdraw. Dai Wenjiao clutched the token, his brow furrowing involuntarily. The two characters of Zhuge seemed as weighty as a mountain, leaving him uncertain. After all, he was sent by Su Ming. It would be inappropriate to simply depart. Yet, he could not afford to offend the Zhuge family. Beside him, Wei Yi also broke into a cold sweat. The outcome of this encounter hung in the balance. When he saw the characters on the token, he nearly fainted. No wonder the Phoenix Mountain Manor and the ancestral figure of the Yulong Cave had to bow and apologize. In the myriad realms, how many could afford to offend such a family? Dai Wenjiao turned his gaze towards the direction of the Su family. He then glanced at Wei Yi beside him, clearly inquiring about the presence of such a notable figure. Wei Yi hastily explained, My lord, this is a long story. That Qin Feng is not from the Lin family. Like the Lin family, he only recently entered the 6-star domain. Qin Feng once lost to Lin You in the grand tournament, and has come today to seek a sparring match with him. As for this token, I truly have no idea how it came to be. Dai Wenjiao's eyes flickered. Wait a moment. What did you just say? Wei Yi quickly bowed, my lord. I assure you, I speak nothing but the truth. Yet Dai Wenjiao seemed not to hear, repeating, you just said. His name is Qin Feng? Wei Yi was momentarily taken aback, but nodded honestly. Upon confirming the identity of the individual, Dai Wenjiao surprisingly felt relieved. He had heard of Qin Feng before, as the Zhuge family had taken notice of his talent and wished to bring him into their fold. However, the young man stubbornly refused, insisting he would only join the Chongqing family after defeating Lin You. This back and forth had begun to annoy the Zhuge family. Yet they could not help but admire his extraordinary abilities, allowing him to act as he pleased. Since he was not from the Chongqing family, Dai Wenjiao courteously clasped his hands and returned the token to Qin Feng. So it is young Master Qin. Qin Feng accepted the token and tucked it away, stating, That's all I need to know. Is there anything else? If not, be gone. Your presence is irksome. A vague, inscrutable light flashed in Dai Wenjiao's eyes. He let out a cold laugh, as if he had made a certain determination. Young Master Qin may rest easy. We shall not trouble you with the affairs of the Lin family. In that instant, not only was Qin Feng stunned, but the members of the Lin family were equally taken aback, incredulously staring at Dai Wenjiao. Did he dare to disregard even the face of the Chongqing family? Dai Wenjiao turned, casting a judgmental gaze upon the Lin family. Annihilate the 5 clans. Incite the Chongqing family's disciples. To death. Boom. Qin Feng bellowed. Are you jesting with me? Just because you wear a black and red robe, do you truly consider yourself the master? Do you know whose token this is? Dai Wenjiao sneered, responding, Indeed, it belongs to the Zhuge family. Therefore, I grant the Zhuge family a favor and allow the young master to rest. according to the rules. Even the Zhuge family cannot interfere with my impartial handling of matters. Furthermore, is young Master Qin truly one of the Zhuge family? Qin Feng gritted his teeth, never imagining that a mere celestial inspector would dare to be so audacious. It was clear that Dai Wenjiao was resolutely targeting the Lin family. In an instant, numerous pairs of watchful eyes lurking in the shadows sighed in relief. Qin Feng, anxious as fire, looked at Lin You, wishing to say something. But Lin You merely waved his hand, saying, "It's fine. I accept your feelings. The affairs of the Lin family must be dealt with by us." Ding. Mission released. Wolves lurking. Mission objective: eliminate Celestial Inspector Dai Wenjiao. Intimidate the nefarious. Mission reward: White Tiger Golden Light, Sword X1. Mission reward: Colorful Critical Hit Roulette X3. Mission reward: Heavenly Twin Tree X1. Hearing the system's prompt, Lin Yu revealed a helpless smile. Goodness, this time the rewards are indeed quite generous. Although the true nature of the White Tiger Golden Light, Sword, and the Twin Trees of Heaven remains a mystery, one can discern the formidable strength of Dai Wenjiao merely by observing the three-colored critical strike wheels. The system has not indicated any penalties for failing the mission. Yet Lin Yu is acutely aware that failure equates to death. With a cold sneer, Dai Wenjiao declared that if he believed they had wronged him, they would accompany him to the blood prison, where the truth would be revealed. As he prepared to forcibly subdue everyone, Lin Yu stepped forward slowly. What kind of place was the blood prison? It was said that no one had ever emerged alive from its depths. To enter would mean certain doom. He raised his hand, and a suit of exquisite armor gradually materialized in the air, adorned with delicate dragon scales that radiated a dazzling light. Heavenly grade, Jade Forest Twin Dragon Armor. Note: can withstand 30 of direct damage from below the Eternal Life Realm. Note: can amplify physical strength by 100. The 9 swords unite. Lin Yu raised his hand, pointing his sword at Dai Wenjiao. If you seek the life of the Lin family, then come and claim it personally. Chapter 49, Blood Battle. As Lin Yu's words fell, the entire Dreaming Lake Star domain reverberated with derisive laughter. Wei Yi erupted in laughter as if he had heard the greatest joke in the world, doubling over with tears streaming down his face. Damn, you truly have guts. Do you even know what the Celestial Inspectors represent? That is the Longxing family. To dare to lay hands on a Celestial Inspector is to challenge the dignity of the Longxing family. In all the realms, no one can save you. The faces of the Lin family turned ashen. Everything transpired too swiftly for them to intervene. Lin Yu had already swung his sword, having lived for thousands of years. They understood well the weight of the Celestial Inspector's authority. Even if it meant swallowing broken teeth, the mere mention of the Longxing family was enough to suppress all. Dai Wenjiao's silent, sinister grin deepened as he narrowed his eyes, filled with a hint of amusement. Very well. If that is your desire, I shall oblige. In due course, all of this will be reported truthfully. The Lin family, a 6th-tier family in the Dreaming Lake Star domain, conspiring to rebel. With the word rebellion uttered, the Lin family found themselves crushed under an overwhelming pressure, unable to lift their heads. The sovereign of the realms, the Longxing family. Who could dare to oppose them? Even Zhao Linger turned pale, incredulous as she gazed at the figure stepping boldly into the void. Fool, how can you confront a celestial inspector? Are you out of your mind? Yet Lin Yu appeared deaf to her concerns, shaking his head in indifference. Do as you will. Since death is inevitable, I might as well fight with all I have. He then turned, casting a detached glance at the arrogant Wei Yi before shifting his focus deeper into the Dreaming Lake Star domain, where the Su family resided. Lin Yu understood well that a mere Wei Yi lacked the power to summon a celestial inspector or to incite one against the Lin family. The only entity capable of orchestrating such events was the rumored patron of the Su family. This battle would be monumental. If victorious, the Lin family would still have room for negotiation. If defeated, however, it would signify true annihilation. Lin Yu gently caressed his long sword, its intent resonating with the heavens. Before he could make a move, he felt the overwhelming oppression emanating from Dai Wenjiao, a weight akin to 100,000 mountains, exuding a suffocating authority. Sword 1. Exterminate the heavens. Lin Yu swung his long sword, attempting to challenge the true immortal Dai Wenjiao with his cultivation at the 9th level of the martial celestial realm. The magnificent sword aura surged forth but failed to create even a ripple. Before it could approach, it was shattered by the invisible waves of energy surrounding Dai Wenjiao. An ant shaking a tree, Dai Wenjiao scoffed, unleashing a punch that seemed to collapse the heavens and the earth, intent on crushing this insignificant creature beneath his feet. Lin Yu gritted his teeth, repeatedly swinging his long sword. Sword 2, Sword 3, each strike overshadowing the last, yet it could not bridge the immense chasm that loomed before him. As death loomed imminent, a powerful aura surged from within the Lin family. The second elder, Lin Dong, furiously widened his eyes, clenching his fists. With a punch of his own, he unleashed the might of the 6th level of the martial god realm. Second brother. Foolishness, sheer foolishness. I'll join in as well. The members of the Lin family were stirred into a frenzy, each eager to take action. Just then, another audacious voice rang out from the courtyard. Uncles, you might as well take a rest. Battling beyond 1's level is the exclusive domain of geniuses. Qin Feng's eyes closed tightly. As his words fell, he opened them. An endless expanse of white emerged in his gaze. Without a hint of hesitation, he followed suit with a punch. Boom. The three combined their strength. Qin Feng's strike resembled a steel needle piercing a balloon, perfectly timed. Dai Wenjiao's punch shattered upon impact. He gazed at the three before him in disbelief. What nonsense is this? Two martial celestials and a martial god and actually managed to withstand my blow? Qin Feng grinned, exuding an air of grandeur. The might of his celestial wheel I was unmistakable. Indeed, not everyone possesses strength akin to Lin Yu's. Your technique is riddled with flaws. The combined strike of the three had seen Lin You and second elder Lin Dong absorb most of the force, while Qin Feng's final punch had precisely pinpointed the weaknesses in Dai Wenjiao's technique, thus enabling them to barely withstand it. He flexed his muscles, a dragon-like roar echoing from within. If we were of the same realm, you old dog, I could suppress you with a single hand. Qin Feng, looking down on all, spoke nonchalantly, as if only at this moment could his extraordinary talent be revealed. Lin You turned to this fated child before him. Have you thought this through? He is the inspector of the heavens. Qin Feng smirked dismissively. I am also a once-in-a-million-year talent. So what? Let us just do it, after all. I have the Zhuge family backing me. Can you really kill me? You two take the lead, and I'll provide support. Though he may be powerful, he is full of openings. My celestial wheel I can help you identify the flaws. Lin You and the second elder, Lin Dong, exchanged glances. Even an unrelated outsider had made a move. What reason did they have to refuse? To annihilate the Lin family? They would pay with their lives. Without hesitation, they sprang into action, two figures darting forward to engage in fierce combat, with the figure of Dai Wenjiao suspended in the void. He roared in disbelief, impudent. You are utterly lawless. Today, all of you insignificant insects shall perish. Lin Dong scoffed. Then you should serve your heaven well. The Lin family does not recognize such a heaven. Blood spilled in the void, the heavens shattering. Even though Lin Dong, at the 6th level of the martial god realm, bore the brunt of the pressure, Lin You still found himself overwhelmed by the residual force. The chasm between the martial immortal realm and the true immortal realm was as vast as a gulf. Without the protection of the Yulin twin dragon armor, he might have already met his demise. Countless pairs of eyes, hidden in the shadows, glinted with cold light, unaware of their own mortality. A mere Lin family dared to challenge the celestial inspectors. How foolish. One was a martial god, the other a true immortal, mere ants. The celestial inspectors were not mere names. Apart from the Chongqing family, they were formidable beings of the same realm. Old grievances and new grudges. Should they not join forces? No. The Lin family still possessed some strength. If they were to counterattack at the last moment, they could very well shatter their own teeth. Their demise was already a foregone conclusion. Even that brat from the Qin family could not save them. Within the great hall of the Su family, Su Ming was calm and composed, strolling leisurely within the chamber. Holding a teacup in one hand, he gazed towards the direction of the three combatants in the void, tea spilling forth and soaking the ground. In his eyes gleamed the confidence of assured victory. The Lin family? How absurd, like an ant trying to shake a tree. Notify the Wei and Zhou families to join forces, he decreed. Today, we shall eradicate them completely. The reason is their provocation of the Chongqing family's dignity. We shall assist in upholding justice. Chapter 50, Blood Battle, Part 2. With a single command, the Su family swiftly mobilized. Zhuo Chengxian remained at home, observing the bloodshed in the void, his mind racing like an ant on a hot stove. He had wagered everything on the Lin family, believing victory was inevitable. Yet unexpectedly, the celestial inspector dared to disregard even the face of the Zhuge family. If the Lin family truly fell, the Zhuo family would meet the same fate. What a terrifying existence Su Ming was. After the fact, he would certainly discover Zhuo Qingshuan's involvement, and Wei would undoubtedly take the opportunity to strike him down. A total loss. What to do? What to do? Zhuo Chengxian paced in distress, unable to make a decision. The head of a 6th-tier family, at this moment, felt utterly helpless. Just then, an elder from the Zhuo family entered, bowing respectfully. Head of the family, the Su family has sent word, commanding us to act immediately. The three families shall unite to obliterate the Lin family today, under the pretext of assisting the celestial inspector in executing the law. Zhuo Qingshuan's heart sank, and he hurriedly asked, is there more? Speak quickly. The elder from the Zhuo family deliberated for a moment. The Su family head also mentioned that if we act today, past grievances will be overlooked. He will turn a blind eye to the disputes between the Zhou family and the Wei family. However, if we do not act, the downfall of the Lin family marks the imminent reckoning for us. In an instant, Zhuo Chengxian seemed to lose all strength and collapsed into his chair, murmuring to himself with vacant eyes. So it is true, he has learned of it. A heavy atmosphere enveloped the grand hall, interrupted only by the occasional stirring of spiritual energy in the void. Zhuo Qingshuan's eyes were filled with turmoil. Should he take action? With the three families encircling them, the Lin family had no path to survival. Yet, having betrayed the Su family, he feared that should the other party turn against him, the Zhuo family would be utterly defenseless in the ensuing reckoning. But if he did not act, the Lin family's demise was assured. What then could be done? As he wrestled with his thoughts, an elder of the Zhuo family, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Patriarch, regardless of right or wrong, we harbor no grievances. However, as one who has lived longer, I wish to offer a few words. Zhuo Chengxian lifted his gaze to the elder, who was from an older generation than his own. Within the Zhuo family, aside from the ancestor, he held the highest seniority, having shared in the family's fortunes and misfortunes to reach this day. Uncle, please speak, he urged. The elder sighed deeply. Whether we act or refrain, we must remember not to waver or hesitate. However, concerning our family's survival, I implore you not to be indecisive. I perceive the Lin family rising in brilliance. Their downfall may not come easily. Since we have chosen to assist, we must commit fully to this path. Even in defeat, we shall harbor no regrets. To seek favor from both sides often leads to losing everything in the end. Zhuo Qingxian inhaled deeply upon hearing this. Indeed, it was such a simple truth. How could he have overlooked it? The burden on his shoulders had clouded his judgment. This was an opportunity. If the Lin family survived, the Zhuo family would rise alongside them. Certainly, they could not fare worse than their current plight, constantly at the mercy of the Su family and under the oppressive thumb of the Wei family. Let us act. All those above the martial immortal realm shall emerge. I shall summon the ancestor. Zhuo Chengxian resolved, turning to leave. In the void, Lin Dong bore the greatest pressure. For millennia, before Lin Yu's emergence, he had been the first true genius of the Lin family. Upon entering the sixth-star domain, he was also the first to reach the martial deity realm. Time had passed, and new talents had arisen. Lin You and Qin Feng were like fierce dragons crossing the river, causing the proud to bow their heads. Yet, had he not also been a remarkable figure of his generation? Clad in blood-stained garments, Lin Dong gritted his teeth, the crimson on his chest resembling an inescapable fog. Layer upon layer of saturation. Kill. His roar echoed through the heavens, a frenzied engagement with reckless abandon. Lin Yu's grip on his sword caused his palms to crack. Blood flowed down his shoulders. Only he knew the hardships of this battle. Ignorant ants. A mere insect shaking a tree. Dai Wenjiao's indifferent voice resonated through the void, exuding tremendous power with every gesture. A casual punch from him shattered the 6 long swords summoned by Lin You. Meanwhile, Qin Feng's face turned ashen, veins bulging. His eyes bloodshot. He exhausted all the powers of his celestial wheel eye, incessantly speculating on every move of Dai Wenjiao. The circulation of spiritual energy within him was exceedingly slow, and there was a momentary pause when he struck. Do not grant him a moment's respite. Act decisively. Qin Feng conveyed through his spirit. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong advanced boldly to clash. Blood gushed from his mouth as if it were of no consequence, creating a fleeting opening for Lin You. True to expectations, Lin You wielded his sword with fervor. The Yellow Emperor's Sword Manual, 9 Swords. Wutian. A single strike seemed to pierce the very heavens, illuminating the entire night with an unparalleled radiance. With an overwhelming might, he descended upon his opponent. Dai Wenjiao's pupils dilated in disbelief. Even while outnumbered 3-1, he sensed the formidable prowess of a so-called genius. Although his cultivation remained firmly suppressed, he was compelled to repeatedly employ divine abilities. Consequently, each circulation of spiritual energy required a fresh gathering. Yet, in that brief moment, he was precisely targeted. How could this be? How could a martial immortal see through my techniques? Dai Wenjiao uttered incredulously, turning to the side where Qin Feng stood, blood streaming from his eyes. It was you. With a single thrust, he pierced Dai Wenjiao, nailing him to the ground. The heavens trembled. Lin Yu's face turned as pale as death, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Countless eyes lurking in the shadows swiftly withdrew their consciousness. What nonsense is this? A martial immortal has slain a true immortal? It is impossible. This is dire. We are doomed. The Lin family has committed an unspeakable act, daring to strike against the celestial inspectors. There will be no refuge for them in all the realms. What is the use of such idle chatter? We must flee, lest the Lin family seek retribution. Gazing at Dai Wenjiao, now pinned to the ground, the Su family descended into chaos. with Su Ming staring incredulously at the Lin family members. Impossible. Crack. The teacup in his hand shattered once more. In his shock, Su Ming even forgot to summon his protective spiritual energy. The shards cut into his palm. Dai Wenjiao is dead? Then what of the Lin family? In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Su Ming's mind. Within the entire 6th grade star domain, few could rival Dai Wenjiao's strength. If even he could be defeated, then the Su family, traditionally composed and strategic. Su Ming now felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, barely able to remain standing. Wei was equally dumbfounded. What is happening? Just moments ago, they were battling fiercely. How could he be slain by a single sword strike? He turned to meet the bloodthirsty gazes of the Lin family. You, do not come any closer. What do you intend to do? Su family head, save me. Chapter 51, Blood Battle, Part 3. Lin You stepped forward, sword in hand. He gasped for breath. The relentless battles had nearly drained his spiritual energy. At this moment, his killing intent coalesced into a tangible essence, enveloping him in a rich crimson aura. I will send you to hell. But do not worry, they will soon join you. Lin You raised his hand, ready to end his opponent's life. Lin Dong finally breathed a sigh of relief. After this battle, the Lin family would enjoy a long period of stability. In agony, he grimaced. Finally finding refuge beneath a colossal boulder, his eyes brimming with the joy of survival after calamity. Just as Lin You prepared to make his move, he suddenly heard Qin Feng's urgent shout, "Be careful." Following this, an earth-shattering strike erupted from the ground, shattering the heavens above. The void, almost instantaneously, emitted a mournful wail under the unbearable strain. That punch was so swift that it eluded the naked eye, imbued with the murderous intent akin to an ocean's depth. You bastard. If it weren't for the longevity pendant, you would have truly killed me. With a resounding crash, a figure was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crimson blood spilling profusely onto the ground. Lin Dong's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed upon the flying figure. No, you are. Life had utterly vanished. His chest appeared as though a gaping chasm had been carved out, allowing one to glimpse the sky behind him. Lin You fell silent, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. After a fleeting silence, the Lin family erupted into a cacophony of anguished roars. You is dead. Kill him. I will fight you to the end. You son of a bitch. It was inconceivable. How could you be dead? The 8th elder wept uncontrollably, appearing to age decades in an instant. Throwing his head back in a furious, defiant howl. The sole hope of the Lin family, the last scion who had sustained them through adversity. No, brother. You is dead. The 8th elder shook the severely injured Lin Tao as if driven mad, his words tumbling forth incoherently, a man bereft of his anchor. Lin Tao too witnessed the bloodshed in the void, his pupils involuntarily contracting, his entire being trembling as if shaken by a storm. Memories flooded his mind like a revolving lantern. In that moment, he stared helplessly into the abyss, even oblivious to the 8th elder's roaring beside him. As he watched his brothers prepare to charge at Dai Wenjiao in a desperate bid, the injured 2nd elder, Lin Dong, disregarding his own wounds, struggled to rise and bellowed towards the Lin family. Brother, wake up, stop them. The Lin family cannot perish like this. Run. Every one of you flee. Seasoned by the trials of life, the normally composed Lin Tao finally emerged from his stupor amidst the clamor. Coughing, he rose and positioned himself before his brothers. His gaze filled only with sorrow. It seemed he had expended all his strength in his command. Leave. Tears streamed down the 8th elder's face as he clutched his brother's arm tightly. Brother, you is dead. The 6th elder clenched his fists, blood seeping from his palms. You is dead. I shall not live either. I will fight to the death. The 8th elder urged, if you have any courage, come with me. With those words, the crowd disregarded Lin Tao's protests, intent on charging out of the Lin family estate. Yet in the void, Dai Wenjiao let out a triumphant laugh. A sword still embedded in his chest, his aura diminished to its nadir. He glared at the Lin family with the ferocity of a wounded wolf. Leave. None of you will escape. Today, the Lin family is doomed. As he spoke, he prepared to strike once more. With Lin Dong and Lin You no longer restraining him, the remaining individuals were utterly defenseless. At that moment, Qin Feng had no desire to continue the battle. He merely stumbled forward, lost in despair, toward Lin Yu's lifeless body. Murmuring to himself, what a cruel joke. How could you perish at the hands of such a wretch? Qin Feng's steps faltered, tears of blood streaming down his face. With a thud, he knelt before Lin You, gazing at the lifeless shell devoid of any vitality. I have yet to claim victory. Who granted you permission to die? I have not even earned the title of genius. Merely a celestial inspector, and yet you cannot succumb. How can this be? A profound, indescribable sensation gripped Qin Feng, akin to a sudden loss of motivation. The fervor he once regarded as his goal now felt hollow and empty. He turned to witness the Lin family members rallying to fight, yet they were still being bested, unable to lift their heads. Deep within the Dreaming Star domain, the Su family's formidable presence surged into the sky. Dare to lay hands on a celestial inspector? Such a crime warrants death 1,000 times over. The authority of the Eternal Life clan shall not be trifled with. Wei Yi also led the Wei family into the fray, his demeanor calm and composed like a victor. A frog in a well, foolishly attempting to shake the heavens. The ants of the lower star domains shall inevitably fall into oblivion. In this Dreaming Star domain, only one holds sway, and that is the Su family. Surrounded by the two great clans and Dai Wenjiao, the Lin family found themselves in dire straits, already burdened with injuries. Lin Dong and Lin Tao gritted their teeth in resistance, yet they were still overwhelmed. The others faced perilous circumstances, teetering on the brink of destruction. Just then, an extraordinarily ancient and terrifying aura erupted within the Dreaming Star domain. Suddenly, an elderly man with disheveled white hair and a decayed presence appeared on the battlefield, looking as if he had not groomed himself for a millennium. Without uttering a single word, he stood directly before Dai Wenjiao. A multitude of martial immortals and gods from the Zhuo family arrived as reinforcements. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. A cruel smile spread across Su Ming's face as he glanced at the elder in the void and then at Zhuo Qingxian before him. You had your chance but failed to cherish it. You seek your ancestors' emergence? Does the Zhuo family elder still possess the life to retreat from seclusion a second time? If you wish to tread a path of darkness, then you shall drown alongside the Lin family in the dust. The Zhuo family acted as pawns, provoking the authority of eternal life and obstructing the celestial inspector's mission. Attack! Zhuo Qingxian clenched his teeth, leading the charge. He had no time to observe the battle between his ancestor and Dai Wenjiao. All he knew was that the Zhuo family had no retreat. They would fight desperately to protect the Lin family, seeking hope for the future. As for his ancestor, whose lifespan was nearly spent, this would be the final battle. Regardless of victory or defeat, he would perish. My fellow friends, let us go. The Zhuo family shall pave the way for you. Within the Dreaming Star domain, hundreds engaged in a chaotic battle, from martial immortals to true immortals. The earth trembled and the heavens shattered, the sun and moon obscured. Qin Feng, utterly drained, rose with little strength left. At this point, he had lost all desire to continue. Regardless, he considers himself half a member of the Zhuge family. That wretched Daven Zhao cannot do anything to him. He would have acted, but only for Lin Yu's sake. Now, with Lin Yu deceased, he finds no reason to take action. He weakly gestures, as if bidding a final farewell. Turning around, he hears a faint heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. Chapter 52, A Sword to Sever the Head. Qin Feng's form involuntarily halts. He gazes in disbelief at the cold, lifeless body on the ground. The heartbeat grows louder, and the wound that had pierced through begins to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Is it an illusion? Impossible. Lin Yu is already dead. A shiver runs through Qin Feng, his eyes filled with incredulity. An endless radiance flickers in his gaze. Beneath the celestial wheel of his eyes, countless vibrant life forces intertwine, transforming into invisible beams of light that swirl about. In a fleeting moment, Qin Feng seems to perceive a sapling. No, not merely a sapling. It is the celestial tree. Astonished, he turns to look deep within the Lin family estate. The place where life intertwines is precisely there. Zhao Linger, shielded by the Lin family members, trembles as the terrifying aftershock shakes her very core. As two families share a long-standing friendship, witnessing the Lin family in peril fills Zhao Linger with urgency. Yet, with her cultivation at the true fire refinement level, she is unqualified to partake in such a battle. Not dragging anyone down would suffice. Suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, Zhao Linger spots the fully grown celestial tree in the courtyard. Within it, she perceives Lin Yu's faint heartbeat. The branches tremble silently. Yet Zhao Linger hears the heartbeat like thunder. It is Lin Yu. He is not dead. A storm of emotions surges within her heart. However, she quickly realizes that Lin Yu requires the vitality of the celestial tree to heal his wounds. Indeed, that was the very thought she should have had. The celestial tree, integrated with him, possesses a vitality of terrifying magnitude. How could Lin Yu possibly be so easily slain? Zhao Linger breaks free from the protection of the Lin family members. With a determined step, she rushes toward the celestial tree. Linger, do not run recklessly. This is madness. Where do you think you are going at such a critical moment? The Lin family members call out, believing she wishes to join the battle. But it is too late. No sooner has Zhao Linger stepped out of the protective circle than she is targeted by a foe at the martial immortal level. With a single punch, she spews forth crimson blood, collapsing to the ground as if struck by a heavy hammer. Who is this girl? Who cares? Just kill her along with the rest. As her head is about to be severed, Zhao Linger, fueled by an unknown strength, struggles to rise from the ground. She clutches the thick trunk of the celestial tree, uprooting it entirely. She looks up to meet Qin Feng's ashen gaze and hurls it with all her might. A towering giant tree arcs across the heavens, heading straight for Lin You. Before Qin Feng can extend his hand to catch it, the celestial tree descends as if responding to a call. Immediately, it seemed to melt like water into Lin Yu's body. The booming sound of a heartbeat resonated throughout the Dream Harbor Star region. Everyone turned their puzzled gazes toward the source of the sound. Yet, apart from Qin Feng, there lay only a cold corpse. What sound is that? Did you hear it? It is somewhat peculiar. Is that? It seems to be a heartbeat? What a joke in the star domain, whose heartbeat can thunder like a drum. Never mind that. With the celestial inspectors present, we should swiftly deal with the Lin and You families. Indeed, those rebellious souls must be punished. Suddenly, Lin Yu's fingers twitched ever so slightly. Then, Qin Feng witnessed Lin You struggling, as if he were caught in a nightmarish dream, his eyelids fluttering. Under the gaze of the immortal wheel, boundless vitality surged. Lin Yu's body had already begun to recover. The thunderous heartbeat grew louder. The entire heavens and earth began to tremble. An inexplicable pressure weighed heavily upon everyone's shoulders, leaving them breathless. At this moment, Dai Wenjiao also ceased his battle with the Zhu family patriarch, his face etched with confusion. Who is stirring trouble from the shadows? Show yourself. All that answered him was the continuous, thunderous heartbeat. Lin Yu's figure gradually materialized in the void, his eyes harboring an unfathomable chill. Step by step, he approached the Lin family. The Su family stood frozen in place. This lad is not dead. He is actually alive. How can this be? I distinctly witnessed his aura shatter. No, wait. Is he breaking through? Su Ming was utterly dumbfounded, observing Lin Yu's increasingly potent aura. An inexplicable sense of panic arose within him, but he quickly buried that unease deep within. What sorcery is this? Since he is not dead, I shall slay him once more. Wei Yi. With a commanding shout, Wei Yi, amidst the blood-soaked battle, withdrew. He grinned menacingly at Lin You in the void. You truly have an extraordinary fate. How does it feel to have your chest pierced? You cannot die, can you? Then allow me to kill you once more. Wei Yi erupted into action, his cultivation at the seventh heaven of the martial god realm evident. Though he could not compare to Dai Wenjiao, he was still a notable powerhouse within the sixth-rank star domain. With the support of earth-level techniques, he unleashed a palm strike, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy akin to surging waves. Lin You, like a walking corpse, raised his arm. His thin lips parted. Sword 9. No heaven. With a single sword strike, he rent through Wei Yi's palm wind, descending directly. Unparalleled, Wei Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. He sensed an aura named death. No. What a jest. Lin You has reached the martial god realm. Su Ming, save me. In that moment, Wei Yi disregarded all notions of rank, calling out the name of the Su family head, fleeing like a wild dog. Under the influence of celestial-level techniques, he possessed no means of retaliation. Yet, no matter how he twisted and turned, that single sword seemed to possess eyes of its own, flying directly towards him. A sound of flesh being torn apart echoed. A head quietly fell to the ground, right before Su Ming's eyes, as the corpse was severed. Amidst the lingering warmth of blood and the palpable sense of safety within Wei Yi's reach, thunder rumbled with ferocity. An endless shroud of darkness enveloped the expanse, while intermittent flashes of blue-white lightning danced through the clouds, suffocating all beneath its weight. Yet, Lin Yu's breath surged uncontrollably, having completely absorbed the celestial tree, akin to consuming an entire version of himself in terms of cultivation. With the acceleration of 50 million times that day, the spiritual energy was wholly contained within the celestial tree's form. He ascended through the ranks of the martial god realm, from the first level to the pinnacle of the first level, then to the second level. With each step, he advanced towards the Lin family, exuding an overwhelming aura of murderous intent that compelled all present to instinctively retreat in fear. Lin You had broken through. With a perfected celestial-grade cultivation technique, none in the same realm could rival him. Please, don't kill me. It was all coerced by the Su family. His armor. What was it made of, that it left no trace behind? Having reached the fourth level of the martial god realm, he pressed on relentlessly. Su Ming wiped his face, his palms sticky with congealed blood. Trembling, he gazed upon the figure advancing step by step. Lowering his gaze, he found himself standing over Wei Yi's headless corpse. The sky had fallen. In a moment of disorientation, Su Ming glimpsed fragments of a bleak future. He could not help but step back, only to stumble and fall to the ground. Quickly, summon the ancestor. Chapter 53, One Step, Martial God Ninth Heaven. The sword in Lin Yu's hand resembled the scythe of death. Where it traversed, bodies were severed. Fueled by an unquenchable rage, he stepped forward, landing squarely within the Lin family estate. His gaze, akin to blood, fell upon the righteous forces wielding their blades. The Lin family has committed treachery? Lin You murmured softly, raising his hand to wipe the blood from his sword. Another cultivator of the martial immortal realm collapsed to the ground. The members of the Su and Wei families were paralyzed by fear, unable to suppress their terror, not daring to advance even a single step. Stay back. According to the laws of the heavens, to unjustly slay the innocent invites retribution from the Eternal Life clan. Lin You spared us once. We shall not dare again. Yes. Let today mark an end to this. No one from the Lin family has perished. It is a grand misunderstanding. Indeed, should you choose to slay us, the Eternal Life clan will surely not let you go. Even as someone from the Su family instinctively sought to invoke their backing. Su Ming clamped a hand over their mouth, maintaining his composure, though a flicker of fear crept into his demeanor. Gazing at Lin You before him, Su Ming attempted to extend what he presumed to be a generous offer. Lin You, the Su family acknowledges its errors. Now that you have broken through to the martial god realm, why not let this matter rest? I shall return all the Lin family's millennia of resources, and, furthermore, I will take it upon myself to offer the Wei and Zhou family's 300 years of resources as well. Shall we cease hostilities? With such a bounty, the Lin family would surely rise to prominence in the 6th-tier star domain within a century. Su Ming's countenance was ashen. At this juncture, they were not devoid of the strength to fight back. However, the cost would be dire. The Zhou family's patriarch fought desperately. If he wished to secure victory, he too would need to summon their ancestor. Yet, if that were to occur, the Su family would likely descend from a formidable power to mere obscurity. When the time comes, do not say that you can manipulate the Wei and Zhou families. I fear that other clans within the 6th-star domain will seize the opportunity to oppress the Su family. Lin You chuckled coldly, his shoulders trembling with laughter. A century? A formidable power. Such an enticing bargaining chip. Lin You softly repeated, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Unfortunately, I am but a youth, lacking an understanding of grand schemes. I only know that 100 years is too long, and 1,000 years too distant. I only strive for the immediate. Upon hearing this, Su Ming's pupils dilated rapidly, and he staggered back several steps, rebuking, Lin You, you are insolent. My Su family is not one to be trifled with. If you do not appreciate my leniency, do not blame me for being merciless. We can endure mutual destruction. Boom. Lin You remained silent, merely channeling his cultivation to its utmost limit. The sky was filled with thunderclouds, seemingly cheering him on with earth-shattering roars. Holding his sword with one hand, he took a step forward, his presence akin to that of a deity. The celestial tree within him instantly transformed into ethereal smoke, and a sea of spiritual energy surged into his dantian. In the 9th tier of the martial god realm, Lin You lifted his gaze. Never before had he felt so powerful. He held his sword and softly intoned, Yellow Emperor Sword Classic. 9 swords. Unity. In an instant, countless silhouettes of Lin You merged into one. With one sword raised, the world was engulfed in darkness. It seemed as if he aimed to tear the very fabric of the universe as he descended with a horizontal slash. In that moment, dozens of cultivators from the Wei and Su families were reduced to mere dust. One sword, and the world expanded. Total annihilation. Su Ming and Dai Wenjiao bore the brunt of the assault. They exhausted every ounce of their strength, and with the cultivation of the true immortal realm, they managed to withstand this sword strike. Yet, even so, they sustained severe injuries, blood gushing from their waists, revealing bone beneath. They narrowly escaped being cleaved in two. Countless eyes, hidden in the shadows, observing this earth-shattering battle, were now wide with shock. This child is utterly lawless. My heavens. Stepping into the 9th tier of the martial god realm. Can this truly be a human? 18 years old, a martial god, 9th tier? Incredible. These words are unfathomable when attributed to a single individual. The Lin family is poised to ascend. The dynamics of the 6th-star domain will surely be altered. Who dares to impede Lin You? The old man thought he might faint from fright, but fortunately, he had no enmity with Lin You. Phew. It is perilous that a martial god could almost effortlessly slay 2 cultivators of the immortal realm. Why can't I achieve such feats? At this moment, the 2 leaders of the Dragon Cave and Phoenix Manor, witnessing this scene, could not help but break into a cold sweat. Their minds were filled with 1,000 exclamations. Thank goodness they recognized the futility of resistance quickly. Otherwise, had they joined the Su family today, the Dragon Cave and Phoenix Manor would likely face ruin the very next day. If not at Lin Yu's hands, then certainly at the hands of other clans. The master of the Dragon Cave exhaled a long sigh, wiping his forehead that was slick with sweat. At that moment, he felt as if a mountain of burdens had been lifted, shaking his head in disbelief. What a close call, transforming a major crisis into a minor one, and trivial matters into nothing. The disciples of the Dragon Cave, initially prepared for revenge, observed the unfolding events with astonishment. The heart raced incessantly, palpably sensing the terror emanating from Lin You, even from afar. At this moment, Na inquired, "Shall we seek vengeance, sect master?" The sect master of the Yulong cave dismissed the notion with a wave of his hand, exclaiming, "Vengeance? Nonsense. Let it be known. Anyone who dares to speak of revenge shall be the first to be expelled from our sect. The Yulong cave harbors no such unfilial disciples." The disciple recoiled, contemplating the demise of the young master. Perhaps it was for the best. An early death might lead to an early rebirth. He thought, "Do not let our cave be tarnished. I still wish to live a few more years." Within the dreaming star domain, Lin Yu's battle raged on, transforming from chaotic skirmishes into a solitary celebration of his prowess. Before him stood the celestial inspector, the face of the Qin family, Dai Wenjiao, alongside Su Ming, the mastermind of the Su family's grand schemes, and an ancient ancestor of the Su family, whose decaying presence suggested he was half a step into the grave. Lin Yu faced them alone, unwavering. His sword gleamed with the sharpness of a winter's chill, each strike accompanied by a chilling resonance of the blade. Dai Wenjiao and his companions grew increasingly alarmed as the battle unfolded. "What jest is this?" he exclaimed in frustration. "How can he possess such formidable strength at the martial deity realm? We, as true immortals, cannot contend with him." Su Ming's face reflected despair, regardless of the battle's outcome. The Su family was destined for ruin. With the ancestor emerging from seclusion, death was all but certain. Without such a formidable ally, the Su family's final trump card would surely collapse. Despite his self-proclaimed genius and strategy, he felt an impulse to weep. "Damn it, I have done everything. So why this outcome?" The last of the reclusive ancestors, the most powerful and experienced in combat, was equally astonished. A true immortal of the 6th rank. He felt as though his very bones might shatter before Lin You. He gazed incredulously at the 18-year-old youth before him. What had transpired in the Su family during his years of seclusion? How could this young man be so extraordinarily powerful? Chapter 54. Slaying the sovereign of the 6th star domain, the Lin family. Lin You wielded his sword with the ferocity of a tempest. Engaging in a battle beyond his rank, facing 3 adversaries without any sign of faltering. With a light laugh, he remarked, "Ants? A cicada shaking a tree? So it is nothing more than this." Raising his hand, he unleashed his heavenly grade technique. After breaking through to the 9th level of the martial deity realm, the full might of the Yulin twin dragon armor was realized, granting him a 30% damage reduction that rendered his opponents nearly incapable of inflicting substantial harm. With a single sword strike, Dai Wenjiao was sent flying. "In a battle not of equals, even with a single rank difference, I can slay you like a dog." Lin Yu's voice echoed across the heavens, exuding unmatched dominance. Gone was Dai Wenjiao's earlier arrogance. With each sword strike, he felt a visceral ache in his very core. Lin Yu's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he advanced, pressing Dai Wenjiao. The latter raised his hand to defend himself, yet unexpectedly struck by Lin Yu's feigned assault. He swiftly turned around. The ancestral figure of the Su family met a swift demise with a single stroke of the sword. Immediately, Lin Yu pivoted once more, wiping the blood from his blade. Relying on the prestige of the Qin family, he acted with impunity. "Today, let us see who can rescue you." Lin Yu fully unleashed his swordsmanship, descending upon Dai Wenjiao with a lethal strike. The disdainful radiance of the sword rent the heavens apart. "No, it cannot be. I am the celestial inspector. I possess the cultivation of the true immortal realm. It is impossible. No, you cannot kill me," echoed Dai Wenjiao's frenzied roar through the void. He expended every ounce of strength to obstruct that sword, yet could not halt it even a fraction. He could only watch as the sword's brilliance loomed larger in his vision. With a swift thrust, the blade pierced through. A severed head clattered to the ground. Silence enveloped the cosmos. Su Ming felt as though his spine had been shattered, collapsing helplessly to the ground. As he looked up, he beheld a landscape littered with corpses. The elite of the Su family, those cultivators above the martial immortal realm, lay slain. Even the Su family's old ancestor, a formidable figure in the true immortal realm, succumbed to Lin Yu's sword. Su Ming's eyes glazed over. He touched his face, still warm with blood, to confirm his own survival. The Su family was finished. Completely and utterly finished. Sitting there, he, who had always been a master of composure, could scarcely articulate his thoughts, merely repeating, "The Su family is finished. The Su family is finished." Onlookers exchanged glances, shaking their heads in dismay. This was a shattering of dignity and spirit. Even if he survived, he would be rendered a mere shell of a man. Indeed, the very foundation of his resolve had crumbled, leaving no prospect for future advancement. This fate could only be attributed to Lin Yu's extraordinary prowess. Even with multiple factions in pursuit, the Celestial Inspector and the Su family's ancestor combined could not contain this unparalleled prodigy. Lin You stepped forward, his gaze icy as he confronted the mastermind behind the chaos. He delicately poised the sword's tip against Su Ming's throat. Why target my Lin family? Su Ming shuddered, confusion in his eyes gradually transforming into clarity. His aura plummeted. The essence of his being was collapsing. In this moment, even without being slain, he felt the grip of death. In a daze, Su Ming momentarily regained the regal authority of the family head. He glanced at the shattered remnants of the Mengbo star domain, the calm resolve returning to him. In the game of kings and pawns, defeat was simply defeat. There was no need for further discourse. Lin Yu's icy stare remained fixed as he reiterated, why target my Lin family? Taking control of the Mengbo star domain was the outcome of the great talent competition. The Zhuge family is willing to acknowledge this. You have no reason to relentlessly pursue us. To speak candidly, I could spare the remnants of your Su family. Su Ming's gaze dimmed, lingering on the direction of the Su family, before a bitter laugh escaped him. I never expected to find myself in this situation. So be it. After this battle, the Su family has irrevocably fallen into insignificance, devoid of any value. He lifted his head to meet the radiant youth before him. Do you seek the truth? No. Even I do not know why. In the 5th star domain, my Su family has the backing of the Liuguang clan. Go ask them, if you have the courage. The Liuguang clan. Lin You silently etched this name into his memory. Su Ming spoke, leave me be. With a swift stroke of his sword, a head fell, severed from its body. Your words are excessive. I have no desire to listen. Ding. Mission completed. Deter the miscreants. Reward. Bone Gold Radiance Sword X1. Heavenly Grade Supreme. Reward. Colorful Critical Hit Roulette X3. Reward. Celestial Twin Tree X1. As Su Ming's head thudded to the ground, the entire multitude of realms descended into utter chaos. In a single night, 2 great families, 1 celestial inspector, and 3 venerable ancestors of the true immortal realm perished. All stemming from that 18-year-old boy. Without Lin You needing to issue commands, the Lin and Zhuang families commenced a cleansing campaign. Except for the orphans, widows, and the incapacitated elderly, all living members of the family were accounted for. Simultaneously, within the various families of the 6th star domain, the highest orders were issued. Phoenix Manor, the ancestor decrees, from this day forth, none shall set foot within 1,000 miles of the Dream Dock star domain. Should Lin You require an audience, retreat 300 miles and pay homage. Dragon Cavern. Disciples are strictly forbidden from mentioning any matters of vengeance. Violators shall face the sect's suppression, their souls extinguished. Azure Luan sect. The Lin family must only befriend us. Enmity is forbidden. All matters concerning Lin You shall be prioritized. With each command issued, undercurrents surged throughout the 6th star domain. All gazes turned in trepidation towards that youthful figure. The new king had emerged. A force more formidable than Phoenix Manor, Dragon Cavern, and the Su family had surfaced. They all understood that within the 6th star domain, such a prodigy could not be contained. This was an unparalleled talent capable of shaking the very foundations of the Chongqing clan, one that even the Supreme Bone and Celestial Wheel would bow before. At that very moment, within the 3rd Chongqing clan, a command talisman quietly shattered. In the dimly lit hall, a voice resonated, landing its gaze upon the name within. Daiwen Zhao. Whose underling is this? A shadowy figure in the hall spoke with indifference. One of the celestial inspectors responsible for the 6th star domain. I have not seen him in quite some time. Silence returned to the hall. A voice softly called out. In that case, let someone pay him a visit. Otherwise, if outsiders learn of this, it will diminish the prestige of our Sima clan. A celestial inspector dares to slay Yunhan. As the words echoed, a youth appeared within the hall, respectfully bowing to the several shadowy figures. How may I serve, ancestor? The indifferent figure replied. A celestial inspector has fallen in the 6th star domain. You are to go and bring him back. If you succeed, the position of divine son shall be yours. Yunhan's heart soared with joy at these words, though he suppressed his excitement and nodded respectfully. Yes, ancestor. He turned to leave the hall, and the voice within resonated once more. Remember, let the world know of the Sima clan's might. Those who provoke the Chongqing clan shall be utterly eradicated. Chapter 55. Sending off the visitors. In the days that followed, Lin You languidly reclined in the courtyard, basking in the warm sunlight, never having felt such contentment before. Woohoo! Lin You could not help but exclaim in admiration. A venture before the gates of the underworld. Heaven knows the darkness of his journey. At that moment, he believed he was truly on the brink of death. Memories flickered before his eyes like a revolving lantern. Fortunately, Lin You gazed tenderly at the sapling within him. The celestial tree was indeed remarkable. He knew that his nurturing had not been in vain. Within him, the celestial tree, now intimately intertwined with Lin You, swayed its branches and leaves in a playful manner. Meanwhile, the Lin family was abuzz with activity, yet all of this was of no concern to Lin You. Suitors came to propose marriages, seeking connections, and attempting to curry favor. There was no shortage of them. Upon seeing him, they praised his handsomeness and youthful accomplishments. Lin You responded curtly, "Speak of matters I am unaware of. Do not inquire further. Consult Brother Tao. He makes the decisions." In just 7 short days, the threshold of the Lin residence was nearly trampled. At that moment, Lin Tao emerged from the inner chamber, his face weary, and politely ushered away the throng of gift-bearing visitors. "Please take your leave," he implored. "The intentions of those seeking alliances have been duly noted. Young You is still too young to consider such affairs." Upon finishing, Lin Tao stood firm at the entrance, clearly issuing a dismissal. The visitors, undeterred, smiled as they placed their offerings of rare treasures down. "Indeed, the young are promising. It is only fitting. As you say, if there shall be no alliances, then let us ensure it is not with any other family." With a small token of goodwill, 300,000 spiritual stones were presented as a meeting gift. As they departed, they bowed and greeted Lin You enthusiastically. Lin You merely waved his hand nonchalantly. The crowd erupted in joy. The Lin family's prodigious talent had waved at them, granting them tales to boast about upon their return. With a resounding thud, the door closed behind the last visitor, leaving Lin Tao with a helpless expression. The troubles of happiness could not be more pronounced. He remarked playfully, "My friends, do you not know how to lend a hand? In these past 7 days, I have not had a moment of rest. Even a donkey in a production team would not be treated this way." The second elder, brimming with energy, had experienced a 10-fold acceleration in his fortune. The injuries of the others had long since healed. Unable to resist, they teased, "Oh, how our elder speaks." Who was it that could not contain his smile when they first arrived, repeatedly exclaiming, "Ah, my You has truly succeeded." The 8th elder and the 6th elder exchanged glances, and laughter erupted among the crowd. Lin Tao's face flushed. He cleared his throat and retorted, "Look at the words being spoken. Am I not allowed a moment of joy?" The second elder, Lin Dong, replied dismissively, "Very well, very well. After all, our elder has not exerted himself. I must clarify, however, that I have worked diligently to fulfill my duties as the celestial inspector." At his boastful display, the crowd could not help but roll their eyes. One inquired, "Elder, why not accept their goodwill? If these people can forge good relations, the Lin family could dominate the 6th star domain." At this point, the others turned their gazes towards Lin Tao, evidently sharing the same curiosity. Lin Tao pondered for a moment before finally responding, "My friends, I shall speak plainly. The Lin family may soon ascend to the 5th star domain." With these words, a profound silence enveloped the room. The 5th star domain? How long has it been since we arrived in Dream Harbor? Is this not an exceedingly rapid pace? Lin Tao shook his head, indicating otherwise. Moreover, this matter may not solely rest in the hands of the Lin family. Firstly, having emerged from this battle, the Lin family has established an astonishing might. It appears that everyone is eager to curry favor with us, yet in truth, they are also wary of our presence. Upon hearing this, even Lin You could not help but raise his gaze. The second elder, Lin Dong, inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Lin Tao replied calmly, "The Lin family is currently powerful, and everyone believes that we will inevitably ascend to the higher star domains. Thus, they offer us favors, which are of little consequence. However, should the Lin family wish to linger here and act with impunity, it will not be long before they unite against us. After all, within the entire 6th star domain, no one dares to confront the brilliance of the Lin family. Even if we do not instigate trouble, they cannot feel at ease, fearing they might become the next Su family. At that point, we may witness another bloody storm." The others nodded in silent agreement. This assertion bore merit. A towering tree attracts the wind. The second elder, Lin Dong, appeared contemplative as he continued, "Elder brother, you do not strike me as one who shies away from challenges. Are there other reasons?" Lin Tao laughed heartily, with a twinkle in his eye. "Indeed, there are. The 6th star domain restricts our cultivation, preventing us from transcending to the true immortal realm. The 9th layer of true immortal is already a limit. With the blessings of blessed lands, it is merely a matter of time before we reach this realm. Are you all content to languish in the 6th star domain for a lifetime? With your extraordinary talent, I am the first to object." Hearing this, the others nodded in deep agreement. It seemed that the transition to the 5th star domain was a foregone conclusion. No one could afford to delay your growth. Lin Tao added, "I have already inquired in advance. Besides the grand competition for prodigies 3 years hence, there is another method to ascend to the 5th star domain. Once 5 individuals within the clan reach the pinnacle of the true immortal realm, we may report this matter to the celestial inspectors. After verification by the Qin family, we can ascend." As he finished speaking, the others furrowed their brows. It was not due to a lack of cultivation. With the support of blessed lands and various resources, their talents were quite commendable, and it was merely a matter of time. The crux of the issue lay in the fact that the celestial inspectors had just witnessed the slaying of Dai Wenjiao. Although this incident could not be blamed on the Lin family, it would undoubtedly reflect poorly on the Chongqing family, who may not take the matter lightly. Elder brother, what about the incident involving Dai Wenjiao? Lin Tao waved his hand dismissively. No matter, I have reported everything previously. Within the 6-star domain, there are not only him as an inspector, the abuse of power and collusion with the Su family. These two alone are sufficient to extricate the Lin family from this predicament. Moreover, everyone witnessed the events unfold. Even the Chongqing family has no grounds for reproach. The group nodded in agreement. Just as Lin You believed they had concluded their discussion and were about to return to their cultivation, an uncanny sensation surged through him, drawing all eyes upon him. Lin You turned around in confusion and was met with the sinister smiles of several uncles. What's the matter, Brother Tao? Lin You asked, his brow furrowing. Lin Tao beamed brighter than a flower, gesturing towards Zhao Linger beside him. Linger has been at the Lin family for quite some time. It's about time she returns. Will you see her off? Lin Yu looked at Brother Tao's mischievous expression, fully aware of his intentions. It was blatantly obvious that he aimed to create a private space for the two of them. The girl is indeed beautiful, but her temper is a bit too strong. It's not suitable. Lin Yu swallowed hard, helplessly saying, Brother Tao, didn't you say that was not urgent? Lin Tao's expression turned serious. Nonsense. Did I tell you to do anything? I'm asking you to escort our family friend home. Is there a problem? Do you want people to think the Lin family is uncultured? Hurry up. With that, Lin Tao gave Lin Yu a kick, sending him out of the Lin family's grand door, completely oblivious to the fact that Zhao Linger had already turned red with embarrassment. Uncle, I can go back by myself, she protested. Chapter 56, The 8-Star Domain, Zhao Family. Lin Yu rubbed his rear, feeling utterly frustrated. At his age, he should be able to go home by himself without needing an escort. Just as his complaint left his lips, he noticed several fists the size of sandbags raised in the air. Lin Tao glared fiercely. Stop talking nonsense. If I say to escort her, then escort her. Lin Yu relented, waving his hands in surrender. Fine. I'll see her off right now. Qin Feng, who had been staying at the Lin family for a few days, poked his head out with a mischievous grin. Then you should see me off too. Lin Yu retorted, get lost. All right then. Qin Feng lifted his leg and dashed away in a flash. After this incident, he realized that his gap with Lin Yu had not narrowed but rather widened. He secretly vowed to train even harder. After leaving the Lin family, Lin Yu and Zhao Linger walked through the void. The atmosphere was surprisingly quiet, as if someone had covered their mouths, leaving them speechless. Lin Yu focused intently on traversing the void, keeping his head down as he rushed forward. Both of them were acutely aware that their uncles had arranged for them to return home together for the sake of solitude. Yet neither could find the words to break the silence, merely hurrying along. Zhao Linger grew increasingly furious, puffing out her cheeks, her delicate fists clenched tightly. She couldn't help but berate Lin Yu in her heart. You scoundrel! You're such a jerk. I possess beauty, a great figure, and talent. Yet you look down on me. Walking in silence all this time. I might as well have saved your life indirectly. If it weren't for me dealing with the heavenly tree, Zhao Linger's grievances stemmed more from her dignity as a great beauty. Wherever she went, she was the center of admiration, and only Lin Yu, this thick-headed fool, would treat her this way. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Lin Yu moved swiftly, and she struggled to keep up. In her moment of irritation, she landed a punch squarely on Lin Yu's chest. Why are you hitting me? Lin Yu exclaimed, clutching his chest, feeling wronged. With Zhao Linger's mastery at the true fire refinement realm, she could not even be deterred by a mere strand of his hair. You spiritless! Zhao Linger exclaimed, her temper flaring as she stomped her foot. Without a backward glance, she strode ahead. Behind her, Lin Yu, perplexed, silently followed. Although he understood why Tao Gu had asked him to escort her home, he remained oblivious to the reason behind Zhao Linger's anger. He had done nothing wrong. Such injustice. The two continued their journey in silence. Lin Yu took the opportunity to reflect on his own gains. The colorful critical hit wheel had yielded 2 task rewards, yet he had yet to utilize them, totaling 4 in all. He possessed a single sprout of the Tongtian Twinborn tree, the premium version of the Tongtian tree. Not only did it amplify spiritual energy significantly, but it also generated a vast amount of spiritual essence independently, encompassing an astonishing vitality. Lin Yu planned to gift a segment of the sapling to the Zhao family as a gesture of goodwill. As for the White Tiger Golden Light Sword, he could not help but click his tongue in admiration. With a mere flick, devoid of any spiritual energy or divine powers, it could slice through the void. If he were to wield it alongside the Huangdi Sword Classic, he would likely find himself unmatched even among the true immortal realm. The previous so-called Celestial Patrol envoy from the Su family would probably meet his end with a single strike. The rewards were indeed immense. Unbeknownst to them, they had already arrived at the 8th star domain. Let us stop here. I can return on my own. Zhao Ling'er turned and spoke softly. Though she was clearly rejecting his offer, a glimmer of unspoken anticipation shone in her eyes. Oh, very well. Then I shall take my leave. Lin You, entirely unaware, turned to depart. Zhao Ling'er, infuriated, struck him once more in the chest with a delicate fist. Didn't you tell me to leave? Lin You feigned pain, expressing his grievances. At that moment, a robust voice resonated from within the dream-seeking star domain. Ling'er, you finally returned. I've been quite worried during your absence of half a month. A young lady with only the true fire refinement realm dares to venture alone into the 6th star domain. What would I say to your mother if something went wrong? Both turned to see a portly, jovial-looking middle-aged man jogging towards them from the depths of the star domain. Upon seeing him, Zhao Ling'er rushed forward with excitement and embraced him. Father. The man's face was etched with concern, his eyes reflecting an indescribable pain. What am I to say to you? You could have easily sent someone else, yet you insisted on going alone. The 6th star domain is not like our home. It is filled with beings who have transcended to the martial immortal realm. What if something happened to you? Zhao Ling'er pouted, fingers intertwined in front of her, her voice lacking conviction. But nothing happened, did it? The middle-aged man, exasperated, raised his hand as if to scold her, but ultimately could not bring himself to do so, lowering it gently instead. After exchanging pleasantries, they finally noticed Lin You standing quietly to the side. The middle-aged man glanced at his daughter, puzzled. And who might this be? Zhao Ling'er rolled her eyes. Lin You, the child of your old acquaintance. As the man extended his hand, Lin You felt compelled to reciprocate. I am Lin You, your esteemed junior. The middle-aged man beamed with joy, exclaiming, it's been so many years since we last met. You've grown into adulthood. He then inquired. You have come this time out of concern for Ling'er, and thus specially escorted her home? Lin You awkwardly nodded, unable to admit that he was compelled to do so. The man's smile became even more amiable as he took Lin You by the arm and led him into the star domain. Since you are here, please do not stand on ceremony. Our Zhao family is not one to turn away visitors. Otherwise, if your uncles hear about this, they might think us lacking in courtesy. Stay for a few days, and let Ling'er show you around. Lin You was about to decline when he was promptly interrupted. Ling'er has been with the Lin family for quite some time. Must you deny me this small courtesy? He insisted. And please, do not call me Uncle Zhao. It feels too formal. Just like when you were young, call me Zhao Shu. Without waiting for a response, Zhao Shu took the two children by the hands and led them towards the Zhao residence. Overwhelmed by his hospitality, Lin You had no choice but to acquiesce. Though he felt a sense of urgency within him, the 4 colorful critical hit wheels were of no use. The 8th star domain could not support his cultivation. Along the way, Lin You quietly listened to the tender exchanges between father and daughter. It was then that he learned the Zhao family was about to participate in the Celestial Talents competition in just half a month. Zhao Shu, holding his daughter's hand, wore a somewhat awkward expression. Ling'er, I have something to ask of you. It may be a bit of a burden. He continued. Young Master Li from the Divine Elixir Pavilion is back, and you will need to handle him. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ling'er immediately displayed signs of disdain, struggling against her father's grip. Father, I've told you countless times. There is no possibility between us. Zhao Shu quickly sought to console her, gently patting her arm. I know. He is not worthy of you. But under these circumstances, I have no choice. With the Celestial Talents competition approaching, you must endure a few days of this. Once we ascend to a 7th rank family, you will no longer have to endure such indignities. Lin You listened intently, maintaining silence and composure. Although his own cultivation placed him among the elite within the 8th star domain, it was ultimately a family matter, and he preferred not to meddle. Furthermore, he had no wish to involve himself in unnecessary affairs. Zhao Ling'er felt deeply wronged, resisting and protesting. Father, you only know how to compromise. Can he really prevent our Zhao family from participating in the Celestial Talents competition? With my true fire refinement of the divine realm, who in the 8th star domain could possibly stand against us? Lin You silently agreed. This was indeed a truthful statement. He couldn't fathom how the young girl had cultivated to such a level. With her true fire refinement of the divine realm, she could have easily challenged him during his battle with Qin Feng. In fact, she could likely sweep through the 8th star domain with ease. Enough nonsense, Zhao Shu admonished. Our Zhao family still relies on the Divine Elixir Pavilion for your medicinal needs. With your innate Yin body, how could you have reached this level without the assistance of elixirs? Once we become a 7th rank family, we will seek other methods. Zhao Ling'er wished to protest further, but was silenced by a stern glance from Zhao Shu. With a decisive wave of his sleeve, he declared, this matter concerns your future. There is no further discussion. Upon witnessing her biological father's undeniable anger, Zhao Ling'er felt an overwhelming tide of displeasure swelling within her. With great effort, she suppressed her revulsion and stepped into the grand hall of the Zhao family. As she departed, Uncle Zhao let out a long sigh, expressing his apologies. It's merely a trivial matter, and I regret that you had to witness it. Lin You waved his hand dismissively, responding, Uncle, you speak as if we were strangers. Our families are long-standing friends. There is no need for formality. I shall pretend I heard nothing. Uncle Zhao nodded repeatedly, yet his eyes betrayed an unspoken weariness. He cast a glance towards the depths of the hall, where a towering figure stood in splendor. Excuse me. Please feel free to wander. I shall prepare a couple of tables for you later. Do take a moment to refresh yourself. Lin You nodded in acknowledgement, quietly observing the figures of father and daughter as they moved deeper into the hall. Ah, a body of innate lunar essence. How impressive it sounds. No wonder her cultivation progresses so swiftly. Ding. Mission released. Assist the Zhao family in breaking free from manipulation. Mission reward. Recipe for the Returning Flame Pill X1. Mission reward. Melting Flame Furnace X1 with Spirit Companion. Failure penalty. Decrease 1 major realm of cultivation. At the moment Lin You heard the system's notification, his brows shot up in surprise. What? This concerns me as well. Must I also intervene in the Zhao family's affairs? How much more chaos is necessary? Nevertheless, a saying rings true. He who eats is entitled to criticize the chef. Lin Yu's current cultivation level owes much to the system's assistance. Since the task has been issued, there must be a reason behind it. Clearing his throat, he assured himself that he was not afraid of a decline in his cultivation. With newfound interest, Lin You gazed at the system panel and murmured, Assist the Zhao family in breaking free from manipulation? The term manipulation carries significant weight. It appears Uncle Zhao has not been entirely forthright with me. Zhao Ling's circumstances are likely more dire than I imagined. With a soft click of his tongue, Lin You slowly approached the grand hall. With his current level of cultivation, he could discern their conversation without even entering. Inside, the imposing man was none other than Li Qianlong, the son of the esteemed head of the Divine Elixir Pavilion. He sat arrogantly in the main seat, delicately caressing his teacup. Uncle, my terms are exceedingly generous. What say you? Zhao Lingyu stood beside him, her face pale, her delicate fists clenched tightly. Lin You had arrived a tad late, and was unaware of the preceding conversation. So he patiently continued to eavesdrop. Upon hearing Li Qianlong's words, Uncle Zhao's expression darkened, yet he maintained his politeness. Dear nephew, this matter is beyond my authority. Ling is still young. There is no rush regarding her marriage. Moreover, how could I presume to make such decisions for her? Li Qianlong scoffed, forcefully overturning his teacup onto the table. Oh, so, Uncle, you intend to deny me the courtesy due to the Divine Elixir Pavilion? Do not forget, Zhao Ling owes her current standing entirely to the profound fire pill that our pavilion crafted for her. Without our assistance, no matter her innate talent, she would perish within half a month, even with her lunar physique. I did not come here to negotiate. If you refuse to agree, let us see if your Zhao Ling can survive until the day of the great talent competition. With that, Li Qianlong rose to leave. However, Uncle Zhao hurriedly stepped forward to restrain him, saying, Noble nephew, let us discuss this further. Apart from this matter, the Zhao family can acquiesce to any of your requests. Spirit stones, or perhaps heavenly materials and earthly treasures. As long as you speak, I assure you, I shall not even furrow my brow. Zhao Linger, witnessing her father's humbled demeanor, could no longer contain herself. She stepped forward, directly separating the two men. Father, let him go, if it comes to it. I would rather die. Can the esteemed Zhao family truly be held in thrall by a mere alchemist? Hearing this, Uncle Zhao's countenance changed dramatically as he pulled Zhao Linger behind him, repeatedly apologizing to Li Qianlong. It was merely an outburst, merely an outburst. Noble nephew, please do not take it to heart. Little did he expect that Uncle Zhao's humble entreaty would yield no understanding. Instead, Li Qianlong leered and turned his gaze past Uncle Zhao to focus on Zhao Linger. You ungrateful wretch. As the young master of the Divine Elixir Pavilion, my willingness to marry you is already an act of immense mercy. Countless women throughout the 8-star domain yearn for a connection with me. Indeed, you possess the innate body of the lunar Yin, but alas, the Zhao family cannot safeguard you. If you wish to live, you must beseech the elixirs crafted by my Divine Elixir Pavilion. Otherwise, the chill within you will consume you within half a month. Upon hearing this, Lin You finally grasped the situation. Zhao Linger had exceptional talent, yet the Zhao family was too weak to cultivate her lunarine body. Thus, they had to resort to seeking the Divine Elixir Pavilion to concoct the mystic fire pill to suppress the cold within her, aiming for the harmony of yin and yang. However, that scoundrel had set his sights on Zhao Linger's beauty, intending to coerce her into marriage. Lin You raised an eyebrow, thinking, what the hell? I didn't even plan for this twist, and you wish to steal her away? Within the hall, Uncle Zhao gazed at his daughter, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness and humiliation. His back bent further, as though it had been broken by the weight of despair. He did not wish to acquiesce, but felt he had no choice. The innate lunarine body could only be sustained by the elixirs of the divine elixir pavilion. The Zhao family possessed no means to assist. Should they lose the elixirs, his daughter would perish. It was a decision he had never faced with such gravity. Uncle Zhao raised his head, clinging to a final glimmer of hope. Noble nephew, could you possibly? A sharp slap echoed through the air, freezing all three in place. Did she say you were? Your daughter is confused, and at your age, you are equally lost? You shameless wretch, is noble nephew truly what you call him? Without my divine elixir pavilion, does your daughter wish to survive? Perhaps in another life. A seventh-tier family? Let us see if you have the fortune to bear another lunarine body. Li Qiandong's words cut like swords, leaving Uncle Zhao in stunned disbelief. His head still turned from the force of the slap. Inside the hall, Zhao Linger's nearly frenzied roar erupted. Scoundrel! I will kill you. Chapter 58, Displaying Power. Zhao Linger raised her sword and swung, but Li Qiandong deftly evaded her strike. His eyes gleamed with malice as he growled. Come on, kill me. The entire Zhao family shall perish. In the entirety of the 8th star domain, who does not recognize the illustrious name of the divine elixir pavilion? Even those from the 7th and 6th star domains must curry favor with us. If you wish to accompany your entire family to the grave, then by all means, proceed. Li Qiandong, emboldened by his audacity, did not retreat, but instead pressed his neck against Zhao Linger's sword. Come, kill me. Zhao Linger gritted her silver teeth, her shoulders trembling. Yet, she dared not strike, nor could she. The greatest sorrow was this: the divine elixir pavilion. As one of the few factions in the myriad realms founded upon alchemy, possessed vast connections and numerous allies. It could be said that any influential family sought to win their favor. Within the 8th star domain, their status was transcendent. If a confrontation were to occur, regardless of whether she could slay Li Qiandong, the Zhao family would undoubtedly face a tempestuous retribution afterwards. The Zhao family could not withstand it. Zhao Linger tightened her grip on the sword, its edge drawing blood from Li Qiandong's neck. Nearby, Uncle Zhao felt his heart leap into his throat. Linger, quickly put down the sword, he urged softly. The Zhao family was in a precarious position. Their daughter still depended on the divine elixir pavilion's mystic fire elixir. Without it, she could not withstand the encroaching chill. Father, I am fine. Just put down the sword and behave. Seeing this, Li Qiandong's expression twisted into a sinister grin, and he laughed maniacally. Afraid, are you? Worthless. Even when given a chance, you prove useless. He raised his hand, forcefully knocking the sword from Zhao Linger's grip. The sword plunged into the ground with a resounding thud. Li Qiandong touched his neck, observing the blood on his hand with a lecherous glint in his eyes. I give you 3 days. If you do not comply, seek someone else to forge the mystic fire elixir. With that, he strode out of the hall, leaving behind a tormented Uncle Zhao and a trembling Zhao Ling. Seething with rage, the heavy door creaked open slowly. Just as Li Qiandong was about to depart, he was confronted by a figure he had never seen before. He began to speak, but was suddenly engulfed in a sensation of vertigo. Lin You, with a darkened expression, seized him by the ankle as though he were a mere sack of grain. Bang, bang, bang. The dull thuds echoed throughout the hall. Li Qiandong felt dizzy, as if his very bones would shatter. You think highly of yourself, don't you? Divine elixir pavilion. 3 days, you say? I shall grant you 3 days as well. To see if you possess the will to survive, I will strike you for 3 days and nights, and if you endure, I shall shatter your teeth one by one. Let us see if you can still bark like a dog. Lin You treated Li Qiandong as though he were a mere chick, slamming him onto the bluestone floor, his face meeting the earth with a brutal intimacy. With the cultivation level of the 9th heaven of the martial god realm, he swiftly sealed Li Qiandong's meridians. Who are you? Insolent. I am the young master of the divine elixir pavilion. Have you grown tired of life? Li Qiandong spat out a mouthful of blood, struggling to articulate. The young master, you say? Insolent indeed. I care not for the esteemed son-in-law of the Zhuge family. Let me see just how grand your face truly is. Lin Yu remained silent, channeling all his strength to slam Li Qiandong into the ground. Even without employing any of his cultivation, he rendered his opponent nearly lifeless. It was only when Li Qiandong's mind began to fog that he fully grasped the situation. A madman, an utterly deranged individual, in the entire 8th-ranked star domain, who would dare to disregard the prestige of the Divine Dan Pavilion. This fellow must be insane. Moreover, he genuinely intended to kill him. With another heavy blow, Li Qiandong felt his ribs cave in, prompting him to plead for mercy. Stop. I will agree to any condition you propose. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu sprang forward, executing a mid-air strike. A figure shot forth with astonishing speed. I have no interest in trifles. Today, I shall vent my frustrations on you. At that moment, Li Qiandong was completely bewildered, collapsing beneath the shattered wall. He gazed at the young man before him, who bore a striking resemblance to himself, and a creeping dread began to consume him. As Lin You approached again, Li Qianlong trembled in fear, struggling to escape, only to realize that every bone in his body felt shattered. Any movement elicited excruciating pain. Uncle Zhao was equally startled by this sudden turn of events. "Nephew, please. You must not kill him." Lin Yu waved him off, shaking his head. "Leave this to me. I shall deal with the so-called Divine Dan Pavilion today." Seeing his pleas fall on deaf ears, Uncle Zhao quickly turned his gaze to his daughter, hoping she might intervene. Yet, Zhao Linger merely stood there, an expression of delight playing on her face. Did her father not understand Lin Yu's capabilities? She certainly did. The combined strength of the entire 8th rank star domain would not suffice to match him. "Don't come any closer." Li Qianlong's voice quivered. Lin Yu, however, was eager for action. He stepped in front of his opponent and delivered a resounding kick to his face, shattering his teeth. Then, crouching down, Lin Yu scrutinized Li Qianlong before retrieving a storage bag from his waist. The quest issued by the system was to assist the Zhao family in breaking free from manipulation. Currently, the Zhao family faced a dilemma: the formidable Divine Dan Pavilion and Zhao Linger's need for elixirs due to her innate Taiyin constitution. Simple slaughter would not resolve the issue. It would only invite further scrutiny from the celestial inspectors. Without elixirs, Zhao Linger would perish. Thus, the only solution was for him to concoct the elixirs himself. Lin Yu rummaged through the storage bag, discovering 200,000 spirit stones, a recipe, a Dan furnace, and hundreds of spiritual herbs. Li Qianlong, battered and bruised, spoke up. "Take it all, Great One. Spare me this time. I will have the Divine Dan Pavilion send another 200,000 spirit stones." Lin Yu swung his arm, delivering a flawless slap. "Do you take me for a fool? Spare me this, spare me that. You shall remain here obediently while I refine my elixirs, and then come to deal with you." Upon hearing this, everyone was left in stunned silence. Refining elixirs? This was no jest. The peril involved in alchemy surpassed that of cultivation by no small margin. An exploding furnace was merely the least of the dangers. The most crucial aspect lies in the years of relentless practice, without decades of painstaking effort. One may not even grasp the fundamental characteristics of medicinal herbs, which could easily lead to elixirs transforming into poison. Moreover, this endeavor demands innate talent. An ordinary individual cannot accomplish it. Otherwise, alchemists would not be so scarce across myriad realms. A mere small alchemy pavilion could not possibly assert its dominance in the 8th rank star domain. Uncle Zhao swallowed hard, realizing that Lin Yu was not jesting. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he hurriedly approached to dissuade him. "Nephew, you must not act recklessly. Your uncle appreciates your goodwill, but I will find another solution for Linger." Chapter 59. As for me, I am swift in all endeavors. Witnessing Lin Yu's intent to concoct elixirs, the battered Li Qiandong grew anxious. He genuinely feared being struck. After all, alchemy is not as simple as it seems. He had studied for 2 decades and was only just beginning to master the craft. Barely able to produce elixirs independently, this fellow appeared rather unhinged. Should his attempt at alchemy fail, would he not exact his frustration upon Li? As this thought crossed his mind, cold sweat beaded on Li Qiandong's forehead. "Brother, it's just a mystic fire pill. No need for alarm. If you release me, I will bring you a whole basket of them, however many you desire. Let us not proceed with this alchemy." Li Qiandong forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears. Compared to Uncle Zhao's concerns, he was simply desperate to avoid a beating. What cultivation level could this madman possibly possess? Why was he, at the pinnacle of true pill realm, utterly powerless against him? Lin Yu examined the alchemical formula, confirming that he recognized every character inscribed upon it. He then turned to Uncle Zhao, thumping his chest with assurance. "Uncle, leave it to me. The alchemy pavilion is merely using the mystic fire pill to threaten you. I shall concoct it for Ling." Uncle Zhao gazed at Lin Yu's confident demeanor, momentarily at a loss for words. What if his daughter were to be poisoned in the process? Is this truly feasible? He questioned uncertainly. Zhao Linger, however, remained unperturbed. "Let him try. Even if it is poison, I shall consume it. The alchemy pavilion. Humph. If Lin Yu succeeds, our Zhao family will level it to the ground." Her eyes glinted with determination. Although she had not faced the world's tribulations, she possessed her own sense of discernment. While the Zhao family might struggle against the alchemy pavilion, Lin Yu and the Lin family could certainly prevail. Especially after witnessing Lin Yu decisively thrash Li Qiandong, she felt an inexplicable sense of joy. Seeing this, Uncle Zhao was at a loss for words. He glanced at Li Qiandong in the corner, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. "In that case, dear nephew, go ahead and give it a try. I will keep an eye on this fellow for you. Should any issues arise, feel free to consult him." Once all is said and done, Uncle Zhao gestured with a slicing motion across his throat, clearly indicating a desire for silence. Fear not, uncle. I possess no other talent, but I am swift in all my endeavors. With that, Lin You turned without looking back and dove into a secluded chamber. A plethora of spiritual herbs responded to his will, meticulously arranged in the void. The alchemical formula floated gently, and a cauldron materialized before him. He activated a colorful critical hit wheel. Ding! Activation successful. Duration: 1 day. As Lin Yu's voice faded, the roulette began to gradually spin, ultimately halting at the X200 multiplier. A chime sounded, announcing the acquisition of a 20,000-fold cultivation speed. Lin Yu took a deep breath, embarking on the study of the alchemical formula, enveloped in a temporal flow that only he could perceive within the confines of the chamber. The Xuanhua pill was classified merely as a high-grade Xiantier, a rather modest rank. The talent required for its refinement, if translated into cultivation terms, equated to the difficulty of reaching the true Dan realm. However, the art of alchemy was seldom pursued, deemed tedious and offering little enhancement to one's own cultivation. Thus, individuals endowed with talent and the patience to endure such monotony were exceedingly rare. Soon, Lin Yu began to replicate the alchemical formula, meticulously channeling his internal spiritual energy to nurture each spirit herb, while simultaneously igniting flames with his energy to refine the spiritual liquid. Outside the chamber, Li Qianlong remained slumped against the crumbling wall, his face a mask of terror as he pleaded for mercy from the Zhao father and daughter before him. Spare my life. I will comply with any of your requests. Is alchemy not merely the crafting of pills? I can teach you. I assure you, within a decade, or rather, 3 years, the Zhao family will be able to independently produce Xuanhua pills. What say you to exchanging my life for this knowledge? Zhao Linger, her eyes tightly shut, showed no inclination to respond. Meanwhile, Uncle Zhao let out a cold snort, his gaze directed at the chamber. He understood Lin Yu's profound cultivation, yet even so, annihilating a family force indiscriminately would invite accountability from the celestial inspectors. With Lin Yu already taking action, it was left to him to handle the aftermath. Li Qianlong was destined to perish. With this thought, Uncle Zhao sealed Li Qianlong's mouth with spiritual energy, standing silently, awaiting the outcome of Lin Yu's alchemical endeavor. At the moment they turned away, a flicker of malice flashed in Li Qianlong's eyes. His severed arms rested against his waist, where a jade pendant emitted a faint glow. Filled with murderous intent, he murmured to himself, "Alchemy? Ignorant fools. It has taken me 20 years to barely succeed in crafting a single Xuanhua pill. Do they think they can simply follow a formula and succeed? Are the members of the Divine Pill Pavilion fools? Just wait. It won't be long before they come to rescue me." As moments slipped away, a fragrant stick burnt down. After a while, Uncle Zhao's expression grew increasingly grave. The longer this dragged on, the greater the risk of exposure. Soon, the Zhao family would face a tempest of retribution. Meanwhile, Li Qianlong felt a surge of satisfaction within. It's coming soon. Suddenly, the chamber door swung open, and a figure emerged. Upon seeing Lin Yu, Uncle Zhao immediately approached, inquiring, "Cousin, how did it go?" Lin Yu shrugged and shook his head, saying, "It fell far short of my expectations. It is rather unsatisfactory." Upon hearing this, a barely concealed disappointment flickered in Uncle Zhao's eyes. Li Qianlong, on the other hand, silently grinned. To think he believed he could refine a pill in such a short time. What a jest. No one in the entire 8-star domain could achieve such a feat. Well, this cannot be blamed on you. If blame is to be assigned, it lies with my Zhao family for their inadequacies, with me as a father failing in my duties. Even my daughter's innate Taiyan constitution is unable to support this endeavor. Uncle Zhao sighed deeply. Suddenly, Lin Yu turned his head and asked, "What did you say, uncle?" Zhao, taken aback, turned around only to see Lin Yu holding a crimson elixir in the palm of his hand. This is the Xuanhua Dan. Zhao retreated several steps involuntarily. Having dealt with the Divine Elixir Pavilion for so many years, he certainly recognized this item. Well, I suppose it can be considered that. Lin Yu nodded affirmatively. Li Qianlong, standing nearby, was wide-eyed in disbelief. What the hell? How could you possibly have concocted the Xuanhua Dan within just the time it takes to burn an incense stick? It took me 20 years to achieve this. His last statement was nearly a roar, completely forgetting that he was still a captive. He, who was clearly the most gifted disciple appointed by the ancestor of the Divine Elixir Pavilion, was even stronger than he had been in his youth. Yet it had taken him 2 decades to produce a single Xuanhua Dan. The thought of it made Li Qianlong's body tremble uncontrollably, overwhelmed by the collapse of his worldview. You must have prepared this elixir in advance, right? You're deceiving me. This elixir was not concocted by you. With a swift motion, Lin Yu delivered a resounding slap. What nonsense are you spouting? Didn't you hear that it didn't meet expectations? I'm here to test you with the elixir. Chapter 60, The Ancestor's Arrival. You kneel before me. Without further ado, Lin You seized Li Qianlong's head and forcefully shoved the elixir into his mouth. As the Xuanhua slipped away, Zhao was consumed by anxiety. Why, dear nephew? The elixir was clearly already refined. Lin You waved his hand dismissively. Uncle, this is merely a semi-finished product. I do not trust it for Linger. I will test it on him first. I've examined the formula. And this Xuanhua is at most of yellow grade, insufficient to reach the level of Xian grade. Upon hearing this, Zhao looked regretfully at the elixir. Though it was not of Xian grade, it could still temporarily suppress the cold energy within Linger. As the elixir entered Li Qianlong's body, he began to gag violently, desperately trying to expel it. However, Lin You struck him forcefully in the chest. A torrent of spiritual energy surged into Li Qianlong, forcibly refining it. In an instant, an unknown fire blazed wildly within him. Just a few breaths later, he lifted his head suddenly, his eyes wide with disbelief. His cultivation had loosened. This was a sign of a breakthrough. How could a yellow-grade elixir achieve such an effect? Lin You scrutinized him, relieved to see he was unharmed. It appeared his approach was correct, albeit the grade was insufficient. It seems there is still a hint of an enhancement to his cultivation. Since he has consumed it without issue, the vitality of the Tongtian Shuangxing tree can be further bolstered. Li Qianlong blinked rapidly, looking at Lin You, his pupils trembling. How did you do this? Even if the ancestor of the divine elixir pavilion were to refine the Xuanhua, it wouldn't enhance cultivation. With another slap, Lin You retorted irritably, mind your own business. Li Qianlong felt as if his eyes were filled with stars, his self-esteem trampled upon. The usually pampered young master of the Shindan Pavilion was once again consumed by rage. How dare you? If you wish to kill me, do so swiftly. Why must you humiliate me so? Lin You, who had originally intended to retreat into the secret chamber, halted in his tracks, astonished by the outburst. Oh, you've suddenly grown a spine? Very well then. Have you ever seen a fist the size of a sandbag? I assure you, your mother wouldn't recognize you afterward. With that, Lin You swung his arm, preparing to strike. Instinctively, Li Qianlong curled up, an ache pulsating through his insides. He buried his head in his arms. Speaking in a muffled tone, brother, I was just joking. You still need me to test the elixirs, so please, don't hit me. I was merely following the script. Upon hearing this, Lin You lowered his arm and took a few steps away, but soon felt a surge of annoyance. He turned back and gave Li Qianlong a thorough beating. You think just because you say you won't hit me, I will actually refrain? Do you take me for a fool? The courtyard echoed with chilling screams. After another incense stick's worth of time had passed, Lin You emerged from the secret chamber once more, holding a Xuanhua pill that appeared even rounder and fuller than before. The pill's surface radiated a rich spiritual aura, invigorating anyone who merely inhaled its fragrance. With a twist of his mouth, he consumed it, repeating the process time and again. After an indeterminate number of trials, Li Qianlong was left in tears, the helplessness of being a mere test subject overwhelming him. He internally shouted, Ancestor, why have you not come to rescue me? Lin Yu's alchemical skills advanced rapidly with each experiment. He deftly manipulated the spiritual herbs, while his other hand conjured flames that surged up. A yellow-grade Xuanhua pill could suppress the cold energy within Zhao Linger for 7 days, while a mysterious grade 1 could do so for a month. With the enhancement of a 20,000-fold acceleration in his martial god cultivation, Lin You had reached an unparalleled level of mastery. The path of cultivation is indeed such a convergence of disparate routes. What was incomprehensible in the realm of true elixirs was, for Lin You, in his martial god state, as simple as child's play. Perhaps a mysterious grade elixir won't suffice. Linger's innate Tian body is truly formidable. I can't possibly refine elixirs for her every day. I must concoct a higher grade elixir that can last longer. Determined, Lin You began to fervently channel the spiritual energy within him. The alchemical furnace groaned under the strain of his power. The true fire of a martial god is not something mere mortals can endure. At that moment, a thunderous roar resonated above the Zhao family estate. The heavens trembled with fury, and boundless lightning rained down. Before anyone could glimpse a figure, an ancient voice echoed from the void. Who dares to disturb my Shindan Pavilion's dragon whiskers? In this 8th-tier star domain, no one shall live. Come forth and face your doom. The voice bore the weight of a deity, filled with authority. Upon hearing this, Uncle Zhao furrowed his brow, instinctively shielding Linger behind him, his eyes betraying an unspoken gravity. A figure clad in a gray-blue robe materialized in the void above. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the world with a gaze as if bestowing a divine gift. Zhao Tianyi, how audacious of you! Knowing full well that Qianlong is my disciple, you dare to take action. Is your Zhao family courting death? At the sight of the newcomer, Li Qianlong, who was beneath the crumbling wall, immediately shouted with excitement. Ancestor, I am here. The Zhao family, in their arrogance, seeks to kill me. Spare none. Upon hearing Li Qianlong's words, the figure in the gray robe let out a cold snort. His formidable cultivation resonated throughout the heavens and the earth, causing the very universe to tremble. He stepped forward, striding directly into the Zhao family estate, seizing the initiative by force of his prowess. The ancestor of the divine pill pavilion revealed a sinister smile, fixing his gaze upon Zhao Tianyi, and stated word by word, not speaking, "Do you believe that by wagging your tail in supplication, you can earn the forgiveness of my divine pill pavilion? Let me tell you, it is too late." Boom. The ancestor of the divine pill pavilion once again summoned his power, unleashing a fierce gale upon the Zhao family. The members of the Zhao family, numbering in the hundreds, trembled in fear. They gazed at the towering figure within the 8th star domain, akin to a colossal tree. Every noble family was aware of the illustrious name of the divine pill pavilion. "Master, save us. Why has the divine pill pavilion come to trouble us? Such terrifying cultivation. Surely at the pinnacle of martial arts, so powerful that my Zhao family would have to mobilize all our forces to have any chance of success. How did it come to this? Hasn't my Zhao family always had a good relationship with the divine pill pavilion? I understand now. It seems that an outsider has arrived at the Zhao family today. He is the one. He has offended the young master of the divine pill pavilion, Li Qianlong. Damn it. Prepare for battle. I think so too. Brothers, let us take action and eliminate that outsider. What I meant was to prepare for confrontation. The divine pill pavilion has already come to our doorstep. Has your brain been kicked by a donkey?" Just as the ancestor of the divine pill pavilion was wantonly displaying his might. Boom. In the secret chamber, a violent explosion erupted. The entire roof and room were torn apart by the intense spiritual energy. Following this, Lin Yu's furious curses could be heard. "Where on earth did this talent come from? I've blown up the furnace. Don't they know that alchemy requires silence? Just because you have high cultivation, does that give you the right to exert pressure at will? You should go kneel in the corner. Damn it." Chapter 61. The Refinement of the Void. In the secret chamber, a figure appeared disheveled, with bruises marring his face. Lin Yu's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Before him lay the completely shattered alchemical furnace. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to maintain the operation of the elixir with his cultivation. The recent upheaval caused by the ancestor of the divine pill pavilion nearly led to the destruction of his nearly completed elixir, but thanks to his formidable cultivation, he managed to hold it together. At this moment, the boundless flames blazed fiercely before him. The ancestor of the divine pill pavilion was astonished. He had thoroughly investigated the Zhao family, but had not noticed the presence of this young man. He abruptly turned his head. "Who are you? How dare you meddle in the affairs of my divine pill pavilion? Are you seeking death?" Before he could finish his sentence, Lin You let out a cold snort. Immediately, an indescribable sense of oppression surged forth, akin to a tempestuous wave crashing down. Although nothing had transpired, it felt as if the heavens themselves were enraged, suffocating all in their wake. In an instant, the elder of the divine elixir pavilion was propelled out with a thud. The walls crumbled. The aged figure spewed forth blood from his mouth, collapsing heavily to the ground, his eyes wide with incredulous terror. How could this be possible? He had reached the pinnacle of the martial Tao's profound realm. Yet, he could not withstand even a mere cold snort from his opponent. What caliber of mastery did this person possess? Countless thoughts erupted in the elder's mind. He trembled, attempting to lift his gaze, only to meet Lin Yu's frigid, winter-like eyes. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. Merely a glance had sent his very soul quaking. Everyone stood in stunned silence. The Zhao family, who were prepared to take action, were now petrified in place. What in the world? Who was this formidable expert? What just occurred? Why was the elder of the divine elixir pavilion, at the peak of the martial Tao's profound realm, struck down in an instant? Such incredible speed. It must have been the Zhao family's elder who acted. An ancient voice echoed from deep within the Zhao residence. "It wasn't me. Don't be absurd." Uncle Zhao remained frozen, while others were oblivious. He had caught a glimpse of the true essence. The one who had just acted was not the Zhao family's elder. It was clearly Lin You. Even if the Zhao family elder possessed such ability, confined within a lower-tier star domain, who could eliminate a fellow practitioner of the same realm without breaking through to the martial immortal stage? Uncle Zhao stared, dumbfounded at Lin You, who was refining pills in midair. "Noble nephew, no. It isn't that. Brother, was it you who just acted?" Lin You, without lifting his head, remained fully engrossed in the elixirs enveloped in spiritual fire. "Yes, I still need to refine pills, so please keep an eye on those too. Also, uncle, our ranks have become muddled." Uncle Zhao swallowed hard, stammering, "It's fine. We each have our own titles. In the path of cultivation, the capable take precedence. You may call me elder brother, and I shall address you as uncle." Zhao Linger, with a pout, stamped her foot and playfully chided, "Father." Uncle Zhao's face flushed with embarrassment, and he coughed a couple of times. The rest of the Zhao family remained frozen in disbelief, gazing at Lin You, who was still engaged in alchemy. What on earth is this creature? Not only did he eliminate the elder of the martial Dao's profound realm with a single strike, but he is also refining pills in midair, without a pill furnace? What kind of joke is this? Who was it that just moments ago threatened to attack him? Step forward and speak. The individual who had previously boasted of attacking the outsider immediately tilted his head and began whistling, pretending as if nothing had occurred. Meanwhile, beneath the shattered wall, an elderly man and a young boy knelt obediently on the ground. It was not that they did not wish to move. Rather, they were unable to. With but a thought from Lin You, their shoulders felt as if they were burdened by mountains, rendering their cultivation sealed. The elder of the divine elixir pavilion knelt as if laden with guilt, hands clasped behind his back, utterly humiliated. At this moment, he felt as if he could devour Li Qianlong alive. Who on earth had they offended? The other party clearly did not belong to the 8th tier star domain. Could they not discern that? With such profound cultivation, they had long surpassed the martial immortal realm. What a fool. The ancestor of the divine pill pavilion cursed vehemently. Finally realizing Lin Yu's true identity, the two exchanged wide-eyed glances. Li Qianlong, feeling wronged, lamented, "I only learned of it after being suppressed, and even you, in the profound realm of martial arts, were swiftly defeated. What could I possibly do, ancestor?" Upon hearing this, the ancestor of the divine pill pavilion spat out a mouthful of old blood. Damn. In comparison, Li Qianlong felt utterly humiliated. He had hoped that with the ancestor's emergence, he would be rescued. Little did he expect that the ancestor was kneeling alongside him. Even if they survived today by some stroke of luck, he would have no face to continue in the 8th tier star domain. After another round of furious scolding, the ancestor gritted his teeth and said, "Do not panic. Before I came, I summoned a helper. He is also from a higher star domain. He appears to be no more than 20 years old. I refuse to believe he possesses such great abilities." Their entire exchange relied on spiritual consciousness. Hearing this, a flicker of joy crossed Li Qianlong's face. But fearing Lin You might notice, he quickly concealed it. "Is it true, ancestor?" The ancestor of the divine pill pavilion barked back. "Of course. When have I ever deceived you? This young man, at such an age, can only have so much cultivation. He is merely relying on his family's blessings. Free from the shackles of heaven and earth. At best, he has merely reached the martial immortal realm. He wishes to learn alchemy or void refinement." What a joke. Seeing the ancestor's resolute conviction, Li Qianlong's recently extinguished hopes were rekindled. For a moment, he even devised plans for revenge against the Zhao family when that true powerhouse arrived. A sinister smile crept across his face, as death seemed to retreat further away. "Ancestor, do you believe this pill can be refined? Void refinement, TSK. I have truly never seen such a technique." Noticing the other party had no intention of immediate violence, the ancestor of the divine pill pavilion grew more confident. The longer they delayed, the more advantageous it would be for them. That martial immortal realm brat was doomed. Void refinement? Not only he, but even I, the ancestor, could not achieve that. What kind of cultivation would be required to reach such a realm? Utilizing the heavens as a furnace and spiritual energy as fire. It is utterly impossible. If he could produce void refinement, I would write my name backward. The two knelt on the ground, their hearts filled with visions of a bright future. Just then, a series of thunderous roars echoed around them. The 9 heavens jade dragon began to churn. Boundless pressure enveloped the area, rendering the Zhao family unable to lift their heads for thousands of miles. The eyes of the ancestor of the divine pill pavilion sparkled with joy. Had the reinforcements arrived? His expression grew increasingly excited as he gazed skyward. However, in the next moment, a bolt of blue-purple lightning, as thick as a barrel, descended from the sky, hurtling directly toward the Zhao family. Damn, this is not reinforcements. It's the heavenly tribulation. Who in the hell is undergoing tribulation at this moment? The shackles of heaven and earth do not permit a breakthrough to the martial immortal realm. Who is it? Chapter 62, Heavenly Grade Pill. Boom. Boundless lightning rumbled down. Rushing directly into the secret chamber, Lin You was met with an oppressive force that left the Zhao family unable to open their eyes. The ancestor of the divine pill pavilion stood frozen in astonishment, gazing at the blue-purple lightning that surged into the chamber. Was it not aimed at that pill? What a jest. A pill undergoing tribulation? This heavenly grade pill could actually invoke a phenomenon of celestial significance. The ancestor's teeth were nearly ground to dust. At that moment, life and death were secondary. Only one thought occupied his mind. It must not succeed. For pills that could trigger heavenly tribulations are all of heavenly grade. And a heavenly grade pill is the lifelong aspiration of countless alchemists. Since the founding of the divine pill pavilion, no one had ever achieved such a feat. If this seemingly unremarkable young man succeeded, It would mean that the millennia-long legacy of the Divine Pill Pavilion had been nothing but a farce, rendering their ancestors mere failures. The thunder seemed intent on suppressing all creation. Uncle Zhao closely shielded Zhao Linger behind him, his gaze fixed on the ethereal figure forming in the void, his worldview shattered. He understood the immense difficulty of alchemy. Otherwise, the Zhao family would not have been so subservient to the Divine Pill Pavilion. Yet, was this fellow not attempting alchemy for the very first time? And he was refining the Xuanhua pill that Linger required, achieving a grade so high that it could invoke celestial phenomena. Could this be a prodigy? An absurd thought sprang into Uncle Zhao's mind. In a daze, Lin Yu's words echoed in his mind. I simply do things swiftly. Uncle Zhao gazed at Lin Yu with a dazed expression, murmuring, indeed, such speed. To invoke celestial phenomena on the first attempt at alchemy. Linger, your father suddenly feels that this prospective son-in-law of ours is quite impressive. You are 16 now. It is time to contemplate marriage. Originally still in shock, Zhao Linger's cheeks flushed crimson upon hearing this. Father, what nonsense are you speaking? She exclaimed. Linger only wishes to stay by your side. I am merely 16, there is no rush. Uncle Zhao smirked, having lived many years. He could easily discern the thoughts of a young girl. Feigning hesitation, he nodded and stroked his beard. Very well. I've heard that the daughter of old Wang's family is seeking a good match. If you aren't in a hurry, Linger, I shall introduce Lin Yu to her. Zhao Linger immediately panicked, instinctively responding, No, father. Lin Yu is mine. Realizing her slip of the tongue, her face turned as red as a ripe apple. Uncle Zhao laughed heartily, a knowing expression on his face. Soon, with Lin Yu's formidable cultivation at the 9th level of the martial god realm, the bolts of lightning were completely absorbed by the pill. Rather than striking the pill, it was as though the lightning had struck Lin Yu himself, who bore the brunt for the pill. He infused the pill with the essence of the universe's principles through his own body. With a resonating hum, the final bolt of lightning ceased, and the tumultuous clouds of tribulation dispersed. A pill, entirely crimson and radiating a unique aura of Tao, slowly materialized in Lin Yu's hand. Even those entirely unacquainted with alchemy could grasp the rarity and value of this item at that moment. Upon the surface of the elixir, 9 intricate patterns symbolizing the tribulations of the heavens intertwined. Celestial grade, 9th tier, a rarity of immense value. The venerable elder of the Divine Alchemy Pavilion, his voice strained and fraying, gazed in disbelief at the pill in Lin Yu's hand. This represented the pinnacle of what could theoretically be achieved within the lower 3-tier star realms. For millennia, no one within the Divine Alchemy Pavilion had accomplished such a feat. Today, it was achieved by a youth never before seen. Impossible. Impossible. You must have cheated. You are undoubtedly an alchemist from the upper realms, seeking to shatter my resolve. The elder of the Divine Alchemy Pavilion shook his head frantically, veins bulging from his neck. He struggled desperately against his restraints, yet Lin Yu held him firmly in place. The steadfast resolve he had maintained for thousands of years crumbled at this moment, transcending even life and death. Give me the elixir. I can assist you in testing its efficacy. Just a taste will reveal its quality, he implored, his eyes wild with desperation as he stared at the pill in Lin Yu's grasp. The obsession within him awakened, forcing him to confront the undeniable truth. Lin Yu's alchemical prowess far surpassed his own. Lin Yu merely cast him a sidelong glance, smirking, Want to learn? I can teach you. The elder was momentarily taken aback before nodding vigorously. His former authority vanished. Yes, yes. Teach me how to concoct celestial-grade elixirs. I beg you, please. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Yu unleashed a beam of sword light. As your teacher, I have little time to spare. This elixir requires no testing. The tribulations of the heavens have purified all impurities within. Upon concluding his words, he turned towards Zhao Linger. If all proceeded without incident, this elixir should suppress the chilling energy within her for at least several years. Take it. When you find it ineffective, come seek me. Zhao Linger gazed at the crimson elixir before her, joy radiating from her expression. This was a celestial-grade elixir, its worth immeasurable in the outside world. Are you truly giving this to me? A celestial-grade elixir. She stammered, her shyness evident. No. We will provide as many Qin fire pills as you desire. We want to take a single spirit stone. Please, ensure this elixir remains with the Divine Alchemy Pavilion. It may allow us to break through the celestial-grade constraints. In the distance, the elder of the Divine Alchemy Pavilion struggled like a rabid dog, roaring in protest. To him, giving such a pill to another was a grievous waste. It should be preserved for future generations to comprehend its profound essence. Lin Yu remained unfazed. What was the worth of such trivialities when his mission was at stake? He forcefully placed the elixir into Zhao Linger's hands, commanding in an almost imperious tone, consume it while it's warm. Quickly, Zhao Linger beamed with radiant joy, her heart racing like a startled doe. He had helped her once more, aided the Zhao family, and even personally concocted a pill for her. Lin You, do you have feelings for me? The thought made her blush even deeper. Despite being a prodigious talent, she found herself flustered in Lin Yu's presence. After all, the true genius stands before us. Her eyes, filled with the essence of spring, grasped the elixir as if it were a cherished token of love. As she consumes it, an involuntary, pleasurable hum escapes her lips. The long-accumulated chill within her body dissipates as if meeting its nemesis, causing her cultivation to stir anew. No. A despairing roar emanates from the corner, belonging to the ancestor of the divine elixir pavilion. Why? Why squander such a treasure? You worthless fools, that is a heavenly grade elixir. The ancestor of the divine elixir pavilion suddenly spews a mouthful of blood, collapsing into unconsciousness. Having devoted his life to the pursuit of alchemy, he watches helplessly as the coveted heavenly grade elixir vanishes, his vitality surging in turmoil. A nearby Li Qianlong is left speechless, astonished by the scene. Ancestor, ancestor, what has happened to you? He softly calls, only to find his ancestor's breath faint, teetering on the brink of mental collapse. It is over. Despair shines in Li Qianlong's eyes. If even his ancestor cannot be saved, who else can assist him? At that moment, against the boundless sky, a towering figure slowly materializes. He seems to carry the will of the heavens, his voice resonating like thunder, exuding an overwhelming pressure for miles around. Who goes there? Do you not realize that the divine elixir pavilion is under my protection? Can the 6th tier star domain not shield me, nor the 8th tier? Bold miscreant, step forth and face me. Chapter 63. Oh, an old friend. The grand display from the opposing force causes Lin You to raise an eyebrow. The voice carries a hint of familiarity, reminiscent of something heard before. Upon learning that the intruder hails from the 6th tier star domain, the Zhao family descends into chaos. It is confirmed, the divine elixir pavilion indeed possesses formidable capabilities, having allies from the 6th tier star domain. How can they possibly withstand such a force when they are barred from advancing beyond the martial immortal realm? Older individuals and children, retreat. The young must stay and fight with me. Lin You observes the Zhao family, a smirk forming on his lips. How commendable. True to the family of his uncles. They exhibit remarkable spirit. By the standard script, they should have sold him out immediately, uttering words of derision. Yet, to his surprise, they are prepared to fight to the death. Zhao Shu wears a grave expression. A visitor from the 6th tier star domain is no different for the Zhao family than being struck by a meteor. Each realm presents its own challenges. The martial immortal realm signifies the descent of deities. Moreover, from the intruder's tone, it is evident that he holds significant standing within the 6th tier star domain. Linger, if a battle ensues, take Lin You and escape. Your father and the elders will hold them off. Zhao Shu urges through gritted teeth. Upon seeing Zhao Linger remain motionless, he grows anxious. What are you waiting for? Move. In the corner, Li Qianlong, who had been kneeling obediently, raises his gaze toward the imposing figure in the void. He has never witnessed such grandeur. His eyes blaze with determination. Salvation has arrived. Leave. Not a single one of you shall escape. Those who dare to insult the divine elixir pavilion deserve the gravest of fates. Li Qianlong then bellows, Ancestors, save me. I am the young master of the divine elixir pavilion. My esteemed ancestor is also present here. As the words fell, a ripple of laughter echoed through the void. Do not be alarmed, young friend. In this mere 8th tier star domain, can I not easily seize victory? Who dares to obstruct me? In an instant, the air quivered with energy. A figure appeared as if by teleportation, abruptly manifesting in the courtyard. Simply standing there exuded an overwhelming pressure that sent shivers through the very soul. Uncle Zhao cursed under his breath. The opponent's speed was too swift. Retreat had become an extravagant luxury. Only a battle remained. He bellowed, drawing forth the long sword at his waist. Zhao family science, follow me to confront the foe. Kill. The man was clad in a black and purple robe, his eyes radiating an unparalleled pride. He surveyed the crowd with a disdainful gaze. You think you can stand against me? Preposterous. Just as he was about to continue, his voice faltered as if a hand had seized his throat. His eyes filled with an indescribable shock. They fixed upon Lin You. The next moment, the once mighty figure, a rogue of the 6th tier star domain, scampered like a lackey to Lin Yu's side, a beaming smile illuminating his face as he affectionately massaged Lin Yu's shoulders. Brother, what brings you here? Look, it's just a misunderstanding, a family miscommunication. Ha ha ha. Lin You regarded the elder of the dragon's lair with a playful smile, crossing his arms. Oh, an old acquaintance. Please, continue. I shall merely observe. Who could possibly stand in your way, right? The elder of the dragon's lair chuckled awkwardly, letting out a few hearty laughs as he massaged more vigorously. He turned and fetched a chair from the Zhao family. Brother, please sit. To say such things would be to belittle me. With you here, How could I take charge? You have the final say in all matters. Lin You shook his head and settled into the chair, relishing the elder's massage. Fate can indeed be astonishing. Initially, the elder was compelled to apologize under the duress of Qin Feng's life clan token, later refraining from provocation due to Lin Yu's formidable prowess. What a coincidence to encounter each other again within the 8th tier star domain. The sudden turn of events left everyone dumbfounded. Li Qianlong craned his neck, resembling a bewildered goose. Senior? How come? Before he could finish, the elder of the dragon's lair interrupted sternly. Senior what? Who is your senior? Do not forge unwarranted connections. The only connection here is between my brother and me. Snow Leopard, be silent. The Zhao family members were left in stunned silence, while Uncle Zhao felt his scalp tingling. He struggled to turn his head, gazing at his daughter. You didn't leave just now because of this? Zhao Linger nodded obediently. Yes. I saw this person at the Lin family. He and another elder from a different faction both addressed Lin You as brother. Boom. A stone cast into water created ripples. All present regarded Lin You with awe. They had initially thought him merely a talented young man, but unexpectedly, he was a colossal figure even in the 6th tier star domain. How astonishing. At such a tender age, is it truly feasible for a person to achieve such feats? Li Qianlong felt as though the world had descended into madness, immobilized and convulsing with despair. His futile struggles caused a chaotic rush of blood and qi within him, leading to a state where his eyes rolled back, as if he were on the brink of collapse. He had been vanquished in a mere instant, and even his esteemed ancestor would kneel before such might. After arduously securing a formidable ally, a titan within the 6th star domain, he was now told that such figures must address others as elder brothers? Insanity. You are all mad. How can he be so young? This is absurd. It cannot be. You must be deceiving me. You are all deceiving me. Li Qianlong gasped for breath, his eyes bulging with rage. He stared at the ancestor of the dragon cave with bloodshot eyes and declared, whatever you desire, I shall provide from the divine Dan Pavilion. Without a single coin in return. Kill him, kill him. At that moment, Li Qianlong had completely lost his sanity. He could not fathom the terror that would befall the divine Dan Pavilion after today, nor could he envision how disgraceful his demise would be. Meanwhile, the ancestor of the dragon cave appeared subservient, listening to Lin Yu's admonitions. Upon hearing Li Qianlong's furious outburst, Lin Yu's words were interrupted, causing him to frown slightly. In an instant, the ancestor of the dragon cave turned around, as if he had grasped a lifeline. What do you mean we're familiar? Is it merely a handful of pills? Does my dragon cave lack such trifles? Nonsense. The elder brother is speaking. Do you have any business interrupting? Get lost. With a resounding slap, a colossal palm struck forth, accompanied by a pressure that made even the 8th star domain tremble. Within Li Qianlong's dilated pupils, the scene magnified wildly. Under that single blow, even his esteemed ancestor from the divine Dan Pavilion was reduced to ashes, leaving only the echo of Li Qianlong's last, defiant roar. No. Alas, dust returns to dust, and earth returns to earth. Once the deed was done, the ancestor of the dragon cave donned a smile, bowing and scraping before Lin You. Elder brother, are you satisfied? If not, I can annihilate the divine Dan Pavilion as well. It's but a word from you. Chapter 64, Task completed. Lin You idly toyed with his fingernails, remarking nonchalantly, oh, wouldn't it be too burdensome to eradicate an entire clan? Such a heinous crime could cost you your head should the celestial inspectors pursue it. Upon hearing this, the ancestor of the dragon cave's expression stiffened, forcing a smile. No, it would not trouble the elder brother. I can manage that. His voice trembled as if he were on the verge of tears, noticing his acute awareness. Lin You lost interest in further teasing him. The thought of indiscriminately wiping out an entire clan was not within his nature. It sufficed that the instigator was dealt with. Others associated with the divine Dan Pavilion were not implicated in this matter. Now then, tell me, how did you come to be here? Hearing these words, the ancestor of the dragon cave sighed in relief. Lin Yu's statement indicated leniency towards him. The weight that had been lodged in his throat was finally settled. Who was this formidable individual? A character bold enough to slay even the celestial inspectors. In the presence of others, his dragon cave amounted to little more than dust. Moreover, even if there were a falling out, I would not stand a chance against the formidable Lin You, the god of war at the 9th level. Upon contemplating this, the patriarch of the dragon cave adopted an even humbler demeanor. He pounded his chest and declared earnestly, brother, let me clarify one thing. I am absolutely not familiar with that old man and young girl from the divine pill pavilion. Lin You rolled his eyes and replied, all right. Just get on with it. The patriarch of the dragon cave then nodded submissively and recounted the events. It turned out that the dragon cave primarily practiced the path of the body. Its disciples frequently required medicinal pills to enhance their physical forms. However, in the myriad realms, there were few powers specializing in alchemy. The higher star domains were beyond the reach of the Dragon Cave, forcing them to seek assistance from below. The Divine Pill Pavilion, therefore, became a partner, specifically crafting vitality pills for the lower-tier disciples. After hearing the explanation, Lin You nodded slightly. Very well, I shall grant you leniency. However, I have one condition. The Patriarch of the Dragon Cave quickly nodded. Brother, whatever you ask, I shall comply. Lin You, exasperated, smacked the Patriarch on the head. Do you take me for a bandit? One condition is sufficient. The Patriarch, cradling his head, dared not utter a word. Lin You continued, extending a finger. First, I have a keen interest in the Zhao family. Given the prowess of the Dragon Cave, reaching the 8th star domain should be within your grasp. Ensure you handle matters properly. I do not wish to hear any news of retaliation from the Divine Pill Pavilion after my departure. Understood? The Patriarch of the Dragon Cave nodded repeatedly, casting a friendly smile towards Zhao Linger amidst the crowd. Understood. I will take good care of my sister-in-law. He quickly corrected himself. I will certainly look after her. Zhao Linger blushed at the comment. Lin Yu rolled his eyes again, continuing. Secondly, the Patriarch interjected, Brother, didn't you say just one? He lamented, why so much chatter? Slap. Another smack landed on the Patriarch's forehead. He felt utterly aggrieved. At his age, as a leader of a 6th-tier force, was he not entitled to some dignity? Why must you strike me in front of so many? This is so humiliating. Lin Yu's gaze turned icy as he addressed the matter at hand. If all goes as anticipated, the Zhao family will soon ascend to the 6th star domain. Should anyone attempt to take advantage of their precarious position, you understand what must be done, right? The Patriarch of the Dragon Cave nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. Understood. Once the Zhao family reaches the 6th star domain, the Dragon Cave will protect them unconditionally. I will ensure no harm comes to my sister-in-law or my future father-in-law, having lived a long life. The Patriarch understood these social intricacies well. With the arrangement set, Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction. You may go, seeing the sincerity in his attitude. Lin Yu finally nodded in approval. The Patriarch of the Dragon Cave clasped his hands in front of him and respectfully retreated. Once out of the Zhao family's line of sight, he vanished in a flash. Shortly thereafter, a furious roar echoed from somewhere in the 8th star domain. Divine Pill Pavilion. I curse your ancestors. Meanwhile, within the Zhao family, countless gazes remained fixed on Lin Yu, as if they were statues frozen in place. Their eyes were filled with awe, confusion, admiration, and reverence. This young man, without even lifting a finger, merely by sitting there, instilled a sense of dread in the venerable figures of the 6th star domain, leaving them drenched in sweat and trembling uncontrollably. Who exactly is this extraordinary individual? Such terror. Uncle Zhao was so exhilarated that he grasped his daughter's hand tightly, his gaze towards Lin Yu brimming with indescribable excitement, akin to a famished wolf fixating on a succulent piece of meat. The Zhao family, too, could rise to prominence. Beep. Task completed. Task reward. Lihua Hui Yuan Dan Recipe, X1. Task reward. Ronghua Furnace X1, with Spirit Tool version. Note. With both recipe and materials, automatic alchemy can be performed. Note. The Spirit Tool will upgrade automatically with usage. Seated in his chair, Lin Yu heard the system notification in his mind and raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. He had thought it would take a while to resolve, but to his astonishment, the ancestor of the Yulong Cave was remarkably efficient. After all, the task required him to help the Zhao family completely free themselves from manipulation, not to annihilate anyone. From his perspective, it was only when Zhao Linger's innate Taiyin body was resolved that they could break free from the control of the Divine Alchemy Pavilion. It seemed likely that the ancestor of Yulong Cave had already made arrangements. With such a powerful figure making a request, there would be no need for further discussions. The Divine Alchemy Pavilion would deliver the pills on its own. Lin Yu clicked his tongue and casually summoned a four-legged purple-gold alchemy furnace into his hand. It was adorned with various innate Tao patterns, and merely touching it accelerated the flow of spiritual energy within him. Spirit Tool? Where is it? Lin Yu rapped on the furnace, and instantly, a childish voice resonated. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The Spirit Tool is ready. Master, is there any elixir I can assist you with? The sudden voice startled Lin Yu, but he quickly regained his composure. Is this a furnace version of Siri? Activated by voice command, it offers automatic service? Incredible. Lin Yu tossed the Lihua Hui Yuan Dan recipe and materials into the furnace. Make this for me. Ding ding. Apologies, the level is too high to refine. Lin Yu pondered for a moment, then tossed in the Qin Hui Dan recipe. Soon, the furnace emitted waves of heat, indicating that the fully automated alchemy service was set to begin. In less than 15 minutes, a brownish-yellow Qin Hui Dan was produced. The Spirit Tool chirped, Qin Hui Dan. Yellow grade, low quality. Lin Yu picked up the elixir and examined it closely. Remarkable. Although its quality was somewhat modest, the furnace could upgrade. At this rate, After refining it 100 or 80 times, wouldn't it yield a genuine Xinhuidan? Lin You fondled the furnace with affection. But then he realized it would be of no use to him. He had no interest in alchemy. Linger, you will inevitably need elixirs, so this is for you. Zhao Linger instinctively exclaimed, huh? Having seen Lin Yu with the furnace earlier, she had already recognized that he was no ordinary being. Upon learning of the existence of a spirit artifact, one could hardly contain their astonishment. What could possibly give rise to such a being? Such items are of unparalleled rarity, far more precious than the most esteemed celestial techniques. Yet, Lin Yu had bestowed one upon himself. Could it be that he truly harbored feelings for me? Zhao Linger instinctively felt a rush of shyness, though a subtle smile crept upon her lips. Did you really give this to me? It's far too extravagant. It seems inappropriate. Before Lin Yu could respond, Uncle Zhao stepped forward. Inappropriate? Quite the contrary. This is perfectly suitable. Consider it your betrothal gift. I hereby consent to this marriage. Chapter 65, Sima Yunhan. Lin Yu's lips twitched as he hastily waved his hands. Uncle, that's not what I meant. Marriage is a bit too lofty. He had to admit, Zhao Linger was indeed stunning, fair-skinned, beautiful, with long legs. However, she was merely 16 years old. Although in this world, one could wed at such an age, Lin Yu, being a traveler from Blue Star, adhered to the laws that deemed her a minor. The very thought of forming a bond with an underage girl filled him with an indescribable sense of guilt, as if he were tarnishing a delicate flower. Uncle Zhao was taken aback, and before he could utter a word, the previously blushing Zhao Linger erupted in fury. Grasping Lin Yu's ear, she bellowed, "You better clarify yourself. What do you mean by that? Do you look down upon me? Do you even understand the worth of a physique like mine? The last one to have such an innate constitution has become an ancestor of the Qin family." Such a fierce display left everyone present drenched in sweat. Lin Yu, tugged by his ear, stood awkwardly on one foot. His innocent demeanor seemed to convey, "Uncle, do you understand now?" Uncle Zhao's face twitched. His words of comfort caught in his throat, and after a long pause, he finally managed to say, "I apologize for the trouble, dear nephew. My daughter, Ahem, can be a bit fiery." Lin Yu winced in pain. As the son of a family friend, he was certainly not about to engage in a physical altercation. He had made it clear, he was no pushover. This was merely a matter of gentlemanly decorum. "Sister, I recognize my mistake. What I meant to convey is that I am not yet worthy. Yes, not worthy enough. Once I have matured, I shall return to seek you out. Not worthy enough." The crowd's expressions twitched in disbelief. Such a feeble excuse was laughable. What more did he aspire to achieve at 18? In this vast realm of worlds, the only thing lacking was a song in his honor. First place in the Celestial Hero competition. At the age of 18, in the martial immortal realm. No, in the martial god realm. Even the ancestors of the 6th-tier star domains would have to address him as elder brother. And yet, he deemed himself not worthy? What was he planning? World domination. The onlookers internally roared, wishing they could confront this boastful individual to teach him why flowers bloom so brilliantly. Uncle Zhao was acutely aware that this was merely Lin Yu's pretext. He pondered how to assist him in extricating himself from this predicament. Yet, to his astonishment, his own daughter genuinely believed it. Zhao Linger could not help but release her delicate hands, her eyes sparkling with a hint of starlight. Her face radiated an indescribable emotion. "Is this truly how you feel, Lin Yu?" Lin Yu nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains, affirming, "If you say so, then it is." Zhao Linger instantly blossomed into a radiant smile, leaping into a bear hug. "I knew you must have feelings for me. Hee hee. A girl as remarkable as I am is a rarity indeed. Who could possibly meet me and not be captivated?" Enveloped in soft jade, she reveled in her tender embrace. The unspoken allure was intoxicating. Lin Yu's pupils involuntarily widened. "You are exceedingly self-absorbed." Uncle Zhao observed this spectacle with a mix of pain and concern. Although his nephew was indeed exceptional, he could not shake the feeling of his own cabbage being devoured by a swine. It was not about the other's achievements, but rather a father's inner turmoil. He cleared his throat, exclaiming, "Have some decency. In broad daylight, what kind of behavior is this? Release her at once." As he spoke, Uncle Zhao even took it upon himself to separate the two. Lin Yu seized the opportunity to catch his breath and quickly clasped his fists, saying, "Uncle, there are matters at home that require my attention. I must take my leave." Uncle Zhao nodded in acquiescence. With the Zhao family's affairs settled, he felt it unnecessary to press further. Moreover, Linger had acquired a treasure capable of automatically refining elixirs. Though he understood that this favor stemmed from Lin Yu's regard for their family's relationship, he accepted this goodwill. Once Linger resolved her Taiyin constitution, he would return the alchemical furnace. At the very least, they would no longer have to endure the disdain of the Divine Pill Pavilion. After speaking, Lin Yu departed with haste, not once looking back until his figure vanished into the horizon. Only then did Zhao Ling shyly regain her composure, fidgeting as she remarked, "Father, I truly believe Lin You is quite wonderful. About what you discussed with the Li family, I think it is feasible." Uncle Zhao, upon hearing this, felt an uncontrollable surge of anger. He certainly held Lin You in high regard, yet witnessing his daughter's heart seemingly take flight filled him with reluctance. "My dear girl, next time you meet, exercise a bit of restraint. A man's words can be deceitful, do you understand?" Zhao Ling, incensed, stamped her foot in defense, retorting, "Father, you must not speak of him in such a manner. Lin You is unlike anyone else." Uncle Zhao's expression froze. "Huh?" He looked up to see, under the sunlight, Lin Yu's hair displaying a hint of golden hue. "Why does my precious daughter appear somewhat vulnerable within the realm of the 6 stellar domains?" All the prominent figures had gathered. They sat in silence, heads bowed, for at the head of the assembly sat a distinguished member of the Qin family, Sima Yunhan. The man idly toyed with a palm-sized iron heart, the sound echoing crisply throughout the grand hall, pressing heavily upon each individual's chest, rendering them breathless. Suddenly, the man at the head spoke, his demeanor nonchalant yet imbued with arrogance. "Has everyone arrived?" Below, a figure clad in a black and red robe, a celestial inspector, respectfully replied, "In response to your lordship. Except for the ancestral master of the Dragon Cave, who is yet to return, everyone else has essentially gathered." As the words fell, Sima Yunhan immediately furrowed his brow, his fingers momentarily pausing in their manipulation of the iron gall. "Essentially? Could it be that my instructions were not sufficiently clear? I stated that all the families, clans, and powers of the entire 6-star domain must be present." Sima Yunhan rose and slowly approached the celestial inspectors below. With each step, he felt as if he were burdened by mountains, nearly collapsing to the ground. His eyes, akin to ghostly flames, exuded a chilling venom in the darkness, reminiscent of a serpent. "Do you not comprehend human speech?" With that utterance, the celestial inspector of the 6th-star domain appeared as if struck by lightning, blood erupting from his mouth as half of his body disintegrated into a mist of crimson. His eyes dared not harbor any resentment. He merely lowered himself to the utmost humility. "My lord, spare me my life. I have already notified the Dragon Cave. Yet their ancestral master had departed prematurely and is currently absent from the 6th-star domain. My subordinates are truly powerless in this matter." Such brutal and fearsome methods instantly left those present in shock. They recoiled, glancing apprehensively at the man in the center of the hall, unable to fathom the terror emanating from the Chongqing clan. Though he appeared relatively young, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of true immortal realm. Not to mention the typical celestial inspectors. Even among the elders of their respective factions, few would stand a chance against him. Sima Yunhan observed the expressions of the crowd, a hint of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. The celestial inspectors, who appeared so imposing before outsiders, were but trifles in the eyes of the Sima family. This time, not only did he intend to capture Lin You, but he also sought to demonstrate the might of the Sima family to the heavens. He spoke with a tone of feigned benevolence. "Rise. Take them and annihilate the Lin family. Lin You, I want him alive." Chapter 66. The Avatar. As the crowd dispersed, Sima Yunhan slowly lifted his gaze. His eyes were unmasked with frigid disdain, as if peering across endless star domains, envisioning the Lin family far away in Dream Harbor. The iron gall in his palm clattered ominously. "My lord, there is actually one family that has yet to arrive. Their influence is too substantial for a mere mortal like me to decide. I can only report to you for your judgment." Upon hearing this, Sima Yunhan ceased his manipulation of the iron gall. "Who?" The man replied respectfully. "The Qin family of the 6th-star domain, like Lin You, hails from the 7th-star domain. However, the Qin family has a son who has caught the eye of the Zhuge family, destined to become their future son-in-law." The iron gall clashed, producing a crisp echo. Upon hearing the mention of the Zhuge family, Sima Yunhan could not suppress a frown. After a moment's pause, he slowly replied, "Let them be. The Zhuge family is not my concern." With that, the figure withdrew. Sima Yunhan then rose, gazing toward the opposite end of the 6th-star domain, a trace of melancholy flickering in his eyes. The contest between the two great Chongqing families was beyond his capacity to intervene. The clash between the Zhuge family and the Sima family was one in which he had yet to earn the right to partake. On the other side of the heavens, after Lin You departed from the Zhao family, he finally had the opportunity to reflect upon his acquisitions. He grasped the air with one hand, and a vibrant, emerald two-headed celestial tree materialized within his palm. The rich vitality surged up his arm, and the moment of contact ignited a fervor within his spiritual energy. Remarkably, this was indeed an upgraded version of the celestial tree. Yet, the dilemma lay in the fact that this item served no purpose in his possession. Lin You clicked his tongue, gazing at the twin celestial tree in his palm. With a gentle lift of his left hand, A smaller sapling appeared in his grasp. Although it appeared no larger than the span of his palm, Lin You was aware that this was due to his suppression. If it were to break free from his control, it would likely transform into a towering giant in the blink of an eye. One celestial tree was sufficient for the Lin family, and coupled with their blessed land, their resources for cultivation were inexhaustible. Any excess would simply be wasteful. Brother Tongzi, is there an alternative method, or perhaps a fair exchange? I wish to derive some other utility from this twin celestial tree. Ding. Twin celestial tree. Grade. True spirit level. Exchangeable. Colorful critical hit roulette X3. Valid for 1 day. Exchangeable. Heavenly equipment X2. Random acquisition. Exchangeable. Ordinary critical hit roulette X6. Valid for 3 days. Exchangeable. External avatar X1. For cultivation only. No consciousness. Lin You couldn't help but inwardly exclaim in surprise. He initially intended to merely test the waters, but to his astonishment, it was indeed feasible. However, he soon found solace in the absurdity of the situation. After all, he possessed a system. What was the point of rationality in such a scenario? Just as he had inexplicably traversed into this world, who could he possibly turn to for reason? His gaze swept across the 5 items enumerated by the system. The colorful critical hit roulette was appealing. Yet the Lin family had yet to ascend to a 5th-tier family, under the constraints of heaven and earth. Their highest achievement could only reach the true immortal realm. He still had 3 of those, and any more would be superfluous. As for equipment, TSK, not truly useful. He had always relied on numerical superiority, and if it came down to practical combat skills and innate talent, he doubted even the most ordinary genius could match him. The ordinary critical hit roulette was entirely unappealing, especially when the colorful variant was far more advantageous. Ultimately, Lin You couldn't help but reveal a broad grin. The external avatar seemed to be the most reliable choice. He recalled a certain powerful protagonist from years past, who could transform into 3 distinct forms in one breath. How magnificent! Moreover, it could cultivate autonomously, which was incredibly promising. With this thought, Lin You felt no hesitation. Exchange. Exchange successful. As the words echoed, the twin celestial tree in his palm instantaneously disintegrated into ashes. Then, to Lin Yu's astonishment, the obscured mass resembling dust began to writhe slowly. It coalesced into a sphere. And ultimately, an emerald arm emerged from within. In less than the span of a single incense stick, a being identical to himself stood before him. Except for its slightly green hue, what on earth? It resembled a green sprite, and that color was utterly absurd. Lin Yu's lips twitched, and before he could examine it further, an excruciating pain surged through his mind, as though his very soul were being violently torn apart. Then, to his amazement, Lin You discovered he could control the body and thoughts of this green sprite. How extraordinary! The external avatar. Lin Yu's gaze drifted from the green sprite's eyes as he attempted to wave his arm. There was no obstruction whatsoever, like a tool completely obedient to its master. Lin Yu's consciousness discovered that this body was passively absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. A refreshing chill coursed down his arm. Remarkably, without any deliberate circulation of his energy, it automatically converged into his dantian for refinement. What a talent! This could only be described as a once-in-a-century, or even millennium, kind of gift. Lin You was momentarily taken aback. Ding. Note. External incarnation talent level. 1 in 100,000. Note. Lacking intelligence, lacking emotional comprehension. Ordinary genius level. Note. Cultivation can synchronize and convert. Note. All resources of the host can be utilized. Excellent. Truly. The product of Brother Tongzi is nothing short of exquisite. Initially, Lin You had been concerned that as his cultivation realm advanced, his innate talent might become an insurmountable chasm. After all, in the path of cultivation, one could not rely solely on absorbing spiritual energy for breakthroughs. During the body refinement stage, with several critical hit wheels stacked, one could surpass several major realms in a single day. However, beyond the martial immortal realm, even with a colorful critical hit wheel, one could at most break through a few minor realms. Now, having reached the martial god realm, Lin You was uncertain whether his 3 colorful critical hit wheels could even elevate him to the true immortal realm. Yet, the external incarnation was a different story. By piling up resources for him and converting them from his body, the effort would yield substantial rewards. With this thought in mind, Lin You hesitated no longer. He tossed the 3 colorful critical hit wheels to the external incarnation and initiated the acceleration. The pointer began to turn slowly. 1 guaranteed x 100, 1 500 times, and 1 200 times. Lin Yu's expression darkened. Am I the only one who can't draw a 10,000 times multiplier? Ding. Obtain 10,000 times acceleration. Choose the user. All to the green sprite. Usage successful. In an instant, A massive vortex of spiritual energy erupted from the surface of the green sprite, voraciously absorbing the surrounding spiritual essence of heaven and earth. The phenomenon it invoked spread for hundreds of miles. Lin You muttered an exclamation and hurriedly stored the green sprite away, heading straight for the 6th-tier star domain. Even as he walked, Lin You was still exhilarated. This speed. Incredible. In the Dreamdock star domain, the Lin family members who had been cultivating in the Blessed Land suddenly sensed the emergence of numerous unfamiliar auras. They ceased their training, and Lin Tao gazed into the sky, scanning the void above. He sprang to his feet, a surge of murderous intent erupting from him, and said in a deep voice, "Wake up, everyone. We have guests at home." Within the Blessed Land, pairs of eyes opened wide. Elder Lin Dong stepped forward, standing before his elder brother, hands clasped behind him, exuding the calm and confidence of a genius. The others had no time to marvel at the second brother's true immortal cultivation level when they heard a series of thunderous shouts from outside. "Ignorant madmen! The celestial inspectors of the Sima family have arrived. Do not kneel and welcome." Chapter 67. 3 crimes, all deserve punishment. An overwhelming pressure emanated from the void, engulfing the entire Dreamdock star domain in darkness. The heavens seemed to bow down cautiously. Countless gazes converged from every direction, followed by towering figures emerging as if from the vastness beyond the starry sky. Their every gesture summoned extraordinary phenomena across the heavens and the earth, with the void itself emitting a mournful cry, as though merely bearing these figures was a monumental burden. Within the Lin family estate, 8 silhouettes stepped forth in unison, forming a line and fixating their eyes upon the celestial dome above. Once again, it was the celestial inspectors, but this time they bore a name, the Sima family. At the mention of this name, Lin Tao felt an involuntary heaviness in his heart. Having lived for several millennia, he was well acquainted with various extraordinary tales, including the long-standing enmity between the Sima and Zhuge families. To call them arch-rivals would be an understatement. It seemed that the previous act of gallantry by the Qin family's young scion had unwittingly ushered peril upon the Lin family. The wheels of the Chongqing family could easily engulf any force from the 6th-tier star domain in a cloud of dust. Lin Tao glanced at his brothers, signaling them to remain calm, before breaking into a hearty laugh. "Esteemed friends, having journeyed from afar, may I inquire as to your noble purpose?" As his words resonated, a commanding rebuke echoed through the void. "Impudent insects, do you dare to presume to call yourselves friends? In this 6th-tier star domain, who among us is not a formidable figure? How dare a mere Lin family make such bold claims? Indeed, how could ants presume to associate with elephants? Presumptuous. The celestial inspectors of the Sima family have arrived. Kneel and pay your respects." The elders could not help but invoke the Sima name with every breath, wholly disregarding their previous flattery and overtures towards the Lin family merely a fortnight ago. With a smile that barely concealed his disdain, Lin Tao retorted, "Esteemed friends, why such words? If my memory serves me correctly, the Lin family has not wronged you. Your collective appearance today, is it an intention to declare war upon my Lin family?" At this juncture, Lin Tao let out a cold laugh. "Do not forget, my Lin family still possesses the Qilin child." At the mention of Lin Yu's existence, the faces of the elders from the 6th-tier star domain subtly shifted. They had not forgotten the legendary figure capable of vanquishing 3 true immortal realm beings even at the 9th level of martial deity. In the annals of the 6th-tier star domain's history, no such individual had ever existed. If he were to survive, it was likely that none present today would leave unscathed. Lin Tao stepped gracefully into the void, his confidence never having been so robust. The current Lin You had undeniably become the pillar of the Lin family, evolving from a child needing their care to their steadfast support. An individual of extraordinary talent, whose brilliance could not be adequately captured by mere words. His renowned name alone was enough to instill fear in the hearts of the unscrupulous. The crowd exchanged glances, observing with silence and introspection. If given a choice, they would not seek trouble with the Lin family, with that prodigy in their midst. It was only a matter of time before the Lin family ascended to the 5th-tier star domain, a progression that posed no conflict with them. Yet the dilemma remained. This was the command of the Chongqing family Sima clan, and they dared not defy it. Just as silence enveloped the gathering, a familiar figure emerged from the throng, his eyes blazing with ferocity and a heart filled with unmitigated hatred. What utter nonsense! How does Lin Yao fare in the Lin family, and what if he does not? Can he truly rival the celestial inspectors, or the esteemed Sima family? As the words echoed, the speaker was none other than the venerable ancestor of Phoenix Mountain Manor. A gleam of unrestrained delight danced in his eyes, as if he had already envisioned the downfall of the Lin family. The humiliation of that day was still fresh in his memory. Today, it would be repaid in full. With a powerful figure from the Sima family backing them, who would dare to defy? At that moment, The celestial inspector, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. His voice heavy with gravitas. The Lin family has recklessly initiated a war of extermination. This is one transgression within the 6-star domain. The murder of Inspector Dai Wenjiao constitutes a second crime. Provoking the dignity of the Chongqing family is a third offense. Each sin demands punishment. By the decree of the Sima family, I have come to settle accounts. Surrender Lin You, and I can assure you a swift resolution. Otherwise, your soul shall be eternally damned, enduring endless torment. The celestial inspector, clad in a black and crimson robe, spoke with an icy demeanor. Standing with arms crossed in the void, his pride unabashed. Mentioning the Sima family seemed to bring him immense honor. The members of the Lin family were taken aback, nearly bursting into laughter. Tears of mirth threatened to spill as the 6th elder doubled over, slapping the shoulder of the 8th elder beside him. Old 8, did you hear that? They say if we hand over Yao, they'll grant us a swift end. Ha! The 8th elder grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. It seems someone hasn't fully awakened. Perhaps it's been a while since they last saw a woman, and their wits are dulled. He turned, unperturbed, his voice gruff. What do you brothers think? The crowd exchanged knowing glances. Think. What is there to think? When has the Lin family ever cowered? Old 8 speaks the truth. If we were to cower, we would never have come this far. Indeed, compared to surrendering Yao, I'd rather take on your ancestors' hopes. Another exclaimed. If I were to shout in pain today, I would be failing my fallen brothers. The 2nd elder, Lin Dong, remained silent, focusing on refining his own aura to its zenith. The first martial immortal of the Lin family. Truly a peerless prodigy. As Lin Tao gazed at his brothers, he said nothing, yet his expression conveyed everything. With a resounding force, his cultivation erupted, revealing another true immortal. The brothers looked on in astonishment. Yet Lin Tao turned to his younger brother, Lin Dong. I've practiced for decades longer than you. Perhaps I may never catch up, but for now, you shall not surpass me. Stepping forward, he faced the towering figures in the void. Are you the inspector of the 6-star domain? If memory serves, our Lin family has already communicated the circumstances to you. You know the truth of right and wrong. I did not expect you to be a mere lapdog of the Sima family, like Dai Wenjiao. If it is battle you seek, then let us engage in one. The Lin family shall yield no ground. Lin Dong's voice resonated through the heavens, dismissing their demand for Lin Yao as mere nonsense, branding them as the Sima family's lapdogs. The scene left those present gasping in disbelief, regretting the absence of their senses. Madness. The Lin family had truly lost their minds. How dare they publicly insult the Chongqing clan? Divine retribution could not conceal their sins. Lin Tao turned his gaze toward the 2nd remaining force in the Mengbua Star region, Zhuo Chengxian. Step forward, old man. If the Lin family perishes, the Zhuo family shall undoubtedly face retribution. A silent sigh echoed throughout the Mengbua Star region. Soon after, several figures emerged slowly from the direction of the Zhuo family. Zhuo Chengxian's expression was more grotesque than one who had consumed excrement. Yet, he had no choice. In the previous battle, the Zhuo family bore some responsibility. Had they not intervened, perhaps the Lin family would not have faltered before Lin Yu's return. The celestial inspector would not have perished, either. Why must you be so aggressive? I am present, Zhuo Chengxian spoke helplessly. The two families were now akin to grasshoppers tied to the same string. As they prepared to battle, the celestial inspector's countenance darkened further. That icy gaze pierced through countless star domains, landing upon him. Regardless of right or wrong, he had no choice. He slowly closed his eyes and exhaled a weary sigh. With a wave of his hand, he uttered, in that case, kill without mercy. Chapter 68. The king descends from heaven, eyes wide with fury. As the words of the celestial inspector fell, towering figures emerged from the void, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. An indescribable terror enveloped the atmosphere. Martial gods appeared as mere ants, and true immortals were the norm. Among them, the most formidable approached the 9th level of true immortality. Merely this group of dozens was sufficient to sweep through all 6-tier star domains and below. Some glared with murderous intent, eager to swiftly annihilate the Lin family. Others, filled with trepidation, quietly addressed the celestial inspector, my lord. Lin You is not within the Mengbua Star region. Should we strike to obliterate the Lin family, we would forge a deadly enmity with him. When that esteemed individual from the Sima family departs, what then shall we do? We would likely live in perpetual fear. The celestial inspector involuntarily shuddered upon hearing this. Just the thought of Lin You single-handedly battling 3 true immortals without a scratch made him frown. Yet, at this moment, he found himself in a predicament. Offending Lin You could lead to his demise in the future. But refraining from action would mean that the esteemed individual from the Sima family might end his life right then. Enough of this nonsense. Do you dare question the will of the Sima family? You know what is of greater importance. At this point, The celestial inspector turned his gaze toward the crowd, speaking in a grave tone. I understand your concerns. However, we have no possibility of retreat. Lin You, no matter how strong, is merely at the martial god realm. We possess at least 2 or 3 dozen true immortals. Can he truly slaughter us all alone? If he does not arrive today, I would pursue him throughout the star domain. If he does come, we shall ensure his complete demise here. His words rang with conviction, his black and red robe billowing in the fierce wind. The previously hesitant crowd, upon witnessing his demeanor and recalling the esteemed individual from the Sima family behind them, felt reassured, as if they had swallowed a calming pill. Indeed, a mere martial god, how can his unparalleled talent weigh against us? You speak wisely, my friend. Our journey to this point has not been fueled by pity. How can a mere youth instill such fear in you? Should he dare to appear today, we shall join forces to ensure that the child Lin You meets his demise. A chorus of furious shouts erupted within the arena. The elder of the Phoenix Mountain Manor, with eyes ablaze, vowed to repay past humiliations 100-fold. No sooner had he spoken than he charged forth, an unstoppable force slicing through the air, shaking the very earth beneath him. Excellent, bellowed the second elder Lin Dong, rushing forward to meet him, with a leader at the helm. Those who had hesitated now gritted their teeth and surged into battle. In an instant, the sounds of clashing and cries filled the entirety of the dreaming star domain. Countless streams of spiritual energy surged through the void, eclipsing the sun and moon, as the heavens themselves seemed to descend into chaos. The 8 elders of the Lin family had made significant advancements compared to their early days in the 6th-tier star domain. The weakest among them had reached the first level of the martial god realm, unleashing combat prowess that far surpassed their peers, standing valiantly against many foes. Their magnificent presence was undeniable. These venerable figures, who had elevated the Lin family from the depths of the 9th-tier star domain to its current stature, were now showcasing their brilliance. The Zhua family members also joined the fray, comprising 2 true immortals, 6 martial gods, and 13 martial sages. Yet, even with the Zhua family's support, the Lin family members continued to spill blood. Crimson droplets fell through the void as each warrior fought with fervor. Exhausting every ounce of their strength, they battled for justice, for the Lin family, for themselves. Lin Tao and the second elder Lin Dong leaned against one another, their combined strength barely holding back the 6 true immortal elders. Yet, they could not withstand the relentless onslaught of wolves. The unmatched combat power of the 6th-tier star domain was overwhelming. An ancient powerhouse, steeped in millennia of accumulated strength, struck again. With a violent clash, Lin Tao coughed up blood, gritting his teeth until his white fangs were stained crimson, yet he still grinned fiercely. Come on, keep coming. 1 kill breaks even. 2 kills are profit. The Sima family wants my Lin family's lives. Let's see if these fists of mine agree. You will know all of this. The blood feud of the Lin family will be settled. Lin Tao's voice resonated through the void. Though he appeared as a dying ant, he could not conceal the pride emanating from his very core. All of this was due to the existence of their Lin family's Kirin child, the sole progeny upon whom great hopes were pinned. You know nothing. Today, all of you from the Lin family shall perish, and Lin You shall not escape his fate. A furious roar echoed through the void. 2 formidable true immortals struck simultaneously, vowing to obliterate Lin Dong entirely. A magnificent light of divinity mingled with an indescribable terror, descending directly upon Lin Tao. Should this blow land, his demise would be certain. Seeing this, the second elder Lin Dong cried out, "Brother, be careful." He braced himself against the onslaught of 3 true immortal cultivators, forcing himself to move. Suddenly, a piercing pain shot through his shoulder. Yet, a figure, swift as a specter, appeared in an instant to rescue Lin Tao from peril. Gazing at the gaping, bloody wound on his younger brother's shoulder, Lin Tao erupted in fury. What are you doing here? With this time, you could take down one of them. I'm destined to die eventually, and you must continue on for your... Lin Dong's pale visage broke into a gentle smile. Big brother, you do talk too much. I've endured your incessant chatter for long enough. When it comes to cultivation and strength, I should rightfully be the head of the Lin family. Lin Tao's expression shifted, his anger flaring anew as he raised his hand to tend to Lin Dong's wound. Want to be the big brother? You're still lacking in experience. This is a decision made by our parents. You ought to behave yourself. Big brother, I will fight again, Lin Tao declared, preparing to charge into the void once more. Lin Dong, standing resolutely beside him, in hushed tones, meant only for their ears, he murmured, Big brother, it seems we really might die today. Those bastards are incredibly strong. With our mere first level of true immortal realm, we can't withstand them. Lin Tao faltered, turning back to curse. What nonsense are you spouting? If death is our fate, then so be it. I've lived long enough. Today is as good a day as any to descend to the underworld and catch up with old friends. What is this? Don't tell me you're afraid. I've always known you and the eighth brother were cowards. Don't say I didn't look after you. Take the eighth brother and get the hell out of here. The farther away, the better. You is still here, and you all must endure. The Lin family will persist. Lin Dong's pupils involuntarily constricted as he gazed at the somewhat aged figure before him. In a fleeting moment, it felt as if they had returned to the time in the ninth star realm. Big Brother stood steadfastly before them, urging them to escape first during every fight. Yet this figure now bore the marks of time. Even for cultivators with boundless lifespans, the erosion of the years is inescapable. Lin Dong shook his head, his resolve hardening. With a bitter smile, he shared the words he had long withheld. Big Brother, what I mean is, if we both perish, will you be lonely? Chapter 69. The King descends from the heavens, eyes wide with fury. Part 2. Within the realm of the myriad stars, Lin You strolled leisurely, relishing the beauty of the surroundings. It is no wonder that the fantastical world differs vastly from Blue Star. During his 2 days of wandering, he encountered a plethora of bizarre creatures, snakes thicker than trees, fire-breathing lizards, and hybrids of water buffalo and hippos. It was indeed an eye-opening experience. While crouched before a small mound, observing the mating of ants, a sudden and violent surge of spiritual energy rippled through the air. Instinctively, Lin You looked up. Who is it? A figure stumbled through the void, his face etched with anxiety, his expression resembling a tempest. You again? Were you not in the 8-star realm? In a hurry to be reincarnated? Lin You inquired, furrowing his brow at the sight before him. Upon recognizing Lin You, the ancestor of the dragon cave revealed a look of astonishment, swiftly followed by an ineffable fury. Lin You, how can you be here? The 6-star realm is in chaos, and you still have the leisure to wander about. Lin You, bewildered, replied, what is happening in the 6-star realm? The ancestor of the dragon cave clenched his teeth, and after a moment's hesitation, he produced a jade slip from which the voices of his disciples emanated. Ancestor, the Sima clan from the Qin family has arrived, summoning all the formidable beings from the 6-star domain. They intend to annihilate the Lin family. Furthermore, due to your absence, the Sima clan seeks to vent their wrath upon the Yulong cave. It is an urgent matter. You must return at once. Upon hearing this, Lin You stood frozen in place, bewildered. The Sima clan? The Qin family? The annihilation of the Lin family. How could this be possible? The Lin family has never had any dealings with them. How could they have provoked the Qin family without cause? They are even calling upon all the ancestral powers to emerge from seclusion. In an instant, Lin Yu's mind was engulfed in a tumultuous storm of confusion. Yet, even amidst the chaos, he could surmise the dire state of the Lin family. With only his 8 uncles, they could hardly withstand such an onslaught. Speak. What is the current situation of the Lin family? Lin Yu demanded, gripping the collar of the Yulong cave's ancestor with urgency. The ancestor of Yulong cave was equally frantic. It was not only the Lin family at stake. If he returned late, Yulong cave would also face annihilation. At this moment, confidentiality was irrelevant. He immediately laid bare the entire situation. The celestial inspector you killed earlier was a member of the Sima clan. The Sima clan and the Zhuge clan are mortal enemies. And due to your friend's display of the Zhuge clan's token, they have come to settle the score. The disciples of the Sima clan have arrived in person, accompanied by over 30 ancestral powers and a celestial inspector, all present at the Lin family. Lin You, I have no time to elaborate. The fate of the Lin family hangs in the balance. I, too, must find a way to escape this calamity. Boom. Lin You felt as if struck by lightning. Utterly stunned, he never anticipated that the confrontation from that day would escalate to such a degree. Ding. Quest issued. The king descends from heaven, eyes wide with fury. Quest requirement. Eliminate the Sima clan's envoy. Quest reward. Critical hit wheel X6. Quest reward. Chaos Dao Classic X1. Grade. Unknown. The system's notifications echoed in his mind incessantly. However, Lin You could hardly marvel at the system's grand design. His heart was consumed by a singular thought. Kill, kill, kill. Initially, he believed that the Su family, in alliance with Dai Wenjiao, had targeted the Lin family. He thought that by reporting the matter truthfully and before the public eye, justice would be served. Yet who could have foreseen, boom. Lin Yu's will resonated with the heavens and the earth, and his external incarnation seemed to sense something. Waves of invisible energy emanated from his body. The previously suppressed vortex of spiritual energy resurfaced, accelerating at a staggering rate of 10,000,000 times. Within a 100-mile radius, the spiritual energy was devoured like a whale consuming its prey. Yet this was insufficient. The natural spiritual energy around could no longer meet the demands of his external incarnation. He began to frantically extract from Lin Yu's own cultivation. His momentum surged higher and higher. 5 Qi returning to origin, true fire refining the spirit. The martial way became profound. In an instant, Thunderclouds surged violently, and the already exceptional talent of his external incarnation, under the acceleration of the critical hit cards, suddenly ascended to the realm of martial immortal. Lin You appeared as a mere husk, startling the ancestor of Yulong Cave beside him. The ancestor turned to flee, only to find his storage bag had been snatched by Lin You. Consider it alone. I shall return it to you later. Lin Yobing's cold voice resonated through the air, his gaze imbued with an unmistakable murderous intent. With a sharp rip, the storage bag was torn apart, countless spirit stones and celestial treasures cascading to the ground. Yet, in an instant, a vortex of spiritual energy enveloped them, refining them at an astonishing pace. At that moment, the ancestor of the Yulong Cave even forgot his desire to return home, standing motionless like a wooden puppet. Millions of spirit stones and innumerable treasures vanished before the naked eye, leaving him in disbelief. What on earth is happening? These spirit stones and herbs. Even an entire sect would take at least a month to use. At this rate, they will be exhausted in less than half an hour. How can anyone be so monstrous? However, Lin You did not deign to respond. With a light touch of his toes, he stepped into the void. His voice lingering in the air, I remember your kindness. You will survive. I will ensure that, in the future, the 6-star domain will be at your command. A thunderous sonic boom echoed through the void, shaking eardrums to their core. The ancestor of Yulong Cave gazed at the colossal vortex of spiritual energy, cursing under his breath. He turned and departed the scene. At the Lin family estate, the battle was nearing its climax. A clash that had already showcased a disparity in strength was now teetering on the brink of collapse. The bones of the 8 elders of the Lin family were nearly shattered, their backs pressed against one another as they gritted their teeth. Brothers, hold firm. I've already taken down 2 martial gods. We are not at a loss. Curse you, the long-lived family. I will eventually twist your heads off and see what nobility you possess. The members of the Zhua family fought until they were utterly depleted. Except for the family head, Zhua Chengxian, and 2 other powerful figures, their elite forces had perished entirely. A figure clad in black and red robes stepped forth from the void, casting a disdainful gaze as he issued a final ultimatum. Hand over Lin You. I will grant you a swift end. This is the last act of mercy. Should that esteemed individual intervene, your souls will be imprisoned, enduring torment 1,000 times worse than what you face now. Elder 8 spat out a mouthful of bloodied phlegm. Bah, you lackey. If you dare to make a move, just know that I, Elder 8, will not back down. The Inspector of the Heavens had exhausted his last shred of patience. Stubborn and unyielding. With that, the Elder of Phoenix Mountain Manor sprang forth, his garments drenched in blood. A sinister smile on his lips. My lord, allow me to take charge. I have some experience in interrogation and will surely extract Lin Yu's whereabouts from them. The Inspector of the Heavens nodded slightly. In an instant, the Elder of Phoenix Mountain Manor was ready to strike, his inverted triangular eyes filled with hatred. Do you remember the humiliation I endured that day? Today, I shall repay it 100-fold. Suddenly, the dim sky was completely torn apart. A beam of sword light illuminating the earth like the dawn. Following this was a soul-stirring resonance of a sword cry echoing through the heavens and the earth, shaking the very foundations of time. Before the true form could manifest, the chilling aura and murderous intent enveloped everyone present. Lin Yu's slightly immature, yet heavy voice echoed from beyond the heavens. Curse your ancestors. The Huangdi Sword Classic, Sword 9. Return to Unity. Chapter 70. The ant shakes the tree in an instant. The sound echoed, and a surge of sword intent rushed forth. Before anyone could react, the Elder of the Phoenix Mountain Manor stood frozen, as if turned to stone. Almost immediately, the large head atop his shoulders quivered slightly, a reflex of muscle. The next moment, a head fell heavily to the ground, producing an extremely dull resonance. Thud, 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 it struck the hearts of all present. An inexplicable fear rising from the depths of their souls. Dead. Impossible, impossible. With the Elder's cultivation at the 3rd level of true immortal realm. How could he be slain so easily? No, he has returned. That prodigy, Lin You, has come back. Chaos erupted in the arena. The emotion named fear spread within every heart. The champion of the grand competition, the genius capable of crushing the supreme bone and immortal wheel eye, descended upon them like a divine weapon. He has arrived. Run, flee quickly. What a jest. To what realm has this individual ascended? Just days ago, there was back and forth, yet now, he can slay a true immortal with a single sword strike. Why? Someone shouted in panic. And the ancestors of various factions turned to flee in unison. Even the celestial inspectors were profoundly shaken by that sword strike. Their faces twitched uncontrollably, unable to mask their astonishment. The strength of Lin You, seen in person, exceeded all expectations. Surely, even an ordinary true immortal at the 9th level could not so effortlessly slay a fellow cultivator of the same realm. He glared at the fleeing figures and roared. Stop right there. Do you wish to bring ruin upon your clans and factions? This is the will of the Qin family. Those who defy it shall be put to death without mercy. At the very moment his words fell, a figure shot down from the heavens, crashing toward the ground, causing a tremor throughout the entire dreamboat, Star Domain. Clad in the Jade Forest Twin Dragon armor, Lin You shone brilliantly even in the night. And the white tiger golden light sword in his hand emanated a radiance that seemed capable of tearing the very fabric of the void. He flipped the sword, casting a fierce gaze toward the sky, a forced and sinister smile gracing his lips, as if mocking the helplessness of the crowd. The will of the Qin family? What great authority! Do they seek my life, the life of the Lin family? Let him come personally to speak with me, and see if my sword can sever his head. Observe whether his face can withstand my unmatched blade. Blasphemous! The thought sprang into the minds of the onlookers. Within the myriad realms, perhaps only the Lin family and Lin You could utter such audacious words. The celestial inspector's countenance darkened to the utmost degree. He stood rigidly, paralyzed with fear. From the moment Lin You appeared, he had been locked onto by Lin Yu's overwhelming killing intent. Should he dare to move, he would surely face a thunderous retribution. At that moment, he could only muster the courage to say, "Ladies and gentlemen, retreat one step further." And it would mean certain death, a reckoning from the Qin family that neither you nor I could bear. If we fight, we may still live. The elder of Phoenix Mountain Manor was caught off guard and slain. Lin Yu's cultivation level still resided within the 9th heaven of the martial god realm. We, the 30 true immortals, had no reason to concede. Upon hearing his words, the crowd gradually regained their composure. Upon closer examination, they realized that Lin Yu's earlier strike, while formidable, still fell within the confines of the martial god realm, merely enhanced by some mysterious force, which made it appear extraordinarily powerful. It made sense indeed. We cannot retreat. We cannot bear the wrath of the Qin family. If we manage to capture Lin You, we might even earn the favor of the Qin clan. The smallest fragment extracted from their grasp would present us with immense opportunity. How could a mere ant of the martial god realm triumph over us? Let us not be intimidated. With their hearts steadied, the crowd barely managed to maintain their formation. Seeing the opportune moment, the celestial inspector could no longer afford to hesitate, as the looming threat urged him into action. At this moment, with the assistance of many, the pressure was naturally alleviated. With this thought, the celestial inspector bellowed in fury, unleashing his full cultivation level as he advanced towards Lin You, seeking to provoke divine wrath. In an instant, the remaining individuals, as if sharing a telepathic connection, launched their attacks in unison. The formidable power of dozens of true immortals was enough to shake the heavens and the earth. Before the naked eye, the air was rent asunder with terrifying force. Waves of divine abilities were unleashed as if they were of no cost. Each strike was sufficient to reduce an ordinary martial god to naught but dust. Lin You, gripping his sword with one hand, surged forward. The Huangdi Sword Classic was propelled to its utmost pinnacle. In the ensuing clash, he was propelled forward, the void around him drenched in blood. The Lin family gasped in shock, with Tao Gu rushing forward at once to catch Lin You, who had been flung by the tremendous force, only to be sent crashing away by the residual energy. Younger brother, big brother, damn it, bullying the weak with the strong, outnumbering the few, I'll fight you to the end. Witnessing Lin Yu's injury, the entire Lin family felt their eyes redden, their anguish surpassing even their own suffering. The Zhou family, who had once ignited hope upon Lin Yu's return, saw it shatter once more. Defeat was inevitable. No matter how powerful a martial god might be, how could he withstand the assault of dozens of true immortals? It was a staggering chasm of cultivation, truly a heaven-wide gulf. The elders of various factions were elated. He is wounded. Kill him. We were only intimidated by Lin Yu's name. After all, a martial god is merely an ant. Indeed, capture him alive. Eradicate his entire lineage. In the 6th star domain, let there be no trace of the Lin family. As the 8th elder and the 6th elder prepared to fight to the death, amidst the ruins, Lin Yu's voice, filled with a smile, echoed. 8th Master, do not rush. Lin You rose from the debris, brushing off the dust from his shoulders. He raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. With the protection of the Yu Lin Twin Dragon's armor, he was not so easily vanquished. I merely wished to test their depths. A few uncles, rest assured, I shall bear the burden for the Lin family. A glimmer of brilliance shone in Lin Yu's eyes, as if he had just held the upper hand. Martial God realm? An ant? How intriguing. So how will you face me next? With a thunderous sound, Lin You raised his hand, the dissipating vortex of spiritual energy re-emerging once more. The entire being erupted with an overwhelming vitality. As the power of his external incarnation was thoroughly transferred, his aura began to ascend wildly, almost instantaneously brushing against the threshold of the true immortal realm. Boundless thunderclouds roared, enhancing his formidable presence. His cultivation surged directly towards the true immortal realm. Within the vast hall of emptiness, Sima Yunhan toyed with the iron courage in his palm, his gaze drifting toward the distance. A servant beside him cautiously remarked, "My lord, Lin You has returned, gravely injured." Sima Yunhan cast a faint glance in his direction. "I can see that. Do you need me to repeat it? Are you seeking merit or understanding? Do you take me for a fool?" With a mere flick of his finger, the recently ascended individual was instantaneously transformed into a mist of blood. Sima Yunhan, as if nothing had transpired, redirected his gaze. Reclining lazily in his chair, a playful smile gracing his lips as he surveyed the void. Ah, there are indeed hidden threats. Yet, what can mere ants do to shake a tree? Chapter 71. What is this? An undercover. In the Dream Dock Star Domain, dozens of true immortal ancestors simultaneously acted. As they gazed upon Lin You, an inexplicable sense of panic surged within them. Countless vast divine abilities cascaded down like raindrops. The celestial inspector exerted every ounce of his power, biting his tongue until blood flowed, his aura swelling dramatically, intent on burying Lin You here. However, Lin You appeared oblivious. Stepping into the void, his external incarnation's overwhelming vitality forming an impenetrable barrier. Regardless of their efforts, they could not budge him in the slightest. How intriguing. Even insignificant true immortals dare to curry favor. It seems that initial sword strike did not bring you to your knees, which is why you harbor such reckless hope to obliterate my Lin family. Lin You murmured softly, absorbing the cultivation of his external incarnation. Then today, let it be known how I, Lin You, deal with my enemies. With a thunderous step, Lin Yu's momentum soared to the heavens. Blue-purple lightning, as thick as a barrel, descended from the firmament, seemingly carrying the will of the divine. The world was shrouded in darkness, clouds obscuring the sky, yet Lin You remained unperturbed. Raising the white tiger golden light, sword in his hand. With a single stroke, he split the heavens above, a beam of golden light piercing through the clouds, illuminating the earth. True immortal realm, first level. He pressed on, the 7-foot-long sword shining like a mirror. True immortal realm, second level. True immortal realm, third level. By the time he stood before the crowd, he had astonishingly reached the 9th level of the true immortal realm. Shattering the ages, each step blossomed like a lotus. The countless formidable divine abilities, capable of shattering star domains, seemed utterly powerless at this moment. Before they could even touch the hem of Lin Yu's garment, they were obliterated by his overwhelming sword intent. Lin You raised his gaze, casually regarding a true immortal cultivator. Yellow Emperor Sword Cannon. Sword 1. In an instant, the heavens and earth dimmed. The sound of the sword echoed throughout the void, and a head quietly fell to the ground. He remained indifferent, merely swinging his long sword, which carried the severed head skyward. In less than a moment, over a dozen true immortal ancestors had perished. The astonishing combat prowess has left all present utterly astounded. The 9th heaven of true immortality. Heavenly grade techniques. Moreover, 2 unfathomable and formidable treasures. In such a presence, who within the entire 6th-tier star domain could possibly contend? Amidst the crowd, an elder from one faction could no longer bear the mounting pressure and collapsed to his knees, tears streaming down his face. Lin You, this has nothing to do with me. I was compelled by circumstances. My clan still has over 10,000 disciples. Spare my life. I implore you, grant me a chance. I am truly sorry, sincerely apologetic. Some pleaded pitifully, while others turned to flee. Yet, without exception, no one dared to turn back to fight. This individual is indeed defying the heavens. Throughout their millennia, they have never encountered such a prodigy, each step ascending to greater heights. They regard the chasm of cultivation as trivial, viewing the realm of true immortality as mere insects, not of this world. The expression of the celestial inspector has darkened to an extreme. He rigidly turned away, only to sense Lin Yu's icy, bone-chilling murderous intent. At that moment, a singular thought consumed his mind, unassailable. Flee. Yet, retreating even a single step would spell death. He bellowed, attempting to intimidate everyone with the might of the Chongqing family, wishing to compel them to return to battle. Stand still. Do you wish to die? The celestial authority of the Chongqing family cannot be desecrated by your kind. Come back. All of you. His words met with silence, save for a few astute individuals who took action. Among them, 3 wasted no time and unleashed tremendous powers against the celestial inspector, cursing, "Curse the Chongqing family. You had to drag me here." Lin You will eventually make his way to the 5th-tier star domain. What concern is that of mine? Caught off guard, the celestial inspector was sent flying, momentarily stunned. What is happening? Shouldn't we be united against Lin You? Why are you attacking me? Before he could regain his senses, the remaining elders seemed to react in unison. The remaining true immortals and martial gods turned their wrath upon the celestial inspector. Damn you, harbinger of misfortune. If necessary, I shall return and flee with my tail between my legs. The multiverse is vast, and the Qin family may not be able to catch me. If I turn back now, Lin You could slay me on the spot. Fool. The others fervently nodded in agreement. Returning might mean death, hunted by the Qin family, with a 99% chance of not surviving. Yet remaining here guarantees 100% certainty of death. What weighs heavier? After living so long, do they not understand the stakes? Another round of divine abilities rained down, causing the celestial inspector to spew blood into the void. And his once fierce gaze began to clear. What has happened to this world? When did the Qin family become so insignificant? In less than half a day, so many dare to openly challenge them. What a farce. After their assault, the elders slipped away, but not before respectfully addressing Lin You. Brother You, I do not lie. During the previous encirclement of the Lin family, I truly exerted no real effort. It was all mere pretense. The 2 million spirit stones are but a token of my sincerity. Accept them. And I have but a humble request. Grant me half a stick of incense's time to flee. The others nodded fervently in agreement. Indeed, brother You. We are all here under duress. Consider it, dozens of true immortals and martial deities. If a conflict were to arise, how could the Lin family possibly withstand such an onslaught? I may lack spirit stones, but my daughter is still in her prime. If you do not mind, take her home as a maid, and from this day forth, we shall each go our separate ways. You may call me by name, and I shall address you as my lord. Observing the expressions of those around him, Lin You could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Good heavens! With such understanding from you all, how could I bring myself to resort to violence? Yet upon reflection, the words spoken were undeniably true. The highest-ranking members of the Lin family, Brother Tao and the second elder, are merely at the first level of true immortal. Before my arrival, even if they exhausted their life force, they could not possibly contend with these individuals. There is but one explanation. They truly did not exert themselves. Lin You turned to glance at his uncles and realized that in this grand battle, it was the elders of the Zhou family who had perished, while his relatives had merely sustained injuries at most. After a moment of contemplation, he finally shrugged and said, "Very well." Upon hearing this, the elders breathed a sigh of relief and vanished without a trace, their hearts brimming with gratitude. By the heavens and the earth, our ancestral spirits are smiling upon us. We live to see another day. Meanwhile, the celestial inspector was utterly bewildered, known for his unwavering authority and accustomed to being revered wherever he went. He now felt a profound anguish deep within his being. It was not merely the pain from being struck, it was the humiliation that stung. No matter how loudly he shouted, the elders turned a blind eye. In his fury, he could only muster a few more insults. Realizing he had become a mere figurehead, a cold sweat trickled down the celestial inspector's forehead. He struggled to turn his head and look towards Lin You, forcing a smile that was more painful than tears. Brother, you see, I too am a victim of circumstance. I am but a servant, with limited spirit stones. Just take a look. Lin You flashed a benevolent smile akin to a nuclear explosion. He regarded the celestial inspector with a serene demeanor. It's all right, dear one. In your next life, do not be a dog. Upon hearing this, the celestial inspector's eyes widened in shock as he struggled to rise, only to be met with the sharp sound of a sword's whistle. In an instant, his head soared into the air, his soul obliterated. In that fleeting moment, a singular thought surged through the minds of all present. In the same realm, none can rival. The members of the Lin family stood frozen in disbelief, while the elder who had been prepared for a brawl turned around in confusion. Is it over? Just like that? What has become of the Lin family's dignity? Were we not the ones meant to exact retribution? Wait, what is happening? Most crucially, why had you broken through once more? The other brothers exchanged glances. Uncertainty etched upon their faces. After a prolonged silence, they helplessly shrugged their shoulders. You ask me? How would I know? I did not engage in the fight. Furthermore, is this lad truly one of our Lin family? There are no such extraordinary individuals among us. Lin Tao crawled out from the ruins, nearly succumbing to the aftershocks that had almost claimed his life. Unsteadily rising, he was utterly bewildered by the events that had transpired. His eyes ablaze with fury as he bellowed, "Brothers, follow me. We must protect you at all costs." With that, he lifted his leg, ready to charge into the void, when he suddenly sensed an unusual stillness in the air. Confused, he turned back, only to find his comrades staring at him with expressions of disbelief. It dawned on him, what the hell? Not a single one of them remained. Where did they go? What had happened? Eighth Master was speechless, managing only to utter, "It's all right. Brother, just take a rest." Sixth Elder surprisingly concurred, "Yes, old Eight is right. The fight is over, and you've just now emerged. It's hard not to suspect you've lost your nerve. Second elder Lin Dong rubbed his nose and let out a long sigh. Brother, enough. I can't find the words to comfort you. Just go wash up and get some sleep. Lin Tao glanced around, searching for an answer that never came. Finally, he learned the sequence of events from Zhuo Chengxian. He stumbled slightly, nearly falling to the ground. What nonsense is this? You mean you broke through a realm? He is already at the 9th heaven of true immortality? And he scared those people away? Lin Tao's eyes widened, looking at Lin You as if he were witnessing a ghost. Kid, speak honestly. Are you truly a member of the Lin family? Our clan could never produce someone so extraordinary. Lin You felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Tao Ge, enough about that. We have more pressing matters at hand. That Sima family, they're still alive. Upon hearing this, Lin Tao ceased his inquiries, and they exchanged glances before erupting into hearty laughter, an expression of deep pride. The once small figure that had hidden behind them had now grown into a towering giant. In stark contrast, the Zhuo family was enveloped in silence. Zhuo Chengxian felt a bitter turmoil within, cursing the ancestors countless times. What's the deal? You can't handle Lin You, so you turn to slaughter my Zhuo family members? Am I not human? Wasn't he once a genius too? The more he pondered, the angrier he became, leaving like a disgruntled spouse, twisting his neck in frustration. Yet deep down, he dared not voice a single complaint, for he understood that after this ordeal, the Zhuo family had firmly grasped onto a formidable ally. Lin You lifted his gaze, piercing through the endless cosmos, seemingly catching sight of Sima Yunhan within the Void Palace. With a cold snort, he unsheathed his sword and departed. Inside the Void Palace, Sima Yunhan, once confident and assured of victory, now found himself drenched in sweat, his palms clammy with dread. Restlessly perched on his seat, he watched the approaching figure with growing trepidation. Beads of perspiration formed on his forehead, and his right eyelid twitched uncontrollably. Taking a deep breath, Sima Yunhan wiped the sweat from his brow, staring at his damp palm, muttering to himself, "Is this sweat? No, it must be rain. How could such a being make me sweat?" Gazing up at the sky, he saw not a single cloud in sight. The sun blazed fiercely, enough to scorch the Europeans to a crisp. The servant recoiled slightly, perplexed, and inquired, "My lord, it isn't raining." With a swift gesture, a finger was raised, and in an instant, the soul was obliterated. The hall echoed with Sima Yunhan's furious roar. "What nonsense? Do I need you to say that?" As he beheld the ominous figure drawing ever closer, Sima Yunhan could no longer conceal his inner trepidation. It was terrifying. This individual, even within the Chongqing family, would be formidable enough to contend for the title of Divine Son. At merely 26 years of age, he stood at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the true immortal realm. Within the Sima clan, he was a core direct descendant. Were it not for the opportunity bestowed upon him by the elders of his clan, he would likely never have had the chance to touch the divine position in his lifetime. Even if he succeeded in this endeavor, he understood all too well that he would only be a candidate for the Divine Son, a mere companion to the true Divine Son, unable to ascend to the role himself. Yet, even so, he was more than willing. With this aura of distinction, he would inevitably become a pillar of his clan in the future. However, the terror exuded by Lin You was something he had only witnessed among the genuine contenders for the Divine Son. "No, I must flee at once. If the task cannot be accomplished, I can always return and face punishment from my clan. As a core descendant, once the elders intervene to plead for me, I will still survive, but remaining here would surely mean death." Sima Yunhan gasped for breath, and within mere seconds, he had made his decision. Losing his future was trivial compared to losing his life. With this thought in mind, he turned to flee, abandoning any semblance of the lofty dignity of the Chongqing family. Behind him, Lin Yu's fierce shout resonated, "Stop right there. Aren't you from the Chongqing family? Looking into my eyes. Let us see if your neck is tougher than a man's." The mere sound of that shout sent Sima Yunhan's heart racing in terror. He stumbled and scrambled away. And as he saw Lin You closing in, he shouted, "It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Please, let us just call it quits. I promise I'll never meddle in this matter again. If you kill me, you will offend the Sima family of the Chongqing clan. You won't survive this." Lin You scoffed, "Oh really? Are you threatening me? Take this." A sharp sword light pierced through the void, heading straight for Sima Yunhan. However, the distance was too great, and by the time it neared him, its power had diminished by half. Even so, Sima Yunhan was still thrown back, spitting blood in shock. In his panic, he produced the Sima family's black gold token. "Brother, you've struck me, you've vented your anger. Can we not shake hands and make peace?" This token was a treasure. To wield the Chongqing family's token was to represent them in the world, with benefits that were self-evident. Just look at Qin Feng back in the day. When the Zhuge family's token was revealed, even the ancestor of the Yulong cave had to apologize. Yet Lin You seemed oblivious, shattering the token with a single strike. "To hell with you. Kneel and speak. And let me tell you, I detest that phrase. I'm no horse to be ridden. Chapter 73. I have lost my temper. Truly lost my temper. As the words left his lips, another sword struck forth. Now, Lin You, at the pinnacle of the true immortal realm ninth heaven. Wielding the white tiger golden light sword and a celestial grade technique, possessed an unparalleled might, rare among his contemporaries. With a single stroke, he sent Sima Yunhan sprawling, blood gushing from his mouth as if it were free. The force of the blow hurled him 100 meters away. Yet, this young scion of the Chongqing family quickly rose again, his speed undiminished, even enhanced. He roared, Lin You, do not force my hand. After all, I am a disciple of the Chongqing family. Do not presume upon my courtesy. We are both geniuses, both at the ninth heaven of the true immortal realm. If you push me too far, I will fight you to the death. Lin Yu's brows furrowed deeply, his expression contorted. For heaven's sake, would you please just stop? I genuinely fear I might not be able to kill you. Just wait for me. Frustration coursed through him. Unlike the other elders who had been coerced into complicity, Lin You had marked this instigator for death. Given that he had already offended the Chongqing family beyond repair, what was the alternative? Waiting to return home for the new year. Lin You summoned all his strength, daring not to strike. For each time he swung his sword, that fellow fled faster than a rabbit. In mere moments of pause, Sima Yunhan could vanish hundreds of miles away. He feared that if he swung again, the adversary would elude him entirely. Wait, we can talk. Please come back. We can clarify matters face to face. Lin You extended his consciousness over vast distances, hoping to halt his opponent's flight. However, Sima Yunhan, sharper than a monkey, did not look back and dashed into the void, crossing over. Do you take me for a fool? The murderous intent you've gathered is practically pressing against my forehead. You think I would entertain a conversation? Lin You nearly spat out a mouthful of blood in frustration. Yet he persisted. Brother, I've called you brother. Trust me. Let us talk face to face. Sima Yunhan continued his relentless pace. Put down your sword. Lin You responded, brother. Sima Yunhan retorted. You say the Lin family does not deceive the Sima family. If you deceive, you are not a Lin family member. Lin You pressed his lips together, unable to utter the insincere words. Instead, he resorted to provocation. Coward, return and fight me. Where is the dignity of the Chongqing family? Where is the pride of the genius? Sima Yunhan ignored him completely. I do not represent the Sima family. I have no face. Do not disturb me. Lin You cursed under his breath. Are you truly impervious to both threats and persuasion? This is madness. According to the script, should you not rebuke me as an insignificant ant and then return to sever my head? Lin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. That scoundrel was extraordinarily swift. Whether he could fight was uncertain, but he was certainly adept at fleeing. No matter how fast Lin You pursued, he could barely glimpse the tail lights of his opponent. Was the Sima family specialized in evasion? Gritting his teeth, Lin You forcibly reversed the flow of spiritual energy within him, concentrating it into a single point. With fierce determination, he activated the yellow Emperor sword cannon. Under the unification of 9 swords into one, a dazzling sword light tore through the void, finally striking solidly against Sima Yunhan. The latter stumbled, the distance between them abruptly reduced by a third. If you strike me again, I shall truly lose my temper. I am of the Chongqing clan, do not provoke me. Lin Yu's face flushed with anger as he roared towards the heavens. Then why don't you just stop? Thus, the two engaged in a relentless chase, creating 2 ethereal rainbows of spiritual energy throughout the entire 6th star domain. Wherever they passed, numerous factions were left bewildered. The elders who had narrowly escaped and were preparing to flee were rendered speechless by the sight. Goodness, are they even human? I have lived for tens of thousands of years and have never witnessed anyone daring to pursue the Chongqing clan. What kind of monstrosity is this? It is utterly outrageous. In my opinion, the Chongqing clan is not invincible. They ought to evade Lin You. Even the elders reprimanded their disciples, saying, what did I tell you? If you cannot defeat Lin You, can you blame me for your lack of skill? Previously, I managed to survive by a stroke of luck. And you all secretly rolled your eyes, claiming I couldn't even defeat a mere 18-year-old. And now what is the outcome? The Chongqing clan must kneel. Haizi chuckled to himself, enjoying the spectacle of humiliation. It is not that I lack skill. Fortunately, my peers are holding up the comparison well. With the contrast to Sima Yunhan, no one would dare say they were frightened away by Lin You alone. What now? If you are capable, step up. In the void, the verbal battle continued, the spittle flying as if it could form a river. Facing Lin Yu's relentless pursuit, Sima Yunhan was filled with regret. Was it not better to remain a leisurely young master at home? Why must he meddle in this chaotic affair? You scoundrel Dai Wenjiao, you have brought about my ruin. The most infuriating part was that this was merely the 6th star domain. How could such a monstrous presence exist? It was terrifying. That feeling of helplessness was suffocating, like a constrictor snake wrapping around him. Despite being of the same realm and cultivation, He was utterly outmatched. His techniques and equipment could not compete. The Sima clan also possessed heavenly-grade techniques, but achieving a minor proficiency at 26 was already a remarkable talent. Yet Lin You had reached the pinnacle of perfection. By what right? Damn it! Do not force me. Sima Yunhan bellowed. You have said this 100 times. I truly beg you, do not run. Lin You spoke with a bitter sense of helplessness. As the two were on the brink of escaping the 6-star domain, Lin You felt a surge of urgency. With the prestige of the Changxing clan, once the opponent entered another star domain, who knew how many allies they could summon? At that point, not only would he fail to kill him, but he would also be in dire straits himself. Just then, a figure shot forth from the void. It was the elder of the Yulong cave. Upon seeing him, Sima Yunhan froze in place. He quickly spoke. Friend, no, senior. Please help me. Just delay Lin You for a moment. Merely a breath's time will suffice. In the future, whatever you desire, I will do my utmost to fulfill your wishes. The Sima clan will certainly not treat you unfairly. Before he could finish his plea, the elder of Yulong cave roared in fury, his hair and beard standing on end, unleashing a formidable divine power directly towards Sima Yunhan. Curse the Changxing clan. You don't even know who I am, do you? Do you dare to threaten the Yulong cave with destruction? My elder brother has yet to utter a word. What gives you the right to speak? At this, Sima Yunhan was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, he witnessed the ancestral figure of Yulong cave, seemingly driven mad, charging towards him. Instinctively, he raised his hand to unleash a divine power, managing to repel the oncoming threat. Yet, before he could catch his breath, another figure had already blocked his path. Run? I wonder how many legs you think you have to escape with. Lin You brandished his sword, a sinister grin adorning his face. While casting an approving glance at the ancestor of Yulong cave, the elder patted his chest, giving a thumbs up. Brother, leave it to me. I've got this. In that fleeting moment when the ancestor of Yulong cave was momentarily delayed, Lin You had already closed the gap. Confronted by the embodiment of death, Sima Yunhan felt his throat tighten. What puzzled him even more was why Yulong cave dared to strike against him. What are you playing at? I am from the Changxing family, he thought. There was no time for contemplation. Sima Yunhan took a deep breath, his aura slowly coalescing to its zenith. Lin You, I am truly enraged. Chapter 74, Blessing the Alliance? Lin You smirked, raising an eyebrow as the white tiger golden light sword radiated a chilling sword intent. In the realm of true immortals, paired with celestial-grade techniques and weapons, his might was unparalleled and transcendent. Flashing a confident smile, he declared, Today, either I will slay you, or I will still slay you. Sima Yunhan's complexion turned ashen. He clenched his jaw and lowered his head, emitting a low, thunderous roar. His aura surged, scattering the clouds high above in the 9th layer of the heavens. As a disciple of the Changxing family, do you truly believe I have come this far without merit? Sima Yunhan raised his gaze, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Lin You, you are undoubtedly powerful. Even within the Changxing family, your talents are among the elite, capable of contending for the position of the young master. But you underestimate me, Sima Yunhan. Today, I shall show you what it means to embody immortality. With that, Sima Yunhan unleashed an overwhelming pressure that reverberated throughout the cosmos. Within this 6th-tier star domain, a disciple from the Changxing family stood as an invincible force. The terrifying aura compelled even the Yulong cave elder, also a true immortal, to step back in trepidation. This is a disaster. When immortals clash, I am the one who suffers. The elder of Yulong cave swallowed hard, his heart pounding like a drum. This was his first encounter witnessing a member of the Changxing family in action, and even as just a disciple. The innate aura of superiority emanating from Sima Yunhan filled him with profound dread. Countless gazes converged upon this scene. In the 6th-tier star domain, those elders who had been prepared to flee paused their actions. The Changxing family, can they prevail? They too were eager to witness how the defiant Lin You would fare against the Changxing family. You force my hand. Kill. With Sima Yunhan's furious roar, the void shattered, and the heavens trembled. A brilliant divine light erupted from his palm, as if he intended to pour forth all his might into this confrontation. A radiant aura capable of shattering the resolve of fellow cultivators erupted from his being. In the next instant, a sword's cry reverberated through the void. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The once unparalleled Sima Yunhan found his movement stilled. Lin You blinked his large eyes and stepped forward slowly. Hello? Who is speaking? Sima Yunhan's mouth gaped in an attempt to articulate words, yet no sound emerged. He raised his hand, his eyes filled with incredulous astonishment, tightly clutching his throat. Crimson blood trickled down his fingertips. A swift strike to the throat. How could this be possible? Sima Yunhan collapsed to the ground as if his strength had been utterly drained, his vision gradually blurring. His insides were torn apart by that sword intent, and even his very soul felt cleaved. He died without comprehending why, in this battle of equals, he had been so utterly vanquished. In an instant, countless ancestral figures descended into madness. They bared their teeth in fear, akin to witnessing a primordial behemoth. Their suppressed emotions erupted uncontrollably. What the hell? He died just like that? As easily as slaughtering a chick? Come on, man. Isn't that the Qin family? What on earth just transpired? A single strike, a single strike. The ancestor of the Yulong cave stood frozen, petrified in place. As an observer, he had anticipated a cataclysmic battle, perhaps lasting 3 days and nights. Or at the very least, several hundred exchanges between celestial beings. Yet, you tell me you dispatched a member of the Qin family with such blinding speed? Initially prepared to flee and seek refuge, he now stood dazed, unable to regain his senses for a long while. What could be more shocking than this? Lin You nonchalantly turned to depart, casually remarking as he left, "You are the ancestor of Yulong Cave, aren't you? Fine. From now on, you govern the 6-star domain. If anyone disagrees, let them come find me." Only then did the ancestor of Yulong Cave snap back to reality. He gazed at Lin Yu's retreating figure, incredulous. Such a momentous and grave matter was resolved so hastily? Shouldn't there have been some ceremony, perhaps gathering the notable figures of the 6-star domain for a few words? Seeing Lin Yu grow increasingly distant, the ancestor of Yulong Cave shouted, "Wait, shouldn't we establish some sort of alliance? At least give it a name." Lin Yu waved his hand, not turning back. Yet his voice echoed throughout the entire 6th-star domain. The Alliance of Blessings. So be it. The ancestor of Yulong Cave's lips twitched. The Alliance of Blessings? Is it a blessing, or simply a farce? This was exceedingly reckless. Yet there was something undeniably charming about the young man's silhouette. In an instant, a group of ancestors, who were preparing to flee due to their offense against the Qin family, halted. Does this mean we do not need to run for the time being? It seems that way. But what if the Qin family comes after us? What are you afraid of? Our elder stands before us. If the Qin family seeks vengeance, they will come for him first. That makes sense. As they rejoiced at not having to abandon their ancestral heritage, suddenly, a clever fellow had crossed the void, hastily approaching the venerable ancestor of the Dragon Pool Cave. One of them draped a cloak over him, bowing and nodding as he spoke. Lin Yu and his companions were unable to reach him. How could they curry favor with him? In the entire 6th-ranked star domain, who would not have to heed his countenance? Venerable Master Fan, I look forward to your guidance in the future. I am the master of Windstorm Valley. We met 3 centuries ago. The venerable ancestor of Dragon Pool Cave, Fan Rue, clicked his tongue and shook his head, saying, "It has been too long. I cannot recall." The master of Windstorm Valley smiled awkwardly, murmuring, "At that time, I even delivered a considerable amount of demon beast essence and treasures for refining Qi to Dragon Pool Cave." The venerable ancestor of Dragon Pool Cave elongated his tone, beaming with a smile. "Ah, Qinwei, I remember you, still such a fine figure." Those who had grievances with the venerable ancestor Fan Rue turned crimson with embarrassment. They wished to ingratiate themselves, but were at a loss for words. "I have sparred with 2 disciples of Dragon Pool Cave." Fan Rue raised an eyebrow, speaking with a forced smile. "I cannot recall that." "It's fine. I hold no grudges." In an instant, the man's countenance turned more ghastly than if he had consumed excrement. "No grudges? Then why are you gritting your teeth and glaring at me?" The crowd encircled the venerable ancestor Fan Rue as if cradling the moon, shoving spiritual stones and precious materials into his hands as if they were worthless, their faces adorned with flattery and obsequiousness. For everyone was aware that in the future, in the 6th-ranked star domain, only one person would have the final say, Lin You. And this fellow was Lin Yu's foremost confidant. Who would dare offend him? The venerable ancestor of Dragon Pool Cave was in high spirits, relishing his newfound authority, chastising the once equal ancestral figures like a teacher admonishing his disciples. With a grand gesture, he pointed towards the dreaming Lake Star domain. "That is my elder brother. Be cautious." Chapter 75, Please stand with the Zhuge family. Ding. Mission accomplished. Reward, critical hit roulette x6. Critical hit duration, 3 days. Reward, Chaos Taoist Cannon x1. Grade, unknown. Note, can unconditionally replicate and absorb the techniques of opponents. The grade of the Chaos Taoist Cannon increases with each absorption. Note, can use the critical hit to accelerate the incubation of the Taoist Cannon. Lin Family. Lin You leisurely sat in the courtyard, his cultivation having reached the zenith of the 6th-ranked star domain. Further training would not allow him to break through the restrictions imposed by the Qin family. To continue advancing, he would have to venture into the 5th-ranked star domain. Suddenly, he heard a prompt from the system in his mind, causing him to stand abruptly from his seat. Me? Does this mean a cultivation system? If I consume one, will it grant experience to the Chaos Taoist Cannon? The universe is vast. If I could absorb everything, would I not be invincible? With this thought, Lin You could not help but experiment. He clicked his tongue and opened the gate to the blessed land, where the 8 elders were cultivating. Without waiting for them to regain their senses, Lin You tugged at the elder, pulling him out. Elder 8, let us not beat around the bush. Strike me. Elder 8 instinctively took 2 steps back, tilting his head back. Have you always found me unsatisfactory? Seizing the opportunity, one intends to confront their uncle. Allow me to elucidate. The principles of seniority and respect must not be disregarded. Your 8th uncle, though somewhat brash with his words, does not warrant such extreme measures. Lin You found himself at a loss for words. This matter eluded clear explanation, particularly regarding the existence of the chaotic Dao canon. Thus, he had no choice but to act decisively. With his fingers poised, a tangible sword chi erupted from his fingertips. The 8th elder, taken aback, bellowed, "You insolent brat. Are you serious?" The instinctual response of a cultivator compelled him to activate his techniques in rapid succession. Boom. A fierce clash ensued. Ding. Absorbed earth-level technique. Chi Shao Fist. Absorbed profound-level technique. Angered Dragon's Roar. Absorbed profound-level technique. Surging Wave Seal. Chaotic Dao Cannon. 1100. Grade. Lower yellow level. Technique Proficiency. Chi Shao Fist 1100. Angered Dragon's Roar 1100. Surging Wave Seal 1100. The seasoned veteran truly lived up to his reputation. In the span of a mere second, he unleashed 3 formidable techniques. Following this encounter, Lin You comprehended the application of the chaotic Dao canon fully. The 8th elder glared furiously, calling out to his companions in the blessed land. Brothers, take a look. This young lad has grown wings and dares to strike at me. This is utterly outrageous. Without hesitation, Lin You pressed several 100,000 spirit stones into the elder's hands. Then, amidst the elder's bewildered gaze, he once again placed him into the blessed land. It warrants contemplation on how to navigate this 5th-tier star domain. Moreover, the Sima family would likely not let this matter rest. Thus preparations must commence promptly. In the Qin family, within a secret chamber, an exuberant shout erupted from a handsome youth. I have broken through. At last, I stand on the same level as Lin You once more, having attained the 1st layer of the martial god realm. Truly, I am a genius. If I can catch up to such a prodigy, who else could the Zhuge family possibly value? With a vigorous kick, Qin Feng flung open the chamber door. Bloodshot eyes, beads of sweat resembling marbles, and a face caked in dust all bore testament to his arduous training over the past days. Following the previous setback, he had secluded himself. Fearing his lower cultivation level, not a second could be wasted. Not only did he practice fervently within the Qin family, but he also procured numerous rare, innate spiritual essences from the Zhuge family. His cultivation surged exponentially, ultimately achieving the 1st layer of the martial god realm. After reveling in his breakthrough, Qin Feng suddenly sensed an unusual silence in the air. He glanced left and right, finally spotting his father standing outside. A look of bitterness etched across his face. What is going on? Father, why the sour expression? I have ascended to the martial god realm. Oughtn't you to be joyous? Why do you look as if I am a failure? Qin Feng's father stood rooted, lips parted as if to speak, yet hesitated, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. He was all too aware of his son's temperament. His talent was indisputable, and he possessed a commendable sense of righteousness. Yet his resilience in the face of adversity was somewhat fragile. The 6th-tier star domain was currently in turmoil due to Lin Yu's actions. To suggest that he alone reigned supreme would not be an exaggeration. If his son were to learn that Lin Yu had already ascended to the 9th layer of the true immortal realm, he personally executed a member of the Changxing family. I fear that Qin Feng may faint from anger. Speak up, father. What is the matter? Seeing his father's peculiar expression, Qin Feng couldn't help but frown. After a moment of hesitation, the head of the Qin family finally spoke hesitantly. My son, there is indeed something I wish to discuss with you. However, we had a prior agreement. Regardless of what it is, you must brace yourself mentally. Qin Feng, with a sense of bravado, placed his hands on his hips and retorted, Father, your words are rather condescending. Have you forgotten the caliber of genius that I am? Is there anything in this world that I cannot bear? Impossible. Hearing this, the head of the Qin family breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that his earlier association with Lin Yu had not been in vain. Indeed, Qin Feng had matured significantly. He then divulged the entire matter, initially believing it to be of little consequence, considering Lin Yu's extraordinary nature, which defied conventional understanding. However, to his astonishment, the once proud Qin Feng, who had recently experienced a breakthrough in his cultivation, gradually became solemn as he listened, his once bright eyes widening in disbelief. His hands, previously placed firmly on his hips, fell limply to his sides. Once he had heard everything, Qin Feng stood there, breathing heavily as if he had just completed a marathon, his chest heaving. His handsome face turned dark and purple from suppressed emotions. Finally, he could no longer contain his fury. What the hell? Qin Feng roared skyward. Why? No. In the next moment, he rolled his eyes and fainted on the spot. Was it truly that easy to break through to the true immortal realm? What did my efforts amount to? What of my relentless pursuit? Was it not agreed that I was a once-in-a-million-year genius? Did not the Chongqing family admire my talents? Why? The head of the Qin family was utterly bewildered, rushing forward to pinch Qin Feng's acupoint. Quickly, summoned the celestial physician. Save him. He regretted having mentioned Lin You at such a moment. Anyone would struggle to endure such news. The urgency of the Qin family head was palpable as he hurriedly attempted to comfort his son. My dear, it is not that you lack excellence. It is simply that Lin You is too exceptional. There, let us not compare ourselves to him. He is a child of another family. At worst, we can follow in the footsteps of those ancestors and become Lin Yu's subordinate. Having lived half a lifetime, I have seen it all. Being able to take things lightly is what truly matters. Just as Qin Feng, who had recently regained consciousness thanks to the celestial physician, heard these words, he felt a surge of resentment. He suddenly spat out blood in fury. Is this how you comfort someone? The head of the Qin family wore a bitter expression. Having been the leader of the Qin family for so long, he was unaccustomed to such words. Did I err in attempting to console you? Fuming, Qin Feng rose and seized a blue-green token, striding towards the door. The Qin family head hurriedly inquired, where are you going? Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively. I am going to seek assistance from the Zhuge family. That brat Lin You can only be defeated by me. The Sima family shall not bully us with their power. Chapter 76, Zhuge Chongqing. In the third star domain, within a solemn grand hall, indistinct figures stood in high positions, exuding an aura of celestial majesty with every gesture. Merely seated there, their authority surged like a vast ocean, instilling fear in all who beheld them. Suddenly, a crisp sound of shattering resonated within the hall. A figure opened his eyes, revealing a pair of icy orbs reminiscent of the chilling fires of the underworld. He spoke softly, as if recounting a matter of little significance. Yunhan of the Cloud Han has perished. Upon hearing this, the other divine figures in the hall slowly opened their eyes as well. There was no trace of sorrow or compassion, only a cold indifference akin to viewing mere tools. A worthless being, unable to soar even in a mere sixth-tier star domain. Such a despicable individual is unworthy of the title of eternal life. His death is inconsequential. The others nodded in agreement. Yet soon, the figure in the main seat spoke again. This is reasonable. However, the Chongqing family must not be insulted. Let the Dark Guards take action. Eradicate all associated with the sixth-tier star domain, Lin You and the Lin family. As his words fell, dozens of figures emerged outside the hall, akin to assassins concealed in the shadows. Even at close range, their faces remained indistinguishable. The leading man knelt on one knee. The voice from within the hall declared, Sima Yunhan, 3 generations, expelled from the family tree. 6th-tier star domain, Lin You, Lin family, annihilated in spirit. Is that understood? The man respectfully lowered his head and acknowledged before turning to depart. Yet, before he could exit the grand hall, a chilling roar echoed from within. Zhuge Chongqing, how dare you trespass into the Sima family estate? Do you truly believe the Sima family dares not act against you? The moment the voice resonated, an infinite expanse of sky erupted from the depths, transforming into a radiant aurora that spanned the heavens. A resounding, exuberant laughter followed. Why must the elder be so enraged? The dispute among the younger generation shall be settled by themselves. Such behavior would surely bring disgrace to the Chongqing family. Immediately after, a figure emerged from the void. Clad in blue and white robes, wielding a folding fan, his countenance adorned with a perfectly measured smile. Even as he entered the Sima estate alone, he remained unfazed. A sinister chuckle echoed within the grand hall. I had thought it was a matter of great import, yet it has stirred the genius of the Zhuge family. By your words, do you intend to protect that Lin You? A faint aura of menace emanated from the hall. Zhuge Chongqing seemed unfazed, nodding to himself. Not I who wishes to protect him, but rather my brothers from the Zhuge family. It is merely a request from him on his first visit. Can we, the Zhuge family, refuse? As his voice fell, the murderous intent within the hall nearly solidified into form. A crimson gale spread from the ceiling, ensnaring the entire world in an abyss of darkness. Compared to that insignificant creature, the Sima family finds greater interest in snuffing you out in your cradle. Has your master not taught you? Entering a tiger's den can lead to death? With a thunderous boom, a sharp beam of light shot forth from the hall, aimed directly at Zhuge Chongqing. Its might enough to shake the heavens. Even an ordinary Xianxian would likely perish at that moment. Yet, Zhuge Chongqing merely laughed heartily, gently waving his folding fan, unleashing a cascade of starlight that shattered the murderous intent. The younger generation is timid. Do not jest with me, elder. The Zhuge family might take it seriously. If the two families truly engaged in a life-and-death struggle, I fear the elder would not be able to control the situation. A rare silence enveloped the hall. Zhuge Changqing slowly spoke, drawing a token from his waist. From this day forth, Lin You is the celestial inspector of the Zhuge family. According to the laws of longevity, no one may act against him without consequence. Those who defy this decree shall face the might of the imperial clan. A cold laugh echoed in the hall. What of the inspector of the Sima family who dared to kill him? Zhuge Changqing waved his hand grandly, summoning the immense power of heaven and earth before him. Scenes from the sixth-tier star domain unfolded like projections in the void, clearly depicting the actions of two celestial inspectors and the covert collusion of the Su family. At this juncture, the truth became evident. Zhuge Changqing stated calmly, the Sima family's inspector brought this upon himself and is thus deserving of death. Sima Yunhan disregarded the laws of longevity, audaciously entering the sixth-tier star domain in an attempt to instigate a war of extermination. By law, he must be punished. Are you satisfied with this outcome, esteemed elder? In just a few words, Zhuge Changqing had extricated the Sima family from the matter, attributing the actions of the celestial inspectors and Sima Yunhan entirely to their own volition, providing both substance and face for them. Now it awaited a response from the Sima family. The myriad realms of the universe are vast. Even the family of longevity cannot act with impunity. After a prolonged silence, a heavy echo resonated within the hall. What if my Sima family chooses to act recklessly? Zhuge Changqing smiled faintly, revealing a row of white teeth, and calmly replied, I hold great admiration for Lin You. He surpasses even the son-in-law of my Zhuge family. Such an opponent is rare indeed. Should the Sima family wish to act recklessly, let them try against my Zhuge family. This time, the great hall fell into silence once more. Zhuge Changqing seemed to grasp something, casually waving his hand with a smile. Thank you, esteemed elder. I have many matters to attend to at home, so I shall not stay for dinner. I take my leave. It was not until he had distanced himself that the chilling echo of the Sima family could be heard. In the Dragon Court, our Sima family awaits you. Zhuge Changqing returned to his clan, his eyes sparkling as he looked at the eager Qin Feng. It is settled. Bring this token to Lin You. Henceforth, he shall be the inspector of the Zhuge family. Once you return from the sixth-tier star domain, you may enter the Star Sea spiritual pool. Qin Feng excitedly accepted the azure token. The characters for Lin You etched on its back with an intensity that seemed to pierce the heavens. Good. He had just taken 2 steps when a look of confusion crossed his face as he turned back. Wasn't the Star Sea spiritual pool something I was to exchange for? Can I still enter? Zhuge Changqing replied with mild exasperation. What else can be done? Should I let you live your life always under someone else's shadow? You are, after all, the son-in-law of the Zhuge family. It would be quite disgraceful to say otherwise. The pool is meant for those who aspire to be divine. But given your exceptional talent, you will certainly attain longevity in due time. To squander this opportunity would be detrimental to your future cultivation. Qin Feng looked at him with a hint of gratitude. Others may not understand, but he was acutely aware of the significance. The Star Sea spiritual pool is an extraordinary treasure refined from the Tao fruits of the myriad realms by the Zhuge family. Even the most ordinary cultivator, upon absorbing even a fraction of it, could experience a profound transformation in their essence and cultivation, let alone entering it directly. Initially, he harbored concerns that Lin You might face retribution from the Sima family, thus relinquishing his quota for the spirit pool as a means of exchange. Unexpectedly, this future head of the Zhuge family still allocated the quota to him. Gazing at the man before him, who was only slightly older, Qin Feng nodded in gratitude, saying, Thank you. I shall refrain from unnecessary pleasantries. I, Qin Feng, will remember this. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to speak up. Zhuge Changqing acknowledged him with a nod, urging him to act swiftly, for the Star Sea spirit pool would open in 3 days. At this moment, within the realm of the 5th-rank stars, the Liuguang clan was in an uproar. Elders quarreled vehemently in the hall. The Su family has perished, so be it. We had no ties with them to begin with. Why must we involve ourselves in such murky waters? One elder slammed his hand on the table in fury. This is not merely a matter of connection, it is a matter of face. Who within the 5th and 6th rank star realms does not know that the Su family was under our Liuguang clan's protection? To be so easily vanquished without a sound, what face shall we have left when we venture out? Upon his words, many elders nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of his argument. The loss is trivial, but the dignity is paramount. If our Liuguang clan stands idly by today, we shall earn no respect in the future. The assembly split into 2 factions. One side deemed it unnecessary to intervene in the affairs of the 6th-rank stars, while the other sought to eliminate the audacious ant that dared to leap. Just then, the clan leader, seated at the head of the table, spoke. Furrowing his brow, he slowly rose, an aura of authority enveloping the hall. rendering it silent. Enough. This concerns our clan's dignity. We must act. In the Lin family estate, Lin You reclined in a grand armchair, basking luxuriously in the sunlight. His cultivation had reached the 9th layer of the true immortal realm, and he possessed 6 ordinary critical strike cards. Yet the dilemma was that further cultivation was futile for him. He could only allow his external avatar to cultivate. Previously, he had absorbed the essence of a green sprite entirely, causing his external avatar to revert to the body refinement realm. He needed to do nothing. Simply waiting for the sensation of a breakthrough was delightful. With eyes closed, Lin You silently gauged the cultivation speed of the green sprite within him. Go for it. Little green, you can do it. Though merely ordinary critical strike cards, he had 6 of them. His external avatar remained silent, merely shivering slightly. At that moment, a figure appeared, hastily emerging from the void. Ah, is that not our esteemed young Master Qin? What brings you here in such a rush? Just so we're clear, if you intend to fight, I shall not hold back. Upon seeing Qin Feng, Lin You couldn't suppress a smile. This fellow was predictable. He was either seeking a brawl or was en route to one. Yet, in his current state as a 9th layer true immortal, he knew he could not match up. Qin Feng regarded Lin You, silently cursing him as a freak. Frustrated, he waved his hand dismissively. A token swiftly flew from his sleeve. Let us not fight just yet. I shall return in due time. I come bearing news. You need not worry about the Chongqing family for the time being. The Zhuge family has intervened on your behalf. This is the token of the Zhuge family. From now on, you shall be the celestial inspector. Lin You stared at the other person with a hint of surprise. Gripping the heavy token in his hand, he couldn't help but frown. This favor is indeed significant. Although he was unaware of the price Qin Feng had paid, the mere mention of the Chongqing family carried immense weight. Clearly an adversary, yet this young man. No, wait. Upon this realization, Lin You instinctively took 2 steps back, regarding the other with a peculiar expression. I must clarify, I accept the favor. However, physical contact between men is inappropriate. Qin Feng, who had been anticipating Lin Yu's gratitude, was momentarily taken aback by these words. He too retreated 2 steps, gesticulating wildly. What nonsense are you spouting? I am straight. I merely do not wish for you to be defeated by anyone else. In this world, only I possess the capability to defeat you. As his words hung in the air, an oppressive silence enveloped them. Lin You remained with an expression of bewilderment, clutching the token in his hand, feeling somewhat uneasy. The tension in the atmosphere gradually thickened. After an indeterminate period, Qin Feng cleared his throat first. I must go train at the Zhuge family now. Your status is assured. If you wish, you may explore on your own. The next time we meet, I will surely defeat you. With that, Qin Feng hastily departed from the Lin family, leaving Lin You to disdainfully hold the azure blue token. He glanced back at his uncles, who were engrossed in their cultivation within the blessed land. Well then, since I have some free time, I shall see what the celestial inspectors are about. After consulting the elder of the Yulong cave, he soon arrived at the headquarters of the celestial inspectors in the 6th star domain. It was a completely abandoned, relatively small star domain. Just as he stepped inside, he was greeted by 2 individuals who hurriedly approached him with respect. Lord Lin, what brings you here? The 2, clad in black and red robes, lacked any semblance of the authority expected of inspectors, appearing more like common folk, their faces adorned with obsequious smiles. You know me? Lin You asked in astonishment. Of course, Lord Lin. Who in the entire 6th star domain does not recognize you? Even if you stood beside my father, I would recognize you first. The celestial inspectors lowered their stance significantly, fearing the wrath of the formidable figure before them. A man capable of even striking down members of the Chongqing family. The combined strength of everyone in their branch would not pose a challenge to him. Very well. To be concise, how does one reach the 5th star domain? Lin You turned, his consciousness permeating the entire branch. He discovered that aside from a handful of celestial inspectors, there was only a single teleportation portal remaining. He stepped towards the portal. The inspector beside him, visibly alarmed, quickly pleaded, Brother, you cannot use that portal. It is designated solely for the convenience of inspectors. It connects to the headquarters of the 5th star domain's inspectors, and if an outsider were to enter, it would certainly lead to trouble. If you wish to go to the 5th star domain, you must either ascend with the Lin family or go on your own. Lin You, growing impatient, turned back and casually tossed out a token. The Zhuge family token? The celestial inspector, Lin You. The pupils of the 2 individuals instantly dilated. What could this mean? It is well known that while an inspector may not be an extraordinary prodigy in isolation, they possess one undeniable trait: loyalty. Indeed, each inspector is meticulously selected by the Chongqing family. In the ordinary star realms, their strength and methods are undeniably formidable. Moreover, Lin You had just offended the Sima family. How could he possibly ascend to the rank of celestial inspector? Yet, before they could fully comprehend the situation, Lin You stepped into the teleportation array and vanished from sight. In the 5th rank star realm, at the headquarters of the inspectors, figures donned in identical black and red robes were positioned at either end, each pair of eyes radiating a fierce and intimidating glint. It was as if those across from them were not colleagues, but rather sworn enemies. Seated at the main table was a man with a full beard and a rotund physique, leisurely holding a teacup and blowing gently on the steam. Only when someone beside him discreetly reminded him, "My lord, we may begin shortly," did the bearded man lazily raise his gaze and take a delicate sip of tea. Responding nonchalantly, "Is everyone here?" The man previously mentioned replied respectfully, "Almost, my lord." Those below the 5th rank star realm, who possess the capability to contend for the position of the 10,000 realms, have all arrived. The bearded man acknowledged with a grunt. This matter was of grave importance. Although we are all inspectors representing the Qin family in our travels, distinctions must be made. Inspectors must adhere to the protocols of their station. We shall conduct a thorough roll call, and once confirmed without error, they may compete freely. The man replied dutifully, "Yes, my lord." Following this, he gently caressed the air, and a floral roster woven from jade appeared in his hands. One by one, names were called. A fervent spark ignited in the eyes of the 100 inspectors present. The inspectors are categorized into 6 ranks: ordinary celestial inspectors, 10,000 realms inspectors, 3rd rank inspectors, 2nd rank inspectors, 1st rank inspectors, and Qin family appointed inspectors. Each level signifies a substantial leap in power. Although they represent various Qin families, the position of inspector is a collective establishment by all. Ordinary inspectors may only enforce justice in instances of catastrophic events, but they cannot act autonomously or become embroiled in family disputes. 10,000 realms inspectors, however, possess the authority to execute first and report later, and they can command 3 ordinary inspectors. As for those above the 3rd rank, they are prominent figures stationed at sub-branches or guarding specific territories. The Qin family appointed inspectors wield unparalleled influence. As long as the Qin remains, none dare to challenge their supremacy. As names were called in succession, just as the bearded man nodded in acknowledgement, a figure abruptly emerged from the teleportation portal, manifesting within the hall. Lin You scratched his head, surveying the menacing crowd. Hello? In unison, the array of black and red figures turned to face the somewhat juvenile Lin You, unable to suppress their ire. Who is this impudent brat who dares to intrude upon the 5th rank inspector's branch? Has he a death wish? An insignificant insect, daring to defy celestial authority, must be punished. Execute him, behead him as a warning to others. A seasoned individual revealed a smile imbued with intrigue. In an instant, 100 celestial inspectors unsheathed their long blades, the intent to kill thickening the air like a palpable force. It seemed that in the next heartbeat, a thunderous strike would ensue. Lin You furrowed his brow and spoke in a grave tone. "Ladies and gentlemen, are you not inclined to inquire further?" The celestial inspectors, exuding an air of superiority, met his words with derisive laughter. "Inquire? Shall we ask whence you hail? Or inquire about your name? Has no one taught you that there are places you ought not tread? If you seek your own demise, do not blame others." As the words fell, 2 celestial inspectors launched their assault. The ferocious winds surged like a dancing golden serpent, imbued with an unspeakable might, aimed directly at Lin You. Threefold in the true immortal realm, they were indeed formidable celestial inspectors. The onlookers, witnessing the spectacle, sheathed their blades, convinced Lin You was already a corpse. A mere child, scarcely 20 years of age. How formidable could his cultivation be? Surely, he could not surpass the martial immortal realm. Yet, in the next moment, the sound of swords echoed throughout the hall, the piercing intent saturating the very atmosphere. There was no time for reaction. The 2 inspectors, who had so brazenly attacked, let out screams of agony as their arms, still gripping their blades, were severed and fell to the ground. Crimson blood flowed from their limbs, an indescribable scent of iron permeating the air. Lin You slowly sheathed his white tiger golden light sword and wiped the blood from the blade before casting his gaze upon the crowd. "Is there anyone else who wishes to test their mettle? I am always at your service." Silence enveloped the hall, countless pairs of eyes widening in disbelief. A testament to their inner horror. A sharp clang resonated within the chamber as, almost instinctively, every inspector tensed and drew their long knives. However, they soon realized their mistake. Lin You had not moved, but rather, it was fear that caused some to drop their swords to the floor. A chorus of deep breaths filled the space, each heart pounding like a drum. Heaven knows what they had just witnessed. A mere youth had incapacitated 2 true immortal inspectors in the blink of an eye. What madness was this? Their nerves were so frayed that they could scarcely discern the sound of metal clashing. Lin You stepped forward, traversing towards the center of the assembly, seemingly oblivious to the presence of true immortals surrounding him. Observing their silence, he plunged his sword forcefully into the ground and thundered, "I am questioning you. Who else desires to test their prowess?" A powerful aura of malice radiated from him, the overwhelming presence of one who emerged unscathed from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Instantly, the celestial inspectors were left aghast, each feeling as though an insurmountable weight bore down upon their shoulders. The sheer pressure rendered them breathless, instilling a palpable fear. What terrifying strength! What a fearsome presence! Who on earth was this individual? Absolutely terrifying. The once carefree and light-hearted bearded man now stood utterly dumbfounded. He had initially assumed that Lin You was merely an ant that could be effortlessly crushed. To his astonishment, he had inadvertently stepped on a nail. As Lin Yu's gaze fell upon him, he could not suppress a shudder. What was happening? Why did he feel an inexplicable sense of dread when facing those seemingly ordinary eyes? After all, he was a cultivator of the Xianxian realm. With a sharp clatter, the bearded man instinctively rose, knocking over a teacup that fell to the ground, producing a crisp echo. "Who are you? Why do you intrude upon the jurisdiction of the 5th Star Domains Inspectorate? Do you not realize that this territory is under the edict of the Chongqing family? Any unauthorized entry by an inspector is a death sentence." Lin You merely smirked, and in an instant, a token flew from his hand, embedding itself into the wall. The crowd turned to look. The Zhuge family? Impossible. How could the Zhuge family have an inspector after so many years? The bearded man quickly composed himself, removed the token from the wall, and forced a smile. "Ah, so you are an inspector from the Zhuge family. A misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." Lin You accepted the token. "What? You're not going to kill me?" The bearded man hastily shook his head. "Even if it were possible, I wouldn't dare take such a liberty. Arbitrary slaughter among inspectors is a grave taboo. The previous two who acted rashly had it coming. My dear brother, it was merely a misunderstanding," he continued. "I am Feng Lang, the leader of the 5th Star Domains Inspectorate, a third-rank inspector. You must be here to contend for the position of the Universal Inspector, correct?" Lin You tucked the token into his robe and replied, "Not interested. I'm merely here to stroll through the 5th Star Domain." Feng Lang was taken aback, but quickly nodded in agreement. Indeed, such a minor position would hardly catch your attention. Very well, let the brothers below decide for themselves. Observing Lin Yu's calm demeanor and the azure token, Feng Lang had already concluded that Lin You had significant connections within the Zhuge family. With the Chongqing family flourishing, it had been years since the Zhuge family had produced an inspector. His sudden appearance, coupled with such formidable cultivation, suggested he might be related to a prominent figure. As a mere third-rank inspector, it was best for him to observe quietly and feign ignorance. With this thought, Feng Lang politely invited Lin You aside and turned to the crowd. "In that case, let the contest for the position of Universal Inspector commence. The rules are simple. After one incense stick burns down, the one who seizes the spirit pearl shall emerge victorious. Life and death are at your own discretion. The Universal Inspector holds the authority to command and can bring 3 inspectors from the heavens." Feng Lang raised his hand and tossed a spirit pearl into the air. The pearl, a symbol of power, floated gracefully, and for a moment, the onlookers even forgot their earlier fears, their gazes ablaze with desire for the pearl. The phrase after the fact held special significance. While it might seem trivial, the implications were profound. With the status, who dared to defy even a fraction of the will within the myriad realms? As the crowd prepared for a fierce confrontation, Lin Yu's voice suddenly resonated once more. "What did you just say?" Feng Lang was taken aback. This was the envoy of the 10,000 realms. Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively. "No, further back." "The position of the commander?" "Further still, to the very end. Perhaps bringing along the 3 envoys of the Celestial Patrol." Lin Yu abruptly rose, exclaiming, "Count me in. I wish to participate as well." Chapter 79. The farce has concluded. Feng Lang stared blankly at Lin Yu. In his mind, this esteemed individual was closely tied to the Zhuge family, a person of considerable influence. How could he possibly engage in such a battle? "You wish to join?" Lin Yu lifted his gaze calmly, responding, "Is that not permissible?" In an instant, Feng Lang could not suppress a shiver. What was this oppressive aura? He was clearly of a higher cultivation level, yet he felt an involuntary fear. Very well, it is certainly allowed. According to the rules, any envoy of the Celestial Patrol may participate. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu stepped into the crowd. He was indifferent to the title of envoy of the 10,000 realms, but the opportunity to establish his own faction was paramount. As the old saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. Having more allies could only be advantageous. With this in mind, Lin Yu inquired, "What rank allows one to bypass the Chongqing family and independently recruit envoys?" Feng Lang collected himself and replied, "According to the rules, a 3rd-tier envoy may replace the Chongqing family and autonomously recruit envoys under their command. However, it is uncommon for anyone to do so, as this role is typically bestowed by the higher-ups." Lin Yu waved his hand, Very well, let us begin. Instantly, the atmosphere in the hall grew dense once more. Over 100 envoys exchanged glances, each reflecting unease and confusion in their eyes. How many could truly match the strength displayed by this individual? If he participated, what chance did they have? Yet, under the allure of substantial rewards, some could not resist the temptation brought forth by the envoy of the 10,000 realms. Among them, a dozen or so exchanged looks and nodded in unison, stepping forward. My apologies, brother. Although we do not know you or your capabilities, the position of envoy of the 10,000 realms can only be held by us. You appear unfamiliar and quite young. Perhaps it would be better to wait for another opportunity? Lin You waved his hand, disinterested. A century is far too long. I strive for immediate results. The leader's expression darkened instantly. In that case, do not blame us for joining forces against you. After all, one must show respect to a strong opponent. In an instant, a dozen envoys at the 9th level of true immortal realm launched their assault together. The icy glint of their blades tore through the void, enveloping the grand hall in a chilling aura of death. The overwhelming might was astonishing, causing everyone to widen their eyes, eager to discern whether this enigmatic young man was truly stronger or if the combined strength of the envoys prevailed. It was worth noting that envoys, in their usual capacity, were indeed formidable figures. They were the cream of the crop, handpicked by the Qin family. Even if they were not the most prodigious, they could still be regarded as a talent of considerable merit. Amidst the onslaught of a dozen assailants, I observed that this youth had little chance of triumph. The seasoned inspector spoke gravely, and the others nodded in agreement. I concurred. After all, he was still too young. What does extraordinary talent matter? Combat experience, mental fortitude, and the composure required to face lethal strikes are all honed over time. Mere talent cannot secure an advantage against such formidable opponents. These individuals were all fierce contenders for the title of inspector across the myriad realms. Even Feng Lang, seated at the head of the assembly, could not help but click his tongue in astonishment at the audacity of this young man. The atmosphere was charged with an icy wind, and the air crackled with the energy of blades. An overwhelming pressure surged forth like a tidal wave. Even without direct confrontation, the onlookers could sense the weight of the impending clash. If it were them, victory would be utterly unattainable. Yet, Lin You remained motionless, rooted in place. With the cultivation of the 9th level of true immortal realm, coupled with the dual dragons of Yulin armor, this group, lacking even celestial level techniques, could hardly inflict any substantial harm upon him. In the blink of an eye, 100 exchanges had passed. Lin You casually raised his hand, stretching lazily amidst the fierce winds, and yawned. Have you all made your move? Please don't hold back. I tend to take things seriously, so put in some effort. What? The inspectors present were utterly bewildered. He was nonchalantly stretching while being besieged by over a dozen true immortal realm 9th level inspectors. What a jest. The poet within me is astounded. This is beyond mere cultivation. It must be the manifestation of an otherworldly demon. Could a cultivator's body truly achieve such feats? It was simply inconceivable. The encircling inspectors were filled with trepidation. Their veins bulged as the violent recoil nearly shattered their grips. Yet this individual seemed impervious to the onslaught. Give it your all. No holding back. The leader bellowed. If he falls, we stand a chance to vie for the position of inspector across the realms. If he remains undefeated, we will have no opportunity whatsoever. The leader unleashed his full strength, channeling his divine abilities. Although they had previously held back during the group assault, now they were genuinely committed to their efforts. In an instant, it felt as though the very roof of the grand hall would be torn asunder. The formation, which was initially meant to contain the aftermath of their clash, now emitted a pitiful wail under the strain. Feng Lang exhaled in relief, patting his chest. I told you, such a freakish individual could not possibly exist. I even wondered if my own cultivation at the mystical immortal level was a farce. However, he cannot perish just yet. If a significant figure were to pursue accountability, I would find myself in a difficult position. Feng Lang was prepared to intervene at a critical moment, hoping to both secure a favor and save a life. The air was filled with the thunderous roars of battle. The dozen true immortal cultivators were on the verge of expelling their very guts in desperation. Lin You raised his gaze, faintly sensing a hint of pressure. TSK, your skills are beginning to rival that of that furious fellow. Not quite enough, though. At this juncture, Lin You paused, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he pressed his palms against the void. In an instant, it seemed as though the grand hall had descended into silence. The farce had come to an end. With a resounding roar of a celestial sword, a brilliant white light erupted from the void. In the blink of an eye, it cleaved through a dozen true immortals, sending them sprawling like marionettes with severed strings. They collectively spewed forth blood, hurtling away like kites cut loose. One strike, merely one strike. It had shattered the ranks of over 10 true immortals at the 9th level of their realm. No, a spectator let out a desperate howl. It was not for the wounded, but rather a lamentation for the last flicker of hope that had vanished. Such power, who would dare challenge it? It was likely that even the esteemed Feng Lang seated above could not contend with it. This scoundrel had brazenly declared his intention to be the leader. No one present dared to utter a word of dissent. Why, oh why? After enduring for centuries as an inspector of the myriad realms, finally grasping the chance to become a universal overseer, where had this individual emerged from? Thud. The hope had been extinguished. Some could not bear the pressure and fell to their knees, consumed by sorrow. That figure was too formidable. So formidable that they dared not entertain even the slightest thought of resistance. Feng Lang was so frightened that his corpulent body trembled. He shakily lifted the teacup that had just been served. Clink, clink, clink. The sound of the cup clattering echoed sharply. Feng Lang's eyes were vacant as he struggled to swallow. He gazed at Lin You. That esteemed position, shall I offer it to you? To the esteemed audience witnessing this, I implore your favorable reviews. Thank you. Chapter 80. Achieving a 5,000,000 fold critical strike acceleration. Lin You gently waved his hand, the spiritual orb cradled in his palm. He surveyed the still-dazed crowd. This position, I shall occupy it. Is that acceptable? The inspectors shook their heads in disbelief, then hastily nodded in agreement. No problem. Brother, don't misunderstand. My head shaking means no issue, not refusal. If you don't take this position, who will? I have seniority. May I follow you from now on? Seeing the consensus among the crowd, Lin Yu's lips curled into a relaxed smile. The incense had merely just begun to burn. He stepped forward and extinguished it, thus signaling the end of the contest. The crowd exchanged glances, yet dared not utter a word. This fellow was more formidable than beasts. What difference did it make if the incense burned out? Could they still step forward to contest? Meanwhile, Feng Lang was already left in a state of shock. The words, "this position I occupy, is that acceptable?" echoed incessantly in his mind. No, my friend. I was merely speaking. You truly intend to oust me? He thought. I am also a cultivator of the profound celestial realm. With so many eyes upon us, do you not care for your dignity? As Lin You approached, Feng Lang's throat constricted nervously. He tentatively reached for the long knife at his waist, a position of the third-tier inspector he had fought to attain. There was no way he could relinquish it willingly. Just as he prepared to draw his weapon, Lin You amiably patted his shoulder and clarified, "Not you. I mean, the position of the universal overseer. That is mine." Feng Lang exhaled a sigh of relief. That was a close call. The position was secured. Wait a moment. Why does one feel fortunate? He steadied himself, increasingly convinced that Lin You was an extraordinary individual of great significance. He proclaimed in a resonant voice, "Thus it is settled. The inspector of all realms has been designated, and it is he." At this juncture, Feng Lang suddenly realized he did not even know the other's name. He turned around cautiously and inquired, "Brother, what is your name?" Lin You tossed out a token, revealing the name inscribed on its reverse. Inspector of all realms, Lin You. The announcement was complete. The gazes of everyone in the hall towards Lin You began to shift. From this day forth, Lin You would be their superior. Within the branch of the 5-grade star domain, his position was second only to Feng Lang. Given his youth and astonishing talent, none dared to offend him in the slightest. Being targeted by such an individual was akin to receiving a death warrant. Feng Lang politely returned the token. "Brother, about that. You can still recruit 3 additional inspectors from the myriad heavens. Do you have any leads? I am somewhat familiar with this 5-grade star domain, and if needed, I can provide a few recommendations." Lin You secured the token at his waist and waved his hand dismissively. "No need. I am quite fine on my own. I have other plans for this matter." Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Feng Lang felt it inappropriate to press further. Observing his nonchalant and disdainful demeanor, he became increasingly convinced that Lin You was sent by a significant figure. Sensing the spiritual energy of the 5-grade star domain and the subtle constraints of the heavens, Lin You promptly resolved to find a secluded spot to enter seclusion and break through. After all, it would be a shame to waste this rare opportunity. "Is there a place for the inspector of all realms to cultivate?" Feng Lang nodded repeatedly. "Indeed. A specific area will be designated solely for you within this star domain." Lin You nodded and casually pointed to a corner of the star domain. "Very well, I shall go there. Please refrain from disturbing me unless absolutely necessary." With that, he departed the grand hall without a backward glance, leaving Feng Lang and the other inspectors exchanging glances in bewilderment. 6 ordinary critical strike cards, all in use. Lin You found a tranquil spot to enter seclusion. He spoke softly, and 6 critical strike wheels materialized before his eyes. X2, X5, X10, X20, X50, X100. The pointers began to rotate slowly. Lin You paid little attention, as these were intended for his external avatar. After all, the talent of the green sprite far surpassed his own. Ultimately, he received one at 2 times, 1 at 5 times, 2 at 50 times, 1 at 20 times, and 1 at 10 times. Ding! You have gained 5,000,000 times critical strike acceleration. Please select the user. All to the external avatar. Usage successful. In an instant, Lin You, enveloped in a vibrant green aura, erupted with a formidable vortex, devouring the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth within the star domain of the inspectors, under the acceleration of 5 million times. The previously drained green sprite's cultivation surged at a visibly rapid pace. Body Refinement Realm, First Stage. Body Refinement Realm, Second Stage. Body Refinement Realm, Sixth Stage. Lin You nodded in satisfaction. The green sprite possessed high aptitude. Even upon reaching the martial immortal realm, its cultivation would not be as arduous as his own. This 5 million times acceleration would likely ensure it reached at least the martial god realm. Check the progress of the Chaos Dao Cannon. Chaos Dao Cannon. Yellow Class Intermediate. Absorption Techniques. Qishao Fist 5100. Angry Dragon Roar Strike 5100. Surging Wave Seal 5100. Skyward Slash. Chaos Dao Cannon 10,100. Note: achieving perfection in the Chaos Dao Cannon will unlock a mysterious technique. Lin You let out a sound of astonishment. Goodness! After merely engaging in combat with a handful of inspectors, his rank had ascended significantly. If he were to fight daily, would he not soar to greatness? As for the other insignificant techniques he had absorbed, Lin You found no interest in them. They were likely inferior to his own Yellow Emperor Sword Cannon. With this thought, Lin You tore open his storage bag, allowing the spirit stones he had brought from the Lin family to cascade forth. In an instant, they were absorbed by his external avatar, and his cultivation began to steadily rise. Within the Grand Hall, the inspectors had long departed. Feng Lang gazed towards the starry expanse, where the energy was being absorbed voraciously. His brow furrowed deeply. Such a cultivation method, capable of stirring the heavens and earth, could scarcely belong to someone so young. Even those golden immortals he had encountered did not possess such a capacity for absorbing spiritual energy. It was utterly terrifying. Truly, he was a product of a prestigious family. With this realization, Feng Lang felt immensely relieved by his earlier choice. How fortunate he was not to have offended him. Otherwise, tsk. Shaking his head, he lifted his teacup, barely taking a sip when the doors of the hall were forcefully kicked open. Bang! The resounding noise echoed throughout the grand hall, causing Feng Lang to spit out his tea. Initially thinking that such audacity belonged to Lin You returning, he prepared to rise and welcome, only to see a familiar face and immediately frowned. What on earth is this? This is the inspector's branch. Could you not give a heads up next time? Entering was an elderly figure, his face etched with deep wrinkles reminiscent of a coiling dragon. He chuckled and spoke. Old Feng, why is your courage diminished so? We have shared many years of camaraderie. Wouldn't it seem distant to announce your arrival in advance? Feng Lang waved his hand impatiently and settled back into his chair. Matters must be kept separate. As a third-ranked inspector overseeing the branch, such behavior could lead to someone reporting him covertly. Enough of this. Those who have no business do not enter the treasure hall. Fellow Su, speak plainly. Chapter 81. New grudges and old hatreds. Avenge them all. The man known as Old Su, his face a canvas of wrinkles, wore a smile. He raised his hand, and a storage bag appeared before him. In that case, I shall speak candidly. Someone has offended my Luguang clan. We demand their death. Feng Lang's eyes narrowed immediately as he took the storage bag into his hands. Goodness. The spirit stones within were piled high, likely amounting to 3 to 5 million at the very least. As a third-ranked inspector commanding the 5th-tier Star Domain branch, Feng Lang understood the gravity of the situation. Instead of accepting the storage bag, he narrowed his eyes. I say, Su Songwang, in this vast universe, it is utterly normal for 2 individuals to perish. Even the celestial inspectors cannot monitor everything at all times. If you wish to kill someone, simply do so. There is no need to inform me. With a measured heft, Feng Lang weighed the storage bag in his hand, its weight substantial. The magnitude of the undertaking was indeed remarkable. Surely, matters could not be so straightforward. Su Songwang emitted a chilling laugh from his throat. My dear friend, you are a discerning individual. This time, the Liuguang clan is not targeting a singular entity, but rather a collective. We are aware that the celestial inspectors oversee the myriad realms, and the Liuguang clan operates within the 5th star domain. Thus, I have come to extend a word of caution. When the time comes, you need only feign ignorance. Following the conclusion of our endeavors, the Liuguang clan will provide you with a few scapegoats. Your responsibilities will be fulfilled, and your interests will be secured. What say you? At these words, a flicker of temptation danced in Feng Lang's eyes. A sum exceeding millions of spirit stones could hardly be dismissed without consideration. Despite his position as the head of the 5th star domain's inspectors, there is a saying that resonates. Even the mightiest dragon cannot dominate the local snake. To operate effectively in this realm, one inevitably requires the support of formidable powers. Otherwise, every matter would become an exercise in evasion. His contingent of inspectors was limited, and it was unrealistic to believe he could enforce his will solely under the auspices of the Chongqing clan, wielding power to slay indiscriminately. The complexities of the situation were manifold, and given that all factors had been duly accounted for, Feng Lang found no grounds for refusal. With a smile, he tucked the storage bag into his bosom. Oh, who, I wonder, has offended the Liuguang clan? As a third-rank inspector, I am not without my own protection. Su Songwang's smile grew increasingly radiant as he slowly revealed, 6th star domain. Lin You. Not only must he perish, but the entirety of the Lin family shall meet the same fate. Furthermore, those associated with the Lin family will face severe repercussions. In total, perhaps several hundred lives will be extinguished, which could be deemed a familial extermination. Before he could finish his sentence, Feng Lang's eyes widened in disbelief, and he trembled as he hurled the storage bag from his waist. His speech faltered. Who does the Liuguang clan seek to kill? Lin You? Are you unaware that he is one of my inspectors? Feng Lang's reaction was vehement, leaving Su Songwang bewildered, utterly unaware of the unfolding events. He instinctively retorted, Do you truly value camaraderie, even in such circumstances? Feng Lang, cursing, urged him to depart. Leave, quickly. That is my beloved friend, my brother. Take your belongings and vanish as far as you can. At this moment, Feng Lang's heart blazed with fury, had it not been for the Liuguang clan's looming presence. He might have entertained thoughts of violence. Lin You was a figure of great significance, dispatched by a powerful family. Even with tenfold courage, he would not dare to act against him. Su Songwang, thrust out of the grand hall, finally regained his composure. Wait, when did Lin You become a celestial inspector? Wasn't he in the 6th star domain? Or is he an inspector under Feng Lang? What did you just say? Lin You, the inspector? Are we speaking of the same individual? Su Songwang pressed his hand against the nearly closing door, his expression grave. At that moment, Feng Lang extricated himself from his earlier shock. Indeed, with so many individuals named Lin You, it was entirely possible that it was merely a case of homonymy. He cautiously inquired, Which one do you refer to? With a sweeping gesture, Su Songwang revealed an image previously transmitted from the Su family. Lin You. Lin family of the Dreaming Pool star domain. Emerging from the 9th star domain. Feng Lang scrutinized the portrait for an extended moment before confirming that the individual depicted was indeed Lin You, the very person he had encountered earlier that day. An uneasy feeling surged within him, as he realized he could not afford to refuse the Liuguang clan, nor could he afford to offend Lin You. In this predicament, Feng Lang had no choice but to disclose everything. Upon hearing this, Su Songwang slammed his thigh in disbelief. My friend, do not be deceived. If Lin You were indeed backed by the Chongqing family, how could he possibly be troubled by the Su family? That battle would not have been so arduous. It is certain that this scoundrel has forged a token from some unknown source to deliberately mislead you. Where is he now? Feng Lang, taken aback, instinctively pointed towards a corner of the star domain. Su Songwang immediately froze, eager to rush forth, but Feng Lang halted him. This man possesses strength beyond our expectations. Even I may not be able to subdue him. It is just the two of us here, my friend. It would be wise to deliberate carefully. Recalling the battle Feng Lang had described in the Grand Hall, Su Songwang nodded repeatedly. That makes sense. So, are you in agreement? Let us first eliminate Lin You, and then the Lin family. Feng Lang found himself at a crossroads, yet upon further reflection, he deemed Su Songwang's words to hold considerable merit. Lin You could not possibly be allied with the Zhuge family. Moreover, the sudden arrival of a Wanjie inspector had left the subordinates discontented. Gritting his teeth, he resolved. Let us do it, but the price must be increased. For 3 days, Lin You had been diligently cultivating. However, compared to the green spirit, his foundational speed, which was 100-fold, seemed utterly trivial. After 3 days of effort, he had made only the slightest advancement in his cultivation. Alas, having an excessively high cultivation is not always advantageous. The true immortal realm is indeed a realm of immense challenges. Observing the green spirit ascend to the martial god realm in just 3 days, he felt a surge of frustration. Is there any fairness in this? How can the avatar surpass me? It is merely an incarnation of the heavenly twin tree. What capabilities you possess? With these thoughts, Lin You grew disinterested in further cultivation and began to appreciate the beauty of the starry expanse. Ding. Task released. New grudges and old hatreds. Settle them together. Note, the Liuguang clan, accompanied by the Third Order Inspector Feng Lang, is here to encircle and kill. Please prepare accordingly. Task rewards. Colorful Critical Strike Roulette X4. Task rewards. Talent Enhancement Potion X1. As the system's notification echoed in his mind, Lin You felt a jolt of alarm. What is happening? The Liuguang clan. This name sounds so familiar. Where have I seen it before? Ah, the Su family. Suddenly, Lin You recalled Su Ming's last words before his demise. Do you wish to know the answer? Seek out the Liuguang clan, if you have the courage. Narrowing his eyes, Lin You thought, well, before I could even seek you out, your intelligence is already quite impressive. Very well then. New grudges and old hatreds. Let us settle them together. Chapter 82, Secrets. Within the ominous grand hall of the Liuguang clan, Su Songwang leaned upon his cane and entered with measured steps. He surveyed the two imposing figures before him and respectfully stated, I have reached an agreement with Feng Lang. That Lin You is currently within the 5th star domain. We shall soon eradicate him. In the main seat, the leader of the Liuguang clan, one of the dominators of the 5th star domain, nodded with pride. Su Songwang, your efforts are commendable. Once this matter is concluded, you may serve the clan, and your descendants for 3 generations shall enjoy boundless prosperity. Upon hearing this, Su Songwang promptly lowered his head, unable to conceal the delight in his eyes. With this assurance, it meant that his family would become prominent figures within the 5th star domain for generations to come. It was worth the betrayal of his centuries-long friendship with Feng Lang. Thank you, my lord. That Lin You, with his cultivation at the pinnacle of the true immortal realm, if you do not mind. I can lead a team to capture him. The figure in the main seat spoke in a deep voice. Do you have confidence in this? I must inform you in advance. It must be foolproof. Su Songwang nodded repeatedly, understanding the gravity of the situation. Rest assured, my lord, I will make all necessary preparations. No matter how strong Lin Yu's true immortal cultivation is, how strong can he really be? With 10 Qian immortals by my side, and Feng Lang providing support from within, we will surely capture him alive. The figure in the main seat nodded in agreement. Su Songwang bowed and retreated. As he reached the entrance of the hall, he paused and could not help but ask, my lord, may I inquire why we are mobilizing such forces against an insignificant being from a lower star domain? Even with some talent, given the capabilities of the Liuguang clan, it should be trivial to suppress him. He still harbored some concerns. Having lived for thousands of years, he had witnessed too much. Age brought caution. Although he knew that Lin You could not possibly be connected to the Chongqing clan or the Zhuge family, he still worried that the opponent might have other affiliations. One must be wary when treading through murky waters. A single misstep could lead to eternal damnation. Su Songwang's words received no response. The atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly oppressive. Just as he pondered this, the figure in the main seat spoke, infused with an overwhelming aura of authority. This is not for you to question. Do not ask. Such inquiries could cost you your life. In an instant, Su Songwang felt an indescribable terror envelop him, and he fell to his knees with a thud. Forgive me. I was wrong and have offended you, my lord. Please, show mercy and spare my life. As the killing intent dissipated, Su Songwang scrambled out of the hall. In the dim light, only the leader of the Liuguang clan remained. He raised his hand to set up a barrier, as if a thorn had pricked him, hastily rising. Addressing the shadowy corner of the hall, he declared, my lord, the task has been accomplished. No matter how strong Lin You may be, he cannot possibly contend with the inspector and the group of Qian immortals. From the corner, an exceptionally youthful figure slowly emerged. His demeanor radiated an air of superiority. Without even glancing at the dominator of the 5th star domain, he seated himself in the main position, looking down upon the leader and speaking softly. You would do well to fulfill your promises. This matter is shrouded in secrecy. Otherwise, the wrath of the Chongqing Lin family is something you cannot withstand. Neither can your Liuguang clan. Understand? Within the branch of the 5th star domain's inspectorate, Feng Lang's expression was grave as he addressed the 8 trusted subordinates below him. Nan Lin You, in blatant disregard of the Longqing family's authority, instigated a genocide within the 7th and 6th star domains, defying the edicts of Longqing and impersonating an inspector from the Zhuge clan. Such transgressions warrant severe punishment. Fortunately, the Liuguang clan has generously offered their assistance to eradicate this chaos. You are all my trusted subordinates, and I shall not conceal the gravity of this matter from you. It must succeed. There is no room for failure. Upon hearing this, the 8 inspectors nodded in unison, affirming, yes, my lord. Each of them was an elite among the inspectors, possessing extraordinary cultivation at the Xianxian realm. As the words echoed, Su Songwang politely interjected, esteemed friends, please. The presence of the 10 Xianxian experts behind him caused the eyes of the others to narrow in apprehension, with Su Songwang and Feng Lang included. There were a total of 18 formidable experts ranging from the 1st to the 6th tier of the Xianxian realm. 2 of them stood at the pinnacle of this realm. Such a display of power would rank among the strongest even within the 5th star domain, only rivaled by some dominant forces capable of such a feat. Why would a mere Lin You necessitate such a grand mobilization? Nevertheless, they refrained from voicing their thoughts, understanding that the matter at hand was transactional. Soon, Under Feng Lang's guidance, the group arrived at Lin Yu's retreat. He signaled for Su Songwang and the others to remain concealed. Then, he softly called out, "Lin Yu, are you there? It has been several days since our branch arrived, and we have yet to meet. I came to extend my greetings." The inspectors behind him subtly raised their hands, reaching for their long swords at their waists. When no response came, Feng Lang furrowed his brow and knocked forcefully on the door, calling again, "Lin Yu?" Suddenly, a piercing sword cry tore through the heavens, echoing in the void. Shortly thereafter, anguished roars erupted from Su Songwang and the others who were concealed in the distance. Before Feng Lang and the others could react, a voice reminiscent of a chilling winter hell resonated. Yellow Emperor Sword Classic. Sword 9. Unification. Countless sword intents shot forth, converging in the void to form a long sword, which swiftly cleaved through 3 Xianxian realm cultivators, annihilating them before they could even muster a defense or summon their divine abilities. Their souls were extinguished in an instant. Lin Yu emerged slowly from the void, his expression frosty. "Do you wish to kill me? Look at your necks and see if they are as resilient as that bastard from the Sima family. Come, witness my sword and see if it can sever your heads." In an instant, an overwhelming aura enveloped the entire star domain. Each individual felt a stinging sensation on their skin, as if the piercing sword intent were tearing through the very fabric of reality. They were left gasping for breath without any need for physical confrontation. How could this be? Such a terrifying presence emanating from someone of the true immortal realm was unfathomable. Su Songwang and Feng Lang exchanged incredulous glances, a staggering thought flashing through their minds. Xianxian. What a jest. In just a few days, no beast could achieve such a breakthrough. Not to mention a major realm. Even in the smallest realms, one must still enter seclusion to safeguard one's path. 3 months at the least, or perhaps even several years, may be necessary. How is it possible? What manner of demon is this fellow? Su Songwang, despite standing at the pinnacle of the Xianxian realm, now finds himself inexplicably gripped by a pang of trepidation. Feng Lang thundered with fury. "Lin Yu, do you dare to rebel?" Chapter 83. Pinnacle of Xianxian. Lin Yu gently caressed his long sword, wiping away the blood from its blade. "Rebel? Feng Lang, you shun the path of heaven and barge into hell without invitation. I merely intended to remain in the 5th star domain for a time before departing. Yet you conspired with the Liuguang clan to put me to death. Very well. Today I shall eradicate you all." Feng Lang's face turned ashen. He could not fathom how such information had leaked. His gaze, sharp as an eagle's, swept around the room. But after surveying everyone, he could not discern who among them had betrayed him. Most critically, Lin Yu's current strength was beyond his comprehension. So terrifying. A stern voice from the envoy of the 10,000 realms declared, "My lord, why waste words with him? One strike will suffice. Can he truly withstand the might of us 10 or more?" The earlier ambush had already been his final flourish. "Indeed, let us slay him." Upon hearing the words of the crowd, Su Songwang felt emboldened. The current situation was beyond his control. It was kill or be killed. If he returned empty-handed, the Liuguang clan would surely suppress him. "Attack!" Su Songwang barked. In an instant, the Xianxian realm cultivators he had brought, along with Feng Lang's envoys of the 10,000 realms, surged forth. The atmosphere crackled with spiritual energy, shaking the heavens and earth. A dozen fierce intents coalesced, nearly tangible, all aimed at the figure suspended in the void. To them, Lin Yu appeared merely as a wet behind-the-ears youth. What of his talent? They were seasoned envoys of the 10,000 realms, forged in the crucible of battle. In terms of cultivation, strength, and experience between life and death, they were unparalleled experts. Had it not been for the ambush, this fellow would have had no chance of victory. The intense fluctuations of spiritual energy immediately drew the attention of others within the 5th star domain. Who is it? Who has stirred such a conflict, alarming the multitude? Wait. I see it. It's in the star domain where the headquarters of the envoys of the heavens is located. Someone is single-handedly fighting against a dozen envoys of the 10,000 realms. No, it is the envoys of the 10,000 realms. I recognize them. Not only were they envoys of the 10,000 realms, but there were also some individuals whose names I could not recall. This group was comprised entirely of cultivators at the Xianxian realm. Hiss. Even from an immense distance, one could almost hear their collective gasp. This power could indeed upheave the entire 5th star domain. Who is this formidable being capable of orchestrating such a grand spectacle? Once again, the crowd turned their gaze. In the center stood a handsome young man, sword in hand, ready to defy all manner of techniques. This youth seemed familiar. Who was he to evoke such a significant commotion? Goodness, am I truly aging? This lad appears to be no more than 20 years old. At the tender age of 18, one is indeed a prodigious youth. However, it seems unlikely that a mere child could manage such a formidable battle and siege. Should we take this opportunity to ingratiate ourselves with the inspectors? Such chances are rare. That is a valid point. I shall take a look. In an instant, some mounted men brandished their swords, while others eagerly rushed towards the location of the fierce confrontation involving Lin You and his adversaries. The 5 stellar regions vary in rank. Not everyone has the backing of the illustrious Liuguang clan, one of the supreme dominant forces. Many among them, upon encountering the inspectors, would respectfully address them as my lord. In daily life, they often find themselves in a position of subservience. To them, this is a chance to mercilessly strike a fallen foe and earn goodwill. Who would turn down such an opportunity? In no time, dozens of scattered cultivators and minor families made their way to the fray. In the midst of the chaos, Lin Yu's gaze was icily resolute as he wielded his sword with fervor, fending off the assault of over a dozen adversaries. It appeared he was utterly defenseless, relegated to mere passive defense. After hundreds of exchanges, he had yet to inflict harm on a single opponent. The gathered Xianxian cultivators wore sinister grins. Are you frightened, little one? Is your grip on the sword faltering? Do you not see it as an honor to be besieged by your older brothers? Where is your unmatched sword intent? Where is your murderous aura? Ah, merely a frog at the bottom of the well. Lin You cast him a disdainful look, internally counting down silently. 19. Within him, the green sprite was on the verge of manifesting, mere moments away from breaking through to the Xianxian realm. When that time comes, their combined might would usher in a qualitative leap in power. Brothers, it's about time. If this continues, it may tarnish the inspector's prestige. We cannot allow them to perceive us as inept. Move in, eliminate him. The seasoned and shrewd inspector of all realms spoke coldly. The blade's aura surged, shattering the void. The crowd nodded in unison, charging towards Lin You. Meanwhile, behind them, Feng Lang and Su Songguang, who had been anxiously fretting over the outcome of the battle, exhaled in relief. That was terrifying. I thought this lad might truly be that formidable. Old Su, once this matter is resolved, you must treat me to a drink. Su Songguang clutched his heart, which pounded like a drum. Seeing this, a smile crept onto his face. No problem, no problem. Truth be told, he had also been intimidated by Lin Yu's earlier display, having witnessed the slaughter of 3 Xianxian cultivators upon his arrival. What a terrifying display of strength. Yet now, after hundreds of exchanges, he seemed to falter. 3 tricks? Merely a toy. Just as they were musing, the tide of battle suddenly shifted. Lin You, who had been in full defensive mode, abruptly opened his eyes wide, his irises filled with verdant spiritual energy. In the next moment, his cultivation began to soar. From peak true immortal realm to Xianxian realm. A breakthrough in but a second. Yet he did not halt. Waves of spiritual energy surged forth, rippling layers of power outward. Peak of the first layer of Xianxian realm. Second layer of Xianxian realm. Third layer of Xianxian realm. An unending torrent of thunder rumbled down, the heavens erupting in a deep resonance, as if forbidding anyone from crossing the tribulation so easily. The desire to eradicate this aberration, which should not exist, surged within him. Yet, before the thunderclouds could gather, a sharp sound pierced the air. Lin You raised his hand, and the white tiger golden light sword erupted with a chilling intent to kill. In a single stroke, it punctured the heavens. His cultivation level instantaneously ascended from the true immortal realm to the 9th heaven of the profound immortal realm. What a jest! The inspectors of the myriad realms gazed at the sky above, where the sword's aura lingered ominously. Their eyes widened in disbelief, teetering on the brink of astonishment. Could it be? Who among the virtuous could pierce the heavens with a single sword strike? In the path of cultivation, one defies the heavens. When the heavenly tribulation descends, evasion is already a challenge, let alone standing firm against it. Is this the realm of mortals? More crucially, what caused this fellow to suddenly attain the 9th heaven of the profound immortal realm? At this moment, the inspectors of the myriad realms felt their spirits unravel. They helplessly turned to seek assistance from Feng Lang behind them. Yet upon turning, there was not a single trace left. Straining their eyes to the limit, they caught sight of a rotund figure, now reduced to the size of a mosquito, hastily fleeing. By heavens! Feng Lang, should there be a next life? I shall not rest until we settle this. Chapter 84. Kneel and sing conquer. You treacherous scoundrel! The inspectors of the myriad realms gritted their teeth in fury. They too wished to flee, but the murderous intent trailing them was inescapable. At this moment, they dared not move. Any slightest twitch would invite a thunderous retribution. The group of several, their jaws clenched tightly, resigned themselves to a desperate struggle. But in the next heartbeat, an event unfolded that shattered their resolve. The heavenly tribulation, which had been slowly coalescing, was cleaved by Lin Yu's sword, and it scurried away like a beaten dog. What did I just witness? The heavenly tribulation fled. Like a child at play. When I faced my tribulation, it nearly took my crown. By heavens, this is utterly absurd. At this moment, the inspectors of the myriad realms found no trace of fighting spirit left within them. The heavenly tribulation had cowered, surely. They could not be more formidable than the heavens themselves. They questioned their own hearts. No, indeed. Thud. One by one. The inspectors of the myriad realms knelt upon the ground, their faces contorted into expressions more grotesque than tears. Brother, I assure you, we were unaware of this matter. Do you believe us? A voice quavered. I have elders above and children below, not to mention a plethora of concubines awaiting my care. Brother, grant us a path to survival. They all bore witness to your ascension to the position of inspector of the myriad realms. Not even 100 of my lives would dare to offend you. It is all Feng Lang's coercion. Upon finishing, he quickly exchanged glances with the others. Yes, it was all his doing. To this, Lin You expressed no surprise. With a flick of his sword tip, his gaze turned icy. No need for words. Hush. Do not make a sound. I shall be swift. As his words fell, an air of slaughter erupted. Realizing there was no escape, a few inspectors of the myriad realms recklessly took action. Yet, before they could unsheath their blades, they felt a sharp sensation at their necks. Immediately thereafter, a colossal head fell heavily to the ground. With a single stroke, 8 cultivators of the profound immortal realm were slain. Unbelievable. The subordinates of Su Songwang had long since fled. Even Lin You, a true immortal, could not take them down, let alone those at the pinnacle of the profound immortal realm. Was it not as easy to crush them as one would squash an ant? As they finally escaped the star domain, they collectively exhaled in relief. Thank goodness for their swift retreat. Yet, before they could revel in their fortune, a platinum longsword shot forth from the void. In an instant, several individuals were impaled in the ethereal expanse. It was only at the moment their souls were shattered that they comprehended the true nature of the entity they had provoked. The spectators within the 5th-tier star domain were left utterly dumbfounded. They could not help but utter exclamations of shock. This was utterly abnormal. Who was this formidable figure? How could such power exist? My goodness. Oh no, the gaze of that formidable brother has turned towards us. We must flee. Brother, I'm merely here to witness the spectacle. It has nothing to do with me. Spare my face, for to strike it would be to wound my pride. They hastily withdrew their consciousness, daunted by the thought of provoking such an existence, capable of suppressing numerous profound immortal beings with a mere gesture. Who would dare to incite his wrath? As the chaos unfolded, Su Songwang stood petrified, as if turned to stone. He feigned composure. Yet a bead of cold sweat trickled down his brow. Plop! The sweat struck the ground, stirring up dust. Su Songwang's throat constricted. It was not that he wished to remain, but he found himself unable to flee. From the outset, the murderous intent had locked onto him with ironclad precision. The two parties faced off in an intangible standoff. Any display of weakness would lead to death. He took a deep breath and uttered, Lin You. It was all a misunderstanding. Do you believe me? Lin You flashed a deathly smile and retorted, do you believe yourself? The immense weight of pressure, akin to 10,000 mountains, bore down upon Su Songwang's shoulders. This ancient being, who had lived for millennia, was unable to withstand the internal strain, trembling as if caught in a violent shiver. I believe. Brother, do you believe? Lin You merely smiled faintly and raised his sword. The head soared into the heavens. I do not believe. In a singular battle, 20 were confronted and 19 were vanquished. The profound immortal realm was not to be trifled with. Ding. Mission accomplished. Mission reward. Colorful critical hit roulette X4. Mission reward. Talent enhancement elixir X1. The system's reward notification chimed. Before Lin You could savor his triumph, dozens of figures rushed in from the outer star domain. Patrol officials, I have come to assist. If there is anything you need, do not hesitate to instruct me. I shall see it through. We are familiar acquaintances here. Lin You tilted his head, regarding this group with a puzzled gaze. Their cultivation levels were not particularly high. There were martial immortals, martial gods, and true immortals among them. Clutching their weapons with eager anticipation, they resembled children awaiting praise. Before Lin You could utter a word, they beheld the scene before them, blood splattered across the ground and headless corpses strewn about like refuse. What on earth happened? I was merely en route. What transpired? Are you truly that foolish? Can you not see? The world has changed. The young man, previously known for his ruthlessness, left others trembling in fear as they dared not continue their conversation in front of Lin You. In their eyes, he was nothing short of a madman. Within the precincts of the inspection envoys branch, he had slain the envoy himself, and in the 5th star domain, he had taken the lives of members from the Liuguang clan. He dared to kill even those who usually held themselves in high regard, leaving his companions, who were scheming to profit from the chaos, in a state of panic. As the realization struck, a clever individual swiftly seized a long knife and swung it towards the man beside him, proclaiming with fervor, I've long held a grudge against you all. You only bully those who are fewer in number. This fine gentleman, I can tell at a glance, is a paragon of virtue, a truly good person. You scoundrels. Taste my blade. The victim of the attack was left utterly bewildered. What was happening? Just moments ago, we were discussing how to mercilessly beat down the weak. Now, you turn against me? Before he could react, others quickly followed suit, and chaos erupted as dozens became embroiled in a fray. The most astonishing aspect was that they all claimed to be aiding Lin You. Lin You merely scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at them. In the next instant, a wave of oppressive energy enveloped the scene. Kneel. Sing your submission. The first to finish may depart. The crowd shivered, without a moment's hesitation. With a resounding thud, they knelt, hands raised in earnest supplication. Thus, an unprecedented spectacle unfolded across the realms. Immortal practitioners, whose lifespans spanned thousands of years, were seen kneeling in unison, as if beseeching the divine, singing an unknown melody. Within the sixth-star domain, the Protectors' Alliance had been swiftly established after Lin You had compelled the ancestor of the Yulong Cave to take action. They pooled their resources and efforts, erecting a powerful force that spanned an entire star domain. The walls of the Great Hall stretched endlessly, adorned with the words Protectors' Alliance. During this time, the ancestor of Yulong Cave, Fan Rui, was brimming with arrogance, his pride soaring to the heavens, bolstered by the support of his formidable ally. With crossed arms, he urged everyone to hasten, forbidding any laziness, for this was a construction for Lin You. Should anyone slack off, do not expect my leniency. Upon hearing Lin Yu's name, a shiver ran through the crowd, particularly among those who had previously wronged the Lin family. Even those who had narrowly escaped death now lived in constant dread, fearing retribution from Lin You. The entire six-star domain was on the brink of becoming Lin Yu's personal domain. Some audacious individuals teased Fan Rui, saying, "Old ancestor, are you truly so afraid of Lin You? He is not even present in the sixth-star domain, nor has he given any orders to build. Why are you so eager to please him? Have you no pride?" Fan Rui shrank back slightly. Though fear gripped his heart, he maintained a facade of dignity. "What nonsense! Am I afraid? I am the ancestor of Yulong Cave." The crowd gasped in astonishment. Before anyone could respond, a silhouette appeared, gracefully descending from the sky. "Oh, is someone suddenly so bold now? Come, let us converse privately." Chapter 85. The Valiant. The once self-satisfied ancestor of the Dragon Cave shuddered at the sound of those words. He dared not turn around, as the voice seemed to carve itself into the very essence of his being. Observing the intrigued gazes of those around him, the ancestor's throat constricted in apprehension. What should I do now that my elder brother has arrived? Yet, with so many eyes upon him, the little authority he had recently established was at stake. If he appeared cowardly, his pride would be utterly shattered. Taking a deep breath, the ancestor gestured towards the magnificent hall stretching endlessly before him, his heart wavering. "I have exerted so much effort. Surely my elder brother should grant me some regard." With that thought, the ancestor, Fan Rui, cleared his throat as if oblivious to the tension and spoke nonchalantly. "Who is speaking? Do you possess the strength to engage in a private conversation with me? Within the sixth-star domain, there is but one who can speak with me in such a manner, my elder brother, Lin You." "Nonsense." Upon uttering these words, Fan Rui inadvertently turned and caught sight of Lin You, instantly wearing a broad smile. "Ah, brother, you have arrived." Lin You raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping across the assembly, perceiving every flicker of Fan Rui's thoughts. "Ah, I see. You desire to maintain your dignity. Very well." Lin You approached amicably, resting a hand on Fan Rui's shoulder. "My, you have worked hard during this time." With just that utterance, the eyes of the ancient Fan Rui, who had lived for millennia, brimmed with tears. The onlookers exchanged astonished glances. How astonishing! This fellow truly shares a profound relationship with Lin You. A second elder brother is about to emerge in the sixth-star domain. Is it true? When did Lin You become so affable? Previously, during my encounter in the Dreaming Lake Star domain, he nearly severed my life with a single strike. Nonsense. You were there to kill. Why would anyone converse amiably with you? Now that your head remains upon your shoulders, you ought to revel in your good fortune. In this fleeting existence, what do we strive for? Ultimately, it boils down to two things: reputation and substance. Having lived for thousands of years and being a prominent power in the sixth-star domain, he lacks nothing in substance. He is quite self-aware, having been regarded as a genius in his youth, yet in the grand scheme of the myriad realms, he is but a mere speck. What does he seek? Is it not for the Dragon Cave to ascend to greatness, to walk among the elite? Once, he stood shoulder to shoulder with the Phoenix Mountain Manor, the Sioux family, and various other dominant forces. Now, with a single utterance from Lin You, the Dragon Cave shall be elevated to the pinnacle of the sixth-star domain. As the saying goes, to repay your lord's wishes upon the Golden Terrace, to elevate the Jade Dragon in service to your sovereign. Fan Rui grasped Lin Yu's wrist tightly, the corners of his wrinkled eyes betraying his emotions. "Brother, you jest. It is merely my duty. With my support, the Alliance shall thrive under your command, whatever you require. I shall ensure it is accomplished. Lin You nodded with satisfaction. Subsequently, Fan Rui led him away from the crowd. In a secluded corner, under Lin Yu's astonished gaze, the ancient ancestor, who had lived for millennia, suddenly knelt upon the ground. Brother, there were too many people outside. I kneel before you now. I desire to maintain my dignity, so please do not blame the young and old of the Yulong Cave for this matter. Once it is resolved, I shall take my leave. Fan Rui spoke with utmost sincerity, his tone nearly pleading. Lin You couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. What do you mean by that? It sounds as if you expect me to annihilate your entire family. Am I truly that fearsome? I have always believed in governing through virtue. In ancient times, a sage once declared, as noted in the Annihilation. As those words echoed in Fan Rui's ears, vivid images of bloodshed in the six-star domain flooded his mind. The Su and Wei families of Phoenix Mountain Villa, along with countless other established powers, had all been nearly obliterated by you, silenced in fear. You even dared to kill members of the Chongqing clan, and yet you claim not to be ruthless? The Annihilation? Perhaps you were just swinging your arms while speaking to me. So-called eloquence. That sage truly understood that strength is the ultimate truth. With that thought, Fan Rui's heart sank. What dignity could he possess after offending Lin You? Could he survive in the six-star domain? Lin You. I had just begun to speak when I noticed Lin You raising his hand. Fan Rui immediately closed his eyes. Knowing resistance was futile, he was simply no match. Enough. I have promised you. Lin You assisted him to his feet, dismissively waving his hand as he turned to leave. Do not mistake me for a tyrant, quick to annihilate your family over mere words. You have the final say in the six-star domain. I trust you completely. Farewell. In the void, only a solitary figure gradually receded into the distance. Fan Rui gazed at that young silhouette, clenching his fists in determination. He must assist his elder brother in transforming the entire six-star domain into a formidable force. Dreamboat, Star Domain. Lin Family. Lin You arrived at the entrance of the residence, where an eerie silence enveloped the interior, so profound that not even a breath could be heard. He curled his lip and pushed open the grand door. With a thunderous crash, a wave of astounding energy surged skyward. Immediately thereafter, the jubilant laughter of Elder 8 echoed throughout the heavens. I have broken through. I have finally attained the true immortal realm. Little Yozi, come here and greet your Elder 8. Lin You, momentarily taken aback, watched as a figure emerged from the celestial paradise, ostentatiously flaunting his extraordinary powers. His cultivation was so formidable it could shake the heavens. Following closely, the disgruntled voice of Elder 6 rang out. What are you shouting about? You've only advanced a tiny bit. I will break through within half a month at most. Elder 8 is still Elder 8. Think you can surpass me? Not in this lifetime. Elder 8, with a playful grin, stood at the entrance of the celestial paradise, reveling in his achievement. In the path of cultivation, the accomplished are paramount. Now that I have reached the true immortal realm, I am a senior. You know nothing. Come out and pay your respects. Elder 6, brimming with disdain, shouted as he rushed into the void, engaging in a brawl with Elder 8. Damn it. Looking for a fight? After half an incense stick had burned, Elder 8, sporting a swollen face, stood at the entrance, aggrieved. Brother, I was holding back. But this scoundrel truly struck with intent. Please uphold justice for me, brother. Elder 6, looking exceedingly pleased, crossed his arms smugly. He was certain that Elder 8 would not dare to retaliate, swinging his arm wide to deliver a resounding slap. He aimed to teach this younger brother a lesson about respect and hierarchy. Just like him, he endured quite a bit of punishment from his older brothers during his childhood. Enough already. At such an age, do you not feel the slightest embarrassment? Be mindful, or Young You will mock you all. Lin Tao's voice resonated from the sacred realm as he opened his eyes, his cultivation having advanced significantly since that day. It was only when the eldest brother reminded them that they noticed Lin Yu's presence. His peak cultivation at the profound immortal realm rendered him undetectable to ordinary people if he chose to remain hidden. A smile crept across Lin Tao's lips as he approached Lin Yu, pinching his arm and patting his shoulders twice. With a long sigh, he expressed his concern. My dear boy, you've made remarkable progress. Where have you been all this time? This cultivation, even uncle cannot fathom it. Chapter 86, The Secrets of the Lin Family. As Lin Tao's words lingered, several uncles gathered around. The 8th elder, with his boorish demeanor, scrutinized Lin Yu from all angles, rubbing his chin and shaking his head in disbelief. Incomprehensible, truly unfathomable. Although previously he could sense some cultivation level, now Lin Yu stood before him like a figure shrouded in mist, utterly elusive. The others nodded in agreement. The second elder, Lin Dong, also approached, his face adorned with a smug smile. Standing beside his elder brother Lin Tao, he puffed out his chest, showcasing his own cultivation at the third level of the true immortal realm, clearly boasting. Lin Tao waved his hand dismissively, feigning anger. What are you so proud of? Go on, be gone. Lin Dong laughed heartily. What could be more delightful than showing off in front of his elder brother? In the entire Lin family, aside from the prodigy Yu, he held the next highest cultivation, with the third level of the true immortal realm and a minor achievement in the heavenly level technique. The Huangdi Sword Classic, he could be considered a significant figure even in the entire 6th star domain. You, what is your current cultivation? Speak up, let everyone rejoice. Lin Dong, brimming with enthusiasm, kindled a desire to compete within himself, having once been the Lin family's top genius before Lin Yu's emergence. Although aided by the sacred realm, he had ascended from the 1st to the 3rd level of the true immortal realm in less than a month, his astonishing talent leaving others in awe. Lin Yu scratched his nose, gazing at the eager crowd. Should I really reveal it? Lin Dong waved his hand dismissively. Come on. Do you think your uncles are just loafers? If it weren't for your inheritance from the mighty, would we be outdone by you? Stop the nonsense. Lin Yu pursed his lips, shrugging nonchalantly. Fine. I ventured into the 5th star domain and leveraged the resources there to break through. My cultivation is now. He trailed off deliberately, building suspense. The 8th elder, exasperated, stomped his feet. Stop with the theatrics. Hurry up. Lin Yu finally conceded. All right. I reveal it. I am at the peak of the profound immortal realm. As the words left his lips, Lin Yu couldn't help but furrow his brow. Why was there such a palpable silence in the air? His gaze swept across his uncles, only to find them, moments ago filled with excitement, now gaping in astonishment. Frozen like statues in disbelief. With the naked eye, 8 pairs of eyes were frantically widening. Following that was a thunderous explosion that reverberated through the heavens. What on earth? What were you just saying? The peak of the profound immortal realm? Don't spew nonsense to me. I refuse to believe it. Elder 8's fingers trembled, utterly incredulous. It had only been a few days since they last met. And now you tell me that the one who was merely a true immortal is now at the pinnacle of the profound immortal realm. Elder 8 cracked his knuckles, ready to retaliate. Nonsense. I'll give you a punch, you brat. With all his might, Elder 8 aimed a heavy strike at Lin Yu's forehead. However, before his arm could descend, he was met with a piercing gaze from Lin Yu. Boom. An indescribable and terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the area, immobilizing everyone present, including Elder 2 Lin Dong and Brother Tao. Elder 8 stood there, dumbfounded, his jowls trembling uncontrollably. Lin Yu lifted his gaze, a faint smile gracing his lips. The oppressive aura dissipated immediately. The thought echoed in everyone's minds. The peak of the profound immortal realm. What kind of joke is this? Elder 8 was the first to turn away, retreating like a child who had lost a fight, leaving only his graceful silhouette and a stream of furious mutterings. I'm done. Damn it. If I ever ask you about your cultivation again, I'll be a child of a concubine. I must cultivate. I need to cultivate. Liuzi, hurry and leave. If you talk any longer, that brat will break through to the golden immortal realm. Is this a freak of nature or what? Do you think entering the profound immortal realm is as easy as tempering one's body? Go to hell. That elder brother. I wasn't even talking about you. Another bump appeared on Elder 8's forehead. The once eager Elder 2 Lin Dong now pursed his lips, casting Lin Yu a look filled with inexplicable emotions. After a long pause, he finally managed to lift his arm. A thumb emerged from his clenched fist. Incredible. You are truly a genius, while I am but an ant. Even the elder brother isn't worthy of being called an ant. Conclusion reached. With that, Elder 2 Lin Dong swiftly retreated into the cave abode, evidently feeling quite disheartened. In the end, only Brother Tao remained in the courtyard. Lin Yu rubbed his nose, addressing Tao. It was you who insisted on asking. Lin Tao gazed at his nephew with a complex expression, ultimately releasing a long, helpless sigh. Who is the true hero? Indeed, talents abound in the myriad realms, and prodigies are numerous. Heroes are as common as carp crossing the river. Yet, one must at least leap a few times to ascend the Dragon Gate, right? That is the profound immortal realm. And at its peak, damn it, Lin Tao's emotions were in turmoil. While he felt joy, it was overshadowed by the crumbling belief within him. In his youth, he had also been a significant figure, hadn't he? Yet compared to his nephew, he felt utterly insignificant. Sighs echoed throughout the courtyard, with Brother Tao seemingly exhaling all the frustration of his life. After a long moment, he finally accepted the reality that Lin Yu had reached the peak of the profound immortal realm. Ultimately, he couldn't help but grit his teeth, his brows furrowed deeply. Damn it. Lin Yu gently patted the shoulder of his companion. Tao Gu, remain calm. I am not an ordinary person. Even Qin Feng must respectfully address me as big brother. You need not feel overly pressured. From now on, let's each play our respective roles. I shall call you uncle, while you refer to me as big brother. In this arrangement, you actually benefit, sharing the same status as Qin Feng. Who is he? After all, the son-in-law of the Chongqing family. Lin Tao responded with a swift kick to his backside. Damn you. Lin You grimaced in playful defeat, nursing his sore behind. After a brief pause, Lin Tao finally accepted the reality of the situation, only to then observe him raise his hand to cast a barrier, isolating them from the outside world. His expression shifted from resignation to solemnity as he strode deeper into the Lin family estate. Come with me, he commanded. Lin You, perplexed yet obedient, followed closely behind. They traversed through dimly lit corridors, the light within the house growing increasingly somber. Observing Tao Ji's silhouette, Lin You felt an inexplicable weight upon his heart. Was it merely an illusion? He murmured to himself. The ancient door creaked open, revealing a shadowy chamber illuminated by flickering candlelight. 18 ancestral tablets stood neatly arranged before them. Without uttering a word, Tao Ge silently retrieved a handful of incense from a tray. This is for your uncles. Each one shall receive a stick. Lin You accepted the incense, his previously nonchalant demeanor now replaced with a profound respect. He reverently extracted 3 sticks, igniting them with care. He performed 3 bows and 9 prostrations, repeating the ritual until each of the 18 spirit tablets glowed with a crimson flame before he slowly rose. Each tablet represented a beloved uncle, a life bound to the Lin family, a lineage of 26 brothers, now reduced to a mere 8, their blood still fresh. Lin Yu's gaze fell upon the central tablet, Lin Yen, the father of the original host, a figure whose memory was almost non-existent, a name dripping with arrogance as the family patriarch. It was only when Lin Yu returned to his side that Tao Ge placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. You have grown and acquired abilities. It is time to reveal certain truths about the Lin family. Chapter 87. The Chongsheng Order. A weight settled in Lin Yu's heart. Secrets. He had sensed something amiss for quite some time. The Lin family had originally been a 9th-tier family, nestled within the 9th-tier star domain. What kind of place was that? A location so dismal that even a dog passing by would shake its head in disdain. Spiritual energy was scarce, and resources were non-existent. Yet, these uncles had miraculously elevated the Lin family from the 9th-tier star domain to the 7th tier. Most crucially, even upon entering the 6th-tier star domain, these uncles showed no signs of reaching their limit. Even the 8th elder had broken through to the true immortal realm. Under ordinary circumstances, a family could be fortunate to rise a single tier, let alone 2. Moreover, the path of cultivation was fraught with hardship, requiring talent, fortune, and opportunity, all essential. Countless individuals lived their entire lives unable to transcend the martial arts threshold, yet these uncles appeared to be unburdened by such constraints, progressing solely through diligence. It was inconceivable that mere effort could lead one to the true immortal realm. His gaze swept over the 18 tablets. Before he could speak, he noticed Tao Ge withdrawing an object from a hidden compartment. It was narrow at both ends, exuding an inexplicable and captivating aura. The mere mention of a single word caused Lin Yu's eyes to involuntarily narrow. Lin. The token of the Chongqing family bears an almost identical resemblance to the Zhuge family token that Qin Feng presented that day. Lin Tao caressed the token with his large hand, his eyes revealing a sense of nostalgia. After a moment, he placed the token into Lin Yu's hands. Our Lin family is not a mere servant of the 9-star domain. With this statement, Lin Yu felt as though struck by thunder. Could it truly be the Chongqing family? If so, does that mean there would be no need for arduous efforts? Brother Tao, do we have a formidable backing? Lin Tao shook his head and then nodded. Yes and no. This Chongqing token was bestowed by our Lin family's ancestor 100,000 years ago. He lightly tapped it, causing the token to flip. The reverse side, inscribed with the character Lin, was utterly barren, as though cleaved open by a blade. Indeed, our Lin family is a branch of the Chongqing clan. However, certain events have transpired. As for the reasons, even I cannot ascertain. All I know is that since my father's generation, there has been a crucial task to undertake, to retrieve the other half of the token and return to the Chongqing Lin family. Lin Yu's throat constricted as he clutched the token tightly, his excitement palpable. Brother Tao, I don't understand. Since it is the Chongqing token, why not summon all realms under the Lin family's name to seek the other half? It shouldn't be an insurmountable task, should it? Moreover, with the token as proof, can we not directly return to the Lin family? Why must we find the other half? Lin Tao shrugged helplessly, pointing at the central plaque. If you ask me, I too am at a loss. Blame your father. The old man entrusted everything to him back then. But he, alas, simply stretched out his legs and buried the secrets along with himself. I only gleaned a fragment from your father's words. He mentioned that the Lin family has 3 tasks: to return to the 3rd-tier Chongqing family, to become a patrol envoy, and something about a so-called ancient burial site. As for why the token cannot be utilized, your father did mention it once. The Lin family was expelled amidst a power struggle. Those scoundrels are still alive and currently hold sway over the Chongqing family. If the token were to surface, it would inevitably attract attention under such circumstances. Who would dare to make use of it? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's lips twitched uncontrollably. Goodness. Exiled? Power struggle? This sounds less like having a powerful ally and more like facing a formidable enemy, an insurmountable one at that. He glanced at the plaque inscribed with the name Lin Aotian. While others may have been duped, it seems he has ensnared the younger generation. Who in the Lin family currently bears the mantle? Brother Tao has brought himself here, presumably to prepare for my succession, hasn't he? The primary objective, I suppose, is to revel in this knowledge discreetly. Without a system, who knows who could accomplish such a daunting task? I can understand returning to the Chongqing family. But what does it mean to be a patrol envoy? Lin Yu interjected directly. Lin Tao shook his head, reiterating, ask your father, he knows. Lin Yu cast a complex glance at the plaque. All right, very good. However, I do have some speculations. Back when your father was alive, he had established connections with several brothers and patrol envoys. They should inquire as much as possible about the clues related to the lineage of Chongqing. I surmise it is likely connected to the other half of the token. However, the Lin family lacked the capital back then within the 9th star domain. Even those wishing to offer their services to the inspectors had to queue. After Lin Tao spoke, an expression of helplessness crossed his face, his aged countenance betraying a hint of embarrassment. He initially intended to convey significant matters, but upon reflection, realized he did not possess much knowledge. Lin Yu took a deep breath, forcing a smile. It's all right. I am now an inspector as well. What about the third one? What is the ancient burial ground? The moment the words slipped from his lips, Lin Yu regretted it, observing the expression on Brother Tao's face, and abruptly interrupted. Understood. Ask my father. If you are unsure, let us not pursue it for now. We can discuss it later. The situation was quite clear. Originally, Lin Yu intended to await the family's ascension to the 5th star domain. However, it seemed he must first scout the terrain. With the identity of an inspector, he could seize the opportunity to ascend and perhaps locate the other half of the token. As for returning to the Lin family and the ancient burial ground, that could wait. Once he possessed sufficient strength, things would naturally fall into place. Alas, what could he do? The system was on his side. Great responsibilities were bestowed upon those deemed worthy. With that thought in mind, Lin Yu dismissed any lingering hesitations. I'm leaving, Brother Tao. Wait, Lin Tao exclaimed. I have not finished speaking. Lin Yu turned back, surprised. Didn't you claim to know nothing? Is there something you are withholding from me? Lin Tao's face flushed, and he cleared his throat. No, I just wanted to caution you to be cautious. That token is closely related to the Lin family. As you draw nearer, it may react. There had been no movement until recently, but now it has begun to emit faint light. It is possible that our entry into the 6th star domain has drawn the attention of those people. Keep it close and be vigilant. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's steps faltered. Faint light? A contemplative gleam appeared in his eyes as he gazed towards the former grounds of the Su family. Su Ming had seemingly mentioned something before his demise. Do you wish to know the answer? If you have the courage, seek the Liuguang clan. Let me think this through. Why would the Su family inexplicably target the Lin family? Su Ming acted under the directive of the Liuguang clan. Yet at that time, the Lin family had merely ascended from the 7th star domain. The Liuguang clan had no reason to pay them heed. Therefore, how could this colossal force in the 5th star domain possibly set its sights on the Lin family? There must be someone orchestrating events from the shadows. Suddenly, Lin Yu's thoughts became clear. No wonder Feng Lang had abruptly turned hostile and attempted to eliminate him, even involving the Liuguang clan. The entity behind it all was likely the Chongqing Lin family. Only the Chongqing lineage possessed the influence to manipulate a dominant power without revealing themselves, compelling an inspector to act decisively. Lin Yu felt a shiver run down his spine. So, I am already being watched in the 5th star domain. But that individual is constrained by certain matters and cannot act directly. Who could it be? Is it the remnants of the forces that once supported the Lin family? Or is there another party involved? Chapter 88. The Black Mark of the Zhuge family. Lin Yu's gaze fell upon the estate, a paradise within paradise, where several uncles were stealthily cultivating. After careful contemplation, he resolved to utilize the rewards from his previous mission to enhance the family's strength. Though the solitary path of the lone tiger is commendable, one must remember that wealth and honor gained away from home is akin to donning fine garments in the dark. Lin Yu harbored a profound desire to one day stand atop the highest peak alongside these uncles who had watched him grow. Brother Tongzi, how many multiples of time flow can 4 colorful crit strike wheels exchange for? All combined within the paradise. Ding. Can exchange. 100-fold time flow in paradise. Group enhancement. Can exchange. 1 avatar x1. Can exchange. 1 celestial level technique. The system kindly presented 3 options. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin You chose to exchange for the time flow in paradise. Ding. Exchange successful. Colorful crit strike wheels. 4. Paradise upgraded successfully. Aura. 300. Time flow x 10. Instantly, the estate visibly transformed. The already rich spiritual energy began to coalesce into crystalline forms, suspended in midair, radiating an astonishing luster. Even a mere whiff would accelerate the flow of spiritual energy within one's body. Meanwhile, the time flow left his uncles utterly astonished. Good heavens, old 8. Did you feel that? The speed seems to have increased again. Elder Lu's eyes widened in disbelief. Within mere breaths, he sensed the loosening of his internal bottleneck. Quick, little Lu, are you trying to deceive me? Old 8 is the fastest. It won't be long before I surpass eldest brother and second brother to claim the title of leader. Elder 8 grunted, still immersed in his cultivation. Oblivious to the anomaly until Elder Lu slapped him on the forehead, snapping him back to reality. Wait, this speed, wow. Elder 8, sporting a bruised face and nearly obscured eyes, suddenly radiated excitement. 100 times the flow. Boom. The entire paradise erupted in fervor. What a jest. Tenfold flow was already extraordinary. 100-fold? Even selling them all wouldn't suffice to acquire such a paradise. This marvel, in the vast realms, could scarcely be matched. Should even a whisper of this emerge, the worlds would be engulfed in chaos and bloodshed. Elder 2, Lin Dong, abruptly opened his eyes. Already at the pinnacle of the 3rd level of the true immortal realm. His aura surged, propelling him to the 4th level in an instant. He gazed at the corporeal ice crystals forming in the void, his wise eyes reflecting an indescribable shock. In a moment of clarity, he seemed to recall something, his gaze piercing through the paradise to rest upon Lin You in the courtyard. Was this your doing? The great inheritance, was it not said to be accessible only at the true God realm? You have already attained the profound immortal stage. How could the inheritance be further enhanced? Upon hearing this, Brother Tao gazed at Lin You in bewilderment. Indeed, wasn't it said that the inheritance was only for the true God realm? This lad cultivates at an astonishing pace, having reached the profound immortal stage in the blink of an eye. What then is the purpose of that inheritance? How could one alter the flow of time within the mystical realm? Speak honestly, young man. Have you betrayed us? In truth, the Changxing family has long since located you, which is why you have deliberately infiltrated our household. Brother Tao tightened his grip on Lin Yu's shoulder, his expression grave. The overwhelming shock had rendered him incapable of rational thought. 100-fold acceleration, the mystical realm. These 8 words combined were sufficient to plunge the myriad worlds into madness. Lin You pushed Brother Tao's shoulder away, shaking his head furiously. What do you mean? If I had betrayed you, would I still be messing around with the mystical realm? Moreover, Brother Tao, it is not that I underestimate our family, but what role does the Changxing clan play with such esteemed individuals as yourselves? Was it truly necessary for me to be a spy? Brother Tao's face flushed with embarrassment as he nodded, realizing the truth in Lin Yu's words. Unable to counter his argument, I shall lay my cards on the table. In fact, I have acquired another powerful inheritance, one that surpasses even the realm of true divinity and is immensely stronger. Lin Yu spoke without flinching, his words flowing forth with conviction. Another one? Brother Tao was left stupefied. What? Is your family running a general store for inheritances? You casually obtain one after another? In his entire life, he had never encountered a single powerful inheritance, and yet this young man had received 2 in such a short span. Observing the shared bewilderment in the eyes of those present, Lin Yu gritted his teeth and shifted the blame onto the Zhuge family. Recently, did I not become an inspector for the Zhuge clan? Yes, they hold me in high regard, and Qin Feng also spoke a few words on my behalf. Subsequently, they gifted me a treasure that accelerates time and a dying inheritance from a powerful being. Yes, that is the truth. The crowd inhaled deeply upon hearing this. Incredible. The Changxing family truly possesses great resources. The laughter of Elder 8 echoed from within the mystical realm. Ha! I knew the Zhuge family would surely regret their decision. Young Qin Feng is quite impressive, but compared to our Yuer, he falls significantly short. What then? The Zhuge clan still harbors intentions toward Yuer, thus seeking to curry favor with him. TSK, this matter requires your Elder 8 to negotiate. I guarantee success. At the very least, the Zhuge family must suffer a considerable loss for Yuer to become a son-in-law. Lin Tao's brows furrowed deeply, his voice rising in anger as he retorted. We are discussing serious matters here, so step aside. Elder 8 replied, Understood, brother. Lin Tao felt urgency, glancing at the sole heir of the Lin family. With Elder 8's interference, he momentarily forgot the matter of the inheritance. He resolutely declared that he could not allow the other party to become a son-in-law. If that were to happen, the Lin family would face extinction. In such a case, even in death, he would have no face to meet their ancestors in the afterlife. Yuer, Becoming a son-in-law is out of the question. Our Lin family has come this far not by clinging to others, but through our own strength. Lin You nodded in agreement. Yes, I understand. It primarily relies on me. The corners of his uncle's mouth twitched, and Brother Tao found his words stuck in his throat, unable to express them. You are indeed quite arrogant. Seeing Lin Yu's indifferent expression, Brother Tao's eyes flickered with conflict, as if he had made a certain resolution. And he stomped his foot forcefully. If you wish to become a son-in-law, then so be it. Lin Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. What on earth? He was well aware of the Lin family's circumstances. A true man, could you really endure this? Thankfully, it was all fabricated. However, shortly after, he heard Brother Tao's deep voice. If they come knocking, the child must at least bear our surname. At the very least, leave a legacy for the Lin family. The voice of the eighth elder rang out decisively. No doubt about it. You have only one rival, Qin Feng, though he has become a son-in-law. There is an old saying, if one wields the hoe well, no corner is beyond reach. Little Yuzi, eighth master supports you in spirit. Chapter 89. What significant matters could there be? After bidding farewell to the Lin family, Lin You once again traversed through the portal of the inspectorate, arriving in the 5th-star region. What great authority you possess, Master Bao. I wonder how long it will take me to reach that level and reclaim the other half of the token. In the inspectorate's branch, sitting uneasily in the main seat was Feng Lang. His gaze frequently swept outside the hall, as if he were searching for something. His eyes darted restlessly within their sockets. Even without uttering a single word, one could sense his desperate will to survive. The inspectors below exchanged glances, for they had not participated in the previous battle, nor were they aware of what had transpired. They merely felt that several inspectors from the myriad realms had been dispatched on a mission and were absent from the hall. At this moment, seeing the beads of sweat incessantly forming on Feng Lang's forehead, one of them inquired, "My lord, are you unwell?" Feng Lang waved his hand, a flicker of irritation crossing his eyes. "It's nothing. Do not concern yourselves with me. Have the inspectors you dispatched yielded any results?" Immediately, someone respectfully responded, "We have already informed the inspectors of the 4th-star region. Soon, he will send someone over. As for the 6th-star region, there is still no news. The brothers sent there have yet to return." Feng Lang urged, "Inquire further swiftly. The sooner, the better. The 4th-star region must act quickly. Have them dispatch more skilled individuals. Just say that a significant event is occurring here. The more, the merrier." Feng Lang suppressed his rising anxiety, issuing commands. Others may be unaware, but he certainly was not. He found himself in a dire predicament, suffering in silence. He had assumed that alongside Su Songguang of the Liuguang clan, they could directly eliminate Lin You, leaving no witnesses. At that point, he, as the master of the 5th-star region's inspectorate branch, could dictate the narrative as he pleased. Yet who could have anticipated that Lin You would break through to the Xinxian realm? Moreover, he had reached the pinnacle of the Xinxian realm. With such formidable cultivation and astonishing combat prowess, it terrified him to the point that he fled 1,000 miles in an instant. But where could he turn upon returning? Ultimately, he was still bound to remain in this perilous place. Reporting upwards? In the 4th-star region, he could not explain himself. Colluding with clans was a grave taboo. If that were to be exposed, his life would be forfeit. Yet Lin Yu's murderous intent kept him awake at night. He understood that this individual would inevitably return. He could only send out inquiries for news about Lin You to see if there was any possibility of reconciliation, while urgently contacting the inspectors of the 4th-star region for reinforcements. Survival was the priority. After that, he could think no further. Suddenly, Feng Lang sprang up from his chair, his gaze directed towards the outside of the hall. There, a powerful aura emanating from the pinnacle of the profound immortal realm surged forth. Thud! Feng Lang was nearly paralyzed by fear, staggering backward and tumbling over the furniture beneath him. "Quick, guard the main entrance. No one is permitted to enter even a single step," he stammered. And though the inspecting officials were puzzled, they complied without hesitation. With a swift motion, gleaming long swords were drawn from their sheaths. The entire hall was shrouded in an atmosphere of impending doom. Feng Lang's throat constricted painfully as his own energy gradually ascended to its zenith. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to steady his breath. They were all at the pinnacle of the profound immortal realm. If it came to a confrontation, he might not be unable to escape. That formidable presence approached the door, slowly descending from the void. Heavy footsteps resonated outside the hall, pausing before the entrance. It seemed to hesitate, tinged with a hint of palpable impatience. Bang, bang, bang. The door was struck with tremendous force. Feng Lang felt his heart leap to his throat. He swiftly drew his long sword. That person was indeed coming. Bang, bang, bang. The knocking grew increasingly rapid. Everyone could sense the impatience of the figure outside. One of the celestial inspectors whispered, "My lord, shall I open the door to take a look?" Feng Lang cursed vehemently, sweat pouring from his forehead. "Open it? Absolutely not. If anyone dares to open this door today, I will slaughter their entire family. No one is permitted to enter or exit this hall. Suddenly, the knocking ceased. Just as everyone was left in confusion, a thunderous explosion erupted. Following that, the door was violently shattered. Blinding sunlight flooded into the hall, illuminating a singular figure. Elongated in the rays of the sun. Kill! Feng Lang could no longer contain his inner terror and shouted. But in the next moment, a strange voice echoed, Feng Lang. Have you lost your mind? If you wish to die, I wouldn't mind taking care of you. But slaying an inspecting official is a grave offense. The figure slowly entered the hall, casting a glance at the surrounding celestial inspectors, unable to suppress a frown. One hand slowly moved towards his waist. And he spoke in a deep tone. Have you all thought this through? I am an inspecting official from the 4th rank star domain, by protocol. You must address me as my lord. If you lay a hand on me, your entire clan will face extermination. Feng Lang's gaze fell upon the figure's waist. Finally recognizing the man's face, a stern visage, as if chiseled from stone. It was none other than his colleague, Mu Hong. A long sigh of relief escaped him as he slumped back into his chair. Goodness, brother, you could have just come without concealing your aura. I couldn't even sense you. Calm down, calm down. This is a misunderstanding. This gentleman is a colleague sent from the 4th rank star domain. The celestial inspectors exchanged bewildered glances, standing in a daze. Mu Hong stepped forward, fixing his gaze on Feng Lang with a questioning look. As an inspecting official, why would you not reveal your cultivation level? Are you intending to announce your presence to everyone here? Even novices understand this point. Old Feng, you've managed to become a 3rd rank inspecting official. What is going on? Feng Lang was left speechless, struggling to articulate a response. His gaze swept over the present inspectors, and he stammered, Is it just you? Did I not request at least 10 colleagues to be dispatched by the Lord? Mu Hong furrowed his brow and retorted sharply, 10? Should I send you 100 instead? Have you lost your mind? Why not just summon the Lord directly? You had someone relay a message that there was an urgent task, yet within the 4th realm. The Lord is preoccupied and lacks available personnel. That is why I am here to inquire about the situation. Observing the inspectors in the hall, Feng Lang hastily pulled his companion, eager to leave. This is not the place for conversation. Let us step aside. Mu Hong forcefully pushed him away and declined. Enough with the nonsense. Be straightforward. I have other pressing matters to attend to. If it weren't for our acquaintance, I would not bother entangling myself with someone like you, who merely idles away their life. You had 2 paths before you, to serve in the 4th realm and possibly gain entry into the Qin family. Yet you chose to linger here, flaunting your authority. Now you speak of significant matters. What great affairs could possibly arise in the 5th realm? Do not tell me that after a lifetime of mingling, you cannot navigate even this trivial relationship. Minor issues can be directly addressed by the inspectors. Even if it proves troublesome, with so many local clans, who wouldn't extend a bit of courtesy? The more Mu Hong reprimanded, the more fervent he became, incessantly lecturing. The two had chosen entirely different paths. Feng Lang, stationed in the 5th realm, had seemingly reached the end of his journey. Yet he still harbored the chance to become a direct envoy of the Qin family. That was the Qin family, with just a hint of their favor. One could traverse the myriad realms. Feng Lang's face was etched with anxiety. I understand, truly I do. Let us change our location. I will clarify everything with you. Is that agreeable? Just as Mu Hong hesitated, a sudden voice echoed from the entrance of the hall. Oh, we have new friends. It's quite lively here after a few days. Feng Lang's heart sank. This was bad news indeed. Chapter 90. I am invincible, you are free. Lin You wore a genial smile, his gaze fixating on Feng Lang at the center of the grand hall. Isn't this our Lord Feng? It has been quite a while. You Haven Tea come to greet an old friend? Lin You entered the hall with open arms, exuding familiarity as if they were longtime companions. The bewildered inspectors bowed in unison. We pay our respects to Lord Lin, the inspector of the myriad realms. Lin You waved his hand dismissively. No need for pleasantries. You may leave now. Lord Feng and I have some matters to discuss. The crowd exchanged glances, looking at Feng Lang in the main seat, only to find that his face had turned ashen. As Lin You approached step by step, he could scarcely maintain his footing, his voice trembling. Lin You, do not come any closer. This is the inspector's branch. I warn you not to act recklessly. It was all a misunderstanding. Everything that happened before was a misunderstanding. Whatever you wish for in terms of an apology, I am willing to comply. Lin You, grant me a chance. Feng Lang's words landed like a heavy bomb among the onlookers. A misunderstanding? An apology? What was happening? The assembled inspectors stared blankly at the two, realizing that some unpleasantness had surely transpired between Lin You and Feng Lang, even if one were as dim-witted as a pig. However, how could the esteemed third-order Inspector Feng deign to bow before a mere Lin You? Contemplating this, a keen-eyed individual swiftly emerged from the crowd, positioning himself squarely in Lin Yu's path, his voice resonating with authority. Preposterous. Lord Feng is addressing you. Are you deaf? By what merit do you dare demand an apology from a great lord? Upon finishing his statement, he turned slightly to nod at Feng, the ambition to curry favor evident upon his countenance. Lin You halted, letting out a soft exclamation. He directed his gaze towards the assembly, reiterating, I said. Allow you to leave first. Do you not comprehend? The man sneered in response. In this hall, only Lord Feng can compel us to withdraw. Who do you think you are? Lin You regarded him with astonishment. Oh, really? Just as he was about to retort, Mu Hong, who had been standing beside Feng, burst into laughter, slapping Feng on the shoulder, his mirth unrestrained. Old Feng, is this the great trouble you spoke of? A youth who scarcely appears to have seen 20 summers has rendered you this flustered? How do you uphold the position of third-order inspector if you cannot even manage your subordinates? Feng's throat bobbed with effort, his intention to interject thwarted before he could act. A palpable aura of dread enveloped the grand hall. Lin Yu's icy voice resounded. Now, I shall count to 3. Personal grievances, leave this place. Otherwise, you shall meet your end. In an instant, the inspectors exchanged apprehensive glances, instinctively gripping their sheathed blades, only to find that the overwhelming pressure bore down upon them like a tidal wave, rendering them nearly breathless, as if the weight of 10,000 mountains pressed upon their shoulders. How could one individual possess such formidable power? Was this truly an inspector of the myriad realms? He seemed to surpass even the esteemed Feng by a considerable margin. The keen-eyed individual standing before Lin You felt a chilling sensation in his heart. Even without direct malice aimed at him, he felt utterly powerless, as if his spine had been shattered. The oceanic weight of Lin Yu's aura compelled him to the brink of submission. With a gentle step forward, Lin Yu's presence elicited a sharp cracking sound from the knee of the man before him. His bones had been forcefully broken. Feng's mind raced back to that fateful day when Lin You, with a single sword, had slain numerous profound immortals. He collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, as if he were grappling with an insurmountable terror. Even Mu Hong beside him could not suppress a frown, a sense of unease settling in his heart. Why did this pressure, confined to the realm of profound immortals, evoke such trepidation? 3. Lin You intoned ominously. The assembly found themselves at an impasse. With a flick of his fingertip, the man with the shattered bones had his brow pierced, utterly defenseless, his spirit extinguished. The onlookers were left speechless. This individual was indeed at the realm of the true God. What madness was this? You may still serve a purpose. I wish to keep you alive. Do not force my hand, Lin You stated flatly. 2. His voice was as frigid as the depths of winter, akin to a sword suspended by a thread, poised above the heads of the gathered multitude. It seemed that in the next heartbeat, death would descend upon them. Who dared to muster the courage to rebuke him? Lin You, how dare you? This is the branch of the inspectorate. You cannot act recklessly here. As the words left his lips, he was instantly beset by regret. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings, as if everyone were staring at a fool. In an instant, a surge of sword intent erupted. Another life was extinguished. Lin You raised his gaze, an inexorable killing intent swelling within him. Run. He is serious. Madness reigned. This man was utterly deranged. A throng of inspectors surged forth like a tidal wave. In the blink of an eye, only 3 remained in the grand hall. Lin You did not intervene. He had but a singular objective for the day, to eliminate Feng Lang and ascend to power. At that moment, the inspectors would still hold great value. With the support of the crowd vanished, his overwhelming killing intent surged toward the duo of Feng Lang and Mu Hong. Feng Lang was already in a state of utter disarray, his corpulent form quivering uncontrollably, muttering like a madman. It has nothing to do with me. I am not involved. I am sorry, Lin You. Witnessing Feng Lang's complete loss of combat spirit, Mu Hong silently cursed him a fool. His gaze then fell heavily upon Lin You. Taking a deep breath, he spoke, a bead of sweat silently cascading down his forehead. You are Lin You? I am an inspector of the 4th star domain. I advise you to surrender. Although I am unaware of the circumstances between you and Feng Lang, he is nonetheless a 3rd-rank inspector. If you dare lay a hand on him, you will be challenging the authority of the inspectorate headquarters. Before he could finish, Lin You interrupted. Have you finished speaking? You seem quite familiar with each other, so you may as well die. Mu Hong clenched his teeth, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. His journey thus far was not merely the result of idle chatter. Even in the same realm, he possessed the confidence to rival others. Impudent. Do you know whom you are addressing? Within this 5th star domain, there is no trouble I, Mu Hong, cannot resolve. With a thunderous roar, Lin You raised his hand. A barrier enveloping the grand hall. A formidable character? Just right to amplify the chaos Tao cannon. Let us engage. I am invincible, and you may act at your leisure. Chapter 91. You go and handle him. Seeing Lin Yu's audacity, Mu Hong could not help but scoff. His aura began to ascend to its zenith, revealing his profound cultivation in the mysterious immortal realm. Without regard for whether Feng Lang could act, he bellowed, "This insolent wretch! It is time for you to learn the might of the inspectorate." In a thunderous explosion, a long blade was drawn from Mu Hong's waist, slicing through the air with lethal precision. The dimly lit grand hall was instantly shrouded in a chilling aura, emanating an overwhelming pressure that caused even the void to tremble. Emitting a mournful cry of unbearable strain, Lin You smiled slightly, silently urging the Chaos Dao Cannon. It was no boast, within the same realm. With the assistance of the Yulin Twin Dragon armor reducing damage by 30%, as well as the absorption capabilities of the Chaos Dao Cannon, there was likely no one born who could defeat him. As the blade descended, a sharp blade aura cleaved through the air, causing the entire grand hall to be split in two. Mu Hong bellowed, his arm, gripping the hilt of the knife, bulging with veins, as if he poured all his dignity into that one strike. The piercing sound of the blade sliced through the air. Lin You radiated an eerie aura, the proficiency of the Chaos Classic soaring to a superior yellow grade in an instant. That blade's aura vanished as if consumed by a black hole, leaving no trace behind. What the hell? Mu Hong's pupils dilated, and he blinked rapidly, as if ensnared in a mirage. After a lifetime devoted to mastering a perfect Earth-level technique, he found himself unable to sever even a single hair. Was this some cruel jest? Impossible. Mu Hong's incredulous roar echoed as the blade's aura danced like raindrops. No matter how fiercely he struck, not a single mark was left. He exerted every ounce of his power, his lifelong beliefs crumbling quietly. As one of the inspectors of the 4th-tier star domain, he had witnessed countless spectacles over the years. Yet, he had never encountered anyone who could stand immobile. As if impervious to his might, he was a 3rd-tier inspector, more formidable than Feng Lang. Why? In his mind, the system's notifications rang incessantly, the proficiency of the Chaos Classic escalating wildly. Indeed, the worth of a worthy opponent far surpassed that of mere ants. If this individual were to fight for days on end, the Chaos Classic could very well reach its zenith. A smile involuntarily crept across Lin Yu's lips. As another incense stick burned down, Mu Hong, drenched in sweat and nearly depleted of spiritual energy, found it a luxury to even catch his breath. Only then did Lin You divert his attention from the system. Done? You are not capable either. That single phrase struck Mu Hong like a thunderclap, leaving him momentarily stunned. What did you say? You are not capable either. This statement seemed to possess a certain enchantment, reverberating endlessly in his mind. Mu Hong glanced down at the long knife in his hand, now dulled, as his worldview began to crumble. Was the person before him even human? How could his once unfailing abilities fail to even ruffle the hem of the opponent's garment? Suddenly, Mu Hong turned with great difficulty to gaze at the collapsed and dazed Feng Lang. In that moment, an understanding dawned upon him. The phrase "great trouble" echoed in his soul. With a surge of anger, Mu Hong spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes ablaze. Feng Lang, damn you. This is what you call trouble? Why didn't you say earlier? This freak should have been addressed by the master personally. With that furious shout, Feng Lang snapped back to reality. He looked at Lin You, whose gaze was as cold as ice, then at the despair etched on Mu Hong's face. In that instant, he comprehended everything. They had lost, utterly defeated. Even if the two of them joined forces, there remained not a shred of hope for survival. He erupted in furious expletives, beside himself with rage. Did I not say so? I already sent a message, a monumental task, a significant trouble. I insisted on at least 10 being dispatched. And you? You arrogant fool. You came alone to assess the situation. Feng Lang pointed at Lin You in the center of the grand hall, saying, Is there not a problem in the 5-star domain that you cannot resolve? The trouble lies here. Go and deal with him. I'm the useless one. If you're so capable, you take charge, you fool. Summon the Lord. Even he would be bewildered in a clash of equal standing. Can you blame me for this freak? Do you have any idea how terrifying this person is? One sword, just one sword. A dozen Xianxian beings were sent flying like firecrackers, their heads soaring into the sky. Damn it. Feng Lang's tirade continued, teetering on the brink of madness. Mu Hong was utterly stunned. Are we not comrades? What do you mean by that? This is merely the 5-star domain. Who could have anticipated this? To handle Lin You alone? Are you dreaming? If I can make it out of this grand hall, I'll burn incense in gratitude. And I'll have to bow 3 times at my ancestors' graves to thank them for their protection. What could he possibly use to deal with Lin You? Mu Hong gripped his long knife tightly, turning with difficulty, and said solemnly, Enough with the nonsense. Perhaps if we join forces, we might still have a chance to escape. Should we report this matter? Before he could finish his sentence, he felt an abrupt emptiness beside him. Suddenly turning, he found that Feng Lang had stepped into thin air, breaking through the hall's roof in a desperate bid to flee. Betraying a comrade? All that could be heard was Feng Lang's distant shout. To hell with your alliance. Fool. I, as a patrol envoy, will not risk my life for this. Is your pride worth more than your life? If you enjoy posturing, then you deal with him. Before Mu Hong could regain his composure, Feng Lang's figure had already vanished over 100 miles away. Such speed was truly remarkable. The Celestial Patrol envoys outside the hall were all left in a state of bewilderment. How long had they been out? What was happening? Before they could react, Lin Yu's voice rang out, cold as the depths of winter. More? Have you not had enough? As his words fell, a thunderous sword cry reverberated through the heavens and earth. Lin Yu twisted his wrist, revealing a long sword that gleamed with a golden luster in his palm. Sword 9. Unity. A celestial grade technique. Perfected celestial grade weapon. Damn it. Mu Hong couldn't help but curse. No wonder he had been crushed like an ant in a battle of equals. This was celestial grade. Even his lord in the 4-star domain did not possess such a complete set. Has the world gone mad? Aside from the Qin family, who else could be so extravagant as to bestow such treasures upon a youth not yet in the golden immortal realm? No. A desperate scream echoed from the void. Feng Lang, whose form was almost beyond the horizon, was instantaneously pursued by a long sword that was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. The sword shot forth like a nail. In an instant, it pinned Feng Lang to the void. Blood rained down. One sword. 1,000 miles of pursuit. Everyone, including Mu Hong, stood frozen in place, paralyzed with fear. Witnessing the tragic demise of an old friend shattered the last glimmer of hope in Mu Hong's heart. He could only smile bitterly and shake his head. Tears welled within, yet no sound escaped my lips. I could only watch helplessly as the long sword returned to Lin Yu's grasp, poised to strike me down. Lin Yu would not spare you. Chapter 92. Who is in favor, who is against? The sword swept through the air, and a head soared into the sky. Lin Yu wiped the blood from the blade with a casual flick. Seated prominently at the head of the table, he exuded an overwhelming aura of authority that enveloped the heavens and the earth. His voice resonated slowly, casting a disdainful gaze upon the assembly below. Here, my word is law. Who is in favor, who is against? As his words resonated, an eerie silence fell upon the room. The assembled inspectors felt their hearts leap into their throats. Dare they oppose him? 2 third-tier inspectors of the profound immortal realm had been dispatched as easily as one might slay a chicken. Before Lin Yu, they were no more than insects. But what would it mean to acquiesce to his demands? The appointments of inspectors were determined by the higher-ups. Lin Yu had already committed a grave offense. Should they rashly follow him, they risked entanglement in his fate. Contemplating this, the inspectors exchanged glances, their expressions silent and contemplative. Just then, a man of somewhat shifty demeanor hurried into the grand hall, and to the astonishment of all, knelt on one knee. Subordinate Lu Yaowang, I pay my respects to you. My lord. A thunderous silence enveloped the room as all gazed at the figure as though he were mad. Lu Yaowang, a veteran among the celestial inspectors. With only mediocre skills at the true god realm, he had lingered in the sub-branch for many years, merely achieving the rank of a universal inspector. Unless fate intervened, he would never reach the position of a third-tier inspector in his lifetime. His usual demeanor was one of amiability, ensuring he offended no one. Yet, for such a character to voluntarily pledge allegiance to Lin Yu seemed utterly implausible. Lin Yu raised his gaze, regarding the kneeling figure before him. A flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. His motives for usurping the position were twofold. First, revenge. He had long since determined to eliminate Feng Lang. Second, to seize the opportunity to ascend to a higher rank. The title of the Eternal Life Envoy was daunting. Should he proceed methodically, he might never encounter the individual in question. By directly replacing Feng Lang, he could also showcase his talents. As for the reckoning that would follow, Lin Yu had already devised a plan in his mind. The Zhuge family, with the connections established through Qin Feng, and as an inspector of the Zhuge family himself, he could trade the heavenly level scripture, the Huangdi Sword Classic. The Zhuge family had no reason to refuse him. If he could delay for a while, bolstered by the system's support, it would not be long before he could firmly secure his position. In the myriad worlds, ultimately, power reigned supreme. Rise, Lin Yu commanded, extending his hand to lift Lu Yaowang from the ground. Such a seasoned individual was precisely what he needed to consolidate his influence. Gazing at the young man before him, Lu Yaowang's eyes glimmered with determination. From the moment this fellow had appeared, he had been watching him closely. Not only did he learn that Lin Yu, hailing from the Lin family, was a formidable character who had carved his way out of the 9th-star domain, but he also discovered that not long ago, Lin Yu had almost single-handedly dominated the entire 6th-star domain. It could be said that the current 6th-star domain was akin to his private garden. At such a young age, possessing unparalleled talent. No matter how Lu Yaowang exhausted his vocabulary, he could not adequately articulate the terror embodied by this young man. What solidified his resolve was the battle against Sima Yunhan, a disciple of the Qin family, who was brutally slain by Lin Yu in the 6th-star domain. It was initially believed that Lin Yu would surely meet his demise. Yet, As time passed, not only had he escaped retribution from the Sima family, but he also grew increasingly powerful, his cultivation advancing by leaps and bounds. Moreover, he maintained an inexplicable connection with the Zhuge family. These myriad factors compelled Liu Yaoguang to make a firm decision. First, for the sake of his future, and second, to avenge the deep-seated blood feud that had long haunted him. The Liuguang clan. 3,000 years prior, they had exterminated the entire Liu family. He had narrowly escaped and concealed his identity, yet this hatred lay buried deep within Liu Yaoguang's heart, year after year. Even as he became the inspector of the 10,000 realms, he dared not reveal it. Now, with Lin You also embroiled in conflict with the Liuguang clan, he yearned to take a gamble. He staked his life and fortune on the belief that this young man would not easily fall. My subordinates desire nothing but to follow you, my lord, Liu Yaoguang declared with unwavering conviction. Lin You smiled faintly, intrigued. Very well, regarding matters here, I shall take the lead. Those who wish to depart are free to go. Those who remain must obey. Is that clear? As his words concluded, the group of inspectors found themselves at a loss. Liu Yaoguang turned, reprimanding them for attempting to sway Lin Yu's influence. Are you all out of your minds? Do you not hear what the Lord has said? If the sky were to fall, the Lord would bear the weight. By staying, you shall incur no loss. Should you leave, you would be opposing the Lord. With a cold snort, a glint of icy menace flashed in his eyes as he emphatically stated, the consequences will be yours to bear. Instantly, the inspectors swallowed hard, a shiver running down their spines at the thought of Lin Yu's lethal nature. The 2 third-rank inspectors were no match for him, let alone the rest. I have seen the Lord. I have seen the Lord. With someone leading the charge. Soon the entire faction of inspectors bowed in submission. Lin Yu's objective was achieved. He now held dominion over the 5th star domain's inspectors. Next, he intended to devise a plan to uproot the Liuguang clan entirely. He raised his hand, and the storage bags of Feng Lang and Mu Hong flew forth, scattering millions of spirit stones and countless rare treasures across the ground. Liu Yaoguang immediately interjected, these are gifts from the Lord. Do not forget to express your gratitude. A flicker of joy flashed in the eyes of the crowd. All notions of propriety were cast aside. What mattered most was what they could grasp at that moment. The contents of the 2 third-rank inspectors' bags represented a lifetime of savings. Thank you, my lord. We shall serve you faithfully, even unto death. With a blend of benevolence and authority, Lin You thoroughly secured the loyalty of the group before waving his hand to dismiss them. In the grand hall, only he and Liu Yaoguang remained. Gazing at the seasoned veteran before him, he could not suppress a click of his tongue. Ah, do your eyes brim with hatred? Do they harbor murderous intent and humiliation as well? I find such individuals intriguing, for it signifies that you shall not remain stagnant. Here lies an opportunity for you. Speak your desires, and if it is within my power, I, Lin You, shall grant it. Upon hearing these words, Liu Yaoguang knelt eagerly on one knee, raising his gaze. Tears of blood streamed down his face. I am willing to brave the flames for you. I implore you for one thing. Annihilate the Liuguang clan, sparing none. I seek vengeance for my lifelong grudge. Ding. Mission issued. Uproot them entirely, leaving no trace. Mission requirement. Obliterate the Liuguang clan. Mission reward. Colorful critical hit roulette X2. Mission reward. Dao fruit locator. Note. Automatically seeks the location of Dao fruits for the host. Range. All realms. The moment he heard the system's prompt echo in his mind, he thought, oh, this is quite intriguing. Lin You had long been aware of the existence of Dao fruits, though they were elusive and seldom encountered. Generally speaking, every star domain, regardless of size, held the potential to produce Dao fruits, free from the constraints of longevity clans, with varying grades of utility. For instance, in the Dreamboat star domain where the Lin family resided, albeit a mere corner of a 6th-tier star domain, there was still the possibility of Dao fruit emergence, a product refined by the very essence of the Dreamboat star domain itself. In typical scenarios, the greater the expenditure of worldly resources, the more potent the Dao fruit would be. If a Dao fruit were generated from the combined strength of an entire 6th-tier star domain, even an ordinary cultivator could, upon refinement, attain a potential akin to that of Zhao Linger. It could be described as a divine creation. The first individual he encountered, Yi Fan, had absorbed 3 Dao fruits, yet the grade sought by the Yi family at that time was far too low, yielding no benefit beyond enhancing one's cultivation. Lin You could not help but click his tongue in amazement. With such a treasure, he could secretly scour the world for Dao fruits, forging a super army rivaling the longevity clans. He looked at Liu Yaoguang, elated. Fortune favors us. The Liuguang clan? I shall grant your wish. Chapter 93, A Visit. After settling matters within the branch, Lin You entrusted everything to Liu Yaoguang. Before departing, he left a parting remark. I shall pay a visit to the Zhuge family. Rest assured, even if you wish for death, I have no intention of perishing." Upon hearing this, Liu Yaoguang was overwhelmed with joy, further solidifying his faith in Lin You. Indeed, the master had the audacity to eliminate 2 third-tier inspectors and still had a backup plan. As long as the Zhuge family intervened, the third-tier inspectors would perish in vain. "Safe travels, my lord. I bid you farewell." Within the Liuguang clan, the Grand Hall, once reserved for the clan leader and esteemed elders to convene, was now occupied by a young man. He sat at the head of the table, flanked by alluring maidens, basking in the indulgence of his surroundings. The clan leader of the Liuguang clan appeared pale, gazing at the man in the high seat, momentarily at a loss for words. Upon his arrival, the man raised an eyebrow. "So what news? Has Lin You met his demise?" The leader of the Liuguang clan suddenly froze, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead as he stammered, "My lord, that Lin You is still alive." As his words fell, the atmosphere in the hall instantly solidified. The young man lifted his gaze, emitting a heavy sound of inquiry from his throat. "Oh, you cannot handle a mere true immortal? Must I intervene personally? If that is the case, your lineage has no reason to exist." With a thud, the leader of the Liuguang clan knelt on the ground. "My lord, Lin Yu's strength surpasses our expectations. Originally, the Su clan and Su Songguang, along with over a dozen Xian immortals, posed no threat. However, Lin You, for some unknown reason, has suddenly ascended to the pinnacle of the Xian immortal realm. With a single sword strike, he slaughtered over a dozen Xian immortals, including the envoy of the myriad realms. This is truly beyond our imagination." Upon hearing this, the young man abruptly stood from his seat and approached the leader, fiercely grasping his collar. "Are you jesting with me? A true immortal with 2 layers of heaven? Nonsense. Even if he bears the blood of my Lin family, it is impossible." His voice halted mid-sentence. The mention of the Lin family's blood made him ponder the possibility of awakening the bloodline of that emperor. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He instinctively took 2 steps back. His eyes filled with horror. The thought of the ancient, undying beings in their clan threatening them from the ancient burial grounds filled him with disgust. Stuck in the past, Lin You and his lineage are the sinners of the entire Lin family. Their exile was already an act of immense mercy. Now they even wish to be recognized as part of the clan. Nonsense. If Lin You returns and gains the support of those old fellows, the Lin family is bound to face chaos. With this thought, Lin Jingyun's eyes flashed with malice. Where is he now? Gather the entire Liuguang clan. I shall take action myself. The leader of the Liuguang clan, his face pale, replied after a moment. He has already left the 5th star domain. As for his exact whereabouts, it remains unknown. He then relayed all the information he had received from the envoy of the myriad realms. The more Lin Jingyun listened, the more alarmed he became. At just 18 years of age, he had already achieved such extraordinary prowess, effortlessly slaying a 3rd-tier envoy. Such talent is indeed more terrifying than his own. "You are worthless. Just a worthless fool," Lin Jingyun roared, striking the leader of the Liuguang clan, causing him to spew blood. "Summon your entire clan. Lay in ambush at the envoy's branch. Lin You will inevitably return. The moment he appears, strike." The leader of the Liuguang clan coughed blood. "My lord, there is already considerable dissatisfaction within the clan. If this continues, internal strife may ensue." The Liuguang clan is divided into 6 lineages and 3 factions. Unlike other powers, it was originally a fusion of multiple forces to swiftly establish a foothold in the 5th star domain. Among them, the Han family he represented, along with the Longhu Gate and the Listening Water Pavilion, were the 3 main pillars of the Liuguang clan, the most robust and the first established factions. Among the 6 veins, including Su Songguang's lineage, they are all later added collateral branches. Over the years, the Lin family has provided covert support, enabling him to unite the 3 collateral branches, seize control of the Liuguang clan, and rise to prominence. However, the Su family now faces devastating setbacks, with numerous Xianxian realm members perishing, placing them in dire straits. Consequently, the forces at his disposal have also begun to collapse. Under the combined pressures of the Longhu Gate and the Listening Water Pavilion, their foundations are visibly shaking. Should they strike again, if misfortune were to befall him, his position as clan leader would be rendered precarious. Lin Jingyun's countenance was icy as he approached the other man. He spoke softly. "I am not here to negotiate. Do you understand? Do not forget how the Han family rose to prominence. We possess the power to elevate you, as well as the means to obliterate you. Were it not for the numerous issues within the clan, do you think a useless individual like you would have had the chance to engage with the Chongqing family? Bestowing grace is akin to paradise." Clan leader Han humbly lowered his head. "Yes, my lord." At this juncture, he had no avenue for retreat. The Longhu Gate and the Listening Water Pavilion remained oblivious to his machinations. To incite their involvement, one would need to pay a monumental price. Unless the Lin family intervened forcefully to compel their submission, Such a scenario was implausible. The unique tacit understanding among the Chongqing family meant that only the celestial inspectors traversed the outside world. If they were to act personally, it would be a humiliation. Compared to the majesty of the Chongqing family, the Han family is utterly insignificant. Before the third-class star domain, Lin You felt the vibrant life force and spiritual energy within. Even before entering, despite the Chongqing family's restrictions, the ethereal sight of the mist-wreathed celestial mountains left him in awe. Compared to the sixth-class star domain, the disparity was monumental. Describing it as a paradise would not be an exaggeration. No wonder the Chongqing family has always been superior. Even a waste of a cultivator in this place would likely attain the Xinwu realm given the richness of the spiritual energy. Stop! A chilling command echoed from the void. A golden-armored deity appeared, wielding a spear, his visage obscured, yet by the aura of his cultivation, he was at least a true god. Remarkably, the Chongqing family guards such powerful beings at their gates. This is the abode of the Chongqing family. Unauthorized entry is forbidden. The golden-armored deity warned, rotating the spear's tip. Lin You pondered for a moment before producing the Zhuge family token and presenting it to the deity, believing it would signify his identity and grant him permission. However, to his surprise, the golden-armored deity merely cast a cursory glance at the token before tossing it back. Even the inspectors are not permitted entry. To me, the inspectors, who stand tall in front of outsiders, are merely dogs of the Chongqing family. There is no need to pay them heed. Could you relay a message? Inform them that Lin You, a friend of Qin Feng, has come to visit. The golden-armored deity resolutely declined. Impossible. Only those bearing the Chongqing family token may enter. In the myriad realms, countless individuals aspire to infiltrate the third-class star domain. You, a mere inspector, lack the qualifications. Chapter 94, A Veiled Rebuke. Lin You could not help but furrow his brow upon hearing this. Initially, I believed that possessing the token of the Zhuge family would grant me access to the third-class star domain. However, I soon discovered that the intricacies of this situation were far more complex than I had anticipated. My connection with the Zhuge family is somewhat profound. During the first grand contest of elites, it was a messenger from the Zhuge family who presided over the event. The Lin family gained entry into the sixth-class star domain with their token. Furthermore, there was the matter concerning Qin Feng, which I had sought assistance from the Zhuge family to resolve. All things considered, I owe them a debt of gratitude. Taking a deep breath, I gazed at the golden-armored deity before me, uncertain of their origins. If they were indeed affiliated with the Zhuge family, it would be quite awkward. I courteously requested, "Might I trouble you to enter and announce my presence? Inform them that Lin You of the Lin family has arrived. The Zhuge family will surely wish to meet me upon learning of my arrival." The golden-armored deity could not contain their frown and retorted angrily, "How ungrateful you are! Were it not for the semblance of dignity you possess, I would have already dispatched you. My sole responsibility is to patrol the periphery of the third-class star domain, and announcing your presence falls outside my duties. If you truly have ties to the Zhuge family, you would have means to reach them. If not," he snorted disdainfully, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes, "begone from here. You are nothing but a mere inconsequential being. If I were to let you in, it would be a dereliction of my duty." With that, an overwhelming divine radiance erupted from the golden-armored deity, unmistakably revealing their formidable prowess at the true god realm. Watching this display, my last shred of patience evaporated. This gatekeeper truly believed themselves the master of the situation. Were it not for the fact that we were in the abode of the Chongqing family, I would have severed their head long ago. A faint glimmer of murderous intent flickered in my eyes as I spoke in a voice as cold as ice. "I shall say this one last time. Enter and announce my arrival. Lin You is here. Do not make me repeat myself a third time, or it will cost you dearly." A sinister grin spread across the golden-armored deity's face as they tightened their grip on the spear. "And what makes you think you can challenge me? You, a mere brat still in your infancy." As the tension escalated, and it seemed that conflict was imminent, a languid voice suddenly emerged from behind the golden-armored deity. "What is the matter? You cannot even handle such a trivial task? Do you wish to throw away your life?" Upon hearing the voice, the golden-armored deity hastily turned around and, upon recognizing the newcomer, knelt on one knee. "My lord, this person insists on entering." And despite my repeated admonitions, I was unable to dissuade him, which led to this commotion and has now disturbed you. The newcomer exuded an air of elegance. Clad in a flowing blue and white robe, reminiscent of a young master from a noble family, with a slight arch of his brow, he directed his gaze towards Lin You, though it quickly shifted away. "Oh, have you ascertained who this individual is?" The golden-armored deity bowed even lower, hands clasped in respect. "I have inquired. His name is Lin You. I must admit my ignorance, as I have not heard of him before. He claims to have an acquaintance with the Zhuge family and seeks to enter to announce his presence. However, given that the Zhuge family is part of the Chongqing clan, I would never dare to disturb them without proper knowledge. Upon hearing the name Lin You, a subtle smile curled at the corners of the newcomer's lips, and his gaze returned to Lin You, whereupon a token affixed to his waist came into clear view. Sharing the same lineage as Lin You, are you Lin You? A flicker of impatience crossed Lin Yu's gaze. And what of it? The young man clicked his tongue, drawing forth the distinctive folding fan of the Zhuge family from his bosom. I have heard of you. It is said that you are friends with that worthless Qin Feng? Worthless? The moment those words escaped, Lin You lifted his eyes, refraining from answering the inquiry, instead countering. Is this the Zhuge family's stance on Qin Feng? The young man shook his head. Not quite. This is my opinion of him. A fellow with some talent, yet unable to dominate his realm. A person of such caliber cannot even defeat you. What merit does he possess to enter the Zhuge family? I truly do not understand what they saw in Qin Feng that warranted his entrance into the Star Sea Spirit Pool, a place I am not even qualified to enter. Lin You chuckled in disbelief, licking his lips. May I inquire your name? The young man swiftly unfurled the fan, exuding an air of superiority. Zhuge family, direct line, Zhuge Yunqi. At your service. If you do not mind, you may call me Brother Yunqi. I can certainly endure that. Seeing that the two were indeed acquainted, the armored deity broke into a cold sweat. He prostrated himself, pleading for Zhuge Yunqi's forgiveness. My lord, it is all a misunderstanding. This young man did not present his identity, and according to the rules, I could not allow him entry. I implore you, my lord, for the sake of my diligence, spare my life. Zhuge Yunqi sighed, a serene smile gracing his face. What does this have to do with you? You have done well. Not just anyone is worthy of meeting the Zhuge family. My friend here possesses a kind heart, and coincidentally, I too am of a benevolent nature. Not only will I spare you, but I shall reward you as well. When you report to the Zhuge family, simply state that Zhuge Yunqi has appointed you as a guard. They will honor my request. But remember today's events, and keep your eyes open in the future when it comes to the Zhuge family. Not just anyone may enter. A clever veiled scolding, disguised as forgiveness, had Lin You chastised several times over. Not just anyone, each word a dagger to the heart. The armored deity felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, overwhelmed with gratitude. Lin You narrowed his eyes, realizing that the Zhuge family was indeed a mixed bag, teeming with all sorts of individuals. Zhuge Yunqi was well aware of the sarcasm. He replied nonchalantly, it's rather acceptable. In this vast universe, there are all kinds of people. Some rely on a modicum of talent to merely coast through life in the Zhuge family, while others, click, having taken every advantage, dare to come knocking with brazen faces. After speaking, Zhuge Yunqi seemingly had an epiphany, turning his head. Ah, my friend, I wasn't referring to you. I have this habit of letting my tongue run wild. I hope you can forgive my indiscretion. You have come to the Zhuge family to seek Brother Chongqing. Am I correct? Come, let us walk and talk. Chapter 95. Heads on the line. Let these rodents take their fate into their own hands. Lin You followed the other towards the Zhuge family in the third star domain. Had this been in the past, he would have surely severed this insufferable wretch's head with a single stroke. Yet now, he understood well the purpose of his visit to the Zhuge family. Temporary restraint may not necessarily be a negative trait. Moreover, given the nature of this individual, it is likely that his true colors will soon be revealed. When the situation reaches its climax, it will be time for reckoning. The two arrived at the Zhuge residence, which, despite being referred to as a clan, was immensely larger than any ordinary estate. 6 golden armored guardians stood at the entrance, and wherever one looked, towering barriers could be seen. Upon stepping inside, one would discover a realm unlike any other. It could aptly be described as a small world unto itself. Zhuge Yunqi walked ahead, feigning cordiality. Brother Lin You, your reputation precedes you. At such a young age, your cultivation is truly remarkable, a prodigy indeed. Alas, you are not of the Zhuge bloodline. Otherwise, you would be 1,000 times more deserving than that Qin Feng to become my Zhuge family's son-in-law. He shook his head as he spoke, lamenting the fate of a failure in the 7th tier star domain, who still struggled in the 6th tier. Witnessing the disdain directed at Qin Feng, Lin Yu's smile grew increasingly frosty. The foolish lad was known to him. Though he had lost to Lin Yu, his innate talent was undoubtedly among the finest. Without the aid of a system, Lin Yu might not even have had the privilege to engage him. The Supreme Bone paired with the Celestial Wheel Eye, such a combination is rare even across the myriad realms. How could the other speak so disparagingly? It was evident that their jibes were aimed squarely at both of them. Is that so? I feel a sense of pity for Qin Feng as well, Lin Yu scoffed. If the Zhuge family is truly of such caliber, that foolish lad is hardly worthy of being brought into the fold. Zhuge Yunqi, seemingly oblivious to the underlying tension, continued, during your grand competition. It was the external elders of the Zhuge family who presided over the event. There lies some connection, I suppose. I later heard that the Sima family faltered in the 6th tier star domain, and that fellow Qin Feng willingly relinquished his chance to enter the Star Sea Spirit Pool. insisting on requesting Brother Changqing's assistance. The Star Sea Spirit Pool, what a place. It is a treasure trove of opportunities. Even a pig thrown in would emerge enlightened and capable of cultivation, destined to become a demon king. Tell me, is he not a fool? Yet alas, the Zhuge family is magnanimous and ultimately granted him the opportunity. At this point, Lin You hesitated. He had heard Qin Feng mention the Star Sea Spirit Pool when the latter presented him with a token, while he was unsure of its true nature. Zhuge Yunqi's words conveyed its preciousness. The fact that Qin Feng had voluntarily forfeited his own opportunity to shield him from the Sima family's plot spoke volumes about their friendship, a bond more significant than the heavens. As for Zhuge Changqing, he had yet to meet him, but he surmised that he must be an extraordinary figure. This visit likely involved matters of great importance that would require Changqing's intervention. Lin You surveyed the surrounding mountains and palaces, magnificent and exquisitely crafted. He paused, softly inquiring, "Where are we headed?" Zhuge Yunqi turned back, slightly surprised. "To meet Brother Changqing, of course. Your token was bestowed by him. So it is only natural that we consult him regarding any matters at hand." Lin You nodded, seemingly unperturbed. "Ah, so that is the case. However, is it possible that Zhuge Changqing is truly so inept?" The words lingered in the air. The air grew heavy with tension. Zhuge Yunqi's countenance became rigid, and a flash of anger ignited in his eyes. "What do you mean?" With a swift motion, he drew his sword, and the void shattered inch by inch, leveling the surrounding peaks and revealing a multitude of youthful figures concealed within. Their cultivations varied: martial immortals, martial gods, true immortals, and true gods, all sharing the same disdainful arrogance in their gazes, as if merely observing Lin You was a tremendous favor. "Tell me, what kind of person requires to hide in the shadows? How can you dare to call yourself a member of the Eternal Life family when you can't even reveal your face?" Lin Yu's voice remained calm. From the moment he stepped onto the mountain path, he sensed the hidden auras lurking about, though unaware of the reason. He was certain it was inextricably linked to this Zhuge Yunqi. As he finished speaking, the crowd behind the mountains erupted in laughter, dismissing Lin You entirely and mocking Zhuge Yunqi instead. "Brother, I told you this was a foolish idea. What now? Has he seen through you?" They jeered. Who would have thought this fellow was so vigilant? Quite amusing. Arrogance reigned, as a mere ant from a lower star domain proclaimed himself king in this tiny space, believing himself invincible. This is the Eternal Life family, the Zhuge clan. Just like Qin Feng, you are a lowly creature, rude, ignorant, and brutish. Zhuge Yunqi, incensed by Lin Yu's mockery, sneered coldly. "What did you just say?" Lin Yu stood his ground, stepping closer until their eyes locked. "I said, cowardly wretch. Did you hear me clearly?" Zhuge Yunqi gritted his teeth, the facade of nonchalance evaporating in an instant. "Impudent. Are you seeking death? To provoke the majesty of the Eternal Life family? The heads of your entire Lin clan wouldn't suffice." Lin Yu scoffed. "Do not hastily adorn me with your grand accusations. You know well who the cowardly wretch truly is." Then, Lin Yu's voice rang out, his gaze sweeping over the crowd with disdain. "You wish to target me, Lin Yu? Bring it on. If I take even half a step back today, let my head be forfeit to you wretches. Those unafraid of death, come and try." At this juncture, meaningless evasion served no purpose. Should he allow them to continue, he would surely be drowned in ridicule before even meeting Zhuge Changqing. Lin You understood well that this was not Zhuge Changqing's intent. The true cause lay with the man before him. If Zhuge Changqing sought to oppose him, why bother with such pretense and assistance? He could have personally descended upon the 6th-tier star domain. Who could stand against him? His commanding voice reverberated through the heavens and earth, and the eyes of the Zhuge clan members, aligned with Zhuge Yunqi, glimmered with murderous intent. For many years, no one had dared to shout so boldly within the Zhuge family. "You are audacious. No wonder Qin Feng befriended you, a pair of fools. Do you comprehend the might of the Eternal Life family?" "I shall." From the mountain range, a young Zhuge clan cultivator stepped forward in indignation. Appearing no older than 15 or 16, exuding an overwhelming pressure that enveloped the universe. The manifestation of true divine prowess is unmistakable. Indeed, he is a disciple of the Changqing family. Such innate talent is nothing short of terrifying. As he spoke the truth, the heavens seemed to crown him with resplendent golden light, and a scroll, akin to a masterpiece, materialized in the void above. "Be still." Lin Yu raised his hand, and the white tiger sword of golden light appeared in his palm. Sword 1. Exterminate the heavens. His voice resonated, not directed at the young disciple before him, but rather towards the depths of this world. Fists and feet are blind. I beg your pardon. As the words fell, the sword light surged forth. Before the young one in true divine realm could even brush against Lin Yu's sleeve, he was sent flying by the sword chi, spewing forth a mouthful of blood that shot out like a fountain, plummeting into the abyss, his fate unknown. In that instant, all present stood frozen. Disbelief etched upon their faces as they gazed at Lin You and the sword he wielded. The pinnacle of the mystic celestial realm. How can this be possible? They had assumed Lin Yu's cultivation was roughly on par with Qin Feng, peaking at the true celestial realm at best. Yet, to their astonishment, this fellow's cultivation had indeed reached the zenith of the mystic celestial realm. 18 years old. What a jest. How many from the Zhuge family could achieve such heights? Within the grand hall atop the mountain, Zhuge Chongqing wore a wry smile as he glanced at the elder beside him, who had once presided over the grand competition of prodigies. Uncle, this lad possesses quite the temper. The elder awkwardly rubbed his nose, responding hesitantly, he is a genius. After all, always exceptional. Zhuge Chongqing shrugged, concluding that in the long run, this would prove beneficial. The disciples of their clan often held themselves in high regard, believing that resting upon the laurels of the Chongqing name rendered them invincible. Having a fierce character like Lin You, who had battled his way up from a lower star domain, to give them a lesson was undoubtedly advantageous. The elder beside him nodded in agreement, though soon he clicked his tongue. Might this be a bit excessive? If it truly escalates to a life-and-death confrontation, Lin You may find it challenging to extricate himself. Zhuge Chongqing laughed heartily, recalling the calm demeanor with which he had single-handedly infiltrated the Sima family. That won't do. Our Zhuge family's disciples, though accustomed to arrogance over the years, do possess some real skills. Lin Yu's prowess in the mystic celestial realm is indeed formidable, but he is not invincible. Once he shows true strength, my younger brothers will no longer remain idle. At that time, you and I shall intervene to safeguard Lin You. They will have received their lesson, and we will have rendered a favor. The elder's face displayed an expression of astonishment as he observed Zhuge Chongqing, whose appearance mirrored that of Lin You and many of the young disciples. Truly, he is the future helmsman of the Chongqing family. His meticulous thoughts are awe-inspiring. The elder had some understanding of the Zhuge family's attitude towards Lin You. A genius of such caliber is a rare find, akin to Qin Feng. Both extraordinary individuals among countless others. They dwell in the lower echelons, driven by a beastly ambition and an indomitable spirit. To win them over would be ideal. And even if that is unattainable, forming a bond would still hold value. Given the Zhuge family's current standing, they would hardly mind extending a helping hand to such talents. Among 1,000 of this kind, they are a treasure indeed. As long as one or two can endure until the end, it will provide immense support for the Chongqing clan in the future. Who dares to claim invincibility for eternity? Even the Chongqing clan is not exempt from this truth. Through the passage of countless eons, the tides of time will inevitably rise and fall. During their zenith, the Chongqing clan may indeed dominate the myriad realms. Yet in times of decline, one must observe how many of those capable of intervening are willing to extend a helping hand. Lin You and Qin Feng are such seeds, taking root and blossoming into towering trees. Down the mountain, Lin You wielded his sword, effortlessly dispatching young foes, leaving them in disarray, hearts pounding with fear. What began as contempt gradually morphed into astonishment. They surged forth in numbers, attempting to overwhelm him, only to realize that they were no different from mere insects. Their shocked gazes transformed into utter bewilderment. The young disciples of the Zhuge clan slumped helplessly to the ground, their minds consumed by a singular thought. Where did this freakish talent come from? Wasn't Zhuge Yunqi claiming that a soft target had arrived? Is this what one calls soft? Their teeth were shattered in the onslaught. Zhuge Yunqi stood petrified, unable to move, silently observing as Lin You struck down each of his kin, leaving them dazed. The pride in his eyes gradually faded beneath the brilliance of the sword light, replaced by a gaze clearer than that of cattle or horses. Is this from a lowly star domain? Is the outside world filled with such monstrosities? Wasn't it said that the competition for prodigies lacked substance? With any disciple from their clan effortlessly claiming the top spot? What nonsense is this? Such beings are rare, even within the Chongqing clan. Only when Lin You sheathed his sword did Zhuge Yunqi involuntarily shudder. The folding fan in his hand slipped from his grasp. As he witnessed Lin You approaching step by step, he instinctively retreated, lacking the courage to strike. You don't come any closer. I am a direct descendant of the Zhuge clan. If you lay a hand on me, it will surely. Lin You raised his sword once more, calmly interjecting. What will happen? Zhuge Yunqi's throat constricted as he glanced at his fellow clansmen, pondering, perhaps nothing will happen? They have been fighting for so long. Surely the clan must have been informed by now. Why is there no response? With this thought, Zhuge Yunqi's confidence dwindled even further. That, brother, it's all a misunderstanding. You must listen to my defense. It is not merely an explanation. Lin Yu's aura enveloped him like a crashing wave. The radiant white tiger golden light sword rested upon Zhuge Yunqi's shoulder. Now, tell me what you have to say. Zhuge Yunqi craned his neck, gazing at the chilling sword resting on his shoulder. I apologize. I admit, I envied Qin Feng, which led me to target you intentionally. Originally, The qualification for the Star Sea Spirit Pool, which Qin Feng relinquished, was rightfully mine. Yet the family bestowed it upon him. Upon encountering you, I sought to vent my frustration. I deeply regret all my prior words and actions. After speaking, Zhuge Yunqi executed a deft bow, evading the lethal arc of Lin Yu's sword. It is not without reason that the direct descendants of the Chongqing family possess such keen intellect. They capitulate with remarkable swiftness. Am I being overly audacious? Lin Yu continued. It is not I who is being audacious, brother. You are formidable, truly formidable. Zhuge Yunqi responded, appearing as docile as a child, a sycophantic smile gracing his face. Isn't it the might of the Chongqing family? Lin Yu pressed on relentlessly. Zhuge Yunqi was nearly in tears, his face a portrait of despair. Brother, I was merely speaking in jest. I do not represent the Zhuge family. My sincerest apologies. He bowed deeply once more. Who are mere cats and dogs? I alone am the entirety of it. Observing the other's compliance, Lin Yu finally sheathed his sword. After all, he had come here seeking assistance. A true heavyweight must surely be observing from above. It would be unwise to arrive only to annihilate the disciples under his roof. Should that occur, Lin Yu would likely find himself unable to exit this grand gate. Very well. In light of your remarkable obedience and understanding, I shall impose a minor punishment. With a resounding slap, Zhuge Chongqing was instantly drenched in blood, his complexion paling to an extreme. Judging by his appearance, he would likely not recover in less than 6 months. Not daring to display any dissatisfaction, he was instead filled with gratitude for having survived. In that moment, he genuinely believed Lin Yu would take his life. The ferocity emanating from him, as if emerging from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, instilled fear like none he had ever encountered among the Zhuge family. Your teachings are well taken. Zhuge Yunqi bowed and nodded in acquiescence. I have one final request. If you fulfill it, we shall consider today as events resolved. Do you refuse? Lin Yu raised his sword once more, not allowing him to elaborate further. Zhuge Yunqi, thumping his chest, declared earnestly, 100? I shall comply. Brother, whatever you command, I shall execute. You truly possess remarkable insight. Lin Yu retorted. Then once my brother emerges, I expect an apology. Chapter 97. Task released. Claiming supremacy in the same realm. Zhuge Yunqi was momentarily stupefied, incredulity etched across his features. An apology? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, his sword poised once again. Are you unwilling to comply? The icy blade pointed directly at his throat caused Zhuge Yunqi to instinctively retreat 2 steps. I comply, brother. I submit. Lin Yu cast him a look of understanding. He then proceeded to ascend the mountain peak, where true greatness awaited. Watching his departing figure, the young disciples of the Zhuge family were left in utter disarray. Their once proud confidence had been shattered, and that sense of superiority was thoroughly trampled underfoot. Despite dozens surrounding Lin Yu, none could withstand even half a move against him. What jest is this? All of them in their 20s. Why does he possess such overwhelming strength? No, he is merely 18. Upon this realization, despair clouded the eyes of the young disciples, and they could only silently rejoice that Lin Yu did not belong to the Chongqing family. Otherwise, with his innate talent, he would likely be challenging the elders by now. Who would dare covet the position of clan leader? It would be madness. As Lin Yu continued on his path, he paused once more, gazing into the depths of the void, rendered speechless. Have you had your fill of chaos? How many individuals remain? Let them all come forth. Let us resolve this in one decisive confrontation. As the voice faded, a chilling laughter echoed through the void. Quite intriguing, an 18-year-old in the realm of the profound immortal? I did not anticipate encountering such a prodigy outside the Chongqing clan. Nonetheless, I am not alone in my path. Over these years, apart from Zhuge Chongqing, there have been few worthy of my regard. This vast universe is not as unwieldy as one might imagine, for figures gradually emerged from the void. Upon catching sight of them, a singular thought surged in Lin Yu's mind. Formidable characters, true geniuses. The ethereal aura of detachment and the unique pride they exuded was not merely a reflection of the Chongqing clan's reputation, but stemmed from their very essence. It seemed that their mere presence rendered them the sovereigns of this realm. Such is the demeanor of youthful prodigies. This confidence, radiating from the depths of one's heart, he had only witnessed before in that foolish lad, Qin Feng. The moment the four appeared, a glimmer of hope illuminated the eyes of the Zhuge clan disciples. These were the esteemed disciples of the ancestors, the most likely candidates to contend with Chongqing for the title of the Divine Son. Excellent. With their involvement, the Zhuge clan would surely redeem its honor. Ha ha ha. Lin Yu, your arrogance ends here. Each of these 4 possesses the cultivation of the profound immortal. Even Zhuge Yunqi's eyes widened in disbelief. He never expected them to take action personally. What began as his solitary vendetta had now escalated into a matter of familial dignity. If Lin Yu were to defeat the younger generation of the Zhuge clan single-handedly, It would be a disgrace beyond measure. Would they truly allow Zhuge Changqing to intervene personally? The cultivation resources outside the Changqing clan are worlds apart. Moreover, Zhuge Changqing is nearly destined to become the future leader of the clan. If he were to intervene, even if victorious, it would bring no glory to the Zhuge clan. Lin Yu's gaze swept over the crowd, perceiving a faint sense of helplessness in their eyes. Is there truly despair among them? Coupled with the earlier remarks, he chuckled lightly and shook his head. What? Do you wish to engage? Then let us hasten. I am pressed for time. In a battle of equal realms, Lin Yu was confident he would not be bested by anyone. Whether it be the superlative Yulin twin dragon armor or the perfected Huangdi sword cannon, both were cards he held with pride. With a 30% reduction in attack. What do you possess to contend with me? Arrogant fool. Do you truly believe that reaching the pinnacle of the profound immortal realm allows you to contend with us? A mere insect attempting to shake a tree. Today, I shall demonstrate what the Changqing clan embodies. Invincible within the same realm is the essence of the path to immortality. Among the four figures, one stepped forward, lotus blossoms forming beneath his feet. Boundless golden light emanated from him, showcasing his peak cultivation of the profound immortal, unmistakably evident. The overwhelming might cascaded through the heavens and earth, leaving the younger generation of the Zhuge clan gasping for breath. Lin Yu raised his gaze. A beam of sword light erupted from his fingertip, instantly piercing through the opponent's oppressive aura. In an instant, that overwhelming pressure deflated like a punctured balloon. He calmly declared, "Let us dispense with the formalities. All four of you, come at me together." Boom. A stone stirred 1,000 waves. Everyone gazed at Lin Yu as if he were a madman. Bold and reckless. Do you even know who you are speaking to? Insolence. Fulfill his desires. You must fulfill his wishes, and if the four of you do not make him tremble, consider your efforts clean. Goodness, how arrogant. Do you think yourself invincible among your peers? Before you stands not just anyone, but a formidable opponent. Conceited fool, bring him down. In the grand hall atop the mountain, Zhuge Changqing wore a helpless smile. This young man is indeed audacious. No wonder he dares to confront my Zhuge family alone. Zhuge Zhao beside him shook his head in quiet disapproval. Lin Yu is indeed strong. Yet Zhuge Zhao doubted that he could withstand the combined might of 4 disciples of the secluded elders. After all, they are the finest selections from the Changqing family. Aside from Zhuge Changqing himself. Very well, it is time to temper Lin Yu's arrogance. Otherwise, he might truly believe that the Zhuge family is without merit. Zhuge Changqing nodded noncommittally, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes as he chuckled. What do you think Lin Yu's chances are? Zhuge Zhao pondered for a moment before slowly extending a single finger. Zhuge Changqing was taken aback. Just 1%? Such a low estimate. Zhuge Zhao sighed, stating that 1% was already the limit. If those four truly joined forces, he saw no possibility of Lin Yu emerging victorious. The disparity between the Changqing family and the outside world is vast. Lin Yu's strength is indeed among the elite of the Zhuge family. Yet to take on 4 opponents is rather presumptuous. Zhuge Changqing smiled faintly, revealing a set of pristine teeth. He resembled a refined gentleman, gentle as jade. Indeed, even I would find it challenging to battle these 4 brothers, with a 50-50 chance at best, no matter how strong Lin Yu is. He cannot possibly surpass my former prowess, can he? Zhuge Zhao shook his head, maintaining his composure. It is impossible. On the mountainside, Lin Yu radiated an unparalleled sword intent, causing the 4 standing before him to show signs of solemnity. In battles among masters, a single detail can be illuminating. Just the aura of his sword made their hearts race. Nonetheless, they had no intention of launching a siege. The pride of geniuses forbade such actions. Ding. Mission issued. King among peers. Mission requirement. 1 against 4. Overcome the talents. Mission reward. Common critical hit roulette x3. A system notification echoed in his mind. Ah, how fortuitous. I thought this encounter was in vain. Yet the system generously provided a reward. How delightful. With determination, the first of the 4 to engage Lin Yu shouted fiercely. Brothers, wait. Allow me to take the lead and subdue this boy. He unleashed a punch, a brilliant golden light erupting forth, enveloping the space with a torrent of fist shadows. However, before it could reach Lin Yu, it was shattered by the sword intent surrounding him. I said, let all of you come at once. Do you not understand human language? The assailant, seething with rage, retorted, nonsense. Defeat me first, then we shall see. With that, he charged forward once more, his momentum thunderous. Even without direct contact, Lin Yu could perceive the profound depth of his opponent. However, reigning supreme in the same realm was no simple feat, observing the remaining 3 individuals aloof and unprovoked. Lin Yu let out a cold snort. You refuse to strike? Then I shall take action. With a swift motion, he unleashed the yellow Emperor Sword Classic. Sword 9. Unity. The white tiger golden light sword emitted a dazzling brilliance, and Lin Yu's figure seemed to transcend the river of time, countless afterimages of his sword strikes converging into one. With a single stroke, the void began to shatter inch by inch. His target was not merely the individual before him, but the collective of four. The formidable power of his perfected heavenly-level technique was now unmistakable. Equal cultivation? Let us compare our foundations. With a single strike, the four prodigies were compelled to engage, as the impending murderous intent left them no room for hesitation. You fool, are you seeking death? Even if Brother Chongqing were here, facing four of us alone, he would struggle to prevail. Since he was so intent on his demise, they would oblige him. Impudent lunatic. The four prodigies from the Zhuge family simultaneously sprang into action, their might shaking the heavens and earth. The surging wave of spiritual energy enveloped the mountains, forcing countless Zhuge disciples to grit their teeth and prostrate themselves on the ground. The mere aftermath of this overwhelming force was something they could scarcely endure. Was this the nature of battles between prodigies? It was terrifying. Damn it. I feel as though my bones are being crushed. I can hardly fathom the extent of their power. 1 against 4? What kind of monster is Lin You? Zhuge Yunshi had long since collapsed to the ground, gazing at the figure in the void resembling a war god, devoid of any remaining arrogance. Unmatched within the same realm? Those 4 words abruptly surfaced in his mind, and he began to regret his previous actions against Lin You. A prodigy of this caliber, if he were to survive, would grow to unimaginable heights. Offending such an individual would mean living in perpetual dread for the rest of his life. As time flowed on, even gazing up at him would become a luxury. What a joke. That Qin Feng. He merely lost to someone like this. In an instant, a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes, as he began to understand why the esteemed Chongqing family would permit an outsider from the lower realms to join the Zhuge family. If it were merely a loss to Lin You, it seemed more a matter of honor than disgrace. What a fortunate turn of events. In the void above, Lin You erupted into laughter. The white tiger golden light sword stirred the winds, facing 4 opponents without a hint of defeat, even forcing the 4 prodigies to retreat in succession, each gesture exuding the demeanor of a true genius. Simultaneously, the Chaos Dao Classic was rapidly escalating. Chaos Dao Classic, 20,100. Chaos Dao Classic, 21,100. Chaos Dao Classic, 26,100. Grade. Low-grade Xian level. In a brief moment, it transitioned from yellow level to Xian level. Truly, the experience of the Chongqing family was exceptional, providing ample nourishment. Previously, Lin You had engaged in several exchanges with the inspection officers, only managing to elevate from non-grade to superior yellow level. In a fleeting exchange, they swiftly ascended to the realm of profound techniques. The mere thought of unlocking extraordinary rewards upon achieving perfection sent a surge of exhilaration through Lin Yu's heart. Unleash your power. Are you not prodigies? Do not hold back. Exert your utmost strength. Would you be so kind as to vanquish me? Another strike. Blood spilled into the void. The 4 exceptional talents retreated 100 feet, their chests marred by grievous wounds. They gazed at Lin Yu's audacious figure, gradually enveloped in confusion. What is happening? How can this fellow be more ferocious than a beast? Over the years, no one from the same realm has ever subdued them thus. Moreover, the crux of the matter lies in this. You wield a celestial technique, and yet, the Zhuge family is not without its own prowess. But how on earth did you cultivate to perfection at merely 18? I must report this. Furthermore, while a perfected celestial technique is indeed terrifying, the combined might of 4 should not falter. Yet, what is the nature of that armor you bear? Each strike feels like landing a fist upon cotton, an inexplicable force diminishing their attacks. How are we to contend with this? The 4 exchanged glances, each perceiving the astonishment mirrored in the other's eyes. Before they could regain their composure, Lin You cleaved another strike. There was no finesse, merely sheer numbers. He disregarded any notion of vulnerabilities or precision, simply unleashing the grand culmination of celestial swordsmanship. By the heavens, the 4 hastily attempted to defend themselves, unleashing a counterattack. Yet blood spilled forth once more. They felt their very insides ache. What on earth is this fellow's situation? Is there no cost for celestial techniques? With such relentless execution, one strike after another, will his spiritual energy not run dry? This is absurd. He is nothing short of a rogue. Lin You could not suppress his laughter upon hearing this. In the past, the exhaustion of spiritual energy might have posed a concern. But now, alas, I possess a tree within me, known as the Tree of Heaven's Reach. I may lack other abilities, yet my spiritual energy is profoundly abundant. One strike? I could withstand 100. If worst comes to worst, I have the green sprite's external manifestation. Suppressing his excitement, Lin You lengthened his neck. Strike me, do? As soon as they made a move, the Chaos Dao Classic would absorb their techniques and automatically enhance proficiency. This reciprocal exchange resembled an insatiable black hole. Who could withstand it? Gazing at Lin Yu's provocative demeanor, the 4 prodigies erupted in curses. How outrageously arrogant. Where on earth did this fellow emerge from? Do not tell me that the myriad realms are now of this caliber. Is he from the Eternal Life clan, or am I? Why does it feel as though his foundation is more solid than mine? Brothers, let us engage. Even Brother Chongqing was not this brazen in his prime. I can bear it no longer. Another round of astounding techniques commenced. The four exceptional talents, their faces flushed and necks taut, unleashed their ultimate skills. Yet, no matter how they shook the heavens and stirred the earth, their formidable might diminished inexplicably. By the time it reached Lin You, it was akin to a mere tickle. To outsiders, it might seem as though they were engaged in flirtation. How absurd. Which family's prodigy strikes as if merely tickling? Another sword strike ensued. One of the prodigies spat forth blood, launching himself into the chaotic mountains, leaving his fate uncertain. Chapter 99. Do not call for me. I shall take a respite. The other three were momentarily rendered speechless. What is happening? Is this truly the end? A series of gasps echoed throughout the arena. The disciples of the Zhuge family struggled to swallow, their disbelief palpable as they gazed upon the figure suspended in the void. In this moment, he wielded the perfected sword technique as though it were a mere trifling matter, without a care for cost. Tears streamed down their faces, wailing in agony. Do not lose. We cannot afford to lose. If this continues, the younger generation of the Zhuge family will be swept away by him alone. Where on earth did this monster emerge from? Even Qin Feng had mentioned he was only slightly stronger. Slightly? More like immensely. Oh, the despair. Rally yourselves. Bearing the name of the Chongqing family, you must not falter. Listening to the pleas of their kin, the remaining three prodigies felt their hearts weighed down with anguish. Did they not desire victory? The truth was, they simply could not achieve it. How does one combat this? He raises his hand, unleashing the perfected sword technique, adorned in armor resembling a turtle shell. Anything that approaches is inexplicably diminished. If you're capable, step forth. Moreover, they seem to have underestimated Lin Yu's swordsmanship. Previously, they had thought they could endure 2 strikes, believing they could fight back. But just now, 1 strike had left his comrade in a state of life and death. How does one proceed? Just as the 3 had their worldviews shattered, another surge of sword intent shot forth. 2 of them immediately employed their abilities to block, while the other shot forth in haste. Blood arched through the void like a rainbow. What? Is this sword technique truly so formidable? Another one has fallen. The 2 remaining were left bewildered. They were all brothers of the same lineage, disciples of the ancestral master, well aware of each other's prowess. Lin You was indeed strong, but he should not have been invulnerable. One of them's eyes darted as if a realization dawned upon him. He bellowed, "Do not be so arrogant. I shall deal with you." Drawing forth a folding fan from his waist, he summoned a tempest, bracing himself for a fight. Unsurprisingly, a radiant sword energy followed swiftly, shattering the void before it even approached. The figure was sent hurtling backward like an arrow released from a taut bowstring, falling silent in an instant. The last remaining individual, witnessing the unfolding events, erupted in hysteria. How is this possible? He abruptly looked up, his eyes bloodshot. Just as he prepared to act, a sudden thought struck him. Wait. He turned, probing with his consciousness to locate the 3. Injuries, yes, but they were far from incapacitated. The 3 lay still amidst the ruins, as if resigned to their fate. This meant those rascals were feigning. What is the meaning of this? Get up and prepare for battle. He roared in fury. Responding to him, only the thoughts of 3 fellow clansmen echoed in his mind. Stop shouting. Let me lie down for a moment. I can't win. This is too monstrous. Brother Chongqing wasn't this formidable back in the day. Hush, don't expose it. The more we fight, the more embarrassing it becomes. Let him win outright and be done with it. I can't take it anymore. Upon hearing the thoughts of a few, the last guy stood frozen in place. Hiss. There's some truth to that. 1 against 4, regardless of the outcome. Can it truly be called a victory? 4 against 1, and it has to be broadcasted? Nonsense. If this gets out, they'd lose their dignity. And they call themselves the prodigies of the Zhuge family. The most crucial point is, even if all 4 joined forces, they would still lose. In such circumstances, why endure being a punching bag? The outcome remains unchanged. It would be better to seek liberation sooner. Goodness. So, you all wanted to sneak away, leaving me as the jester? Responses from the 3 emerged from the ruins. Hush, see through it, but don't speak it. Friends should act like friends. At this juncture, the last fellow felt helpless. He forced a smile, gazing at the approaching Lin You, wishing to maintain some semblance of dignity. Well then, let us call it a day. Is it all right if we don't fight? Lin You resolutely refused. How could he let go of such an opportunity? Silly child, what nonsense are you saying? Absolutely not. Seeing Lin Yu's response, despair washed over him. Even 4 against 1, they couldn't triumph. A one-on-one duel? Even if he had a few more guts, he lacked the strength. With this thought, he cast aside any hesitation, determination etched on his face. Just when everyone thought he was going to give it his all, this fellow dashed forward at an astonishing speed. Lin You instinctively raised his hand. Before the sword energy could manifest, a piercing scream erupted from the other, blood gushing from his mouth as he flew backward like a kite with its string severed. You're ruthless. We shall battle again next time. Lin You was bewildered. While others didn't see it, he understood it all too well. The moment that kid approached, he had secretly slapped himself. What is this? A sham. He hadn't even lifted a finger. Goodness. Is this the disciple of the Zhuge family from the Chongqing clan? The angle so cunning, the thought process so agile, truly terrifying. Ding. Mission accomplished. Reward. Ordinary critical hit roulette x3 in the grand hall atop the mountain. Zhuge Chongqing covered his forehead in exasperation. How utterly humiliating. 4 against 1, and they still had to resort to trickery to save face. How many years has the Zhuge family existed without witnessing such disgrace? The most critical point is, what of this Lin You? Is he a bit too abnormal? Just thinking of how he faced 4 opponents without a scratch made Zhuge Chongqing's lips twitch uncontrollably. Even he couldn't have maintained such composure back in his day. Beside him, Elder Zhuge Zhao had long been left dumbfounded, staring at the figure walking step by step from the mountain path, a large question mark floating in his mind. During the grand competition of prodigies back then, he was only slightly stronger than Qin Feng. Logically, Qin Feng should have surpassed him by now. How is it that Qin Feng has already become invincible among his peers at the martial god realm? Zhuge Chongqing furrowed his brows, hesitantly remarking, Elder, I must say, your oversight in this matter is quite significant. You chose Qin Feng over Lin You? Zhuge Zhao was momentarily at a loss for words, even regretting not having forcibly taken Lin You away back then. Such talent is indeed enviable. He turned to Zhuge Chongqing beside him and inquired, did you possess such extraordinary abilities at his age? Zhuge Chongqing feigned ignorance, responding, what did you say? I couldn't quite catch that. Zhuge Zhao could only smile wryly, already knowing the answer within his heart. No, not at all. Within the Chongqing family, there isn't a single individual as extraordinary at 18. This is a failure on my part. Initially, I thought Lin You was merely a budding genius, overly self-assured, and did not muster the resolve to abduct him for the sake of the family's honor. Otherwise, the Zhuge family would have gained a prodigy. Zhuge Chongqing nodded in agreement. Indeed, you should have forcibly brought both him and Qin Feng away. Is the Zhuge family inferior to others? Just one seedling. You should have taken him back overnight, administered a few doses of aphrodisiac, and then made your move. By then, should a child arise, we wouldn't fear Lin You denying his own kin. Zhuge Zhao turned, bewildered, gazing at the usually composed future head of the Chongqing family. What on earth are you saying? Before Zhuge Zhao could gather his thoughts, the heavy doors of the hall were knocked upon vigorously. Outside, Lin Yu's deep voice resonated. I am Lin You, a junior. I pay my respects to the esteemed ancestors of the Zhuge family. I have come to discuss a transaction. With a creaking sound, the grand door slowly opened, and Lin You stepped inside, surveying the surroundings with an air of indifference. Truly, the Chongqing family possesses great grandeur. This hall alone must be constructed from millions of spirit stones. The atmosphere is laden with opulence. Approaching the center, Lin You fixed his gaze upon the young man standing there without a hint of hesitation. Zhuge Chongqing, a pleasure to meet you. I have long admired your esteemed reputation. He then nodded slightly to Zhuge Zhao beside him, recognizing this prominent figure he had encountered during the grand competition where Qin Feng showcased his talents. Zhuge Chongqing expressed mild surprise. You have heard of my legend before? Lin You was momentarily taken aback before shaking his head and honestly replying, not at all. Zhuge Chongqing's lips twitched. You haven't heard of me, yet you claim to have long admired my name. However, Lin You continued, just moments ago at the foot of the mountain, I heard countless praises. The younger disciples of the Zhuge family nearly revere you as a deity. Zhuge Chongqing laughed heartily. No matter how intelligent or astute he might be, he could not escape human nature. Who doesn't relish a bit of flattery? He humbly remarked, oh, it's nothing much. I have merely advanced in cultivation a tad. Just broke through to the peak of the Xianxian realm at the age of 20. Lin You pondered and nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is quite commendable. As soon as he uttered those words, Zhuge Chongqing immediately regretted his earlier boast, as he had intended to showcase his achievement. For reaching the pinnacle of the Xianxian realm at 20 is indeed a notable feat within the Chongqing family. However, the individual before me has reached the pinnacle of the Xianxian realm at the tender age of 18. By heavens! Zhuge Chongqing coughed lightly, attempting to regain some semblance of authority. Lin You, how dare you swagger into the Zhuge family and injure one of our disciples? Are you not afraid of being unable to leave through this gate? Lin You calmly shook his head. I am not afraid. A glint of amusement flickered in Zhuge Chongqing's eyes as he slowly gathered his imposing aura. Oh, and why is that? Lin Yu's gaze was piercing as he replied with tranquility, Given the capabilities of the Zhuge family, if you wish to eliminate me, it would only take a mere word. There is no need for any further actions. Since your young generation has made a move against me, I have reciprocated. You have witnessed it, and you have consented. Since you have agreed, I have no reason to hold back. I am not foolish enough to believe that the Chongqing family is oblivious to the situation at the foot of the mountain. As his words fell, Zhuge Chongqing's imposing presence immediately deflated, and his admiration for Lin You deepened. Such composure, unshaken even in the face of calamity, marks him as a true hero. Excellent. No wonder Qin Feng has become your friend. Since his arrival at the Zhuge family, he has been acting as if he were invincible. Yet, who would have thought that from the humble Qixing region, two prodigies like yourselves would emerge? Lin Yu twitched his lips at the remark. Had he not known that Wulong Fengchu was a compliment in this world, he might have thought himself the target of mockery. Zhuge Chongqing waved his hand. Enough of this. Let us discuss the matter at hand. What brings you to the Zhuge family? Lin Yu adjusted his thoughts and produced the token from his waist. This token, was it not bestowed upon me by you? Zhuge Chongqing nodded. Lin Yu continued. I have encountered a slight predicament. In the 5th star region, I have killed 2 inspectors from the branch of the inspection office and taken their places. A gasp escaped Zhuge Chongqing and Zhuge Zhao, their eyes wide with astonishment. By my word, this individual is truly audacious. To brazenly commit murder within the precincts of the inspection office. It is imperative to note that the inspection office is a joint establishment of the Chongqing family, representing not merely the authority of one family, but the dignity of all Chongqing families. Lin Yu's actions are akin to slapping someone across the face with their own slipper. So, Zhuge Chongqing ventured cautiously, seemingly grasping the answer. I shall offer a martial art, a celestial grade technique. The Zhuge family will intervene and assist me in resolving this matter. I have vested interest in the 5th star region's inspection office. I must secure my position there. Otherwise, the 4th star region will seek to eliminate me, and the prominent figures above will also come for my head. I fear I would be forced to flee with the Lin family across the myriad realms. Lin Yu spoke with conviction, producing a jade slip. He recorded the techniques and insights from the Huangdi sword cannon within it. In an instant, a torrent of sword intent surged forth like a tempest. Even without gazing upon it, one could sense the terrifying power it contained. The value of this was immense. A celestial grade technique is something the Chongqing family possesses in abundance. However, if it is accompanied by the insights of reaching great perfection, its worth becomes incomparable. It can be said that as long as the Zhuge family agrees, future disciples will reap twice the benefits with half the effort in their cultivation. Quite intriguing. A glimmer of appreciation shone in Zhuge Chongqing's eyes. Young, decisive in battle, and possessing extraordinary insight. Even when faced with the most precious celestial level techniques, he remains unflinching. Such audacity is truly remarkable. For cultivators, their techniques are akin to treasured possessions, each art independent and fiercely guarded. No one is willing to share. For the more individuals who acquire a technique, the greater the risk of revealing their hidden cards. Yet, this individual before him exudes a confidence that seems to emanate from the very depths of his soul. As if anyone left behind in his wake would forever be unable to catch up. Zhuge Chongqing lifted the jade slip, closing his eyes to savor its essence. After a long moment, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, brilliance igniting within them. A celestial level masterpiece, nearly approaching the true spirit level. Excellent. Lin Yu's smile broadened. So, has the Zhuge family agreed? Zhuge Chongqing reluctantly set the jade slip aside, shaking his head. The item is indeed remarkable, but my Zhuge family cannot accept it. The earlier assistance was solely based on the goodwill towards Qin Feng, who willingly relinquished his place in the Star Sea spiritual pool. Coupled with our intention to forge a benevolent connection with you, it was a mere act of convenience. However, circumstances have changed. You have slain 2 third-level inspectors, which will undoubtedly attract the attention of the inspection headquarters. Although my Zhuge family could resolve this matter for you, the complexities involved would render it a losing proposition. To put it bluntly, given your current relationship with us, it is not worth the Zhuge family incurring any costs for you. Zhuge Chongqing's tone remained calm. His gaze as tranquil as an ancient well. In that moment, the future leader of the Chongqing clan truly revealed his depth of character. The key word here is price. While a celestial level technique is undoubtedly precious, it does not warrant the Zhuge family risking discontent from other Chongqing clans on your behalf. After all, the position of inspector was established collectively by all Chongqing families. If everyone acts recklessly and disrupts the established order, there would be no purpose for its existence. Lin Yu raised his gaze, locking eyes with Zhuge Chongqing, clearly grasping the underlying message. He pondered for a moment, calculating in his mind. If that is the case, why not gamble a little? Chapter 101. The favor I, Lin You, hold is greater than heaven. Gamble? A smile danced in Zhuge Chongqing's eyes. While he held great admiration for Lin You, He was, after all, representing the Zhuge family. As the other party sought to negotiate terms, he naturally could not allow himself to be at a disadvantage. Lin You, allow me to speak candidly. Even in a gamble, one must possess chips worthy of the table. Given your current status and what you possess, you have yet to reach that level. Lin You nodded noncommittally. Whether it be celestial-level techniques or celestial-level equipment like the White Tiger Golden Light Sword, such items are not lacking in the Zhuge family. Moreover, these are fundamental to his very existence and cannot be relinquished. As for other matters, similar to the Lin family's stronghold in the cave paradise, there is no question of surrendering it. Once given away, Lin You fears the other party may turn against him. After all, the cave paradise that accelerates cultivation 100-fold is unimaginably precious, regarded as the pivotal factor in determining the rise and fall of a family. Whether it be the Chongqing clan or any other, none can resist this alluring temptation. A valid point indeed. However, perhaps I possess something that the Zhuge family would find intriguing. Lin You nodded gently. Oh, Zhuge Chongqing lifted his gaze. The future. Lin You rose and spoke calmly. As the word future escaped his lips, the atmosphere in the grand hall grew significantly heavier. A glimmer of incredulous brilliance shone in his eyes. Who among us dares to claim invincibility in the relentless river of time? Who would assert permanence through the ages? Yet I, Lin You, dare to do so. Since the Zhuge family and I have forged a bond, why not further solidify this connection? If you agree today, I, Lin You, shall owe you a favor of considerable magnitude. In the days to come, should it be within my power, I will not hesitate to repay it. I speak without fear of ridicule. My Lin family shall undoubtedly tread the path of immortality. Within the myriad realms, there will be a place for Lin You. The words of the youth resonated with grandeur, crashing like thunder. Zhuge Chongqing and Zhuge Zhao were left astounded. They gazed incredulously at the 18-year-old before them. Who bestowed upon him such audacity? How dare he boast before the Chongqing clan, pledging an oath of immortality? What a jest! If these words were to be overheard outside, the realms would surely erupt in chaos. The Lin family would undoubtedly face utter annihilation. Most critically, this fellow appears to be a mere charlatan. A favor of the future? Do you presume your ascendance is inevitable? Setting aside the question of the heights he may reach, should he falter along the way? A genius becomes nothing more than a fleeting specter. What gives him such confidence? In the hall, Zhuge Zhao could not help but take 2 steps back, gasping in shock. He yearned to curse this individual for his arrogance, yet the brilliance akin to stars momentarily rendered him speechless. At 18, at the pinnacle of the Xianxian realm, he was invincible among the younger generation of the Zhuge family, an existence more terrifying than Zhuge Chongqing in his prime. If even someone of such caliber cannot emerge victorious from the myriad realms, who else could? Would the Zhuge family be satisfied with this arrangement? If you think little of me, Lin You, fear not. This celestial-grade technique shall be bestowed upon you as well, a token of gratitude for the Zhuge family's previous kindness. Lin You spoke again, exuding an ineffable confidence. What a remarkable family the Lins are. What a remarkable individual Lin You is. Zhuge Chongqing nodded repeatedly, seemingly awed by this brilliance. A rare glimmer of battle spirit flickered in his eyes as he solemnly inquired one final time. Just how significant is the favor you speak of, Lin You? Lin You turned, his gaze ablaze, his words resonating like thunder. Greater than the heavens. Heavier than any mountain you have ever encountered. Will the Zhuge family take the gamble? To wager on my survival against the rabble, to bet that I, Lin You, shall ascend to immortality. As his words settled, Zhuge Chongqing suddenly erupted in laughter, his voice imbued with an indescribable joy, as if he had encountered a kindred spirit. After a lengthy pause, he abruptly turned. Do you know? In my lifetime, I have only heard such words 3 times. The first instance was when I spoke to an elder of my clan at the tender age of 6. You represent the 3rd occasion. I have acquiesced to your conditions. What harm is there in the Zhuge family placing a wager on you? Upon hearing these words, Zhuge Zhao's eyes betrayed an expression of disbelief. Has it truly been agreed upon? Within the ranks of the inspectors, the Lin family is a formidable presence. To elevate Lin You to prominence after he has slain 2 inspectors is a costly endeavor. Even if the Zhuge family intervenes directly, it is likely they would owe a considerable debt of gratitude to others for their cooperation. Yet, Zhuge Zhao quickly regained his composure. Lin You is the 3rd instance. Who, then, was the 2nd? Who else possesses such audacity? Lin You touched his nose, and an answer began to form in his mind. Zhuge Chongqing, with a slight arch of his brow, pointed towards the depths of the Zhuge residence. There lies the Star Sea Spirit Pool, the domain of Qin Feng. Zhuge Zhao's lips twitched involuntarily. Very well, I may lack education, but I can express only 2 words. Impressive. You are truly audacious. Others, who have lived for thousands of years, would not dare to claim supremacy over longevity. Do you 3 even combine to a century? Each one of you more arrogant than the last. In light of this, I shall take my leave. With matters resolved, Lin You turned to depart. The Liuguang clan was watching intently, leaving no room for him to waste a moment. Just as his figure began to fade, Zhuge Chongqing's voice echoed from afar. 2 months hence, come visit my Zhuge family. The dragon court is about to open, concealing immense opportunities. Lin You did not look back, quietly committing this to memory. Within the 5th star domain, the Liuguang clan, Head Han emerged from the strategy hall of Longhu Gate and Listening Water Pavilion, his expression grim. To persuade them to act together, the Han family had invested heavily. Not only did they relinquish 50% of future cultivation resources, but they also promised to cede the position of the Liuguang clan leader. Merely these 2 commitments were enough to leave them severely weakened. Yet behind him, the Lin family of longevity pressed forward relentlessly, leaving him no choice. As long as Lin You lives, the Han family faces utter ruin. My lord, it is done. The Longhu Gate and Listening Water Pavilion have agreed to take action. Together with my Han family and 3 collateral branches, we can muster 60 true immortals, 40 true gods, and 30 Xian immortal practitioners, along with 6 elders of the golden immortal realm. Lin Jingyun at the head furrowed his brow. Is this all? Head Han's face contorted in anguish. My lord, this is all the might the Liuguang clan can summon. In the 5th star domain, golden immortals represent the pinnacle. We are truly powerless compared to the Lin family. Lin Jingyun scoffed. Worthless. Nevertheless, it suffices for caution. Prepare to depart. Just in case. I will accompany you and discreetly provide support. Should Lin You attempt to flee, I shall personally step in to subdue him. Chapter 102. Do you truly believe I, Lin You, am incapable of taking a life? Within the branch of the inspectors, discontent brewed. The inspectors exchanged glances, uncertainty clouding their hearts. Since the last encounter, where Lin You had coerced and enticed them to remain, they had not seen his presence for several consecutive days. A sense of unease began to swell within him. Despite knowing that Lin You held an inappropriate position, he found himself unable to resist the allure of potential gain. Once the higher-ups became aware, should Lin You flee, their fates would be sealed. At that moment, the anxiety of each individual reached its zenith. Old Lu, what is the situation? Someone inquired. Wasn't it said that Lord Lin would return shortly? It has been 3 days. Why is there still no news? Lu Yaowang was equally apprehensive. Yet he had already boarded this treacherous vessel. Retreat was no longer an option. Observing the growing trepidation among the crowd, he feigned calmness, saying, What's the rush? If the Lord says he will return, he will indeed return. Do you truly fear that he would abandon us? If that were the case, he would have simply eliminated you all from the outset rather than sharing any resources. Lu Yaowang's words bore a semblance of reason, which momentarily quelled the crowd's anxiety. Nevertheless, Lin Yu's continued absence could not be ignored by some. Then do enlighten us. Where has Lin You gone? You were the closest to him. Our brothers are mere pawns, their lives hanging by a thread. They could very well perish. Indeed, spare us the idle chatter. Either you clarify the situation today, or we shall take our leave. Let it not be said that we lack loyalty. We might even take our grievances to the 4th star domain. As soon as these words were uttered, the previously restrained emotions surged once more. Sensing the situation spiraling out of control, Lu Yaowang felt utterly helpless. Suddenly, a figure appeared abruptly at the entrance of the grand hall. With a resounding crash, the door was forcefully kicked open, and Lin Yu's presence emerged within the hall like a steadfast anchor. His gaze swept over the assembled crowd. What's this? Are you afraid of death? I, Lin You, stand firm in my word. For those who wish to depart, feel free to leave. But do so before I reconsider and take your lives. As soon as his figure appeared, silence enveloped the hall. Lu Yaowang felt a surge of joy. He knew he had not miscalculated. How could such a prodigious youth deceive someone as insignificant as himself? My lord, how did the matter unfold? Lu Yaowang inquired discreetly, eager to ascertain whether Lin Yu's visit to the Zhuge family would secure the position of the Inspector General. Lin You confidently took his seat at the head of the table. Fear not. Rest assured, I am firmly established in this position. Upon hearing this, Lu Yaowang nearly burst into tears. He could scarcely fathom how Lin You had managed it. To eliminate the Inspector General and emerge unscathed. Was the Chongqing family truly willing to grant this youth such favor? Lu Yaowang, Lin You called softly. Present. Who were the ones clamoring to leave? Lu Yaowang immediately found his resolve. He raised his hand and pointed towards the 2 inspectors present. My lord, it is them. Not only do they wish to depart, but they also claim they would lodge a complaint against you in the 4th star domain. Lin Yu's gaze lifted, a glimmer of icy coldness flickering in his eyes. In an instant, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent filled the hall. Lin Yu's voice resonated. Previously, I allowed you to depart, yet you refused. Having taken my benefits, you now wish to betray me? Do you truly believe that I, Lin You, would shy away from bloodshed? Boom. The words fell like thunder. The entire grand hall was enveloped in an unbearable atmosphere, as if a palpable intent to kill descended upon the shoulders of those present like an immense mountain, rendering them breathless. In that moment, they finally grasped the terror embodied by the young man before them, a mere 18-year-old at the profound level of Xianxian. The two individuals named trembled and fell to their knees, exclaiming, "Great Lord, we absolutely did not mean it. Our hearts were in turmoil, and we spoke in error. Please spare us, grant us a chance, and I shall serve you devotedly, even at the cost of my life." Before their pleas could finish, the sound of a sword resonated sharply. With a swift motion, a head soared into the air, the inspector of the true God realm falling without resistance, his spirit extinguished. "I appreciate your loyalty, yet I, Lin You, am unworthy to receive it. Perhaps in your next life, if such a thing exists." Lin Yu's icy voice echoed throughout the hall. Another individual, his heart torn in despair, watched helplessly as his colleague perished before him. When he dared to lift his gaze, it met Lin Yu's eyes, cold as the depths of winter, as if he could foresee his own demise within them. Summoning an unexpected resolve, he drew his long blade from his waist and spat a mouthful of essence blood, his cultivation suddenly surging to the 3rd level of Xianxian. "I will fight you. Curse your ancestors." Lin You remained unmoved in his seat, and before the blade's energy could descend, it was shredded by his protective sword intent. Just when everyone anticipated a continuation of the clash, the man abruptly leaped into the void, turning and sprinting towards the outside world like a wild beast, his speed astonishing. Has he fled? This thought flickered through everyone's minds. They glanced toward Lin You at the head of the hall, only to find him unyielding and still. Lin You spoke. "Is there anyone else who wishes to depart?" An eerie silence enveloped the room. He rose, taking deliberate strides toward the center of the hall. Outside, that figure had already dashed 1,000 miles away. "I, Lin You, have proclaimed that should the heavens fall, I shall bear the weight. I have extended opportunities to you, yet you have made your own choices." Lin You calmly raised his gaze, fixing it upon the group of insincere inspectors. "I hope today marks the final occasion. Should anyone cling to the notion of having it all, of taking chances, and of entertaining various thoughts, then I apologize. I, Lin You, will pursue you to the ends of the earth, across the vast oceans, and I shall personally erase your existence." A subtle pressure radiated outward, an infinite sword intent coalescing around him. "Do you understand?" No one dared to lift their eyes, nor to meet Lin Yu's gaze. He then softly remarked, "Excellent. I am quite satisfied with your attitude." With that, a surge of sword intent erupted from the hall, extending for miles, tearing through the void and piercing the heavens. The onlookers were utterly bewildered, their souls trembling under the weight of that sword intent. In the next instant, the white tiger golden light sword reappeared in Lin Yu's grasp, its blade still radiating with the warmth of fresh blood. Countless eyes widened in disbelief. How can this be possible? A pursuit spanning miles, and he didn't even need to step out of the hall. Is this truly something a Xianxian cultivator can achieve? It is utterly terrifying. No wonder the previous individual struck and swiftly departed, while Lin You chose not to pursue. Such a method entirely transcends their comprehension. Within the realm of the Xianxian, there seems to be no rivals left. Witnessing the intended intimidation take effect, Lin You slowly wiped the blood from his sword. He then turned and walked deeper into the grand hall, summoning Lu Yaoguang. The surroundings were deserted. "I have already visited the Zhuge family. It will not be long before I officially become the inspector. Let us prepare in these few days. Together with my brothers, we shall obliterate the Liuguang clan." Chapter 103, Accelerated Training. Upon hearing this, Lu Yaoguang's pupils dilated in astonishment, his hands trembling with excitement. Even though he had anticipated this news, the reality of it stirred an uncontrollable exhilaration within him. To eliminate an inspector and still maintain one's position, this had never occurred in all the realms. "Is this true, my lord? Are we truly going to take action against the Liuguang clan?" Lin You raised an eyebrow. "Are you unwilling?" Lu Yaoguang nodded fervently, his eyes ablaze with fervor. "Unwilling? How could I be? The blood debts of my Lu family haunt me, preventing me from sleeping at night. I yearn for vengeance at all times." A smile graced Lin Yu's lips as he gestured dismissively. "Enough. You may go now. You are an old hand at the inspector's branch. Seek out some reliable individuals in the coming days. This task should not be too challenging for you, correct?" Lu Yaoguang nodded repeatedly, his excitement palpable. He may lack other abilities, but in matters such as this, he was well informed. With dozens of inspectors, he knew precisely which families had a few concubines, who could be cultivated into loyal subordinates, and which individuals might turn traitorous. Lu Yaoguang was fully aware. As the crowd dispersed, only Lin You remained in the grand hall. He sat regally upon a bronze chair, resembling the sovereign of this space. A glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes. The reason for his later-than-anticipated return was a visit to the Lin family. His external incarnation possessed considerable talent. If he were the 1 in a million, then the green sprite formed from the heavenly tree would at least be 1 in 50,000. Furthermore, after returning from the Zhuge family, Lin You specifically inquired with Brother Tongzi. His external incarnation could not only share resources, but also access the Lin Family's cave paradise for 100-fold acceleration. Combined with 3 critical hit wheels, the latter would grant him an astonishing cultivation speed nearing 10 million times. Within 3 days, he would surely ascend to the Xianxian realm. At that time, Lin You could leverage the cultivation results of the green sprite to break through to the Jingxian realm. The Liuguang clan? Lin You caressed the half-token from the Lin family, which shimmered faintly. 3 days later, within the solemn grand hall, Liu Yaoguang arrived with 6 inspectors in tow. My lord, these gentlemen are trustworthy brothers. Whenever you require assistance, feel free to command us. As his words fell, all 6 knelt on one knee, paying their respects to the third-rank inspector. Unlike a few days prior when Lin You had intimidated the crowd, their eyes now radiated unwavering determination. A glance revealed their cultivations ranged from true god to Xianxian realm, barely qualifying as formidable in the 5th-tier star domain. Lin You raised his hand, lifting them effortlessly from the ground. Rise, gentlemen. Thank you, my lord. Lin You nodded in satisfaction, confident that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, this group would become his future foundation. Since they were selected by old Liu, there was no need for him to hold back. Prepare yourselves. I shall soon issue orders to take action against the Liuguang clan. Leave no one alive. Liu Yaoguang, who had been standing alongside the others, straightened at these words. In that brief moment, his unparalleled status was firmly established. Trusting Liu Yaoguang implied loyalty, a clear sign of being a confidant. The 6 individuals present evidently understood this notion, and when they glanced at Liu Yaoguang, their eyes betrayed a newfound respect as they clasped their hands in courtesy. After a brief pause, one of them spoke up. My lord, forgive my frankness, but has the Liuguang clan violated the decree of eternal life? Lin You calmly shook his head. No, at least not to my knowledge. A flicker of tension appeared on the man's face as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. If there is none, then this is merely a personal vendetta, my lord. Lin You showed no inclination to evade the matter, stating unequivocally, indeed, it is a personal vendetta. The Liuguang clan seeks my life. Thus, I shall take theirs. It is that simple. Instantly, fear was palpable in the eyes of the 6. What a jest! To summon the inspectors and exact personal revenge upon a dominant force in the 5th-tier star domain. Should this come to light, their entire clans would suffer. Lin You remained silent, observing the group. Liu Yaoguang was the first to step forward. What of personal vendettas? If my lord deems them deserving of death, then they must die. We have merely refrained from action until now. If this investigation unfolds, can the Liuguang clan truly clean up their acts? If the heavens fall, there will be those to bear the brunt. A glint of ruthlessness crossed Liu Yaoguang's gaze. Our esteemed lord bears the token of the Zhuge family. This proclamation resonated like thunder in the minds of the gathered, perfectly timed to both hint at Lin Yu's connection to the Zhuge family and to intimidate the others. A man who had slain 2 third-tier inspectors yet remained unharmed, while wielding the Zhuge family's token. Its implications were evident. Desiring a prosperous future, Lin You offered the opportunity. It was now up to them to seize it. With this thought, the 6 hesitated no more. They were already inextricably linked to this perilous course. Regret now would mean enmity on both sides. Indeed, if my lord declares them guilty, then they are guilty. We shall advance and retreat alongside my lord. Lin You regarded Liu Yaoguang with appreciation, recognizing the seasoned veteran among the 5th-tier inspectors. His efficiency and decisiveness in handling matters were commendable, far surpassing that of the old ancestor Fan Rue from the Yulong cave. Although Fan Rue excelled in flattery and emotional manipulation, the current situation demanded a different approach. Then let us depart, Lin You proclaimed, stepping forward, with the 7 closely following in his wake. Outside the hall, dozens of inspectors had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Lin You emerge, they immediately turned their attention toward him. Liuguang clan. Assassination of the 3rd-tier inspector, Lord Lin You. According to the decree of eternal life, they are to be executed. Liu Yaoguang's voice resonated across the heavens, like a thunderous storm echoing in the ears of the assembled. Assassination? When did this occur? Has the Liuguang clan lost its senses? How dare even a 3rd-tier inspector take action? Without waiting for others to react, Liu Yaoguang declared, as inspectors, it is our duty to uphold the laws of the myriad realms and maintain the dignity of the Chongqing clan. To lay a hand upon a noble is to challenge the celestial authority of the Chongqing clan. We stand firm. Those who flee shall meet their demise. Upon saying this, the 7 figures in the void exuded an overwhelming aura, crashing down upon the shoulders of all present like towering waves. The inspectors exchanged bewildered glances. Caught off guard, and being forcefully herded towards the Liuguang clan. Meanwhile, within the Grand Hall of the Liuguang clan, clan leader Han was endeavoring to instill psychological fortitude in everyone. Upon learning that the targets were inspectors, a wave of confusion washed over them. This was a matter of life and death. The entire Liuguang clan combined would not suffice as an offering for the Chongqing clan. This implied a provocation of the Chongqing clan's dignity. Just as clan leader Han was making various promises, an urgent report suddenly arrived from outside the hall. It was dire news. The inspectors, seemingly out of their minds, had already arrived at the gates of the Liuguang clan, leaving devastation in their wake. Chapter 104. The tension mounts. Inside the hall, upon hearing this, everyone abruptly turned. What did you say? Clan leader Han's sharp eyes narrowed. They hadn't even made a move against Lin You yet. How could the enemy instead come to their doorstep? The crowd exchanged glances, utterly perplexed. Under normal circumstances, inspectors would not make such a bold entrance, especially considering that the Liuguang clan was a dominant force within the 5th-tier star domain. Typically, inspectors sought assistance when they came, not violence. Before they could grasp the situation, a chilling voice from outside the hall rang out. Do you wish to harm my grandfather? Come out and kneel before me. Following this was an overwhelming pressure, cascading down from the heavens, suffocating the entire Liuguang clan. They felt as if they were mere mortals in the presence of ferocious beasts. An indescribable shock filled their hearts. This was their intended target? What a farcical notion regarding the star domain. Such power could not possibly belong to someone of mere Xianxian realm. It was even more terrifying than that of some Jingxian. Audacious. Which insignificant wretch dares to run rampant at our gates? To offend the Liuguang clan is to seek death. Within the Liuguang clan, furious roars erupted. The entire space fell into a deathly silence, akin to the stillness before a storm. Tension crackled in the air, ready to ignite at any moment. Countless divine senses spanned the heavens, all directed towards the entrance of the Liuguang clan, eager to witness who possessed such audacity. Upon recognizing the visitor, they could not help but exclaim, "Goodness! An inspector! What is happening? Can someone explain this situation? Why has an inspector come to our gates? Are they intent on exterminating our clan? Wait, how could the Liuguang clan have offended an inspector? That's impossible. Isn't it? Isn't the branch of inspectors led by Feng Lang? Who is this young man? My heavens, the 5th-tier star domain is about to undergo a transformation. The Liuguang clan finds itself inescapably trapped. Whether in victory or defeat, they are destined for utter ruin. If left unchecked, the inspector will surely carry out a massacre. Yet, should action be taken, it would be a provocation against the might of the Chongqing family, for those individuals represent the Chongqing lineage. Countless threads of divine consciousness intertwine in the void. Clan leader Han's face darkens. He had intended to strike clandestinely, to secretly eliminate them. In such a scenario, there would be no witnesses, and with Lin Jingyun's machinations, the Liuguang clan would face no unexpected consequences. However, the current situation has driven him into a corner. He gazes at the visibly fearful faces surrounding him. Something must be done. Otherwise, he may not know whether the Liuguang clan will perish. But he is certain he will meet his end. Impertinent fool, who dares to provoke the Liuguang clan? Clan leader Han hovers in the void, his voice deep and commanding. Provocation? Lin You scoffs and shakes his head. Conspiring to assassinate a 3rd-tier inspector, what punishment is warranted? Collaborating with Feng Lang for personal gain, what penalty applies? The Liuguang clan executing a massacre, what consequence do they face? According to the laws of Chongqing, every crime deserves punishment. Lin Yu's words resonate throughout the expanse. What he seeks is a justified cause for action. Otherwise, his underlings may hesitate to offend the Liuguang clan. Similarly, the reputation of the Chongqing family will deter those eager to support the Liuguang clan. Otherwise, a true battle will ensue, even if Lin You emerges victorious. The foundation he has painstakingly built may be utterly dismantled. Clan leader Han clearly understands this. As he surveys the surroundings, he sees that the other factions, once prepared to engage him, now wear expressions of trepidation. Who would dare to kill an inspector in broad daylight? Do they wish to lose their lives? Han gazes at the corpses strewn about, his anger boiling over. Utter nonsense. When has the Liuguang clan ever laid a hand on you? Furthermore, do you possess any evidence of our supposed collusion with Feng Lang? The claim that we have executed a massacre is preposterous. Who in this 5th-tier star domain is worthy of the Liuguang clan's attention? If you do not provide me with an explanation today, even if it reaches the Chongqing family, I shall still stand my ground. Looking at the stubborn old fool before him, Lin You smiles radiantly. He had long anticipated such a response. Evidence. My words are the evidence. Attack. Kill. With a single command, dozens of inspectors surged forth. Yet the Liuguang clan hesitated. Paralyzed by fear, in mere moments, the battlefield tilted overwhelmingly in one direction. Countless Lu Guang practitioners fell, their blood staining the void, as heads soared into the air. Seeing their unreasonable behavior, clan leader Han immediately sensed an opportunity. He roared, presenting the reasons he had long prepared, injecting a dose of courage into the crowd. Lin You impersonates an inspector, instigating a genocide in the 7th-tier star domain, provoking the might of the Changsheng family. Such crimes warrant execution. Fellow cultivators, act swiftly to restore order. As his words fell, loyal supporters rushed forward. Those who had been hesitant, witnessing the imminent downfall of the Lu Guang clan, cast aside their doubts and joined the fray. Both parties possessed justifiable reasons. Let us observe whose might prevails. A tempest of chaos ensues. Lin You narrowed his eyes, sensing that the Liu Guang clan had not yet reached the pinnacle of folly. They cannot intimidate them. The onlookers within the 5th-star region were utterly bewildered. What is happening? On the left, a provocation towards the Changsheng family's might, and on the right, another provocation towards the Changsheng family's might. Is this a mistake? Hush! Do not speak. They have provoked the Changsheng family's might. Who among them is truly virtuous? Some helplessly held their heads, exclaiming in despair. Do you think this is a mere spectacle? Who is virtuous? The one with the mightiest fist is deemed virtuous. Future matters are of no concern. Surviving in the present is paramount. After death, who cares about the deluge? Within the 5th-star region, factions allied with the Liuguang clan communicated fervently through their spiritual senses. Should we intervene? My suggestion is to wait. The situation is too chaotic. Even if we wish to assist, who would we dare help? The other side is the inspector. A wise friend speaks truth. Let us observe. If the Liuguang clan falters, we shall act as if nothing has occurred. Should the inspector be defeated, it would not be amiss to extend a favor. The Liuguang clan's willingness to engage suggests they have contingencies in place. As the Liuguang clan launched their full force, the inspector found himself in a precarious position. The void shattered repeatedly, and divine powers clashed. The heavens and earth were engulfed in darkness. Lin You gripped the golden light, sword of the white tiger. Amidst the carnage, severed heads ascended into the sky, while others may still engage in battle. Wherever Lin You tread, the battlefield resembled a meat grinder. No one could withstand his might. Such terror from a mere peak. Xianxian. Chapter 105. 6 Golden Immortal Ancestors. Soon, the Liuguang clan noticed the peculiar phenomenon beside Lin You. 6 Xianxian gazed at one another. How shall Lin You respond? The clan leader Han's countenance darkened, forcing a word through clenched teeth. Kill. In an instant, 6 Xianxian and dozens of true immortal cultivators surged towards Lin You. But before they could approach, a thunderous sword cry resonated throughout the battlefield, seemingly severing the very fabric of time, silencing all sound. Sword 9. Unity. With a single strike, dozens of noble heads soared into the air, blood splattering in all directions. What a jest! All spectators were left dumbfounded. They witnessed it with their own eyes. This rascal is indeed a Xianxian. How could he possess such overwhelming strength? 6 cultivators of the same realm, along with dozens of true immortals, could not withstand even a single blow. Are they mad? How could such a being exist in this world? Clan leader Han stood frozen in awe at the dazzling sword light, his mind racing to comprehend, momentarily forgetting his purpose. He had anticipated Lin Yu's formidable strength, but never did he foresee that this individual would transcend his understanding. This was the elite of the Liuguang clan, a force that stood as a pillar within the entire 5th-star region. To kill me? Let us see if your ancestors possess the capability. Behold the sword in my hand. May it sever his head. Lin Yu's chilling voice, imbued with murderous intent, reverberated across the heavens and the earth. In the next moment, several true gods perished in the void. That figure seemed to emerge from the depths of hell, a god of war. Where he tread, not a blade of grass remained. The slaughter instilled terror in the hearts of many, rendering them too fearful to even glance at that ominous figure, lest they find themselves marked by the gaze of this harbinger of death. Witnessing Lin Yu's dominion over the battlefield, clan leader Han could no longer remain seated. If this continued, the Liuguang clan would face utter annihilation. What are you waiting for? Longhu Gate, Tingshui Pavilion. Will you simply stand by and observe the downfall of the Liuguang clan? Let us unite and subdue this child. I shall provide an explanation to the inspector. His furious roar echoed throughout the clan. After a long pause, a series of silent sighs emanated from the forbidden grounds. Soon after, from the directions of Tingshui Pavilion and Longhu Gate, 2 powerful auras surged into the sky, resonating with an ancient echo, weathered by time. The ancestors have emerged from their seclusion. Clan leader Han gestured, as 2 peak golden immortal ancestors from his clan stepped forward. In an instant, it felt as though the heavens and the earth were enveloped by these 6 formidable figures. The presence of 6 peak golden immortals was sufficient to obliterate any force within a 5th-tier star domain. The Liuguang clan is truly serious now. Oh, have the ancestors truly emerged? I fear that this emergence may not last long. Ha ha ha, let the battle ensue. Let it be a fight to the death. I have suffered under the Liuguang clan for far too long. With the ancestors emerging, there is no turning back. Even the inspector may find his demise here. It seems the 5th-tier star domain is on the brink of a grand reckoning. Various forces allied with the Liuguang clan exchanged thoughts. What now? The Liuguang clan is prepared to fight to the death. What else can we do? Prepare to strike. Against the Liuguang clan? Nonsense. It is undoubtedly against the inspector. With the emergence of the Liuguang clan's ancestors, the inspector is bound to fail. After the battle, he won't live long. If we do not leave good relations now, we must beware of them taking a piece of us down with them as they perish. Indeed, one cannot rest soundly beside the slumbering enemy. Should the Liuguang clan fall, we shall become their greatest adversaries. The discussions concluded, and the three forces rushed into the forbidden grounds, preparing to summon the ancestors. This was a desperate measure. Given the certainty of the inspector's defeat, an ancestor's appearance could forge goodwill with the Liuguang clan while momentarily deterring them from a desperate struggle. In the void, the sound of an ancient sigh resonated. One individual leaned upon a cane, eyes filled with an indescribable weariness. He gazed skyward, as if cherishing the very essence of this realm. How many years has it been? No one dared to encroach upon the Liuguang clan's doorstep. I once thought to conclude my days within these forbidden grounds, yet unexpectedly with that, he disregarded Lin You, who was but a mere Qin immortal, and nodded toward the other 5 ancestors. My friend, it has been a long time. How have you fared? The ancestor of Tingshui Pavilion nodded with a smile. His form hunched. Not so well, I fear. An old bone, let it be my final contribution. The venerable ancestor of the Longhu Gate could only smile bitterly in resignation. We can do no more than this. Alas, time is merciless. As they spoke, the 6 individuals engaged in conversation amidst the void, sharing tales of family and inquiring about each other's well-being. It felt as though they were not standing before an inspector, but rather amidst insignificant ants. After the passage of half a stick of incense, the 6 ancestors let out a collective sigh. So be it. Time is of the essence. After eradicating these insignificant beings, I must also clear some obstacles for my Liuguang clan. This 5th-level star domain is indeed rife with lurking dangers. As his words fell, the ancestor of the Han family forcefully struck his staff against the ground. In an instant, the void emitted a mournful cry, unable to bear the weight of his presence. A unique pressure, characteristic of a pinnacle golden immortal, swept across the entire 5th-level star domain. Very well. The other individuals nodded in agreement. It was only then that they turned their gaze towards Lin You, their eyes reflecting a mix of resignation and amusement. TSK, truly, this generation pales in comparison to the last. Even a mere mystic immortal dares to act recklessly before us. At that moment, the inspector had already ceased his actions upon the appearance of the 6 golden immortal ancestors. Now, they exchanged glances, their hearts stirred by a tempest of emotions. Many began to regret their involvement in this chaotic affair. Goodness, they were facing 6 golden immortal ancestors. Who among the inspector's branch could possibly contend with them? Lin You? He was formidable, but still not enough. Fine beads of cold sweat formed on Lu Yaoguang's forehead as he stood behind Lin You alongside 6 trusted aides. My lord, what should we do now? Lin You remained silent, gesturing with his hand. Immediately, his gaze shifted to the depths of the Liuguang clan, where a token was emanating an intense heat. Beyond completing the task at hand, Lin You had a second objective, to unearth that damned individual. Hide. I hope you possess the fortune to escape the 5th-level star domain. Do you have any last words? In the void, the golden immortal ancestors wore expressions of disdain. What nonsense is this? If you intend to make a move, do so swiftly. Do you truly consider yourself a person of significance, still seeking to create a scene? My last words are for you to end your lives promptly. Will you comply? Lin You, uninterested in prolonging the exchange, retorted sharply. The corners of the 6 golden immortals' mouths twitched. Is the younger generation truly devoid of martial ethics? Is it not customary to put on a show before a fight? You are audacious. Chapter 106, Golden Immortal? Who isn't? The younger generation has become utterly reckless. Do you even comprehend who you are speaking to? Within this 5th-level star domain, the Golden Immortal realm is the ultimate authority. A mere ant like you, endowed with some talent, can be crushed at any moment. The ancestor of the Han family, unable to contain his fury, struck the void with his staff. Boom. In an instant, a terrifying pressure cascaded across the heavens and the earth. The pinnacle of golden immortal cultivation was unmistakably revealed at that moment. That overwhelming force seemed to transcend time itself, carrying an eternal essence that defied annihilation. Simultaneously, the remaining 5 ancestors also unleashed their might. The sky was shrouded in 6 dazzling golden lights, and wherever the gaze fell, there was only unmatchable fierce winds. The powerful airwaves rendered every person present breathless. The assembly of inspectors trembled in fear. Death, as the words were uttered. The ancestral figure of the Han family made the first move. His cane struck the void, unleashing a surge of thunder that surged forth from the depths of the earth, hurtling towards Lin You. Following closely were 5 formidable presences that joined in the attack. Protect the master. Liu Yaowang's eyes widened in horror. Having lived for most of his life, he had never witnessed such a grand spectacle. Yet, he understood that his only hope for vengeance rested upon Lin You. Even if he were to perish, Lin You must survive. Currently, enmity had taken root between the Liuguang clan and Lin You, given Lin Yu's innate talent. Should he escape this calamity, he would surely rise again. He roared, elevating his aura to its peak. The 6 loyal subordinates behind him exchanged glances, and without a hint of hesitation, they resolved to press forward. There was no turning back. It was a path they must tread to the end. However, at that moment, Lin Yu's voice resonated from behind them. Hey, this is not a stage for you to showcase yourselves. Lin Yu stepped past them, taking the lead. His tone was utterly calm. I have said it before. Should the heavens fall, I shall bear the weight. Suddenly, a golden light erupted from Lin Yu's eyes, as if endowed with some arcane power. Following this, his aura began to ascend relentlessly. Peak of the profound, immortal realm. With a single step, he reached the golden, immortal realm. What a jest! His stride did not falter. With each step, a torrential rain of swords was summoned. The sheer brilliance, even devoid of a target, pierced the skin of all present, drawing blood. First level of the golden, immortal realm. Second level of the golden, immortal realm. A step. A new realm. Lin Yu raised his hand and struck with his sword. The onslaught of the 6 golden immortal ancestors crumbled in an instant. A voice, as frigid as a winter's inferno, reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. You enjoy placing importance on hierarchy and exerting power? What grand authority you possess, Master Bao. Only a golden immortal, and yet one might think you had already attained eternal life. Boom. The sound of an explosion echoed through the void. In a heartbeat, Lin Yu's figure vanished from sight, moving with such speed that none could capture his motion. When he reappeared, he stood before the 6 golden immortal ancestors. As if time itself had frozen, a platinum longsword was raised high. Lin Yu's voice echoed, Golden Immortal Realm? Who isn't one? With a swift motion, he unleashed the Yellow Emperor's sword cannon. Sword 9. Unity. The power of the 9th level of the Golden Immortal Realm erupted violently. The longsword sliced through the air, emanating intense sword energy that extended for miles, centering around him. The entire 5th star domain succumbed to this tempest of sword intent. The 6 golden immortal ancestors were the first to bear the brunt of it. Before they could comprehend what had transpired, the ancestral figure of the Han family felt his cane begin to shatter inch by inch, reduced to mere dust in less than a breath's time. How is this possible? A step, a new realm? What a farce. The sound of flesh being torn apart echoed. The wrinkled visage was abruptly frozen in time. An ancient head soared skyward. No. The hall resonated with the heart-wrenching howl of the Han clan leader. The ancestral figure of the Qin realm found himself utterly unable to withstand even a single blow. Why? He gazed in disbelief at the youthful silhouette suspended in the void, collapsing helplessly to the ground. How many years had passed? In all the myriad realms, had there ever existed such a terrifying individual? At merely 18, he had already reached the pinnacle of the Qin stage. What kind of nonsense is this, you scoundrel? The other elders, witnessing this spectacle, turned to flee. They were all too aware of the strength of the Han family's patriarch, their powers being closely matched. Yet, even such a figure could not withstand a single strike from the one before them. They knew that even risking their lives would not suffice to halt Lin You. But before they could escape, a flash of sword light rent the very fabric of the void. With a swift stroke, heads were severed, soaring into the sky. In their final moments, the eyes of the elders brimmed with resentment, yet they dared not direct it at Lin You. Instead, their gazes fixated on the depths of the Liuguang clan, where the current leader stood. All of this was due to that wretched individual. The Liuguang clan was in grave peril. With the demise of the 6 elders, the entire Liuguang clan lost its ability to retaliate, engulfed in fear. Like a school of fish, they scattered in panic, their minds in turmoil. Kill. Annihilate them all. Lin Yu's gaze turned frigid as he issued a command. The inspectors surged forth, unleashing chaos upon the Liuguang clan, whose wails echoed through the land. One of the dominant powers of the 5th star domain was on the verge of collapse. Meanwhile, in another part of the 5th star domain, several factions allied with the Liuguang clan had just seen their elders emerge from seclusion. Before they could comprehend the situation, they witnessed Lin You slaying 6 pinnacle Qin figures with a single stroke. Elders, wait. Do not emerge yet. The plan has changed. But the words had barely escaped their lips before it was too late. From the forbidden ground, an ancient, decaying aura surged forth. What is causing such alarm? As the elders emerged from their seclusion, they were assured of their safety. Who in this fifth-star domain would dare act recklessly before me? This Qin Feng realm. Wait, what? Before the words could fully form, a piercing gaze shot from the direction of the Liuguang clan. Lin You couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Allies, perhaps? How intriguing. Once more, the sword flashed. Blood spilled from 3 Qin Feng figures. Even before they had fully exited the forbidden ground, their heads had already been severed from their bodies. The poor ancestors, who had been in seclusion for a millennium, had no inkling of what was unfolding. They merely felt an overwhelmingly powerful presence crashing into their consciousness, only to lose awareness shortly thereafter. The 3 factions were left bewildered. What on earth was happening? This is the Qin Feng realm. Did you think you could act with such impunity? You're not some mere cabbage. The elders, having emerged from their seclusion, boasted threats, fearing that their voices would not be heard. Damn it. Several clan leaders collapsed helplessly to the ground, as 100 gazes of divine consciousness converged upon them. They had lost their stabilizing force. What would become of the Liuguang clan was no longer their concern. All they knew was that their own clan was doomed. In their souls, a figure lingered like an indelible shadow. Wang Defa? Lin You was far too ruthless. Is this fellow truly capable of existing within the 5th star domain? The golden immortal realm feels as insignificant as an ant. Mother, I long to return home. Chapter 107. The 8 branches of the Lin family, the ancient burial ground. Within the forbidden grounds of the Liuguang clan, Lin Jingyun's chest heaved violently as he gasped for breath, his eyes bulging with disbelief as he fixated on the figure outside the clan. Initially, he thought that with a golden immortal present, Lin You was undoubtedly doomed. But how the hell did this fellow manage it? Why? Why could he ascend step by step, reaching the golden immortal realm? Across the myriad realms, there exists no such method of breakthrough. What of your comprehension of the heart? What of your accumulated foundation? It was as if someone had forcibly bestowed Lin Yu's cultivation upon him from thin air. Impossible, impossible. Only the bloodline of that great emperor could account for this. I can conceive of no other explanation. Beads of sweat, as large as soybeans, trickled down Lin Jingyun's face. With great difficulty, he attempted to flee, yet his legs felt as heavy as if laden with lead. Unbeknownst to him, he was already on the verge of despair. That youthful figure lingering like a nightmare, he could not shake off. I cannot die. I must run. With this thought, Lin Jingyun turned to escape. What folly of hatred! Nothing is more important than one's own life. Suddenly, the gate of the forbidden ground was flung open with a violent force. A figure tumbled in from outside. The face of clan leader Han bore an indescribable terror. Under Lin Yu's suppression, in less than a moment, the Liuguang clan had already been reduced to a river of blood. If this continued, they would be utterly annihilated. Clan leader Han fell to his knees, grasping at the man before him as if he were a lifeline. Sir, save me. Save the Liuguang clan. I cannot die. I do not wish to die, sir. Lin Jingyun felt a trembling in his body as he was grasped by the thigh. Get away. Get away from me. You useless trash. All of you from the Liuguang clan are worthless. A mere true immortal like Lin Yu has kept me alive until now. You should die. A fierce glint flashed in Lin Jingyun's eyes. He did not wish to linger for even a second longer. Lin Yu's rise was now a foregone conclusion. It was imperative to return and report to the clan elders without delay. Even though he was a disciple of the Chongqing family, twice Lin Yu's age, he still felt no confidence facing a battle of golden immortals. Without warning, clan leader Han's chest was suddenly pierced, a gaping hole appearing as vitality visibly ebbed away. His complexion growing increasingly pale, Lin Jingyun stepped forward, snapping the man's neck. Eliminate any witnesses. No one must know that the Lin family once appeared in the 5th star domain. After completing this deed, Lin Jingyun finally breathed a sigh of relief. He felt his strength peak, intending to traverse the void and depart. Yet, he found himself frozen in place, his pupils involuntarily contracting. This realm had been utterly severed. In the void, countless, ominous sword intents filled the air. When had this happened? Lin Jingyun swallowed hard, rigidly turning his head, but saw nothing. A series of crisp claps echoed from behind him. Lin Yu sat comfortably in his original position, a sense of utmost satisfaction enveloping him. Beside him lay a half-burnt Lin family token, an ominous token of a murderous scheme. Ah, the Lin family of eternal life. How imposing they are. Lin Jingyun forced a smile, instinctively retreating a couple of steps. Brother, what are you talking about? What eternal Lin family? In a swift flash, a blade of light cut through the air. Lin Jingyun collapsed to the ground, desperately suppressing the roar of fury that threatened to escape his lips. His eyes were filled with terror. His right arm was already devoid of any strength. How could it be? at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. That he lacked even the power to retaliate? Why? Lin Yu's indifferent voice broke the silence. I will ask, and you will answer. If your response pleases me, I shall grant you 2 breaths to escape. Should you err, I will sever your limbs, from head to toe, and ultimately extract your soul for relentless interrogation. Do you understand? Gazing upon the 18-year-old figure before him, Lin Jingyun felt as if he were a beaten dog. Those icy eyes served as a constant reminder that he could be crushed like an ant at any moment. Clutching his bleeding arm, his face turned as pale as a ghost. I understand, Lin Jingyun nodded, and Lin Yu posed the first question. Is the Lin family a branch of the Eternal Family? Yes, Lin Jingyun replied. Which branch? The lineage of the ancient war emperor, Lin Feng, he elucidated. Be more specific. Lin Yu's fingertip gathered a glint of sword light. There are 8 branches within the Lin family. The branches of war, ritual, combat, and shadow, which are the 4 main branches, alongside 4 auxiliary branches composed of collateral disciples. Among these, the military department guards the Lin family, standing against the other eternal families to maintain stability within the clan. The ritual department oversees the disciples' cultivation and the promotion of elders. The shadow department operates akin to covert guardians, infiltrating the realms and counterbalancing the other eternal families within the celestial patrols. The auxiliary branches, however, are not mainstream. They serve wherever needed, numerous yet lacking in finesse. As for the combat department, at this point, Lin Jingyun's words faltered. Lin Yu pointed, and a gaping wound appeared on the opponent's shoulder. I do not appreciate your demeanor. Lin Jingyun grunted in pain, a faint glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. He continued. The combat department primarily establishes its roots in the ancient burial grounds. Beyond that, I know not. Within the entire Lin family, there are scarcely a few who are aware of their movements. I am far from qualified. The ancient burial grounds? Lin Yu couldn't help but furrow his brow. This was the second time he had heard this name. His gaze scrutinized Lin Jingyun's face, and after a moment, he spoke calmly. Continue. The ancient burial grounds. Lin Jingyun's throat bobbed, his lips parched and cracked. A torrent of blood flowed forth, visibly diminishing the vitality within him. Within the clan, I am merely an outer sect steward, entirely lacking the authority to meddle in secrets. As for the ancient burial grounds, I only know that it is a territory jointly held by all eternal families. What lies within, what it is, I am utterly unaware. Yet I can assert with certainty that every eternal family has an existence akin to the Lin family's combat department rooted therein. Only those of the Grand Sage level within the Lin family are privy to any of its inner workings. Lin Jingyun nearly shouted as he articulated these words. All families hold power together? A glimmer of contemplation flickered in Lin Yu's eyes. Does the Zhuge family also partake in this? Upon noticing that the other party's expression bore no signs of deceit, Lin Yu continued. To which lineage do you belong? Why do you target the Lin family? And what led to our exile? Lin Jingyun clenched his teeth in frustration. I do not know. In an instant, a crimson mist erupted from his body, and he shot forth, teetering on the brink of collapse. I do not appreciate your answer. In the ruins, the voice of Lin Jingyun, fraught with despair, echoed. I truly do not know. Killing me would yield no benefit. The War Department concerns the ancient burial grounds. I possess no authority to know. Yet, rumors within the clan suggest that your ancestor, Lin Feng, betrayed the Lin family, leading to our near annihilation by the heavens. If you inquire about my lineage, I belong to the main lineage of the War Department, and that is all I can disclose. Let me go? I vow never to set foot in this star domain again. Chapter 108, Forging a Super Legion. Seeing Lin Jingyun on the verge of collapse, Lin Yu's fingertips glimmered with a faint sword aura. After a moment, he rose and brushed off the dust from his garments. You have only 2 breaths of time. Run. A look of disbelief shone in Lin Jingyun's eyes. He had not anticipated Lin Yu would genuinely honor his word. Very well, 2 breaths it is. At their level of cultivation, 2 breaths could allow one to escape thousands of miles. Coupled with his magical artifacts, it was not impossible to carve out a path to survival. As hope flickered on his face, Lin Jingyun turned to traverse the void. However, suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw a platinum-long sword piercing through him. The merciless sword energy tore apart his internal organs. Lin Yu wielded the sword, cleaving him in 2. Apologies. I have reconsidered. I believe it is best not to allow you to live. It is troublesome. In the final moments of his life, Lin Jingyun's remaining severed arm fell weakly upon Lin Yu's shoulder. He opened his mouth, wishing to utter something, but no words emerged. The sword energy raged, obliterating his very soul. Ding. Mission complete. Mission reward. Colorful critical strike roulette X2. Mission reward. Dao fruit locator X1. Outside the Liuguang clan. Having lost 6 golden immortal ancestors, they had entirely lost their combat capability, with countless lifeless bodies drifting in the void. Blood stained the earth, and wails reverberated across the land. All gazed in disbelief toward the direction of the Liuguang clan. This dominant force that had stood for tens of thousands of years in the fifth-tier star domain had utterly perished. Henceforth, there would be no second Liuguang clan. No more overlords. Only one ruler remained. That was Lin You. Have they gone mad? The myriad realms are set to descend into chaos. The inspector so brazenly annihilating entire families. What jest is this? Shoo, keep your voice down. Do not drag us into your demise. Emerging from the confines, Lin You held aloft the severed heads of several clan leaders. The Shui Pavilion and Longhu Gate have been obliterated. Not a single soul remains. A tempest of blood and slaughter. The inspectors were consumed by a frenzied bloodlust, akin to reapers of death, mercilessly harvesting the lives of all in their path. They stormed into the treasury with insatiable greed, plundering as if the contents were mere pebbles scattered along the roadside. After a full half-hour, the land was drenched in blood, and the acrid stench permeated the heavens. Behind Lin You stood a throng of nearly deranged inspectors. Who could fathom the wealth they had amassed? Treasures that had eluded them for millennia. If they could refine these resources in peace, their cultivation would surely ascend to unimaginable heights. In that moment, no one dared to question Lin You. All heads bowed in reverence, acknowledging him as their sovereign. Report, my lord. The Liuguang clan has plotted assassination. Their crimes warrant execution. Their entire lineage has been eradicated. Please, my lord, give your orders. Lu Yaowang knelt, his voice resonating across the vast expanse, ensuring that every corner of the five-star domain could hear his chilling proclamation. His body trembled with fervor as he recalled the blood feud of the Lu family. Finally, justice was at hand. Please, my lord, give your orders. The inspectors knelt in unison, fierce as wolves. They were an elite force, tempered by bloodshed, emerging from a sea of corpses, and they were ready for action. Excellent. Hang their heads high, a warning to the myriad families of the five-star domain. Until the end of time, Lin You proclaimed, drawing his blade and delicately wiping the blood from its surface. With a glint of cold light in his eyes and a smile upon his lips, he extended his consciousness throughout the five-star domain, whispering softly, "Hush, be silent." A profound stillness enveloped the vast expanse, as if the entire domain had been paused. Millions dared not even draw a breath. Their eyes fixed in disbelief upon the figure suspended in the void, an image etched into their souls, terrifyingly profound. Upon returning to the inspector's division, Lin You took his seat at the helm and gently summoned, Lu Yaowang, report the battle status. Lu Yaowang promptly rose. This time, over 80% of the Liuguang clan has been obliterated, with only a few remnants escaping. In the coming days, a manhunt will commence across the five-star domain. Of the 67 celestial inspectors, 20 have fallen. Among the 13 interdimensional inspectors, 7 have perished. Currently, within the division, including your esteemed self, there are 54 remaining. Very well. Lin Yu's gaze swept over the survivors, all of whom were elite. Most importantly, Lu Yaowang had handled matters exceptionally well. Originally accompanied by 6 interdimensional inspectors, he had also brought along 7 whose powers were neither high nor low, all belonging to the same rank. However, it was no coincidence that these 7 had all perished at the hands of the Liuguang clan. It was clear that Lu Yaowang had orchestrated this outcome. Yet, Lin You remained unfazed. If they could not serve him, what use were they? Once they had assimilated the resources of the Liuguang clan, the interdimensional inspector's cultivation would surely start at a level far beyond the ordinary. Excitement glimmered in everyone's eyes as they recognized the opportunity before them. The vacancy among the interdimensional inspectors presented an unparalleled chance for their ascent. The thrill was palpable, and they tightened their grips on their storage bags, just as they prepared to present their findings. As Lin You waved his hand, he declared, "No need, everyone. Keep it for yourselves." His words astonished the entire assembly. One must understand that the Liuguang clan, as a dominant force in the 5th star domain, possesses an astonishing depth of resources. They had anticipated a fair share of the spoils, yet he was giving it all away so readily. In this battle, Lin You was the one who determined the outcome. He had but one demand: enhance your cultivation. He would not remain in the 5th star domain for some time. Upon his return, it was imperative that all of them had transcended to the Xianxian realm. The crowd knelt on one knee, responding in unison. After dismissing the others, Lin You retained Lu Yaowang and 6 inspectors of the 10,000 realms. He refrained from further words. You were the first to pledge allegiance to me, Lin You, and you did not falter amidst the bloodshed. Henceforth, you shall be my trusted confidants. Come with me to the 6th star domain. There are wondrous treasures I wish to show you. Aside from Lu Yaowang, the excitement of the 6 was palpable. Was this not what they had been striving for? The one who wielded the Zhuge family token and looked down upon the Liuguang clan's treasures surely had something even more extraordinary to reveal. Lin You took the lead, setting off towards the 6-star domain. The ancient ancestor Fan Rue of the Yulong Cave was still overseeing the construction, his heart brimming with excitement as he witnessed the entire star domain being transformed into the Hall of the Guardian Alliance. His elder brother would surely be pleased. Yet, it had been a long time since his brother had returned. What was he so busy with? Hurry up. I have not been stingy with your spirit stones. So do not attempt to slack off. What is this? Did I not specify that beneath my elder brother's throne there must at least be a blanket made from the hide of a 10,000-year-old tiger beast? What do you mean by presenting a mere 5,000-year-old one? Do you think I am unknowledgeable? Chapter 109. The Battle for the Number 1 Lackey. As the ancient ancestor Fan Rue oversaw the construction at Yulong Cave, he suddenly faltered in his speech, his brow furrowing involuntarily. Was there an undercurrent of faint murderous intent in the air? No, it was not mere killing intent. It was a resonance that defied description, as if everyone were on the same wavelength, but in opposition. While he pondered this, Lin Yu's voice drifted over calmly. Is it so arduous? You are an esteemed ancestor, yet you toil like a foreman every day. It must be quite a burden for you. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Fan Rue felt a surge of joy and excitement. He clenched his fists, instinctively yearning to rush into his elder brother's embrace, completely disregarding the fact that he was several thousand years older than Lin You. However, before he could take a step, his gaze abruptly halted at the figures standing behind Lin You. There stood 7 silhouettes, each exuding an aura as profound as the ocean and heavy as an abyss. With long knives slung at their waists, clad in black and red, they could only be the inspectors. The ancient ancestor of Yulong Cave instinctively took 2 steps back, a whirlwind of thoughts racing through his mind. Had his elder brother been captured? Had the inspectors come seeking him after their previous battle? This was dire. He needed to call for help. His expression changed drastically as he looked at Lin You, gritting his teeth. Brother, I will summon aid. I will ensure they come and do not return. With that, Fan Rue's aura began to surge wildly, and it seemed his divine sense was about to be transmitted. Lin You lightly stamped his foot. In an instant, the void was sealed. What is going on? These individuals accompany me. They are my allies. The moment the phrase my allies was uttered, Fan Rue stood in stunned silence. What is happening? When did my brother become allied with these lofty inspectors? As Lin Yu's foremost subordinate, he was utterly oblivious to this development. What a joke. Such dereliction of duty. The most critical issue is, did you not previously eliminate the inspector of the Sima family? How could he possibly be allied with them? What transpired during this time? Just as Fan Rue was engulfed in confusion, Lu Yaowen, who trailed behind Lin You, respectfully spoke up. My lord, shall we contain this information? My esteemed lord. Fan Rue was once again taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief. Lin You waved his hand, glancing at the several millennia-old Fan Rue, his words somewhat faltering. No need. This is the ancestor of the Yulong Cave, our brother. Upon hearing this, Lu Yaowen quietly nodded, standing silently behind Lin You in a demeanor of a devoted follower. Meanwhile, the other 6 inspectors from the myriad realms remained vigilant, their gazes sharp and alert, hands resting on their blades, ready for action. The innate sense of crisis that accompanied the foremost subordinate stirred unease within the Yulong Cave ancestor, Fan Rue. He cautiously stepped forward. Brother, what is the situation? Who are these people? Lin You turned, gesturing towards the 6 inspectors. These are comrades who have fought alongside me through thick and thin. You shall become acquainted, as we will have many interactions in the future. Fan Rue smiled, his gaze sweeping over them, nodding in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Lin You pointed to Lu Yaowen behind him. This is Lord Lu Yaowen of the 5th star domain. Like you, he is one of my trusted confidants, managing numerous affairs within the 5th star domain. Lu Yaowen, upon hearing this, politely clasped his hands in greeting to Fan Rue. Fellow Taoist. Yet, at this moment, Fan Rue was utterly perplexed, inundated with a torrent of information that left him reeling. Since when did my brother govern the 5th star domain? What? You're abandoning the 6th star domain? What about me? I have been following you. Are you leaving me behind for the 5th? The most crucial point is this Lu Yaowen. During my absence at my brother's side, has someone seized the opportunity? He is a confidant. And what about me? I was the first to follow my brother. How outrageous. Fan Rue gazed at Lin You, disregarding why the latter was so formidable. His mind was consumed by a single thought. There can only be one foremost confidant to my brother. In response to Lu Yaowen's goodwill, he stomped his foot in frustration, deliberately adopting a tone of superiority. Oh, so you're my brother's confidant. Humph. You must be more astute in following my brother. He detests trouble the most. I know everything from my brother's underwear size to his preferred type of women. You have much to learn. At that moment, Fan Rui finally comprehended the nature of his discomfort. It turned out someone was trying to usurp his position. Lin Yu's lips twitched involuntarily. Lu Yaowen was momentarily taken aback by Fan Rui's inexplicable behavior. However, he quickly regained his composure. Competing for favor, he mused to himself. Lu Yaowen had not arrived at this point through sycophancy alone. With a smile, he spoke, "What you say is quite true, my friend. There is indeed much I wish to learn. Alas, while I may lack significant prowess, I can still be of assistance to you in this meager 5th-star domain." His words resonated with conviction. Fan Rui's pupils widened in surprise. The 5th-star domain. Was this fellow subtly underselling his own strength? What was this bravado about? Just because he possessed a bit more power? What pretense? What did the 5th-star domain matter? My brother seeks absolute loyalty. My dedication to him is as evident as the heavens. For my brother, I would even dare to offend the Qin family. Fan Rui, filled with indignation, attempted to leverage his limited resources to overshadow Lu Yaowen's imposing presence. Lu Yaowen merely nodded with indifference. Alongside my lord. I merely eradicated a dominant force within a 5th-star domain. Not overly formidable, just a collection of golden immortals and Qin immortals. With this declaration, Fan Rui found himself utterly defeated, left with nothing to retort. His lips twitched in frustration. How dare you belittle that? What do you mean just? Those are golden immortals and Qin immortals. Are you attempting to intimidate me, knowing my cultivation is not as advanced as yours? He could hardly contain his irritation and continued. I have laid the groundwork for my brother, unifying the 6th-star domain with numerous cultivators. Lu Yaowen couldn't help but smirk at the immaturity displayed. You are indeed impressive. My friend. Fan Rui's smile widened at the praise, but it was short-lived. My contribution to my lord consists merely of rallying a few dozen true God Realm cultivators during his inspection. Not particularly strong. But they should soon reach the Qin Immortal Realm, likely to become esteemed ancestors in the 6th-star domain. This revelation was a complete annihilation of Fan Rui's pride. The thought of being merely an ancestor, while he himself was still at the true Immortal Realm, was utterly demoralizing. A few dozen true gods could easily sweep through the layers of the 6th-star domain, not to mention the Qin Immortal Realm, barring any unforeseen circumstances. He would never reach that level in his lifetime. How could this possibly be deemed not very strong? Frustrated, Fan Rui felt utterly defeated. His achievements paled in comparison. His strength was lacking. Even his prideful loyalty was matched by the other party. What infuriated him further was how Lu Yaowen wielded his cultivation prowess as a means of intimidation. If he could handle true gods, did that not imply he could crush an ancestor like himself at any moment? Fan Rui turned to Lin You with a mournful expression. Brother, just look at him. Chapter 110. Do not speak of friends' words lightly. Confronted with Fan Rui's aggrieved lament, Lin You could only shake his head in resignation. With a hint of exasperation, he remarked, you two combined must be over 10,000 years old. Is this not childish? You are both my trusted confidants, each with your own responsibilities. After a round of mutual reprimanding, Lin You continued, now, swiftly accompany me on a journey. After taking you to a certain place, I shall have to depart for a period of time. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Fan Rui felt compelled to suppress his grievances. No calamity could overshadow the significance of his elder brother's affairs. The 6 inspectors of the 10,000 realms trailing behind exchanged glances, each reflecting the barely contained amusement in their eyes, while simultaneously feeling vindicated in their astute decision. An 18-year-old youth had, in effect, established dominion over the 6th and 5th-tier star realms. They harbored no doubts that, in this place, Lin Yu's words held more weight than those of the Qin family. In the Lin residence, several uncles were engaged in a display of martial prowess in the courtyard. The 100-fold acceleration of the blessed land had propelled their cultivation to unprecedented heights in this brief span. The 8th elder flaunted his impressive biceps, beaming with pride. Oh, Xiaoyozi, it seems you are lagging behind. I am on the verge of reaching the 6th layer of true immortality, while you remain at the 5th, he exclaimed. Address me as your elder brother. No sooner had the words left his lips than a figure surged forth from the blessed land like a hound. The 6th elder wasted no time in grappling with the 8th elder, their blows vicious and unrelenting. With a flurry of strikes, the two true immortal beings engaged in a brawl reminiscent of street thugs, employing every dirty trick in the book. The battle was nothing short of brutal. Before long, a chilling scream pierced the air as the 8th elder clutched his groin, his face ashen. Xiaoyozi, you've pushed me to my limits. This is a fight you will regret. The 6th elder wore a smug expression as he mockingly declared. No wonder you've refrained from bathing with the rest of us since you matured. It appears you have a little secret. He gestured playfully, clearly reveling in the revelation that followed his earlier strike. In that instant, The brothers exchanged glances, struggling to suppress their laughter while their faces flushed crimson. The eighth elder, furious and trembling with rage, exclaimed, "This is a matter of a man's dignity. Utter nonsense. I shall not tolerate this insult." Lin Tao and Lin Dong shared a glance, both revealing a hint of helplessness. They were like two divine beings, utterly at a loss. Tao Ge sighed as he observed the two, pondering Lin Yu's well-being. The youth had mentioned visiting the inspectors, and he had been gone for nearly 2 months. When had he ever been away from home for such an extended period? Lin Dong approached his elder brother, gazing skyward. "The child has grown. It seems we are unable to assist him now." Tao Ge, upon hearing this, sighed once more. Although he had recently gained considerable lifespan due to a breakthrough in his cultivation, he now appeared somewhat aged. The entire Lin family weighed on his mind, particularly Lin You, the family's sole heir, their cherished treasure. Despite his superior cultivation, Tao Ge remained concerned that his child might face adversity in the outside world. In a fleeting moment, he felt his eyes moisten, and he discreetly turned his head to wipe away the dust from his face. Just then, Lin Dong suddenly patted his shoulder once more. Brother Tao smiled wryly. "Are you mocking me now? I am getting old and useless." Lin Dong offered no words of comfort, instead shaking his shoulder vigorously. "No, big brother. It's Yuer. Yuer has returned." In an instant, the 8 elderly men in the courtyard seemed frozen in time, all turning to gaze into the void. There, a figure clad in white approached, accompanied by 8 imposing silhouettes that exuded immense power. Merely catching a glimpse of them caused an involuntary sting in their eyes. What extraordinary cultivation was this? Their every movement stirred the very essence of the world. With a flash, the 8 figures descended to the ground. Lin You appeared in the courtyard, a smile illuminating his face as he looked at his uncles, teasing, "It's been a while. I trust you've all been well." After a brief moment of astonishment, the Lin family courtyard erupted in excited cheers. The eldest elder rushed to Lin Yu's side, lifting his arm and playfully prying open his mouth. "You rascal, after such a long time, no one has bullied you, right? If you've suffered, tell Uncle 8. Uncle 8 will protect you." Brother Tao nodded vigorously. "Good, good. It's great to have you back." Surrounded by the crowd, Lin Yu savored the hard-won tranquility. After a good quarter of an hour, his uncles finally returned to their senses, casting suspicious glances at the others accompanying him. Lin Yu introduced, "I almost forgot. These are my friends. Let me introduce you. You've met the ancestor of the Dragon Cave. This is Lu Yaowen, the chief commander of the inspection division in the 5th star domain." Unsure of the exact title, Lin Yu spoke casually. "The other 6 are the inspectors of the multiverse from the 5th star domain." As his words fell, his uncles visibly tensed. "Inspectors? They are all renowned figures. From the 5th star domain." Uncle 8 stared wide-eyed at them, whispering, "Big brother, what exactly is an inspector of the multiverse?" Lin Tao struggled to swallow, clearly taken aback. "An inspector of the multiverse is even more significant than those we have encountered. In terms of rank, they would be the direct superior of Dai Wenjiao." A chorus of gasps filled the air. "Wow, Yuer has become so formidable, befriending an inspector of the multiverse. This is incredible." One of them exclaimed, "Wait, who exactly is Lu Yaowen? The deputy commander? That means he is even more prestigious than an inspector of the multiverse?" In that moment, they instinctively took a couple of steps back. Such a presence is no different from a legend. The direct superior of the inspector's superior. The entire Lin family had never encountered such a figure. With this thought, the uncles looked at their beloved child with pride. Brother Tao's face broke into a smile. This is how it should be. Having more friends opens more paths. He affectionately ruffled Lin Yu's hair. "You've grown up, my child. How delightful." Lin Yu immediately bowed to the few individuals behind him, expressing, "The Lin family is rather modest, and I apologize for any inadequacies in hospitality. Might I suggest we converse inside?" The individuals who had been standing respectfully behind Lin Yu took a couple of steps back, lowering their gazes in deference. "Nay, you are the esteemed uncle of the master. We are unworthy of such profound respect. Please do not speak of friends in such a manner." Chapter 111. The Dragon Court. The words of the individuals left the entire Lin family in a state of bewilderment. "Which master are you referring to? You are the highest authority here. Who else could it be?" Even Brother Tao was momentarily struck dumb, frozen in place. Only the second elder, Lin, had his pupils dilate in disbelief as he gazed at Lin Yu. Could it be? Lu Yaowen, with utmost reverence, declared, "The master speaks of us as friends. It is merely a form of flattery. We are but a few who follow the master to earn our keep, and we dare not presume to address you as friends." In an instant, the Lin family trembled with excitement, looking at Lin Yu, who was grinning broadly, revealing his gleaming teeth. Even a pig would understand the situation now. Goodness, in just a few short months, you have risen to such heights? Were you not supposed to be visiting the inspector? What is this? The atmosphere suggests you have unified the myriad realms. The eighth elder's tongue began to stumble over itself. You and I, ah? The sixth elder smacked him on the back of his head. Look at your lack of ambition. Several elders, friends, it is not what you think. Brother Tao, in disbelief, covered his forehead. All right, you need not speak further. Understood, replied the sixth elder. Then, at Lin Yu's gesture, Lu Yaowen briefly recounted the events of recent times. Instantly, the uncles appeared petrified, as if turned to stone. The astonishing revelations left them utterly astounded. The inspector of the fifth star domain, the annihilation of the Liuguang clan, ascending with each step? What nonsense! The golden immortal realm? My goodness! Each of these revelations was enough to leave one speechless, yet all of this had transpired within a single individual, Lin You, the sole scion of the Lin family. Incredible! The eighth elder, visibly shaken, pointed at the individuals behind Lin You. Are you suggesting that those in the Qin immortal realm are now merely your subordinates? Lin You nodded. The eighth elder's breath quickened. So, within the inspector's branch in the fifth star domain, there are dozens of true gods? Such individuals cannot even be your confidants. Lin You nodded once more. And you have nearly ruled over the fifth star domain? Lin You affirmed again. My heavens! The eighth elder felt as though his mind might explode. All his arduous cultivation over the years, aiming for the true immortal realm, had led him to believe he possessed some measure of skill. Little did he know, in Lin Yu's presence, even the true immortal realm would be left in the dust. Has there been no justice in the world? With a smile at the corner of his eye, Lin You glanced towards the depths of the Lin family's blessed land. Brother Tao cleared his throat, gently pressing the eighth elder back. Will you be leaving again after this visit? Lin You nodded. Indeed. I must pay a visit to the Zhuge family. It seems the time is right. I have brought them back for two reasons. Firstly, I am concerned for your safety. After all, with the current circumstances, should anyone harbor ill intentions towards the Lin family, it is prudent for them to have support. Secondly, I am preparing to cultivate my own influence. These individuals are trustworthy, and I shall allow them to enter the blessed realm together. The mention of the blessed realm elicited a momentary frown from Lu Yaowen and the others, their eyes reflecting a sense of confusion. They were not unfamiliar with such concepts. Yet at their current level, a mere blessed realm would not provide them with substantial aid. They did not comprehend why Lin You had brought them specifically to witness this. Brother Tao cast a heavy glance at them. If you deems it acceptable, then it is indeed so, without a hint of hesitation. He raised his hand, revealing the depths of the Lin family's blessed realm. As it opened slightly, Lu Yaowen and the 6 celestial inspectors were taken aback. The abundance of spiritual energy was nothing short of extraordinary, a phenomenon that could be described as unparalleled in history. It coalesced in the air into rich crystals, far more effective than any spiritual stones or treasures. To cultivate within this environment was unparalleled. Lu Yaowen was left speechless. Before he could utter a word, he saw Lin You gesture. In an instant, a profound temporal fluctuation emanated from the blessed realm. 100-fold acceleration of time. What a jest! Even the typically unperturbed Lu Yaowen could not refrain from exclaiming in astonishment. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Lin You, as though beholding a deity. He had presumed this individual to be extraordinary, yet he surpassed all expectations. If even a whisper of this power were to escape, the entire myriad realms would descend into madness. An artifact capable of accelerating cultivation by 100-fold, immortal families would be compelled to kneel in reverence. As this realization dawned upon him, Lu Yaowen was filled with emotion, gazing at Lin You with incredulity. Such trust was monumental. The venerable ancestor Fan Rue of the Dragon Cave stood frozen in place, astonished. His elder brother possessed such a remarkable treasure? It was clear he had not chosen the wrong ally. Lin You waved his hand, indicating that he need not elaborate further. He had but one request. Cultivation, cultivation. And once more, cultivation. You are my family, my brothers through thick and thin. From now on, you shall be my strongest support. His eyes gleamed with a commanding brilliance. Focus your sights on the long term. Celestial immortal? Golden immortal? Should anyone confine themselves to such limits, do not blame Lin You for being merciless. In the future, we shall strive for immortality. Lin Yu's words resonated with authority, imbued with an inspiring confidence and unparalleled spirit. His declarations sent tremors through their hearts, and his innate leadership compelled Fan Rue and Lu Yaowen to submit wholeheartedly. The pursuit of immortality was a concept they had previously dared not even contemplate. Such ambition was deemed audacious. Yet, with Lin Yu's presence, an 18-year-old golden immortal, they felt as though they could glimpse a fraction of the heavenly realms. The path that had once been shrouded in uncertainty gradually became clearer. Yes, my lord. Lu Yaowen and the 6 celestial inspectors knelt on one knee, their expressions filled with emotion. They were ready to face any challenge for their elder brother. The ancestral figure of the Yulong Cave, Fan Rue, quickly expressed his loyalty. However, when they looked up again, Lin Yu's silhouette had vanished, leaving only a faint echo in the void. I shall visit the Zhuge family. Upon my return, I will reorganize the 5-star domain. Within the Star Sea spirit pool of the Zhuge family, 3 figures, long shrouded in silence, slowly lifted their gazes. The surrounding void seemed unable to bear their weight, emitting a mournful cry under the strain. The ethereal dragon's shadow dominated the space, unleashing a golden radiance. The fire phoenix raised its head, letting out a mighty cry and flapping its wings, which were as heavy as mountains, creating a tempest of heat. In the center, a slightly youthful figure gradually rose. With a mere lift of his hand, a cacophony of bone-cracking sounds reverberated, exuding an innate aura of kingship that dimmed the heavens. His gray-white eyes reflected the cyclical dance of the stars. Qin Feng stepped out from the Star Sea spirit pool, visibly bearing the remnants of the celestial powers. Clenching his fists, he felt the overwhelming force within him that could no longer be contained. You must live well, my boy. In the Dragon Court, we shall battle once more. Chapter 112. Gathering the Fruits of the World. At the Zhuge family, having learned from past experiences, Lin You faced no hindrances and proceeded directly to the entrance. Upon his departure, Zhuge Changqing had advised him to return in half a month. And now the time had arrived. Lin You, honoring the favor, came to fulfill the appointment. Zhuge Changqing seemed to have anticipated this, waiting for him with a smile. As soon as they met, he jested, "Isn't this our Lord Lin? How imposing you are in the 5-star domain, haha." Lin You felt a bit embarrassed, surprised by how swiftly news traveled within the Changqing family. Just 2 days had passed, and they had already received word. "Brother Zhuge, please refrain from teasing me. This matter pertains to life and death. I had no choice but to act. I couldn't simply ignore the blade at my throat." Zhuge Changqing nodded in resignation as they walked deeper into the Zhuge family grounds. He inquired, "Are you aware of the uproar this has caused within the Changqing family?" Lin You fell silent for a moment, sensing the trouble. Zhuge Changqing acknowledged, "Indeed, there has been some unrest, especially since you wielded the Zhuge family token. Such a significant event has led them to place the blame squarely upon us." A sheepish smile crossed Lin Yu's face, though it did not come as a surprise. It was only natural to deduce that with such a major incident occurring in the 5-star domain, the Changqing family would not pursue it unless someone had taken the fall on his behalf. That individual could only be Zhuge Changqing. As for the favor, it would be repaid in due time. "I wonder what my friend summoned me for?" Lin You asked directly. The pair arrived at a rift in the void. Zhuge Changqing halted, confronting an unfathomable mist swirling with boundless spiritual energy. He steadied himself and inquired, "Have you ever heard of the Dragon Court?" Lin You shook his head in confusion. Zhuge Changqing continued, "The Dragon Court is a small world beneath the ancient burial grounds, where countless mighty beings have perished over millennia, their spiritual essence returning to the heavens, yet leaving behind a legacy. Apart from the divine artifacts, there exists a multitude of Dao fruits, meticulously guarded by the Changqing family, deemed as precious treasures, reserved for bestowing opportunities upon their disciples." Upon hearing this, Lin You felt a tremor in his heart. Once again, he encountered the name of the ancient burial ground, marking the 3rd instance of its mention. The Dragon Court was easily comprehensible, a battleground for prodigies, brimming with opportunities, where each individual relied upon their own prowess. He pondered for a moment before inquiring, "I have heard whispers of the ancient burial ground, yet I am unclear about its true nature. Why do the mighty choose to settle there?" Zhuge Changqing's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. "You are familiar with the ancient burial ground?" A smile then graced his lips. "Very well. This matter is not a secret, and you would discover it sooner or later. To answer your query regarding the ancient burial ground, I cannot expound it succinctly. However, you may perceive it as a battlefield of the gods." "A battlefield?" Lin Yu's brows furrowed. "With whom do they engage in combat? Is it a site of conflict among the Changqing family?" This notion felt implausible. Given the nature of the Changqing family, such triviality seemed unlikely. Zhuge Changqing appeared to grasp Lin Yu's thoughts. "It is not among the Changqing family, but I cannot divulge more at present. You are not yet privy to such secrets. Should you survive the Dragon Court, perhaps I will provide you with answers." Acknowledging this, Lin You chose not to dwell on it further. The crux of the matter was that strength mattered above all else. Once he attained sufficient power, these secrets would no longer remain concealed. He then shifted the subject, asking, "What of Qin Feng?" Zhuge Changqing gestured toward the mist. "He has already entered. The Dragon Court is but a fragment of the ancient burial ground, incapable of sustaining the presence of those of the Changqing realm. Thus, we have established a rule. Each opening shall not exceed half a month, and only cultivators below the Great Sage realm may enter." Lin You continued, "What does the Zhuge family require of me? To assist you in seeking opportunities?" Zhuge Changqing nodded. "Within the Dragon Court, aside from you and Qin Feng, there are 2 disciples from my Zhuge family. I need your assistance in safeguarding them. Moreover, within the Dragon Court lies a significant inheritance from a predecessor of the Zhuge family, and I require you to retrieve the Dao fruit after their passing. As for other opportunities, all that you acquire shall belong to you. Lin You did not refuse. In truth, he owed the Zhuge family a debt. This venture into the Dragon Court was, in essence, not merely a favor. Once inside, they would look after one another. The Zhuge family provided the opportunity and quota, while he would claim the rewards within. It was merely a collaboration. Beep. Mission released. Gather the Dao fruits of the world. Mission requirement. Seize 99 Dao fruits within the Dragon Court. Mission reward. Colorful critical hit roulette X3. Mission rewards. 99 beginner Dao fruits. 69 intermediate Dao fruits. 9 advanced Dao fruits. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Yu's lips involuntarily twitched. Good heavens. Are you intending for me to offend everyone? The scale of the Dragon Court remained an enigma. Yet Lin You was acutely aware that attempting to seize 99 Dao fruits would surely provoke a fierce backlash from the crowd. Nevertheless, the rewards were undeniably enticing. The beginner Dao fruits would enhance cultivation, while the intermediate Dao fruits would improve aptitude and further bolster cultivation. The advanced Dao fruit possesses not only the two aforementioned abilities, but also carries the lifelong divine powers and mental techniques of formidable beings. It can be asserted that, when utilized properly, a single advanced Dao fruit can forge a practitioner starting at the level of a golden immortal. Zhuge Changqing inquired with a smile, do you agree? Lin You nodded, I have no reason to refuse. Having said that, Zhuge Changqing waved his robe, and a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from the fissures in the void. Just as Lin You was about to enter, he turned and asked, since the Zhuge family holds this qualification, why do you not pursue it? Dressed in a flowing blue and white robe, Zhuge Changqing appeared remarkably composed. He did not respond, but instead focused on activating the grand formation. A tremendous force erupted with a resounding boom. In an instant, Lin Yu's figure vanished from its original spot. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar locale, desolate and ruined. The landscape was littered with remnants of a catastrophic battle. A putrid scent permeated the air. Lin You scanned his surroundings. It bore some resemblance to a palace, with the sole distinction being its devastation. Contemplating Zhuge Changqing's final smile, he pondered two possibilities. First, this individual, seemingly of a similar age to himself and others, had already ascended beyond longevity. Lin You could not help but click his tongue in disbelief, quickly shaking his head. It seemed implausible. If that were true, the Zhuge family would surely be defying the heavens. Thus, only the second possibility remained. This brother must have forged a unique path of transcendence. He was so powerful that he felt he could vanquish his contemporaries without the need for the Dao fruit's fortune. Hence, Zhuge Changqing chose to bestow the opportunity upon others. Regardless of which scenario was true, it was evident that this individual was terrifyingly strong. Lin You took a deep breath and retrieved a crystalline stone from his pocket. This was the Dao fruit locator, a reward from his last mission, perfectly suited for use within the Dragon Court. The stone emitted a faint vibration, and a soft yellow glow illuminated, guiding Lin Yu's direction. A treasure. Lin You raised an eyebrow, only to suddenly halt as he took a step forward. With a whoosh, a long spear shot forth from the void, embedding itself an inch before him. This place is ours. Those who wish to avoid death, leave swiftly. Chapter 113. Instant kill. Unbearable impact. Lin You could not help but furrow his brow. Who goes there? From the void, three figures emerged in succession, clad in agile attire. Their muscular frames resembled coiled dragons, commanding painful stares. Such formidable physiques. The leader bore a fierce countenance, casually raising his hand as the spear returned to his grasp. Hanging from his waist was a purple gold token. Meng family. He scrutinized Lin You from head to toe, his eyes filled with an arrogant disdain. Who are you? I do not recall such a figure within the longevity families. He smirked. Very well. I grant you 3 seconds to consider. Immediately remove yourself from my sight. A glint of coldness flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. The crystalline stone trembled with increasing intensity. A primary Dao fruit lay amidst the ruins. He crushed the 2 colorful crits of the annihilated Liuguang clan. Within the verdant sanctuary of Lin Family Cave, the green sprite experienced an instantaneous surge of unparalleled acceleration. A torrent of spiritual energy surged forth like a leviathan, rushing towards its external manifestation. Lin You calmly inquired, what if I choose otherwise? The leading disciple of the Meng family scoffed. What do you mean by otherwise? Do you wish for death? Clearly, you are not of the Changsheng lineage. Yet your ties to them are significant. The Dragon Court has only just opened. It would be unwise to lose your life here. We are merely resting for a moment. My friend, there is no need for conflict. As the last words left his lips, a glint of murderous intent flickered in the Meng disciple's eyes. The pretense of resting was merely a facade. Their true aim was the acquisition of the Dao fruit. The unspoken intuition among cultivators hinted that a Dao fruit was undoubtedly hidden within this place, yet it remained undiscovered. As long as they occupied this territory, the fruit would eventually belong to them. Their hesitation to confront Lin You directly stemmed from uncertainty about whether he was alone or accompanied by others. If the commotion were to attract additional attention, it would spell trouble. This subtle scheming was effortlessly discerned by Lin You, who feigned ignorance and shook his head. I am truly sorry, but I have taken quite a liking to this place. Since you seek rest, why not consider another direction? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three Ming family members darkened immediately. It seemed you were asking for trouble. There was no need for further discourse. If he sought death, they would oblige him. Indeed, he stood alone. Could he truly overturn the heavens? Eliminate him. In an instant, tension escalated, and the three Ming geniuses surrounded Lin You, their cultivation radiating like the full moon, imposing and formidable. Outside the Dragon Court, the Chongqing family observed the unfolding events with an air of detachment, as if they were mere players in a grand game. Who is this young man? He appeared unfamiliar. Alone, he dares to provoke the Ming family. He is likely to meet a dire fate. The words of the Taoist friend ring true. Although the three Ming brothers are not the strongest of their kin, they have all entered the golden immortal realm. To confront three alone is indeed ill-advised. A perceptive member of the Chongqing family noticed the Zhuge family's token at Lin Yu's waist, directing their gaze towards the Zhuge clan. Seated there was not an ancestor of profound cultivation, but rather a strikingly handsome man. Young friend Chongqing, is this individual a hired ally from your Zhuge family? Zhuge Chongqing smiled lightly and shook his head. He is a friend of mine. Oh, to befriend you must mean he is no ordinary person. One from the Chongqing family remarked courteously. Only the Chongqing and Ming families exchanged derisive laughter. I regret to inform you, young friend Chongqing, that your friend may very well lose his life within the Dragon Court. Though my Ming family disciples may lack prowess, they possess certain abilities. Should anything unfortunate occur, the Zhuge family would not take kindly to it, would they? Zhuge Chongqing maintained his composure throughout, responding calmly. Within the Dragon Court, one is responsible for their own life and death. This has long been established as the rule. At these words, a barely perceptible smile graced the lips of those present. Indeed, this was the case. However, unbeknownst to others, they were acutely aware of the underlying truth. Each family originally had 10 quotas for their disciples to enter the Dragon Court, yet the Zhuge family, in a bid to protect the disruptive Lin You, chose to relinquish 6 of those quotas. From the very outset, one found themselves ensnared in a profound disadvantage. This is no mere contest of trivial significance. Every individual who enters is a meticulously selected representative of the Chongqing clan. In this Dragon Court, the Zhuge family shall undoubtedly return in defeat. Amidst the ruins, Lin You lightly flicked his fingertips, raising an eyebrow at the 3 individuals beside him. Is a confrontation imminent? A disciple from the Ming family snorted disdainfully. Nonsense. Are we here to engage in idle chatter? Heaven has a path you refuse to tread, while hell has no gate you dare to breach. Go perish. In an instant, the leading man thrust forth his spear with ferocious velocity. His cultivation at the golden immortal realm was unmistakably evident, as he swiftly closed the distance to Lin You. This strike encompassed the Ming family's ultimate technique, a heavenly-grade skill he had already cultivated to perfection, rendering him unmatched among his peers. The other 2 also joined in the fray. The very heavens seemed overshadowed by their formidable aura. Just as Lin You appeared on the verge of being pierced through, suddenly, the pupils of the 3 widened in disbelief. Halt! How could this be possible? The leading Ming disciple could not suppress his astonishment as the spear emitted a mournful wail, fracturing inch by inch from its tip. Even his grip was shattered by the reverberation. That seemingly unstoppable thrust felt as though it had plunged into the heart of 10,000 mountains. An incredible force and sharpness emanated from the spearhead. Under the incredulous gaze of the trio, they beheld Lin Yu's playful smile. Hush, do not disturb. A subtle yet distinct sound of a sword resonated through the void. An unmatched sword edge spanned 1,000 miles. Time itself seemed to freeze at this moment. Lin You gently raised his hand, and the majestic radiance of the white tiger golden light sword erupted forth. With a single stroke, the 3 felt the chilling breath of death surge upon them like a relentless tide. They barely had time to utter a sound, their minds consumed by a singular thought. In this battle of equals, they were utterly crushed, rendered powerless to retaliate. What kind of jest is this? The sword light swept past, and 3 splendid heads quietly fell to the ground. Lin You did not even glance at them, walking straight towards the ruins where a Dao fruit awaited in silent anticipation. Outside the Dragon Court, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Countless pairs of eyes fixated intently on that figure clad in white. Who on earth is this individual? The two factions are clearly not on the same level. Even in a battle of equals, the result was an unequivocal annihilation, utterly overwhelming. From the Ming family's direction, powerful auras surged skyward. How outrageous! Where did this beast emerge from? How dare he slay my Ming disciples? I shall pursue him across the heavens and myriad realms until he finds no refuge in death. Their eyes bulged in fury as they helplessly witnessed their kin spill blood. The dignity exclusive to the Chongqing clan surged within them, igniting their restraint. They were on the brink of invoking external measures. Meanwhile, the Chongqing family maintained a composed silence, observing with keen focus. The world is inherently cruel. Rules? Only if one possesses the strength to enforce them. Just as the Ming family erupted in fury, Zhuge Chongqing lightly tapped his fingers upon the table. For the first time, a flicker of indignation graced the visage of this man, who sought to embody elegance and composure. Bang! Bang! Are you unable to play? Very well. There is no need to investigate the myriad realms, if you wish to throw your weight around. My Zhuge family shall gladly engage in a contest with you. Chapter 114. The Advanced Dao Fruit. As these words fell, the hearts of the crowd collectively tightened. The Ming family, in particular, stared incredulously at Zhuge Chongqing. Young friend Chongqing, what were you just saying? Zhuge Chongqing replied nonchalantly. I believe the esteemed elder has heard quite clearly. Stung by such a retort, the Ming family found themselves at a loss. They had merely intended to flaunt the prestige of the Chongqing family, yet they had not anticipated that the typically aloof Zhuge family would display such assertiveness today. Should it come to war between the two families, the Ming family would undoubtedly find themselves at a disadvantage. Good, good, good. The Ming family member repeated the word thrice, his gritted teeth unmistakably audible. Young friend Chongqing, have you considered the consequences of offending my Ming family for the sake of an unrelated person? Zhuge family, can you truly speak on behalf of your clan at present? He sought to leverage the elder's authority to intimidate. However, Zhuge Chongqing, more formidable than they had imagined, stood resolute. Whether the Zhuge family can make decisions is not for you to be concerned about. As I stand here today, my words reflect the will of the Zhuge family. As for you, esteemed elder, should you wish to trouble Lin You, I suggest you first inquire whether I shall permit it. Within the Dragon Court, life and death are borne by one's own actions. That is the rule. Should anyone disrupt this order, let us shatter the heavens and earth and see whose sword bears the sharper edge. Upon utterance of these words, the crowd was taken aback. He is Lin You. No wonder the Zhuge family is so determined to protect this individual. He is indeed a peerless prodigy. It seems the Ming family must swallow their pride, no matter how difficult it may be. TSK, a member of the Chongqing family remarked. Young friend Zhuge speaks with reason. This dragon court has been opened before. If someone from any family were to perish and seek revenge, why not just allow the younger generation to compete for opportunities? Let us simply collapse that small world and rely on our own abilities. Indeed, the actions of the Ming family seemed to lack decorum. As the tide of opinion shifted, the Ming family's countenance darkened, as though they had consumed something vile. With their own disciples having perished, they found themselves in a particularly awkward position. Though all were part of the Chongqing family, there existed a hierarchy. The Zhuge family, being top tier, was far beyond the Ming family's ability to contend with. Should matters escalate to life and death struggles, whether the Zhuge family emerges victorious remains uncertain. But the Ming family would undoubtedly suffer a crushing blow. At that moment, a chilling laughter echoed throughout the hall. From the boundless black mist, the voice of the Sima family drifted forth. Friends, do not be hasty. Within this dragon court, Lin You will not survive. The Zhuge family will not fare well either. Another top-tier force. Following this, waves of mental fluctuations resonated through the void, and the Ming family, having heard something, silently returned to their seats. The enmity between the Sima and Zhuge families was well known to all. Their current opposition was entirely within reason. The pair of cold, serpent-like eyes incessantly scrutinized Longting. Zhuge Chongqing cast a languid glance, settling back into his previous position, driven by nothing but trust. He was acutely aware of Lin Yu's capabilities. His ascent from the 9th star domain to the present was undoubtedly not mere fortune. At this moment, within Longting, Lin You had collected 3 primary Dao fruits. The excitement within him surged, for with the assistance of the Dao fruit-seeking device, he was spared the need to comprehend the grand principles of heaven and earth like others. With a guiding hand, he ventured wherever directed, a consummate harvester of Dao fruits. Bringing these treasures back would be sufficient to forge a super army rivaling the Chongqing clan. Just as Lin Yu was lost in contemplation, the crystal stone in his grasp suddenly erupted with intense vibrations, radiating a golden light. An advanced Dao fruit. Lin Yu couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed toward the indicated direction. In the Qin Valley, The entire gorge was filled with peculiar golden trees, resembling ripe wheat ears dangling from branches. Hence its name. Deep within the forest, a beam of golden light shot skyward, ascending toward the heavens. At that moment, dozens of figures had gathered in the mountains. Standing in opposition, none daring to make the first move to seize the Dao fruit. Should anyone attempt to seize the initiative, they would be besieged by the others. Among them stood Qin Feng and his companions, though they appeared somewhat outnumbered compared to the other Chongqing families. The Chongqing had 68 families: Zhuge, Sima, Tang, Morong, Shimen, Chao, Lin, and Gu, with 8 families ranking among the elite. 27 families belonged to the second tier, while the remaining 33 fell into the third tier. Presently, besides the Zhuge family represented by Qin Feng, the Shimen family, an elite force, was also in attendance, along with 4 other families from the second and third tiers, totaling 53 individuals. Although Qin Feng and his companions possessed slightly greater strength, they were at a numerical disadvantage, relegated to the outermost region. While the Shimen family basked in the center, akin to stars surrounding the moon, Qin Feng's expression turned icy, preparing for action. What of 10 men? 3 of us can still take them on. Beside him, a man and a woman from the Zhuge family wore expressions of concern, yet nodded in agreement. Zhuge Zhanquan narrowed his eyes, instructing, "I will hold off the Shimen family on my own. Xianer, you assist Qin Feng in fending off the others. You are the swiftest. As soon as the Dao fruit appears, we snatch it and depart." Qin Feng nodded, harboring no doubts about this plan. Were it not for the fact that the Dragon Court had just commenced, clashing with the Shimen family would be folly. He genuinely wished to gauge their depths. Since entering the Chongqing families, he had increasingly marveled at their might. Despite his extraordinary aptitude, with Lin You being invincible among peers and Zhuge Chongqing being enigmatic, he found it difficult to create distance from them. Not to mention, the 2 individuals beside him, Zhuge Zhanquan and Zhuge Xian, were also at the pinnacle of the golden immortal stage. Indeed, the Chongqing family possesses an extraordinary depth of heritage that is beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. Their talents are as abundant as swine and hounds, yet only the truly monstrous can secure a place among them. A resonant hum echoed as a golden sphere, resembling a peach, gracefully floated in the void. Beneath it lay a long-decayed and withered shell. "Make your move," Qin Feng commanded sharply, vanishing into the void. However, he was unprepared for the anticipatory measures of the Shimen family. "You dare to be so bold? Only 3 of you, yet you presume to act with impunity? Do you truly believe we lack the resolve to eliminate you?" Chapter 115, Shimen Lingjue. Almost at the instant Qin Feng took action, a member of the Shimen family leapt forth with ferocity. The void shattered as 6 beams of unmatched golden light surged upwards, effectively blocking Qin Feng's path. The Dao fruit ripened further, on the verge of plummeting from the void. The remaining disciples of the Chongqing family could no longer contain themselves. Before they could act, a chilling voice resonated from the depths of the Jin Valley. "Do you wish to perish? This Dao fruit belongs to the Shimen family. If you are tired of living, feel free to come forth." Following this, a figure emerged from the crowd, wielding a long blade. A subtle aura of sharpness enveloped him, his form impeccably clad, revealing a physique as formidable as a mountain. Merely casting a glance in his direction was enough to instill awe. He was the chief disciple of the Shimen family, Shimen Lingjue. Utterly useless. The Zhuge family is indeed a bunch of inept fools. I had intended to take advantage of the chaos to seize the Dao fruit, but it seems that opportunity has vanished. The Zhuge family was no match for the Shimen family. With only 3 members, their defeat was absolute. How utterly disheartening it was for such a prestigious Chongqing family to be reduced to this state. The numbers of the Shimen family were overwhelming, and those present dared not voice their indignation, redirecting their resentment towards Qin Feng and his companions. Zhuge Xian's face turned ashen with rage. Despite her noble status as a Chongqing family disciple, she could no longer suppress her fury. "Though my Zhuge family may be lacking, we are not to be trifled with." Silence. In this vast universe, we are not the only ones who matter. Zhuge Xian's words were sharp and resolute. Suddenly, the crowd fell silent. Meanwhile, Qin Feng radiated brilliance like a war god, standing resolutely against 6 adversaries without yielding an inch. The supreme bone within him erupted with thunderous roars, unleashing an oppressive force that shattered the very void around him. Yet time was not on his side. The 6 members of the Shimen family were determined to obstruct him. Even a brief delay would allow the Dao fruit to be seized. Once it fell into the hands of the Shimen family, reclaiming it would be no simple task. The expressions of the other Chongqing family disciples mirrored extreme distress. Though they too numbered 10, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. Without the aid of other prominent families, even if they coordinated their efforts, they would likely falter against the Shimen family, and perhaps even lose their lives. Shimin Lingzhua stood proudly in the void, his gaze sweeping over the assembly with a hint of disdain curling at the corner of his lips. The Dao fruit emitted a soft rumble as the long-decayed shell disintegrated entirely. A resplendent golden light seemed to herald the final coronation. As an indescribable aura of vitality spread throughout the arena, the Dao fruit had ripened. Qin Feng gritted his teeth, his celestial eyes activated to their utmost potential. Every gesture he made was imbued with extraordinary supernatural prowess. Qin Feng had always preferred to rely on his own strength. During his time at the Zhuge family, he had reaped countless benefits. This time, entering the Dragon Court, he intended to showcase his might and seize the Dao fruit for the Zhuge clan. However, to his astonishment, the first adversaries he encountered were none other than the esteemed Shimin family, equally adept in the realm of longevity. Despite his relentless assaults on his contemporaries, he found himself unable to breach the blockade formed by 6 formidable foes, who, even as he struck them mercilessly, clung fiercely to their positions. Shimin Lingzhua raised his hand, poised to pluck the Dao fruit. Suddenly, a figure tore through the void, descending with lightning speed. Shimin Lingzhua seemed to anticipate this, drawing his long blade in a heartbeat. The unmatched edge of his sword cleaved through the air. Come forth. He welcomed the challenge. Zhuge Zhanquan was compelled to halt, wielding his obsidian iron fan in a fierce clash that reverberated through the void. Yet, he had already lost the initiative. With one hand gripping the sword, Shimin Lingzhua seized the Dao fruit with the other. This overwhelming stance, dominating the other prodigies of the same realm, filled him with sheer satisfaction. This Dao fruit is mine, Shimin Lingzhua whispered, casting a derisive glance at the nearby Zhuge Zhanquan, exuding the arrogance of a victor. The Zhuge clan is nothing but this. At that moment, an earth-shattering explosion reverberated through the arena. A sharp beam of sword light ignited from the depths of the void. With a resounding whoosh, Shimin Lingzhua let out a blood-curdling roar. The arm that had once clutched the Dao fruit was now empty, drenched in crimson blood that rained down upon the void. Who dares to launch a covert attack? Show yourself. His expression twisted with rage, resembling an enraged lion, veins bulging as he cast a menacing glare at everyone present. All heads bowed in fear, refusing to meet his gaze. Qin Feng, who had been engaged in battle, shouted in fury, though he was unaware of the assailant's identity. Venting this pent-up rage was of utmost importance. Cowardly wretches, come forth before me. Do you lack the courage to confront me directly? I shall extract your bones and marrow, so you may comprehend the terrifying wrath of the Shimin clan. Come out, I command you. Shimin Lingzhua's roar echoed through the valley, yet met with naught but silence. Just as he raised his blade to vent his fury, his form suddenly froze in place, his pupils widening uncontrollably. Behind him stood a man clad in white, whose gaze was as chilling as winter, sending shivers through his very soul. Shimin Lingzhua caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye. The golden high-grade Dao fruit rested in this man's grasp. Instinctively, he took 2 steps back, his voice faltering. Who are you to dare launch a sneak attack? Lin You spoke calmly. I am Lin You of the Lin family. Shimin Lingzhua was momentarily taken aback. A member of the immortal Lin family? His expression shifted dramatically as he rebuked. Did your Lin family not agree to abstain from harming us? As the conversation lingered, Shimin Lingzhu suddenly realized something amiss. No, you are not one of the Lin family. I am acquainted with all 10 members who have entered the Dragon Court from the Lin clan, and you are not among them. Lin You tilted his head, a chilling smile gracing his lips as he slowly raised the white tiger golden sword in his hand. I never claimed to be a member of the eternal Lin family. With a resounding force, the sword surged forth, capable of overturning mountains and seas. From Lin Yu's being, the sharp sword's edge surged like a raging tide. The heavens themselves seemed unable to withstand this overwhelming power, splitting apart from the sword's tip. And the colors of the cosmos shifted ominously. Sword 9. Return to unity. Countless images of Lin Yu wielding the sword intertwined around him, merging into one. Shimin Lingzhu felt as though he were confronting Mount Tai itself. The weight of the steadfast sword's edge left him devoid of the courage to even draw his own weapon. No, do not kill me. You cannot kill me. I am the chief disciple of the Shimin family, I am. A faint line of crimson swept across his throat. His grand head quietly fell to the ground. With a single sword strike, the chief disciple of the Shimin family was obliterated, his spirit extinguished. Chapter 116. Can we not play? As that head, with its still wide-open eyes filled with disbelief, tumbled to the earth, the entire Jinlin Valley sank into a profound silence. Dozens of disciples from the eternal family stood in stunned silence, afraid to even gasp for air. Is it truly over? Impossible, impossible. Some could scarcely accept this reality. The foremost disciple of a first-rate eternal family could not even withstand a single sword strike. Just how powerful is this individual? The Shimin clan members were on the verge of madness, their eyes bulging in fury as they finally erupted in a thunderous outcry. He has slain Brother Lin You. We must take revenge. We cannot allow him to leave the Dragon Court alive, regardless of who he is or what family he hails from. What a jest. That was a being at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, sweeping through his peers. How has he accomplished this? Why? All 9 members of the Qin family gripped their long blades tightly. Unlike other families, Lin You was practically the designated heir, and his demise would implicate them all. Should they stand idly by, hoping to seize the opportunity for personal gain, every one of them would likely perish. There are 9 of us. This fellow merely ambushed Brother Lin You. Someone shouted. Do not lose your composure. We are all disciples of the eternal family. And in a battle of equals, we are not inferior to anyone. Let us unite and slay him. It was unknown who had raised the cry. But the Qin family, on the brink of collapse, found renewed resolve to raise their blades once more. Their eyes burned with vengeance, determined to avenge Lin You. In an instant, the aura of 9 golden immortals surged into the sky. Zhuge Zhanquan and Zhuge Zhao exchanged glances, preparing to assist. Yet before they could act, a figure streaked past in the corner of their vision. Qin Feng's hearty laughter echoed. What a young lad. I knew you were extraordinary. I'm here to help you. Lin You smiled, seemingly oblivious to the Qin clan's murderous intent, and instead directed his gaze at Qin Feng, exclaiming, My goodness. Have you activated some cheat? Not long ago, you were merely at the martial god realm, and now you've ascended to the golden immortal stage? Qin Feng scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It's just a slight improvement, really. He then clasped Lin Yu's shoulders, his hands gliding over the other's well-defined muscles. Goodness. Have you consumed some miraculous elixir from the Zhuge family? Your cultivation has caught up to mine. It's astonishing. Lin Yu looked up in surprise. When did you learn to say that? Qin Feng grinned. You say it often. Although I'm unsure of its meaning, I reckon it's akin to exclaiming in awe. The two exchanged glances and burst into hearty laughter. Their warm banter felt as though they were not in the Dragon Court, but rather in the comfort of their own home. The members of the Qin family tightened their grips on their long swords. Impudent. You dare to act so brazenly after slaying a member of the Qin family? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng frowned in discontent, his pale eyes sweeping across the scene. Can't you see I'm conversing with my brother? You have no place to interject. The Qin family charged in with their blades, thinking they could take down 2. No, even 4 of us. Do they truly believe themselves invincible among equals? 4 against 9, such a feat is unattainable. Lin Yu glanced at Qin Feng and suggested softly. How about we split them up? Qin Feng nodded in agreement. Sure, the 4 on the left are mine. Lin Yu pointed towards the heavens, indicating. Those 4 on the right are mine. The members of the Qin family were left bewildered. What do you think this is, a trip to the market? These are elite disciples of the Chongqing family, and you're making selections? This is utterly outrageous. After the 2 completed their selections, the leftover Qin disciple was left in a state of confusion. What about me? Lin Yu glanced over. You're at the 6th level of the golden immortal realm. Too weak. I'm not interested. Qin Feng waved his hand. I'm not interested either. The overlooked Qin disciple was just about to randomly choose a side to join. Accustomed to overpowering through numbers. Low risk, high reward. In his eyes, whichever side he joined would guarantee victory. With that, he prepared to align himself with Lin Yu. However, before he could approach, he was shoved aside by the leader of the 4 from the Qin family. Get lost. This fellow is exceedingly arrogant. I want to personally behead him. The man nodded hesitantly and turned back towards Qin Feng's group. But before he could speak, he was met with the same retort. Don't come near us. We 4 can easily handle him. The neglected Qin disciple was utterly bewildered. What do you mean? Are you afraid I'll snatch the glory? You want to include me in this number advantage? ISNT, there's supposed to be some code of honor in this. As he braced himself for a potential clash, suddenly, 2 figures emerged from the void, a man and a woman, clad in azure robes, a token hanging from their waists. Zhuge. His entire being crumbled in despair. Are you joking? You want me to fight Zhuge Zhanquan and Zhuge Zhao? Are you sending me to my doom? Damn it. I refuse this. I demand a rematch. As a member of a prestigious family of longevity, he was undoubtedly aware of the reputations of Zhuge Zhanquan and Zhuge Zhao. Although they could not be compared to the prodigy of the Zhuge clan, Zhuge Chongqing, they were certainly not adversaries he could contend with. Surviving a one-on-one encounter would be a stroke of luck, but facing 2, it would likely take less than 3 seconds for him to be reduced to nothingness. Zhuge Zhanquan flashed a smile revealing his white teeth, acknowledging the capriciousness of fate. Just a moment ago, the Qin family had the upper hand with their numbers. But now the tides had turned. Since those 2 formidable opponents sought to take on 4, it was only fitting that the 2 of them join the fray for a bit of fun. Zhuge Zhao, with his eyes crescent-shaped like the moon, playfully remarked, Dear friend, do share your insights. The abandoned disciple from the Qin family was on the verge of tears, acutely aware that life and death were at stake in the Dragon Court. Under ordinary circumstances, there might have been some consideration for the dignity of both families to spare his life. However, with Ximen Lingzhua dead and 8 adversaries ready to strike, the animosity between the two sides was irreparable. He lamented, "Could we not play this game?" Zhuge Zhanchuan shook his head and swiftly unfurled the obsidian iron fan. "Not at all, dear friend. Have you ever heard of the saying, 'The morning inquires, the evening may bring death'?" The man, filled with despair, replied, "I have not been educated. I do not comprehend." As the obsidian iron fan was fully opened, a tempest arose, accompanied by blazing flames that engulfed the heavens. In an instant, a living being was transformed into a mist of blood. Zhuge Zhanchuan and Zhuge Zhao stood together, observing Lin You and Qin Feng, whispering, "Who do you think will resolve the battle first?" Zhuge Zhao scrutinized them with keen eyes and, after a moment's reflection, responded earnestly, "I believe it will be Qin Feng. His strength surpasses ours." Previously, in the face of many opponents, he held back due to Ximen Lingzhua, and thus did not unleash his full potential. Lin You, though formidable, likely does not surpass the Supreme Bone and the Celestial Eye. On the other side, Qin Feng was already brimming with excitement. After a long absence from Lin You, he could hardly contain his joy, eager for a contest. Let us see who is faster. In a fleeting moment, the young man felt as though he had returned to the day of the grand tournament for prodigies, filled with vigor and brilliance. He spread his arms wide, the Supreme Bone within him erupting with a thunderous roar, a golden radiance emanating from his being, an indescribable pressure enveloping the entire Golden Forest Valley. Every cultivator who beheld it bowed their heads in reverence, as if faced with a soul-crushing force, akin to a bloodline shackle. It seemed that merely standing before him was an act of great defiance. Qin Feng raised one hand high, his eyes shimmering with a white glow. A flame, capable of devouring the heavens, materialized in his palm. "Lin You," he bellowed, his expression filled with exhilaration, laughing heartily. "Ever since I lost to you last time, I have meticulously refined this move countless times in my mind, day and night, striving for perfection, amalgamating the strengths of many schools. This is the ultimate technique known as devouring the sun." Thunder rumbled. Flames erupted, painting the sky in crimson hues. Lin You could not help but be moved. What an overwhelming pressure. Compared to his own Yellow Emperor sword cannon, it was indeed equally formidable. The young man's talent was something he had witnessed himself. The Devour Sun technique was a move he had cultivated through the relentless pursuit of extracting the essence of others' divine abilities with his celestial wheel eye. Its current power approached the pinnacle of heavenly grade. Perhaps even the 9 swords united would struggle to overcome him. Lin You couldn't help but shake his head with a bittersweet smile. "Foolish boy," Qin Feng's voice continued to resonate. "I had intended to reserve this move for you, Lin You, but it seems I must compel you to prepare early. The pinnacle of heavenly grade? No, this is still far from enough to defeat you, after all. You are the only opponent I, Qin Feng, acknowledge." Suddenly, the Supreme Bone within Qin Feng surged with brilliance, converging towards his palm as if guided by an unseen force. "I have another move, one that can crown the Devour Sun. The supreme divine art, Golden Winged Rock. Ascend to the heavens." As his voice fell, a resounding roar echoed throughout the Golden Forest Valley, with the phantom of the Golden Winged Rock manifesting behind Qin Feng. It spread its towering wings, as if ready to soar into the skies. A magnificent pressure radiated forth, instantly surging into Qin Feng's palm. The already formidable technique, which had reached the pinnacle of heavenly grade, now intensified. Within the valley, dozens of disciples from the Longevity family were utterly shattered. The flames capable of devouring the heavens scorched their cheeks painfully. Even the residual waves burned their skin with a stinging sensation. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Seasoned disciples of the Longevity family could not help but curse aloud. "What in the world is this? Are you joking with me, you fool? How old is Qin Feng? 18? This level of technique likely rivals the true spirit realm. Who can withstand such power above the heavenly grade? Why didn't you mention this sooner? If I had known you were this formidable, I would have simply given you the Dao fruit instead of competing for it. Damn it." The disciples of the Ximen family were in tears, their minds racing with thoughts of avenging Ximen Lingzhua. If that guy were still alive, he would surely want to tear him apart. After showing off and dying, what are we to do? Is this something a mere mortal can withstand? To comprehend a technique above the heavenly grade on one's own. Ridiculous. Across the myriad realms, how many can achieve such a feat? And this rascal is so young. For goodness sake. They wished to flee, yet escape was impossible, as the heavens and earth were sealed off. With a powerful shout, Qin Feng lightly pointed with one hand, and the towering flames roared downwards. The 4 beings of the golden immortal realm were reduced to ashes. It was a crushing victory, a complete and utter suppression. Qin Feng's complexion grew pale, yet he could not contain the elation within his heart. At the same time, he cast a look at Lin You that seemed to say, "Look how impressive I am." Lin You could only shake his head helplessly. This guy truly ignited a fire within one's blood. With a whoosh, the white tiger golden light sword emanated waves of sharpness. The 4 disciples from the Qin family across from him were on the verge of tears, helplessly watching their fellow kin being obliterated without any recourse. Who said one could defeat 4? Can these 2 even be matched by those of the golden immortal realm? Ridiculous. At that moment, they could only cry out in despair. "Brother, you're not that monstrous, are you?" Lin You grinned in response. "Guess." The sword intent surged forth, annihilating all in its path. As they merely raised their long blades, the sword energy shattered the blades into fragments. Immediately after, a sharp pain pierced their necks. The pupils of the 4 contracted in disbelief, as if they comprehended something yet dared not look down. They took 2 steps forward, only to find themselves suddenly frozen in place. A chilling emptiness settled upon their shoulders. Their magnificent heads fell silently to the ground. The sword intent tore through the vastness, obliterating their internal organs and extinguishing their souls. 2 had slain 10 from the Qin clan. No, it was 9. But what difference did it make? Damn it. The remaining 4 disciples from the Changxing clan howled internally, wishing to slip away unnoticed while the 2 were distracted. Yet, scarcely had they taken 2 steps when Zhuge Zhanquan and Zhuge Zhao, with smiles upon their faces, blocked their path. "Dear friends, are you leaving just like that? On our first encounter, will you not leave behind a token of goodwill?" The 4 disciples from the 2nd and 3rd-rate clans were at a loss, thinking that such gifts should be provided by the host. When did guests bring gifts? This was blatant robbery. Zhuge Zhao, with a beaming smile, reassured them. "We have modest demands. Each family may leave 2 Dao fruits." 2. Such modesty. The dragon court had only just begun, and they had a mere 2 in total. They were stripping them bare. A disciple from a second-rate Changxing clan blinked innocently, attempting to appeal to their sympathy. "What about just 1? Zhuge Zhanquan nodded. "No problem. If 1 is missing, a sword will suffice." He gestured to Lin You behind him. "He will handle it." The mouths of dozens of disciples twitched. What difference was there between letting this pervert strike and committing suicide? Faced with Lin Yu's overwhelming presence, the 4 clans reluctantly surrendered 8 Dao fruits. Outside the dragon court, chaos erupted. Countless Changxing clans regarded the figures of Lin You and Qin Feng with furrowed brows. Who were these 2 rascals? If they joined forces within the dragon court, who could possibly contend with them? Wait, that wasn't the most crucial point. The key was that these 2 seemed not to belong to the Zhuge clan. Had they opened their heavenly eyes? Where had they found such super bodyguards? I report, the Zhuge clan is cheating. They are too powerful. No wonder they were willing to forfeit 6 slots to protect Lin You. This fellow's combat prowess could easily compensate for any numerical disadvantage. From the direction of the Qin clan, the elders wore expressions as dark as clouds, their gazes fixed on Lin You with a desire to swallow him whole. Yet, given the circumstances, as a first-rate Changxing clan, propriety must prevail. Further words would be futile and only diminish their dignity. Ultimately, they could only snort coldly and turn away. The Zhuge clan indeed possessed cunning strategies. One disciple from a 3rd-rate Changxing clan questioned, "Are you not continuing to watch, my friend?" The ire of the Qin clan erupted. "Where did this moron come from? My Qin clan has been wiped out. What is there left to see? To hell with you." Chapter 118, Opportunity or Coincidence. As the crowd dispersed, Lin You grasped the high-grade Dao fruit in his hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he directly offered the Dao fruit to Zhuge Zhanquan and Zhuge Zhao. The latter stood there, clearly taken aback. What did this mean? Lin You shook his head and pointed to the 8 low-grade Dao fruits. "The Zhuge family has aided me greatly. This is my way of repaying you. If you do not mind, kindly hand over that item to me." A single Dao fruit possesses the power to transform an ordinary person's life, and it would be impossible not to feel a sense of yearning for it. However, Lin Yu's thoughts were quite simple. By merely completing the task at hand, he would receive the rewards bestowed by the system, which included 9 high-grade Dao fruits. With Brother Tongzi's assurance, he could indeed repay some of the Zhuge family's kindness. Zhuge Zhanquan regarded Lin You with mild astonishment. His impression of this individual was that he was not easily persuaded. Was he truly willing to part with a high-grade Dao fruit, which was far more precious than 8 low-grade ones? Have you considered this carefully? This high-grade Dao fruit may very well allow you to break through to the quasi-saint realm. As for the Zhuge family's favor, that is of no concern to me. Whatever you owe to the Zhuge family should be returned to them, and the debt to Brother Changqing should be repaid to him. A gentleman does not accept food that is offered out of pity. With an air of pride unique to a genius, Zhuge Zhanquan displayed a demeanor that was less about arrogance and more about dignity. As the foremost disciple who emerged from the Zhuge family, he was unwilling to receive gifts from anyone. Lin You was momentarily speechless, and he forcefully placed the Dao fruit into Zhuge Zhao's embrace. whether you want it or not. The beautiful young Zhuge Zhao's eyes sparkled like crescent moons as she sweetly exclaimed, "Of course I want it. Hand over the Dao fruit." Before Zhuge Zhanquan could utter another word, she swiftly stuffed all 8 Dao fruits into Lin Yu's arms. No backing out now. Task progress. 1299. What a splendid arrangement. A win-win situation. Just then, as Zhuge Zhanquan attempted to speak again, the onlooker Qin Feng interjected, evidently more familiar with the two. He slung an arm around Zhuge Zhanquan's shoulders and casually declared, "All right, my friend. My brother is not one to quibble over trifles. You can keep this. We don't covet it." Zhuge Zhanquan's mouth twitched at these words. "This is a high-grade Dao fruit. What do you mean you don't covet it? Am I the weak one here? I certainly value it." He proudly lifted his chin and declared, "I do not need it. It's for you, Zhao." This scene left many of the elders outside Longting utterly speechless. Have you 3 lost your minds? This is a high-grade Dao fruit. Consuming it in the golden immortal realm guarantees advancement to the quasi-saint level, and yet none of you seem to appreciate it? For goodness sake, if you don't want it, could you not pass it on to my disciples? Zhuge Zhao cheerfully accepted the Dao fruits, bowing gracefully, her voice soft and her expression sweet. "Thank you so much. Dear brothers, look at that. This is what true mastery looks like." The way she calls them brothers might inspire even the most ordinary person to risk their life for her. Lin You and Qin Feng exchanged glances, and Lin You inquired, "I did not expect to encounter you here. Does the Zhuge family have any other plans for this visit?" Zhuge Zhanquan shook his head, revealing no significant intentions. "We have long since forged our own paths in cultivation. The Dao fruits are merely an embellishment. Apart from the need to secure the legacy of that esteemed elder, there are no other arrangements." Qin Feng nodded in agreement. They had only just emerged from the Star Sea Spirit Pool, a place primarily utilized for tempering. Lin Yu remarked, "All right, I have an idea. I wonder if you would be interested." Zhuge Zhanquan lifted his gaze, inquiring, "What idea?" Lin Yu gestured for the 3 to come closer. Forming a circle, he simultaneously set down a barrier, isolating them from any prying eyes. In the scene, one could only see the 4 of them huddled together, whispering quietly. The content of their conversation shrouded in mystery. Suddenly, Zhuge Zhanquan, having heard something, raised his head in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. Before he could utter a word, Lin Yu pressed him back down. Subsequently, the 4 figures dispersed, each racing off in different directions. The ancestors observing from outside the Dragon Court were perplexed. Given Zhuge's numerical disadvantage, why would they separate? Perhaps it was because they were all extraordinary prodigies, reluctant to align with others. Prodigies? Who among those who could enter the Dragon Court was not a prodigy? Even ordinary disciples, when placed within the vast realms, would stand out among their peers. "Your reasoning holds merit," an elder noted. As the Dragon Court gradually unfolded, the Dao fruits would also be fully revealed, at which point the golden immortal realm would no longer dominate the battlefield. The disciples whose cultivation broke through more swiftly would possess greater advantages. It was not out of the question that we would witness the emergence of a great sage-level cultivator. Upon this declaration, the elders nodded in agreement, a collective sigh of relief escaping their lips. These 4 individuals were exceedingly powerful. Should they band together, it could spell doom for other clans. Now that they had separated, the pressure was alleviated. However, they soon realized something was amiss. Zhuge Zhanquan hurried along, as if racing toward his next life, heading directly for a specific location. Just having stepped out from the void, he swiftly retrieved a Dao fruit buried beneath the roots of a millennia-old tree. Wait, what was happening? Was it truly the Zhuge clan's luck that defied the heavens? Arriving at a location only to find a Dao fruit? An elder chuckled softly, shaking his head with a serene expression. Who can say what fate has in store? This treasure is meant for him. It should rightfully be his. As these words fell, the other elders expressed their admiration for the Zhuge clan's extraordinary fortune, with some even bowing respectfully to Zhuge Changqing. Yet, soon the situation took another unexpected turn. Zhuge Zhao, too, was in a hurry, racing toward an ancient abyss. The chilling winds howled, and not a soul was in sight. Yet, her face bore an expression of unwavering determination and excitement as she plunged deep into the abyss. Before long, she emerged once more, cradling a mid-tier Dao fruit. Without so much as a backward glance, she departed, leaving behind the fierce cries of the abyss's beasts, which could only watch her go. Incredible. The second one. What a jest. Was every member of the Zhuge family truly so favored by fortune? An elder's mouth twitched in disbelief as he questioned, surely this is mere coincidence? Before he could finish his thought, Qin Feng side discovered yet another Dao fruit. Shortly thereafter, chaos erupted in Lin Yu's vicinity. 2 or 3 lesser longevity families were engaged in a fierce struggle for a Dao fruit, and with a single sword strike, Lin You brought forth silence across the realms. Within the golden immortal realm, none could rival him. He reached out, and plucked the Dao fruit. For fruits. Almost simultaneously. How could this be possible? Outside the Dragon Court. The venerable ancestors of the Chongqing clan could no longer remain seated. Once it was luck, twice it was coincidence. But thrice? What kind of jest is this, you fool? Chapter 119. You seek me? No, my elder brother is indeed wise. Something is amiss, profoundly amiss. The 4 members of the Zhuge family appeared to possess foreknowledge of where the Dao fruits lay. In the myriad realms, how could anyone's fortune be so astoundingly reversed? One elder rose, visibly agitated. To actively discover Dao fruits, what does that signify? It is akin to being a god among gods. They knew that even if their own disciples personally ventured forth, they could only rely on vague intuitions and magnetic allure to search. In such circumstances, for a single opening of the Dragon Court to yield dozens of Dao fruits would be considered extraordinary fortune. The remainder would have to be seized. Yet these 4 scoundrels had already amassed 4 Dao fruits in the blink of an eye. To claim they felt no envy? That is simply impossible. The Sima clan could no longer remain idle either. They had initially intended to target the Zhuge clan during this Dragon Court event. However, one matter must not be conflated with another. Even in their opposition, they too needed to gather Dao fruits. After all, the Dragon Court is not opened every year. While grudges can linger indefinitely, it is essential to understand that the entirety of the Dragon Court's opening is the culmination of countless powerful beings nurturing Dao fruits over many years. The number of Dao fruits available in each opening is limited. The playing field is fixed. At this rate, the Zhuge clan would claim them all. What would become of their own clan? Would they be left to starve on the winds of the northwest? Upon this realization, the Sima clan was poised to protest. Yet, before their words could escape, they were interrupted by exclamations from other clans. My goodness, 2 more. How on earth have they managed this? Fools, leave some for my disciples. Would you? Leave? Just now, I witnessed that lad Qin Feng dart away from before my disciples, not even bothering to greet them. In the blink of an eye, he whisked away a Dao fruit. Is there no decency left? Within the Dragon Court, the 4 seemed to mechanically repeat a certain command. Qin Feng and his companions would depart from Lin You, retrieve a Dao fruit, reconnect with Lin You, then venture out once more to claim another Dao fruit. This cycle continued. In the brief moments they conversed, Zhuge Zhao returned with yet another elementary Dao fruit. In less than the span of 2 incense sticks, the 4 had already gathered 7. Their speed was beyond description, exceeding all bounds of fortune. An elder from the Sima clan stood up to protest, declaring, I oppose. The Zhuge clan is cheating. They have prior knowledge of the Dao fruit's locations. This is unjust. Unacceptable. The Dragon Court's opening should be a blessing for the younger generation. How can such brazen thievery be allowed? Either they sprinted away with the Dao fruits, or they brandished swords at our throats to seize them. This is not how it should be played. As his words fell, the assembly regarded the elder as if he were a fool. Zhuge Chongqing spoke calmly. Oh, might the Sima clan elucidate how my Zhuge clan is cheating? Fortune is a path. Can you truly articulate it? If the Sima clan can provide clarity, I shall permit them to leave the Dragon Court this instant. If not, Zhuge Chongqing scoffed, an aura of cold menace enveloping him. What does it mean to seize by cunning and force? What does it signify to bestow blessings upon the younger generation? Are not the disciples of the Zhuge family considered as the younger generation? Or do you all believe that the members of the Zhuge clan can be easily bullied? With the sound of Zhuge Chongqing's voice, a series of resonating echoes erupted within the sacred grounds of the Zhuge family. The oppressive aura surged through the heavens and the earth. The tiger does not roar. And you assume I am a mere Hello Kitty. For the first time, this formidable force, which has stood for thousands of years, revealed its majesty. In an instant, the ancestors fell silent, observing with composure. The elder from the Sima family, who had spoken earlier, wore an expression akin to that of someone who had just consumed something foul, because in this brief moment, that scoundrel Lin You had snatched yet another Dao fruit. Adding to the previous 9, that made a total of 17. How long has it been since the Dragon Court began? 3 days? No, not even 3 days. Let him explain how he knows. At that moment, he merely felt displeasure in his heart and instinctively stood to oppose the Zhuge family. This was their customary behavior. Was there anything wrong with that? Damn. The members of the Chongqing family could hardly contain their laughter. They were already aware of the enmity between the 2 families. But as the saying goes, one must have a legitimate reason to act. If they could take it, it was due to their own capabilities. If you are incapable, can you blame your wife for not opening her legs? Seeing themselves mocked, the elder from the Sima family who had first spoken stood there, red-faced and at a loss for words, struggling to articulate even a sound. Someone from the Sima family scoffed, their voice cold and cutting. Ah, the Zhuge family. But do not forget, finding the Dao fruit is not a sign of true skill. Only if one can bring it out alive will true prowess be revealed. Let us wait and see. Zhuge Chongqing smiled lightly, gently waving his feather fan, ready to accompany this challenge to the end. Meanwhile, within the Dragon Court, the other talented members of the Chongqing family were losing their composure, gazing at Lin You and his three companions, who darted about like flying rats. Often, they would catch the slightest hint of movement, only to see a figure blur past at an astonishing speed, immediately followed by the disappearance of the hint, and the Dao fruit being whisked away. They watched helplessly as what rightfully belonged to them vanished. This relentless cycle felt akin to a torturous hell. Some, in their frustration, contemplated taking action, only to realize that these four individuals were extraordinarily formidable. They were simply unbeatable. It was not merely a matter of being unmatched within the same realm. They had expected that after arduous training, they would shine brightly in the Dragon Court and gain significant favor from their family. Yet unexpectedly, in this place, even if one were a piece of gold, they had to hold back, for the Dragon Court was resplendent with brilliance. Damn it! I will not rest until you and I stand apart. Cursed be it, the heavens have forsaken me. You may have escaped swiftly, but do not let me catch sight of you again. A disciple from a third-rate family watched helplessly as the Dao fruit was snatched away, throwing his head back in a howl of rage. No sooner had his voice faded than Lin Yu's figure darted back, brandishing a blood-stained sword, his eyes reflecting confusion. You called for me. The third-rate family disciple's expression stiffened instantly, forcing a smile as he waved his hand, saying, "It's nothing, just a joke, brother. Please, go about your business." Lin Yu merely acknowledged with an "oh" before turning to depart, until the figure disappeared at the horizon. The disciples of the third-tier family finally breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from their foreheads. Fortunately, the situation had been defused. After all, what could be more precious than life itself? Lin Yu's reputation had already spread far and wide. Even the first-rate Ximin family could not stand against him. Let alone they. They merely exchanged a few harsh words. Was it really necessary to take it so seriously? The disciples of the third-tier family pouted in grievance, letting out a haughty snort. Come on, let us just avoid them. We'll find the next one. Faced with his thoroughly cowardly behavior, the other disciples were not angry. Instead, they expressed their concern. Brother, how wise you are. This is the right approach. One should never offend Lin You. They had long heard tales of this fellow's vindictiveness, who could annihilate entire families in the realms of 6 and 5 stars over trivial matters. At the same time, it was not only the second and third-rate families that suffered. Even some first-rate long-lived families were swept away by the four. They had initially planned to take advantage of their numbers to bully the few, forcibly seizing the Dao fruits. However, just as they were about to strike at one individual, the remaining 3 burst forth, each one a prodigy among prodigies, all at the pinnacle of the golden, immortal realm. To avoid a total collapse, many first-rate forces chose to endure the humiliation. They truly had no options left. If one dared to act, these 4 would fight to the death. In the ruins, Lin You and his companions were counting their spoils. Before them lay a multitude of Dao fruits, roughly estimated to be at least 20 or 30. Zhuge Zhao's eyes sparkled with delight, his gaze crescent-shaped with excitement. Wow, Brother Lin You, you are truly remarkable. You actually found the location of the Dao fruits. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Zhanquan's lips twitched uncontrollably. One could only imagine the turmoil within him. He and Zhuge Zhao were the family's designated childhood sweethearts, destined to become partners in the future. Yet now, he was helplessly watching his future wife admire another man. What a disgrace. But most critically, he also felt a sense of admiration. These 32 Dao fruits, if he were honest with himself, he could never achieve this in just one day. In contrast to Lin Yu's calm demeanor, Qin Feng was brimming with pride, as if this accomplishment were his own. He put his arm around Lin Yu's shoulder. This is my brother. Just minor issues, all minor issues. Take whatever you desire. My brother is certainly not bothered. After throwing out those words, Qin Feng turned to Lin Yu as an afterthought. You don't mind, right? Lin Yu shrugged helplessly. No problem. I don't care about quality, only quantity. You may all take the intermediate Dao fruits. I only require the basic ones. Upon hearing this, even joking Qin Feng looked surprised. He quietly pulled Lin Yu aside. Brother, I was just joking. One intermediate Dao fruit is worth 4 or 5 basic ones, not to mention the advanced ones. You've already given one. There's no need to force it for the sake of pride. Lin Yu waved his hand, transmitting a thought. I have my own plans. Though the items are valuable, they must be wielded by someone capable. In the realms of the 6th and 5th ranks, the number of individuals he currently trusts is rather limited. Upon completing the system tasks, he will receive 9 advanced Dao fruits and 9 intermediate Dao fruits, which will be more than sufficient. The pivotal aspect is that one must understand the appropriate timing for advancement and retreat. It is only natural for the Zhuge family to exert considerable effort, and for him to owe them a favor. It is beneath him, Lin You, to act shamelessly. Moreover, even if he were to acquire dozens of advanced Dao fruits, it would be futile, Some individuals are akin to mud that cannot be molded, and bestowing such gifts upon them would be a waste. Seeing Lin Yu's stance, Qin Feng shrugged and ceased his commentary. However, Zhuge Zhanshuan could not help but frown, stating, "Here lie 32 Dao fruits, 25 of the primary tier, 5 of the intermediate tier, and 2 of the advanced tier. The value of these is evident, even without my elaboration. You have already bestowed one upon us. Receiving another is simply unacceptable." Zhuge Zhao, standing by, nodded in agreement, reluctantly placing the golden Dao fruit from her hand aside. The direction had been pointed out by Lin You. Without him, they would possess no more than 4 or 5 fruits. It is unseemly for them to take advantage of another's generosity. Lin You, feeling helpless, urged, "Please, do not be so modest, accept them. We can continue our search later and divide them then." He added, "I am not one to forget a kindness. If you truly refuse, take them back to the Zhuge family, considering it my way of repaying their favor." Zhuge Zhanshuan resolutely declined, exclaiming, "Absolutely not. Such behavior would imply that my Changxing family is merely repaying a debt of gratitude. What difference would that make from a bandit?" Lin Yu cast a glance at the naive yet somewhat proud youth before him. "What pretense are you putting on? I possess a system, and do you as well? What relevance does your interference hold in this mutually beneficial situation? Furthermore, not dividing them now does not preclude future divisions. Hasn't the Dragon Court only just begun?" Lin Yu observed Zhuge Zhao, who was subtly pouting, her hands tightly clutching a Dao fruit imbued with innate true fire. She was evidently tempted, yet her moral compass prevented her from accepting it. "Very well. If you refuse to take them, then I shall give them away," Lin Yu declared as he reached for the Dao fruit, preparing to toss it in any direction. Zhuge Zhao hurriedly stepped forward and grasped Lin Yu's arm, her cheeks flushed. "No, we want them." At this sight, Zhuge Zhanshuan could not help but tighten his grip on the ebony iron fan. His heart felt as if it were bleeding. "Zhaoer, you mustn't." Zhuge Zhao, turning with indignation, placed her hands on her hips and retorted fiercely, "What do you mean, mustn't? Are we to stand idly by while Lin Yu gives the Dao fruit to someone else? Fool, we can always compensate Lin Yu with something else later." Zhuge Zhao's argument was quite valid, and notably, she seemed to hold significant influence over Zhuge Zhanshuan. Confronted with such a reprimand, Zhuge Zhanshuan was rendered speechless. His handsome face flushed crimson, struggling to find words. "Then it is settled," Lin Yu concluded, gathering the 20 primary Dao fruits. The rest he pushed toward Zhuge Zhao. "Task progress, 3099, let us proceed," Lin Yu proclaimed, retrieving a crystal stone from his pocket, which instantly transformed the expressions of the three into excitement. "By heavens, today marks our path to prosperity." Inside the Dragon Court, in a dimly lit realm, devoid of anything but the void itself, an endless shroud of darkness enveloped the air. Clad in pure black robes, their countenances were cold and foreboding. At their waists hung the obsidian token of the Sima clan. The leader, gazing into the abyss, murmured softly, as though reciting an incantation. Only when he concluded did a glimmer of fatigue flicker in his eyes. A disciple of the Sima clan hurried forward. "My lord, will those from the Zhuge clan fall for our ruse?" The man at the forefront twisted his stiff neck, raising his hand to weave a barrier that sealed off the essence of heaven and earth. "They certainly will. With the opening of the Dragon Court, the final battle will awaken the great dragon from the earth's core and the golden phoenix perched upon the parasol tree. Zhuge Zhanshuan and Zhuge Zhao, possessing the true spirits of dragon and phoenix, will inevitably come. When the time comes, they shall have no place to bury their remains." The remaining disciples nodded in agreement. "What about Lin You and Qin Feng? It is said they have already reached the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, and they seem to have few rivals within the Dragon Court." A shadow flickered in the leader's eyes. "What of the golden immortal realm? As the Dragon Court fully opens, the fruits of the Tao will erupt like a geyser. How many can he still contend with? In the end, only those on the verge of sanctification will be qualified to participate in the final contest. Though, it is merely a qualification," he proclaimed, "let it be known. Should we kill Lin You and Qin Feng, the Dao fruits of the Zhuge clan shall be ours, and we will take not a single coin." Chapter 121, Beneath the Abyss. In the ensuing 6 days, Lin You and Qin Feng, along with their companions, traversed as if strolling through their own backyard, amassing bountiful rewards wherever they went. Their renown had already resonated throughout the entirety of the Dragon Court. The initial fury of the crowd had transformed into helplessness, ultimately culminating in a state of numbness. Before them lay a primary Dao fruit. Disciples from lesser clans glanced about nervously, hesitant to reach out, wary of the sudden emergence of a silhouette, the blade of light that illuminated the heavens poised to sever their heads. Indeed, within less than half a minute, for figures stood defiantly in the void. Lin Yu's calm voice echoed softly, "I shall take this Dao fruit." The disciples of the third-tier clan obediently raised their hands. signaling their lack of intent to compete. Only after Lin You and his companions had departed with their prize did a fierce expression return to their faces. What arrogance! Let us see how long you can revel in your triumph. Offending all the longevity clans, you shall surely find no refuge in death. 7 days passed. The entirety of the Dragon Court transformed from the initial dim heavens to a resplendent golden expanse, as if the concept of day and night had vanished from this realm. Only the rising auras soared to the heavens, solidifying the Tao fruits. Lin You and his companions tallied their final gains: 123 primary Tao fruits, 31 intermediate Tao fruits, and 8 advanced Tao fruits. Everyone, prepare yourselves. I sense something amiss, Lin You said solemnly. The carefree Qin Feng looked up in astonishment. Amiss? What is amiss? Hasn't this been quite smooth? Lin You, at a loss for words, gazed at his foolish brother. Zhuge Zhanquan, however, seemed to grasp the situation. Taking up the conversation. They are fearful, but that does not mean their hearts are free of hatred. Have you not noticed? In the ensuing days, our progress was remarkably smooth. Wherever we appeared, they retreated without a hint of resistance. Qin Feng, puzzled, remarked, isn't that a good thing? Zhuge Zhanquan cleared his throat. It is indeed a positive development, but you must understand, they are all disciples of the Chongqing family. Their pride is as lofty as the heavens. It is impossible that they harbor no thoughts at all. Their retreat can only be interpreted in one way. They are reluctant to engage us in a mutually destructive confrontation. It seems they are waiting for an opportunity, perhaps the moment the Dragon Court closes, when they may unite against us. Lin You nodded solemnly. Indeed. That is my suspicion as well. Zhuge Zhao blinked her large eyes. Oh, does that mean we are in great danger? Qin Feng flashed a wide grin, teasingly replied, danger? With you, brother Lin You, protecting us, what is there to fear? Zhuge Zhao's face instantly flushed. She was aware that Qin Feng was jesting. In recent days, due to our considerable gains, she had frequently called Lin You brother. Yet, that was merely a habitual expression. Zhuge Zhanquan's expression stiffened at this, nearly losing grip on his ebony iron fan. What is this foolishness, you shy girl? Lin You interjected, placing a hand on Qin Feng's shoulder to halt the banter. Let us set that aside for now. Preparation is paramount. There are many advanced Tao fruits here. Identify those that are beneficial and refine them swiftly. If they truly intend to strike against us when the Dragon Court concludes, accumulating strength in advance is essential. As he spoke, Lin You gestured towards various locations within the Dragon Court. Subtle energies began to rise, indicating that others were secretly making breakthroughs. Without hesitation, Qin Feng seized 2 fruits. Then I shall take 2 as well. Zhuge Zhao selected 2 Tao fruits containing true fire, echoing, I too will take 2. Zhuge Zhanquan hesitated, struggling to find his voice. Without further ado, Lin You thrust 3 Tao fruits into his arms. Enough chatter. The most crucial matter is to survive. Do you wish to perish alongside Sister Zhuge Zhao? Upon hearing this, Zhuge Zhanquan finally set aside his last reservations, his expression grave. Subsequently, Lin You collected all the initial Tao fruits. He selected 1 advanced Tao fruit, discarding the remaining 30 or so intermediate Tao fruits and 1 advanced Tao fruit to Zhuge Zhao. In the event of a fierce battle, remember to protect yourself. Zhuge Zhao's small face turned crimson. She timidly glanced at Zhuge Zhanquan before accepting all the Tao fruits. Now, go into seclusion. As Lin Yu's words fell, the 3 figures vanished from sight. The heavens grew increasingly oppressive, heavy enough to make one gasp for breath. It was as if great paths once traversed hung above the firmament. Faintly, one could discern the presence of a ghostly phoenix tree. Lin You walked upon the ground, deep in thought. He could sense a faint tremor deep beneath, as if some colossal being lay in slumber below. Zhuge Chongqing tasked me with bringing back the legacy of a Zhuge family elder. He furrowed his brow. In these past few days, I have explored almost the entirety of the Dragon Court, save for the depths of the Northwest Abyss. That place always instilled a peculiar sense of trepidation within him, an instinctive intuition stemming from his cultivation. With a sense of duty, he resolved to investigate further. Lin You lifted his leg and set off towards the northwest, toward the abyss of Tianyuan. Meanwhile, within the Lin family's blessed realm, a vibrant green figure was experiencing a surge in energy, astonishing everyone present. Lu Yaowen and the ancient ancestor of Yulong Cave, Fan Rue, stood in stunned silence. Fan Rue swallowed hard and exclaimed, "What on earth is happening with my elder brother? It's one thing to elevate his cultivation, but why has he transformed into a green sprite?" Lu Yaowen narrowed his eyes, as if a realization dawned upon him. "No, this is not Lord Lin You. It is his avatar." "What? An avatar? Such an advanced term." Fan Rue trembled inwardly, astonished by his elder brother's profound concealment of abilities. No wonder his cultivation advanced so swiftly. Even this manifestation exuded a palpable pressure that resonated with the soul. to avoid being overshadowed by Lu Yaowen. Fan Rui cleared his throat. I discerned this long ago. Did you need to point it out? I was merely testing you. A smile played on Lu Yaowen's lips as he regarded Fan Rui. As long as you are pleased. In the abyss of Tianyuan, a chilling wind howled from beneath the cliff. As far as the eye could see, there was an expanse of darkness and decay. The rocks, battered by the passage of time, seemed to emit a mournful cry at the slightest touch, cracking sharply underfoot. Lin You stood at the precipice, straining to gaze into the abyss below, but found nothing but impenetrable blackness. A faint, elusive sense of unease began to envelop him, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Thump, thump, thump. In the depths of his being, Lin You felt he had arrived at the right place. Perhaps the formidable being of the Zhuge family awaited him here. He took a step forward, and a sinister wind surged forth. The inky mist billowed ominously around him. Without a trace of hesitation, Lin You plunged into the abyss below. In the distance, he seemed to hear a primal roar, mingled with an indescribable scent of blood and frenzy. Chapter 122, Zhuge Heading. The deeper he descended, the darker it became. The visibility was reduced to less than 10 meters. He could only extend his spiritual awareness to vaguely perceive 100 feet ahead. Lin You could not help but furrow his brow. He sensed a faint yet palpable pressure, tinged with the essence of the Zhuge family. It seems this is the place, Lin You murmured. Soon, he reached the valley floor, which revealed a long-dried riverbed, desolate and scarred. Following the source of the energy, he moved slowly forward. A narrow, straight path appeared before him, the air thick with a subtle, yet potent scent of blood, distinctly different from any he had previously encountered. Lin You tightened his grip on the white tiger golden light sword, acutely aware that the powerful being of the Zhuge family was near. With a sharp crack, a branch snapped beneath his feet, its sound echoing sharply in the stillness of the abyss. Lin You instinctively halted his advance. The wind seemed to fall silent, and the surroundings were engulfed in a palpable quietude, as suffocating as a stagnant pool of water. Immediately, Lin You turned his head, his gaze directed towards a shadowy corner. There seemed to be someone gasping for breath, the sound of nails scraping against the wall producing a chilling, grating noise, again and again. This unsettling disturbance grew increasingly pronounced, akin to an eerie curse. Sounds began to emanate from the surrounding darkness, a multitude of sharp claws incessantly clawing at the walls. Suddenly, a crack echoed, as if something had snapped. In an instant, Lin You found himself engulfed by an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. Figures roared as they surged forth from the shadows, their towering forms radiating madness. Brandishing their blades like barbaric warriors, they displayed no semblance of strategy, nor any trace of spiritual energy, only raw bloodlust and brutality. With a flash, the sword light erupted beneath the abyss, illuminating the heavens and the earth. Lin You discerned their faces in stark clarity. Their countenances resembled that of the undead, marred by grotesque wounds. One sword stroke severed heads, sending dozens of them soaring into the sky. What is happening? How could there be so many mortals here? No. It is inaccurate to call them mere mortals. Their physiques were far stronger than those of ordinary humans. They resembled cultivators who had honed their bodies to perfection. But aside from the Chongqing family, who else could enter the Dragon Court? Lin Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. The figures charged at him recklessly, as if intent on devouring him whole. The sword light flared once more. The perfected technique of the celestial realm was unleashed in its entirety. The frail mortals, devoid of cultivation yet possessing physical form, were instantly reduced to ashes. In the distance, Lin You seemed to hear the roar of some unknown creature, a sound that resonated with both sorrow and fury. He strained to listen, and at the end of the path, a faint voice emerged. Is it someone from the Zhuge family? I am Zhuge Heading. The voice was barely audible, yet it sent tremors through Lin Yu's heart. Still alive? How could that be? According to the legends of the Dragon Court, the fruits of the Tao here were the bounties left behind by mighty beings after their demise. How could a living soul remain beneath the abyss? He quickly advanced deeper into the abyss, the boundless, endless black mist seemingly intent on engulfing him entirely. It was not until he traversed this path that Lin Yu's vision finally cleared. Before him sat a gaunt old man, ensconced before a stone wall, his body marked by the passage of time. Old and weary, his thinning white hair resembled parched strands, devoid of moisture. Before him lay a gaping void, a rift through which ceaseless, immense power surged from him, filling the emptiness. Then, darkness surged forth once more, consuming the light. Time and again, it was evident that the old man's aura grew increasingly frail, his face devoid of color, lips darkened to a purplish hue. It was as if the rift before him was not merely a void, but an indescribable vampire, relentlessly siphoning the essence from within him. Hearing the sound, Zhuge Heading painfully turned his neck, gazing at Lin You with a hint of confusion in his eyes. You are not a disciple of the Zhuge family. How did you come to this place? Instinctively, Lin You tightened his grip on the white tiger golden light sword. Even as the aura of the other party teetered on the brink of collapse, yet he could still feel the overwhelming weight pressing upon him. Akin to the vastness of the sea, undoubtedly, he was a formidable figure, a transcendent being beyond the great sage realm. Lin You spoke in a deep voice. It is Zhuge Changqing who sent me. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Heading murmured a few words. Zhuge Changqing? That name seems unfamiliar to me. Following this, he laboriously lifted his left hand, a faint blue glow emanating from his fingertips, as if he were calculating something. After a considerable time, he wearily opened his eyes. So, it turns out, he is the future helm of the Zhuge family. Good, splendid. Lin Yu's pupils involuntarily widened. What? Divination? No, in this world. Such a term may not suffice. Yet, what immense divine power this is, to discern someone's origins merely from a name. Unbelievable. After speaking, Zhuge Heading seemed somewhat reluctant to cease, continuing to calculate as the blue glow danced at his fingertips. His aura visibly waned. How did my Zhuge family descend to this state? To be reduced to such a point by a mere youth. Suddenly, Zhuge Heading coughed up a spray of crimson blood, resembling a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. Nevertheless, he persevered, continuously channeling spiritual energy into the rift in the void. Sensing that the other might succumb at any moment, Lin You hastily conveyed his purpose, gazing at the swirling black mist of the void rift. Elder, it is Zhuge Changqing who sent me to retrieve the legacy of the Zhuge family. However, I have searched the entire Dragon Court, and apart from you, there is no other legacy of the Zhuge family. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Heading appeared visibly stunned. He scrutinized Lin Yu's face, seemingly attempting to discern the truth. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke, as if grasping some understanding. So it is. This helm of my Zhuge family is indeed impressive. Subsequently, Zhuge Heading ceased his meditation, slowly rising, his previous seated position starkly contrasting with the surrounding dust. Do you know where this place is? Lin Yu shook his head. Zhuge Heading inquired again. Then do you know how to carry away this legacy? Lin Yu shook his head once more. This was also a conundrum in his mind. This esteemed elder of the Zhuge family was still alive. How could one carry back a legacy? Wouldn't it be simpler for him to return directly? Zhuge Heading suddenly laughed. A sound tinged with relief, as if shedding the shackles that bound him. He fixed his gaze upon Lin Yu. Then do you not wish to know? Lin Yu shook his head for the third time. Indeed, while his curiosity was piqued, he understood a fundamental truth. The more one knows, the more complications arise. He had come to the Dragon Court merely to repay a debt of gratitude to the Zhuge family and to fulfill a task. If the other party chose not to reveal, then there was no need to inquire further. Observing his refusal, Zhuge Heading chuckled in exasperation, chiding, You, knowing full well that I am but a flickering candle on the verge of extinguishing, are presented with the best opportunity to seek answers. Yet, with 1,000 questions in your heart, you restrain yourself from asking. At such a young age to possess such composure, how promising indeed. Chapter 123, Visitors from Beyond the Heavens? Lin Yu shrugged. Zhuge Heading continued. On your journey here, did you observe those peculiar entities? Lin Yu instantly recalled those strange existences. I did. It is quite peculiar. Resembling both a mortal and an immortal, yet devoid of any ethereal aura. Logically speaking, there should be no mortals within the Dragon Court. A smile crept onto Zhuge Heading's lips. What if I were to tell you that they are not human? This single statement rendered Lin Yu bewildered. If they are not human, then what are they? Transformed beasts? No, if they were transformed beasts, it would be easy to discern, as they typically retain certain characteristics of their original forms. Zhuge Heading pointed towards the rift in the void behind him, where the darkness, stripped of spiritual energy, became increasingly rampant, as if attempting to emerge from the void, exuding a chilling brutality and sanguinary essence. Perhaps this world is larger than merely the myriad realms. On the other side of the void rift lies the ancient burial grounds. Lin Yu's heart sank. The ancient burial grounds again. This pertains to the secrets surrounding the Lin family's expulsion. He hastily inquired, why would there be non-human entities in the ancient burial grounds? Zhuge Heading chuckled and shook his head. Evidently, you are still unaware of the origins of the ancient burial grounds. No wonder Zhuge Changqing sent you to seek me out. I assume that your relationship with my Zhuge family has already deepened before your arrival? Lin Yu nodded earnestly. Indeed, since the 6th-tier star domain, the Zhuge family has selflessly aided him. Although there was a promise of future favors, the future remains an elusive concept, and he had only provided them with a handful of Dao fruits, which was hardly different from taking advantage of them. Zhuge Heading said calmly. The Zhuge family chose to admit you not only to alleviate the difficulties faced by the younger generation, but also to wager on your future. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a glint of brilliance shining in his eyes. From the moment I laid eyes upon you, I wish to glimpse into your future. But guess what? It is shrouded in nothingness, vast and inscrutable, imperceptible and unseen. A mysterious force envelopes you. And even with all my expertise, I cannot discern even a fragment of your future. It even rebounded upon me. Lin Yu's pupils dilated uncontrollably. Previously, he had thought the other was divining Zhuge Changqing, but it turned out he was peering into himself. Well, you old fox. However, with the system's support, even the deity himself would find it impossible to fathom. Zhuge Heading's voice resounded, seemingly unfazed by his inability to explore Lin Yu's essence. The ancient burial grounds are a battlefield of the gods. In other words, it is the battlefield of our human race, connecting several worlds equivalent to the myriad realms. The end of this darkness leads to demons. They possess innate advantages, born with formidable physiques and capable of cultivation just like us humans. Tell me, if you were a demon and discovered this realm of myriad worlds, what would you do? Lin Yu pondered briefly and replied, invade. This is a fundamental tenet of the biological realm. Precisely, the ancient burial grounds have become the only place they can interact with us. Those forces seek to traverse the land directly into the myriad realms, unleashing a tempest of bloodshed. For 1,000,000 years, how many existences beyond the realm of longevity have entered therein, never to return? Countless vibrant lives have stood resolutely against the iron steeds of foreign tribes. Within the ancient burial ground lies a formidable stronghold, sculpted from the remains of a great emperor and nourished by the blood of the eternal. The voice of Zhuge Heading resonates gently, as if recounting a weighty chapter of history. Lin Yu's eyes brim with confusion. I still do not comprehend. Given that for so many years, there have been no signs of other foreign tribes across the myriad realms, does that not imply that our human race has successfully defended the stronghold within the ancient burial ground? Why, then, do you remain here? Zhuge Heading replied calmly. I have yet to finish my words. The ancient burial ground itself is a miniature world. Centuries of conflict have left it in tatters. Beyond the stronghold, fissures have appeared. As he spoke, Lin Yu's gaze turned to the void crack behind him. Clearly, this place was one of the breached spaces, through which demonic cultivators might exploit the opportunity to infiltrate. Does this not place the myriad realms in peril? Zhuge Heading shook his head, explaining that such fissures are but a minority, incapable of allowing beings above the realm of eternity to pass through. It merely necessitates vigilance, which is somewhat troublesome. Sensing that the other party harbored many secrets, Lin Yu furrowed his brow and tentatively inquired, have you heard of the Lin family within the ancient burial ground? Upon hearing this, Zhuge Heading stiffly turned his neck. The Lin family of eternity? Lin Yu confirmed with a nod. A smile graced his face as he declared, of course. Everyone in the ancient burial ground knows of the legendary prowess of Lin Feng, the ancestor of the Lin family war department. He was a force that caused foreign tribes to shed blood, daring not to approach the stronghold even a single step. There was a hint of pride in Zhuge Heading's words. However, this was not the answer Lin Yu sought. Do you know him, elder? Zhuge Heading shook his head, stating that he did not know him personally, but had once caught a distant glimpse of that figure when the ancient burial ground was not as chaotic as it is now. In those days, I was merely an ant in the golden immortal realm, unworthy of knowing a figure of such stature as Lin Feng. Lin Yu's mouth twitched involuntarily at this remark. Damn it, I am but an ant. He began to ponder. Considering that his uncle Lin Tao was not over 5,000 years of age, and even his grandfather's generation likely did not exceed 20,000 years. Could it be that the passage of time had caused some information to be obscured in the river of years? With this thought, Lin Yu tentatively asked, Elder, how long have you been here? A flicker of bewilderment crossed Zhuge Heading's gaze as he mused. Perhaps 30 to 50,000 years? Ah, no wonder his information did not align with that of Lin Jingyun. It seems he is outdated. The ancestor of the Lin family, as mentioned by Lin Jingyun, is a sinner who nearly brought ruin upon us all, while the ancestor of the Lin family spoken of by Zhuge Heading is the one who single-handedly upheld the stronghold. A thunderous rumble erupted as the void crack let out a series of roars, as if something were attempting to emerge from within. And an endless black mist began to swirl chaotically. Zhuge Heading turned back, a final glimmer of relief in his eyes. Do you have any further inquiries? Lin Yu shook his head. No, but will you accompany me directly, or shall you inscribe the legacy onto a jade tablet for me to take? Zhuge Heading smiled faintly, his complexion growing increasingly pale. He murmured softly as he turned, taking measured steps toward the fissure. His voice was faint, yet it bore the weight of 100,000 mountains upon his shoulders. The energy within Zhuge Heading began to plummet wildly, causing him to shatter like fragile glass. He unleashed the remnants of his strength, exhausting his last vestiges of vitality. Waves of spiritual energy surged forth, roaring like the ocean. Leave, even if I wished to depart. The future helmsman of the Zhuge clan would not permit my exit. His intention in summoning me was to spare the younger generation from witnessing my demise. As for the legacy, you shall soon inherit it. Chapter 124, The Final Battle. Gazing at his crumbling figure, Lin You seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Senior, Zhuge Heading's aged voice resonated through the darkness. The ancient burial site is about to awaken. What the Zhuge clan requires is not my presence, but merely my legacy. My return serves no purpose other than to occupy a space. After millennia of torment, I have been thoroughly drained. If I do not survive this path, no one will ascend beyond it. Today, your arrival signifies the final journey of this old man. As the ground shook violently, Zhuge Heading's form erupted, unleashing a brilliant azure starlight that illuminated the darkness. Like a famished beast, long deprived, he let out a final roar in desperation. That immense power, capable of shaking the heavens, engulfed the entire void. As the black mist was pierced by howls steeped in a sanguine wind, Lin You felt as if he could hear the unwilling cries emanating from the darkness. Boom. In an instant, Zhuge Heading's soul shattered. A cerulean-hued Dao fruit drifted slowly from the shadows. Just a glance sent Lin Yu's heart racing uncontrollably. A superior Dao fruit. No. It seemed even more formidable than the ordinary high-grade ones. As the azure starlight dispersed, the darkness was completely vanquished, and the entire abyss was swept clean by this aura, obliterating countless distorted figures within the crevices. The world was now clear. Clutching the Dao fruit tightly, Lin Yu was filled with disbelief. This being, who had surpassed the great sage realm and might even reach eternal life, had perished just like that. Moreover, he had chosen death willingly. What a jest! He could have returned. Why sacrifice a life at the pinnacle of existence? Even the clans of immortals would not be so extravagant. What did he mean by if I do not survive, no one can ascend this path? Lin Yu's pupils constricted involuntarily. Now, the entire abyss had regained its light, free from the encroaching darkness, and the fissure had been sealed by Zhuge Heading's very life. Just as confusion filled his mind, the earth began to tremble. A wave of intense dizziness washed over him, as if some colossal entity was awakening. Above him, the sky was ablaze with crimson clouds. The sound of phoenix cries reverberated through the heavens. Beneath the branches of the phoenix tree, a magnificent figure, wings spread wide enough to eclipse the sun, spiraled in the firmament. The dragon court is about to close. Lin Yu had no time for contemplation. He tucked the Dao fruit into his bosom and rushed back to his original position. A chilling voice echoed through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Zhuge clan lunatics, come forth to meet your end. Following this proclamation, waves of quasi-saint level pressure began to spread. Lin Yukai had just encountered Qin Feng and a few others when they found themselves surrounded by a multitude of shadowy figures. The faces of these assailants were twisted in grotesque expressions of malice and disdain, their murderous intent laid bare, as if they longed to rend the few alive. The air was thick with bloodlust. Come, steal. Are you not capable? The Dao fruits are all yours. Come, let us see how many you can defeat. In this dragon court, all were disciples of eternal life, and the time for your bullying was over. From within the throng, disciples from 2nd and 3rd tier families emitted low growls of rage, their long-suppressed emotions finally erupting. Ha ha, what of the Zhuge family? What of the first-rate eternal life? These fools probably do not realize that we have already resolved to eliminate them. They truly believed we were afraid to contest the Dao fruits? What folly! If we slay them, the Dao fruits will be ours. They possess at least 100, and in just a few days, they would be unable to refine them. A glance revealed that these few hundred individuals were extraordinarily synchronized in their alliance, including several first-rate eternal life families. Yet, leading them were figures all too familiar to Lin Yukai and his companions, the Sima family. The man at the forefront wore a shadowy expression, revealing a confident smile as he spoke nonchalantly. Greetings, everyone. I trust you are well. Zhuge Zhao gritted his teeth in fury, rebuking, Sima Kongzhong, you are shameless and despicable. You rally so many to your side today because you fear my Zhuge family? Sima Kongzhong's laughter only grew more maniacal, to the point he could barely stand. Fear? With just this motley crew of yours? Even without a single ally, I could suppress you all with one hand. It would merely be a slight inconvenience. My grand design is beyond your comprehension. Zhuge Zhanquan stepped forward, the aura of a quasi-saint unmistakable as he positioned himself protectively in front of Zhuge Zhao, unfurling his black iron fan. Is that so? If you possess the courage, why not face me in a duel? His gaze swept across the assembly, an air of genius and solitary pride emanating from him as he warned the crowd. My Zhuge family is not to be trifled with. Should you wish to conspire against us, let us see how many heads will roll. Leave now, and I can guarantee no past grievances will be held against you. As for the enmity with the Sima family, we shall settle it ourselves. His words hung in the air, and the crowd fell silent. Although they were numerous, An actual confrontation would surely result in casualties. So, who would be the first to die? In such a predicament, no faction desired to play the role of the scapegoat. For this would mean facing the Zhuge family's wrath. Silence enveloped them, as the atmosphere shifted dramatically. TSK, such childish theatrics, Sima Kongjong scoffed, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he shook his head. My Sima family shall lead the way. Let us not forget how arrogant the Zhuge family has been in recent days. Those Dao fruits rightfully belong to us. Let it be a contest of skill. Yet, the Zhuge family, relying on their secret techniques, has seized every opportunity, even robbing us of our Dao fruits. This grievance cannot go unavenged. With a single utterance, the anger within the crowd was reignited. Yes, let us slay them. Those fruits of enlightenment were rightfully ours. With the Sima family leading the charge. What is there to fear? The earth trembled, fissures erupting from the ground. A colossal dragon, measuring thousands of feet, ascended from the depths of the earth, unleashing a furious roar as if disturbed from its slumber. In the sky, the fiery phoenix echoed with its own cries, intent on joining forces with the dragon to bury us all. Lin You sighed, finally comprehending the true meaning behind Zhuge Changqing's protective presence. One of the Zhuge family bore the essence of the true dragon, while the other harbored the spirit of the true phoenix. Was it not a perfect match for these two entities? Even without the Sima family's intervention, a struggle for dominance was inevitable, and Lin Yu's sole mission was to assist them in seizing the true spirits of dragon and phoenix. As the crowd began to stir restlessly, Qin Feng's notorious temper flared up. How audacious! Care to test your mettle? He exclaimed, beginning to count the number of participants, though his confidence began to wane. There are merely about 300 of you. Do you think I fear you? After declaring this, Qin Feng himself felt a tinge of uncertainty. Everyone present was a prodigy in their own right. Despite his status as a genius among geniuses, he recognized that even the least skilled among them possessed the strength of a golden immortal. Among the 300, at least 200 were golden immortals, dozens were quasi-saints. And there were several whose presence was even more formidable. This assembly was powerful enough to sweep through the realms beyond the Changqing family. Taking them on alone, or even with four, might prove exceedingly challenging. Casting a glance at Lin You, he noted that the situation seemed formidable. He could manage at most 30 opponents. Though he wasn't one to shy away from a challenge. Leave the quasi-saints to me. Zhuge Zhao whispered, I can handle at most 10. Zhuge Zhanquan's lips twitched. Exasperated. With a total of 360, you two can only handle 40? What about the rest? Should Lin You and I divide them evenly? What a joke. Yet, seeing Zhuge Zhao's eager expression, Zhuge Zhanquan clenched his teeth. Fine, I'll take on 30. Zhuge Zhao exclaimed, wow brother, how impressive. Zhuge Zhanquan felt his cheeks flush. Impressive indeed. I had intended to take on only 20. I would never have stated 30 if not for Qin Feng's insistence. They are golden immortals and quasi-saints. Not mere cabbages. To face 30 alone and survive would be a miracle. Most critically, there were still 290 left. In unison, all three turned their gazes toward Lin You. A jolt ran through Lin Yu's heart. What is this? You expect me to take on the remaining 290? Do you think this is merely plucking radishes from the ground? Madness. Qin Feng gritted his teeth. Then I'll add 10 more. Zhuge Zhanquan, gripping his obsidian iron fan, turned pale from the pressure. I'll add 10 too. Lin You seethed inwardly. Is this merely a matter of adding 10 or 8? Do you think adding 10 will solve this dilemma? This is over 200 golden immortals and quasi-saints. Zhuge Zhao hesitantly remarked, I truly cannot join. Lin You, speechless and choked with emotion, forced a smile. It's all right, sister, you need not join. Zhuge Zhao replied, thank you, brother. Lin You suddenly realized that the gazes of the three individuals upon him were filled with an indescribable trust. What are you believing in? He felt the prowess of the green elf, equally at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. A quasi-saint would surely break through, but to what extent? Whether he could contend with over 200 opponents remained uncertain in Lin Yu's heart. In the crowd, Sima Kongjong wore a mocking smile. Have you all finished your commotion? Do you truly believe you can escape today? 30, 20, or even 10? What difference does it make? You are all destined to perish. Taking a deep breath, Lin You turned to Zhuge Zhanquan. Are there any families closely related to the Zhuge clan here? Ones that could provide assistance? Zhuge Zhanquan glanced around and confirmed, yes. Lin You, filled with questions, thought, then what are we waiting for? We must incite them. With one less family, we gain an additional 20. Zhuge Zhanquan hesitantly replied. But they have all been taken by you. Lin You, exasperated, covered his forehead as he gazed at these two talented individuals. We can return the Dao fruits to them. Quickly, he then observed Zhuge Zhanquan's gaze fixating on a first-rate family and two second- or third-rate families. Friends, we are all on the same side. Why must we fight to the death? Our two families share a deep friendship. Must we sever it over mere Dao fruits? Lend us your strength. and we shall return the Dao fruits in double. As his words fell, the esteemed Gu family stepped forward first. Friends, I merely came to witness the spectacle. Let there be no misunderstanding. How can we allow the Sima family's misdeeds to harm the bond between us? Soon after, the other two families also approached. The situation transformed into a 334 against 302. Although still imbalanced, the odds had improved significantly. Qin Feng, not one to linger, grasped the dashing young master of the Gu family. Each of us must face at least 30 opponents, and as the leader of the Gu family, you two should take on at least 30, correct? Instantly, the young master of the Gu family squeaked, "What nonsense is this? 30 opponents? Are you jesting? These are cultivators of the golden immortal and quasi-saint realms." Qin Feng smirked, deliberately provoking. "Oh, it seems your level isn't quite high, is it? The men of the Gu family, not so capable, I see." A single remark made the corners of the young master's mouth twitch. Nothing frightens a man more than being deemed inadequate. He inhaled deeply, addressing Qin Feng and Zhuge Zhanquan. "You two can each face 30? Qin Feng nodded proudly. "Yes. When you weren't around, I was preparing to take on 40. 40? His face stiffened. "What utter nonsense." Zhuge Zhanquan quickly chimed in. "Friend, I recall you were once on par with Brother Chongqing. You are indeed strong. Facing 30 should be no issue, right?" The young master of the Gu family was left with a face full of question marks. Is this a black market? Furthermore, when have I ever been on par with that eccentric Zhuge Chongqing? Since our acquaintance, he has never managed to catch up to the tail lights of my chariot. Zhuge Zhao hastily flattered. "Brother, you must be incredibly formidable, right? Good heavens. After such a flurry of compliments, even a deity would be driven to fury. What do men vie for? Just a few things: prestige, beauty, and prowess. Now that the trio of mischief makers is all set, what reason does he have to refuse?" The young master of the Gu family, brimming with confidence, nonchalantly declared to Zhuge Zhao, "Leave it to me. Rest assured. 30 it is." Qin Feng and Zhuge Zhanquan exchanged glances. At last, they had been duped. The pressure suddenly lessened, and the trio divided 120 among themselves. Lin You only needed to handle 200. How simple that was. The young master of the Gu family turned to Lin You, inquiring, "What about him? 30 as well?" Qin Feng shook his head. "No." The latter immediately became displeased, exclaiming, "Why not? We all have 30. He must have 32. Qin Feng, at a loss for words, replied, "Before you arrived, we intended for him to tackle 300. One sentence. A thunderclap." The young master of the Gu family was rooted to the spot. His mouth involuntarily formed an A shape, staring at Qin Feng and Zhuge Zhanquan as if they were fools. He howled in exasperation. "What kind of joke is this? 300? Even slaughtering pigs wouldn't suffice. Call Zhuge Chongqing over. Let us see if he could handle 300 back in the day. Bring my Gu family's ancestors. Could they manage 300? Damn it." Chapter 126, He is Lin You. Observing the expression of the young master of the Gu family, Qin Feng replied earnestly, "Why not? Just because others cannot, does not mean he cannot. He is Lin You." Upon hearing this, the Gu family members all turned to scrutinize Lin You once more. After a while, seeing the young master of the Gu family deep in thought, he quickly averted his gaze. What on earth is wrong with Lin You? Can he truly handle over 200? This fellow's assertion startled me. He then took a deep breath and began to whisper arrangements. "Listen, our plan is as follows. The Dragon Court is about to conclude. We currently hold a significant number of Dao fruits, waiting for the great dragon to surge and shatter the heavens. We shall seize our chance to escape. All we must do now is delay them. Do you understand?" The young master of the Gu family earnestly laid out the plan. The other second and third tier families nodded in agreement. This was indeed the best course of action. Though we are outnumbered, if we can merely stall for a moment, there may yet be a chance to escape. We are not that powerful. With our 20, we can at most hold off 50 of them. As for the rest, we truly cannot assist further. Witnessing their earnest discussions, Lin You couldn't help but interject. "No, we must also contend for the true essence of the dragon and phoenix." As soon as he spoke, everyone stared at Lin You as if they had seen a ghost. The young master of the Gu family was completely thrown off balance. "What are you saying? Even in this situation, we still contend for the true essence of the dragon and phoenix? Are you insane? To survive, one must offer their gratitude. Fortunately, I adhere to principles. Otherwise, your burdens would be even greater. Moreover, my friend, who do you think you are, claiming to be a golden immortal? We are amidst a decisive battle." Lin You gently touched his nose. Assisting Zhuge Zhanquan and Zhuge Zhao in seizing the final opportunity was his paramount mission within the Dragon Court. Qin Feng, filled with discontent, exclaimed, "What are you shouting for? My brother has declared we must fight. So let us fight. There are merely 300 of us. What is there to fear?" During the grand contest of talents, I triumphed over countless foes. The scion of the Gu family, in a fit of hysteria, retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? These are not the trivial fish from the lower realms. These are disciples of the Chongqing lineage. Do you grasp the significance of the Chongqing family? Just as the group quarreled over whether to engage or retreat, a resounding dragon's roar echoed in the void above. The entire dragon court began to shatter, evidently drained of all spiritual energy and on the verge of closure. Sima Kongzhang's eyes betrayed his impatience. Enough with the idle chatter. Attack, he commanded. Dear friends, the Zhuge family's treasures shall be ours without charge. With that proclamation, a throng of impatient cultivators surged forward. The Sima family led the charge. The overwhelming pressure from more than 300 formidable beings, beginning with golden immortals and foundational quasi-saints, sent chills down the spine of any who dared to glance upon them. Just as the Gu family prepared to maneuver, suddenly, Qin Feng dashed forth like a gust of wind, confronting the 300 mighty beings with his solitary strength. The scion of the Gu family stared in disbelief. Are you serious? Before he could dissuade him, a series of whooshing sounds pierced the air. Lin You, Zhuge Zhanquan, and even Zhuge Zhao charged alongside him. The young master, accustomed to grand spectacles, found himself utterly flustered, stomping his feet in frustration. You lunatics! Have you all lost your minds? Are you courting death? He bellowed. What ill fortune is this? In a moment of exasperation, he too charged into the fray. The remaining disciples of the Gu family exchanged glances, and after a brief hesitation, they followed suit. One murmured, Young master, didn't you say they were marching to their demise? Why are we joining them? The young master retorted vehemently, with so many eyes upon us. Do I not have my pride? If we flee now, even if we survive, I will have no face to show in the future. When death comes, it comes. Let us fight. The 2 or 3 lesser families of the Chongqing lineage gritted their teeth and ultimately joined the battlefield. The moment they engaged, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. The overwhelming presence of over 300 golden immortals wielded tremendous might. With every gesture, they could unleash vast power. The void shattered, and the earth began to crack beneath their force. Above, the heavens shimmered with divine powers that blinded the eyes. Only a mere 30 or 40 individuals were completely crushed by their opponents. In less than a moment, blood spilled into the void. The young master of the Gu family wore a despondent expression, roaring as he unleashed his most potent techniques. You madmen, I am doomed because of you, he lamented. Damn it, I will take as many of you with me as I can. This individual, seemingly timid, nonetheless honored his commitment by single-handedly drawing over 30 cultivators into the void for confinement. Outside the dragon court, the members of the Longxing family wore expressions of icy disdain. They had been keenly observing the actions of Lin You and his companions in recent days. Each coveted Dao fruit, evoking envy that reddened their eyes. Felt like a dagger piercing their hearts. Witnessing the fulfillment of their revenge, a flicker of satisfaction emerged within them. A towering figure concealed within the void spoke. Reaping what one sows, an ant shaking a tree. What you say is indeed correct. Even within the dragon court, none can confront the entirety of the Longxing family. With a dismissive scoff, he continued, Lin You is but a mere insect from the lower realms. Does he truly believe that the disciples of the Longxing family are akin to those pitiful individuals he has encountered? 34 seeking to defeat 300? Such a delusion. From the direction of the Sima family came a chilling laugh, unambiguously directed at Zhuge Chongqing. It appeared that someone's grand design was destined to fail. What a pity. The heir of the Zhuge family is about to meet his demise here, he remarked. Zhuge Chongqing remained silent, his gaze somber as he observed the figures engaged in bloody combat within the dragon court. His hands, concealed within his sleeves, could not help but exert strength in secret. Zhuge Zhanquan and Zhuge Zhao represented the future of the Zhuge family. Should they perish here, the family would suffer a catastrophic loss. In a voice only he could hear, he murmured, Lin You, who grants you such confidence? Do you perhaps have a hidden trump card? In his view, the situation was exceedingly simple. This group was merely united by self-interest. By releasing a portion of their Dao fruits, they could easily lift the siege. Yet, Lin You appeared to have never entertained this notion. Zhuge Chongqing found it hard to believe that Lin You could be oblivious to such an elementary principle. However, what could this 18-year-old youth possibly possess that was trustworthy enough to wager the lives of all? Within the dragon court, the battlefield was starkly divided into 5 sections. 10 members of the Gu family risked their lives to block 50 disciples of the Longxing family. Similarly, second and third-tier families demonstrated the same resolve. Zhuge Zhanquan and Zhuge Zhao stood together, alleviating the pressure on Lin You. Qin Feng, akin to a beast unleashed, instilled terror in dozens of opponents. Yet, the most fearsome presence was Lin You. This mere being of the golden immortal realm single-handedly held back nearly 200 cultivators, including those at the quasi-saint level. With his sword, that sword, as frigid as the depths of winter, unleashed torrents of blood with each swing. Chapter 127, Quasi-Saint Nine Heavens, clashing weapons and iron steeds. The great river washes away all heroes of the world. Lin You, standing alone, instilled dread in nearly 200 cultivators, suspended in the void. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. How could this individual of the golden immortal realm possess such formidable strength? With a swift motion, another strike severed 3 heads from their bodies. Terror surged like a tidal wave through the crowd. The lives that once thrived now seemed less than mere livestock in Lin Yu's grasp. The might of the world's divine abilities could not even graze his garments. Occasionally, someone managed to tear through his sword intent, yet inexplicably, when that divine power struck Lin Yu, it seemed to vanish into the abyss, its potency diminished by a third. No, why? This individual, seemingly merely at the level of a golden immortal, possesses a strength that is truly astonishing. Within the crowd, some individuals could not mask their fear. Emitting anguished cries, a semi-holy figure ignited the heavens with flames, yet upon approach, discovered that their cultivation level was akin to child's play. The sword light shimmered like frost in the depths of winter, so frigid it sent shivers through the very soul. Lin Yu's gaze remained tranquil as he surveyed his surroundings. Zhuge Zhanquan, engaged in a one-against-many struggle while simultaneously protecting Zhuge Zhao, was evidently revealing signs of defeat. Blood lingered at the corner of his mouth. As he stood alone and unsupported, Qin Feng fought valiantly, advancing and retreating amidst the throng, yet the masses surged toward him like a swarm of ants. Despite his radiant golden light, he could not spare even a modicum of assistance. Meanwhile, the situation for the Gu family and the second and third-rate clans was even more dire. Having never intended to fight to the death, they now retreated 3,000 feet, nearly flying beyond the borders of the Dragon Court. Only the young scion of the Gu family desperately obstructed the onslaught. Time waits for no one. Lin Yu murmured to himself. His gaze transcended the crowd, landing upon Sima Kongzhang at the rear. The latter resembled a cold, venomous serpent, lurking in the shadows. Regardless of Lin Yu's unparalleled talents on display, Sima remained unyielding. Did this fellow possess other hidden trump cards? Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. He could not stand idly by as Zhuge Zhanquan and Zhuge Zhao faced demise. With a decisive step, the sword light surged forth. It surged directly towards Sima Kongzhang. How intriguing! Sima Kongzhang's face twisted into a sinister grin. Upon seeing Lin Yu charge, he casually twisted his neck, as if warming up. A sense of assured superiority began to manifest. He raised his hand, and an endless black mist enveloped the area. Whispering softly, he taunted, "You wish to kill me first? How amusing. Do you truly believe that Sima Kongzhang has reached this point through the pity of others? Each step I have taken is paved with mountains of corpses and seas of blood, fraught with dangers that your insignificant existence in the lower star realms could never fathom." On his right arm, he wore a dark sleeve, obscuring the true nature beneath. As he slowly removed it, a hand, pale and withered like that of a corpse, was revealed. With a delicate motion, the void appeared to take on substance, effortlessly sliced asunder by his command. Sima Kongzhang did not retreat even a half step. Instead, he advanced slowly towards Lin Yu. The boundless black mist surged wildly from his form. Semi-holy first layer, semi-holy second layer, an overwhelming aura surged skyward, ascending to the 9th layer of semi-holy. In that instant, the onlookers were struck with astonishment, gazing at this disciple of a first-rate longevity family. This fellow, had he truly concealed his strength to such an extent? The 9th layer of semi-holy, unbelievable. This was certainly beyond what could be achieved through the refining of Tao fruits. He had evidently broken through to the semi-holy realm even before entering the Dragon Court. Suddenly, a thunderous uproar erupted. Countless disciples of the longevity family, who had previously besieged Lin Yu, parted to create a path. The unfathomable black mist surged forth, shrouding the entire expanse of heaven and earth. The sun and moon dimmed. In the void, the roars of dragons and phoenixes echoed as 2 colossal beasts unleashed their might, seemingly striving to break free from the shackles of heaven and earth. The Dragon Court was at an end. This thought surged through the minds of all present. Zhuge Zhanquan and Zhuge Zhao also looked up, their own auras having already waned. They entered the Dragon Court, driven by their quest for the true spirit of the dragon and phoenix. To allow the 2 beasts to dissipate would mean, even in survival, a complete defeat. Surrounded by dozens of foes, Qin Feng's eyes burned with fury as he roared and fought his way through the encirclement. The supreme bone within him throbbed with power. Gasping for breath, he stood resolutely in front of Zhuge Zhanquan and Zhuge Zhao. "I'll handle this. You too. Attend to your own matters." The azure robe that symbolized the Zhuge family was already drenched in blood, rendering it indistinguishable whether it belonged to an enemy or to him. Zhuge Zhanquan calmly refused. "No, if we leave, you will surely perish." Qin Feng suddenly turned around, his gaze fierce and unyielding. Enough with your nonsense. The last thing I want is to owe anyone a favor. The Zhuge family has aided me multiple times. Do you expect me to carry that burden for life? I shall repay you all today. His voice resonated through the heavens. Lin You, I am not inferior to you in the slightest. With both hands pressing against the void, he forcefully sealed half of the cultivators. His once white celestial eyes now radiated a golden light. This man was willing to risk his life to help Zhuge Zhanquan and Zhuge Zhao seize the true spirit of the dragon and phoenix. Do not let my sacrifice be in vain. Qin Feng's roar pierced the air as he plunged into the crowd, causing the very heavens to tremble. Zhuge Zhanquan and Zhuge Zhao exchanged a glance, realizing they had no choice but to set aside their burdens and rush into the void. Such a touching display. Truly a testament to friendship. Alas, they were but ants in the grand scheme. Sima Kongzhang's eyes gleamed with mockery, completely disregarding Zhuge Zhao and Zhuge Zhanquan as they rushed towards the true spirit. His gaze fixated on Lin You, as if savoring the moment. Is it you who once challenged the might of the Sima family in the 6-star domain? How will you confront me now? With a strike of the quasi-saint level 9 heavens, Sima Kongzhang caused 300 miles of the void to collapse. From the fissure, dark mist surged forth, as if intent on devouring Lin You entirely. Yet Lin You remained unperturbed. He merely lifted his gaze to observe the two figures entangled with the colossal beast in the void. Then, he glanced at the surrounded Qin Feng and the others. Suddenly, he smiled with a sense of relief. Raising his head, his eyes sparkled with brilliance as he fixed his gaze on Sima Kongzhang, speaking with deliberate clarity. Quasi-saint level 9 heavens. Is that truly formidable? In an instant, Lin You drew his sword, the pure white light cleaving through the dark mist, illuminating the entire dragon court. Those nearby heard a sharp sword cry, followed by a figure emerging from the black mist like the sun itself, sword energy swirling as numerous heads soared into the sky. With a single step, the entire dragon court resonated with a deep echo, striking at the hearts of all present. The tumultuous seas of anger surged forth. Another quasi-saint. Level 9 heavens. Chapter 128. Is this a game? The firmament split in two. To the left, an overwhelming sword intent that was almost blinding claimed one corner. To the right, a dominion akin to a kingdom of black mist spread across the expanse. Every disciple of the Longxing family in the dragon court gazed in bewilderment at the two figures. In his eyes lay an indescribable terror and dread. What kind of jest is this? Two individuals reaching the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm. This is absurd. This is the younger generation. The younger generation. Have you two imbeciles truly grasped the situation? Who among the good folk ascends to the quasi-saint 9th level so swiftly? Wait a moment. Sima Kongzhang is one thing. After all, he is nearing a century in age. But Lin You is merely 18. The first time I heard of his name, he was still playing in the mud of the 6th-tier star domain. Now you tell me he is more formidable than the elders of his family? This rate of progression is utterly unfathomable. Gazing at Lin Yu's figure, Qin Feng, entrenched in a bloody battle, could not help but bellow. Well done. I always knew you wouldn't be weaker than me. I am already a quasi-saint. How could you possibly be a golden immortal? Observing his beaming expression, the crowd felt an overwhelming urge to scream. What are you so proud of, you fool? He is of the same age as you, utterly crushing you. Wait a moment. This bastard is also just 18? Is this a joke? Within the black mist, Sima Kongzhang visibly froze. He stared at Lin You, whose sword intent surged. And no one understood the meaning of bewilderment better than he. One moment, you are at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. The next, you are at the peak of the quasi-saint realm? No. Who among the good folk breaks through like this? What of the transitions between the first, second, and third levels of quasi-saint? What of the time required for such a transition? Good heavens. He suddenly felt a tremor of fear about advancing further. Cold sweat trickling down his cheek. Sima Kongzhang struggled to maintain a smile as he spoke. This is rather intriguing. Yet, anyone could see the turmoil within him. For heaven's sake, don't stutter when you speak. If you can't withstand it, what are we to do? Who will stand against this deathly foe? Lin You replied with a serene smile. Is that all? He lifted his long sword. The green essence continued to flow, providing him with cultivation. Clearly, the peak of the quasi-saint realm is not his limit. Sword 9. Unification. With a single strike, a white sword light surged forth. The boundless black mist seemed to come alive, retreating as if confronted by a flood or a ferocious beast. That astonishing sword intent surged directly towards Sima Kongzhang. Swift. Too swift. Not even divine senses could capture it. Sima Kongzhang hastily raised his hand, but as soon as he did, a searing pain shot through his arm. He looked in disbelief at his limbs. They had already been torn apart by the sword energy. Blood gushed forth. What kind of farce is this? I too am at the peak of the quasi-saint realm, in a battle of equals. How could he be so overwhelmingly powerful? The most crucial point is that he possesses protective armor. In terms of cultivation, he is not inferior to Lin You. In terms of techniques, he also boasts a perfected celestial level. Even this armor is of the highest quality at the earthly level. What? Sima Kongzhang's pupils dilated, ultimately resting on the long sword in Lin Yu's hand. Celestial grade supreme. Boom. He felt as though struck by lightning. His exterior charred while his interior was tender. Where did this anomaly come from? A mere ant from a 6th-tier star domain, yet equipped with full-level gear. Wait a moment. Sima Kongzhang retreated repeatedly, visibly panicked. Do not engage yet. I have something to say. Lin Yu remained silent, relentlessly swinging his sword. With each strike, the carnage intensified. With the first blow, flesh and blood were scattered. With the second, vital organs were pierced. Sima Kongzhang, drenched in blood, fled like a cornered dog, driven solely by the instinct to survive. The disciples of the Changsheng family stood in shock, momentarily forgetting their own battles. These two individuals had decisively determined the outcome. Even Qin Feng found a rare moment to catch his breath, as he gazed at the flashes of sword light piercing through the dark mist. Each glimmer was accompanied by blood-curdling screams. The young master of the Gu family clenched his fists in excitement. Lin You, well done. I knew you had it in you. A clan member beside him whispered, Young master, you didn't seem to think that way before. The Gu family's young master rolled his eyes. Silence, Snow Leopard. You know nothing. I'm merely igniting his latent potential. How could I not recognize Lin You? Though we have never met before, from the moment I laid eyes on him, I felt an inexplicable kinship, as if he were my brother from another mother. A twitch appeared at the corner of the Gu disciple's mouth. Brother from another mother? You speak so freely. If the old master hears this, he might just die of anger. In the void, Sima Kongzhang was on the brink of collapse, his aura plummeting to its lowest point. Were it not for his semi-saint cultivation, he would have perished long ago. As Lin Yu raised his sword once more, Sima Kongzhang threatened fiercely, Don't push me. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. Here we go again. Is everyone from the Sima family so predictable? What? Are you about to lose your temper? The black mist spread from Sima Kongzhang's palm as he spoke menacingly, If it comes to it, I'll take you down with me. Do you really think I am no match for you? Lin Yu shrugged casually. Otherwise, isn't that glaringly obvious? Sima Kongzhang was left speechless, his words caught in his throat for an eternity. I have spent a lifetime planning. How could I be unprepared? If you truly wish to kill me, the cost will be beyond your capacity to bear. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yu struck with his sword. Sima Kongzhang, sensing a newfound resolve, crushed the orb of black mist in his palm. In that instant, an indescribable and terrifying force surged from within the Dragon Court. Is this a formation? Someone has set up a formation throughout the Dragon Court. What a joke. No matter how small, this Dragon Court is still a realm of its own. How could such a grand formation exist? Just as confusion spread among the onlookers, Lin Yu suddenly felt a shift. Abruptly lifting his gaze toward the two colossal beasts entangled with Zhuge Zhanquan and Zhuge Zhao in the void. Not good. The formation instantly enveloped the void. The dense and inextricable black mist slithered into the bodies of the two giant beasts like leeches. In an instant, the giant dragon let out a pained roar, its enormous eyes turning crimson and ferocious. The aura surrounding the golden phoenix also began to deteriorate, shifting from radiant gold to darkness, tinged with a grotesque red. It seemed as if they had been imbued with some sinister power. Their flesh began to rot, yet their strength surged. The once merely semi-saint level beasts instantly ascended to the pinnacle of semi-saint power. At the same moment, iron chains as thick as water buckets soared from the void, sealing off the entire realm and trapping both Zhuge Zhanquan and Zhuge Zhao alongside the two colossal beasts. Sima Kongzhang let out a triumphant and maniacal laugh. He declared like a conqueror, You have forced my hand. Lin You, all of this is a consequence of your actions. The deaths of the two heirs of the Zhuge clan are on you. Even if you manage to escape the Dragon Court, without the protection of the Zhuge family, you will not survive. Chapter 129, The Great Sage. Observing the two bloodied figures in the void, Lin Yu dared not hesitate for even a moment. He charged upwards with his sword, but the chains seemed to have anticipated his every move, relentlessly obstructing him. The intent of his sword danced wildly as it struck against the chains, sending a numbing shock through his hands. No matter how he exerted himself, he could not shake the formidable barrier that imprisoned the heavens and earth. Lin Yu lost count of how many strikes he had unleashed, finally clearing the obstruction before him, only to be met with the chains that continued to extend from the void. This would not do. If he kept hacking away, Zhuge Zhanquan and Zhuge Zhao would surely perish. Lin Yu felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. He owed an immense debt of gratitude to the Zhuge family, and he could not bear to witness their deaths unfold before his eyes. Even if the Zhuge family did not blame him, he could not accept it within his heart. Sima Kongzhang's maniacal laughter echoed behind him, his gaze fixated on Lin You in the void like a madman. It's futile. You cannot sever it. This formation has been in place since the moment you entered the Dragon Court. I had intended to squash you like the insignificant insect you are before settling accounts with the Zhuge family. But who would have thought you possessed such prowess? Lin You suddenly turned, his eyes ablaze with uncontainable murderous intent. Sima Kongzhong, however, seemed to revel in his assured victory, spreading his arms wide as if awaiting death itself. In his gaze resided the arrogance of a victor. Do you wish to kill me? Come then, make your choice. The Dragon Court is about to close. If you slay me, Zhuge Zhanquan and Zhuge Zhao will surely meet their doom here. You have no time left. Or do you wish to witness my departure? Sima Kongzhong erupted into laughter. He was convinced that Lin Yu would not turn to strike him, with scarcely the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. To kill him, Zhuge Zhanquan and the other would undoubtedly perish. As everyone awaited Lin Yu's decision in silence, suddenly, a resounding sword cry echoed across the heavens and the earth. The white tiger golden light sword shot forth from Lin Yu's hand. In a moment that eluded the perception of all present, a figure was pinned firmly to the ground. Sima Kongzhong's eyes widened in horror. He looked down to see only a sliver of life remaining, struggling to withdraw the long sword that pierced through his abdomen. He found it felt as heavy as a mountain, immovable no matter how hard he tried. Madness. This fellow truly had no intention of saving Zhuge Zhanquan and Zhuge Zhao. This absurd thought flashed through his mind. The next moment, a voice as cold as the depths of winter echoed from within the Dragon Court. I, Lin You. Never make choices. You must die. Zhuge Zhanquan, I shall rescue you as well. Suddenly, far in the sixth star domain, Lin Yu's external incarnation transformed into a lifeless husk, as if a vampire had bitten into its throat. Vital energy surged from Lin Yu's being, his presence soaring to celestial heights. How could this be? He is on the brink of breaking through to the great sage realm. No way. Wasn't he just on the verge of a breakthrough? Is there no justice in this world? The disciples of the Longevity clan gritted their teeth, cursing Lin Yu 1,000 times in their hearts. How can you be so extraordinary, making me appear utterly inept? Qin Feng stood frozen, instinctively clutching a shoulder, gazing at that unparalleled figure in the void. He struggled to swallow. Are you really going to overshadow me for a lifetime? The scion of the Gu family, paralyzed by fear, could barely utter a word, trembling as he clutched the nearby Gu disciple. Did you see that? Did you see that? My half-brother is still breaking through. This is utterly insane. What on earth is happening? The Gu disciple wore an expression of disdain, thinking, young master, can you please get off me? So many people are watching. Lin Yu's fury coalesced into a tangible force, staining half the heavens crimson. He gripped the iron chains with all his might, his external incarnation pushed to its limits. Break for me, Lin Yu bellowed. With a crack, the chains, previously unyielding even to the white tiger's golden sword, were forcibly torn apart. The clear sound of shattering resonated like an ancient bell in the hearts of those present. Incredible. Lin Yu wielded the chains as weapons, striking at the grand formation with frenzied might. In an instant, thunderclouds roared. He lashed down fiercely. The formation let out a mournful wail under the strain, shattering with a resounding crash. One step forward. The great sage realm. Hiss. The entire realm seemed to transform into Lin Yu's stage. At 18, he had reached the great sage realm. So terrifying. The momentum in the arena was as swift as lightning. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yu had leapt atop the heads of two colossal beasts, the chains swirling around him. The once ferocious beasts were instantaneously subdued by the chains. A moment of bewilderment flickered across the massive dragon's head. Before they could react, fists the size of sandbags charged down. With one blow, the fortress-like skull shattered instantly. A dragon's soul, no larger than a palm, slowly floated out. Lin Yu yanked the chains fiercely, ripping the golden phoenix apart, along with the towering parasol trees in the void, which crashed to the ground. A thorough annihilation, an absolute advantage in realm. After accomplishing all this, Lin Yu placed the true spirits of the dragon and phoenix before Zhuge Zhanquan. The previous favor owed by the Zhuge family has been repaid by me, Lin Yu. Future favors, I shall repay in due time. In the arena, the childhood friends had yet to grasp the situation when they witnessed the true spirits being thrust into their hands. No, is this really over? You dispatched such a grand phoenix and a colossal dragon as if they were mere chickens? I was nearly killed by them. Chaos filled Zhuge Zhanquan's mind. Yet, this did not hinder them from counting the spoils. When Lin Yu descended from the void, his blood-soaked figure resembled a being from a forbidden realm. Wherever he tread, countless disciples of the Eternal Life clan withdrew in trepidation. They dared not lift their proud heads, kneeling as if before the sovereign of this realm. A singular thought consumed their minds: survival. Meanwhile, Sima Kongzhong, immobilized in place, watched the figure in white draw ever closer, his teeth chattering in fear. A profound sense of helplessness welled up from the depths of his soul, overwhelming his entire being. Trembling and bewildered, he muttered to himself, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I calculated everything. I was certain of it. Why?" In a moment of despair, Sima Kongzhang raised his head to meet Lin Yu's gaze. Earnestness etched upon his face. "Why?" was met with only the sight of a sword gradually dominating his vision, a crimson glint. The burdens upon his shoulders fell away. Sima Kongzhang's spirit was extinguished. Lin Yu turned, casting a disdainful glance over the assembly. "Sima clan, leave no trace. Annihilate them all." A chilling voice echoed within the dragon court. Countless disciples of the Eternal Life clan fled from the Sima clan as though escaping a plague. The remaining 9 disciples of the Sima family stood petrified, their expressions reflecting disbelief and terror as they beheld the still shocked and fearful head of Sima Kongzhang. The scion of the Sima clan, destined to ascend the path of eternal life, had perished so easily. Fear spread like a tidal wave throughout the crowd. Qin Feng was the first to regain his composure, exclaiming, "I've longed to do this." With that, he charged forth like a wolf among sheep. The young scions of the Gu family, relishing the chaos, seized a large blade from the ground and followed Qin Feng to mercilessly strike down the fallen. Their speed left even their own comrades unable to intervene. In mere moments, 9 heads rolled to the ground. Astonishment swept through the heavens. They must have lost their minds. These were the elite disciples of the Sima clan, their most treasured prodigies. Never in the history of the Dragon Court had anyone acted with such ruthless ferocity. One could hardly fathom the level of rage the Sima clan would unleash upon the world beyond the Dragon Court. A calamity might very well be on the horizon. Whispers circulated among the disciples of the Eternal Life clan. Typically, among the clans, there existed a mutual understanding, a tacit agreement to show some semblance of respect, even in the face of life and death. The reason was simple. The most elite disciples represented the future hope of their families. To sever another's future was to doom that clan to decline. Thus, in times of desperation, rather than wait for decay to render their clan vulnerable to consumption by others, they might rise in rebellion while they still had strength. At that moment, the so-called prodigies would become nothing more than a jest. The ancestors of the Eternal Life clan would emerge in force, striving to eradicate their adversaries entirely. To leave even a sliver of life would be to preserve a semblance of dignity and a chance for future coexistence among the clans. Contemplating this, the disciples of the Eternal Life clan could not suppress their fear, gazing upon the ethereal figure clad in white, sword in hand. This fellow dares to slay even the Sima family. Is he not sealing his own fate? Such were Lin Yu's thoughts. He raised his gaze, casting a frigid glance at the crowd. Just as he was about to express his intent to eradicate the threat, the young scion of the Gu family hurriedly approached. "Brother, enough. No more killings. The Zhuge and Sima families are sworn enemies. Their enmity is irreconcilable. It is only a matter of time before one perishes at the hands of the other. However, the Chongqing families are different. Should we eliminate them all, the Zhuge family may face dire consequences." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu could not help but furrow his brow. After a brief contemplation, he grasped the essence of the young man's words. Would he truly let them go? The Gu family scion shook his head, indicating the intricacies of the situation. "Allow me to share an unwritten rule. When a clan's disciples establish dominance and hold the lives of others in their hands, should they be unable to annihilate them entirely, they can leverage this to gain advantages." Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with intrigue at this notion. What a splendid idea. Why had he not considered it sooner? Elucidate. A proud smile graced the face of the Gu family scion. Imagine holding the future hopes of another family in your grasp. Do you not have the power to demand whatever you desire? Heavenly materials, rare treasures, divine techniques. So long as you are not excessively greedy, they will acquiesce. He then gestured towards the sizable assembly of individuals. Look at this crowd. With just a stroke of luck, you could amass a fortune that would last for generations. Lin Yu smacked his thigh, wrapping an arm around the young man's shoulder. Good brother. This is quite intriguing. The Gu family scion chuckled. Have you decided what you wish for? Lin Yu nodded, his eyes gleaming with excitement, envisioning the possibilities. Without delay, he wielded the white tiger golden light sword and executed 4 swift strikes into the void. The heavens and earth were sealed. 200 individuals found themselves ensnared within. He turned with a smile, casting a satisfied glance at the young man beside him. You seem remarkably well versed in these matters. I presume you possess considerable experience? The Gu family scion chuckled, his face slightly flushing. A little. Lin Yu nodded, finding this entirely expected. As a prominent Chongqing family, it was only natural that someone nurtured by the Gu family would possess the strength to dominate others. Just then, Zhuge Zhanquan poked his head out, clearly familiar with the situation. Years ago, It had been Brother Chongqing who had bound him and extorted millions of spirit stones along with a heavenly grade technique from the Gu family. As his words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the air for a brief moment. Lin You could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth as he regarded the once suave and self-satisfied young scion of the Gu family. Internally, he roared. So you were the one who had been captured. What do you have to be proud of? The Gu family scion clenched his fists, exclaiming, life is fraught with storms. Let bygone events remain in the past. Even failures are a form of experience. If anything, I shall reclaim my victory next time. Zhuge Zhao quietly remarked. You might never best Brother Chongqing in this lifetime. The Gu family scion immediately faltered, his composure shattered. Silence, you fool. Am I not aware of that? I merely spoke a few harsh words. Why take it so seriously? Suddenly, a thunderous rumble resonated as the void began to fracture, revealing a massive fissure before the eyes of the crowd. Lin You understood that they were being urged to depart. His gaze blazed with intensity as his fingertips lightly tapped. Instantly, the chilling sword intent surged into the crowd below, embedding itself deep within their beings. Lin Yu's icy voice resonated. Do not harbor any illusions of escape. If you believe your esteemed ancestors' speed surpasses the swiftness of my thoughts, then by all means, test it. A slight snort escaped him, and the faces of the crowd contorted in anguish. It was evident that their very lives hung by a thread in Lin Yu's mind, should he desire it. The sword energy concealed within their bodies would undoubtedly rend their vital organs asunder in an instant. The young master of the Gu family was visibly exhilarated. As if he were grasping a precious treasure, his hands frantically rubbing together in anticipation. Unable to contain his excitement, Qin Feng rolled his eyes. What are you so worked up about? The Gu young master replied. With so many people here, no one shall ever mention my defeat at the hands of Zhuge Chongqing again. He pounded his chest and called out to Lin You. I shall assist you in bargaining. I am fully aware of what each family possesses. Chapter 131. I desire 2 items. As the grand formation dissipated, hundreds of figures slowly emerged from the void. Above the boundless sky loomed towering silhouettes, resembling deities with bodies capable of obscuring the sun. Concealed behind the clouds, their true forms remained elusive. The air was thick with an oppressive atmosphere. Undoubtedly, the Chongqing family was enraged. This was not merely a matter of victory or defeat. It was a matter of the family's honor. Lin You had nearly swept aside all the prodigies within the Dragon Court, suggesting that none of the disciples nurtured by the Chongqing family could rival a mere unorthodox practitioner from a lower star domain. The direction of the Sima family was charged with palpable murderous intent, unrestrained and directly aimed at Lin You. Within the entire Dragon Court, only the Sima family sought to annihilate him. You possess considerable audacity. Never has anyone dared to provoke the Sima family in such a manner. No one has ever brought such disgrace upon us. Waves of immense divine powers surged from the clouds, causing the heavens to shudder, the sun and moon to lose their radiance, and a veil of darkness to envelop the sky. A barely perceptible aura, almost imperceptible even to divine senses, shot downwards with the intent to claim Lin Yu's life. In that moment of peril, it seemed someone had swiftly unfurled a folding fan. The gentle laughter of Zhuge Chongqing echoed, as radiant light illuminated the sky, tearing through the vast black mist. He stood before Lin You and the others, waving his feathered fan. A tempest arose, instantly dispersing the gloom. The Sima family was undeniably petty. The figures that had stood resolutely in the arena suddenly rose to their feet. They were not gazing at Lin You, but rather at Zhuge Chongqing. This individual had actually thwarted an attack from the ancestor of the Sima family. How could one so young possess such a profound cultivation? The depth of the Zhuge family's heritage was truly unfathomable. With Zhuge Chongqing present, could the future still hold the prospects of an elite Chongqing? Victory and defeat are but the whims of fate, my friends. It is time to exit the stage. Zhuge Chongqing's voice rang out, as he waved his fan to disperse the clouds, revealing the true forms of each family. An entity of unparalleled longevity has unveiled itself to the world for the first time. They stand resolutely, akin to deities, and with a mere gesture can evoke extraordinary phenomena, instilling a profound terror. What an illustrious family the Zhuge clan is. What a remarkable individual Lin You is. Speak, what is it that you desire? A venerable elder from a family of immortals spoke with indignation. Witnessing Zhuge Chongqing's prowess, his heart shifted from initial intimidation. The custom of redeeming a person with material goods is well established. Initially, they believed that their numbers would compel the Zhuge family to relent and release the captive. Yet, should they proceed in such a manner, it would only deepen the enmity between the two families. Zhuge Chongqing, having breached the realm of immortality at such a tender age, possesses a promising future. Should time continue to pass, he may reveal an unparalleled brilliance. In due course, they might face reckoning, rather than await a future filled with trepidation. It would be wiser to incur some pain now and resolve this matter completely. Zhuge Chongqing smiled radiantly. This question is not one you should pose to me. After all, the protagonist of the Dragon Court is Lin You. As he spoke, he turned slightly, creating a path for Lin You, gently encouraging him forward, whispering, "Well done. Speak freely. The Zhuge family will support you." The entire Zhuge clan holds Lin You in the highest regard. To speak of the fruits of their labors and the true essence of the dragon and phoenix they seized for Zhuge Zhanquan, the value is incalculable. If all goes well, the two will undoubtedly grow to become towering figures within the Zhuge family. Seeing the smile upon his companion's face, Lin You was filled with astonishment. No wonder you haven't entered the Dragon Court. It seems you are too formidable to gain entry. The highest of the Dragon Court. This individual has transcended the realm of immortality. Unbelievable. Before Lin You could respond, a young master from the Gu family leaped forward, his face brimming with excitement. "Lin You, allow me. I shall assist you in negotiations. Bargaining is the most exhilarating endeavor, is it not? I mean, I can help you secure more." Cold sweat beaded on the foreheads of the Gu family members as they glanced at Gu Xiaofeng, and promptly, an elder intervened. "What are you meddling in? Get back here. This is a sure way to offend others, and the Gu family stands to gain nothing. Are you out of your mind?" Helpless against the towering hand that seized him as if he were a mere chick, Gu Xiaofeng did not forget to loudly caution Lin You. "Remember, do not ask for spirit stones. That is too mundane. The Su family possesses a 10,000-year-old Tianshan snow lotus. They would certainly agree to 30 snow lotus seeds. The Chao family has a celestial-level divine ability, enigmatic and unpredictable. Most crucially, the Wang family has a daughter of exquisite beauty." Members of the Gu family hurriedly covered his mouth, leaving only the muffled sounds of Gu Xiaofeng's struggles to be heard. "Shut your mouth already." The Gu family members scolded angrily. Lin You sighed in resignation. Well, yet another lively character. Though he recognized the immense value of what Gu Xiaofeng was suggesting, Lin You already had a plan forming in his mind. He turned to Zhuge Chongqing. "Is it truly that anything can be requested?" Zhuge Chongqing lightly waved his feather fan. "Indeed, as long as they possess it." He also reminded mentally, "Remember to strike a balance. Do not go too far. Let them feel the sting. Yet ensure they are reluctant to overturn the table." Lin You nodded. "Understood." In the presence of the gathered crowd, Lin You slowly extended 2 fingers. "I only require 2 items," he declared. The venerable ancestor of the Celestial Longevity clan furrowed his brow at this proclamation. "With so many present, you ask for merely 2? It appeared to be a case of pooling resources. Indeed, these mere ants from a lower star domain had never witnessed the grandeur of the world. With this thought, they breathed a sigh of relief. One of the ancestors waved his hand dismissively, exclaiming, "Ah, I misjudged the young friend. It turns out he is so benevolent. Not 2, but even 20 items we could provide." Upon hearing this, members of the Longevity clan echoed in agreement. Indeed, young friend, feel free to speak." Lin You blinked his large eyes. "Really? These 2 items might be quite significant." At his words, an esteemed elder of the Longevity clan laughed heartily. "Significant? How significant could they be? If you desire 10,000 mountains today, I shall procure them for you. We are of the Longevity lineage, ruling over myriad realms. What is there that we cannot obtain? What is there that we would hesitate to part with? Speak freely, young friend. It is merely 2 items. Even if they are rare, we shall not bat an eyelash." Lin You grinned. "Are you truly certain? What of it? Would we ever go back on our word?" After one voiced their opinion, the other elders chimed in unison. Qin Feng quietly cautioned, "Brother, you're not asking for too much, are you? Over 200 prodigies are present. Surely, you could walk away with over 100 million spirit stones worth of treasures. Far too much to fit in even 100 storage bags. Just 2 items? What could possibly be so valuable?" Lin You smirked, a mischievous glint in his eyes, and replied enigmatically, "I have my own plans." Chapter 132, 2-star domains, or we perish together. From the direction of the Gu family, Gu Xiaofeng, having finally broken free from the restraint of his ancestor, was incensed upon hearing that Lin You only required 2 items. He vented his frustration towards his ancestor. "You insisted on stopping him, and look where we are now." Lin You was utterly oblivious. How could 2 items ever compare to these prodigious talents? Those were my half-brothers, and I was letting them suffer unfairly. His father swiftly struck him, exclaiming, "Having a son like you is truly a curse." "Be silent." Gu Xiaofeng winced in pain, wanting to retort, but finding himself silenced, resorting instead to frantic gestures to alert Lin You. In the center of the gathering, Lin You rubbed his hands together, stating, "The items I desire need not be fetched by you. I can retrieve them myself." Upon his declaration, the celestial elders erupted in joyous laughter, their mirth echoing through the realms. "Excellent. Truly excellent. We shall remember your kindness, young friend. Should you have need in the future, Do not hesitate to ask. This fool could not even find a lantern to light his way while holding mountains of gold and silver. How could they not rejoice? One esteemed elder of the Longevity clan, brimming with delight, encouraged Lin You to speak freely. Lin You nodded before articulating, I require 2 star domains. Specifically the 5th and 6th tier domains. An elder instinctively remarked, Ah, what a trivial matter, merely 2 star domains. Consider it done, the realms are vast beyond measure. In this solitary universe, there are far more than 10,000 star domains. If you wish to establish a garden, we have no objections. Just tell us which 2 you desire. He waved his hand dismissively, but after speaking, he felt an unexpected stillness in the air. Fellow cultivators, what does this mean? He noticed that the expressions of those who had been smiling brightly now appeared somewhat grave. Suddenly, he came to his senses. What did you just say? 2 major star domains, 5th and 6th rank. Boom. A thunderous tremor resonated in the hearts of the crowd. What nonsense is this? Initially, they thought this was a mere puffed-up claim, and now you're demanding 2 separate star domains. Nonsense. There are only 9 in total, jointly overseen by all the Chongqing families, and you want 2 for yourself? Even the top-tier Chongqing could not independently govern 2 domains. From the direction of the Gu family, the Gu family patriarch spat water in disbelief. Just a moment ago, he was worried about the foolish brother, and the next, he was utterly astonished. He stared blankly at Lin You in the center of the hall. He had intended to speak up for the other party after a request was made, hoping to gain some benefits and forge a good relationship. But this little brat opened his mouth and demanded 2 domains. What audacity! No. This is truly the audacity of the heavens and worlds. Even the Lion King would not dare to speak like this. Gu Xiaofeng was originally struggling to find his voice. But upon hearing this, he was rooted to the spot. Damn, what a ruthless character. Even Zhuge Changqing, standing beside Lin You, nearly stumbled, barely managing to keep his footing. He coughed and scrutinized the expression of the ancestral elder of the Chongqing. Unsurprisingly, it was a deep shade of iron gray. Only Qin Feng clenched his fists, exclaiming excitedly, Well done, you little rascal. I knew you wouldn't let yourself be at a disadvantage. Impressive. An elder from the Chongqing spoke in a deep voice. And the atmosphere became unbearably tense, his smile lacking any warmth. Young friend, are you perhaps jesting with us? Lin You shook his head, I never jest. The elder continued. Do you understand what you are asking for? 2 entire domains. And in the vast expanse of the heavens, no one dares to be so audacious. Lin You nodded. I am fully aware. These 2 domains I shall claim. Laughter echoed through the hall, laced with a chilling disdain that spread like frost. The Sima family laughed heartily. Unaware of your own insignificance. You are not worth mourning. An elder of the 1st tier Chongqing spoke solemnly. What if we refuse? Lin Yu's fingertips shimmered with sword intent as he gently curled his fingers, causing the faces of the talented disciples to change dramatically. The invisible sword energy piercing their very souls. As a junior, I am naturally aware of your might, esteemed elders. Should you refuse, we will perish together. I emerge from the 9th tier star domain. A life worth little, severing your future prospects would indeed be a fair trade. As his words fell, a deep, thunderous killing intent coalesced in the void. If possible, they would truly wish to erase this audacious individual from existence. There were many intricacies to consider. 2 vast domains, countless Dao fruits, and abundant resources. Merely the spiritual stones offered to support the Chongqing family amounted to astronomical figures. Yet upon further scrutiny, the situation appeared different. These 2 domains did not belong to anyone. If it came down to it, they seemed to incur no actual loss, only the dignity of the Chongqing family at stake. After all, even without the offerings from the 2 great star domains, the Chongqing family remained steadfast. Zhuge Changqing observed Lin Yu's calm gaze, a pondering expression emerging in his eyes. He communicated telepathically, inquiring if there was any room for negotiation. Lin Yu's thoughts stirred. The moment had arrived. There is indeed room. Immediately, Zhuge Changqing comprehended, stepping forth to mediate the situation. He feigned reprimand, elucidating the stakes. Lin You, this is absurd. These individuals represent the future hopes of the Chongqing family, the prodigies of the heavens. Do you truly intend to sever the future paths of the Chongqing family single-handedly? Such a profound act of rebellion is against all moral principles. Upon hearing this, the esteemed ancestors fell silent. He continued, To act in such a manner is no different from a demon. If you still value our connection with the Zhuge family, heed my counsel. The territories of the 2 domains, if you desire, can be granted to you. However, the offerings from both domains must remain intact and submitted in full. In name, they will still be governed by the Chongqing family, and you may serve as the Chongqing envoy stationed in the 2 domains. But how you manage it is beyond our concern. Lin You, infuriated, stamped his foot. No, I can forego nominal matters. but I nearly perished in the dragon court. I must receive at least 50% of the offerings, otherwise. As he spoke, a murderous glint flickered in his eyes, as he threatened to perish with the 200 prodigies who emitted pained groans. Then we shall all perish together. I shall not live. Zhuge Changqing closed his fan and struck Lin Yu's head. Do you not regard me at all? 1%, at most, I can grant you. Lin You gritted his teeth. 3%, that is my bottom line. Zhuge Changqing appeared profoundly disappointed, admonishing, 1.5%. Should you be insatiably greedy, the Zhuge family shall sever ties with you. Lin Yu's chest heaved violently, feeling immensely wronged. 1.5% it is. This is for the sake of our connection with the Zhuge family. Otherwise, my life is worthless, and I have nothing to lose. Only then did Zhuge Changqing nod in satisfaction, stating, yet you still cannot interfere with the matters of the fruit. Lin You, feeling aggrieved, turned his head away, emitting a muffled groan from his throat. In unison, the two reached a resolution in a heartbeat. The ancestors of the heavens silently observed, their thoughts clear as day. Yet they remained speechless. After all, they were at a disadvantage, with their leverage firmly in the hands of another. Now, both substance and appearance were adequately addressed, nominally. The two domains remained under the jurisdiction of the Changqing family, and Lin You was still their Changqing envoy. Although 1.5% of the spirit stones were relinquished, the distribution among the families rendered little difference. Their meticulous handling of the matter incited secret disdain among them. You two are truly ruthless. Chapter 133, The Changqing Envoy. Zhuge Changqing unfurled his folding fan, gazing at the esteemed ancestors of the Changqing family. Esteemed ones, are you satisfied with this arrangement? The corners of their mouths twitched uncontrollably. Satisfied? Satisfied, my foot. It appears that these two domains have been brazenly taken from us. Although it seems that no one has suffered any tangible loss, the sentiment is far from pleasant. The elder from the Gu family coughed first, stating, indeed, very satisfactory. In truth, we have lost nothing at all. My Gu family agrees first. Zhuge Changqing revealed a smile, expressing his family's agreement. As the saying goes, to borrow the slope to let the donkey down. With the two as exemplars, many ancestors quickly nodded in assent. For Lin You held 200 hostages in his grasp, leaving them no room for refusal. Zhuge Changqing immediately proclaimed, Lin You, heed my command. I appoint you as the envoy of eternal life, representing the Changqing family as you traverse the world. You shall have the authority to inspect both the internal and external affairs, enjoying the privilege of executing orders post factum, and the power to appoint subordinates at your discretion. Within the two realms, the selection of personnel is entirely yours. The Changqing family shall not interfere in the slightest. A smile flickered in the corners of Lin Yu's eyes as he responded in kind. Thank you, Lord Zhuge. Ding. Mission reward, 99 basic Dao fruits. 69 intermediate Dao fruits, 9 advanced Dao fruits. Upon hearing the system's notification resound in his mind, Lin You could hardly contain his elation. This journey had proven to be fruitful indeed. He had long prepared to cultivate his own influence, yet lacked the means to do so. Now, he could openly recruit soldiers. Moreover, with the completion of the mission's rewards, the Dao fruits he originally possessed combined with those granted by the system totaled nearly 300, sufficient to nurture a formidable elite force. The Lin Family Ascension to prominence within the Changqing was now merely a matter of time. With matters settled, Lin You retracted his sword energy, and the disciples of various families returned to their original positions. He accompanied Zhuge Changqing and the others on their return journey. Along the way, Zhuge Changqing surveyed the four with satisfaction. Excellent. This expedition to the Dragon Court has yielded tremendous rewards. Having spoken, Zhuge Changqing retrieved the Dao fruits from Zhuge Zhao and the others, handing them to Lin You. Keep these for yourself. Lin You looked up in astonishment at the sight of dozens of intermediate Dao fruits and one advanced Dao fruit. Zhuge Changqing remarked coolly, you made quite a name for yourself this time, and with your claim over the two realms, it seems you had plans all along. The Lin family cannot rely solely on you to achieve its ambitions. These Dao fruits will aid you in nurturing some capable individuals. Lin You stared at the man before him in surprise. How did you know? Zhuge Changqing lightly waved his fan. It is not a difficult matter. It is evident that the two realms are coveted by others, and you, Lin You, are determined to seize them. I do not perceive you as a fool. Thus, you must be a madman with aspirations that soar as high as the heavens. Lin You fell silent for a moment, but ultimately shook his head. I cannot accept these. The Zhuge family has already assisted me sufficiently. Zhuge Changqing shot him a glance. Less of that. These are mere Dao fruits. What you attained for Zhangquan and Zhao is worth more than any number of Dao fruits. Moreover, we have previously agreed that all gains from the Dragon Court belong to you. With that, Zhuge Changqing disregarded Lin Yu's protests and forcibly placed dozens of Dao fruits into his storage bag. Taking a deep breath, Lin You could not deny the allure of such gifts. These would allow him to cultivate dozens of powerful beings at the golden immortal level or even nearing the saint realm. Why does the Chongqing family boast so many prodigies? It is precisely because they gather Dao fruits from across the world and nurture them from a young age. Lin You pondered. Does the Zhuge family not worry that I might one day seek to attain prominence within Chongqing and break away from your control? Zhuge Chongqing shook his head, fixing his gaze on Lin You, and spoke each word deliberately. The Zhuge family has always valued the bond between us. Since it is a bond, what need is there to speak of control? I sincerely hope that Lin You will one day become unrivaled in the world. Only then will the Zhuge family truly reap great benefits. I am indeed curious, when the Lin family ascends to the pinnacle of longevity, how will they coexist with the current esteemed Lin family? At this point, Zhuge Chongqing couldn't help but chuckle, teasingly remarking, are we speaking of Lin family now? 1 and number 2? Lin You, hearing this, awkwardly touched his nose, well aware of the intricate relationship between himself and the Lin family. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he retrieved a heavy azure blue Dao fruit from his storage pouch. I nearly forgot. This was entrusted to me by an elder from the Zhuge family beneath the Tianyuan, and it was also a matter you asked me to address before I entered Longting. I consider it successfully fulfilled. Zhuge Chongqing's expression shifted to one of gravity as he reverently accepted the azure blue Dao fruit with both hands, as if silently paying homage to the deceased. Has that elder passed away? Lin You nodded in affirmation. What else did they say? Zhuge Chongqing inquired further. Matters concerning the ancient burial ground and other races, Lin You replied candidly. Very well. Are you curious to know more? Lin You shook his head, expressing his desire not to delve into such matters. I will learn in due time when I am qualified. Understanding now would only bring unnecessary worries. Zhuge Chongqing chuckled playfully. You certainly have a unique perspective. Others would be eager to uncover secrets to the fullest, yet you refrain from inquiry. He continued, nonetheless, should you have the opportunity, you may visit the ancient burial ground and gain clarity then. Lin You merely acknowledged with a sound and posed one final question. How many are there among the longevity envoys? Zhuge Chongqing responded, counting you. There are a total of 8. Each prominent longevity family is permitted to appoint one. Lin You inquired again. Then who represents the Lin family? Is there a chance of meeting them? Zhuge Chongqing's brow furrowed slightly at this question. It may prove challenging. The envoy from the Lin family has long-standing credentials, established tens of thousands of years ago. Furthermore, they are currently not within the myriad realms, but reside in the ancient burial ground, undertaking additional responsibilities. If you wish to meet them, I can inquire with the Lin family on your behalf. Lin You quickly shook his head, unwilling to raise any alarms. Although his identity was nearly exposed, he believed he could manage this matter on his own. He would inevitably visit the ancient burial ground, where he was certain to encounter the envoy. No need, I was merely asking out of curiosity. Seeing Lin Yu's reluctance to elaborate, Zhuge Chongqing did not press further, and the two parted ways. In the celestial star domain, a black mist, emblematic of the Sima family, wildly spread. After an indeterminate time, a figure gradually descended. Members of the Sima family scoffed, their voices cold and mocking. Lin Suihao, so you have your day of reckoning? The man known as Lin Suihao remained unperturbed, his demeanor calm. Lin Yu has reached a critical juncture. He can no longer be allowed to remain. If he stirs up the events of the past, none of us will benefit. In this myriad of worlds, there shall be no refuge. A Sima family member clicked their tongue, laced with scorn. You cannot even manage your own offspring, yet you expect us to intervene? Lin Suihao replied icily. I am here solely to inform you that whether you wish to be involved or not, you must take part in this matter. Lin Yu's next step will undoubtedly lead him into the ancient burial ground in search of the Lin family's envoy. He is currently enjoying a period of great prominence. Should he be eliminated amidst the myriad realms, it would undoubtedly alert the Zhuge family, leading to complications. The ancient burial grounds, therefore, serve as his most fitting sanctuary. All deaths can be perceived as mere accidents. Chapter 134, Sealing the Land as King. Returning to the 6th rank star domain. Within the Lin family's cave paradise, the members remain in a state of quiet cultivation. A mere sweep of his divine sense reveals to Lin Yu that each individual has made significant progress in their cultivation. Standing at the entrance, he gently clears his throat. In the next moment, the voice of the ancestral master of Yulong Cave, Fan Rue, resonates from within. Is that you, elder brother? An elderly head with graying hair pokes out, followed by a booming announcement to the inhabitants of the cave paradise. Elder brother has returned. Instantly, everyone snaps out of their meditative states, gazing at Lin Yu, who emanates a profound and enigmatic aura. The second elder, Lin Dong, cannot help but exclaim, Goodness! What level of cultivation have you achieved? Why does your presence feel as vast as the ocean after such a brief absence? Just a glance seems to stir the essence of the sword. Lin You smiles broadly. Let us not dwell on that. Look what I have brought back for you all. An eager Fan Rue rushes over. What treasures have you brought, elder brother? I've been keeping a close watch. The palace is nearly complete. I even specially asked uncle to inscribe a blessing for the alliance. Lin You rolls his eyes in disbelief. And what of your own cultivation? What realm have you reached? Now, Lin You has attained the Great Sage realm, and even the slightest concealment of aura by those present is easily pierced by his gaze. The entire Lin family has entered the true immortal realm. The elder Lin Tao and the second elder Lin Dong have each broken through to the true God realm. Others, such as Lu Yaowen, who already possess a profound foundation, have now advanced into the profound immortal and golden immortal realms. The cave paradise is abundant in cultivation resources. With effort, progress is nearly inevitable. However, Fan Rue, having accompanied Lin You for so long, remains at the true immortal realm. It is worth noting that he had already been a dominant figure in the true immortal realm of the 5th rank star domain when Lin You first met him, showcasing a lack of advancement. Fan Rue's face displays an awkward expression as he scratches his head. Elder brother, I sigh. He seems to have unspoken difficulties and resolves. I'll be frank, elder brother, my talent may have reached its limit. Now, cultivation feels like chewing wax. When I was at the martial immortal realm, I could progress rapidly. But now the flow of spiritual energy feels as though I am mired in a quagmire. It seems I may never break through to the true God realm in this lifetime. His expression reveals a hint of disappointment, clearly aware that he has become a burden. Looking at this longtime companion, Lin You takes a deep breath and pats his shoulder. No worries. Do you remember what I said? When the sky falls, I will bear the weight. Lacking talent and struggling to advance, allow me to assist you. With these words, Fan Rue can only force a wry smile. The notion of altering a cultivator's innate abilities seems far-fetched. If he were a child, he might have taken advantage of his undeveloped meridians and body to consume various heavenly treasures. But now he is aging. And how can he expect to ascend in one leap? The elder brother is merely comforting himself. Upon this realization, Fan Rue forced a strained smile and reassured. It's all right, elder brother. As long as you don't disdain me, I shall diligently cultivate. Lin You rolled his eyes in response. What nonsense is that? Do you think I'm boasting? With that, he casually tossed an advanced Dao fruit into the air. Fan Rue instinctively caught it. Yet before he could comprehend the situation, he witnessed Lin You hurl out 9 more, 1 for each of the 8 elders of the Lin family and 1 for Lu Yaowen. What in the world is this? Fan Rue gazed in bewilderment at the object in his hand, resembling both a fruit and a stone, something he had never encountered before. Could it be that the elder brother intended for him to find a stone and smash it? The Lin family members wore expressions of confusion, clearly unaware of the significance of the items they held. Only Lu Yaowen trembled, his pupils dilating uncontrollably, as if he were grasping a hot potato. This, esteemed sir, such a precious item, how could I possibly accept it? Lin You waved his hand dismissively. I have plenty, do not be courteous. He then tossed 3 intermediate Dao fruits to the 3 inspectors of the myriad realms. Observing Lu Yaowen's excitement, Fan Rue hurriedly inquired, what are these things? Lu Yaowen erupted in exasperation. What do you mean, things? You truly do not know how fortunate you are. This is a Dao fruit. A fruit left behind by a fallen cultivator of the Great Sage realm. Boom. As the words fell, everyone's breath quickened. The Great Sage realm. Although they had no idea of its precise utility, the mere mention of the Great Sage left them dumbfounded. What kind of existence is that? One thought can move mountains and seas. One word can shape the universe. In the vast expanse of the myriad realms, such figures can be counted among the elite. With just a thought, they could obliterate ordinary families. What a jest. Lin Tao was the first to shake his head. No, such a precious item should remain with you. He insisted. We are already old. Possessing a paradise of hidden realms is sufficient for our cultivation. You are still young, with a bright future ahead. The 8th elder nodded vigorously. His earlier joy replaced with trepidation as he tossed the Dao fruit to the 6th elder as if it were a bomb. Yes, young Yuzi, this isn't appropriate. Your 8th uncle has good cultivation talent, and doesn't he need this? You keep it for yourself. The 6th elder struggled to swallow, knowing not the depths of his astonishment at clutching 2 advanced Dao fruits. Lu Yaowen clenched his fists in excitement, and after a moment of inner turmoil, he ultimately presented the Dao fruit. Esteemed sir, I absolutely cannot accept this. Lin You frowned. Why are you all rambling? With so many, do you intend for me alone to refine them? Do you plan to merely spectate as I strive for longevity, or do you wish for me to abandon you entirely? Strive for longevity? The crowd was once again taken aback. They, residing in the 6th tier star domain, had no relation to such aspirations. The mere fact that longevity did not come seeking them was already a monumental blessing. Lin Yu's voice rang out calmly as he raised his hand, tossing out over 100 beginner Dao fruits and dozens of intermediate ones. To be honest, I have far more than I could ever utilize. The sole purpose of what I have brought back is to forge an unparalleled legion, one that exclusively belongs to me, Lin You. Even with the knowledge that it is a misguided endeavor, I shall unwaveringly stand alongside a team that supports my ambitions. Lin You then spoke sternly. Lu Yaowen. Startled, Lu Yaowen stood upright, exclaiming, "My lord." Lin You continued, "From this day forth, I shall extensively search both domains to recruit talented individuals. Anyone possessing exceptional qualifications may join my branch of the inspectorate, personally appointed by me. Should any family forces send their disciples, they shall be rewarded with 1,000,000 spirit stones. Upon enlistment, those who pass the test will receive a primary Dao fruit, with rewards for merit unbounded. I demand a commission of 1.5% from the spirit stones dedicated to the Chongqing family, which must first pass through my hands before being submitted to them. We shall breach the barriers between the 6th and 5th star domains, facilitating the flow of spiritual energy. Using the palace crafted by Fan Rue as our foundation, and raise the grand banner of Leo. I will establish 6 departments within the alliance: the Heavenly Execution, Sun Devouring, and Blood War divisions, each consisting of 100 members, with entry granted to those above the True God realm. The Shadow Guards, Inspectors, and Imperial Guards will each have 50 members, open to those above the Profound Immortal realm. Priority for Dao fruits will be given to those who excel, if insufficient. Spirit stones and rare materials shall suffice. Do you understand? Chapter 135. Within these 2 domains, I hold the authority. Lin You issued command after command, leaving those present utterly dumbfounded. Is this the proclamation of a warlord? With his personal guards and 6 departments. Brother, are you inciting rebellion? Lu Yaowen, fully aware of Lin Yu's astounding talents, understood that ultimately, the Chongqing family dictated the rules of this vast realm. Having lived most of his life, he could only rely on his meager experience. He quickly interjected, "My lord, you must reconsider. Such actions, if discovered by the Chongqing family, could lead to dire consequences." After speaking, he seemed to fear Lin Yu's wrath and gently urged, "If you wish to establish your own power, we can develop it in secret. These 6 departments, the Dao fruits, are truly alarming. With so many eyes watching, should news leak, the repercussions would be unimaginable." Observing the unwavering loyalty of Lu Yaowen, Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. What if it were discovered? Lu Yaowen was momentarily stunned before shaking his head. Impossible. This is a grave taboo. The Chongqing family governs the realms and would never allow anyone to recruit soldiers. The elder Lin Tao also cautioned, "You must reconsider, my son." In the next moment, Lin Yu tossed out a token. "What is this?" Lu Yaowen gasped, holding it in his hand. The 5 characters inscribed upon it struck him like a bolt of lightning. Official Envoy of Chongqing. What a jest. He looked up in disbelief at the 18-year-old before him. Just a few days ago, had he not only just secured his position as a 3rd-grade inspector? Where did this token come from? The highest authority of the inspectors. Connecting it to Lin Yu's previous words, Lu Yaowen felt his throat dry, overwhelmed by the implications. "What does this mean, my lord?" Lin Yu replied, "You see it. The official envoy of Chongqing." With that utterance, all present appeared frozen in place. The 3 inspectors standing behind Lu Yaowen were left dumbfounded, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. They were acutely aware of the significance of those words. At this moment, I clenched my fists in excitement, secretly grateful for having chosen the right person from the beginning. This individual is truly exceptional. How long has it been since we first met? From an ordinary inspector to the esteemed position of the Eternal Life Envoy. With a leader like this, my future prospects are undoubtedly bright. The members of the Lin family and Fan Rue stood in stunned silence, exchanging bewildered glances. A singular thought echoed in their minds. Utterly insane. This is beyond comprehension. Lin Tao gazed at Lin Yu as if he were a ghost, believing he had developed a strong enough capacity for acceptance. The boy's ability to break through was already akin to drinking water, something they had grown accustomed to. Yet, who could have anticipated such exceptional professional prowess? What their predecessors had failed to accomplish despite their utmost efforts. A person of such stature was now within his reach. How is it that you have achieved this on your own? Lu Yaowen grasped the token, barely able to contain his excitement, yet he forced himself to suppress his emotions. My lord, even as the Eternal Life Envoy, one cannot simply declare oneself as such. Lin Yu shook his head, asserting, I can. I visited the secret realm of the Eternal Life family, and, well, I eliminated a few and kidnapped over 200 geniuses. I exchanged their lives for the 2 realms with those venerable ancestors of eternal life. They all consented. Henceforth, I shall govern both realms. Lin Yu's words, delivered with nonchalance, resonated in the ears of the others like a thunderous clap. Lu Yaowen felt as though his brain was about to short-circuit. Killing the Eternal Life family and kidnapping geniuses? An exchange? Is this even conceivable? Fan Rue's voice cracked in disbelief. What do you mean? Are you saying that you not only defeated the Eternal Life family in the secret realm, but also used the lives of their disciples to barter for resources? And you succeeded? Those venerable ancestors actually compromised. My goodness, I am not bold enough for such jest. Lin You shook his head. I never joke. Seeing his resolute expression, Lu Yaowen felt as if his understanding of the world had shattered. Having lived for over half a lifetime and prided himself on having seen all walks of life, when had such a character ever existed? You merely stepped out once. And the Eternal Life family willingly handed over 2 realms. If you venture out a few more times, will all realms be under your command? Incredible. Lu Yaowen looked at his lord with concern. They did not give you any trouble, did they? Lin You nodded. Indeed, they did. They intended to kill me. And then? Then I said I would eliminate all their geniuses. 1 life for hundreds, a bloodbath profit. Lin Yu's words were light and airy. Yet anyone could sense the undercurrent of bloodshed and turmoil, undoubtedly a tale of heroism that would stir the soul. Fan Rue, struck by disbelief, wore a contorted expression. But brother, those venerable ancestors of the Eternal Life family possess unfathomable power. Did they not consider taking action? Lin You nodded. They did consider it, but they could not. The crowd was left in stunned silence, turning in unison as if they had just realized something profound. What do you mean? Lin You shrugged. It's simple. If I were at the pinnacle of martial arts, or a martial immortal, they could have easily crushed me with a mere thought. But unfortunately, I am at the great sage level. Is this even a rational statement? If the thoughts within one's mind could manifest in reality, the Lin family estate would undoubtedly be filled with question marks at this moment. Their gazes fixed upon Lin You resembled that of a monstrous being. The great sage realm? What lies beyond that? The Eternal Life realm? How old are you, brother? Are you jesting? Are you still able to continue? No wonder it is said that the Tao fruit is no longer needed. Who would possess the qualifications to teach you, brother? Let alone the former master of that Tao fruit. In just a few more days, you could teach him yourself. My goodness, even the Lin family, who had long since grown accustomed to Lin Yu's cultivation advancements, found themselves momentarily shaken. The 8th elder was the first to regain his composure. Snatching the Tao fruit from the hands of the 6th elder, without a backward glance, he dove into the cave heaven, fuming. I'm done. What a freak. I must cultivate. I shall cultivate day and night. The remaining elders of the Lin family echoed his sentiments, shedding any semblance of hesitation. What nonsense about preciousness? What about their age wasting time? Such thoughts were completely non-existent. With their own nephew nearing eternal life, who could still care about trivialities? Thus, several high-grade Tao fruits were hastily stowed away, igniting a fervor for cultivation within the cave heaven once more. The 2nd elder, Lin Dong, who had always prided himself on being a genius, could only shake his head with a bitter smile, holding the Tao fruit in his hand. He looked at Lin You with resignation. All right, you lad are quite impressive. Tao Ge was left speechless, the great sage realm, on the brink of attaining eternal life. Is that little rascal truly born of my short-lived brother? The Lin family, having scoured their ancestral lineage, found no such prodigy. Fan Rue gripped the Tao fruit tightly, glancing at Lu Yaowen, unwilling to be outdone. Rest assured, big brother, I am well acquainted with the 6th rank star domain. I will undoubtedly select the most outstanding and loyal talents for you. You shall not be disappointed. Chapter 136, The 99 Steps to Heaven. Lin You patted the shoulder of the venerable ancestor Fan Rue. Do your best. I have faith in you. With the title of the Envoy of Eternal Life and formidable strength, the 2 domains unified in a mere 3 days. Lin You, wielding the cultivation of the Great Sage Realm, forcefully shattered the barriers between the 6th rank star domain and the 5th rank star domain. With spirit energy flowing, the 2 domains thunderously merged, becoming the largest territory among the 9 star domains. Countless families trembled in fear, as if overshadowed by an unshakable gloom. Some families discreetly communicated with the Eternal Life faction, seeking to report this matter and hold Lin You accountable. Yet, no matter the means they employed, their messages vanished into the void, receiving not a trace of response. Even the celestial inspectors acting on behalf of the Eternal Life family turned a blind eye to the situation. In the 5th rank star domain, a golden immortal ancestor forcefully breached into the headquarters of the 4th rank star domain, seeking clarity. Yet, the only response offered was a single phrase. Lord Lin is the envoy of eternal life. What that signified was the will of the Eternal Life family. This news spread like a tempest between the 2 domains, with even the Eternal Life family rarely maintaining silence, choosing not to speak. Everyone gazed incredulously at the towering figure against the firmament. A change is upon us. What a jest! Everyone's heart roared in madness. The venerable and dominant faction convened an urgent family meeting to deliberate on how to interact with Lin You. Countless young individuals regard Lin You as an idol, flocking to him in droves. In a fleeting moment, the scale of the Protection Alliance burgeoned at a staggering pace. In the 6th star domain, Lin You sat high in the heavens. Before him stood a resplendent golden ladder. He had imbued it with mysterious techniques, regardless of cultivation level or age. Only those with unwavering tenacity or extraordinary talent could ascend. The ladder comprised 99 rungs. Upon traversing the first 10 rungs, one could join the alliance as a member, receiving a bounty of 100,000 spirit stones annually. Surpassing 30 rungs would grant the status of an overseer within the alliance, entitling one to 500,000 spirit stones each year. Only those who ascended beyond the 50 rungs could join the 6 departments, receiving the fruit of the Tao. Those reaching 80 rungs or higher would become the future pillars of the Protection Alliance, regardless of age or cultivation level. Meeting the requirements would allow one to become a deputy leader of the 6 departments. Should anyone manage to ascend all 99 rungs, they would undoubtedly seize control of the 6 departments and secure a seat among the elders of the alliance. At this moment, the base of the ladder was already thronged with a multitude. Ever since Lin You forcefully breached the divide between the realms, the celestial shackles laid by the Qin family had vanished without a trace. As long as one possessed the capability, it was even possible to break through the Qin realm right here. Next, Lin Yu's voice resonated calmly. On the ladder, a young cultivator could no longer endure and fell from the void. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Goodness, can anyone truly reach the top of this thing? It's terrifying. Indeed, that young man, only 28 years old, had already attained profound mastery in martial arts. Although not a prodigy, he is certainly destined to ascend to the ranks of martial immortals in the future. And yet, he only managed to scale 7 rungs. Does that not imply he lacks even the qualifications to join the Protection Alliance? Someone analyzed seriously, this ladder tests not only talent, but also one's character. I heard from those who descended that once one steps onto it, it feels as if a demonic melody invades the mind, incessantly eroding one's sanity. Only those with hearts as steadfast as rock, those unyielding, can reach the end. Lin You remained suspended in the skies as a figure approached slowly. Lu Yaowen slightly bowed. My lord, the matters of the Protection Alliance have been preliminarily confirmed. I kindly ask for your review. Lin You nodded faintly. Lu Yaowen continued. Apart from the 6 departments established by you, the members will be categorized into 3 ranks: ordinary members, overseers, and elders. I will base the new recruits on the former inspectors, assigning them to the supervision department, shadow guards, and personal guards. For now, they will be led by 3 inspectors of the 10,000 realms. Aside from the exceptional individuals on the ladder, those who perform outstandingly among the ordinary members will be temporarily promoted to inspectors, pending your decision on whether they will join the 6 departments. Lin You nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. One must commend Lu Yaowen's efficiency. Within a mere 3 days, he had already delineated a preliminary framework, utilizing the original inspectors to reinforce the 3 departments. This approach not only integrates the old with the new, but also clarifies planning ahead of time. I trust you with these matters. How many have joined the Protection Alliance in recent days? What are their qualifications and cultivation levels? Lu Yaowen respectfully replied, My lord. In just 3 days, a total of 108,623 individuals have come to join. Among those who ascended the 10-tiered ladder, there were 68 individuals, while only 12 managed to reach the 30th tier. The lowest cultivation level was that of a martial immortal, and the highest reached the 9th level of true immortal. At this point, Lu Yaowen could not help but click his tongue in astonishment. Out of over 100,000 participants, merely 80 remained. The elimination rate was indeed more terrifying than a meat grinder. Contemplating the need to strengthen their power, Lu Yaowen cautiously suggested, Might this ladder prove too challenging, my lord? Lin You waved his hand dismissively. Better to be selective than indiscriminate. The combined population of the 2 domains exceeds millions. Most of those who have come to compete are casual cultivators and disciples from minor families. The true geniuses and formidable characters have yet to reveal themselves. I cannot remain for long, as I must periodically enter the ancient burial grounds, and you and Fan Rue must collaborate closely. With the merging of the 2 domains and the abundant spiritual energy, it will undoubtedly attract more individuals. Perhaps even prodigies from the lower star domains will emerge. When that time comes, it will be up to the both of you to manage. Lu Yaowen nodded in understanding. Lin You then inquired about the offerings, specifically their quantity. Lu Yaowen replied in a low voice, filled with excitement. The combined offerings from countless families in both domains amount to over 10 billion spiritual stones each year. Even if we only take a mere 15%, it would be sufficient to sustain the entire Guardian Alliance. Lin You acknowledged this with a hum. as this was precisely the reason he required spiritual stones. Otherwise, merely feeding such a multitude could deplete him. He couldn't possibly promise grand visions every day. Lin You discreetly signaled to Liu Yaowen, indicating 30%. Liu Yaowen was taken aback. What does that mean? Lin You whispered, what remains after the fat is taken? Liu Yaowen, not grasping the implication, instinctively replied, a lard? Exactly. From now on, we shall extract 30% from the offerings. The remainder will go to the Chongqing family. If there are any issues, they can come to me. Liu Yaowen's breath quickened. This was tantamount to operating in the shadows. Having made it this far to manage the two domains was already beyond his wildest dreams. Yet, he had not anticipated that this lord would dare to secretly seize resources from the Chongqing family. Goodness, if discovered, would there not be rivers of blood flowing throughout the realms? Lin You seemed to see through his inner turmoil and calmly reassured him. Why panic? Even if we take 30%, the Chongqing family will hardly be affected. The Zhuge family will vouch for us, as long as we do not go overboard. They shall merely turn a blind eye. If the sky were to fall, I shall bear the burden. Chapter 137. Are you Lin You? Are you daring enough to battle me at the same realm? Liu Yaowen nodded solemnly. During their discussion, the latter had seen the arrival of over a dozen climbers, none of whom could even ascend to the 10th tier. Just as the crowd lamented the severity of this trial, a strikingly handsome young man with sword-like brows stepped forward. Clenching his fists, he stood beneath the ladder and shouted fervently towards Lin You in the heavens. Lord Lin, how many tiers must I ascend to challenge you? His voice resonated through the void, clear to all, including Lin You. Observing the youth, Liu Yaowen frantically searched through his memories. At last, he whispered softly, Cui, a descendant of the Cui family from the 5-star domain, is the sole survivor of his lineage. 3 centuries ago, the Cui family provoked the Liuguang clan and suffered a devastating annihilation. He should have perished alongside them, but the Cui family, with their lives at stake, forcibly preserved him, sealing him within a primordial fetal body before he was even born. Recently, he emerged from the seal, only to be captured by the inspector for covertly probing into the Liuguang clan and the background of the esteemed lord, yet was subsequently released. Now, at the age of 20, he possesses the cultivation of a martial immortal. Upon hearing this, Lin You could not help but raise an eyebrow. What a background. What a character. Quite the enigma, or a fool indeed. His family obliterated, bearing the weight of a blood feud alone, and the seal granting him a formidable advantage. The most crucial aspect is that, despite being nearly 20 years old with only the cultivation of a martial immortal, his circumstances are worth considering. After his family was destroyed, he had no resources for cultivation, relying solely on the natural qi of the heavens and earth to progress. By that measure, his potential is not to be dismissed lightly. Faced with Cui's challenge, the onlookers regarded him as if he were mad. Where did this fellow come from? Is he seeking death? To challenge Lord Lin, who could crush him with a mere finger? Has he lost his senses? Kill him, Lord Lin. Gazing at the figure before him, Lin You could not help but think of a phrase, an ant attempting to shake a tree. Now, as a being of the great sage realm, he need not lift a finger. With a mere thought, this wretch would meet his demise countless times over. Yet, he found himself intrigued. What could drive a man burdened with such a profound blood feud to speak so boldly? Lin You privately shook his head. He did not believe him to be foolish. A calm voice resonated in the void. Even if you ascend to the 99th level, you remain no match for me. Why seek death? Cui buried his head deeply, clenching his fists. I understand. I comprehend all these truths. Lord Lin, if I can stand before you, would you grant me a battle of equal standing? A smile graced Lin Yu's lips. How amusing. He parted his lips. The reason? Cui looked up, disbelief illuminating his eyes. The kind of twisted obsession that is the finest nourishment for a genius. I must provide an explanation to my family. For 300 years, though unseen and unheard, I have felt the anguished wails of my kin in their final moments. From the moment of my birth, I have lived solely for revenge. But, Cui helplessly clutched his head, the veins on his arms bulging. But when I finally emerged from the darkness, capable of standing on my own, that existence I wished to obliterate day and night was entirely ruined because of you. My life has lost all meaning and the value of proof. If I can triumph over you in a battle of equal standing, it will demonstrate that I can also be the one to extinguish the Liuguang clan. The lives lost will not have been in vain. I, Cui, will not disappoint their expectations. His voice echoed across the heavens and the earth, deafening. The lonely youth tightened his fists, his crimson eyes wide open. He took a step forward, resolutely ascending the heavenly ladder. As he stepped onto it, a piercing demonic sound erupted, resonating as if it accompanied the tremors of his very soul. Yet, Cui's expression remained unchanged. With astonishing speed, he ascended the 10 flights of stairs, defying all odds. How could this be possible? Was the celestial ladder's effect rendered useless against him? No. The essence of the ladder's mystique still lingered. He had simply endured it with sheer willpower. Above, Lin Yu's lips curled into a smile as he quietly observed the figure continue its ascent. 29, 30. Cui Yi's pace remained relentless, beads of sweat cascading from his brow like a torrential downpour. Though unaware of the trials he had faced, one could sense the immense burden weighing upon his shoulders. A thunderous roar erupted from the celestial ladder, as countless blades of wind howled forth, tearing at his flesh with merciless precision. Time and again, he was assailed by taunts. You are worthless. A disgrace to the Cui family. Cui Yi, you have disappointed us gravely. Why did we ever risk our lives to save you? A mere burden. You are the dregs of society. You cannot even avenge your kin. What purpose does your existence serve? Go die and join us. You should have perished long ago. At the 41st level, dark thoughts began to fester within Cui Yi, his expression contorting with pain and silent screams. The indelible sword energy relentlessly tore at his body, leaving gaping wounds. In mere moments, his form was drenched in crimson. Gritting his teeth, he pressed onward. 4950. He was the first to reach the 50th level. Access to the 6 departments was now within his grasp, and a reward of a Dao fruit awaited him. What a jest! How on earth had this scoundrel achieved this? Being nothing more than an ant in the martial immortal realm? Lin Yu's eyes glimmered with admiration as he silently watched the figure ascend. At 58, Cui Yi's body trembled as if sifting through grain. Each step resonated with the crack of his bones. The sound alone was enough to evoke anguish. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. 60. A palpable pressure enveloped him. With a resounding crack, Cui Yi's shoulder burst apart, his right arm dissolving into a mist of blood. He howled in agony like a wild beast, roaring, "Silence! All of you be quiet. I will have my vengeance. I have not betrayed you. Please, do not speak." As the shadows of despair grew within him, his face turned a ghastly shade of blue. Crimson blood poured from his shoulder, staining the celestial ladder a deep red. At the 80th level, an eerie silence fell over the gathering. No one dared to breathe, fearing they might disturb the unfolding miracle. They gazed in awe at the figure ascending the ladder, their expressions a blend of shock and disbelief. Cui Yi was riddled with wounds, his arms hanging limply at his sides. Yet, he lifted his leg once more, his knee cried out under the strain, his lower leg shattering in an instant. Yet, within his eyes burned a fierce defiance and fury as he stubbornly pressed forward against the oppressive force. At the 90th level, the entire 6-star domain fell into silence, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Chapter 138, Sealing the 6 Departments. Every gaze reflected incredulity. This individual, this mere ant of the martial immortal realm, he has astonishingly ascended to the 90th step. What kind of absurdity is this? Does it not imply that he is now eligible to become the deputy commander of the 6 departments? He is merely at the martial immortal realm. Such a farce. While everyone remains entranced by Cui Yi's astonishing feat, this 20-year-old continues his ascent. Just 9 more steps, and he will reach the place where Lin You resides. 91, 92, 93, 98. Cui Yi's body has long been overwhelmed, his legs finally bursting into a mist of blood. The shattered remnants of his teeth have been swallowed. He relies on the undulating motion of his body to advance step by step. This half-step distance feels as distant as a chasm. No matter how desperately he struggles, it feels as though he is weighed down by mountains. Cui Yi raises his head, his pupils trembling. He gazes at the figure, so close yet seated upon the lofty throne. From an unknown source, a tremendous power erupts. His head crashes heavily against the steps, and with a momentary recoil, he launches into the air. 99 steps. Instantly, a sound erupts as if a watermelon has burst. Cui Yi can no longer withstand this oppressive force. His head explodes, and his soul deteriorates at a visible pace. Countless eyes are fixed upon him. It is over. To reach 99 steps only to perish. He has sacrificed his life to prove something utterly meaningless. Was it worth it? Everyone internally questions this as they watch Cui Yi fall. How intriguing. In the void, Lin Yu's voice resonates softly. He sits upon the throne, his fingertips dancing lightly. In an instant, a torrent of vitality and spiritual energy cascades into the void. In just 3 breaths, Cui Yi's physical form is entirely reforged. A thought of life and death, a thought of gods and demons. Lin You not only grants him the right to live anew, but also improves his aptitude through the twin heaven-connecting tree during the reforging. Now, he is akin to a living, walking heaven-connecting tree. Given time, he shall be immortal and indestructible. Cui Yi awakens from the chaos, dumbfounded as he touches his newly formed body. His appearance remains unchanged, his memories intact. Only his aptitude has transformed. As he breathes, spiritual energy flows freely. How is this possible? My body at that moment of daze, Lin Yu's voice resonates in his ears, echoing across realms, resonating in the hearts of all. Cui, commander of the Extermination Division. As a reward, 1 advanced Dao Fruit, 30 million Spirit Stones, choice of star domains, lead the 6 departments, as the foremost of the 6. Additionally, the position of Deputy Leader of the Protector Alliance. Furthermore, the Lin family grants you the privilege of their blessed realm. As Lin Yu's proclamation concludes, Lu Yaowen promptly speaks, like a close attendant, disseminating this decree throughout the realms. Lord Lin's edict. Effective immediately. Cui shall lead the Extermination Division as the foremost of the 6 departments. As a reward, 1 advanced Dao Fruit, 30 million Spirit Stones, choice of star domains. Additionally, the position of Deputy Leader of the Protector Alliance. Furthermore, the privilege of the Lin family's blessed realm. Boom. This news descends like a bomb into the still waters of silence. A multitude stood in stunned silence. Lin You produced a crystal stone, absorbing it in his palm. And from an unknown corner, a high-level Dao Fruit soared forth. 30 million Spirit Stones filled a storage bag, the sheer weight of it overwhelming the senses. Their astonishment stemmed not only from Cui Yi's meteoric rise, now towering above the masses, but also from the incredible generosity displayed by Lin You. This was a high-level Dao Fruit. Just one could elevate a person to at least the threshold of a quasi-saint. What a jest. Could it be true? Am I dreaming? Such a reward is exceedingly lavish. 30 million Spirit Stones? My entire family couldn't possibly gather that. Goodness. Wouldn't he, the head of the 6 departments, now be Lin Yu's subordinate? Countless families erupted in excitement. The once hesitant ancient factions urging their disciples forth as if their lives depended on it. Get out there at once. If you return without making a name for yourself, don't even think about coming back. Wait, what are you waiting for? By the time you're ready, the opportunity will have vanished. Some elders employed provocative tactics. You call yourself a genius? Fine, prove it. I don't ask for much. Just ascend 80 steps. Countless talented youths, once regarded as treasures by their families, stood dumbfounded. Did he just sell himself out? Some, confused about the significance of the high-level Dao Fruit, inquired of their elders. Isn't it just a high-level Dao Fruit? What's the big deal? It's merely a handful of Spirit Stones. No sooner had the words left their lips than they received a sharp reprimand. What do you know? Go seize that opportunity. If you keep whining, I'll send you off myself. In the realm of consciousness, countless figures began racing toward the heavenly ladder. A smile curled at the corners of Lin Yu's mouth. Wasn't he this just perfect? The objective was achieved. Cui served as the finest advertisement. A barrage of information abruptly anchored Cui in place, leaving him bewildered. He witnessed Lu Yaowen, a once exalted figure, bowing to him. Lord Cui, congratulations. Cui was dazed. Wasn't he here to challenge? What was happening? Yet soon, he dismissed his chaotic thoughts. Lord Lin, am I now worthy to battle you on equal ground? Lin Yu turned in surprise. This fellow was quite persistent. Nevertheless, that was well. Geniuses are always extraordinary. He nodded gently. Very well. In an instant, Lin Yu's cultivation transformed from the great saint realm to the martial immortal realm. Observing this scene, the crowd could not help but be entertained. I can hardly believe Lord Lin truly agreed. Who do you think will win? Need you even ask? Clearly, Lord Lin is formidable. I'm not so sure. Cui possesses an indomitable spirit. He might give Lord Lin a bit of trouble. Trouble? In the same realm. Cui won't last a single move against Lin You. As some spectators expressed such confidence, others turned to regard them. Who are you? Do you know Lord Lin well? The individual scratched his nose. Not exactly, but I know a thing or two. Others inquired, oh, why is it that the only one who has traversed the 99 levels of the heavenly ladder, Cui, cannot withstand even a single blow from Lord Lin? The man wore a bitter smile, tinged with a hint of grievance. Because, back when Lord Lin first arrived in the 6-star domain, he effortlessly obliterated my ancestor with a single strike, transcending boundaries with such ferocity. What do you think will happen in the same realm? Chapter 139, Unrivaled in the Same Realm, Entering the Ancient Tomb. As Lin Yu's realm aligned with his, Cui Yi's breath quickened. His gaze fixed on the imposing figure before him, akin to a divine monarch. For a moment, he could scarcely distinguish reality from illusion. I have provoked Lord Lin. With that declaration, Cui launched a fierce assault, gritting his teeth as the veins on his arms bulged, delivering a punch of formidable might that reverberated through the air, shaking the very void. It would be a challenge for any ordinary martial immortal to contend with such force. Yet Lin Yu appeared unperturbed, seemingly oblivious to the impending onslaught. His eyes reflected an unshakable calm. The technique was impressive, grand and expansive, yet its power was inscrutable. In the next instant, he merely raised a hand. Without even employing the white tiger golden light sword, and with a single finger, The fierce wind of the punch was instantly rendered as ineffective as a deflated balloon. But that was not sufficient. Lin You softly murmured, akin to a mentor instructing a pupil. Again, another punch, infused with Cui Yi's seething rage. Yet the outcome was entirely predictable. This time, Lin You did not even bother to lift a finger. Standing firm, the sword intent emanating from his being shattered the punch's momentum with ease. Too slow, too feeble. Your strength is utterly insubstantial. Continue. 1 punch is insufficient. Then let it be 10 punches. If 10 are insufficient, then let it be 100, 1,000, or even myriad punches. Today I stand here. If you can compel me to retreat even a single step, it shall be a testament to my inferiority. As his voice resounded, the arena erupted in a cacophony. This was no mere clash of equals. It was a complete and utter domination, an one-sided affair, devoid of any suspense. Is this truly the 18-year-old prodigy who unifies 2 realms, a being even the Chongqing family tacitly acknowledges? How terrifying! Lin Yu's words were not only commanding, but also laced with an almost imperceptible disdain. Cui Yi's emotions were stirred, and as he gazed into those eyes, as still as stagnant water, he was consumed with an uncontrollable fury. Like a madman, he flailed his fists, letting his internal energy surge forth, his complexion pale, blood spilling from his mouth. His knuckles were reduced to a bloody pulp, yet he could not even graze the hem of Lin Yu's garments. With a slight gesture, Lin You unleashed a beam of sword light that pierced through Cui Yi's shoulder, instantly diminishing his aura. Cui Yi, you hesitated. Your fists are filled with rage, but devoid of hatred. I bestowed upon you a new life, elevated you to a lofty position, yet you have forgotten your original intent. Are you fearful of me? Your fists may harbor anger, but they cannot be solely fueled by it. If it is insufficient to carry you through to the end, then cast it aside and embrace this entirely new world. Lin Yu's voice echoed through the heavens and earth, akin to a teacher illuminating the profound truth. In this shared realm, you find yourself unable to withstand even a mere blow. Why is that? In this world, dignity can only be nourished with blood. Having traversed this arduous path without a mentor, you ought to comprehend the tremendous challenges it entails. The demise of your family was not wrought by the Liuguang clan, but rather by this lofty world, by this decayed and monotonous star domain. For the sake of your family, Will, you must persist. With a heart as steadfast as rock, a breakthrough is possible. With a resounding echo, Cui Yi stood frozen in place, incredulous as he gazed at this individual, who was 2 years his junior. The disparity felt as vast as the abyss. Throughout his journey, the only force sustaining him to this day was hatred and animosity directed towards the Liuguang clan. After the annihilation of the Liuguang clan by Lin You, he imposed upon Lin an unwavering determination to prove his worth by vanquishing him. But what if he were incapable of defeating Lin You? Or perhaps he ought not to engage him at all. What, then, is the essence of his existence? To end his own life and perish alongside his family? No. Cui Yi roared, clutching his head, his eyes filled with anguish. He wrestled with himself, repeatedly questioning why he should continue to live. This easily attainable status, was it merely a concession, an act of mercy, to strike at Lin You? No, he could not. Lin had avenged the blood feud of the Cui family, and he was far from being a match for him, even in a battle of equal standing. In a vague sense, Cui Yi seemed to hear the silent murmurs of his family. They appeared to be saying something, their voices faint and almost inaudible. Were they expressing gratitude? A flicker of confusion crossed Cui Yi's face as he raised his gaze, locking eyes with Lin You. Those eyes, simple and unadorned, were filled with an indescribable confidence. Lin You raised his hand, conjuring a token from the void, inscribed on one side with the words Zhu Tian and on the other with a prominent character for Cui. With a serene smile, he spoke softly. Would you be willing to serve as my Grand Commander of Zhu Tian? Come, let us explore this world together and witness the collapse of this decayed system. Let us see if those disciples of eternal life and immortality possess heads as resilient as their boastful tongues. You ought to live for yourself, not out of hatred. In that instant, it was as if a profound insight had struck Cui Yi. This man, who had not shed a single tear in 20 years, was now overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Clutching the crimson token of the Zhu Tian faction, he knelt on one knee. Cui Yi, at your service. I bow in reverence to Lord Lin. I shall serve with utmost dedication until my last breath. In that moment, Cui Yi's aura began to soar. The resentment that had been festering for 3 centuries was finally released. The heavy shackles, akin to mountains, began to crumble. He rose slowly, his cultivation ascending to new heights. In mere moments, he reached the realm of true immortality, surpassing 3 thresholds. Everyone present was left speechless. What was happening? How could this be? Are you not aware? This is not Cui Yi's achievement. It is the merit of Lord Lin You. He merely offered a few casual pointers, and Cui has broken through. My heavens! One can hardly fathom the extent of this man's power. Countless envious and resentful gazes were directed towards Cui. This fellow possesses status, strength, and background. How many people yearn for such a life throughout their existence? Lin You nodded in satisfaction, observing Cui. Go forth, visit the dreamboat Lin family. There are those awaiting your arrival. Cultivate diligently, and I hope that when we meet again, you will have transcended the realm of quasi-saints. At that moment, Cui gazed at Lin You, his eyes brimming with gratitude. He understood that this man before him had granted him a new lease on life. Yes, my lord. Beneath the heavenly ladder, countless prodigies were driven to madness. They climbed desperately, yearning for an ascension to greatness, aspiring to become beings above all others. However, Lin You lost interest in continuing to watch. He commanded, the remaining matters are entrusted to you and Fan Rue. I must make a journey to the ancient burial grounds to resolve past grievances. Chapter 140. The Celestial Barrier. In the ancient burial grounds, the yellow sands swirled chaotically. Countless corpses lay as if they had been entrenched in the earth for eons, their once vibrant eyes now dry and seemingly lamenting in silence. The air was thick with an odor that provoked grimaces. Blood had soaked the ground, forming a crimson crust impervious to the wind. An endless, imposing gate loomed, its dark red facade adorned with the words Celestial Barrier hanging at the entrance. This place was the battlefield between humanity and the other races. The final bastion guarding the line of life. Lord Lin, I have heard that a new envoy of longevity has emerged across the realms, also bearing the surname Lin. Could he possibly be a relative of yours? In the ominous palace, someone gestured towards a middle-aged man. Lin Sahao frowned slightly and replied with a faint smile. What you say is absurd. If all Lin surnames were my relatives, the Lin family would surely be the greatest in the world. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Just a casual chat, haha. By the way, do you think the newly appointed envoy will come to the Celestial Barrier? I hear he is quite the unruly character. And his talents are astonishing. At merely 18 years old, he has already reached the great saint realm. Indeed, if he is truly a relative of the Lin family, it seems another Lin Tangfeng may emerge from the ancient burial grounds. Just think of the awe-inspiring stature of that ancient warrior from the War Department. A hint of chilling ice flickered in Lin Sao's eyes upon hearing this. As the crowd engaged in idle chatter, a chilling figure slowly entered. The Sima family. He cast a quiet glance at Lin Suhao, who immediately understood and exited the grand hall. The individuals within the room wore smiles. Oh, that lad has certainly offended the Sima family gravely. 10 shall be eradicated. If he comes to the Celestial Barrier, it will surely stir up a commotion. The hall doors gradually closed. Lin Suihao and the representative from the Sima family stood atop the city wall in silence. After a lengthy pause, the man spoke icily. According to reports, Lin You is en route. He is passing through the Zhuge family to enter the ancient burial grounds. He seeks justice for the Lin family from years past, and he may very well unearth the truth of those events. Lin Suihao remained silent, his gaze fixed on the swirling yellow sands. What is the current situation? The Sima representative replied. It remains unclear, but he should reveal himself within half a day. Lin Suihao inquired further. How many have the Sima family brought this time? The individual from the Sima family remarked. Not many, merely 6. Lin You, after all, is now a registered envoy of eternal life, having recently begun to make his mark within the Dragon Court. The influx of visitors is bound to leave traces. Too many eyes can lead to unwanted scrutiny, and should any whispers of our actions slip through, we would find ourselves in dire straits. Lin Suihao frowned upon hearing this, a flicker of annoyance flashing in his eyes. The current situation with Lin You has become a tangled web. Had he foreseen this, he would have personally extinguished him in his cradle. Lin Jingyun, that useless wretch, not only met his demise but also divulged the secrets of the Lin family. Otherwise, how could Lin You have traced matters to this point? As for their cultivation levels, the envoy from the Sima family replied. For at the pinnacle of the great sage realm, and 2 at the eternal life realm. If we include you and me, we then possess 4 in the eternal life realm. The Zhuge family is constantly monitoring us. This is already the limit. Any further additions would likely raise suspicions. Lin Suihao nodded thoughtfully. After a prolonged silence, as if having made a profound decision, he spoke coldly. Let us proceed with greater caution. There is no need to wait for Lin You to arrive at the heavenly gate. We shall ambush him en route, utilizing the Zhuge family's territory. As Lin You entered the ancient burial grounds, he noted that the teleportation portal could not directly connect to the heavenly gate. It was barely a safe haven within the domain of human forces. While he lamented the pervasive yellow sand and the scattered remains, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Mission issued. A life snatched from the jaws of death. Mission description. Lin Suihao from the Lin family plans an ambush involving 8 individuals. 4 at the pinnacle of the Great Sage Realm and 4 at the Eternal Life Realm. The host is in grave peril. Mission rewards. 6 colorful critical hit roulette. Mission rewards. Chaos Tao Scripture Progress, fully charged. Mission rewards. The Lin Family's blessed land receives 1,000-fold acceleration. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Lin You could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. Such rewards? What on earth? He had never witnessed the system being so generous. The prospect of 6 stacked colorful critical hit roulettes was staggering, inciting wild imaginings of how many zeros that could entail. Incredible. However, he quickly came to his senses. Inhaling sharply, the rewards were often commensurate with the risks involved. Such bountiful offerings indicated that the peril was far greater than anticipated. Currently possessing only the first level of the Great Sage Realm, he was expected to confront 4 ancient ancestors of the Eternal Life Realm and 4 at the pinnacle of the Great Sage Realm. With a dismissive scoff, Lin You turned on his heel. What nonsense. He was not a fool. Engaging in a head-on confrontation was tantamount to seeking death. The Great Sage opponents could be manageable. Perhaps he could rely on his heavenly grade techniques to contend with them. But what of the Eternal Life cultivators? Did they truly underestimate him? As his cultivation progressed, Lin Yu's once unassailable position among his peers was gradually eroding. The perfected heavenly grade techniques were no longer his exclusive domain. It was futile to consider. Those ancient beings had undoubtedly mastered similar arts. In the presence of those who had lived for countless years, even his white tiger golden sword might prove inadequate. Just as he prepared to return to the original teleportation portal, the world around him suddenly shifted. An indescribable aura of terror enveloped the heavens. The void was instantaneously sealed, and countless chains ensnared Lin You as if they were gates of confinement. 8 figures emerged slowly from the celestial veil, exuding an aura that commanded the universe. At the forefront stood Lin Suihao, his expression devoid of emotion, gazing at Lin You as one might observe an insignificant ant. I grant you 2 realms. Mere survival is all that is required. Yet, you insist on entering this ancient burial ground. Such self-inflicted tribulation is inexcusable. The moment Lin Suihao appeared, the half-token in Lin Yu's possession began to thrum, and he immediately discerned the identity of his adversary. Damn it, I've been discovered. These bastards are swift in their actions, not even allowing me entry to the heavenly gate. Lin Yu's eyes darted frantically, searching for an escape route, while simultaneously attempting to buy time with words. Are you of the Lin family? Lin Suihao replied coldly, and what of it? Lin Yu forced a smile, attempting to dispel the misunderstanding. Is this not a misunderstanding? I am the envoy of the Zhuge family, sent to convey greetings. What business do you have with me? A sinister smile crept upon Lin Suihao's lips. What of the Zhuge family? He shook his head, tearing away the last vestiges of pretense. Lin Yu, I am aware of your purpose for being in this ancient burial ground. Every soul here is privy to it. They even know how Lin Tangfeng met his demise. Why the need for subterfuge? We have come for your life. As for your title of envoy, it is of no consequence. Upon your death, these deeds will be attributed to the demonic clan. Perhaps a monument will be erected in the realms, inscribed with Lin You, envoy of the Zhuge family, was ambushed and perished in a valiant struggle against the demons. How does that sound? Longevity realm. The Ascendant path, stepping into the celestial realm, God King, near Emperor. Lin You forced a strained smile. Not particularly appealing. Lin Suihao nodded, unfazed. No matter, I have no intention of granting you a choice. With a casual wave of his hand, the 7 others stepped forward. A weighty pressure, reminiscent of crashing waves, descended upon Lin Yu's shoulders, while an inky fog surged forth uncontrollably. The representatives from the Sima family wore expressions of malicious glee. Lin Yu, were you not so arrogant? Continue your barking. Come, face me. How proud you were within the Dragon Court. Have you ever considered that this day might come? To slay a disciple of the Sima family is a fate unworthy of lament. Suddenly, a presence far exceeding that of the great sage erupted into the sky. It descended upon Lin Yu like an everlasting spiritual force, as if the being before him were not a mere practitioner, but a towering ancient tree that had stood for countless years. The overwhelming weight and transcendent power, beyond the essence of life itself, rendered even breathing a luxury. Longevity realm. Lin Yu gritted his teeth. He raised his hand, unleashing a sword strike. The sharp edge seemed poised to tear asunder the heavens. Yet, before it could draw near, it was abruptly interrupted by that formidable aura. For the first time, he looked up in shock. This bastard truly possessed an overwhelming strength. His Huangdi sword cannon felt utterly insignificant. The laughter from the Sima family grew louder, mocking him. How pitiable. Did you truly believe you could battle across realms as in the lower world? This is the paradise of the longevous. Without entering longevity, you are not even worthy to be an ant. That proud technique of yours, that divine ability? A jest. As the words fell, The white tiger golden light, sword in Lin Yu's hand, was forcefully bent. Before he could gather his wits, a violent explosion of blood mist erupted from his shoulder. His right arm pierced through. What madness is this? Lin Yu stared in disbelief, his eyes wide open. The difference between the Great Sage realm and the Longevity realm was merely a level, yet it felt as insurmountable as a chasm. His mind raced with frantic thoughts of escape. The heavens and earth were firmly suppressed. What to do? What to do? Lin Suihao's gaze was icy. It was time. Eliminate him directly to avoid further complications. As Lin Yu retreated, he shouted in fury, his life hanging by a thread. Unable to invoke the name of the Zhuge family. Have you all lost your minds? I am a registered envoy of the Longevity realm. The entire multiverse knows I have entered the ancient burial ground. If you dare lay a hand on me, you seek war with the Zhuge family. Lin Suihao replied indifferently. The Zhuge family is destined to perish sooner or later. You are merely the first to depart. Moreover, do you truly believe that the Zhuge family can command all the families of longevity? Or do you think that the Gu family, with whom you have only a tenuous relationship, would delve into the responsibilities of my Lin family and the Sima family for your sake? Such naive delusions. Die quietly, Shu. Don't make a fuss. With another flick of his finger, Lin Yu spat out a mouthful of blood. He frantically drew upon the power of his external incarnation. Yet, during this time, without critical hits to accelerate his strength, his external incarnation barely reached the realm of martial arts, utterly insufficient to sustain any further breakthroughs. Was he about to die? Damn it! Lin Yu cursed vehemently within. As he prepared for a desperate fight against the 4 practitioners of the longevity realm, suddenly, a tide of demonic energy, more turbulent than darkness itself, surged forth. It tore through the barriers of the grand formation, ripping apart the dim sky as if to declare dominion over this realm. In the void, a cacophony of inhuman laughter echoed, a madness and arrogance that resonated from their very bones. Their voices were deep and murky, imbued with an unspeakable aura of brutality. Human race. There are humans here. Brothers. Come, let us slay them. For peak Great Sage Realm warriors, 4 from the Longevity Realm. In an instant, a massive silver-black banner emerged from the clouds, as if piercing a hole through the heavens. One side of the banner bore the character for demon, while the other displayed Azura. Lin Suihao's expression changed drastically. What was happening? Why were the Azura faction here? What were the guardians of the Heavenly Gate doing? The overwhelming demonic energy drew nearer, even without probing with divine sense. One could feel countless obscure and inscrutable auras. One of the 6 divisions of the demon clan. Lin Suihao spoke sharply, Azura demon. Do you intend to wage war against our human race? The black mist churned. From within the clouds, the voice of the Azura demon carried a hint of mockery. Wage war? Have we merely been chatting these years? Besides, you, a mere ant of the longevity realm, have neither the virtue nor the capability to speak to me in such a manner. Kneel, bow before my brilliance. With a thunderous roar, the demonic energy surged forth, shattering the grand formation from tens of thousands of miles away. Along with Lin Yu, 9 others were caught in the terrifying aftermath, blood flowing profusely. The army continued to advance, and even from a distance, the cheers of the demon practitioners could be heard. Slay them. Let us wash the heavenly gate in blood once more. With the severed heads of these individuals as our vessels, we shall indulge in a revelry that spans 3 days and nights. The situation has taken a dire turn. The 8 individuals present can no longer muster the will to confront Lin Yu. Now, as we are not far from the Zhentian Pass, the demonic forces have descended, and it is imperative that we return to deliver the news while there is still time. Should we delay, we know not if the pass will withstand the onslaught. But our demise is all but certain. Lin Suihao's visage darkened with fury as he cursed under his breath. Upon turning back, Lin Yu had already fled over 100 miles away. We must return to the Zhentian Pass. The Shura division, one of the 6 factions of demonic cultivators, has made its entrance. Such a significant disturbance without our presence is indeed suspicious. The members of the Sima clan gazed at Lin Yu as he receded further into the distance. What shall we do about that fellow? Lin Suihao bellowed. There is no time to lose. If we do not leave now, we shall perish here. The path he took was entirely opposite to that of the Zhentian Pass, and it would not be long before he became surrounded by the demon horde. Even if he does not meet his end at our hands, he shall surely fall victim to the demons. It is possible we may even drag the Zhuge clan down with him, achieving 2 objectives at once. The faces of the others were contorted with rage, yet they dared not linger even for a moment. They hastened directly towards the direction of the Zhentian Pass. In the void, the faint whispers of the Shura echoed. Run, run. In the ancient burial grounds, where can you possibly escape to? Our iron hooves shall undoubtedly trample your cities. The myriad realms shall welcome a new master. Meanwhile, Lin Yu plunged into a concealed cave. His complexion was as pale as parchment, and beads of sweat cascaded from his forehead like raindrops. After enduring relentless assaults from the Chongqing realm and suffering injuries from an unfathomable powerhouse, his situation had deteriorated to its nadir. To survive this ordeal without succumbing on the spot was a stroke of extraordinary fortune. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin You mobilized the life force of the Tongtian tree to begin mending his wounds. His eyes reflected an icy resolve. Faintly, he could hear the sounds of battle echoing from afar. Lin Suihao, the Sima clan, better prolong your existence. This grievance I shall avenge personally. Chapter 142, The Ancient Burial Grounds. How splendid. Within the cave, Lin You languidly tended to his wounds. The clamor of battle in the ancient burial grounds resounded like thunder. He found himself in a quandary. Those wretched individuals were still awaiting him at the Jintian Pass. To confront them now would be tantamount to courting death. Yet, to neglect the ancient burial grounds would hinder his quest for the other half of the Lin family token. This matter transcended mere personal safety. It pertained to the lifelong convictions of several uncles within his family. With an opportunity to resolve this dilemma at hand, Lin You felt an undeniable sense of responsibility. Just as despair began to engulf him, the square crystal in his possession emitted a faint tremor, sending a wave of scorching heat radiating from his chest. Lin You glanced down. Is it the Dao fruit-seeking device? The direction indicated was none other than a nearby mountain peak. Is there a Dao fruit here as well? But then, realization struck him. Of course. The ancient burial grounds, a place where the dead far outnumber those in the Dragon Court, where even those who succumbed instantly might leave behind their legacies if they still drew breath. After all, who would willingly watch their lifelong efforts vanish into nothingness? Even if it were to be passed on to strangers, it would be preferable to let it slip away in vain. With this thought, Lin Yu's interest was piqued. With remarkable agility, he swiftly arrived at the soil slope illuminated by the crystal. With a mere gesture, the earth erupted violently. A dense aura of demonic energy surged forth from the depths. By the heavens, this is not of the human race. It is a legacy of the demon clan. Immediately thereafter, a fragment of a lingering soul emitted a roar of defiance, its crimson eyes fixated on the human youth before it. The fruits of my path are not meant for you. Begone, or I shall take your life. A shroud of black mist enveloped the area, as though it were on the verge of launching a lethal assault. Lin You, with a faint smile playing on his lips, appeared unperturbed and reached out his hand. The pinnacle of his great sage cultivation erupted with force. In an instant, that demonic energy was grasped tightly within his palm, like a fledgling chick. Lin You disdainfully delivered 2 resounding slaps to the lingering soul. What nonsense are you spouting? A mere wisp of a soul dares to prattle on. Do you truly believe yourself invincible in this world? The demon cultivator, who had left behind this legacy, was utterly perplexed. What is happening? Shouldn't the human race flee at the sight of him? Why is this one now daring to strike, even if it is just a fragment of a soul? They should instinctively feel fear. A crisp slap echoed through the air. Lin You extended his arm and seized the pitch-black fruit of the path. Enough of this nonsense. I shall take it. The fragment of the soul grew frantic, howling in rage. Damned human, despicable wretch. I shall kill you, if you have the ability. Let my grandfather return to his peak, and we shall battle openly. With 2 swift slaps, Lin You silenced the soul's protests. Though the lingering soul felt no pain, its remaining will was overwhelmed by a profound sense of humiliation. Shout. Continue to shout, you despicable wretch. You think you can return to your peak. Lin You unleashed a flurry of blows, trampling the soul into the mud. This being, once a formidable entity in the realm of longevity, was now thoroughly disoriented. Is this how audacious the human race has become? How long have I been dead? Has the demon clan truly suffered such a defeat? Why does this boy show no fear at my presence? I will not rest until you are beaten to the point of unrecognition. I share your surname of demon. The soul roared. I do not bear the surname demon. Cease your foolishness. I am of the 6 divisions of the demon clan. Before the sentence could conclude, Lin You landed 2 powerful kicks to its face. You speak of divisions and factions. What? Heavenly dragon. Damn it all. Lin You, fueled by an abundance of pent-up rage, found a perfect outlet in this confrontation, ready to unleash his fury and then deal with those other scoundrels. The demon's lingering soul felt its mind begin to malfunction. An indescribable sensation of humiliation coursed through its being. In this moment, it even forgot the fact of its own demise. Having dominated for millennia, it had never been subjected to such disgrace by a human. Even in death, it had perished after being overwhelmed by numbers. This is intolerable. This is utterly intolerable. Not only did you seize the fruits of my legacy meant for the demon clan's descendants, but you also dare to humiliate me. It roared in rage, struggling frantically, yet found itself utterly powerless. Lin You raised an eyebrow. Such bravado suggests you were quite notable in life, Surely, even after all this time. There must be some who have heard of you. How about recording your experiences? When the human race engages in battle, releasing it will surely demoralize the demon clan. With that, Lin You raised his hand, gathering spiritual energy, intending to capture this scene. The once defiant remnant of the demon cultivator instantly wilted, pleading, "Brother, I was merely jesting. You can take the Dao fruit, but I fear you won't be able to utilize it. Please do not seal my state into record. If it were to spread, I would be scorned by the demon clan, and even my family would suffer dire consequences. The demon clan, which reveres strength, would never tolerate my existence." A smile crept across Lin Yu's lips as he raised his hand, and the spiritual energy coalesced in the void, capturing the brilliant river of time in his palm. A jade slip slowly floated out. "Sealed. I apologize, but it has already been preserved. Every word you uttered is contained within." The demon cultivator's remnant was left in shock. "You, youngster, lacking in martial ethics, take the Dao fruit if you must. But why be so aggressive?" Lin You brandished his sword. "To hell with you. Did I ever agree to anything? And what need have I for your so-called martial ethics?" With a single swing, the remaining demon cultivator's essence was pierced, obliterating his soul. After collecting the fruit shrouded in black mist, Lin You stroked his chin. A brilliant idea forming in his mind. Can the Dao fruit be exchanged? Yes. Lin You opened his palm. Intermediate Dao fruit of the demon clan. Can be exchanged for ordinary critical hit acceleration card X3. Can be exchanged for celestial level skill X1. Can be exchanged for colorful critical hit roulette X1 wealth. Lin You gazed at the multitude of red dots on the square crystal, a veritable treasure trove. Who said this place was terrible? A paradise within a paradise. While others sought Dao fruits through luck, he simply used GPS to locate them. Can you handle this? Exchange for the ordinary critical hit card. Exchange successful. Ordinary critical hit acceleration card X3. He directly bestowed them upon the little green sprite. Ding. Usage successful. Gained 30,000 times acceleration in cultivation. Lin You couldn't be bothered to check the specifics. No matter the multiplier, with so many Dao fruits, he would take them, exchange them, and stack them madly. Even if it were all guaranteed, he would accept it. Within the Lin family estate, Cui had just reported in. Although he did not understand why Lord Lin summoned him, his loyalty was unwavering. Whatever Lin You commanded, he would obey. Just 3 minutes prior, an elder from the Lin family had introduced him to the benefits of the cave paradise. Upon learning that the time flow here was 100 times faster, this man, whose heart was as solid as rock and demeanor as cold as ice, felt a barely perceptible tremor in his fingers. Is this even possible? Chapter 143. Accelerate, accelerate, and accelerate again. As he beheld a figure seated in the cave paradise, identical to Lin You, Cui could not restrain his curiosity. Did not my lord depart from the 6th level star domain? How could he be here, and why does he appear somewhat green? The ancient ancestor of the Yulong cave, Fan Rue, clicked his tongue. Such ignorance. This is the external incarnation of my elder brother. Cui was astounded. External incarnation? What level of existence is this? It is truly terrifying. Fan Rue continued. Do not be deceived by my elder brother's seemingly dormant external incarnation when it comes to cultivation. His speed is astonishingly rapid. He can effortlessly progress from the body refining realm straight to the martial immortal and true immortal stages, which is utterly terrifying. Cui's Adam's apple bobbed with difficulty as he pointed towards the external incarnation. In comparison to Lord Lin, who possesses greater prowess. Fan Rue scoffed. Is that even a question? Of course, my brother is far superior. Have you ever witnessed a doppelganger stronger than its original? Cui pondered briefly and instinctively nodded in agreement. Indeed, this esteemed individual surpassed his expectations in strength. It was no wonder he could grant him a new lease on life with but a thought. With this realization, Cui clenched his fists. Aware that while the blessed land was vast, he had intentionally seated himself beside the external incarnation. Here, I shall strive to keep pace with my lord. Even if I progress slowly, I shall take my lord as my exemplar and persistently advance. Upon hearing this, Fan Rue could not help but smirk. The blessed land was magnificent, brimming with abundant spiritual energy. However, few were willing to sit in this vicinity. Why? Because the cultivation speed of my brother's external incarnation was alarmingly excessive. Progressing through several realms in rapid succession while sitting next to him was rather discouraging. He glanced at Cui, a mischievous grin gracing his lips. Well, you certainly know how to pick your spot. My brother's external incarnation is indeed a treasure trove. The cultivation here is exceptionally swift. Keep it up, we are rooting for you. Cui nodded earnestly, yet soon felt a tinge of unease. Why was there a hint of sympathy in everyone's eyes? Was it merely an illusion? In the ancient burial grounds, Lin You resembled a frenzied rabbit, scouring every corner for Dao fruits. Though their level was not high, their abundance made up for it. From the Great Sage Realm to the Quasi-Sage Realm, they were plentiful. Lin You kicked apart another mound of earth, a junior Dao fruit landing in his palm. Brother Zone. Exchange. Ding. 6 junior Dao fruits. Can be exchanged for ordinary critical strike acceleration cards X5. Can be exchanged for heavenly grade techniques X2. Can be exchanged for colorful critical strike roulette X2. Right. I shall exchange them all for ordinary critical strike acceleration cards. Use them all on the green sprite. Exchange successful. Ding. Acquired a 20,000-fold acceleration in cultivation. Feeling the frenzied progress of his external incarnation, Lin You embarked once more on his treasure-seeking quest. His heart aflame with excitement. Ancient burial grounds, bless me. Half an hour later, having collected another junior Dao fruit, Lin You could not resist glancing back. At the heavenly barrier, the sounds of battle still soared skyward. Even from a distance, he could sense the ferocity of the demon army and the heroic resolve of the human race, willing to face death without fear. Lin You sighed. His expression weighed down by gravity. He seemed to comfort himself. It is not that I do not wish to help. There are those vile creatures watching me, making it impossible for me to return, my friends. Just a little longer, just a little longer. It will be soon. Lin You turned once again, gripping the Dao fruit seeker tightly, and resumed his search for Dao fruits. Within the Lin family's blessed land, Cui remained fervently cultivating, experiencing the time flow at a 1,000-fold rate. Even with his temperament, a smile could not help but emerge at the corners of his mouth. In no more than 7 days, I shall transcend to the realm of the true deity. At that moment, I shall draw closer to the esteemed one. Just as he was consumed by excitement and prepared to immerse himself once more in cultivation, an unexpected restlessness emanated from the nearby green sprite. Instantly, his cultivation soared as if propelled by a rocket, with the spiritual energy of the entire cave dwelling converging towards him. His external manifestation resembled a black hole, incessantly devouring everything in its vicinity. The crystallized spiritual energy melted instantaneously as if subjected to extreme heat. In that fleeting moment, his cultivation surged from the realm of martial understanding to that of the martial immortal. Cui, witnessing such a breakthrough of his external manifestation from such close proximity for the first time, was left momentarily dumbfounded. What? Has it truly broken through? This cannot be an illusion. Is there truly anyone capable of achieving such ease? Even the esteemed one's external manifestation would not dare defy the laws of nature. Cui's eyes widened as he muttered to himself. The others within the cave dwelling, having grown accustomed to such phenomena, merely observed the emergence of the spiritual energy black hole. They quietly shifted away to a more distant location while simultaneously employing their formidable techniques to confine the spiritual energy around them. After all, if they did not leave any behind, they would soon be consumed entirely. The abundance of spiritual energy within the cave dwelling was already exaggeratedly plentiful. Yet even so, the external manifestation drained nearly half of it like a thief. Noticing that Cui remained seated, they shrugged. Poor lad, let's hope his resolve does not shatter. Fan Rue waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. My elder brother has personally assessed him. His heart is as steadfast as a rock, unyielding. He should be fine. As the external manifestation's cultivation progressed from the first to the second level of the martial immortal realm, then swiftly to the third, Cui hastily settled into a meditative posture, circulating his energy. Even if he could not surpass Lord Lin, he at least could not lag behind his own external manifestation. However, it soon became apparent that something was amiss. Where was the spiritual energy? Why was his frantic absorption yielding nothing? Turning around, he discovered that the external manifestation had already ascended to the 6th level of the martial immortal realm. Cui could not restrain himself from rising, his eyes, devoid of vitality, filled with an indescribable shock. What had transpired? In the blink of an eye, another breakthrough? What kind of monstrosity was this? This is no jest. He clenched his teeth, a competitive spirit igniting within him. I refuse to believe it. I have journeyed this far only to be overshadowed by an external manifestation. Cui exerted himself fiercely, desperately trying to seize the spiritual energy, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not gather even a fraction of it. If he possessed 300 horsepower, then his external manifestation must have at least 30,000. What kind of cultivation is this? Without spiritual energy, what purpose does a cultivator serve? Cui's resolve wavered slightly as he gazed at his external manifestation. Yet again, it had broken through, now to the martial god realm. By the heavens, what of the insights gained through struggle? How could it be that his external manifestation does not require them? What of the bottleneck? What of the gradual accumulation? It took me 20 years to reach the martial immortal realm. What in the world is this rascal doing? A mere quarter of an hour? Or perhaps half of that? Upon contemplating this, Cui fervently shook his head and struck himself twice. What was he thinking? Whether it was a quarter of an hour or a mere moment, what difference did it make? Observing his external avatar ascend to the third level of the martial god, Cui, he could no longer remain seated. He attempted to retreat 3 miles. Useless. There was no spiritual energy. 10 miles. 100 miles. Still, there was a complete absence of spiritual energy. Cui Yi's eyes narrowed with determination. He stood up and directly vanished into the void, retreating 3,000 miles before finally sensing a faint trace of spiritual energy. This was unplayable. It was utterly unmanageable. Chapter 144. The traitor. 3 days had passed. Lin You had nearly acquired every Dao fruit available to him. The remaining ones were either too far from the Heavenly Guardian or too close to the demon race, posing excessive danger. 62 primary Dao fruits and 7 intermediate Dao fruits. Most were exchanged for a 500,000-fold acceleration for his external avatar. The rest were retained to bring back to the Protection Alliance, as the system had not provided options for acceleration or better rewards. At this moment, the green sprite's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of quasi-saint, only a step away from being on par with his main body. Sensing the surging spiritual energy within his external avatar, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Lin Yu's eyes. He turned to gaze in the direction of the Heavenly Guardian. A faint scent of blood lingered in the air. The sounds of battle and the booming of divine powers had transitioned from a thunderous roar to a subtle murmur, akin to a child's play. What had become of the Heavenly Guardian? After all, it fought for humanity and for the myriad realms. When one truly considered it, he too had received blessings. Thus, he ought to contribute his strength. Lin You murmured softly. With newfound resolve, he began to walk step by step toward the Heavenly Guardian. Inside the stronghold, the ground was littered with corpses. Figures standing at the pinnacle of longevity bore furrowed brows. A middle-aged man drew a deep breath, his chest heaving violently. His black and red armor marred with countless scars and marks. Blood flowed from the seams. Yet, seemingly oblivious to his condition, he spoke in a deep voice. What is the status of the battle? As soon as he finished speaking, someone rushed to report. The Azura Division, one of the 6 factions of the demon race, has retreated 10,000 miles. Over 20,000 golden immortal cultivators have perished in this battle. 3,000 quasi-saints. More than 600 have fallen above the Great Saint realm. 2 generals at the longevity stage were also besieged and killed by the demon race. The exact numbers have yet to be fully counted. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man gritted his teeth, delivering a heavy punch to the city wall before him, producing a dull echo. Damn the Azura Division. They attacked in secret, violating the agreement. There were clearly warning formations 3,000 miles outside the Heavenly Guardian. Why was there not a single response? The reporting quasi-saint cultivator broke into a cold sweat, the weight of pressure like a mountain upon his shoulders, struggling to clasp his hands in salute. General Rin. I truly do not know. Rin Kuanga turned back in disbelief, gripping the other's collar, veins bulging on his arms. What did you say? You do not know? Such a critical matter. What have you been doing? To even make excuses after the fact. Take him away, execute. In an instant, the guards on either side advanced to seize the quasi-saint realm cultivator, preparing to drag him away. Realizing that his life was at stake, he could only plead for mercy. My lord, I had actually discovered the truth long ago, but dared not speak of it. Rin Kuanga was so enraged that he laughed. Do you know how many lives are at stake here? How much effort has been invested by countless families across the realms? Dare not speak? A single ambush resulted in the deaths of tens of thousands. What more is there to hesitate about? Speak, or I shall end your life this very moment. The man scanned the faces of the esteemed individuals present before finally admitting, the array has been rendered ineffective. It was secretly sabotaged. It can no longer serve as a warning. At this revelation, an oppressive silence enveloped the town of heaven. Everyone understood the implications of this statement. The array had been established collaboratively by all the longevity families across the realms, designed to identify demonic cultivators and prevent surprise attacks. Yet now, it had been undermined from within. This could only mean that there was a traitor among them. Rin Kuang's gaze swept over each face, knowing that only someone at least at the Great Saint realm could have accomplished such a feat. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to shake the array. But these individuals were the elite of the town of heaven. A wrongful execution would plunge everyone into fear and dread. Rin Kuang's eyes, sharp as blades, swept across the crowd before he abruptly turned around and shouted, Nonsense! How could the array be compromised? It must have been breached by the demonic clan. Such treacherous words must be silenced. With a swift motion, he struck the quasi-saint realm cultivator, reducing his head to a mist of blood, obliterating his soul. Rin Kuang's pronouncement undoubtedly contradicted his earlier assertions, but it was the best outcome they could hope for at that moment. In the town of heaven, he was the sole Ascendant realm cultivator. The previous bloody battle, where he had fought 2 opponents, had already pushed him to his limits. If the morale of the group shattered, the consequences would be dire. Keep a close watch on the movements of the Shura division. All cultivators above the Great Saint Realm. Follow me to the Great Hall for discussions. Lin Kuanga commanded coldly, turning his back and departing. In the foreboding Great Hall, there were only over 500 Great Saint Realm cultivators, 30 Longevity Realm cultivators, and Lin Kuanga as the solitary Ascendant Realm cultivator. This ambush had indeed resulted in grievous losses. Lin Kuanga sat at the head of the table, his voice grave as he declared, "Notify all clans to send more cultivators into the town. Simultaneously, inform those esteemed individuals that there is no room for negotiation. If the demonic clan continues to be deceitful, we shall retaliate. If they have not had their fill of battle for 30,000 years, we shall engage them for another 30,000 or even 300,000 years, and see in the end who will fall first. We shall see whose blade is sharper." After speaking, he turned his gaze back to the assembly. "Is anyone from the Zhuge family present? If so, please inform them to lend us the Qin Tian mirror." Not receiving any response, Lin Kuanga furrowed his brow. Has everyone from the Zhuge family perished? The Qin Tian mirror was a true spirit-grade treasure of the Zhuge family, capable of revealing truth and discerning day from night. Anyone with nefarious ties to demonic cultivators would surely be exposed by its reflection. The crowd exchanged glances, clearly grasping the gravity of the situation. Someone whispered, "General Ren. After the Zhuge family withdrew their people last time, no one has come forward since." Lin Kuanga slammed his palm on the table, exclaiming, "What kind of joke is this? Does the safety of the Zhentian Pass have no connection to the Zhuge family?" One person explained, "Originally, the Zhuge family sent a celestial envoy, but it seems his presence has not been observed." Suddenly, the atmosphere became heavy with tension. Lin Kuanga squinted his eyes and spoke each word with deliberate intensity. "Not seen? Did he not arrive, or did he perish too swiftly? Answer me." The man who spoke first was drenched in sweat. "Not seen. He must not have come. I can assure you, I have not seen him." As his words fell, the others nodded in agreement. Even the name of Lin You, the celestial envoy, was known to them within the Zhentian Pass. To claim complete ignorance was impossible. The absence of so many eyes upon him could only mean that this individual had never set foot in the Zhentian Pass. Lin Kuanga's expression turned to a cold, sinister smile, his eyes betraying an unmistakable intent to kill. The celestial envoy's arrival coinciding with the disruption of the Great Formation seemed rather fortuitous. Lin Kuanga fixated his gaze upon the ground, licking his lips. In this ancient burial ground, the living must see the living, and the dead must be seen. A surge of murderous intent erupted into the sky. Everyone understood that this lord must have perceived Lin You as the one who disrupted the Grand Formation. To put it bluntly, he had betrayed not just humanity, but the entire myriad realms. Just as the crowd prepared to take their leave, a sudden report from the guards outside the hall interrupted. "Report, General Ren. The celestial envoy of the Zhuge family, Lord Lin You, has arrived and is currently waiting outside the pass." The gathered individuals were momentarily taken aback, but swiftly turned to regard the figure seated at the head of the table, Lin Kuanga, the sole being in the Zhentian Pass who had attained the celestial realm. Lin Kuanga emitted a chilling, silent laugh from his throat, his brow furrowed as he suppressed an overwhelming fury. "Is that so? Then, let the celestial envoy of the Zhuge family, Lord Lin You, enter the pass." The soldier who delivered the news bowed in compliance. A stifling silence hung in the air, as everyone dared not even breathe, as if the suppressed volcano might erupt at any moment. It is unclear how long they waited. Outside the hall, a suffocating knocking echoed. Bang, bang, bang. A figure clad in white slowly appeared at the entrance, naturally captivating attention, drawing countless gazes as he stood there. Lin You narrowed his eyes, searching for 8 familiar silhouettes. Soon, he spotted Lin Suhao and others in the left corner, standing silently like other generals of the celestial realm. Their eyes filled with cold mockery. A smile crept upon Lin Yu's lips. Those wretches better not have perished at the hands of the demonic clan, or he would truly question the feasibility of his mission. Lin Yu quickly averted his gaze, acting as though nothing had transpired. After all, this was a private matter of the Lin family, tied to the secrets of their ancestor, Lin Feng, from many years past. He was unwilling and uninterested in having outsiders privy to it. Likewise, Lin Suhao and the others tacitly closed their mouths, understanding the unspoken agreement. A palpable tension, a matter of life and death for both parties, permeated the atmosphere. Lin Yu entered the hall, observing the furrowed brows of those present, instinctively halting his steps. Before he could utter a word, a thunderous voice rang out. "Lin Yu, do you still have the audacity to return? Do you even know how to write the word death?" At the head of the table, Lin Kuanga exuded an aura as vast as the ocean, his overwhelming pressure unreservedly directed at Lin Yu. Any slightest movement would invite a swift retribution. Enveloped by such a murderous intent, Lin You maintained his composure, casting a puzzled glance at the man in the high seat. He clasped his hands and inquired, "Do you truly believe I would shy away? This Xintian Pass is a collective effort of the human race. What could possibly be amiss?" At that moment, Lin You was utterly bewildered, completely unaware of the unfolding circumstances. Ren Kuanga's laughter grew increasingly frigid, his shoulders trembling. "You still acknowledge that Xintian Pass shelters humanity? Then allow me to ask, 3 days prior, you were supposed to enter the pass, yet you have only just appeared. Where have you been during this time?" Lin You froze momentarily. The grievances involving the Lin, Shui, and Sima families were too complex to elaborate upon. For the past 3 days, he had been gathering Dao fruits, a matter he could not disclose. After a brief hesitation, he replied solemnly, "This is a personal affair. There is no need for me to explain it to you." The crowd exchanged glances, astonished. To enter the ancient burial grounds and remain silent for 3 days. Now refusing even to provide an explanation? Ren Kuanga, evidently infuriated, crushed the furniture beneath him with a resounding crack. "No need. I will offer you one more opportunity to speak, out of respect for the Zhuge family. Young man, you would do well to cherish it, otherwise. This may very well be your last utterance in this lifetime." His final words bore the weight of a threat. Lin You carefully observed the expressions of those present, sensing an undercurrent of disquiet. After a moment's contemplation, he queried, "The situation is complex, and my words would be futile. If General Ren wishes to take my life, he may do so directly. I have offended countless individuals along my journey. There is no need for such hostility. However, I seek clarity today. I am merely a practitioner at the great sage level, amidst countless heroes within Xintian Pass. Even if I am a long-life envoy of the Zhuge family, does my failure to arrive promptly warrant the general attributing the casualties from our battle with the demonic forces to my account? This seems rather unreasonable." Ren Kuanga abruptly rose from his seat, narrowing his eyes. "Are you implying that I am seeking personal vengeance? Intentionally putting you in a difficult position?" Lin You nodded. "That is indeed my belief. If not, I implore the general to provide a reasonable explanation. What difference does my presence or absence over these 3 days make?" Ren Kuanga nodded repeatedly, his fury barely contained. Were it not for the eyes of everyone upon him, he would have relished the opportunity to swat this bothersome flea dead. "Very well. Let me enlighten you. One of the 6 divisions of the demonic forces, the Shura division, launched a surprise attack on Xintian Pass. The number of fallen practitioners exceeds tens of thousands. 3,000 miles away, there exists a great formation established by the Long Life family for the purpose of warning. However, that formation has now been compromised. The Shura division came prepared. In other words, there are individuals among us who conspire with foreign tribes. You have never set foot in the ancient burial grounds, and just as you arrived, the grand formation was shattered, allowing the demonic legion of countless troops to surge forth. Yet, you have wandered outside for 3 days unscathed." Lin You, with a swift motion, Ren Kuanga unsheathed the long blade at his waist. The aura of celestial might unmistakably radiating from him. "What further words do you have to offer?" Finally comprehending the situation, Lin You abruptly lifted his gaze. His eyes did not settle on Ren Kuanga, but rather on Lin Suihao. If there were to be a scoundrel colluding with foreign tribes, it would most likely be them. Although he possessed no evidence, suspicion now clouded the air and let the blame fall on all. Moreover, who could ascertain where they had ventured before launching their attack? Perhaps they deliberately destroyed the formation and sought to frame him. Under Lin Yu's scrutinizing gaze, Lin Suihao felt a jolt in his heart. "What do you think you're doing, staring at me? Do you truly believe I had a hand in the destruction of the formation? This accusation cannot be placed upon me. Our conflict is merely personal, and such a charge could cost a head." He hastily averted his eyes. Yet the perceptive onlookers caught the shift. Ren Kuanga too cast a questioning glance at Lin Suihao, scrutinizing both individuals with an assessing gaze. Before Ren Kuanga could voice his thoughts, Lin Suihao quickly interjected, "General Run, I am not involved in this matter. Lin You is merely fabricating accusations." Ren Kuanga fell silent, initially intending to inquire of Lin You, but was interrupted by Lin Suihao before he could utter a single word, deepening his suspicion. Lin You promptly retorted, "Nonsense. If anyone is in league with foreign tribes, it is undoubtedly linked to him." Lin Suihao, enraged, shot back, "Do you possess evidence? I am a scion of the illustrious Lin family. Your words are nothing but slander." Lin You would not yield, countering, "And what evidence do you have to claim I destroyed the formation? I am a messenger from the Zhuge family, and your accusations are mere defamation." What a masterful display of verbal sparring. It left the minds of those present in disarray. As the crowd cast dubious glances, Lin Suihao spoke in a grave tone. "This boy speaks wildly. You must not be misled. I have been stationed at the Heavenly Gate for a considerable time. Had I been in league with foreign tribes, I would have acted long ago. Why wait until now? It is he, who has only just arrived at the ancient burial grounds, and the formation was destroyed. How convenient. The audience nodded in agreement. Indeed, this reasoning bore some weight. Upon further reflection, Lin Yu's culpability appeared more substantial. The scales of suspicion began to tilt, and Lin You shot Lin Suihao a fierce glare, gritting his teeth. Very well. Do you wish to know what I have done these past 3 days? Fine. I shall be frank. I was gravely wounded and near death. For 3 days, I have been healing. Had I not been fortunate, I would have succumbed long ago. The revelation stunned the assembly. Questions erupted regarding the circumstances, yet Lin You pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Suihao, declaring, it was he, along with his 7 accomplices, who ambushed me. I nearly lost my life on the spot. Had the demonic forces not intervened, I would have perished. The tide of opinion shifted dramatically. Once again, the crowd turned their gaze towards Lin Suihao and his companions. With the impending battle, their sudden emergence from the Zhentian Pass raised suspicions. Their attack on their own kin only deepened the gravity of the situation. Rin Kuanga twisted his neck and said, Lin Suihao, you had better provide me with an explanation. Previously, you claimed your departure was merely a preemptive measure upon sensing the demonic clan's presence. Yet, why have you resorted to murder? Do you intend to silence me? In that instant, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Murder to silence? Had Lin You witnessed him sabotaging the grand formation? Lin Suihao and his associates found themselves ensnared by hundreds of probing auras, beads of cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. Without further ado, he laid his cards on the table. My enmity with Lin You is personal. However, Rin Kuanga would not allow such flimsy excuses to pass. What personal enmity exists between the Lin family and Lin You? I have never heard of it. Lin Suihao was rendered speechless. He could hardly unveil the affairs of the War Department from millennia past. That incident had faded into obscurity, long forgotten by all. If the Lin family were to act against Lin You for such an ancient grievance, it would surely arouse suspicion, and should anything more arise from it, he could not bear the weight of such responsibility. With this thought, Lin Suihao pointed to the individual from the Sima family beside him. It is not the Lin family. It is the Sima family. My relations with the Sima family are profound. In the battle at Longting, Lin You sought to annihilate them, prompting the Sima family to harbor thoughts of revenge, thus seeking to ambush him. Out of old friendship, I had no choice but to accompany them. In an instant, all eyes shifted to the representative of the Sima family, who wore a perplexed expression. What? This blame is being tossed around rather quickly. Do you intend for the Sima family to bear the brunt of your actions? The conflict at Longting was between juniors. Even if they harbored resentment, they would only engage in open combat. This ambush is no different from banditry. Has the dignity of the Chongqing family been cast aside? Seeing Lin Suihao frantically signaling, the Sima family representative looked as if he had swallowed something unpleasant and muttered, yes, yes. It is indeed a personal grudge from my Sima family that led to this ambush, which is why Lin Daoist was invited. As his words fell, the crowd gasped in disbelief, their minds filled with scorn. How could they still speak of the Chongqing family? Ugh. Rin Kuanga's gaze flitted between Lin You and Lin Suihao's group. Were these miscreants covering for one another? Lin You raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. General Run, you must believe me now. I am but a humble cultivator at the Great Sage level, just managing to survive amidst 4 peak Great Sages and 4 peak Chongqing cultivators. Is it not reasonable to take 3 days to recover from my injuries? Rin Kuanga's lips twitched in response. Reasonable? How dare you? This is the most unreasonable part. Which Great Sage can withstand the combined assault of multiple cultivators and still live? This is pure nonsense. Moreover, the higher one's cultivation, the more troublesome injuries became. In just 3 days, he appeared as robust as a young bull, showing no signs of the grievous wounds he had claimed to bear. Ridiculous. Yet, despite their personal grievances, both sides seemed to corroborate one another's claims. Even though Rin Kuanga held command over the Zhentian Pass, he found himself at a loss for words in such a matter. However, the notion of clandestine dealings with foreign races pricked at his heart like a thorn. Disperse. Disperse. Once this matter has passed through these grand gates, let it not be mentioned again. Everyone, keep your vigilance sharp and closely monitor the movements of the demon clan. Should anyone show negligence, they shall face dire consequences. The crowd dispersed in response, though glances exchanged with Lin You and Lin Suihao were laden with peculiar significance. Lin You followed suit, stepping out into the open air. No sooner had he taken a couple of strides than he felt a chilling presence behind him. Without turning, he sensed Lin Suihao's presence. You must be regretting that you haven't killed me, he remarked. You would do well to pray day and night from this moment forth, or hasten back to the Chongqing Lin family. Otherwise, I have set my sights on you. Lin Suihao's mocking laughter echoed as he passed by Lin You, accompanied by the members of the Sima family. A mere ant at the pinnacle of the great sage dares to utter such bravado? Do you truly believe you can escape fate repeatedly? a mere insect shaking a tree. Without entering the Changsheng, you shall never rise again. This ancient burial ground is the last glimpse you shall behold. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Lin Yu's eyes as they brushed past each other. Both harbored a resolute intent to annihilate. Lin Yu was escorted to his own chamber, where he remained motionless in the darkness. This rare moment of tranquility served to accumulate energy for his external self. 7 days passed, and Lin Yu sat before his bed, suddenly raising his head as a thunderous roar erupted from outside the gates, a somber horn resonating through the void. It echoed time and again, akin to an ancient bell tolling. The intensity sent shivers down his spine. Following that, countless auras surged past his door, rushing towards the gates. Lin Yu sprang to his feet. As he opened the door, he beheld the overwhelming tide of demonic energy assailing the town of Tianmen. Ren Kuanga stood alone atop the city walls, wielding his blade against 2 celestial-level demon cultivators, battling fiercely amidst chaos and shattered skies. Countless cultivators surged into that battlefield, which resembled a meat grinder. Lin Yu's heart surged with an unprecedented fervor. This was a wall built upon the sacrifices of countless lives, where even strangers, regardless of their realms, stood resolute for a shared belief. For the sake of humanity, for their families behind them, for the millions yet to come, even in death, they would not retreat an inch. Kill, kill, kill. Somehow, Lin Yu could not help but unleash a roar towards the heavens. He stepped forth, vanishing into the void, directly arriving at the battlements of Tianmen. In his hand, the white tiger golden light sword radiated a brilliant golden glow, its youthful yet imposing voice resonating throughout the heavens and the earth. Lin Yu of the Lin family, I call for battle. Chapter 147, The Pinnacle of the Great Sage. Before the gates of Tianmen, the ranks of human cultivators pressed on, each one falling in succession. A river of blood stained the dark city walls. The entire void reverberated with their hoarse, desperate cries. Those exalted golden immortal cultivators, once perceived as formidable, now resembled the most inconsequential of ants. They would often enter the fray, only to be swiftly engulfed by the torrent of battle. Even the great sage cultivators found it challenging to catch their breath. The demon clan was merciless, their numbers overwhelming. Were it not for the towering might of Tianmen, they would have surely been crushed by this force, which far outnumbered humanity. The endless city walls emitted a fearsome roar under the urging of the cultivators. Any divine power that struck its surface would be rebounded by a peculiar vibration. Destroy them and breach their stronghold. This myriad of worlds, this realm, belongs entirely to our demon race. I relish the sweet and rich taste of human blood, tinged with a hint of cowardice. Ha ha. The demon cultivators, fierce as wolves and tigers, laughed maniacally as they launched their assault. As the battlefield teetered on the brink of collapse, the enemy was upon the gates. Suddenly, a resounding sword cry echoed through the void. A figure clad in white emerged from within the heavenly guardian, soaring high and delivering a horizontal slash. The brilliant sword light erupted, annihilating all demon cultivators within a 300-meter radius into a mist of blood. Lin Yu raised his gaze, his eyes filled with an endless chill. Armed with his sword, he stood resolutely before the city gates. Come, let us slaughter with abandon today. The formidable might of the great sage realm erupted forth. With each flash of his sword, grotesque heads soared skyward. Lin Yu, in his great sage state, appeared as an unparalleled war god in this realm. No matter how fiercely the demon cultivators charged, they could not advance a single step closer to the walls. The overwhelming battle intent ignited the blood of onlookers. An old soldier atop the walls brandished his weapons and roared in approval. Excellent. Keep killing. Let these demon wretches come and go without return. Lin Yu moved as if he were in a realm devoid of foes, his sword energy dancing. Though he was merely at the great sage realm, he unleashed combat prowess rivaling that of the eternal realm. It was not merely a matter of reaching a certain level. He was invincible within the great sage realm. Regardless of whether 3, 5, or even 50 great sage demon cultivators surrounded him, Lin Yu's grace remained undiminished. With just one sword in hand, he carved out a desolate expanse before the city gate. In terms of the battlefield, this was a decisive engagement. A dense swarm of demon cultivators surged toward the heavenly guardian like locusts. Soon, some began to notice the anomaly. A demon cultivator shouted, "My lord, quick support. There is a man before the heavenly guardian, a great sage who cannot be matched." The attention of the entire battlefield was drawn to Lin Yu. Instantly, several Eternal Realm demon cultivators charged towards him. I shall claim his head. Before the heavenly guardian, Lin Sihao and others were also engaged in combat in the void. If one were to truly assess, they were the main force in this location. Though the ascending immortals were formidable, there were only 3 on each side. If a decisive outcome was not reached in the short term, it would all hinge on the clash of the Eternal Realm cultivators. At this moment, seeing the other Eternal Realm cultivators desperately fighting to prevent the demon cultivators from reaching Lin You, Lin Tao exchanged glances with the members of the Sima clan, silently agreeing to conserve some strength. If the demon race were to directly kill Lin You before everyone's eyes, all would be resolved. In an instant, Lin Tao collided hard with a demon cultivator, feigning defeat, blood spewing from his mouth as he retreated. It was in this brief moment of vulnerability that the previously engaged demon cultivator rushed towards Lin You. Lin Tao bellowed, "Stop, scoundrel!" Yet, just as he was about to advance, other Eternal Realm demon cultivators swiftly blocked his path. The members of the Sima clan executed a similar strategy. At this moment, the battlefield descended into chaos, the human race already at a disadvantage, with little inclination to pay attention to Lin Tao and his companions. Four Immortal Realm demon cultivators detached from the fray. The human powerhouses gritted their teeth, exclaiming in confusion, "Foolishness! Hold them back. If Lin You can turn the tide of battle, once encircled, what chance do they stand? This is a matter of life and death." Lin Tao and the others feigned apologies, immediately plunging into the next skirmish, showing no intent to provide aid. Before the Xintian Pass, it was evident that everyone recognized Lin Yu's extraordinary potential. If he could liberate the battlefield of the Great Sage Realm, he could then exploit the assault of Great Sage cultivators to free the Immortal Realm battlefield. Thus, victory would be assured. As the four demon cultivators charged towards Lin You, countless voices roared in his defense. "Lin You, be cautious." Yet, these individuals were ultimately too weak. They were often crushed by the terrifying pressure of the Immortal Realm before they could even approach. With a furious shout, Lin You swung his sword, severing the heads of 3 Great Sage Realm cultivators once more. He gazed at the desperate crowd attempting to fend off the attackers. "Let them through. Your sacrifice is in vain. Preserve your lives. Perhaps after a great victory, we can return to Zhutian and leave a legacy for our families." Then, astonishingly, Lin You advanced alone, brandishing his sharp sword, confronting the 4 Immortal Realm demon cultivators. "You seek my life? Let me see if your heads are tougher than the rest." In an instant, the entire arena seemed to freeze. Everyone watched in disbelief as Lin You plunged forward, undaunted, towards the 4 demon cultivators. A heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, on the brink of shattering. What chance did a great sage have against 4 Immortal Realm foes? Even Ren Quanga, engaged in battle with 2 ascended demon cultivators in the void, shouted in furious protest, "Lin You, get back! What heroics are you attempting? Only those in the Immortal Realm should confront them. If you liberate the Great Sage battlefield, it will be the greatest contribution to Xintian Pass." His loyal guards, spurred by his command, rushed to save him. It was not concern for Lin Yu's life that motivated them, but rather the dread that his demise would precipitate the collapse of the battlefield's morale. At that moment, Lin You had become the pivotal factor in determining victory or defeat. The morale that had just been kindled would surely falter if Lin You fell. The entire Xintian Pass might very well follow suit into ruin. Upon Ren Quanga's orders, individuals fought desperately, yet no matter their efforts, they could not escape the encirclement of the demon race. Behind the swirling black mist lay grinning faces, reveling in the chaos. "Ignorant ants. Kill him, my lord. To think he would challenge the Immortal Realm with the Great Sage? What a joke." The demon cultivators even envisioned the moment Lin Yu's spirit would be extinguished. Lin Tao and the others exchanged barely perceptible smiles. This plan has succeeded. Boom. The figure in white flashed, colliding with the 4 Immortal Realm demon cultivators in an instant. The sharp clang of swords resonated throughout heaven and earth. Spiritual energy erupted, the pressure shaking the universe. Just when everyone believed Lin You had met his end emerging from the terrifying aftermath of spiritual energy, he strode forth. The white tiger golden sword glistening with fresh crimson blood that incessantly dripped along its blade. His aura began to ascend with wild fervor. From the 2nd layer of the Great Sage Realm to the 3rd, the 4th, and finally to the 9th layer of the Great Sage Realm, Lin You lifted his gaze. An unrestrained killing intent no longer concealed. He positioned the long sword across his chest, his fingers deftly caressing its body. The intensity of his aura continued to surge. Sword 9. Unity. Chapter 148. Annihilating a million demonic soldiers, the bloodied sword at his waist. In an instant, he transcended all limitations. Suspended in the void, Lin You danced silently like a silver dragon. The long sword grew increasingly radiant. The dark mist surrounding it could no longer obscure its brilliance. With the sword held forward, he unleashed a strike. His cultivation shattered the barriers of the Great Sage, propelling him instantly into the Eternal Life realm. An indescribable and formidable pressure pervaded the heavens and the earth in an instant. The four demonic cultivators at the Eternal Life realm had yet to react when Lin You appeared before them in a single stride. The external incarnation of the Lin family's blessed land was completely devoured. The ninth layer of the Eternal Life realm. Such terror. Beneath the resplendent sword light. Fear gradually consumed the four pairs of eyes. The sound of the sword echoed. Four heads soared into the sky. With a single stroke, he had slain four demonic cultivators of the Eternal Life realm. What a jest! The battle seemed to freeze at that moment. Everyone gazed in disbelief at the figure in the void. The human race revered him as a deity, while the demons trembled in fear, retreating uncontrollably for 300 miles. Yet, Lin You showed no intention of sparing them. With one man and one sword, he pursued relentlessly. In the void, countless cultivators could not help but erupt in ecstatic shouts. Excellent! A splendid kill. Lin You, the one deserving of the highest accolades. Slay! The morale of the countless human cultivators was completely ignited. Their eyes turned bloodshot with fury, recklessly charging forth to intercept the demonic cultivators before them. Even Rinquanga could not suppress his laughter, exclaiming to the heavens, "A true man should achieve unparalleled feats. Such is the way of a noble warrior. Exhilarating, too exhilarating." He fought with even greater fervor, undeterred even as two demonic cultivators of the same realm wounded him, refusing to retreat by even a step. At this moment, the outcome of the battlefield was irrevocably sealed. Lin You alone shattered the deadlock, standing against a million-strong army. With a piercing sound, another sword cry rent the void. That figure in white, like a fierce tiger among sheep, struck with lethal precision, sending heads soaring into the sky. Before the Tianjin Pass, an unbelievable scene unfolded. Hundreds of thousands of demonic soldiers were relentlessly pursued by Lin You for 1,000 miles, not daring to glance back. He resembled an invincible war god, standing at the pinnacle of the Eternal Life realm. In a place devoid of ascended beings, and without any cultivators of the Tao-seeking realm, he epitomized an unrivaled existence. Who could obstruct him? Who would dare to stand in his way? Lin Suihao and others, entangled with the demons in the void, witnessed this scene, their pupils constricting sharply. Their concealed hands trembled uncontrollably. A heart thundered within their chests, as if it were about to burst forth. How on earth did this fellow accomplish such feats? Why? Oh why? Could one ascend so abruptly from the initial stage of the Great Sage realm to the pinnacle of the Longevity realm? Even after millennia of existence, they had never witnessed such unbridled ferocity. What a jest! Gazing upon that figure clad in white, Lin Suihao felt his throat constrict painfully. At that moment, he had lost all desire to continue the fight. He even harbored a faint hope that the demonic clan might have some hidden power that would obliterate Lin You amidst the throng. Yet it could not be. Flee! Lin Suihao's voice had dwindled to a mere whisper, uncertain whether he was addressing the members of the Sima clan or merely speaking to himself. What? The members of the Sima clan furrowed their brows, their expressions equally grim. Let us depart. We must leave this ancient burial ground. We still have a chance for survival. Lin You had already reached the zenith of the Longevity realm, a terrifying force indeed. Who among us could contend with such power? Remaining here would be tantamount to seeking death. Lin Suihao nearly roared these words. Let us return to the third star domain. We shall deliberate anew after our family convenes. The current Lin You is beyond our capacity to handle. With that, Lin Suihao disregarded the safety of the Heavenly Guard and, after a fierce clash with the demonic cultivator before him, turned to flee. The members of the Sima clan hesitated briefly before resolutely joining him as they made their way to the periphery of the battlefield. In an instant, the pressure on the remaining Longevity realm cultivators surged to new heights. Outnumbered as they already were, their peril only intensified once Lin Suihao and his companions abandoned the fray. As long as they could escape the ancient burial ground, Lin You could do them no harm. Lin Suihao murmured to himself, swallowing hard. Just as he was about to re-enter the teleportation array, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent erupted from the void. He spun around sharply to witness a long sword soaring across thousands of miles, aimed directly at him. Lin Yu's voice echoed ominously, "Gentlemen, where do you think you are going?" Before he could even arrive, that sword seemed to pierce the air like a nail aimed squarely at Lin Suihao's brow. The indescribable pressure threatened to shatter his resolve. Although they were all at the pinnacle of the Longevity realm, he felt no inclination to retaliate. Lin Suihao sidestepped just in time, the sword narrowly missing him. Had it missed? He stood momentarily stunned, eager to continue fleeing with the Sima clan, only to be utterly astonished to find that the teleportation array had been shattered by a single strike. In disbelief, he glanced back. 3,000 miles away, the demonic cultivators lay in a river of blood, surrounded by countless corpses. Meanwhile, before the Heavenly Guard, that figure in white had once again surged toward the battlefield of the Longevity realm. His strike had not aimed for Lin Suihao's life, but had instead ensured that, lacking the teleportation array, they would be trapped within this ancient burial ground. Lin You, like the harbinger of death, followed them relentlessly. Retreat. Withdraw. The leader of the demonic Shura division, locked in battle with Ren Kuanga, let out a nearly deranged roar. The black mist spread like a tide. There were too many. With a singular focus on escape, they could neither linger nor be stopped. Only Lin Yu stood his ground, single-handedly contending with 8 members of the Longevity Realm, ensnaring them until the demonic forces retreated, allowing their human allies to arrive and sever the heads of the 8. Thus, this fierce battle finally reached its conclusion, culminating in a resounding victory for the Heavenly Guard. Looking out, it was evident that nearly 100,000 demonic cultivators had perished. This battle stands as a remarkable testament to triumph after centuries of struggle. Countless individuals held their breath, gazing at the youthful figure with the reverence reserved for heroes. Ren Kuanga, drenched in blood, rushed forward to envelop Lin Yu in a fervent embrace, fervently ruffling his hair, seemingly oblivious to the earlier events that transpired in the Grand Hall. Well done, young lad. No wonder you were appointed as the envoy of the Eternal Life clan at such a tender age. Truly impressive, Ren Kuanga exclaimed, raising his thumb in admiration for all to see. In today's battle, Lin Yu led the charge and dismantled the enemy's formation. He deserves the highest accolades. Even I must concede to his brilliance. He has safeguarded not only the heavenly barrier, but the entirety of the myriad realms. Henceforth, I decree Lin Yu as the left commander of the heavenly barrier. If I am not present, his word shall reign supreme. The crowd erupted in thunderous applause, their eyes brimming with an indescribable fervor, envy, admiration, and exhilaration. Yet, no one doubted Lin Yu's worthiness for this esteemed position. With a triumphant smile, Lin Yu jested. General Ren, do you not suspect me of colluding with the enemy? Ren Kuanga laughed heartily. Anyone who doubts you must be out of their mind. Certainly not me. The crowd joined in laughter, basking in the joyous aftermath of victory. However, Lin Yu shook his head in resignation. He beckoned, and the radiant white tiger golden light sword reappeared in his grasp. Contemplating deeply, he thought, while reluctant to act in public, he could not swallow this grievance. Lin Suihao had just fled, but was he truly free from retribution? Chapter 149. There lie thousands of lives. With that, Lin Yu stepped forward, his murderous intent directed at Lin Suihao and his companions nearby. Ren Kuanga and the others were momentarily taken aback before regaining their composure. Ren Kuanga grasped Lin Yu's arm firmly. No, if you wish to settle personal grievances, do so in the myriad realms, but within the heavenly barrier. The indiscriminate slaughter of kin is a grave sin. Others joined in to dissuade him. Indeed, Lin Yu, why trouble yourself with them? Once we return to the myriad realms, there will be time for reckoning. They were acutely aware that Lin Suihao represented the eternal life Lin family and the Sima clan. Should Lin Yu take their lives, it would provoke inevitable retaliation. Moreover, to commit murder under such public scrutiny would certainly chill the hearts of the soldiers. There would be whispers branding Lin Yu as arrogant, abusing his achievements to slay his comrades, a fate no one wished to witness. Lin Suihao and his companions were thoroughly terrified, repeatedly pleading, Lin Yu, don't do anything rash. You cannot survive if you kill kin within the heavenly barrier. In that moment, Lin Suihao resembled a drowning rat, clinging to the mercy of the crowd and the tenuous rules for survival, utterly stripped of his former bravado from days past when he had ambushed Lin Yu. As Lin Yu approached step by step, they trembled in fear. General Ren, save me. For many years, I have toiled within the confines of Jintian Pass, albeit without accolades. Yet my labor has not been in vain. If we permit Lin Yu to act in such a manner, what will others think? Is there no law to uphold? Ren Kuanga's expression soured at these words. He stepped forward once more and, gazing at Lin Yu, spoke in a low voice. Killing is not permissible, at least not within Jintian Pass. Lin Yu raised his gaze. What if I must kill? Ren Kuanga, momentarily taken aback by the icy chill in Lin Yu's eyes, found himself at a loss for words. I am aware of your grievances. Lin Suihao and his companions have ambushed you. This is a matter of life and death. Anyone would seek vengeance. However, Jintian Pass is different. Here stand countless soldiers, sustained by a singular belief, drawing strength from their resolve. If you initiate this precedent today, it will undoubtedly dishearten many cultivators. In the future, if someone achieves merit yet commits a grave transgression, how will you justify it? With a ringing sound, Lin Yu plunged his sword into the ground, addressing the assembly with a resonant voice. Very well. If you seek justification, I shall provide it. I now firmly believe that Lin Suihao colludes with foreign races. He is a traitor to the myriad realms. At these words, the crowd regarded Lin Yu as if he had lost his senses. Ren Kuanga hastily interrupted. Do you possess any evidence? Lin You replied, "There are eyes, millions of them." Lin Suihao, struck by the force of his declaration, collapsed to the ground. Trembling as he pointed at Lin You, "You speak nonsense. When have I ever colluded with foreign races? Lin You, you are merely seeking personal revenge. Where is your evidence?" A cold smile crept across Lin Yu's lips. "You desire evidence, do you? Very well. Allow me to pose a few questions. During the battle before Jintian Pass, I single-handedly held the line with my great sage Cultivation, when you could have easily intercepted those Longxing realm demonic cultivators. Why did you choose to let them escape? Do you think me a fool, or do you believe everyone else is blind?" Upon hearing this, even Rin Kuanga fell silent. At that time, Lin You had been pivotal in the battle, even if he had not advanced to the Longxing realm. His ability to liberate the battlefield for the great sage was sufficient to alter the tide of the conflict. The demonic cultivators had recognized this, which is precisely why they had dispatched Longxing realm practitioners to eliminate Lin You. Had Lin Yu not broken through, it could very well be the foreign races celebrating in triumph now. Lin Sihao had been at Jintian Pass for many years. Rin Kuanga, not to mention, was well acquainted with his capabilities. With the strength of himself and the Sima family, they could have easily thwarted the 4 demonic cultivators pursuing Lin Yu. Although Lin Sihao had spewed blood and could not withstand the onslaught, Rin Kuanga, seasoned from years on the battlefield, could not be deceived by such clumsy tactics. Lin Sihao hastily defended himself. "I was already exhausted from successive battles. Is it a crime to be unable to fight back? Does this prove my collusion with foreign races? It is utter nonsense." Lin Yu retorted with a cold laugh. "Even a blind man knows that I was controlling the battlefield at that moment. You intentionally allowed the demonic cultivators to come for me. What was your intention? If I were to perish, Jintian Pass would fall. The entire myriad realms would succumb to the iron hooves of the demonic race." As his words reverberated through the assembly, contemplation flickered in the eyes of the gathered crowd. A cultivator of the same realm as Chongqing spoke up, acknowledging that while Lin Yu may have acted impulsively, his words held a semblance of truth. "In the previous battle, I initially believed that you were outmatched. However, it now appears that something is amiss. Those who have reached this stage are astute individuals. To attempt such childish tricks under the watchful eyes of many requires a certain character. Those willing to side with you would, without hesitation, fabricate tales with their eyes closed. Yet, those who are unwilling will naturally speak the truth." Lin Suihao, filled with indignation, could not admit his intentional release of the opponent. To do so would equate to betraying his own kin. He struggled, shouting, "Nonsense, utter nonsense. I merely fell short in strength. The demonic cultivators are cunning. How could I?" Before he could finish, a thunderous explosion reverberated. Lin Yu had, unbeknownst to him, raised his white tiger golden light sword, wielding unmatched power as he struck down. The instinct for survival prompted Lin Sihao to retaliate, but he was met with a harsh blow, spitting blood and staggering back several paces. "What are you doing? Are you trying to kill me?" he exclaimed, but the only response was Lin Yu's chilling laughter. "Ladies and gentlemen, do you see this? Within the confines of the Heavenly Gate, I ask how many in the realm of Chongqing could withstand a single strike from me? As a disciple of the Lin family, my sword is sufficient to slay an ordinary Chongqing cultivator, and yet he merely spat blood. He remains here, still capable of shouting at me. Such strength surpasses that of the 4 demonic cultivators who sought my life. You claim to have been outmatched?" In that instant, the crowd fell silent, their gazes toward Lin Sihao now laced with scrutiny. Lin Yu's previous strike, among the dozens of Chongqing cultivators present, could hardly be withstood by more than a handful. The majority would have been suppressed on the spot. Yet, Lin Sihao had unexpectedly managed to endure this sudden ambush. How could such prowess fail to deter the demonic cultivators? Lin Yu turned to Rin Kuanga. "Do you have anything to say? He conspired with foreign entities, attempting to bring about my demise. My death would be of little consequence, merely the work of a petty villain. Yet, I cannot perish at that moment. There are countless lives at stake." With Lin Yu's words, Lin Sihao finally realized he had fallen into a trap. Even a fool could now comprehend that Lin Yu had intentionally allowed the demonic cultivators to commit murder. What Lin Yu sought was a legitimate pretext. The notion of colluding with foreign entities was mere drivel. Lin Yu did not care, nor did he need to. However, the act of murder required a semblance of justification. If Rin Kuanga spoke of rules, then let us discuss the rules. Lin Yu advanced, sword in hand, step by step towards Lin Suihao and the members of the Sima family. This time, Rin Kuanga's expression was conflicted. Defeating the demonic clan, yet engaging in mutual slaughter within the gates was indeed inappropriate. But what grounds did he have to stop Lin Yu? Lin Suihao, gazing at that advancing figure, could not help but retreat in fear. "No, stay back." The gaze of desperation swept across every face, yet none responded. Nor did anyone step forward to speak on his behalf. With a single stroke, the head of a once loyal practitioner of the great sage realm who had previously followed Lin Suihao in ambushing Lin You, soared into the air. The atmosphere was thick with dread, as if a reaper wielding a scythe had appeared, each step instilling terror among the onlookers. The blade glimmered, and 2 heads were sent flying. Blood dripped from Lin Yu's sword as he approached the last remaining practitioner of the great sage realm, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow. The man collapsed to his knees, pleading, "Do not kill me. I am not involved. I was merely obeying orders. I implore you, Lin You, spare my life." Lin You slowly raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. "Hush," he whispered. The blurred sword struck again, claiming another head. After vanquishing 4, Lin You continued onward. With the teleportation array destroyed, Lin Suihao and his companions were left with no escape, helplessly watching as the figure in white grew larger in their vision. The members of the Sima family were the first to falter under the pressure, their fears manifesting in a churning black mist. "Have you all lost your minds? Are you truly going to stand by and watch Lin You murder?" he shouted, yearning for a response. Yet, only a flash of sword light tore through the void. Only Lin Suihao and the last remaining practitioner of the longevity realm from the Sima family stood before Lin You, whose sword dripped with blood. Ren Kuanga suddenly appeared before him, urging, "Enough. This must come to a halt. I shall bring Lin Suihao back to the longevity family for judgment. You will receive a satisfactory answer, I assure you. What say you?" Lin You paused, sensing a hint of desperation in Ren Kuanga's eyes. In a tone meant for their ears alone, he continued, "Do not kill any further." The longevity realm practitioner did not perish at the hands of foreign foes, but rather by his own kin. Not everyone comprehends such truths. Look around you. Observe the expressions of those present, fear and trepidation. They revere you as a deity. For you single-handedly slaughtered 1,000,000 demonic soldiers. They wish to witness a hero, a paragon of humanity. Should you slay Lin Suihao today, it would merely be an act of personal vengeance. Let this matter conclude here, Lin You. I will ensure you receive due justice, with my own life as collateral. What say you?" Hearing this, Lin You slowly turned his head, his gaze sweeping over the multitude of practitioners within the Jintian Pass. A complex and ineffable emotion filled the air. Some looked on in anguish, unable to fathom why Lin You would turn against his own. Others mourned the impending doom of Lin Suihao, a figure who had always fought valiantly for humanity. Yet there were also those who clenched their fists, glaring at Lin Suihao and his allies in anger on Lin Yu's behalf. The myriad of emotions present was palpable. Ultimately, the weight of the accusation of collusion with foreign entities could not tarnish every heart. Lin Yu's throat constricted, a difficult swallow echoing in the silence. He turned his head, gazing at Ren Kuanga before slowly lowering the longsword in his hand. "General Ren, what if I were to slay them all today?" Upon seeing Lin Yu set down his sword, Ren Kuanga secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Nothing would happen. However, the general you have just acquired will certainly be lost. You have already taken a toll on them, and your anger has been vented. You could at least bring back Lin Suihao to the Chongqing family for judgment. Perhaps some useful information could be extracted. Ren Kuanga offered his counsel. Fortunately, Lin Yu was not as reckless as he had feared. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss regarding how to handle this newly accomplished individual. Lin Yu softly replied, "Good." A smile finally graced Ren Kuanga's face. "It is best that you comprehend this reasoning." Yet, in the next moment, his expression froze completely. The longsword erupted with a resounding brilliance. A light so blinding that even with his back turned, he could see the unmatched radiance illuminating the heavens. The longsword in Lin Yu's hand shot forth like a soul-snatching chain. In less than a breath, it pierced through Lin Suihao and another, pinning them to the wall. The sharp intent of the blade shattered their innards into oblivion. Even as their souls teetered on the brink of collapse, Lin Suihao could not fathom why this individual, who had clearly agreed, would act thus. Why? Alas, he would never hear the answer. Task progress. 88. Task reward. Colorful critical hit roulette X6. Task reward. Chaos Dao Classic progress fully charged. Task reward. Lin Family's Cave Paradise achieves 1,000-fold acceleration. Ren Kuanga's furious roar echoed through the void. "Lin You. You are outrageous." At that moment, he fully understood the meaning behind Lin Yu's earlier acceptance. It was not a promise to fulfill his request, but rather a willingness to forsake everything he currently possessed. In the face of Ren Kuanga's overwhelming rage, Lin Yu did not flinch. "Those who wish to kill me shall not be allowed to linger for even a day. They lurk like venomous serpents. And on any given day, they may strike again. I refuse to have anyone stab me in the back while I am embroiled in a bloody conflict with foreign foes. If General Ren believes my actions to be erroneous, then let him act." Lin Yu's words fell heavily upon every listener's heart. Indeed, who would willingly expose their back to such individuals? One moment they were battling foreign enemies, and the next, a fellow clansman could appear out of nowhere to deliver a fatal blow. However, matters must be distinguished. Lin Yu's fate ultimately rested in Ren Kuang's hands, for he was the only one capable of making decisions within the Zhentian Pass at that moment. Ren Kuang's fingers trembled in fury, pointing at Lin Yu, torn between the urge to scold and the inability to voice his thoughts. He understood these principles, yet he was grappling with the entirety of Zhentian Pass. Every personal gain or loss must be set aside. Lin Yu had just achieved an unparalleled feat. Killing him would only exacerbate the situation 100-fold compared to Lin Sahao's demise. Yet, if he refrained from killing him, how would he face anyone who, in their arrogance, repeatedly committed grave errors? Gazing at the 18-year-old youth before him, Ren Kuang felt an overwhelming sense of complexity. While two practitioners of the longevity realm undoubtedly held significance, they were not irreplaceable. His eyes were fixed on Lin Yu, and memories of a recent scene flooded back, one of heroic valor, single-handedly propping up a crumbling edifice. After a prolonged silence that lasted a quarter of an hour, Ren Kuang finally reached a difficult decision. Lin Yu, the scales of merit and demerit do not balance. In the next battle, you shall be the vanguard for humanity. If you emerge victorious, I shall absolve you of today's indiscriminate slaughter of your comrades. However, should you falter and retreat a single step, I shall have you executed as a sacrifice. Upon hearing these words, a smile crept across Lin Yu's lips. So, he would not be killed after all. Transitioning from a general to a vanguard meant that their grievances would be settled. As for the talk of victory banners and sacrifice, it was merely rhetoric. Smoothly navigating the situation was all that mattered. Lin Yu slightly bowed and replied earnestly, "Yes, General Ren." Chapter 151, The Tale of Lin Tangfeng. In the secret chamber, Lin Yu and Ren Kuang exchanged glances. Faced with the youthful figure before him, Ren Kuang found himself at a loss for words. Finally, he could only sigh in resignation. "You are far too impulsive. You possess a promising future. Why discard it all for Lin Suihao?" The position of General of the Tianjin Pass was one of great authority, commanding tens of thousands of practitioners. Such power and status far outweighed your trivial personal vendettas. Lin Yu lifted his teacup, chuckling softly as he shook his head. "I am but a man who holds grudges. As for future matters, they can wait. Until he is gone, I shall find no rest." Ren Kuang sighed once more, a hint of exasperation in his tone. "All right then, what brings you to seek me? Do not tell me it is merely for idle conversation. I am far too busy with the array that requires my direct attention." Lin Yu nodded in acknowledgement. The esteemed general is indeed burdened with affairs of great importance. I shall be succinct. I have come to the ancient burial grounds solely to seek one individual. Ren Kuang raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and lifted his teacup. "Oh, and who might that be?" Lin Yu spoke gravely. "There is a longevity envoy from the Lin family who has been within the ancient burial grounds for several millennia. Logically, someone of such stature should be renowned if they are still alive. Yet, since my entry, I have encountered no one else." Upon hearing Lin Yu mention the longevity envoy, Ren Kuang's drinking came to an abrupt halt. He promptly inquired, "What do you seek him for?" Lin Yu replied softly, "There are some ancient matters that require a face-to-face discussion." Ren Kuang's expression shifted to one of contemplation. The next moment, as if he had deduced something, he spoke. "Is it concerning the Lin family? Or rather, regarding Lin Tangfeng?" Lin Yu's eyes widened with surprise, and he nodded without hesitation. "Precisely. Individuals of Ren Kuang's caliber, even if not privy to the details, would likely have heard whispers of the Lin family's past. His sudden emergence and the confrontation with Lin Suihao made it easy for others to draw their conclusions." Ren Kuang sighed, placing the teacup back on the table, seemingly hesitating over how to begin. "Well, I have some knowledge regarding Lin Tangfeng. Let us first discuss the esteemed envoy of the Lin family. Since my first venture into the ancient burial grounds, no more than 10,000 years have elapsed. To be candid, not only have you never encountered him, but I too have never laid eyes upon him." Lin Yu looked up in surprise. "You have never seen that person? Is he not in Guangzhou?" Ren Kuang nodded. "He should not be in Guangzhou. Since I assumed control of the Zhentian Pass, I have not caught even a glimpse of him. If my conjecture is correct, he has likely ascended to a higher dimension." "Higher dimension?" Lin Yu murmured softly, instinctively echoing the term. This was his first encounter with such a concept. Ren Kuang continued, "Do you know that the myriad realms are divided into 9 tiers? Why does the Chongqing family reside only in the 3rd tier star domain?" Lin Yu shook his head. Ren Kuang's voice resonated further. "In truth, our belief that the ancient burial grounds serve as a battleground against foreign races is not entirely accurate. This is merely a portion of the battlefield. The true titans are situated within the 2nd tier star domain. That is a passage connecting the entire vast world. Countless ancestors of the Chongqing family guard this place, safeguarding the entrance to the myriad realms. It is not solely the demon race. There exist beings that identify themselves as monsters, deities, spirits, and others. Unlike other star domains, there is not a trace of spiritual energy there. To reach such a realm, one must at the very least attain the immortal realm. Though the myriad realms are said to consist of 9 domains, in reality, there are only 7. Places above the 3rd tier are deemed forbidden lands, impervious to the gaze of ordinary mortals. Upon hearing this, Lin You fell into deep contemplation. After a long while, he posed a question. Does the Chongqing envoy possess such great authority? Or does he possess such high cultivation that he is able to enter above the 2nd tier star domain? Rin Kuanga pressed his lips together, then spoke. As far as I know, that individual seems to differ from our assumptions. He is not an envoy dispatched by the Lin family. Rather, he is one of their own. Lin You instantly grasped the implication. No wonder their half-medallion was in the hands of a Chongqing envoy. If the individual were indeed a member of the Lin family, everything would make sense. In other words, he is likely the instigator from years past. All the mysteries and secrets could be elucidated by him personally. Lin You took a deep breath. What else does General Ren know about Lin Tangfeng? Upon hearing this, Ren Kuanga's eyes flickered with memories. He shook his head helplessly before speaking. The ancestor of the Lin Family War Department. A paragon among the paragons. Back when he was in the ancient burial grounds. He shone even brighter than you do now. Single-handedly, with the cultivation of the Inquiry Realm, he held back the entire Shura Department's hundreds of thousands of troops. He was revered in Guangzhou, admired by countless individuals, a breathtaking figure. Listening to Ren Kuanga's words, Lin You couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. To hold back a legion. Incredible. I question whether I could achieve the same even if I reached the Inquiry Realm. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers, even if they were but swine, could not be halted by a solitary individual. Ren Kuanga's lips curled into a smile as he recounted the tale of Lin Tangfeng with the fervor of an ardent admirer. Since that fateful day, the esteemed elder Lin Tangfeng had taken command of the Zhentian Pass, not merely content with passive defense. He boldly led the human race in a counteroffensive against the demonic horde. The army traversed countless miles, advancing directly to the very doorstep of the demon realm, leaving a trail of carnage in its wake. He alone seemed capable of matching the might of 1,000 troops, sending the demon cultivators fleeing in terror. Meanwhile, through successive battles, he grew ever more formidable, ascending from the realm of inquiry to the threshold of emperorhood, rendering him unparalleled within the 6 realms of longevity. The entire multiverse was abuzz with anticipation, eagerly awaiting this war god to breach the gates of the demon race and reveal the edge of humanity's blade. Yet, at this juncture, Ren Kuanga's words abruptly faltered, a profound sense of melancholy shimmering in his eyes. Lin You hastily inquired. And then? Ren Kuanga shook his head. I do not know. Lin You was taken aback. What did this mean? Summoning great courage, Ren Kuanga disclosed a harsh truth. At the threshold of the demon realm, they fought valiantly. Yet, we found ourselves hindered, unable to advance even a single step, witnessing our fellow cultivators spill blood and our kin fall. He chose to venture forth alone, aiming to dismantle the demonic formation from within. Subsequently, the human forces suffered a calamitous defeat, with 1 million cultivators laid to rest in foreign lands. However, Lin Tangfeng never reappeared. Some claimed to have witnessed Lin Tangfeng turn against his compatriots. Others suggested he fled in fear, while some branded him a traitor. Listening to Ren Kuanga's account, Lin You could envision the brutality of that battle. Countless humans believed they had finally glimpsed the dawn, at long last, someone to lead them against the demon race. Yet, the outcome was a resounding defeat. In such circumstances, the entire multiverse craved an outlet for their pent-up emotions. The absence of Lin Tangfeng perhaps served as the most convenient scapegoat. Lin You could not help but furrow his brow, voicing his internal conflict. Is such reasoning truly credible? If Lin Tangfeng were a traitor, Zhentian Pass would have long since fallen. Why then retaliate against the alien race? Ren Kuanga shook his head, deeming it inconsequential. The crux of the matter was that the battle had nearly decimated the elite of humanity, leaving scarcely 1 in 10. The multiverse teetered on the brink of peril, and the sentiments of every individual had long since shifted. Moreover, that battle was instigated by Lin Tangfeng himself. Thus, the blame could only rest upon the shoulders of the absent Lin Tangfeng. Lin You fell into a profound silence. The myriad facets of existence are encapsulated within this truth. Regardless of past contributions, once one errs and encroaches upon the collective interest, one's countenance swiftly transforms. Just as it was with himself now. What significance did his recent accomplishments hold? Should his subsequent decisions lead to the demise of thousands of cultivators within Zhentian Pass? He would undoubtedly be the first to face retribution. Achievements and transgressions never truly balance each other. And has no one discovered the remains of Lin Tangfeng? Lin You inquired once more. No, came the reply. Ren Kuanga shook his head, pondering that if he could locate Lin Tangfeng's remains, perhaps he could attain the honorable title of having died in battle. Yet, Everything transpired with such swiftness and peculiarity. No one heard or felt the tremors from Lin Tongfeng's fierce confrontation. It simply concluded. What unfolded during that time remains a mystery to me. Lin You nodded, aware that this long-held secret could not be unraveled by Ren Kuanga in a single breath. The ultimate source must lie with the Lin family's envoy of longevity. I have matters to attend to in the 6-star domain and shall soon depart from the ancient burial grounds. Ren Kuanga remained silent, acknowledging Lin Yu's freedom. However, you must exercise caution. The news of your slaying of Lin Sahao and the members of the Sima family has already spread. Once you return to the Myriad Realms, you will have to weigh your actions carefully. Lin Yu nodded in understanding. With a clearer direction, he turned to leave. At that moment, within the Sima family, the atmosphere was as oppressive as a volcano on the verge of eruption. Shadows lingered in the depths of darkness, their silence conveying a multitude of unspoken words. Opposite them stood the Lin family of longevity. The icy voice of the Sima family resonated through the void. Is this the extent of the Lin family's prowess? One Lin Sahao had the audacity to personally threaten my Sima family, abducting 3 cultivators of longevity. And what is the result? He was slain in broad daylight. Reduced to less than a dead dog, the Lin family, seated across from him, fell into an unusual silence. After a prolonged moment, they finally spoke. Lin Yu's growth has surpassed our expectations. We had deemed him worthy of respect, yet we never anticipated this urgency. He has risen to prominence in just a year. If this continues, the heavens themselves may be pierced. The Sima family scoffed, rebuking them. Do you still have the audacity to speak? This predicament arose from your actions. The principle of uprooting the weeds is not lost on me. The members of the Lin family bristled with indignation. Is it our fault for not taking action? Half of the 2nd-star domain relies on those old fellows to maintain order. Had they not been preoccupied, they would have personally welcomed Lin Yu back. The Sima family was shrouded in dark mist, a tempest of wrath swirling within. Enough with the pleasantries. Were it not for your decisions in the past, would we be facing this today? With that, how shall we deal with Lin Yu? Do not forget, while the Sima family's foundation is not pristine, we still have an escape route. If the Lin family is exposed, it will face true annihilation. The Lin family, cold and unyielding, uttered a single word: kill. Both our families shall each send 3 ascendant cultivators to infiltrate the 6th-star domain. This operation must be executed flawlessly. The Sima family smirked. And what if we fail again? The Lin family scoffed at such a notion. What folly! The situation in the 2nd-star domain is at a breaking point. Even beings above the Divine King are confronting otherworldly foes. Even if the Zhuge family were to summon their ancestors of the Heavenly Steppe, we would tear our faces and fight to the end. Lin Yu is merely a cultivator of longevity. Does he truly believe he is invincible? If that were the case, it would be better for us to simply resign ourselves to our fate and wait for death. Within the 6th-tier star realm, the Blessing Alliance has begun to take shape. Under the dual scrutiny of the Celestial Ladder and the combined efforts of Lu Yaowen and Fan Rue, the 6 departments have amassed nearly 100 members, all of whom possess at least the cultivation of true God. With abundant resources at their disposal and the 2 realms interconnected, it has swiftly become the most spiritually vibrant locale beneath the 3rd-tier star realm. The Blessing Alliance has emerged as the preeminent superpower in both realms, with notable figures such as the esteemed elders of the Lin family serving as its backbone. Lin Tao and Lin Dong have reached the pinnacle of the Golden Immortal Realm, and all 6 inspectors of the Myriad Realms have also broken through to Golden Immortal. Although they may not match Lin Yu's prowess, they are undoubtedly among the elite within the 2 realms. With the acceleration provided by the celestial paradises and the vast supply of resources, breakthroughs to the quasi-saint and great saint levels are imminent for many. However, the most astonishing development is perhaps that of Cui Yi, the supreme leader of the Heavenly Execution Department within the Blessing Alliance and head of the 6 departments. With the support of the celestial paradises and following guidance from Lin Yu, his cultivation has skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket. He has now become the only other individual, aside from Lin Yu, to step into the quasi-saint level, truly deserving of the title of head of the 6 departments. Just as the Blessing Alliance flourished, an unwelcome visitor suddenly appeared. At that moment, all factions within the 6th and 5th-tier star realms discontented with Lin Yu united, forming an army of cultivators numbering in the thousands. Fueled by indignation, they rallied before the Blessing Alliance, demanding Lin Yu's presence. Let him come out and speak with us. Why should he alone dictate the fate of the 6th and 5th-tier realms? This is our territory. We have been rooted here for millennia. Either we share governance, or we shall declare war on the Blessing Alliance. The man leading this charge was the master of the Yangchuan sect from the 5th-tier star realm. Before the downfall of the Liuguang clan, he was already one of the dominating forces within the 5th-tier realm. He had believed that with the Liuguang clan's demise, his Yangchuan sect would ascend to supremacy within the entire fifth-tier realm. Yet, he did not anticipate Lin Yu's rapid advancement. Before he could revel in his triumph, a superpower spanning 2 realms descended with a resounding impact. Guo Xiaofeng, the master of the Yangchuan sect, was consumed by unease as he witnessed the Blessing Alliance grow stronger. Ultimately, he resolved to secretly offer substantial rewards to unite a coalition of reluctant factions to confront Lin You. Lu Yaowen stood at the forefront of the alliance, gazing at the dense crowd of cultivators. The assembly of thousands could spell disaster. With Lin You absent from the 2 realms, any misstep could lead to the downfall of the newly established Blessing Alliance. He looked at the leading figure, Guo Xiaofeng, and spoke in a grave tone. Lord Guo, what is the meaning of this? Lord Lin has established the Blessing Alliance, while you may continue to manage your Yangchuan sect. We each have our own paths. What is the issue with that? Lu Yaowen feigned ignorance, fully aware of Guo Xiaofeng's intentions. Guo Xiaofeng responded with a series of cold smirks. A fitting phrase indeed, each shall tread their own path. The Blessing Alliance now boasts formidable strength, collecting tributes on behalf of the Chongqing family, while simultaneously recruiting prodigies from both realms. At this rate, it won't be long before we, the venerable elders rooted in the 6th and 5th star domains, are utterly consumed. Wouldn't you agree? Upon utterance of these words, the crowd erupted in righteous indignation. Indeed, what does the Blessing Alliance intend? Do they aspire to dominate both realms? Even the Chongqing family merely collects a modest sum of spirit stones. Yet you all seek to trample upon us. Beside them, Fan Rue could no longer contain his fury. Have you all lost your conscience? The lands of the 2 realms were obtained by Lin You from the Chongqing family. Now that the realms have merged, the spiritual energy has increased manifold. Have you not gained any benefits from this? Furthermore, in recruiting cultivators, is our elder coercing anyone? Are we forcing anyone's head to join us? The path to spirit stones lies open. Those with the capability will naturally seize them. If your disciples possess talent, do you think we would refuse to acknowledge it? Now that the constraints of heaven and earth have dissipated, you are no longer bound by limitations of realm. Such grace is akin to being reborn. How can you be so ungrateful? Fan Rue's passionate outburst left the crowd in stunned silence. Yet, Guo Xiaofeng appeared resolute, gritting his teeth as he spoke. And what of it? The spirit stones still originate from us. They are ours. You would use our spirit stones to bolster Lin Yu's reputation. What a clever scheme. And as for the dissolution of the constraints of heaven and earth, it is we who enabled Lin You to break through the 2 realms, is it not? He did so of his own volition. Fan Rue, seething with rage, retorted, nonsense. Those spirit stones are meant for the Chongqing family. Do you believe the Blessing Alliance would refrain from collecting tributes if you do not comply? Whatever comes into your possession is due to our elders' prowess. Do not attempt to obfuscate the truth here. The tension escalated as both sides grew increasingly incensed. Fan Rue attempted to rally his comrades to action several times, only to be firmly restrained by Lu Yaowen, whose gaze remained fixed upon Guo Xiaofeng. Lord Guo, further discourse is futile. You have come here today to usurp power. Have you considered the consequences? Upon hearing this, Guo Xiaofeng's throat tightened, and the image of that towering figure in the sky flickered through his mind. Yet, he soon clenched his jaw defiantly. And what if we do? We stand firm here. Today, let Lin You emerge and provide us with an explanation. Either we jointly govern the 2 realms, forming an alliance named the Shanghai Alliance, or the Blessing Alliance shall cease to exist today. Lu Yaowen's face twisted into a cold smirk as he scrutinized the blustering middle-aged man before him. Oh, you wish to share governance. How much territory do you desire? Guo Xiaofeng raised his chin, stating, not much, just 1/3 will suffice. The Blessing Alliance and the Shanghai Alliance shall each claim 1/3, with the remaining 1/3 considered jointly owned. This time, even the composed Lu Yaowen felt a surge of murderous intent. To demand 1/3 of the territory, did he truly believe they were soft targets? Why did he not exhibit such audacity in the face of the Chongqing family? Lu Yaowen narrowed his eyes, asking, and if we refuse? Guo Xiaofeng sneered, refuse? Very well. Henceforth we shall pursue the members of the Protector Alliance within the 2 realms. Let us observe who dares to join henceforth. I am aware of Lin Yu's capabilities. With his audacity, he could decimate us entirely. How will he account to the Chongqing family then? Moreover, without us, how many in the Protector Alliance could fulfill their obligations? The prodigious talents of the 2 realms are all under our banner. The atmosphere is charged with tension, as if a confrontation is imminent. A multitude of cultivators, numbering in the thousands, coalesces, exuding an overwhelming pressure that quakes the very void. In the current Protector Alliance, without Lin You, there exists not a shred of hope for victory. Guo Xiaofeng is keenly aware of this and seizes the opportunity. Either he exterminates them all, leaving the 2 realms devoid of life, rendering the Chongqing family unable to provide an account, or he relinquishes power, sharing governance over the two realms. A confident smile graces Guo Xiaofeng's face as he declares, "I shall grant you but the time of a single incense stick to deliberate." Or else his words are abruptly interrupted by a sudden, thunderous explosion. A familiar long sword soars from an unknown origin, embedding itself in the ground. Following this, the unmistakable figure in white appears, Lin You. Upon his arrival, Fan Rui and Lu Yaowen hastily attempt to speak, only to be silenced by Lin Yu's gesture. No need for further words. I have heard everything. The air thrums with a deafening resonance. Lin You gently raises his white tiger golden light sword. Its tip aimed directly at the multitude of cultivators. Who dares to bargain with me? Here, I am the arbiter. If you are dissatisfied, summon someone from the Qin family to witness whether my sword can sever his head. As his words echo, an oppressive aura envelopes the arena. It is at this moment that the assembled throng comprehends the gravity of their situation. Lin Yu stands there, exuding an immense weight akin to a mountain, stifling their breath. A few individuals swallow hard. What use is your bravado here? If you possess the courage, speak to the Qin family. Yes, go ahead and slaughter us all. In an instant, the intent of the sword surged. Before anyone could comprehend the unfolding events, two heads soared into the air. Lin Yu's blade, stained with blood, gazes disdainfully at the assembly. Is there anyone else who has yet to voice their thoughts? Step forth. I shall see you on your way. Chapter 154. Here, words are founded on strength. Lin Yu's voice reverberates throughout the expanse. No one dares utter a word of dissent. The alliance of thousands of cultivators is ruthlessly suppressed by raw power in the blink of an eye. Guo Xiaofeng swallows hard, acutely aware that he ought to speak out at this moment. Yet, the oppressive sensation feels like a dagger pressed against his throat. Trembling, he points a finger at Lin You. You think you can bully us with your might? If you possess true strength, then kill us all. This vast universe is not dictated by you. Lin You, should you truly strike, I wonder how you will explain it to the Qin family. Guo Xiaofeng reveals what he believes to be his strongest trump card. In his mind, even if Lin You now commands the two realms, he remains tethered by the constraints of the Qin family. They are the pillars of the two realms. With so many lives at stake, who would dare to kill? Observing the expressions of fear mixed with anticipation on their faces, Lin You suddenly chuckled. He raised his blood-stained longsword and spoke softly. The Qin family? An explanation? Ha ha. Lin Yu's laughter was so intense that it made everyone present shiver. That indescribable fearlessness and arrogance emanating from his very core instilled an inexplicable terror in the hearts of the onlookers. With a gentle stroke of the sword, he declared, I, Lin You, owe no one an explanation. Since you all seek death with such fervor, let me fulfill your wishes. From this day forth, my Lin family shall stand among the Qin. If you dare to contest, let the Qin family come and speak to me directly. Boom. His words fell like a heavy bomb into the hearts of the crowd. Not only were Guo Xiaofeng and the others left dumbfounded, but even Lu Yaowen and Fan Rui were rendered speechless. Stand among the Qin? Boss, isn't this happening a bit too fast? We aren't prepared yet. Lu Yaowen rushed forward. Lord Lin, you can't say such things lightly. Fan Rui nodded vigorously. Yes, brother, we shouldn't voice our thoughts so openly. Yet, Lin You seemed to hear nothing. Suddenly, he raised his hand, sealing the void. Thousands of cultivators were surrounded by his piercing sword intent. Within these two realms, I, Lin You, am the heavens. With a swing of his sword, 800 heads soared into the sky. Crimson blood soaked the air, striking the hearts of all present. Countless eyes widened in disbelief. This man is serious. He truly intends to slay these thousands of cultivators. Guo Xiaofeng spewed blood. And though that sword strike had not specifically targeted him, he felt as if his heart was being ripped apart by an immense weight pressing down upon him. Gazing at the young man before him was akin to staring at a deity. He felt utterly helpless. He roared in fury. Are you insane, Lin You? If you truly drive us to extinction, you will not fare well either. The Qin family. But the only response he received was the chilling edge of a sword. Heads flew into the air. The stench of terror began to spread infinitely, and the thousands of cultivators who had accompanied Guo Xiaofeng began to flee in a frenzy. They desperately attempted to break through Lin Yu's sword intent, but as soon as their spiritual energy met the sword aura, they were sent reeling back, spitting blood. The overwhelming power left no room for thoughts of defiance. Such horror. Lin Yu's voice echoed coldly in the void. Weren't you all so defiant? Let me see which is tougher, your words or your skull. With another swing of his sword, 3,000 cultivators were annihilated. Silence enveloped the two realms. As even breathing felt like a luxury at that moment, that figure in white appeared as both divine and demonic. He could loom high above like a benevolent deity or descend to stir the masses. It was only at this moment that they realized the gravity of the foe they had provoked. Countless thoughts of regret surged within the heart. Some fell to their knees, tears cascading like rain. Lin You, forgive us, we acknowledge our mistakes. Spare my life. It was Qin Feng who incited us. He promised us rewards. Grant me mercy, and I shall serve you loyally in the future. They pleaded, they groveled, they trembled in fear, struggling in despair. Yet, the smile on Lin Yu's lips grew ever colder. Mistake? No, you are merely afraid. Another sword strike fell, as if unmatched in its might. Thousands perished on the spot. All those who had come to spectate dared not even breathe. So brutal, so invincible. Between these two realms, not even the combined strength of thousands of cultivators could withstand Lin Yu's sword. Who would dare to evade its edge? In this world, in these two realms. From this day forth, only one voice shall resonate, that of Lin Yu. He wiped the blood from his blade, gazing at the last remnants clinging to life. Here, speech is measured by strength. I, Lin Yu, question my own restraint. If you utter that you shall not perish while simultaneously seeking to threaten me, then we shall see if your head is fit for the guillotine. The final strike. The grand procession of over 10,000 cultivators was utterly annihilated. Not a single one spared. Lu Yaowen stood before the sea of corpses, feeling momentarily estranged from this figure of authority. Logically, this should have been a matter easily resolved by killing the chicken to scare the monkey. Why let it escalate to such a degree? The Guardian Alliance sought to thrive between the two realms through attraction, not fear. Yet now, under Lin Yu's sword, the gathered throng trembled in terror. Perhaps for hundreds, or even thousands of years to come, there would not arise another Qin Feng. But that was fear, not genuine allegiance. How could one truly coexist with others when governed by the name of fear? He swallowed hard, watching Lin Yu turn towards him. My lord. Lin Yu raised his gaze, quietly observing this seasoned figure, and softly inquired, do you find my methods inappropriate? Though unspoken, I perceive it in your eyes. Lu Yaowen bowed his head in silence. Indeed, he harbored such thoughts. Lin Yu stepped forward, gently patting his shoulder. In the days to come, the Guardian Alliance will rely on you and Fan Rue, along with the other elders, to manage it. Currently, your strength is insufficient to subdue them. I shall not remain in these realms often. Should I kill them now? It may sow the seeds of future calamity. However, if I refrained, they would return incessantly. When you achieve success and renown, then extend your grace. And they will submit willingly, for you shall be an insurmountable barrier in their eyes. Mercy without might merely becomes their capital for tyranny. Lin Yu's words struck deeply, and Lu Yaowen felt a barely perceptible tremor in his shoulder. He then drew a deep breath. Yes, my lord. Chapter 155, The Ancient True Word Technique. After the farce between the two realms concluded, Lin Yu swiftly immersed himself once more in cultivation. The 6 colorful critical strike wheels accelerated his progress at an unimaginable pace. As the chaotic scriptures were fully unlocked, a transcendent technique beyond the true spirit level gradually materialized in Lin Yu's mind. Technique unlocked. Ancient Truth Mantra. Technique level. Holy Spirit. Current proficiency, 199. Note. Upon mastering the technique, one can reach the realm where words manifest into reality, usable up to 9 times. Upon seeing the system's introduction, Lin Yu couldn't help but inhale sharply. Words manifesting into reality? Wasn't that akin to having 9 life-saving trump cards? My goodness. The highest level he had previously encountered was merely the true spirit level dual-born celestial tree. This Holy Spirit level technique was a first for him. Although he was uncertain of its true power, just the description alone sent waves of ecstatic joy coursing through him. He activated 3 colorful critical strike cards. Ding. Gained 1,000,000 times cultivation acceleration. All for the green sprite. Usage successful. Lin Yu contemplated, drawing out 3 to endow his external incarnation with cultivation. He reserved 3 for cultivating the technique. Then he used 3 more. Ding. Gained 800,000 times cultivation acceleration. In an instant, Lin Yu felt as if the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had transformed into solid iron blocks, and he, the greatest magnet within this universe. Even without any action, merely standing there, torrents of spiritual energy surged madly into his body. He dared not delay for even a second and immediately commenced his cultivation of the technique. Ancient Truth Mantra Proficiency, 199. Ancient Truth Mantra Proficiency, 299. Ancient Truth Mantra Proficiency, 399. Once this was accomplished, he needed to hasten his cultivation to reach the immortal realm and venture to the second-tier star domain. There, he would be able to locate the Lin family's longevity envoy, fulfilling his uncle's lifetime aspirations. Within and beyond the blessed lands, 2 figures began to cultivate fervently. Meanwhile, Lin Yu's bold proclamation silently resonated throughout the myriad realms. Countless longevity families seethed with fury. The Lin family aspiring for longevity? Which Lin family? Lin Yu? What nonsense. To be acknowledged as a longevity figure requires the scrutiny of the 8 foremost longevity families. overcoming numerous trials and tribulations. Did he think he could simply declare himself as such? What was this? He had already reached the pinnacle of longevity. That was hardly impressive. Every family had something similar. The entire third-tier star domain's longevity families erupted in uproar. Zhuge Chongqing merely smiled faintly, slightly astonished by the events of the day, as they unfolded with unexpected rapidity. Even though he knew Lin You would eventually take this step, it was still swifter than he had anticipated. The most perplexing aspect was how this lad had reached the pinnacle of longevity. Hadn't he just been at the great sage level during the last battle at Dragon Court? Zhuge Chongqing couldn't help but smirk, marveling not only at the rise of exceptional talents through the ages, but also at Lin Yu's extraordinary aptitude. Shining through the annals of time, beside him stood Qin Feng, bearing an expression of utter despair. This lad seemed to be grinding his teeth in frustration, fists clenched tightly. What a joke. I have finally progressed from quasi-saint to great sage, and you tell me Lin You has already achieved longevity? No way. Most crucially, my esteemed Qin family has yet to attain immortality, and this young man is exceedingly audacious. Zhuge Chongqing, observing his crestfallen expression, could not help but chuckle. Do not compare yourself to Lin You. He is an anomaly, far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. Qin Feng, brimming with indignation, retorted, what is there that I cannot match? Am I not also an anomaly? I am merely 18. I have reached the great sage realm. Aside from you, I am the only noteworthy figure from the Zhuge family. Zhuge Chongqing rolled his eyes and replied nonchalantly, then go challenge Lin You to a duel. If you defeat him, I shall grant you the position of head of the Zhuge family. Qin Feng fell silent. Defeating Lin You? Preposterous. At this moment, he felt that even a single finger from Lin You could easily crush him. A wave of discontent washed over him. He had some knowledge of Lin Yu's whereabouts, and no one was busier within the realms than he. Whether it was fighting here or seeking trouble there, his schedule seemed relentless. How could this scoundrel possibly find the time to cultivate? Was it true, as Zhuge Chongqing suggested, that mere hydration could enhance his strength? This was not mere jealousy. It was the indignant pride of a prodigy. Even if you are formidable, I shall strive to vanquish you. With this thought, Qin Feng could no longer bear to remain there. He retreated into the secret chamber, fuming. What is the big deal? I shall cultivate as well. I too can achieve immortality. Watching his sulking figure, Zhuge Chongqing could not suppress a smirk. These two fellows were indeed remarkably extraordinary in their own right. Thankfully, they were all part of the Zhuge family. At this moment, all the discontented immortals from the various families gathered together, preparing to confront Lin You for an explanation. Those who had been slain in the Dragon Court by Lin You or had suffered robbery were tightly knit in their alliance. The scale of their assembly was so grand that one might mistakenly believe they were about to wage war against a foreign race. Meanwhile, within the Lin family, several days passed in the blink of an eye. Lin You was on the verge of perfecting his ancient mantra. Sitting in the courtyard, he suddenly opened his eyes, gazing into the empty void. Who dares to lurk in the shadows? Show yourself. As his words fell, a fierce gust of energy erupted from Lin You, shattering the void and revealing 6 figures concealed behind him. Upon seeing them, Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat. They were beings far surpassing the realm of immortality. Though their cultivation remained obscured, the oppressive aura they exuded was not in the slightest inferior to that of Rinquanga. Lin Yu's gaze fixed upon them as he spoke in a low voice. Members of the Sima family and the Lin family, it seems you are undeterred by past failures. You have attempted to take my life several times, yet I have yet to seek vengeance upon you, and now you come knocking at my door. The 6 individuals revealed cold smiles. Ah, Lin You, truly remarkable, achieving the realm of immortality at merely 18. We have only just arrived, yet you have already detected our presence. They gradually unveiled their cultivation levels, the 9th heaven of Ascension. In an instant, the entire Dreamboat Star region, where the Lin family resided, was sealed off. No one could enter, nor could anyone escape. The leading man bore a grotesque scar across his face, observing Lin You with a mocking expression reminiscent of a cat eyeing its prey. However, this was the only commendable aspect about you. Today, we have come to claim your head. Chapter 156. Have we disappointed you? Gazing at the 6 individuals before him, Lin You could not help but narrow his eyes. Silently, he reached for the long sword at his waist. At this moment, the external manifestation of his cultivation was far from complete. Forcing a breakthrough would only allow him to reach the Dao-seeking realm, and against 6 peak ascendants, his chances of victory were virtually non-existent. Moreover, his uncles from the Lin family and Lu Yaowen were still cultivating in the Blessed Land. If he were to act recklessly here, they might suffer the same fate. Lin You clenched his teeth, a chilling murderous intent flickering in his eyes. He first gently raised his hand to sever the connection between the Blessed Land and the outside world. Only then did he slowly rise. You wish to claim my head? Do the Sima family and the Lin family possess such capabilities? Be cautious, lest you lose your own lives in the process. The sudden imposition of the barrier drew the attention of both realms. What is happening? Who possesses such audacity to seal off the star domain of Lord Lin? Hush! Perhaps it was Lord Lin himself, wishing to obscure something from our sight. Impossible. There is not a trace of Lord Lin's aura. It must be someone else. The Qin family. I understand now. It must be the Qin family seeking answers. A few days prior, Lin You had slain tens of thousands of cultivators and boldly claimed that the Lin family ranked among the Qin. This spells trouble. Upon hearing this, countless hidden pests lurking in the shadows rejoiced. They gazed at the barrier separating heaven and earth, murmuring incantations. Kill him. Kill him. As long as Lin You dies, the alliance will crumble without a fight. In this realm, no one will dare to act recklessly again. Karmic retribution. Lin You, you have met your day of reckoning. They clenched their fists, even though they were unaware of the events transpiring in the Mengbua star domain. They fervently cursed Lin You, hoping that he would meet his demise here. Within the Mengbua star domain, Lin You raised the long sword in his hand. Yet, the man opposite him appeared oblivious, lightly raising his hand and flicking his finger, causing the white tiger golden light sword to be sent flying. An ant shaking a tree. Do you know who you are facing? In this vast universe, reaching the Ascendant realm is akin to achieving the heavens. To slay a mere ant like Yui, the 6 Ascendants find it to be a great honor. His expression was the epitome of mockery. This was a chasm of difference in strength. No matter how formidable the Qin realm may be, it is merely a stepping stone, with 2 major realms separating it from the Ascendant realm. Moreover, to have 6 of us here at once is a rare privilege in the cosmos. Lin You felt a tingling numbness in his hands from the impact. He stared incredulously at the white tiger golden light sword, now lodged in the ground. This was the first time someone had managed to disarm him. Why waste words on him? A mere Qin realm fellow, taking advantage of his slight prowess. Kill him and bring this to an end, so we can return and report. Behind him, the expressions of the 5 Ascendant beings displayed unmistakable impatience. As they spoke, they were poised to strike. In an instant, the world was shrouded in darkness. The 6 individuals seemed to transform into the sovereigns of this domain, their figures wildly magnifying in Lin Yu's sight, as if they sought to devour his very soul and intellect. Lin You licked his lips, and despite the advancing threat of the 6, his expression bore no trace of panic, only the calculating demeanor of one weighing gains and losses. Still struggling in vain, one of them chuckled lightly. Reaching this point is commendable, yet your journey halts here. The chasm between us is beyond your imagination. Not only must you perish, but the entirety of the Lin family must meet their demise as well. To seek out secrets buried for millennia? Too troublesome. It is best to silence you insignificant ants once and for all. With his words, the 6 launched their assault. Boundless spiritual energy seemed to converge spontaneously within their palms. The entire Dreambow star domain was plunged into darkness. The endless black mist spread, and murderous intent surged ferociously within. Even the 2 realms emitted mournful cries under the unbearable weight. The members of the Guardian Alliance were already in a state of frantic urgency, relentlessly bombarding the barriers in a desperate bid to rush in and assist. Yet, the confinement severing heaven and earth was as unyielding as a fortress. No matter their efforts, they could not shake it even a fraction. Countless fists tightened, helplessly watching as the Dreambow star domain succumbed to utter blackness. The insects lurking in the shadows were ecstatic, for they knew this oppressive force did not belong to Lin You. It must be someone from the Qin family. Die. To be consigned to the annals of history. Perhaps in a million years, someone may still recall your name. The sensation of crushing a prodigy is truly delightful, the leader remarked with a smirk. Then, shaking his head as if lost in thought, he murmured, Indeed, I have been in seclusion for far too long, conversing with ants like you for such a duration. Then, with a forceful motion, he brought his arm down. A terrifying pressure capable of obliterating the entire Dreambow star domain descended. As death loomed imminent, Lin You, with sheer determination, broke through the oppressive weight and seized the sword lying on the ground. He gazed at the 6, who were even preparing to retreat, and spoke softly. Ants, do you truly believe that after living for some years, you can spout such nonsense? In a battle of equals, I would slay you as easily as one would butcher a dog. The 6 halted in their tracks. The scarred man sneered. But you will have no opportunity to do so. Yet, in the next moment, his expression froze in shock as Lin Yu's indifferent voice echoed. In the name of the ancient true spirit, invoke the laws of heaven and earth. Within this domain, all shall be of Qin. With a resounding chime, a magnificent power, never before seen in the myriad realms, suddenly descended. The scarred man's eyes brimmed with an indescribable terror. How is this possible? Why is my cultivation? I feel no fluctuation within, yet only the Qin realm. The remaining 5 were equally astonished. their previously lofty demeanor consumed by fear and confusion. They regarded Lin You as if he were a monster. It is you. This cannot be. Even the mightiest of deities and those of imperial strength cannot simply diminish our cultivation with mere words. Why? Lin You raised his sword, tenderly caressing its blade. It is because you are all but ants. How can such insignificant beings behold the vast sky? My will is the will of heaven. My words are the decree of the heavens. Thus, you may commence your dance. I grant you the opportunity to strike. 6 of you will besiege me. And if I cannot sever your heads within 10 breaths, I, Lin You, shall willingly offer my own life. Such arrogance in his proclamation was unparalleled. Though the hearts of the 6 surged with tumultuous waves, they were seasoned warriors who had ascended to the realm of immortality. They soon accepted the grim reality. United in strength, who among them had not once been a paragon of excellence? With this thought, the 6 launched their attack. Yet, scarcely had they moved when a resounding sword cry echoed through the heavens. A suffocating wave of sword intent surged forth, rendering them immobile. As they could only watch in horror as a long sword loomed larger in their vision. One strike, 6 splendid heads soared into the sky. The formidable barrier isolating the realms dissipated in an instant. Lin Yu's voice reverberated across the domains. He had not shifted his gaze. Yet it was as if he could see each individual with clarity. Disappointed some of you? I, Lin You, still draw breath. Chapter 157. The rest shall be slain without mercy. His words seemed to be imbued with a spell, reverberating wildly between the 2 realms. Countless hearts tightened, as if gripped by an unseen hand. The vast expanse of the starry realms fell into a chilling silence. They gazed upon that figure, too fearful to utter a sound, lest they incite the wrath of this grim reaper. Only when Lin Yu's gaze gradually withdrew, returning to the Lin family mansion, did they begin to breathe heavily. The oppressive aura was terrifying, akin to a blade poised at their throats. Who among them dared to offend Lin You, truly courting death? Do not drag us down with you. Indeed, within these 2 realms, Lin You is akin to the heavens. Even the Qin family would not dare intervene. I have witnessed the Lin family poised to ascend to unprecedented heights. My heavens! A family nestled between the 6th and 5th tier star realms? How terrifying! Within the Lin family mansion, the others remained oblivious to the events that had transpired. They felt a formidable pressure sweep through the starry expanse, and when it vanished, everything returned to its previous state. Empowered by the dual enhancement of advanced Dao fruits and 1,000-fold speed, the cultivation of the Lin family members surged exponentially. Time passed, though they could not tell how long, until Lin You slowly opened his eyes, frowning as he surveyed the blessed land. As if peering through an endless void to behold the Qin family, he softly called out, Lu Yaowen, Fan Rui, come forth. Upon hearing his command, the 2 within the blessed land awakened from their meditative state and hurriedly approached. Master, Lu Yaowen greeted respectfully. Elder brother, what are your instructions? Fan Rui inquired. Scratching his head, Lin You took a deep breath. I intend to unify the 2 realms into one, all under the aegis of my protective alliance. This task I entrust to you. Accompanied by the 6 departments in Shui, it was merely a trial. For those who defy us, there shall be no mercy. In an instant, both of them stood stunned. Lu Yaowen exclaimed, My lord, is this not a rather swift progression? Lin You shook his head, perhaps. But I lack the patience to wait for their awakening. The Alliance of Guardians is indeed replete with talent. Yet they have been entrenched between the 2 domains for countless years. On the surface, they bow in submission, but within, they remain unconvinced. Now that the barriers between the 2 realms have been breached, and the shackles of heaven and earth no longer exist, should those established hegemonic powers concentrate their efforts to nurture a prodigy, numerous hidden dangers will undoubtedly arise. I shall not always be present between the 2 domains. Thus, it is better to lay their cards bare. It will save you from being threatened as you were a few days ago in my absence. Lin You spoke with great reason. Between the 2 domains, there are more than mere millions. Previously, the Qin family had imposed restrictions, forbidding any breakthrough to the Qin realm. But now that the shackles are gone, each individual possesses infinite potential. Even if a genius emerges in a sea of 10,000, 100,000, or even a million, they are still too numerous to count. The sheer number of people ensures that some prodigies will inevitably rise. At that time, with Lin You absent, Shui alone, alongside a few elders of the Lin family, would be utterly incapable of contending with those extraordinary talents. He did not wish to return to find his homeland in ruins while he was occupied elsewhere. Earlier, as he scanned with his divine sense, he detected countless families harboring secretive energies, evidently poised to seize this opportunity and concentrate their resources to cultivate a super prodigy. The might of a faction's offensive and its peak combat strength often dictate the outcome of the entire battlefield. Fan Rui rubbed his hands together. What a splendid idea, brother. I have long wished to do so, not to mention, those old geezers in the 6-star domain are now training with all their might. Their pent-up energy from thousands of years is leading to an astonishing rate of breakthroughs. Lu Yaowen nodded in agreement. The scenario in the 5-star domain was no different. Previously, they could only reach the Golden Immortal realm, and those at the pinnacle of Golden Immortal had been stagnating at the same level for thousands, even tens of thousands of years. The depth of their resources is unimaginable. Since Lin You shattered the shackles of heaven and earth, their cultivation has been experiencing a frenzied surge. Over time, this will undoubtedly shake the very foundations of the Alliance of Guardians, much like the elders of the Lin family, who, after thousands of years of tempering in the martial Tao, upon entering the 6-star domain, ascend rapidly like a ferocious tiger emerging from the mountains. Then let us proceed. I shall provide covert support for you. However, this time, it is a trial for the Alliance of Guardians. Unless absolutely necessary, I shall refrain from intervening. Only those who survive shall become our future elites and foundation, Lin You stated calmly. Fan Rui and Lu Yaowen exchanged glances, and an idea formed immediately. One would lead Shui Yi at the helm of the departments of Sky Extermination, Sun Devouring, and Blood Battle to the 5-star domain, while the other would take the remnants of the former inspectors, forming the Shadow Guards, Personal Guards, and Supervisory Army, to the 6-star domain. In an instant, a storm of blood and carnage swept through the two domains. Lin You sat quietly in the courtyard, his gaze profound as he surveyed the lands. The strength of the Alliance of Guardians has now become a superpower between the two domains. However, those who have not been tempered by bloodshed are merely decorative pillows. Possessing talent, yet failing to endure trials, such individuals are better left untouched by Lin You. With Fan Rui and Lu Yaowen at the helm, it is well known that they are Lin Yu's most trusted allies, prompting many smaller factions on the brink of collapse to submit. Yet others, established dominators of the star domain, chose to revolt upon learning of Lin Yu's intent to forcibly incorporate them. Such absurdity. Is there any sense in this world? Just because Lin You possesses formidable cultivation, does it mean we are to become his puppets? Can he truly grasp the hearts of countless beings? Within the 5th-tier star domain, one of the venerable factions, the Winged Dragon Chamber, was the first to turn hostile. The leading man gazed at Lu Yaowen with derision, completely unaware of the heights of the heavens. If Lin You were to come, I might fear him to some extent, but you, mere lackey, are you seeking death? In my prime, when I reigned supreme in the 5th-tier star domain, you were still scraping by in the patrol envoys branch. Lu Yaowen remained unperturbed, unaffected by mere words. Lord Lin has stated that if you join the Guardian Alliance, everything shall remain unchanged. If you harbor no selfish desires, it is a mutually beneficial arrangement, granting you not only resources, but also Lord Lin's protection. The leader of the Winged Dragon Chamber's eyes glinted with murderous intent, torn between the desire to strike at Lu Yaowen. Join the Guardian Alliance? Absolutely impossible. Allowing them to operate above him was already a monumental concession. As the shackles of the world dissipated, his cultivation surged from the pinnacle of the Golden Immortal realm to the cusp of the Quasi-Saint. On the verge of breaking into the Great Saint realm, with the prospect of one day glimpsing the essence of immortality. How could he possibly join the Guardian Alliance? If that were the case, what difference would it make? Under Lin Yu's command, only those with unwavering loyalty could hope for breakthroughs. With this thought, the leader of the Winged Dragon Chamber suddenly erupted in action, launching a lethal strike toward Lu Yaowen. Yet the latter seemed to have anticipated this. Stepping back a half-pace, Shui Yi, I entrust him to you. The rest, leave no survivors. In an instant, a figure surged forth from behind Lu Yaowen, Shui Yi, at the first level of the Quasi-Saint realm. Confronting an established hegemonic force that had cultivated for millennia, Shui Yi showed no signs of weakness. He had fully absorbed the legacy of advanced Tao fruits, his foundation of martial arts profoundly deep. The other members of the 3 divisions also charged toward the Winged Dragon Chamber. In a heartbeat, chaos ensued, with only the cries of cultivators and curses echoing through the void. The 3 divisions of the Guardian Alliance numbered a total of 102 individuals, each possessing at least the true God realm, with an average strength of the profound immortal realm. Yet the Winged Dragon Chamber was equally formidable, and soon the conflict spiraled into utter darkness. Numerous families, having sensed the impending crisis, observed in the shadows, their fists clenched, uncertain whether to join the fray. If they remained passive, they would eventually be consumed by the Guardian Alliance. Yet, who would dare to confront Lin Yu's overwhelming might? Behind the Guardian Alliance stands a force that even the Chongqing family must treat with utmost caution. The loss of lips leads to the cold of teeth. The time for action cannot be delayed. In the heat of battle, defiance rose, as one declared, let us engage without fear. If the Winged Dragon sect falls, we shall be next, Let us fight. With that, numerous powerful presences surged forth, all at the pinnacle of quasi-saintly power. Lu Yaowen narrowed his eyes, realizing the depths of their concealment. Just as they were about to join the fray, a resplendent platinum sword soared through the air, cleaving the heavens and separating the battlegrounds of the Winged Dragon sect and the Celestial Execution Division. A chilling voice echoed through the void, "You may resist, for I grant you that right. If you can escape from the Celestial Execution Division or slay them, I shall permit you to venture to other star domains. However, if you wish to intimidate through sheer numbers, you may seek me, Lin You. I shall see this through to the end." The river of sword intent formed an impenetrable chasm, leaving all present to comprehend Lin Yu's intent. This was to be a trial by fire, using their lives and blood to temper the Celestial Execution Division. A wave of dread washed over those who had been secretly observing. As they understood the gravity of the situation, there was no retreat. This was Lin Yu's decree, allowing no semblance of choice. What could be considered an escape route was utterly devoid of value. The resources of lower-tier star domains were scarce, constrained by the heavens and earth. What purpose would they serve? Above the third-tier star domains lay realms beyond their reach. The only destination was the fourth tier, where they would find no sanctuary. Their hearts burned with resentment. Yet they dared not reveal their despair. Defeat was inevitable. Should they attract attention now, it would spell certain doom. Meanwhile, Cui Yi, unencumbered by the encirclement of multiple forces, unveiled his unparalleled genius. Even when besieged by the majority of Winged Dragon sect practitioners, he stood undaunted. With iron fists, he shattered the skull of a quasi-saintly opponent, blood spilling into the void. With the patriarch slain, the Winged Dragon sect found itself utterly powerless, succumbing to a one-sided massacre as blood flowed like a river. The faces of every member of the Celestial Execution Division radiated with indomitable fighting spirit. They cared not for petty grievances. They were loyal to Lin You, their esteemed leader, the one who, at merely 18, ascended to immortality and led his clan among the illustrious families of the Eternal. They were prepared to face any peril, be it mountain of blades or sea of flames. Lu Yaowen's gaze remained serene as he laid claim to all the resources of the Winged Dragon sect's treasury, coolly stating, "Next." The Celestial Execution Division advanced once more. Learning from past encounters, other factions bowed in submission, kneeling to proclaim Lin Yu's true name, swearing oaths and surrendering their clan treasures, offering their young heirs as hostages in exchange for a fleeting respite. Yet, not all chose the path of submission. Some families fought valiantly, but only met with a river forged from their own blood. Meanwhile, the Shadow Guard Division, led by Fan Rue, marched forth in a similar fashion. Within a mere 3 days, the iron hooves of the division had traversed every corner of the two domains. The Celestial Execution Division forced their submission, causing them to kneel and yield. High above, Lin You sat resplendent upon his throne, surveying the realm. He gazed at the assembly brought back by Lu Yaowen and Fan Rue, 102 warriors from the Extermination of Heaven sect, with 70 remaining, and 96 from the Shadow Guard, with 80 still standing. Each of these prodigies, capable of dominating the starry realms, was now stained with blood. Yet their indomitable spirit of battle remained undiminished. Forged through bloodshed and the songs of war, they had transformed into an elite force. As they beheld the figure clad in white against the firmament, they knelt on one knee in reverence. Lu Yaowen reported with a resonant voice, "My lord, we have collectively annihilated over 300 factions across the two domains, acquiring 30 million spirit stones and numerous precious resources. Please, my lord, give us your command." Lin You gestured, softly uttering a single word, "Reward. You are all my brothers and sisters, all shall be rewarded." Upon his words, excitement ignited in the eyes of the prodigies, though their number barely exceeded 100. The 30 million spirit stones amounted to a fortune of over 1 million spirit stones for each individual, not to mention the countless treasures. The exhilaration reached a fever pitch as they knelt and shouted in unison, "Thank you, my lord." However, at that moment, Lu Yaowen suddenly stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "My lord, I feel there is something amiss." Lin You lifted his gaze, a look of confusion crossing his features. What seems to be the issue? In the next instant, Lu Yaowen's words plunged the hearts of the two-domain cultivators into despair. "We have already offended many. It would be wiser to eradicate them completely, leaving only those loyal to us. Those who have compromised will undoubtedly harbor resentment. Given time, should a prodigy arise, it could spell disaster. What I mean is kill, cleanse them, and let the two domains be reborn, redistributing the resources." In that moment, the once persuaded old forces were consumed with outrage. "Are you mad? I've already capitulated. And now you wish to kill them. I bear no ill will. Brother, can you not see that? I am on my knees. I truly beseech you." Lin You, much like my revered ancestor, seemed untouchable. "Do not acquiesce to him. I implore you, Do not nod. Countless gazes converged upon Lin You. For his next action would determine the fate of many. As everyone held their breath, Lin You suddenly smiled. He regarded Lu Yaowen, nodding in approval. Well said. In an instant, every heart raced. Lin Yu's voice continued to resonate. I am pleased by your thoughts. However, his gaze swept imperiously across every corner of the two domains. His words striking like thunder. My existence is the very sky that those prodigies cannot touch. Should they lag behind me for a day, they shall lag behind for eternity. Chasing my shadow will become a luxury. I, Lin You, shall remain here, undeterred by the emergence of any prodigy. As time sifts through the sands, I shall continue to suppress the two domains, enduring through the ages. Chapter 159. How dare a mere insect speak of heavenly might? The two domains fell into a profound silence. At this moment, Lin You indeed possessed the authority to utter such words. At merely 18, he had ascended to the pinnacle of immortality, a feat unmatched across the myriad realms. The prodigy is not merely one to gaze upward. It is fundamentally impossible to even glimpse their shadow. In this moment, all comprehended the harsh and helpless reality they faced. In this realm, only Lin You reigned supreme. Yet, suddenly, the heavens appeared to dim. Thunderous footsteps resonated from the firmament above. The crowd looked up, only to behold countless figures standing in the void, seemingly imbued with immense power, rendering them indistinct. Those ethereal silhouettes exuded an overwhelming pressure that swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Such audacity. TSK, TSK, TSK. A mere everlasting being dares to utter such bold proclamations. Lin You, have you forgotten that all of this is a gift from us? Boom. The boundless sky was instantaneously torn asunder, revealing the figures of hundreds of immortal family cultivators beyond the clouds. Their faces bore unmasked pride and superiority, as though their mere presence here was the greatest mercy to all beings. Leading them was a member of the Qin family, the very clan that Lin You and Qin Feng had nearly annihilated within the Dragon Court. The man at the forefront possessed enchanting phoenix eyes and donned a black and gold robe that exuded nobility. He gazed at Lin You. Is it you who declared that the Lin family ranks among the immortals? Lin You raised an eyebrow, his gaze unwavering upon the hundreds of figures in the heavens. And what of it? Shimin Shangyuan scoffed, shaking his head. Who granted you such audacity? The last time, you managed to slip away with the two realms. And you were pleased with yourself, were you not? The status of the immortal families is beyond your reach. As his words fell, the heavens seemed to freeze. Hundreds of figures slowly emerged from the clouds, approaching Lin You with unabashed excitement and arrogance. The scenes from within the Dragon Court had already ignited their murderous intent. They had waited for this opportunity, and now it was ripe. Lin You appeared unfazed, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he reclined lazily upon his throne. Audacity. What I, Lin You, lack not is this very quality. Now that I have achieved great merit in the ancient burial grounds, reaching the pinnacle of immortality, why should I not declare that the Lin family ranks among the immortals? As for the two realms, TSK, it seems your memories have become somewhat muddled. Lin You pointed at each family. Initially, it was you who pleaded for mercy. The two realms were the conditions for exchange. Have you forgotten? As his words echoed, the pupils of all cultivators in the two realms widened in disbelief. Pleaded for mercy? The Dragon Court? Negotiating with the immortal families? What kind of jest is this? The crowd erupted in fury. Presumptuous. Lin You, are you aware of whom you are addressing? Pleading with you? You must still be dreaming. Such outrageous claims. Do you truly believe the Lin family can rank among the immortals without consulting all the immortal families? Have you sought the approval of the Lin family itself? With such a madman, why waste words? We shall act decisively and crush him. Shimin Shangyuan sneered repeatedly. His jaw clenched tight. You are indeed as defiant as the rumors suggest. What a pity that you were not eliminated back then. Lin You shook his head, speaking nonchalantly. You lack the capability. Just like your disciples from the Qin family, they too lacked the ability. Oh, I almost forgot. You, disciple of the Qin clan, perished within the Dragon Court at my hands. Shimin Xiang's fury erupted. The cultivators from both realms held their breath, not daring to exhale. Lin Yu's words thundered in their ears, igniting a sense of dread, fearing the calamity that might befall them for overhearing what they should not have. You dare provoke the might of the Chongqing family. Shimin Xiang narrowed his eyes, an aura of lethal intent swelling. Do you still possess such might? Lin Yu chuckled. A collection of wretches hiding in the shadows, clinging to the remnants of your ancestors for survival. Ever since the demise of Lin Tangfeng, our human race has been suppressed by the demonic clan, until my arrival, Lin You, which barely turned the tide. Is this your might? Utterly pathetic. If you truly possess the capability, confront the Qin clan and the demons head-on. Let rivers run red with blood and mountains pile high with corpses. Only then would I utter a heartfelt commendation. To squabble among yourselves and still claim to wield heavenly might? Preposterous. Lin Yu's words pierced deeply, offending the entirety of the Chongqing family. Such blatant mockery stripped away their last vestiges of dignity. For how long had they held dominion over the heavens? Yet in the ancient burial grounds, they dared not even take a step beyond the Tianjin Pass. They resorted to shackles in the star realms to prevent other cultivators from emerging and dividing their spoils. Such individuals are mere trifles. A cascade of words left the cultivators of the two realms stunned. Some ancient beings, having lived for millennia, began to exchange thoughts, whispering among themselves. The faces of the Chongqing family turned ashen. Should this be substantiated, their standing in the eyes of the masses would plummet. How could they hope to rule the heavens thereafter? Lin You, cease your nonsensical prattle. We have contributed immensely to the human race. How dare you, a mere junior, speak such slander? One voice interjected. Indeed, if not for our Chongqing family, the heavens would have long since fallen. You have only achieved minor feats and dare to act so arrogantly. Shimin Xiang's expression darkened, his restraint waning. You seek death. Lin Yu chuckled softly and shook his head. Enough of this trivial talk. Have you come today to seek justice? Spare your words. I, Lin Yu, do not recognize such reasoning. Not only must my Lin family ascend among the Chongqing, but from this day forth, all spirit stones belong to my Lin family. As for the distribution, who receives what? That shall be at my discretion. At this declaration, the pupils of the hundreds of Chongqing cultivators contracted sharply. The spirit stones from both realms amounted to countless numbers. To lose them in such a manner was simply inconceivable. And as for the allocation, who else could they expect to favor? If not the likes of the Zhuge and Gu families? Without offerings and abundant resources, what would they remain as the Chongqing family? Yet before they could voice their protests, Lin Yu's indifferent voice rang out. He drew his long sword, radiating an aura of impending slaughter. If you intend to resort to violence, too many have already perished today. I grant you 30 breaths to vacate the two realms. Otherwise, annihilation awaits. Chapter 160, Slaughter to the Last, Eternal Life and Enlightenment. The palpable disdain and arrogance in Lin Yu's words were unmistakable. The members of the Eternal family could not help but bare their teeth, as an overwhelming aura surged forth, reverberating through the void like a thunderous echo. Lin Yu, do you realize whom you are addressing? Lin Yu responded with a smile, contemplating earnestly. A mere insect? The crowd erupted in fury, waves of anger sweeping across the heavens, as the aura of the Eternal Ones, seeking enlightenment and ascending to immortality, rose dramatically. Impudent! How dare you speak such brazen words? They cried. Let us end his life, so that this world, and all realms beyond, may witness the fate of those who offend the Eternal family. Lin Yu smiled, revealing his white teeth, yet his gaze grew colder. You have 20 breaths of time. Shimin Xiangyuan narrowed his eyes. No need for 20 breaths. I grant you 3 breaths to kneel and apologize. We might consider sparing your corpse. Lin Yu appeared unfazed. 10 breaths. The swords were drawn. Shimin Xiangyuan snorted disdainfully. I do not appreciate your attitude. That throne has always been mine. Kneel before me. As his words fell, he pointed, unleashing unmatched divine light that surged towards Lin Yu with overwhelming might, causing all realms to bow in submission. At the pinnacle of immortality, terrifying indeed, Lin Yu calmly lifted his head, and with a resounding sword cry, the entire realm seemed to pause in time. It appears you have made your choice. With a swift motion, he summoned his sword, shattering Shimin Xiangyuan's unmatched light on the spot. Rising slowly from the throne, he took a step forward. So be it. Let all remain here. With your blood, witness the ascendance of the Lin family. With your lives, silence those lurking in the shadows. Boom. In an instant, a sword intent capable of cleaving the heavens surged upwards. Lin Yu gripped his 3-foot azure blade, murmuring, by the name of the primordial true spirit. All within this realm are but ants. You are not even a match in a cross-border battle. In the same realm, you are inferior to mere livestock. Shimin Xiangyuan rebuked. What kind of nonsense is this? Before he could finish, his words faltered, like a fish bone lodged in his throat. His phoenix-like eyes widened in disbelief. What jest is this? How has my cultivation inexplicably transformed into the eternal realm? The power. Nothing appeared to have happened. Yet it felt as if an indescribable force was remolding him entirely. Not only he, but also the numerous eternal cultivators behind him found their powers inexplicably diminished by 2 realms. Ascending to immortality had reverted to the eternal stage, while the eternal had become quasi-saint. Why was this happening? This sudden turn of events not only left them stunned, but also stirred a chill within their hearts. They had long heard of Lin Yu's name. Within the Dragon Court, he was a prodigious talent unmatched by any. Now, their cultivation was comparable to Lin Yu's, if not lower. How could they possibly stand against him? Fear began to spread like wildfire. Before they could utter a word, from the corner of their eyes. That astonishing sword intent surged forth. Clang. Lin Yobing's cold voice reverberated through the realms. Time has been granted to you. Since you choose not to leave, then remain here forever. In an instant, Lin You raised his hand and unleashed a sword strike, plunging 2 domains into darkness, the heavens losing their color. Almost half of the cultivators had their heads severed by this single blow. Blood stained the void, and silence enveloped the realms. This sword not only shattered their courage, but also tore apart their hypocritical pride and lofty demeanor. As Lin You prepared to strike again, someone finally crumpled to the ground, pleading in a near-begging tone. Lin You, please, you cannot kill us. If you do, it will mean war with all the longevity families. Consider the consequences. Lin You chuckled, and with a swift motion, another head soared into the sky. I am quite clear on my thoughts. If your families are displeased with my actions, let them come find me, Lin You. I shall await them here. Another stroke of his sword, and nearly 100 cultivators spilled blood into the void. Shimin Xiangyuan was utterly crushed by this terrifying killing intent and the unmatched aura of his opponent. Before Lin You, he could not muster even a shred of courage to retaliate. In that moment, he fled towards the edges of the 2 domains, filled with regret. Lin You had defied the heavens. With his unparalleled strength and those exceedingly bizarre methods, who in the myriad realms could rival him? If it were possible, he would even consider kneeling in submission. For a mere word from Lin You could strip one of their cultivation. Even those of the imperial realm could not achieve such a feat. The sound of swords echoed through the void. Lin Yu's white garments were stained with blood, as he mercilessly harvested the heads of each individual amidst their despairing gazes. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, over 100 cultivators from the longevity families had perished. The heavens and earth seemed to mourn, emitting a dull roar. Yet, Lin You remained oblivious. He held his sword aloft, his gaze fixed upon Shimin Xiangyuan. The fleeing figure could hardly stand, and upon meeting Lin Yu's gaze, he collapsed to the ground. As the white-clad figure drew nearer, he could no longer contain his breakdown. Lin You, do not kill me. This incident arose from my actions, and you have already slain so many. The number of offended longevity families is countless. Spare my life, and my Shimin family will resolve these matters for you. He pounded his chest, desperately promising everything he had. Trust me, from now on, these 2 domains will be yours. No longevity family shall set foot here again. Give me a chance, and I will help you eliminate those troubles. His words received no response. Lin Yu's gaze remained icy. The white tiger golden light, sword dripping with crimson blood. The killing intent had not wavered in the slightest. Shimin Xiangyuan trembled uncontrollably, and after the wave of fear, he succumbed to madness. In a fit of hysteria, he shouted, Come, who fears whom? Let us battle in the realm of longevity. I, Shimin Xiangyuan, have emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Who among us is not a prodigy? His roar sounded so hollow, akin to a cornered beast trying to embolden itself. Between the 2 domains, silence reigned supreme. They could never have imagined, even after breaking their heads in thought, that Lin You was capable of such strength. The Chongqing family appeared as insignificant as ants. What a joke. Lin You advanced step by step, the icy aura of his murderous intent seemingly freezing Shimin Xiangyuan in place. The closer Lin You drew, the more Xiangyuan trembled. He struggled to swallow, gathering spiritual energy in the palm of his hand. With another step forward, Lin You stood directly before Xiangyuan. The latter instinctively prepared to strike. But just as he raised his arm, a faint sound of a sword ringing echoed. Confusion flickered in Xiangyuan's eyes. Had Lin You made his move? Why had he felt nothing? He attempted to look down to confirm something, but felt a sudden lightness around his neck, followed by the darkness encroaching upon his vision. The remnants of his spirit struggled within his body. He glimpsed the crimson line of blood around his neck as Lin Yu's voice, cold as the depths of winter, resonated as if nothing had transpired. I have no need to compromise with the Chongqing family. Your trump cards are utterly meaningless. If they come, I shall sever their heads. Chapter 161. I am invincible. With the fall of the last cultivator from the Chongqing family, both realms were filled with incredulous gazes directed at Lin You. Madness. This world has truly gone mad. A mere 18-year-old youth faced over 100 cultivators from the Chongqing family, annihilating them entirely. Where's the justice in this? The platinum sword seemed to flow not with mere blood, but with the very essence of their souls imprinted within. If the previous battle against the 6 paths of celestial judgment was born of fear and submission, today it was a profound act of reverence, welcoming their soul king. This man stood as a being unmatched by any prodigy who had ever lived. With matters concluded, Lin You had no interest in basking in their gaze. Instead, he collected the storage bags from the corpses with one hand, tossing them to Lu Yaowen and Fan Rue without glancing back. Their wealth was substantial, reserved for the future development of my alliance. I will be departing for a time. When we meet again, I hope some of you will have broken through to the Chongqing realm. After speaking, Lin You also tossed out the Dao fruit-seeking device. With the two realms now determined, he no longer needed to covertly gather the Dao fruits. He entrusted Lu Yaowen and Fan Rui to seek them out openly, leaving opportunities for the exceptionally gifted within the alliance. They were, after all, the prodigies selected through layers of competition. With the support of Dao fruits and abundant resources, the constraints of heaven and earth could be transcended, making the Chongqing realm attainable. Lin Yu sent a stream of thought, imparting the usage methods of the Dao fruit-seeking device to the two. His figure gradually faded into the void. Even after his prolonged absence, the crowd dared not raise their voices. It seemed as though the heavens above were still silently observing them from some distant place. Zhuge family, clad in white. Lin Yu sat upon the ground with Zhuge Chongqing. Before them lay a pot of clear tea, from which a faint aroma wafted. Observing the youth before him, Zhuge Chongqing couldn't help but click his tongue. He lifted the teapot, pouring a cup for Lin Yu. He was already well aware of the events that had transpired recently. I never anticipated that Lin Yu would possess such formidable strength. Zhuge Chongqing couldn't help but smile faintly, remarking on the audacity of the young man. Behind those individuals lie numerous long-lived families. Does he not fear offending anyone by vanquishing them all? Let me clarify, I cannot assist you with this matter. It is not that the Zhuge family lacks compassion, but rather, this is simply beyond my capacity, Zhuge Chongqing said with a hint of helplessness. Lin Yu chuckled softly and shook his head. I did not come for that. As for those long-lived families, should they be dissatisfied, they are welcome to seek me out. For every one that approaches, I will eliminate them without hesitation. Zhuge Chongqing grinned, realizing that such a figure had not emerged in many years. Even he had not been so audacious in his youth. Yet I find myself unable to compare with Lin Yu now. This is indisputable. What is the reason for this? Zhuge Chongqing poured himself another cup and remarked lightly, the so-called long-lived families are merely a matter of whose fist is mightier. If you offend them today, they may not be able to retaliate against you. The reputation of these long-lived families is not easily dismissed. You need not worry about it. Lin Yu shook his head once more, lifting his teacup to take a sip, exclaiming, excellent tea. I have come for a specific purpose. I wish to journey to the second star domain. Zhuge Chongqing's eyes widened in surprise. The second star domain? That is certainly not a desirable place. What is your purpose for going there? Lin Yu replied softly, for a person. Zhuge Chongqing inquired, who? Lin Yu set down his teacup, his gaze intense. As his brother had already surmised, there was no need for further questioning. Zhuge Chongqing smirked. You truly have no regard for leaving others a semblance of dignity. Very well. You are going for the long-lived envoy of the Lin family, are you not? Lin Yu nodded affirmatively. I have come to inform the Zhuge family of my intentions. No one can guarantee what may transpire when I meet him. Should anyone take advantage of my absence to strike against the Guardian Alliance, I will require your assistance, brother. Zhuge Chongqing waved his hand dismissively. This matter is easily arranged. Apart from our Zhuge family, the Gu family holds you in high regard and will certainly keep an eye on your interests. Moreover, your name, Lin Yu, now resounds throughout the realm. Even if they harbor resentment, they must tread carefully when contemplating actions that could jeopardize your life. After all, one is no longer the insignificant pawn reliant on the Zhuge family's protection for survival. Zhuge Chongqing jested, if we were to speak of status. The Lin family ranks among the long-lived, placing you on par with the founding ancestors of my clan. I should even address you as senior, haha. Lin Yu smiled in return, but do not speak so frivolously. Their conversation flowed effortlessly, yet Zhuge Chongqing's words held merit. Lin Yu was no longer a mere pawn that could be easily manipulated. The feat of single-handedly slaying over 100 long-lived cultivators was enough to instill fear in the hearts of many. To act against Lin Yu? Certainly. One must consider whether they could withstand his retribution. After all, strength is the ultimate truth. After some time, Zhuge Chongqing redirected the conversation. Your desire to venture to the second star domain is your own prerogative. I shall not impede you. However, entry there requires one to ascend to immortality. Even though you possess the ability to vanquish those of the ascendant realm, the boundaries of cultivation remain an immutable truth. Without attaining the ascendant level, one cannot approach without being crushed by the overwhelming pressure of the heavens. Lin Yu, reveal your current strength to me. A hint of bewilderment flickered in Zhuge Chongqing's eyes. The Lin Yu standing before him was utterly inscrutable. That calm demeanor, radiating from his very core, left him astonished. This fellow is merely 18. Lin Yu replied with a faint smile, not quite invincible, but close enough. At this, Zhuge Chongqing sputtered, tea spilling from his mouth. Invincible? Really? Have you been hanging around Qin Feng too long, picking up his knack for boasting? Lin Yu shrugged, for he spoke no falsehood. His external manifestation had reached its zenith. Upon absorption, while uncertain about other aspects, he was assuredly on the path to becoming a monarch. In the vast realms of existence, There was not a single deity at the Divine King level. Thus, his claim of invincibility held some merit. Lin You waved his hand, signaling a shift in conversation. I have come for a specific matter. I owe the Zhuge family a favor, and today I wish to inquire if I am to repay it. Name it, and I shall eradicate them for you. Chapter 162, The Second Star Domain, Divine Arrival. Zhuge Changqing was momentarily at a loss for words. Regardless of Lin Yu's actual capability, he had no intention of allowing Lin Yu to repay this favor. It had merely been a casual act of kindness, an assistance offered to a prodigy in need, especially as he was a close comrade of Zhuge family's son-in-law, Qin Feng. Zhuge Changqing waved his hand dismissively. There's no need for that. You should rather ponder how to confront the Changqing family. Although your family has established a foothold after the previous battle, it does not imply they will simply withdraw. The Changqing family is far from as weak as you imagine. Once they unleash their power in the second star domain, it will pose a true challenge. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Very well. Since the Zhuge family currently has no need for this favor, I shall take my leave. I must journey to the second star domain to resolve some matters. With that, Lin Yu prepared to depart, only to be halted by Zhuge Changqing's sudden call. Lin Yu turned back to see Zhuge Changqing, clad in a deep blue robe, frowning slightly, his lips moving as if he wished to articulate something but hesitated. Finally, he spoke solemnly, exercise caution in all things. Lin Yu, perplexed, nodded in acknowledgement before departing. The path to the second star domain was straightforward, akin to traveling from the sixth star domain to the fifth. The only difference lay in the presence of the golden armored deities guarding the way, much like those stationed before the Changqing family's third star domain. Halt! Who goes there? Lin Yu paid no heed to the admonition, instead directing his gaze towards the mists behind the guard. Even before entering, he seemed to perceive the towering figures seated in the heavens, those immortal beings frozen in the flow of time. Beyond that, Lin Yu could only discern a haze of darkness, interspersed with faint crimson light, a vague sight indeed. Changqing Lin family. Lin Yu, he whispered softly. Upon hearing these words, the armored deity was momentarily taken aback, only to swiftly regain composure. The Lin family of eternal life? I have received no such notification. Do you possess any proof? Lin Yu deftly traced the character for Lin in the air with his fingertips. This serves as my proof. With that, he set forth towards the secondary star domain. The armored deity, realizing he had been mocked, was instantly consumed by fury and raised his spear in reprimand. This gatekeeper was, after all, a peak practitioner of the eternal life realm. Yet Lin Yu appeared unfazed. As he took a step forward, a formidable intent of the sword surged forth, shattering the armored deity's spear and obliterating his entire suit of armor into fragments. An overwhelming pressure surged like relentless waves. The armored deity fell to his knees. Drenched in sweat, struggling to lift his head, he beheld the figure clad in white already stepping into the secondary star domain. Do not enter, you will perish. He attempted to warn, but his words were left unspoken. Within the secondary star domain, tumultuous waves had already begun to rise. It was as though an indescribable existence had intervened, exuding a terrifying might that transcended the realm of life itself. Those who did not ascend to immortality would be ruthlessly suppressed. As Lin Yu ventured deeper, the sense of repulsion grew ever stronger. It felt as if he sensed something. Lowering his head, his form gradually dissipating into dust from head to toe. There was no resisting this force. It was as silent and inevitable as the dissolution of a path. His physical body began to crumble, accompanied by excruciating pain in his very soul. Within the secondary star domain, countless towering divine figures opened their eyes, filled with a gaze that scrutinized the world. Their expressions were laced with confusion, as if questioning or perhaps pitying the intruder. An ant attempting to shake a tree. Whose disciple is this, to be so audacious? Withdraw swiftly, we can still ensure your safety. This is not a place for you. The divine figures spoke in unison, their voices resonating like thunder. Yet Lin Yu did not falter in his steps. He lifted his gaze, allowing his body to gradually vanish. Is there anyone from the Lin family of eternal life present here? As his words faded, the divine figures fell into silence. After a prolonged pause, an ancient voice echoed back. I am. You are a disciple of my Lin family? I sensed the bloodline of the Lin family within you. The bloodline of the Lin family? Lin Yu could not help but scoff. Is it just you? The figure responded. Is that not sufficient? Step back. I can see the surging bloodline within you and the potential you possess. Do not squander it here. Lin Yu shook his head. Since it is just you, then I have not erred in my search. However, I must utter a word of caution. Do not embellish your own worth. What nonsense about the bloodline of the Lin family? Have you not already exiled us? Boom. As his words echoed, an oppressive silence enveloped the entire secondary star domain. The divine figures, as if they had foreseen something, gazed up in disbelief. Is he a descendant of Lin Tangfeng? How can this be? Does he truly possess a bloodline in this world? the bloodline of a sinner. He must be eradicated. Kill him. Lin Feng is a sinner across the myriad realms. And this child shall undoubtedly bring calamity. In an instant, countless malice converged in the void. A towering divine figure made its move, pointing downwards in an attempt to bury Lin You amidst the crevices of the starry expanse. Yet, in the next heartbeat, a thunderous sword cry shattered the silence. The tearing void obliterated the oppressive force of the crumbling body. A magnificent divine light erupted from Lin Yu's surface. With each step he took, his aura surged exponentially. In the blink of an eye, he ascended from the pinnacle of the eternal life realm to the Tao-seeking realm. Nevertheless, he did not halt his momentum. Within the Lin family's blessed land, the aura of his external incarnation plummeted rapidly, yet Lin You continued to rise. Tao-seeking realm, 2nd level. Tao-seeking realm, 3rd level. Thunder rumbled. Dark clouds roiled, as if the heavens sought to thwart this prodigious breakthrough. An angry will emerged, intent on erasing Lin You from existence. Tao-seeking realm, 4th level. Tao-seeking realm, 6th level. Tao-seeking realm, pinnacle. Lin You raised his gaze, fixated on the clouds above. He brandished his white tiger golden sword. With a single stroke, he cleaved the heavens in twain. Even the thunderous tribulations were reduced to mere fragments by the sword's aura. Ascending to the immortal realm, 1st level. Breaking through 2 realms. What a jest. Another leap in cultivation echoed like thunder in the clouds. The thick blue-purple lightning flickered, imbued with annihilating heat. Attempt to kill me? You are far from capable. Lin You stepped forward, his power surging to the peak of the immortal realm. In an instant, he reached the sky-treading realm. The blue-purple lightning could not even descend before being supplanted by a new tribulation. In the 2nd-tier star domain, divine figures stood agape. They observed the approaching figure clad in white, radiating with boundless fury and murderous intent. What manner of monster is this? Such behavior resembles that of a deity descending. Lin You emerged from the mist, his white tiger golden sword emitting a sharp explosion, his gaze fixated on the Lin family divine figure that had spoken earlier. You do not recognize me? No matter. I have come to claim your life. Chapter 163, Divine King. Lin Yu's icy words reverberated through the heavens. Countless figures across the 2nd-tier star domain turned their attention towards him. At that moment, Lin You comprehended the reality around him. This was not a battleground of deities. It was a desolate refuge for the human race. The entire 2nd-tier star domain was barren, save for the myriad stars, with only emptiness and desolation remaining. It lacked the vibrancy of other star domains, the bustling life. Only the alien races stood proudly, shaking the very heavens. These alien figures had encircled the human race in a corner. If one were to depict it as a disk, the territory occupied by humans would not exceed 1/10. Apart from the overwhelming demonic aura in the southeastern corner, the demon race flourished with resplendent divine light, brandishing their might as they observed with amusement. The human race appeared to them as mere playthings, easily manipulated. The reason they refrained from striking was simple. The clam and the snipe contend, the fisherman profits. No one wished to be the first to engage the humans, only to have others reap the benefits. The myriad realms are a vast bounty, their divine might continuously converging, gradually consuming the remnants of territory. When humanity finds itself with no recourse, it shall truly reveal its fangs. As Lin You advanced with his sword, step by step, a powerful figure among humanity spoke up. This is absurd. Do you comprehend what this place signifies? It is the very choke point of the myriad realms. If you have grievances with anyone, settle them afterwards. Here, you must behave. Should conflict erupt, it will only provide an opportunity for the alien races. His words held merit. Currently, humanity faced the onslaught of the gods, demons, monsters, and spirits. Countless powerful beings strained to uphold their territory, and any skirmish here would disrupt the carefully arranged formations. At that point, the entirety of the myriad realms could be plunged into a tide of blood and slaughter. Lin You gently shook his head, moving ever closer to the envoy of the Lin family. I do not wish to wait, nor can I afford to. A torrent of murderous intent coalesced around him. With 10 strides, his cultivation reached the pinnacle of the Ascendant realm. A formidable wave of energy surged through the arena. Halt! You are young and full of potential. How can you be so oblivious to the greater picture? Are your grievances more significant than the entirety of the myriad realms? Finally, a cultivator at the Divine King level issued a warning. His gaze towards Lin You was filled with admiration, yet he felt compelled to prevent further recklessness. Such a young Ascendant realm cultivator, unprecedented in history, would undoubtedly become a pillar on the battlefield against alien races in the future. Lin You raised his eyes to meet the man. What if I insist on resolving this today? As his words fell, silence enveloped the 2nd-tier star domain. Lin Yu's determination surpassed their expectations, yet they could not let him act with impunity. The Divine King Cultivator spoke sternly. You would do well to reconsider. Otherwise, we shall be compelled to suppress you. Lin You scoffed and shook his head, his gaze slowly settling on the envoy of the Lin family. This matter originated because of you. Do you wish to hide behind others? Cowering in the shadows, just like the cowardly rodent you were back then. Lin You took another step forward. A beam of divine light from the Divine King crashed down, causing the void to tremble. The Divine King Cultivator nearly gritted his teeth as he spoke. I shall say this one last time. Halt. Lin You appeared unfazed, taking yet another step. In an instant, he transcended from the pinnacle of the Ascendant realm to the initial stage of the Divine King realm. In but a brief moment, he shattered 4 realms. What a jest! Countless figures gasped in astonishment. In the second-tier star domain, reaching the immortal realm was the minimum requirement, while the Divine King realm cultivators were already considered formidable. Now that Lin You had ascended to the Divine King realm, it meant that those who could constrain him were exceedingly few. Lin You wielded his sword, effortlessly severing the shackles of the Divine King. You are not worthy. He raised his gaze to the Divine King. I advise you to remain compliant. Whether I kill him or obtain what I desire, I shall simply depart. Those words struck the hearts of the onlookers like a heavy hammer. Indeed, this fellow had no intention of surrendering, but who could stand in his way? The expression on the face of the God King-level cultivator was as though he had consumed excrement. Lin Yu's recent words had inexplicably caused his heartbeat to falter, as if, with a mere nod from Lin Yu, he would meet his demise in an instant. Unfaltering in his steps and breath, Lin Yu swiftly approached the envoy of the Eternal Life Registry. The white tiger golden sword radiated a chilling, murderous intent. What an aged visage it was, with wrinkles coiling upon his skin like a dragon. The grayish and decayed body, even with the cultivation of the heaven-treading realm, could not be salvaged. On his face lay an unprecedented calm. As Lin Yu arrived before him, he opened his mouth, seemingly to utter something. Yet before any sound emerged, the resounding clang of a sword echoed through the void. With a swift motion, a severed hand fell to the ground. Lin Yu did not even blink. Thinking to himself that he had assumed the Ancient One possessed immense power after living for tens of thousands of years. Heaven treading? Merely that. What follows is simple. I will ask, and you shall respond. Should I find your answers unsatisfactory, I shall not hesitate to end your life. Do you comprehend? Sweat trickled down the forehead of the envoy from the Lin family as he clutched his injured right arm, stifling a cry of pain, and nodded in resignation. Was Lin Tangfeng truly a traitor to humanity? I demand you speak the truth. Reveal to all who Lin Tangfeng truly is. Lin Yu's sword pressed against the envoy's throat, his voice frigid. The envoy of the Lin family, with great difficulty, raised his gaze to meet Lin Yu's eyes, filled with a touch of despair, and hoarsely confessed. He has indeed betrayed humanity. Those words struck Lin Yu's heart like a thunderclap. His throat constricted painfully, nearly leading him to take the envoy's life. Nonsense. Even on the brink of death, you wish to cast slander. If Lin Tangfeng had betrayed humanity, how could he lie among the corpses of a million demon race at the Heavenly Guard? Lin Yu roared in disbelief. The envoy of the Lin family regarded the young man before him and slowly closed his eyes. He spoke, each word resonating with the weight of a lifetime secret. I am Lin Tongyu. He is my brother. Together we stormed into the heart of the demon race. Lin Tongyu appeared lost in a painful reverie, and in that moment, it seemed as though everyone was transported back to that fateful day when rivers of blood flowed and the heroes of humanity faltered. Chapter 164, Traitor. All eyes were fixed upon Lin Tongyu, each person yearning to uncover the truth of that day. Why did the heroes of humanity suddenly transform into traitors? The realms of existence had been drenched in blood, oppressed by foreign races for millennia. Lin Tongyu's voice echoed with a haunting resonance. Before the Heavenly Guard, I led the human cultivators in a counterattack, driving back the 6 divisions of the demon race. We shattered their morale, yet we were already utterly exhausted, sustained only by the flickering flame of belief that propelled us forward. Thus, we pursued them for 10 miles, 100, 1,000, until we reached the borders of the demon realm. The euphoria of our victories clouded our judgment. I beheld the demons collapsing. Yet they were but remnants of a defeated army, some even unworthy of being called part of the 6 divisions. They were feigning weakness. The voice of Lin Tongyu reverberated slowly. Lin Yu sneered, furrowing his brow. So you are suggesting that the demonic forces intentionally lured us in? What does this have to do with Lin Tongfeng's betrayal of humanity? Such utter nonsense. Lin Tongyu shook his head, as if elucidating a trivial matter. You have yet to truly witness the horrors of that battlefield. Lives are as expendable as livestock, with millions of cultivators struggling in a mire of blood. They are suffocated by a singular breath of resentment, and slaughter becomes their only means of catharsis. If you were in their shoes, having endured humiliation for millennia, finally presented with an opportunity for vengeance, what would you do? Would you annihilate your foes, or would you reduce them to a state worse than death, begging on their knees? No, neither would suffice. The ancient burial ground should have been shared equally, yet due to the overwhelming might of the demon race, for countless eons, humanity has been suppressed at the gates of the heavenly barrier, too fearful to take a single step forward. By the time we realized our predicament upon entering the domain of the demon race, it was already too late. Lin Yu's grip on his sword trembled slightly, as if he had grasped something profound. And then, he asked gravely. A solitary tear trickled down Lin Yu's cheek. The most elusive thing in this world is the human heart. We have fought 100 battles and emerged victorious, spilling the blood of demons and causing them to abandon their armor. Behind us stand millions of cultivators. Now that we have finally reached the enemy's doorstep, how can we retreat? They fail to comprehend the demon's ploy to draw us in, as the cries of battle resound through the heavens, propelling Lin Feng forward. It was then that we realized the situation was spiraling out of control. Yet retreat was no longer an option. Lin Yu fell silent upon hearing this. He could envision the circumstances of that time. Hundreds of thousands had endured for millennia, achieving victory after victory. Even if Lin Feng wished to retreat, they would refuse to do so. The demons were deliberately inflating their morale, elevating the spirits of the millions stationed at the heavenly barrier to an unimaginable height. Should Lin Feng insist on retreating, countless voices of dissent would arise. At that moment, the human heart would fracture. Once the pent-up breath was released, perhaps these cultivators would find it impossible to muster the will to fight or even lift their swords. Lin Yu remained increasingly silent, his arm trembling as he gripped his sword tightly. Continue, he urged. Lin Yu raised his gaze, opening his weary, lifeless eyes. Then, he said, there is no turning back. At this juncture, retreat is no longer feasible. However, I cannot bear to watch as millions of our finest warriors are sacrificed here. The demon race is even more formidable than we had anticipated. There are over 100 at the imperial level alone. In this battle, there is no possibility of victory. He yearned to stake his life on a desperate gamble, to breach the barriers of the demon realm, allowing the imperial cultivators of humanity to fight with all their might. Yet, beyond the realm, the 6 divisions of the demon race lay in ambush. No matter how loudly I shout, I cannot halt them. Lin Yu choked on his words. This is partly my fault. From the moment we left the heavenly barrier, I sensed something amiss. But I feared that my attempts to halt this would brand me a coward in the eyes of all. I dreaded carrying the weight of eternal disgrace. Had I acted sooner to quell this danger, we would not have faced such a devastating defeat. Yet Lin Feng is the true instigator. In the end, he intended to use the lives of many as leverage, coercing the cultivators of the imperial realm to take action. Lin Yu took a deep breath. For a moment, he felt somewhat disoriented. Lin Feng's ultimate decision stemmed solely from selfish motives. His elevated status and the accompanying glory made it impossible for him to let go. If the cultivators of the imperial realm did not intervene, 100,000 elite warriors would perish in vain. However, should they act, victory against the demon race in their domain was utterly unattainable. In the end, he became a pawn, branded a traitor by the masses. Thus, everything that followed seemed to unfold with a twisted sense of inevitability. The myriad realms required a scapegoat, and without a doubt, Lin Feng became that forsaken entity. Lin Yu's lineage was completely cast out from the Lin family. Lin Yu gazed at Lin Yu's face, noting how it mirrored that of his brother from years past. The arrogance and pride radiating from his very essence, the unwavering confidence that nothing could alter his resolve. I had no choice but to expel the War Department from the Lin family. Yet out of consideration for your brother, I spared them from total annihilation. As Lin Yu spoke, his aged arm slowly produced a half token, identical to the other half worn by Lin Yu. I understand your anger. If you desire vengeance, then strike. This life was saved by your brother. Consider it returned to him now. Lin Yu tossed the token away, seemingly resigned as he closed his eyes, awaiting execution. In that moment, Lin Yu could not help but furrow his brow. If that were the case, did it not mean the ancestors of his own lineage had been wrong? This man before him was not to be slain. The logic did not align. He hesitated, retracting his sword, feeling that there were still unresolved matters. Observing the frail elder before him, he ultimately chose to let him go. In this age of overwhelming information, having ascended to the realm of the Divine King, taking the elder's life would merely be a trivial act. It was better to clarify his thoughts first. Lin Yu, have you stirred enough trouble? Lin Yu, having spent many years in the second star domain, had earned his share of hardships, if not accolades. You came here today merely to question a traitor? I present you with 2 choices. Depart from this place or join us in defending it. Voices of divine figures echoed through the void. They upheld a realm, resisting the pressure from the other races, barely maintaining their final escape route from being devoured. Suddenly, the entire void began to tremble violently. Streams of demonic energy and monstrous light surged through the fissures in space, seemingly seeking to spread. The cold voice of the demon race resounded. What a splendid performance. Indeed. You humans are a feeble and worthless lot. If that is the case, why not cede the realms to us? Chapter 165. I declare, the sword shatters all laws. In an instant, boundless murderous intent surged forth from the fissures in the void. Accompanied by a multitude of human cultivators, their divine light rose magnificently, standing in defiance against their foes. Yet in less than 2 breaths, the divine radiance of the monster race intruded, further endangering the already precarious position of the human realm. Damn it. What has this bunch been up to lately? Damn them. This has already been the 8th time in the past 6 months. What a jest. Do they think this is merely child's play? In a millennium, there may not have been a single confrontation. In the void, countless divine thoughts converge, exchanging veiled curses. By customary standards, even though the human race appears feeble at present, they are not to be trifled with. A cornered rabbit will still bite. Moreover, there are the mighty emperors overseeing the myriad realms. No one is willing to be the first to engage in a fierce struggle with humanity, should such a scenario arise. Even victory would come at a great cost. Thus, typically, in the face of confrontation, both sides rely on divine thoughts and pressure to gradually encroach upon the territory of the human race. Yet, in the past 6 months, the demon and monster clans have acted as if possessed, frequently instigating disputes. Were it not for the mutual restraint of the divine and spiritual factions, the myriad realms would have likely descended into chaos by now. Lin You raised his gaze, directing it toward the void where the 2 sides clashed. Since he was present, it was only fitting to acknowledge the situation. He softly inquired about the recent battle conditions. What could there be? It was not a continuous string of losses. Although both sides have suffered casualties, the human race's losses have been particularly severe. In just half a year, no fewer than 30 cultivators above the Ascension realm have perished. A group of powerful beings gritted their teeth, collectively resisting the overwhelming pressure. Among the crowd, Lin You observed Lin Yu's silhouette, a flicker of inscrutable malice flashing in his eyes. Yet, he swiftly masked it, as if nothing had transpired. Lin You unsheathed his sword. Stepping forward toward the point where the pressures of both sides converged, the white tiger golden light, sword emanating a fierce sword intent. I come. Immediately, someone bellowed in anger. Are you out of your mind? Opposite us stands a quasi-emperor cultivator secretly commanding the battlefield. Though they do not act, the moment we alleviate the pressure, even one at the divine king level would meet their end. Withdraw at once. This is not your arena to display heroics. Young one, return to your training. This battlefield belongs to us old-timers. If you truly possess skill, break through the imperial realm and then return. Lin You remained oblivious, his long sword gleaming ever brighter. I said, I come. Ding. Mission released. Repel the alien races, deter the cosmos. Mission rewards. Colorful critical hit roulette X3. Mission rewards. White tiger golden light sword, heavenly level. White tiger golden light sword, true spirit level. Mission rewards. Yellow emperor sword classic, heavenly level completion. Yellow emperor sword classic, true spirit completion. Hearing the system's prompt echo in his mind, a faint smile crept onto Lin Yu's lips. Ah, brother system, you truly understand me. He positioned his long sword before him and unleashed a single strike, instantly shattering the void where the 2 sides intersected. With the absence of resistance from the human race's powerful beings, the offensive from the demon and monster clans surged forth like a tidal wave. Ha! The humans have such fools among them. Well done. We accept this token of allegiance, and in the future, should you wish to command a faction, I would be amenable. To them, Lin Yu's actions bore no distinction from seeking death. With the barrier eradicated, the demon and monster clans could easily advance. Within the Lin family's cave abode, his external avatar was instantly stripped bare. Lin You gently caressed the sword's body and raised his blade. The fluctuations of his cultivation surged once more. Divine King Realm. Second layer. Divine King Realm. Third layer. Divine King Realm. Pinnacle. He murmured softly. In the name of the ancient true spirit, I decree the laws of heaven and earth. In this realm, apart from me, all shall attain eternal life. Ding. Exceeding the threshold of the ancient true word technique. Usage failed. Lin Yu's words reverberated slowly through the void. The demon and monster clans, upon hearing his resolute declaration, were momentarily stunned. However, they quickly regained their composure. This boy must have been frightened into silence, right? The ancient true spirit? Ha ha ha. If today you can impose the laws of heaven and earth and transform me into a being of eternal life, I shall kneel and call you grandfather. Ignorant ants. Like a cicada shaking a tree. Boom. After a brief pause, countless divine radiances surged forth, targeting Lin You. It dawned upon Lin You that the ancient true word technique indeed had its limitations. Surely, there were too many powerful practitioners from both clans to cover them all at once. He swiftly regained his focus and declared sharply, Sword 9, unite. Countless remnants of Lin Yu's sword strikes converged around him, as if transcending the river of time, bringing forth the collective might of millennia. At the moment the sword energy was unleashed, Lin You finally extracted the last vestige of power from his external incarnation. With a single step, he ascended to the quasi-emperor realm. This was the immortal practitioner on the verge of reaching the imperial level, the most terrifying existence among the 6 realms of eternal life. His words resonated with divine authority. The overwhelming wave of energy stunned the powerful beings behind him into silence. What a joke. How long has this boy even been here? He merely chatted with Lin You, and suddenly he's gone from eternal life to quasi-emperor? Nonsense. Lin Yu's voice, imbued with ancient laws, resounded once more. In the name of the ancient true spirit, I decree the laws of heaven and earth. I declare, my sword shatters myriad laws, countless laws, and infinite laws. Usage successful. Power 300, power 300, power 300. Remaining uses, 49. In an instant, the sword intent, which was initially at the level of a quasi-emperor, began to ascend wildly. Within a few breaths, its power surged toward the pinnacle of quasi-emperor, unmatched beneath the imperial realm. As the sword was summoned, even the divine and spirit clans could not help but turn their gaze. The blinding sword light seemed to freeze time, its power continuously escalating in the void. Just as it was about to collide with the demon and monster clans, they finally snapped back to reality. This is bad. The boy has a hidden card. Quick, intervene. Boom. In the heart of both clans, emperors opened their eyes. Their voices, akin to the laws of heaven and earth, shrouded the skies as they gazed upon the sword energy, slowly extending their fingers in an attempt to obliterate it completely. Yet, the phantom had barely made contact before it was utterly shattered by the sword energy. Countless pupils began to constrict in frenzy. The sword energy, capable of piercing through stars, descended in an instant. In the demon and monster domains, numerous powerful beings exerted their utmost strength, roaring as they unleashed their secret techniques. Yet, this single sword continued to wreak havoc, leaving them in disarray. It slaughtered them, turning the ground into rivers of blood. It is unknown how many heads were severed before it was finally halted. With one sword strike, at least 100 mighty beings from the demon and monster clans met their demise. A gasp echoed, the source of which remained unknown. The arena was filled with the heavy sounds of labored breathing. Lin Yu's pupils had contracted to the size of pinpricks due to sheer terror. His frail, aged arms trembled violently beneath his sleeves. Among the demon clans, a brief silence was shattered by thunderous shouts. Kill. Chapter 166. Before my arrival, the demons and monsters were divided. After I came, humans and gods stood equal. Kill. Kill. How dare the humble human race speak so boldly? Slay them, and let the iron hooves of the demon army trample the heavens, ensuring that the blood of humanity serves as a lasting reminder of the terror we bestow upon them today. Within the barriers of the demon realm, countless cries of slaughter mingled with frenzied roars. This sword strike was one that the demon race had not experienced in millennia. The weak, pitiful humans, whose very essence was as fragile as dust, and the heavens that were utterly despaired. Who has ever dared to be so audacious? Such disgrace can only be avenged with blood. Let human heads be fashioned into towering walls, a constant reminder for countless human cultivators, day and night, to wash away this shame. The same fervor was echoed among the demon race. Strange divine lights surged skyward from within the barriers, as if aiming to completely rend the figure before them asunder. Yet the figure clad in white stood quietly in place, lifting his gaze towards the depths of the endless black mist, towards the area where the eerie demonic light spread. Weak ants, Lin You scoffed. He caressed the 3-foot-long sword in his hand, a boundless aura of slaughter rising from the ground. How many heads do you have for me to sever? I care not how you were 30,000 years ago, nor how you will be 30,000 years hence. I will tell you this, today, anyone who dares to take even half a step into this realm shall be met with merciless slaughter. Upon finishing his words, the white tiger's golden sword slashed heavily from 100 miles away, a river of sword chi erupting violently into existence. His voice reverberated slowly across the second-tier star domain, as if allowing everyone to witness once again that prior strike. Do not believe it? Then try. Lin Yu's words were calm and indifferent, causing the listeners' hairs to stand on end. It was as if anyone who dared to take a single step forward would truly have their head severed by him. The heavens fell into silence, as if someone had pressed the pause button. The heavy breaths continued to rise and fall. Regardless of the fierce glances from the demon and monster cultivators, They were firmly held in place by the powerful beings of their own clans. This was due to the sheer ferocity of that previous strike. An 18-year-old quasi-emperor at the first level. One could only imagine what that implied. From deep within the demon race, an ancient voice emerged, mocking and threatening. You are called Lin You, very well. I shall remember you. This place is insufficient to determine the victor. Your brilliance is merely so. When the curtain falls on the outer heavens, that will be the moment when my demon race descends upon the myriad realms. Lin You did not lift his head. He understood that the other party referred to the clashes belonging to the realm of imperial power. The first-tier star domain is where the outer heavens reside. That is the battlefield of the highest caliber. If the human race's imperial powers cannot withstand the assault, then we, the cultivators of the second-tier star domain, will be equally vulnerable. Casual. Perhaps before you determine the outcome, I shall pierce through your demon race. Ding. Mission accomplished. Task rewards. Colorful critical hit roulette X3. White Tiger Golden Sword, Celestial Grade. White Tiger Golden Sword, True Spirit Grade. Huang Di Sword Classic, Celestial Grade Perfection. Huang Di Sword Classic, True Spirit Perfection. Upon receiving the task rewards, Lin You immediately devoted all acceleration to his external incarnation. Usage successful. Gained 2 million times acceleration. The White Tiger Golden Sword seemed to be imbued with an unknown power, its already sharp blade now exuding an even fiercer aura. Merely held in Lin Yu's grasp, the void was unconsciously sliced open. This is a true spirit-grade weapon. Such terror. No wonder Lin Yu's previous strike was so formidable. A quasi-emperor wielding a true spirit divine weapon. Who beneath the emperor realm could possibly contend? Countless onlookers widened their eyes, transfixed by the sword in Lin Yu's hand, not daring to breathe. Only now did they fully comprehend that this youth was an entirely different echelon of existence. A quasi-emperor, an invincible presence beneath the emperor realm, capable of tilting the scales of victory. Lin You turned, his indifferent voice echoing throughout the second star domain. Before my arrival, demons and monsters were divided across the heavens, and deities observed from afar, aloof and high above. From this day forth, mortals and gods shall stand equal. As he spoke, he prepared to depart the second star domain. Someone inquired, Lin You, where do you intend to go? This second star domain still requires your oversight. Lin You shook his head. Before my arrival, you did not experience defeat. Why, upon my appearance, did you lose your composure? Is it complacency? Or do you wish for me to stand as your shield? The barrier shattered because of me. I have re-established the sword domain's river, and the cause and effect are now clear. I must depart, for there are still unresolved matters. You cannot stop me, nor would you dare to. My sword is solely for myself. Whoever obstructs me shall perish. As his words fell, silence enveloped the realm of humanity. Countless gazes revealed indignation and dissatisfaction, yearning to bind Lin You here through morality and the heavens. After all, such a formidable presence could significantly alleviate everyone's pressure. Yet, as their words hung in the air, they found themselves as mute as if a fishbone had lodged in their throats. Before them stood no mere junior, but a veritable quasi-emperor. Seeing that no one dared to speak further, Lin Yu's figure gradually advanced. Wherever he passed, those once exalted were compelled to bow their heads. They were neither qualified nor able to meet the gaze of the individual before them. Only after Lin Yu's figure completely vanished from the second star domain did the overwhelming pressure lift from their shoulders. In the third star domain, those from the Qin family, whose heads Lin Yu had severed, gathered within the grand hall of the Qin family, utterly unaware of the events transpiring outside. They clamored passionately. Qin family, you must provide an explanation. What shall we do about Lin Yu? My heavens, this fellow is truly extraordinary. He has slain so many of our cultivators alone. If he comes to our door, what will we do? Shall we not be utterly exterminated? The head of the Qin family was overwhelmed by the incessant bickering of his kin. Fear gripped their hearts, and he himself was in a state of utter disarray. Despite the Qin family's esteemed status as a first-tier longevity clan, the formidable experts from the imperial realm were stranded in the outer heavens, unable to return. Within the clan, only a single ancestor at the Ascendant realm remained to oversee matters. Given Lin Yu's demonstrated prowess, the head harbored doubts about whether this ancestor could effectively confront him. Cursed be the day he chose to offend Lin Yu. The head of the Qin family was besieged by regret, yet the situation was beyond his control, leaving no room for choice. Enough. What can I do? You ask me, but who can I turn to? He lamented. The Qin family stood to lose the most, and they had instigated this turmoil. We are, after all, a longevity clan. No matter how fierce Lin Yu may be, he would not dare act recklessly against us. Chapter 167, 30 million, all settled. Amid their disputes, an indescribable sense of terror swept across the heavens and the earth. Suddenly, Lin Yu's voice echoed through the air. Oh, quite the gathering you have here. Fortuitous, as it saves me the trouble of visiting each of you individually." At that moment, Lin Yu's figure had inexplicably materialized in the grand hall of the Qin family. Clad in white, with hands clasped behind his back, he strolled leisurely as if perusing his own garden, indifferent to the wide-eyed figures and their labored breaths. He approached the main seat with a casual demeanor and sat down with an air of authority, nonchalantly stating, "Now then, how do you intend to resolve the grievances between us, Lin You?" The assembly was rendered speechless, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. The head of the Qin family stared vacantly at Lin You before glancing back at the protective array of their clan. "Is everything in order? But what of the alarms? How did he enter without my consent?" He raised a hand, his words faltering. "What is going on with you, me, and the array?" Lin You reclined lazily in his chair, propping his chin with one hand. "You mean that trinket meant to frighten children? It's of no consequence. When I wish to enter, I simply do so." The head of the Qin family stood there, bewildered. "What nonsense is this? This is our protective array. The array of a first-tier longevity clan. In the myriad realms, he prided himself on knowing everyone capable of entering undetected, and Lin You was certainly not among them." As they beheld Lin Yu's figure, a wave of panic began to wash over them. They instinctively took a few steps back from the figure clad in white upon the throne, as if such a gesture might afford them a modicum of safety. "What do you intend to do, Lin You? You have already slain so many of our clan. Is that not enough? We have yet to seek you out for retribution. Yet you appear uninvited. Where is the justice in that?" A leader of the longevity clan managed to utter, suppressing his fear. Lin You raised his gaze, his icy eyes, reminiscent of a frigid winter, fixated upon his interlocutor. "Oh, so you have yet to come seeking trouble with me, Lin You? Or is it that you have no intention of doing so? Even if I do not appear today, it is likely that you will inevitably take action against me sooner or later." Lin You rose, his hand grasping at the void, and a long sword materialized instantly in his palm. He pointed the blade at the assembly within the hall. "Allow me to pose a question. Is it true or false?" In an instant, a chilling sword intent swept through the grand hall, descending upon the gathered individuals with the weight of 100,000 mountains. Though it was not directed at anyone in particular, they felt as though they were fish out of water, gasping for breath. The head of the Qin family, the first to speak, collapsed to the ground with a thud, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead like raindrops. He strained to keep his body from being crushed beneath the oppressive force. "Yes, yes. Do not kill me. I will not seek revenge. They are dead. Let them be. It is all my fault. Lin You, spare me." A tempest surged within the hearts of the crowd. The current Lin You, merely through his overwhelming presence, rendered them breathless. To what heights had his cultivation ascended? Even some of the lesser members of the Qin family felt a pressure akin to a mountain, one that they had never experienced even in the presence of their own ancestors. Lin You scoffed and shook his head. "Your state reminds me of a certain saying. You do not recognize your mistakes. You only realize that you are on the brink of death. However, fear not. I, Lin You, have always preferred to persuade through reason." With that, Lin You thrust his 3-foot Qin Feng sword heavily into the ground. It was not that he could not kill these individuals or feared offending the so-called Qin family. Rather, it was for the sake of the heavens. For thousands of years, whether they have lived off the fruits of others or wielded their power oppressively, they have ultimately contributed to the heavens. Even without merit, they have rendered some service. In the future, the heavens could not do without these people. If Lin You were to directly eliminate them all, the entire realm would likely descend into chaos without the Qin family's restraint. "I ask you, respond. Do you understand?" The family heads nodded frantically. "Whatever you say is true. Allow me to inquire first. Within the Dragon Court, life and death are borne by oneself. True or false?" Lin Yu's gaze fell upon the head of the Qin family. The latter's expression turned exceedingly grim, yet he could only nod helplessly. "It is true. The Dragon Court has always been a battleground for young cultivators, where one bears the consequences of their own life and death." Lin You continued, "In that case, your Qin family's disciples clashed with me in the Dragon Court and were defeated, resulting in their deaths. Am I at fault?" The head of the Qin family shook his head once more. "There is no fault. Then why the animosity?" Upon hearing this, the faces of the Qin family spokespersons turned ashen. The reasoning was sound, yet they were the Qin family. At that time, Lin You was merely a brash youth. If they did not reclaim their honor, they would be utterly humiliated. Seeing their silence, Lin You coldly remarked, "It is because you cannot let go of your damned pride. A loss is a loss. You can win back your honor next time, yet you wish to bully others by relying on your superior power. If you desire to kill me, then let it be so. Is that correct?" The crowd fell silent once more. Indeed, this statement held not a shred of falsehood. To kill is natural, and to be killed is the way of the world. Lin Yu's fingertips flicked lightly, and an unparalleled sword edge rose from his surroundings. "I know what you are thinking. You are unconvinced. Fear not. I shall grant you an opportunity. Call forth all those from your clan who can shout, Lin You commanded. Instantly, the power of the quasi-emperor erupted, exerting an overwhelming pressure that resonated through the heavens and the earth. A sword intent, fierce enough to rend the very fabric of reality, surged wildly within the hall, leaving everyone in disbelief as they gazed upon Lin You. This quasi-emperor, such a realm, such an age, such strength. What was there to dispute? Aside from a few first-tier long-lived families, who could possibly challenge Lin You? Among the third-tier families, none possessed a quasi-emperor. Truly, except for the first-tier families with emperor-level guardians, the others were utterly powerless against Lin You. Yet, there were only 8 first-tier families in total. Among them, the Zhuge and Gu clans were allied with Lin You, while the rest either hesitated or tested the waters, unable to contend with him. This situation was insurmountable. Lin You let out a cold snort, perceiving the thoughts of everyone present. I have given you an opportunity. If you fail to grasp it, do not blame me. Each family must contribute 30 million spirit stones, and I, Lin You, shall consider our grievances resolved. As long as you do not provoke me henceforth, I shall remain indifferent to your existence. Do you understand? Chapter 168. Your life, left for the heavens. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, everyone stared in disbelief, their eyes wide. A spokesperson from a third-tier long-lived family trembled as he spoke. Is it true? Just 30 million spirit stones, and our 2 families will no longer be enemies? Lin Yu nodded. Good. This transaction is exceedingly advantageous. Once, Lin Yu was but an ant easily crushed at any moment. They were reluctant to let go of their grievances, yet now Lin Yu had transformed into a bona fide quasi-emperor. For someone of such status and strength, resolving enmity for 30 million spirit stones was unparalleled in value. The spokesperson from the third-tier long-lived family, exhilarated, clenched his fists and, without looking back, hurled a storage bag before hastily departing the hall. Lin You, my friend, until we meet again. No, rather. It shall be until we meet never again. Let us pretend we have never crossed paths. With that, he fled the hall in haste. Witnessing Lin Yu's promise being upheld, the others quickly discarded their storage bags. Esteemed senior, our grievances are settled, right? Consider this a clean slate, a complete erasure. Ha ha ha. One by one, they tossed storage bags containing tens of millions of spirit stones as if they were worthless. Lin Yu merely swept his consciousness over them. Though they claimed to contribute 30 million, each bag contained far more. They were seasoned veterans, and in such a scene, who could recall who had given more? Anyone who contributed less would likely be remembered distinctly. The crowd that fled the hall collectively exhaled in relief. In the end, only the head of the Qin family remained. He gazed at Lin Yu, his eyes filled with a complexity that was difficult to articulate, before finally closing his eyes in resignation. The victor takes all. I understand. This matter originated with me. If you wish to kill, then do so. It is of no concern to the other members of the Qin family. Should you kill me today, consider this matter concluded. You have already ascended to the quasi-emperor realm, even if an ancestral emperor-level guardian from my clan returns. They may not dare to act against you. To the heavens and to the demons, you are an irreplaceable existence. Should you choose to end my life and depart, we would still retain a modicum of dignity. Even if the ancestral figure of the imperial realm were to return, he would not trouble your kin. Lin Yu raised his long sword. You are indeed quite open-minded. Your words possess a semblance of reason. Without you, how could those individuals have dared to disrupt my domain? He stepped forward, slowly approaching the head of the Qin family. With each stride, it felt as though he was treading upon the very heart of his opponent, sending waves of agony through his chest. The piercing sword intent soared into the heavens. The Qin family head gritted his teeth, fully aware of his impending demise. Yet he did not retreat, even a step. Instead, he opened his arms, quietly awaiting Lin Yu's blade. He chose to stand and perish, striving to preserve the final shred of dignity for the doomed fate of the Qin family. With a swift motion, the full power of the quasi-imperial realm erupted, and the grand hall was instantaneously shattered into fragments. The sound of the sword's cry was almost unbearable, tearing at the eardrums. One step forward, and the blade fell. Lin Yu casually sheathed his long sword and departed without a backward glance. Your life is now destined for the heavens. Should you ever dare to retreat a single step in a battle against other races, even with a great emperor to protect you, I shall still strike you down. If you refuse to submit to me, Lin Yu, await the arrival of your clan's great emperor. Within the hall, the Qin family head's pupils quivered, a single strand of hair drifting slowly to the ground from his shoulder. The space where his storage pouch once hung was now conspicuously empty. Lin Yu had left, sparing his life, but taking with him the invaluable storage pouch. He turned with great difficulty, his gaze filled with complex emotions as he watched the white-clad figure gradually recede. This man resembled both a god and a demon, both human and beast. With a mere flick of his hand, countless corpses lay in his wake. blood spilling over vast distances. He was as cold as a millennium-old ice, yet also akin to a scale, balanced with a world of his own within. He understood that the sole reason for his survival was that he was the head of the esteemed Qin family, a lineage of longevity. Lin You had spared him, and the heavens had granted him a reprieve. At this moment, within the Sima family, tension hung thick in the air. Numerous figures cloaked in shadows cast wary glances at the void, as if fearing the emergence of a certain presence. They were all too familiar with the aura that had just enveloped them. It was Lin You. That fellow had returned, and not only had he returned, but he had also ascended to the quasi-imperial realm. Damn it, how could this be possible? We cannot delay any longer. Quick, summon the ancestor back. Go to the outer heavens and bring the ancestor to return. Now that Lin You has grown formidable, relying solely on our strength, we cannot hope to stop him. The escape route must be prepared, immediately. Within the Sima family, someone trembled as they spoke, but their voice received no reply. In the darkness, he saw a figure slowly approaching him, clad in white. That person strolled through the black mist, wielding a long sword, leaving a trail of corpses in their wake. He shuddered violently. It was impossible, impossible. Our clan's grand formation was intact. He could not enter. The figure drew ever closer until he could finally discern the visage of the newcomer. Young, calm, in white robes, and wielding that familiar long sword. It is Lin You. With a swift motion, the blade's radiance ignites, shattering the dark mist completely. A defiant head soars into the sky. In that fleeting moment of consciousness, he finally comprehends everything. Lin You has inexplicably severed ties with the Sima clan. Countless Sima clan cultivators have already met their demise. Beyond the black fog are those kin who remain unsevered, roaring as they expend their last ounce of strength, charging towards Lin You. As the final sound of the sword echoes, their souls are extinguished. How audacious, how utterly brazen. Lin You, you possess remarkable gall to enter the Sima clan and kill at will. Do you truly believe that the Sima clan can be trifled with? From within the dark mist, a voice resounds with bitter indignation. Lin You, bloodied and resolute, lifts his gaze, retorting with equal fervor. Oh, so the Sima clan can perish as well. I had assumed your heads were harder than others, that your necks could not be severed. Time and again, you have sought to bring about my demise. What audacity you possess, Sima clan. Do you truly think I, Lin You, can be easily bullied? Boom. The aura of the quasi-emperor erupts in full force. Alone with his sword, Lin You plunges into the depths of the black mist, confronting an innumerable throng of Sima clan cultivators. The resplendent sword light churns within the dark fog, akin to lightning tearing through the night sky, piercing the darkness at intervals. Lin Yu's cold voice reverberates through the void. I have come today to conclusively settle the score. The lives of every member of the Sima clan, from the eldest to the youngest, shall be claimed by me, Lin You. Chapter 169. The Sima clan's secret alliance with foreign races. As Lin Yu's words fall, the breath of a first-tier quasi-emperor begins to reverberate wildly throughout the Sima clan. He unleashes his sword, and the piercing light that breaks through the darkness begins to magnify infinitely within sight. Dozens of heads ascend to the heavens. All members of the Sima clan stand frozen, helplessly watching as the unmatched brilliance draws ever closer. Currently, the Sima clan possesses only one ancestral elder at the heaven-treading realm. How can they hope to stop Lin You, a quasi-emperor, in the vast realm? Who among the imperial ranks can contend with Lin You? The faces of the Sima clan turn ashen as they watch the figure of slaughter amidst the darkness, their teeth grinding in frustration. Lin You, you are excessively tyrannical. In response, a sword aura shoots forth into the sky. Excessively tyrannical? Did the Sima clan ever consider today when they first acted against me? Another sword strike. Blood flows like a river. As more and more of his kin fall beneath Lin Yu's blade, the head of the Sima clan can no longer remain passive. Veins bulge on his arms, as if engaged in a final psychological struggle. Yet, the Sima clan still has one hidden card. However, countless eyes are upon them. He cannot falter, for otherwise, there will be no refuge left for the Sima clan in this realm. Enough. Lin You, let us end this here. Our grievances shall be erased. The Sima clan leader's face is ashen, his voice harsh. Erased? Others may have that opportunity, but your Sima clan does not. I have declared it. Your entire clan's lives shall be claimed by me, Lin You. Lin Yu's words were devoid of any emotion. As he sought to annihilate the Sima family in their moment of vulnerability, the blade's edge was as frigid as the depths of winter, mercilessly stirring within the black mist. Heads soared into the sky, as the once revered immortals of the Sima family fell beneath Lin Yu's hand, unable to withstand even a single strike. Their souls extinguished in an instant. The head of the Sima family appeared as if petrified, frozen in place, his fingers cracking ominously as he clenched them. There was no choice left. If he did not act now, the Sima family would be irrevocably doomed by this fiend. even if it meant opposing the heavens. Survival was paramount. With this thought, the Sima family head raised his hand abruptly, his voice echoing through the depths of the forbidden ground. I beseech the demon lord. Suddenly, in the pitch-black abyss where not even fingers could be seen, two figures opened their savage, crimson eyes. An aura foreign to all realms surged within the Sima family. The black mist seemed to awaken with a life of its own, bubbling and rejoicing. Incomprehensible utterances resonated through the void. Who calls upon me? At this, the countless immortal families observing in the shadows were left speechless. This was the language of the demon race. The Sima family had clandestine ties with foreign entities. Within their ranks, there were two demon lords. Cursed be it. We should have anticipated this. The black mist was nearly indistinguishable from that of the demon race. All the immortal families gasped in astonishment. Despite their frantic thoughts, they could not fathom that a prestigious immortal family like the Sima family would secretly collude with outsiders. The two demon lords stirred from their long silence, dust cascading from their forms, exuding an unspeakable authority that made the ground tremble beneath them. A mere cough unleashed an indescribable terror that cascaded through the heavens and the earth. The Sima family head knelt on one knee. To have disturbed the demon lord, I deserve death 1,000 times over. Yet, the present circumstances leave me no choice. With the imperial realm's stronghold still lying in wait beyond the heavens, and a quasi-emperor demonstrating power within their ranks, he implored the two demon lords, please, I beseech you to subdue this child. At this declaration, many were left aghast. Lurking beyond the heavens? Did this not imply that there was a traitor among the imperial realm strongholds? This was dire. The entire multiverse was in peril. The figures of the two demon lords gradually emerged from the forbidden ground, standing side by side, like harbingers of darkness. Their aura was ineffably ancient, as if they had lain dormant for countless years within the multiverse. Flexing their forms, their joints cracked like thunder. So it is you. How many years have passed? I nearly forgot, one remarked, furrowing their brow at the Sima family head. The eons of silence had left their thoughts somewhat muddled. Following this, a formidable aura swept across the entire multiverse. A smile crept upon the lips of the two demon lords. Well done. It seems there is but a single quasi-emperor within the entire cosmos. TSK, the Sima family has indeed not disappointed us. A splendid opportunity. Let us rend the heavens. The head of the Sima family spoke in a grave tone, expressing his hope that the two demon lords would capture this young man and allow the Sima family to depart from this place. The black and white demon lords nodded slightly, their gazes slowly settling upon the sole quasi-emperor cultivator, Lin You. Two powerful quasi-emperor auras began to rise gradually. How remarkable it is to witness such youth in a quasi-emperor realm. Even among our kin, he would be considered an extraordinary prodigy. Alas, you were born in the heavens, and thus, you shall inevitably perish amidst them. Lin Yu's gaze sharpened as he looked at the head of the Sima family, a derisive laugh escaping his lips. No wonder you hide in the shadows, too fearful to reveal yourselves. It turns out you have long been the lackeys of the heavens. The face of the Sima family head turned ashen. This strategy had been in place for tens of thousands of years. The timing for action had not yet arrived. According to plan, they needed the assistance of their emperor from the outer heavens to determine the outcome against the demon race before striking together to crush the heavens. However, all of this had been disrupted by the sudden emergence of Lin You. Though no emperor-level powerhouses remained in the heavens, the longevity families that had persisted to this day possessed some hidden capabilities. Relying solely on these two peak quasi-emperor demon lords would not be enough to sweep through the heavens. After today, the Sima family would undoubtedly be unable to survive in the heavens and would have to follow the two demon lords to the territories of foreign races. Without the means to shatter the heavens, even if they reached the demon race, they could never attain a status comparable to that of the heavens. All of this was due to Lin You. You may revel in your words, but this shall be your final testament, Lin You. Your demise today is entirely of your own making. The Sima family head's gaze darkened, harboring thoughts of killing Lin You. He clasped his hands in a gesture of supplication and implored, urging the two demon lords not to delay further and to slay this young man so that they might escape. Upon the conclusion of his plea, he received not a single response from the demon lords. The atmosphere fell into a chilling silence. After a long pause, the Sima family head finally regained his senses, staring in disbelief at the two demon lords. What does this mean? The black and white demon lords exchanged sneers, regarding him as though he were a fool. Who said we would take you with us? Now, with the heavens in disarray, it is the perfect moment to act. As for you, the last vestige of value for your Sima family ends here. Chapter 170, Severing the Future. The Sima family head stood frozen in place, unable to comprehend the implications of the black and white demon lord's words. What do you mean? A finger from the black and white demon lords pointed, and his life force began to dissipate gradually. The meaning was simple. With our demon race emperor stationed in the outer heavens, they cannot divert their attention. Now that the heavens are in turmoil, your Sima family's quasi-emperor cultivator has lost all value. Therefore, you may go die. Lin Yu's gaze turned frigid as he witnessed the Sima family head perish before him. Perhaps it was only at this moment that they comprehended the meaning of colluding with a tiger for its skin. The voice of the black and white demon lords echoed softly in the void. Therefore, you may also go die, just like this fool. In an instant, the two were about to strike at Lin Yu. As he prepared to confront them, he suddenly heard the mental transmission of Zhuge Chongqing. I can no longer assist you. In the realm beyond, my Zhuge family must hasten to take action. Lin Yu, the heavens are entrusted to you. As for the other immortal families, lacking formidable guardians, they can only survive by relying on their grand formations and life-preserving trump cards, and they will likely prove inadequate to assist you. Lin Yu shook his head thoughtfully. It matters not. Upon seeing them, I have come to a clearer understanding of certain matters. With a sudden surge, an immeasurable sword intent rose from the ground. Lin Yu slowly raised his gaze towards the two demonic lords before him and murmured, "What audacity grants you the courage? Did you not hear me declare that the fate of the Sima family lies in my hands?" In an instant, a terrifying sword intent that transcended comprehension erupted forth. Sword 9. Return to unity. The true spirit level White Tiger Golden Light Sword and the true spirit's Supreme Yellow Emperor Sword were instantaneously propelled to their utmost limits. Presently, even without the enhancement of the ancient True Words technique, Lin Yu remains invincible among his peers. That sword intent seemed to traverse the river of time, radiating from Lin Yu's being before vanishing into thin air. All those observing were left in a state of bewilderment. What transpired? I distinctly witnessed him draw his sword. Why is there no reaction whatsoever? I saw it too. Was it shattered? What is happening? In the void, countless minds converged. The exaggerated sword aura even startled the black and white demon lords. Their eyes narrowed in disbelief. They had never anticipated that a mere figure of the first level of the quasi-emperor could unleash such a fearsome sword aura. Yet, even after the passage of several breaths, the situation remained unchanged. The two demon lords exchanged glances, sighing in relief. They laughed raucously, as if the victory were already secured. I thought there truly was a hidden master in the heavens. To think it is merely an empty facade. Your sword seems incapable of severing even a single hair. The disdain in the eyes of the black and white demon lords was palpable. However, Lin Yu's gaze turned frigid, regarding the two as if they were corpses. He sheathed his sword and turned to leave. Afraid? Seeking to flee? It is too late. You cannot escape. This realm must bow beneath the iron hooves of my demonic kin. Without looking back, Lin Yu's voice remained indifferent. Have you ever witnessed someone engage in combat with the dead? In that moment, the two stood frozen, a deathly aura coalescing around them, indescribable in its intensity. Despite their efforts, they could not discern the slightest detail. Yet that sword intent drew ever closer, like the harbinger of death, incessantly reminding them of their dwindling time. What is happening? Why can I sense a sword intent yet fail to capture it? I am equally cursed. How has this fellow achieved such a feat? No. My consciousness extends for 100,000 miles, yet I still cannot locate that sword intent. As they gazed at Lin Yu's receding figure, a bead of cold sweat silently trickled down their foreheads. They gasped for breath, their bodies taut as if facing a catastrophic flood. The sword intent grew nearer and clearer, yet they remained oblivious. Why? Suddenly, an explosive sound resonated. One individual's pupils dilated into an oval shape, and their entire body abruptly stiffened. In the next moment, they inexplicably collapsed to the ground, devoid of breath. Dead. What a farce. What on earth is happening? The sudden turn of events left the remaining demon lord feeling as if faced with imminent peril. The previously haughty demeanor was now filled with unease and trepidation. It was only at the very last moment of life that this demon lord finally grasped the situation. Lin Yu's sword had not dissipated. He had, astonishingly, severed the very fabric of the future. In the void of the temporal river, he had slain his own self 60 breaths hence. The sound of the sword grew increasingly distinct, yet when it became visible to the naked eye, no reaction could be mustered. With a single stroke, he decapitated. Vivid crimson gushed forth from the demon lord's neck, and a head silently tumbled to the ground. The heavens fell into an eerie silence, and all the members of the longevity clans were rendered mute with fear. They watched as the figure clad in white advanced step by step towards the second-tier star domain. None daring to utter a word, none bold enough to express dissent, traversing through past, present, and future, piercing through the temporal river. Such prowess was nothing short of celestial. A being standing before you, capable of slaying you in the future. Could such a feat truly be achieved by one on the cusp of emperorhood? Could a sovereign be capable of this? The once formidable demon lord, who had cast the heavens into chaos, found himself utterly powerless before Lin You. And yet, this individual was merely 18 years of age. Within the second-tier star domain, the oppressive silence remained, a consequence of Lin Yu's prior appearance. Some harbored resentment, believing Lin You, having attained the brink of emperorhood and being of the celestial realm, ought to contribute to the heavens. Others felt trepidation, having heard of Lin Yu's exploits through their kin. They were anxious, having crossed paths with this extraordinary genius. The most unsettled among them was Lin You, who sat deep within the void. Just moments ago, Lin Yu's sword had elevated the realm of humanity to parity with the gods and spirits. This was the opportune moment to catch a breath. However, he felt as if a blade was pressed against his throat, rendering him restless. Time passed, though he could not tell how long. Suddenly, that familiar voice echoed once more within the second-tier star domain. You almost deceived me, you old dog. If you had managed to escape, I would have lost sleep for 3 days and nights. Lin You, your life ought to be returned to the heavens. Upon hearing this voice, Lin You shuddered violently. Seeing Lin You approach, he stammered. What do you mean, Lin You? Lin You wore a perfectly measured smile as he leaned slightly closer to Lin You. Why do I detect the scent of fear emanating from you? Are you afraid? I believe my intentions have been made abundantly clear. Your life must be accounted for today. Lin You swallowed hard, the proximity inducing an undeniable sense of dread. He instinctively took 2 steps back, forcing a strained smile upon his face. Lin You, I don't understand. Lin You flashed a smile, revealing white teeth, yet it exuded not a hint of warmth. A profound silence languidly permeated the space. In the secondary star domain, someone could no longer contain themselves and coldly remarked, Lin You, what are you up to this time? It is one thing not to contribute to the celestial realm, but must you also sow discord? Lin You turned, his icy gaze landing upon the individual. In that fleeting moment, an aura of death enveloped him, causing even this God-King realm cultivator to feel a shiver of trepidation. This person, after merely half a day's absence, instilled an inexplicable dread within him. Silence. Lin You uttered succinctly, surveying the crowd. Do you wish to know the reason? Very well. Today, I shall unveil it for all to see. He pivoted, gradually unsheathing the long sword at his waist, positioning it against Lin Yu's throat. Many among the human race have perished in recent months, have they not? A voice inquired. Perplexed, what of it? Lin Yu smirked coldly. What of it? Have you lost your wits? It has been so long that I almost forgot the reason the Lin family refrained from killing me at the outset. It was not that they did not wish to do so, but rather that they could not. Lin Jingyun once mentioned that within the Lin family, there existed a group of elders contemporaneous with Lin Feng. It was they who forbade any harm to come to me. Upon my initial arrival in the secondary star domain, this individual's words had nearly left me in a daze. I ask you, Lin Yu said, lightly prodding the blade against Lin Yu's neck, drawing forth a faint trickle of blood, what has become of that group of elders? Lin Yu's Adam's apple bobbed, sweat pouring down his face, rendering him momentarily speechless. That group, they have all perished. Indeed, each battle against the extraterrestrial races claimed lives. However, it was he who had deliberately sabotaged, repeatedly striking from the shadows, burying those elders amid the clashes with the foreign beings. His intent was to eliminate these obstacles and to entomb the Lin family's secrets from that era. Initially, everything unfolded with meticulous precision. Yet there was one factor he had failed to anticipate. Lin You. This individual first appeared in the 6-star domain merely 6 months ago. At that time, he was but a mere true immortal. Who could have foreseen that in such a short span, he would transform into a formidable titan among the myriad realms? Throughout history, none have exhibited such terrifying rates of advancement. Seeing Lin Yu rendered speechless, Lin Yu continued, You have nothing to say? Allow me to articulate it for you. All the Lin family members have perished at your hands. I initially thought your alliance with the Sima family was merely a convergence of like-minded individuals. But just an instant stick ago, I unraveled the entirety of this matter. His words resonated throughout the secondary star domain. Human cultivators gazed at Lin Yu in confusion. What are you trying to imply? Lin Yu chuckled lightly, shaking his head. Let me reveal a fact that will send chills down everyone's spine. The Lin family is the true disgrace among the heavens. The death of Lin Feng was no accident. He was deliberately killed through the covert collusion of you and the Sima family. At this declaration, shock rippled through the crowd. Such blasphemy, they exclaimed. The Lin family and the Sima family are esteemed first-rate longevity clans. Is there any evidence to substantiate your claim? Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, the edge of his sword becoming even more menacing. The Sima family has already confessed. You are unaware that it is now possible to reconnect with your kin. The Sima family harbors 2 formidable demonic lords at the pinnacle of quasi-emperorship. They are not secretly colluding with other races. Could it be that I am? Suddenly, towering presences began to fervently exchange their divine thoughts. Their auras expanded as they employed various means to communicate with their clan members. Within a mere quarter of an hour, they had comprehensively grasped the situation. How outrageous! The Sima family truly possesses unparalleled audacity. This group has hidden their secrets for so long. What of the Lin family? A quasi-emperor, filled with righteous fury, shattered the communication jade slip in his grasp. In that moment, countless gazes converged upon Lin You. Lin You spoke softly. Although I remain unaware of how you have become Lin Feng, it is of no consequence now. The Sima family is in league with foreign entities. You two have quietly buried those individuals within the second-tier star domain. After much contemplation, I pondered, if Lin Feng had indeed betrayed the Lin family and the heavens, why did the elder generation, who were of his cohort, not eradicate our lineage entirely? Logically, expulsion should not have been an option. The only reason must be that they are acutely aware of how Lin Feng met his demise. To preserve the entire Chongqing Lin family, they chose to bury this secret deep within their hearts. Otherwise, once revealed, the confirmed death of Lin Feng would spell doom for the Lin family as well. As Lin Yu concluded, his gaze burned intensely upon Lin Yu. You caused Lin Tongfeng's demise, binding the lives of everyone in the Lin family, leaving them unable to speak. Ultimately, you could not rest easy and chose to bury them completely. Am I correct? At this moment, Lin Yu appeared dazed, staring at the visage of the young man before him, momentarily lost in thought. Elder brother? Soon after, Lin Yu shook his head vigorously like a rattle drum. No? This is all conjecture. You are slandering the Chongqing Lin family. Lin Yu chuckled derisively. It matters not if you remain silent. I believe there are those within the Lin family whose resolve is not so unyielding. Perhaps we shall bring each of you forth for individual interrogation, using your souls as the guiding light. Day and night, I do not believe you will all remain tight-lipped. As Lin Yu spoke, a chilling smile graced his lips. Such torment is far more terrifying than death itself. At this moment, Lin Yu was already overwhelmed by fear. His eyes glazed over as he muttered to himself. No, it wasn't me. It wasn't he, my elder brother. I merely advised him a couple of times. The demonic clan is too powerful. We cannot prevail against them. If he acted that way, we would all perish. I did not kill him. Yes, it was the demonic clan that offered us a path to survival. They forced my hand. I only deceived him once, just that once. Chapter 171. The heavens stand on the brink of destruction. As Lin Yu's words fell, everyone gazed in disbelief at this individual who had lingered in the second-tier star domain for over 10,000 years. He had indeed betrayed his own brother, the once indomitable war god before the Tianjin Pass. Lin Yu's eyes, clouded like those of an aged man nearing twilight, streamed with a mix of tears and snot, as if ensnared in unbearable memories. It is I, indeed, but I cannot be held accountable. The demon lord commands 108 formidable figures. If we charge in, it shall only lead to our demise. My thoughts are for the countless lives at stake. The boundaries of the demon realm must remain intact. We stand no chance of victory. Lin Yu roared, as if unleashing the sorrow accumulated over millennia. Thus, I clandestinely reached out to them. They assured me that as long as I could lure Lin Feng into their midst to be slain, the demons would not breach the realms of the heavens. Lin Yu's throat constricted, casting a desperate gaze upon the crowd. Over all these years, have you not witnessed the truth of their words? For tens of thousands of years, our human race has remained unscathed. The reason we can sit here today is my sacrifice. The cost is merely the life of Lin Feng. Hence, I feigned being besieged. My elder brother came to my rescue, and I fled while he perished under the demon onslaught. I am not at fault. I am not at fault. As his words fell, an oppressive silence enveloped the assembly. Everyone could envision the despair that Lin Feng must have felt at that moment, alone within the demon realm, besieged by countless Emperor Realm cultivators, betrayed by the brother he trusted most. That indescribable sense of helplessness shrouded all present. Lin Yu's gaze darkened, as if it could draw water from stone, as he regarded the anguished Lin Yu before him. Fool, worthless. It is a miracle that someone like you has survived this long. Your ancestors must be turning in their graves. In the clash of our two races, the stakes involve far more than mere thousands. Will the demons forfeit their assault on the heavens for your trivial promise? Have you been kicked in the head by a mule? Lin Yu trembled at the words, his eyes filled with torment as he looked at Lin Yu. What do you mean? If it were not for me, the realms would have fallen long ago. There are over 100 emperors at stake. Lin Yu abruptly interrupted, his sword flicking with lethal precision, and Lin Yu let out a choked groan as his right arm was severed. The realms would have crumbled long ago. Do you truly believe that a mere stepping into the heavens could sway the balance between our races? They fear Lin Feng. They dread his ascension to the Emperor realm, which is why they seek to eliminate him preemptively. You are but a wretched insect consumed by fear. The reason the demons have remained at an impasse with humanity until now is solely due to the countless lives that have been sacrificed. Should the demons breach our defenses, they would be grievously weakened. The divine, the spirits, and the demon race all watch closely. Can you not perceive the crystal clear reality of this multiracial standoff? Each faction mutually restraining the others? How dare you speak of the heavens? Damn it. After Lin Yu's words, he struck again, severing Lin Tangyu's other arm. The latter emitted a painful groan, his already aged face growing even paler. He shook his head as if driven to madness. No, it cannot be. It is not like this. It is Lin Tangfeng. It is all his fault. If he had not provoked the demons, I would not have resorted to such measures. With a swift motion, Lin Yu struck once more, unwilling to endure any further of his drivel. With a single stroke of the sword, Lin Tangyu, who had ascended to the pinnacle of the heavens, was effortlessly pierced through the chest. Crimson blood flowed from his wound, and his life force began to wane drastically. Foolish dog, Lin Yu uttered coldly. The final strike brought an irrevocable end to his existence. Henceforth, there shall be but one Lin family of eternal life. And that is my Lin family. In the fleeting moment of consciousness, Lin Tangyu gazed upon the figure clad in white, and in a daze. He seemed to be transported back to that fateful day a millennium ago. He thought he saw his own brother, drenched in blood. Perhaps he had long understood the truth, but could not bear to confront it. The piercing intent of the sword shattered not only his body, but also his very soul. This was the definitive conclusion for the Lin family's envoy of eternal life. Simultaneously, within the second-tier star domain, countless thoughts collided chaotically in the void. A cultivator of the divine king realm suddenly rose, his brow furrowed, as his consciousness stretched for countless miles. This is bad. The outer heavens have suffered a grave blow. Boom. In an instant, the previously tranquil demon and monster clans erupted with overwhelming energy. The malevolent aura intertwined with the eerie light of the monsters surged forth, piercing through the sword domain that Lin Yu had previously established. Excellent. Haha. After so many years, we have finally awaited this day. Today, the iron hooves of the demon and monster clans shall trample across the myriad realms, and you shall all become our sustenance. The last imperial realm of your human race in the outer heavens is destined to fall. As their voices echoed, countless powerful figures of the human race stood, their faces contorted with fury. The sudden assault from the demon and monster clans was a betrayal from the Sima family's emperor. 72 human emperors were caught in a perilous encirclement. The formation was shattered, and danger loomed. The successive revelations sent the entire second-tier star domain into a state of tension. Lin Yu stared in disbelief at the unfolding chaos. What nonsense is this? Hasn't the Zhuge family already set out? A solemn voice from a previously speaking human powerhouse replied. There is no time, it is far too late. By the time the Zhuge family arrives, it will already be too late. Boom. In that moment, the sword domain was torn asunder, and countless figures emerged from the void. They stood densely against the humans, emanating an obscure and formidable aura. Merely standing there, they seemed capable of upholding an entire realm by themselves. In stark contrast, the number of demon and monster clans dwarfed the human cultivators of the divine king realm. A glance revealed no fewer than 300 of them. Just as everyone braced for combat, a golden-armored divine being brought alarming news. Not good. There are void rifts hidden within the myriad realms. Countless demons and monsters have already infiltrated. The myriad realms are in grave danger. Chapter 172, Slaying Monsters and Demons. Void rifts. Entering the myriad realms? What absurdity. A barrage of messages bombarded the crowd, leaving them utterly stunned. Everyone turned incredulously towards the direction of the demon and monster clans, only to hear their maniacal laughter. Did you truly believe that we have been idle all these thousands of years? The optimal moment is now, as the rift in the heavens opens. What does it matter how formidable you are? Can you truly withstand the might of those great emperors? In an instant, the hearts of the crowd plummeted into despair. A succession of dire news rendered them incapable of making decisions. Fortunately, Lin Yu was the first to regain his composure. He raised his long sword and bellowed. What are you all standing around for? The matters beyond our realm are beyond our control. We must focus on our own. The Void's fissure can only bear so much cultivation. Those above the longevity realm cannot cross over. All longevity families, notify your disciples immediately to rush to the aid of the myriad realms. Lin Yu issued commands like a general. The powerful beings of the human race snapped back to reality, promptly reaching out to their kin to support the multiverse. The heavens beyond belonged to the battlefield of the Emperor realm. They could not intervene, but within the myriad realms, the foundation of the longevity families still stood strong. Lin Yu swiftly took out a communication jade slip, which was already inundated with messages from Lu Yaowen and Fan Rui. Without a glance, he commanded, Protect the alliance. Safeguard the two domains. It is time to act for remuneration. He issued orders to the major clans of both domains to unite against the alien races. Any who disobeyed would face execution without mercy. This is the decree of Lin You. His orders quickly received responses from Liu Yaowen and the others. Immediately, Lin You raised his sword, and the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Ding! The myriad realms are in peril. An urgent mission has been issued. Exterminate the demons. Slay a cultivator of the longevity realm, and those within the 3 realms of ascendance can exchange for a standard critical strike acceleration card. Slay a cultivator of the sky treading, divine king, or quasi-emperor realms to exchange for a colored critical strike acceleration card. Exchange quantity, unlimited. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Lin You roared, "All remaining warriors, follow me into battle." He then charged into the fray. And the myriad powerful beings of the human race, without hesitation, followed in Lin Yu's footsteps, engaging in fierce combat. The void shattered, and the mountains and rivers reversed. Countless divine abilities converged beneath the sun and moon, exploding in a dazzling brilliance. A tragic ballad of blood and tears began to unfold quietly. Faced with the already formidable demon clans, the human race found itself further disadvantaged within the second-rate star domains. The numbers from quasi-emperors to ascendants were overwhelmingly crushed. Oftentimes, one had to contend against several opponents of equal rank. Blood flowed in the void. Many who had just begun to engage were swiftly suppressed. Lin You roared as he swung his sword. The true spirit-level White Tiger Golden Light Sword and the true spirit-perfected Yellow Emperor Sword techniques were pushed to their limits. With each strike, flesh and blood were sent flying, regardless of whether one was a pinnacle quasi-emperor or a perfected divine king. None could withstand more than 10 strikes from Lin You. That figure in white alone repelled nearly 3/10 of the enemy forces. Yet, it was still insufficient. Far from enough. Countless human powerhouses began to falter. The foes were simply too powerful, and there were too many of them. Ding! The continuous system notifications echoed in Lin Yu's mind. The White Tiger Golden Light Sword in Lin Yu's hand was already drenched in blood. All were transformed into external incarnations. Thunderous roars filled the air. Within the Lin family's blessed realm, that green figure fluctuated ominously, its aura rising and falling erratically. Meanwhile, within the second-tier star domain, Lin Yu's energy began to soar uncontrollably. He absorbed the cultivation from his external incarnation while simultaneously allowing it to cultivate. Pinnacle of the first tier of quasi-emperorship. Second tier of quasi-emperorship. Third tier of quasi-emperorship. Alone, he was akin to 1,000 troops. He slaughtered demons, leaving them bloodied and unable to advance. As their offensive faltered, the demon clans reached a tacit consensus. What manner of prodigy is this person? We must eliminate him, or we shall never win this battle. Indeed, let us attack. In an instant, over 100 quasi-emperors from the demon clans turned their focus towards Lin You and charged forth. Countless powerful beings of the human race gritted their teeth at this moment. Lin You was the sole determinant of victory for the second-tier star domain. Should he fall, the second-tier star domain would be utterly incapable of resisting the demonic onslaught. The entire multiverse would surely descend into chaos. Save him. Quickly, anyone may perish, but Lin You must not. Curse it, let us fight. They roared, attempting to break through the encirclement, yet ultimately found themselves powerless. They could only watch helplessly as Lin You was surrounded by hundreds of quasi-emperors. In a daze, they suddenly recalled Lin Tangyu's words. Years ago, Lin Tangfeng had met a similar fate, besieged to death. He was the strongest beneath the imperial realm. Even 100 quasi-emperors assaulting him would be a formidable challenge, even for an imperial realm cultivator. At this moment, Lin You found himself under immense pressure after being targeted. Those who reached this stage were truly 1 in 10,000. He roared, slashing down a divine king with a single sword strike. Ding! Want to kill Lin You? Let us see if you possess the capability. My sword spells death for anyone who dares approach. As he spoke, sword energy surged forth. Boundless murderous intent erupted from him, and his cultivation escalated wildly. 4th tier of quasi-emperorship. 5th tier of quasi-emperorship. 6th tier of quasi-emperorship. At this moment, the Lin family's blessed realm was already deserted. Several uncles had gone out to confront the enemy, leaving only the external incarnation to cultivate within. The spiritual energy that had crystallized was melting away at a visible pace. As if encountering a heat wave, after countless acceleration cards, the cultivation of the external incarnation fluctuated rapidly. The entire blessed realm transformed into a vortex of spiritual energy, extending for thousands of miles, converging towards the external incarnation. Yet, this was still insufficient. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed. The blessed realm was forcibly pierced by the external incarnation. A vast amount of spiritual energy began to flow towards him from the two domains. At this moment, the acceleration reached an incomprehensible magnitude. Liu Yaowen and others were left utterly dumbfounded. The blessed realm exploded? What nonsense is this? Is there truly someone who can cultivate to such an extent that they can drain an entire small world? Lin Yu's divine consciousness emanated from the jade slip. Quick! Send all that can be transformed into spiritual energy to my external incarnation. The realms of Dongtian and Fudi are insufficient. If this continues, you shall all be completely drained. Upon hearing Lin Yu's furious roar, Liu Yaowen and Fan Rui instantaneously regained their senses. Even in the absence of sight, they could feel the urgency of Lin Yu's situation. In an instant, all the accumulated spiritual energy and treasures of the Protection Alliance were dispatched. Billions of spirit stones radiated a dazzling brilliance, while the treasures were cast forth as if they were of no consequence. As soon as they touched the vortex of spiritual energy, they were swiftly consumed. With the immense resources at hand, the aura of the external incarnation finally stabilized. Within the second-tier star domain, Lin Yu's cultivation surged once more, reaching the pinnacle of the Quasi-Emperor realm. Chapter 173, The Demons Are Annihilated. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yu's cultivation ascended to the peak of the Quasi-Emperor realm. One step further would lead to the Imperial realm. At this moment within the second-tier star domain, he had reached the zenith of his power. Gazing upon the hundreds of Quasi-Emperor cultivators from the demonic tribes before him, a glint of brilliance sparkled in Lin Yu's eyes as the white tiger sword in his hand emanated an icy chill. Have you all had your fun? I find certain words quite amusing. Ants shaking a tree. Boom. The pressure of the Quasi-Emperor pinnacle surged forth abruptly. All the human powers who were prepared to fight desperately froze in place. What? He reached the Quasi-Emperor pinnacle? This lad must have grown up on drugs. What a farcical joke from the star domain. They exchanged glances, recalling how Lin Yu, at the first level of the Quasi-Emperor realm, was already capable of being described as a beast. Now, at the pinnacle of the Quasi-Emperor realm, did he truly require their assistance? The cultivators of the demonic tribes, who were originally besieging Lin Yu, were utterly bewildered. Isn't here, comrade? I thought you had already reached the Quasi-Emperor pinnacle. Yet you tell me that we, with so many of us attacking you, faced someone who was merely at the first level of the Quasi-Emperor realm before? And we were fighting for our lives. In an instant, an indescribable fear began to spread infinitely within the hearts of the crowd. Lin Yu caressed the 3-foot-long sword, and in the astonished gazes of all present, he softly murmured, "In the name of the ancient true spirit, I invoke the laws of heaven and earth. I declare that this sword shall slay 1,000,000 soldiers." Ding. Usage successful. Power, 300 times 39. In that moment, the entire void appeared to be imbued with some mysterious force. A terrifying aura that defied description began to gradually descend upon this realm. The long sword in Lin Yu's hand grew increasingly radiant, though he had yet to swing it. An inexplicable sense of trepidation enveloped all. The next second, the sword intent surged. The perfected Huangdi sword classic of the true spirit level was pushed to its utmost limit. With the pinnacle of the Quasi-Emperor's cultivation combined with the perfected technique and a threefold amplification of power, a single strike fell. The river of time seemed to be cleaved in two. Time itself was pressed by an invisible hand, frozen in place. The cultivators of the demonic tribes could only see that streak of sword light expanding in their sight. They wished to retaliate, to struggle, yet they found themselves utterly immobilized. A single sword was summoned. Hundreds of skulls soared into the sky. Even the distant deities of the two clans could not help but gasp in astonishment. These individuals were all near emperors, unequivocally top-tier warriors, each holding significant sway within their respective factions. Yet this man, with a single stroke of his sword, beheaded them all. What a jest. Ding. Acquired colorful critical acceleration card. Lin Yu swung his sword once more, obliterating the practitioners of the demon and monster clans. This battle, which was destined to be a gruesome affair, was single-handedly overturned by him. Before anyone could utter a word, Lin Yu's figure had vanished from sight, leaving only a voice resonating through the void. I shall make a trip to the realms above and resolve this matter once and for all. At this moment in the third-tier star domain, countless disciples of the Longevity family clashed with the practitioners of the demon and monster clans. Blood flowed like rivers in the skies, and the luminous essence containing spiritual energy lingered in the air, refusing to dissipate. They were the most burdened individuals. Aside from those in the celestial realm and the second-tier star domain, the safety of the entire cosmos rested heavily upon their shoulders. Kill, brothers. Slay one and you're not at a loss. Slay two and you profit. Don't you dare be cowards. I, Qin Feng, shall lead the charge. In the chaotic battlefield, Qin Feng fought with exhilarating fervor. Now at the Great Sage stage, he was an invincible force among the alien races, where no longevity practitioners appeared. His supreme lineage combined with the rare celestial wheel made him a formidable presence, cutting a path through the ranks of demons and monsters with relentless vigor. Others could not help but curse under their breath. Damn it, you boast so boldly while I have no supreme lineage. Damn. Qin Feng grinned widely, reveling in the chaos. If you lack it, then endure and watch me perform. His blood surged like a tempest, and with a single punch, a great sage demon cultivator fell lifeless. His combat spirit soared, his eyes alight with excitement. He wondered how that lad Lin You was faring. TSK, he cultivates rapidly. But it remains uncertain if he is having as much fun as I am. I heard that the celestial realm is embroiled in imperial confrontations. That kid at the pinnacle of longevity surely cannot be of much assistance. In the second-tier star domain, they are just beginning their ascension to immortality. Heh. I wager he is in quite an awkward position now. Despite Qin Feng's exhilarating slaying, the majority of the longevity family disciples continued to suffer grievously, and the overall situation deteriorated to a dire state. Relying solely on him was insufficient to halt the onslaught of those alien demons. Countless lives were extinguished beneath their blades. As incense burned, time passed, and Qin Feng grew increasingly bloodthirsty, to the point where he scarcely regarded his own safety. He swung his fists wildly. Driven by the urgency of his family, the Qin and Zhuge clans, as they too faced peril. Yet he was firmly restrained by a multitude of peak great sage demon cultivators, unable to break free. Just as he saw his father on the brink of being slain, an inexplicable aura descended upon heaven and earth. Every action seemed frozen in time. The long knives poised above necks faltered just a hair's breadth away, unable to descend. A familiar voice echoed through the void. You may go to your deaths now. Lin You stepped gracefully into the arena, a melodic hum escaping his lips. An unfathomable aura of sword intent radiated from his being, instantaneously enveloping the heavens and the earth. Heads of countless demons and alien creatures soared into the sky. Boom. A singular thought consumed the minds of all present. What monstrous being is this? Just a mere hum, and this entire throng has perished? His presence here signifies the conclusion of the outer realms and the second star domain, does it not? Have we triumphed or faltered? Every gaze was fixed upon Lin You, who calmly declared, within the second star domain, all demons shall be eradicated. This realm still belongs to our human race. His words fell like a soothing balm upon the hearts of the crowd. The utterance of exterminating the demons provided a sense of unparalleled security. Qin Feng stared vacantly at the figure clad in white, his teeth clenched in frustration. My friend, while others may be oblivious, he was acutely aware. What kind of place is the second star domain? Even a mere handful of quasi-emperors could not be counted. You claim to eradicate the demons. Yet what of your own cultivation? By heavens, this is utterly confounding. Chapter 174, The Imperial Realm. After resolving the majority of the living forces within the myriad realms, Lin You hastened towards the outer heavens. The immediate priority was to liberate the battlefield of the Imperial Realm as swiftly as possible. Otherwise, should those Imperial powerhouses collapse, the entirety of the outer heavens would become a slaughterhouse for demons. At this moment, the avatars outside were voraciously absorbing all spiritual energy. In the outer heavens, the human Imperial powerhouses found themselves ensnared in a quagmire. Each one relentlessly wielded various grand techniques in a desperate attempt to breach the blockade of the two demon factions. Yet, the formation stood as impenetrable as a fortress. The demons boasted over 200 Imperial cultivators. Flames, heated enough to melt the void, surged through the air. The faces of the human emperors turned pale, their auras plummeting rapidly. This had been a meticulously devised formation, prepared by the traitorous scions of the Sima family. Outside the formation, the faces of the demon cultivators were etched with malice as they coldly regarded the 63 human emperors within. How pitiable they are. What does 30,000 years amount to? In the myriad realms, they shall ultimately fall beneath our feet. Once we completely refine you, this realm shall merely become the backyard of our demon race. The eyes of the demon emperors gleamed with an air of assured victory, as if the entire realm were already theirs to command. A human emperor flushed with rage, glaring at the 3 Sima family cultivators beyond the formation, seething with indignation. You scoundrels, collaborating with alien races, betraying the myriad realms. What benefit do you gain from this? Have we wronged you in any way? Instead of serving the foremost longevity families, you choose to become the hounds of foreign races. The 3 emperors of the Sima family exchanged cold smirks, slowly raising their hands to peel off their own skin, revealing their bronze-hued flesh. Humans? Mere obstinate resistance. The myriad realms shall inevitably crumble, and when that time comes, the Sima family shall fall alongside you. It would be wise to make a choice sooner rather than later. I must confess that we share in the responsibility for Lin Tongfeng's demise, a tragedy that has befallen countless human cultivators. Long ago, we were indeed agents of the demonic realm, our true forms long since discarded. The expressions of disbelief etched upon the faces of each emperor were profound. The aura emanating from the members of the Sima family was strikingly akin to that of the demon clan, clearly indicating a prolonged assimilation. You wretched creature. You would do well to pray that grandfather meets his end here today. Otherwise, once you are outside, I shall see to it that the Sima family faces utter annihilation. An enraged roar erupted from one of the human emperors. The three emperors of the Sima family responded with chilling laughter that resonated from their throats. Outside. No. You shall not have that opportunity. This formation, known as the Celestial Annihilation Array, has been meticulously prepared over millennia. It is intertwined with the very essence of the heavens and has long since recorded your presence. Trapped within this array, no matter what divine abilities you attempt to wield, your powers will be indiscriminately dispersed to the obliteration of the heavens. Do you truly believe that, with our support, you can dismantle the entirety of the celestial realms? At this declaration, a sense of dread gripped the hearts of the emperors. Setting aside the question of whether they possessed the strength to contend with over 200 imperial cultivators, the mere existence of this enigmatic array rendered their escape impossible. The flames blazed ever brighter, a mesmerizing blend of crimson, azure, and violet. With every passing second within the array, their souls and bodies were subjected to relentless searing. The heavens were doomed. This thought flashed through the minds of all present. Yet, at that moment, a figure clad in white began to approach from beyond the celestial realm. Each step he took resonated like thunder, a sound as if the very heavens were rallying in his support. The sword he wielded stirred the air with an imposing presence, its chilling intent palpable even from a distance. A demon emperor glanced over, his brow furrowing slightly. A quasi-emperor? Could it be that the celestial realms have been thoroughly subdued? How audacious for a mere quasi-emperor to dare venture into the celestial expanse. The three emperors of the Sima family shared a glance, their minds racing to recall this individual's visage. It was Lin You, an arrogant genius whose talents were indeed extraordinary. How remarkable, after a time of absence, he had ascended to the quasi-emperor stage. The three imperial cultivators of the Sima family exchanged knowing looks. One of them spoke nonchalantly, stating, "Very well. It is time to settle this long-standing enmity. I shall return shortly." With that, he stepped forward, making his way toward Lin You. The grievances between the Sima family and him would be irrevocably concluded with the burial of the celestial realms. As one of the imperial cultivators advanced, the others diverted their gazes, shifting their focus back to the celestial annihilation array. After all, he was merely a quasi-emperor. He could stir no tempest. This was the prevailing thought among them. The chasm between imperial cultivators and quasi-emperors may seem but a single realm, yet the power they embody is incomparably distinct. Each imperial cultivator has comprehended a pathway of existence, akin to the legendary Zhuge Changqing of yore, within the depths of the Tianyuan. The elder from the Zhuge family willingly met his demise, for he had grasped a pathway that rendered it impossible for subsequent generations of cultivators to tread upon. Only with his demise can Zhuge Changqing continue to pursue this grand path. The power of the Tao is a terror unimaginable to those beneath the imperial realm. It can be said that an imperial cultivator, with but a thought, can utterly obliterate those of lower realms. Time ticked away, a full incense stick's worth. Before the crowd turned in confusion, that figure in white was still advancing towards them, his steps unwavering, though his aura grew increasingly enigmatic. Meanwhile, the emperor of the Sima clan had long since retreated to a distance behind Lin You. All that could be seen was his motionless silhouette as Lin You drew nearer. What is happening? What is this fellow up to? He is merely a quasi-imperial, just kill him. No, something is amiss. Why can I no longer sense the aura of the Sima clan's imperial cultivator? Boom. A resounding sword cry erupted. As the crowd stood in stunned silence, Lin Yu's voice echoed. That fellow? He is dead. The waste of the Sima clan almost let you slip by. But no matter, you shall all perish. With those words, what was assumed to be merely a quasi-imperial being suddenly slashed forth with a sword. Even in the face of over 200 imperial cultivators, he showed no fear. As the sword was summoned, the void around him began to shatter. A pitch-black rift in the void spread wildly. Sword energy coalesced into a vast river, flooding the heavens and the earth. In the name of the ancient, true spirit, the essence of the sword spans 30,000 miles. The Huangdi sword cannon, without a blade. Chapter 175, Above the Imperial Realm. As the sword fell, Lin You, who was merely a quasi-imperial, instantaneously ascended to the pinnacle of the imperial realm. A principle of the grand Tao quietly settled within him, the sword Tao. In an instant, unmatched pressure surged forth. The demon and monster clans, all imperial cultivators, could only stare in disbelief. He is not a quasi-imperial. He is an emperor. An emperor awakened to the sword Tao. Boom! As the sword descended, the already fearsome blade began to rise anew. Dozens of emperors from the demon and monster clans struck simultaneously, yet upon merely touching that sword light, they were obliterated. Empowered by the ancient true words technique, Lin You, having already entered the imperial realm, wielded a sword whose might surpassed that of the imperial realm. One sword drenched the heavens in blood, emperors perishing. 30 demon emperors were instantly reduced to ashes. Beep. Usage 29. There are countless paths, such as time, space, and reincarnation, which are supreme paths of the greatest power, yet remain beyond comprehension. Other principles, such as thievery, while capable of breaking through the imperial realm, possess limited power. The sword Tao, however, stands as the most formidable path outside of the three great principles. It is the pinnacle of offensive arts, even among imperial cultivators. The ways of thievery and swordsmanship cannot be compared. What Lin You awakened is the mightiest offensive sword Tao. Well struck. A human emperor clenched his fists. Though unaware of who this advancing figure truly was, in this moment, he was the greatest ally for the heavens. Who are you? Within the realm of the demons. Countless emperors gasped in astonishment. Despite racking their brains, they could not comprehend how, even with the awakening of the sword path, one could possibly slay dozens of emperors with a single stroke. Such terrifying prowess would have long since turned the heavens into a river of blood. Why endure for millennia? Lin You raised his head, a trace of disdain flickering in his eyes. My name is Lin You. I have come to claim your lives. Suddenly, Lin Yu's aura began to surge to its utmost heights. The avatar that had manifested outside him was wholly retracted into his body, and all his cultivation was fully infused into himself. The true spirit-level twin celestial tree. An overwhelming vitality, so intense that even emperors found it hard to believe, radiated from Lin Yu's being. Boom! The heavens erupted. A unique, torrential aura exclusive to Lin You surged forth. Another path. An individual awakening two celestial paths at the Emperor realm. The essence of life. Lin You let out a soft snort, spreading his arms wide, allowing the vibrant life force to continuously wash over his body. In this moment, he resembled a living, autonomous twin celestial tree. His aura was dragon-like, brimming with vitality. If an ordinary Emperor-level cultivator were to engage him in battle, Lin You could likely remain standing, and they would struggle to defeat him. One path of unparalleled offense. One path of immortality. Lin You slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes transformed into a brilliant emerald green by the vitality surrounding him. He grinned menacingly at the demon emperors before him. Are you frightened? No, you shall perish, demons from both realms. The crowd stared in disbelief, their eyes widening as Lin Yu's aura continued to ascend. Even the peak of the Emperor realm could not overshadow his radiance. The essence cultivated through countless repetitions of the Huangdi Sword Classic began to solidify into the most robust foundation. Sword 1, strike the heavens. Sword 2, subdue the souls. Sword 3, shatter the legion. Sword 4, sever the fate. Sword 5, the underworld. Lin You murmured softly, each utterance bestowing a celestial path upon him. The ethereal forms of the four sacred beasts gradually coalesced in the heavens, corresponding to the four paths of the Sword Classic. The fifth path, named Death. Yet another supreme path, comparable to the Sword Path. In the end, Lin You alone had grasped 10 celestial paths. For millions of years, no one had reached this pinnacle. Is there a road beyond the Emperor realm? Everyone gazed incredulously at the figure clad in white. His aura had long surpassed the Emperor realm. Yet, what kind of road was that? No, this is bad. Run. A demon emperor gritted his teeth and spoke, trembling as he began to retreat into the crowd. With just this small step, the demons, numbering in the hundreds, found themselves retreating alongside him. No one wished to confront the terrifying presence of Lin You. Without the collective support of their cultivation, the heavenly gang's absolute kill array began to crumble. One by one, human emperors emerged from the ashes, their vast divine light exerting pressure upon the heavens. Yet, they all silently positioned themselves behind Lin You. This scene unmistakably spoke volumes. With Lin You present, even if they were emperors of millennia or tens of thousands of years, they could only serve as mere embellishments. Only Lin You can determine whether to kill or to make peace. The figure in white parted their lips. Where will you retreat to? 10,000 miles. Or 100,000 miles. Years ago, Lin Tangfeng pursued you for 1,000,000 miles. I, Lin You, can chase you for 10 million miles. No matter how far you flee to the edge of the stars or the pinnacle of the universe, I shall pursue you relentlessly. In the next moment, that figure in white vanished from sight, moving with such speed that no one could capture it. All that could be heard was the relentless sound of swords clashing, each gleam akin to the scythe of a grim reaper. mercilessly claiming the life of an emperor with every flash. A tide of fear began to surge wildly. It was uncertain who took the first step, but those lofty emperors, who had kept the human race suppressed for countless years, fled in a frenzy. Yet, they could not escape Lin You, who was swifter still. The long sword flickered continuously in the void. Emperors fell, brutally pinned to the void. With a single, overwhelming strike, Lin Yu's figure reappeared. With one sword, all emperors were vanquished. At that moment, even the gods and spirits held their breath in disbelief as they gazed at the figure in the void. Unassailable. Even if all their clan strength were poured forth, it would remain insurmountable. In the name of the ancient true spirit, I decree the laws of heaven and earth. Lin Yu's voice resonated coolly. As long as the boundary of the divine realm stands, for eternity, you shall not step beyond the divine clan's threshold. By the spirit sea of the spirit clan, through the ages and the river of time, you shall not step beyond the spirit clan's threshold. Until my death. Ding. Usage successful. Times 09. With this, Lin You had exhausted all 9 of his ancient true word techniques. Now, he was uncertain of his own cultivation level. The so-called threshold continually rose with the ascent of his power. A gentleman speaks of actions, but not of intentions, regardless of the divine and spirit clan's thoughts. They had never attacked the human race, instead indirectly restraining the demons for countless years. Based on this, Lin You chose to leave a sliver of leeway. The instant Lin Yu's words fell, both divine and spirit clans retreated silently to their respective realms. Not a word was spoken, only bodies trembling as if sifting through chaff. Chapter 176, Immortal and Indestructible. Finale. After completing all of this, Lin Yu's figure vanished once more. Now, his divine consciousness could penetrate the barriers of the realms without restraint. With a single thought, he appeared instantly within the demonic realm. Desolate, dark, and bloody, the figure in white, hands clasped behind his back, coldly surveyed the denizens of the demonic realm. Countless demonic soldiers, upon seeing Lin You, unleashed furious roars and charged at him. Yet, before they could make a move, their bodies exploded into nothingness. The 6 divisions of the demons were met with Lin Yu's indifferent gaze. With a light snort, 1,000,000 demonic soldiers were instantaneously transformed into blood mist. Thus, the demons could no longer rise again. Following this, Lin You slaughtered all cultivators above the eternal life stage among the demonic clan, leaving only a remnant of defeated soldiers. At the same time, he embedded prohibitions within their bodies, ensuring that any attempt to step into the realms beyond would result in their explosive demise. After accomplishing this, Lin You ventured into the domain of the demon race, employing the same strategy. He refrained from annihilating them entirely, as the myriad realms required a sharpening stone. Should all adversaries perish, the realms would succumb to utter complacency. In such an eventuality, it would not be long before the so-called geniuses vanished into oblivion. The demon and monster races could fulfill this role perfectly. Lin Yu's figure reappeared in the myriad realms. At present, all demon and monster cultivators had been thoroughly eradicated. The instant he materialized, dozens of emperor-level powerhouses emerged in close pursuit, their eyes brimming with astonishment, vitality, and profound bewilderment. Lin You gazed upward, inquiring whether they wished to learn what lay beyond the emperor realm. The assembly of emperor cultivators nodded fervently, their eagerness palpable. This realm had ensnared them for countless years. Finally, someone had reached this pinnacle. How could they not rejoice? With a mere gesture, Lin You imparted all his insights regarding the realm beyond the emperor. To be candid, I am uncertain what this truly is. However, these insights must be preserved for the future generations. If one were to bestow a name upon this realm, I would propose the Eternal Realm. Eternal Realm? In an instant, confusion flickered in the eyes of all the emperors. Undying and imperishable, blood can regenerate. My existence is synonymous with that of the universe. My will is the will of the cosmos. Upon concluding his words, Lin You pointed at himself, unleashing a formidable wave of spiritual energy that erupted around him. The very core of his being disintegrated into a crimson mist, his essence seemingly scattered. Yet, to the astonishment of the emperor cultivators, the once undetectable Lin You reappeared before them, as if nothing had transpired at all. Once he had elucidated the mysteries for the emperor cultivators, Lin Yu's consciousness traversed the heavens and the earth, swiftly locating Qin Feng, who was huddled in a corner like a petulant child. Lin You chuckled softly, shaking his head, as if conversing with an old friend. "Brother, what troubles you?" Qin Feng, visibly irritated, did not turn around. "What do you think? What about the promised unrivaled duo? You quietly broke through to the quasi-emperor level while I even crossed into the longevity realm. Do I not have any pride?" Lin You, with a resigned tone, offered consolation. "It's merely luck, my friend." Qin Feng shook his head vigorously, refusing to listen. No worries, brother is strong. I will manage on my own. I will catch up to you sooner or later. What is the big deal? Lin You smiled indulgently at his friend's stubbornness. Before he could utter another word, the violent fluctuations emanating from the surrounding space compelled him to depart. Lin You asked, will you not even glance back at me? Qin Feng, with a stiff neck, replied, not looking back. What is the point? So you've become a quasi-emperor. Why flaunt it? I want to look. Lin You, with a bittersweet smile, took a deep breath and resolved to provide one final piece of assistance to this old friend. A strand of innate brilliance from the eternal realm silently descended into Qin Feng's being. In terms of innate talent, Qin Feng was already exceptionally gifted, requiring no further aid. Though his disposition may sometimes resemble that of a child, it remains resolute, unwavering in the face of adversity. For one like him, transcending the realms of longevity and aspiring to the pinnacle of divine authority is merely a natural progression. Lin You can offer assistance solely through that enduring innate brilliance, meticulously refining his foundation and dispelling any superficiality within. This endeavor will undoubtedly ease Qin Feng's path ahead. After completing this task, Lin You silently departed, his brow furrowed, as if he were forcibly suppressing something. When he re-emerged, he found himself before the Protectors' alliance. In the aftermath of a fierce battle, fewer than half of the Protectors remained. Yet those who did were exceptional prodigies. Even among the esteemed longevity families, they would stand out. Lin You shook his head as he observed the gasping Fan Rui, who had narrowly escaped death, alongside the anxious yet composed Lu Yaowan, who was striving to reassure the others. These two individuals, one timid and the other reserved, were nonetheless unwaveringly loyal. With a gentle flick of his fingers, two strands of vital energy silently entered their bodies. Unlike Qin Feng, this was sufficient to aid them in breaking through to the third realm of longevity, aspiring to ascend to immortality. What followed would depend on their own fortunes. Ultimately, Lin You arrived at the Lin family estate. He stood quietly in a corner, unnoticed by anyone. His uncles, who had watched him grow, were now stained with blood and covered in dust, yet their faces bore expressions of immense joy. Elder 8 exclaimed, what a thrill! No matter the demons or monsters, I shall eliminate them without hesitation. Elder 6 teased, shouldn't you change your trousers first? Who was it that was cowering in fear, needing you to come to the rescue? Laughter erupted among the group. Lin Tao's eyes, however, reflected a hint of weariness as he glanced at his brothers, simply shaking his head in calm acknowledgement. There is nothing more significant than the unity of family. Enough. Compared to you all, my son is incomparable. Elder 8 scoffed. Yet, since he hasn't shown up, I cannot even boast. Lin Tao retorted with a smile. You should know that Yu possesses remarkable abilities. He must be confronting formidable adversaries and has no time to engage with us here. The enemies he faces could likely crush you with a mere finger. Laughter erupted once more. Elder 8, flustered and indignant, defended himself, muttering that as long as everyone did their best, there was nothing wrong. Lin You observed the cultivation levels of those present. The fluctuations in the surrounding space were intensifying. He could hardly contain them any longer. All of his uncles had broken through to the golden immortal realm, and even without Lin Yu's aid, they held prospects for longevity. Nevertheless, as a member of the Lin family, he felt a duty to contribute. With a gentle touch of his fingertips, several strands of radiant energy gradually descended into his uncles' bodies. His hand trembled beneath his sleeve, and he refrained from bidding farewell, fearing the heartfelt pleas and confusion from his uncles. He dreaded hearing them say, where are you going? Will you return? You are the sole heir of the Lin family. Please take care of yourself. Lin Yu's gaze flickered with emotion. He took a deep breath, casting a lingering glance at the modest Lin family residence and his 8 uncles. With a heavy heart, he turned to depart, enveloped in solitude and desolation. Yet, he was met by a familiar figure, Elder Lin Dong, once the most brilliant genius of the Lin family before Lin Yu's arrival. In that moment, Lin You discerned the profound depth of Lin Dong's cultivation, which had astonishingly reached the realm of the Grand Sage. Realizing this, Lin You shook his head in resignation. It seemed he was deliberately sparing the pride of his brothers. He lifted his foot to leave when he heard Lin Dong's voice, searching the corners with a bewildered gaze, resembling a helpless elder. His once youthful visage now bore traces of age. Is that you, Yua? I cannot see you. Yet I feel your presence. Am I correct? Why have you returned without meeting your uncles? Have you been wronged? Has someone bullied you? Lin Dong's voice quivered with emotion as he opened his arms in a dazed manner, as if yearning to embrace the invisible Lin You. Do not be afraid, you. Whatever troubles you face, you must share with your uncles. We would move heaven and earth to support you. Will you? Lin Yu's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and he could not help but close them, allowing a solitary tear to cascade down his cheek, plopping softly onto the ground. It seemed Lin Dong sensed something amiss. He gazed in Lin Yu's direction, yet beheld nothing. Second uncle, this realm can no longer accommodate me. Please forgive you for my abrupt departure. I lack the courage to bid farewell. I am well, and I hope you all are too. Should the day come when we meet again beyond the heavens,